Chapter 1, S-Class Talent and Armored Vehicle. Survivor, welcome to the Light and Shadow Highway. The survival game officially begins. Please open the gift at your feet to collect your initial supplies. Supply boxes and resource points may appear beside the Light and Shadow Highway. You can use the vehicle randomly obtained from the gift to search along the road. Beginners always need more help. You have now learned how to drive a vehicle. Vehicles are very important. If you lose your vehicle, you can only pray to encounter friendly survivors on the road. Day and night will be divided by 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. every day. The sandstorm during the day will devour anyone who hesitates, and the risk of nighttime actions will greatly increase. Good luck, survivor. On the wide 8-lane road, Wei Chuan stood in the middle of the street, completely stunned. Light and Shadow Highway? Survivor? He had just finished cleaning the shop and was about to go next door to buy a pack of cigarettes when a flash of white light appeared in front of him, and then he was suddenly here. Looking around, the road stretched like a wave towards the deep blue sky, and on both sides was a desolate, yellow desert with no sign of green. Damn it, I really crossed over? Wei Chuan took a deep breath, trying to suppress the panic rising inside him. Crossing over? He had read about it countless times in novels but never imagined it would happen to him. And to be honest, he wasn't that interested. Because he was quite satisfied with his life. After graduating high school, he and two childhood friends who had grown up in the orphanage together went to work, saved up some money, and opened a milk tea shop. It was just the right time when takeout and milk tea were becoming popular. They earned about $20,000 a month, living comfortably in the county. But now, thinking about all that was meaningless. The urgent task was to understand this survival game and stay alive. Gift? Got it. Wei Chuan looked down and saw a small gift box tied with a bow on the ground behind him. Just as he reached out to grab it, the gift box turned into a beam of light and vanished, leaving behind a black notebook on the ground. A large, rusty military camouflage armored vehicle appeared 5 meters away. As he picked up the notebook, a prompt sound rang out. Survival manual activated, opening, personal, talent, social, vehicles, trading, communication channels. Obtained, S-Class Talent, Mechanical Mastery. Talent levels are S, A, B, C, D, E, with S-Class being the unique highest level talent. Obtained, 8x8 military wheeled armored transport, 500 milliliters bottled water *1, 450 g toast bread *1, 10 personal storage slots. Storage slots can only hold items that can be carried based on personal strength. Holy crap, I hit the jackpot. Wei Chuan's body trembled, and a trace of excitement flashed across his handsome face. He actually got the best S-Class talent, and even the vehicle was a super strong military armored car. His luck was unbelievable. Mechanical mastery plus armored vehicle, this was a perfect match. He could go down the technology route. Alright, crossing over has its perks. Just a milk tea guy? Doesn't matter anymore. Wei Chuan instinctively looked around, confirming that there were no other beings nearby before slowly opening the survival manual. First, he needed to understand the basic situation, then consider his next steps. Survivor, Wei Chuan. Talent, S-Class Mechanical Mastery. Time, 8:03. Weather, clear. Temperature, 29 degrees Celsius. The first page of the manual showed his real photo and name, along with the time, weather, and temperature. Further pages detailed his talents, vehicles, and other functions. Talent skills, insight into essence, mental shaping, concept fusion, mechanical perception, blueprint construction. Insight into essence, when touching a mechanical device, you can instantly get its basic components, structure, and energy flow diagram, understanding its design principles, material composition, and energy conversion methods, as well as seeing internal damage, faults, redundancies, and optimization points. Mental shaping, through highly concentrated mental power and contact, you can perform any shaping operation on mechanical materials, parts, and devices. Concept fusion, able to combine seemingly unrelated mechanical principles. Different technological products are adapted and integrated conceptually. Mechanical perception, when touching mechanical objects, resonance occurs, allowing one to perceive the real-time status of the machine, including energy reserves, whether the engine is running smoothly, and even vaguely sensing external malice or attacks towards the machine. Blueprint construction, when conceiving mechanical modification plans, the talent automatically deduces and optimizes, forming a feasible virtual mechanical blueprint, reducing trial and error costs, and enhancing the machine's potential. Using talent skills consumes mental and physical energy, and excessive use can lead to headaches, blurred consciousness, or even fainting. Isn't this invincible? As long as you touch more machinery and understand the principles, you can even make a giant base vehicle. After reading the talent skills, Wei Chuan was extremely excited. The types of machinery are just too many: household appliances, firearms, aircraft, vehicles, etc. These are all machines. Even nuclear bombs are a type of mechanical weapon. Although it's impossible now, it's always good to have a thought in mind. While feeling secretly pleased, Wei Chuan continued flipping through. Social, none. Vehicle, 8x8 military wheeled armored personnel carrier. Fuel tank, 600L/600L, maximum highway speed 100 km per hour, under steady driving conditions, 55 L of diesel consumed per 100 km. Function, manufacturing table. Although it's been around for a while, the vehicle's structure and operating system are still useful, capable of withstanding 7.62 mm bullet impacts. What the hell? Upon seeing the fuel consumption, Wei Chuan's face turned green. It's normal for armored vehicles to burn diesel, since diesel is more powerful than gasoline, but isn't 55 liters per 100 kilometers too exaggerated? 55 liters is enough for a normal diesel car to travel 700 kilometers. Damn it, there's definitely a pit here. This isn't a fuel-hungry beast, it's a fuel Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wei Chuan's excitement instantly dropped, and a sense of pressure rose in his heart. The vehicle definitely can't be abandoned. Even if he has to sell his kidney, he has to keep it running. He just hopes that when searching for supplies later, things will go more smoothly. It would be best to find diesel directly. If not, he'll have to exchange other supplies for diesel. If he's unlucky and can't find anything, then there's nothing left to say. He can just dig a hole by the roadside and lie in it before starving to death. Trade hall, click to open. Communication channel, click to open. The last 2 pages are the trade hall and communication channel, but Wei Chuan didn't have time to look at them. Because the sandstorm was coming. The skyline behind him had already turned completely earth yellow, almost covering the entire sky and earth. Damn, it's coming so fast? Wei Chuan cursed under his breath and hurriedly ran toward the armored vehicle. The key to the armored vehicle was still in the door. Wei Chuan jumped into the driver's seat and immediately started the vehicle, driving forward along the right side of the road. The engine let out a deep growl as the rusted steel beast began to accelerate on the wide road. Wei Chuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes locked onto the rearview mirror. That earth-yellow sky curtain, which covered the sky and earth, was rapidly devouring everything behind him, with rolling yellow sand surging forward like a tsunami. So hot. Wei Chuan glanced at the survival manual. The temperature had already risen to 30 degrees Celsius, turning the car into a microwave and making the air inside stuffy and hot. He hesitated for a few seconds before turning on the air conditioning. Although turning on the air conditioning would increase fuel consumption, the loss of water from sweating was obviously a more serious problem than fuel consumption. After all, he only had 1 bottle of water. Moreover, staying cool would help him maintain stable emotions, which was also important. After driving for nearly half an hour, the earth-yellow sky curtain that seemed to devour the heavens and earth gradually began to distance itself, eventually disappearing from the visible range of the rearview mirror. The sunlight reappeared on the cracked road, causing visible heat waves to rise, as if the air itself was being twisted by the heat. Phew! Wei Chuan let out a long sigh, and his tense nerves slightly relaxed. He instinctively glanced at the fuel gauge, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The needle, representing the diesel level, had visibly dropped a bit. Damn, how far did we just go? Wei Chuan couldn't help but curse, his heart aching as he grimaced. Although the fuel gauge had no numbers, he was sure that the last half hour of fast driving had burned at least 30 liters of diesel. The total fuel in both the main and auxiliary tanks was only 600 liters, and in such a short time, a full 20th had already been used. The fuel consumption is too high. Wei Chuan sighed, slowly reducing his speed to around 40 km per hour, keeping it at a more fuel-efficient pace while his eyes scanned both sides of the road. Yellow sand, gravel, and withered bushes, there was nothing useful in sight. At that moment, a blurry shape appeared on the edge of the dirt slope on the right side of the road, growing closer and clearer. A house? Wei Chuan's spirits lifted, and he immediately turned the steering wheel toward it. The armored vehicle rumbled off the road, its heavy tires crushing the gravel-covered ground, leaving deep impressions. As he got closer, he could see it clearly. It was a very dilapidated, mud-colored little house, the doors and windows nearly falling off, even the roof had a hole, looking as if it had been abandoned for a long time. This rundown? I hope it's not empty. Wei Chuan parked the vehicle steadily, took a deep breath, and cautiously walked toward the little house, pushing open the creaky wooden door. Creak! The door hinge let out a sharp sound, and a strong smell of dust hit his face. The light inside was dim, with only a few beams of sunlight coming through the holes in the roof and the windows, illuminating the dust floating in the air. Wei Chuan was slightly disappointed, carefully scanning the small space. A broken single wooden bed, a shabby wooden table, 2 small bamboo-backed chairs, and some unclear clutter piled in the corner. There was no danger, but there were no supplies either. Well, it's better than nothing. Wei Chuan rolled up his sleeves and immediately started working. The rear compartment of the armored vehicle was empty, with not even a chair. These pieces of furniture, once tidied up, could still be useful better than sleeping on metal plates. After handling the furniture, he dealt with the pile of clutter in the corner covered with dust and gravel. Got it. After clearing away the larger rocks, Wei Chuan discovered 3 blocks of poorly packaged compressed biscuits. Although a bit dirty, the packaging was intact. Then, under a flattened enamel basin, he found a bigger surprise: 2 1.5-liter plastic bottles filled with clear water. The bottles were a bit yellowed, but the seals were intact. A huge win. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he opened one of the bottles. Damn! The moment he smelled the fragrance coming from the bottle, his excitement was immediately cut in half. After tasting a little, he quickly closed the cap. This was fragrant liquor, not fresh water. Although it was a good thing, he wasn't in a position to enjoy it just yet. I'll save it for later. This stuff will definitely sell well. Wei Chuan took out the compressed biscuits from the storage compartment, emptied some space, and put the 2 bottles of liquor inside, then continued searching in the corner. 3 steel pipes of varying lengths. 1 enamel cup with a slightly dented rim. 1 iron water bottle, slightly crushed, without a lid. 1 frayed toothbrush. 1 towel covered in dust. 1 bundle of tangled, severely cracked insulated wires. Take the living supplies, leave the broken iron. Wei Chuan looked at this trash, and the description of mental shaping flashed through his mind. The metal pipes and broken wires, things that seemed useless, might just be important materials for modifying the armored vehicle in the future. This trip was worth it. Wei Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, then carried everything he couldn't fit into the storage compartment back to the armored vehicle. Walking out of the small house, the scorching sunlight made him squint slightly. It was too hot, and it was only 8:30 a.m. By noon, it would easily reach 35 degrees Celsius. Water had become just as important as diesel. He opened the rear door of the vehicle and placed everything he had collected into the rear compartment. Military vehicles are just different. Wei Chuan climbed directly into the vehicle from the rear and carefully looked around the rear compartment. On both sides of the compartment, there are 5 small observation windows, 2 of which are sealed, and 3 have shooting holes that can be freely opened or closed. The height of the compartment is about 1.6 meters, which is not very comfortable, but as long as he finds some metal materials, he can raise the height of the compartment. It's a pity there are no soft furnishings, otherwise it would be quite pleasant. In his impression, a military armored personnel carrier of this level should have cameras in the front and rear, and a heavy machine gun should be mounted on top. After putting away the rewards from this trip, Wei Chuan glanced at the crafting table. The crafting table is not very large, about the size of a tabletop sewing machine, with 2 functions, craft and disassemble. Craft can only craft corresponding items for which recipes are already owned. Disassemble can only disassemble semi-finished and finished items. It's easy to understand, similar to crafting tables in games, one is used to craft recipe items, the other is used to disassemble items to get materials. According to the usual game rules, the disassemble function might require a service fee. Let's give it a try. Wei Chuan thought for a moment, then picked up the shortest steel pipe and put it inside. The crafting table has 10 material slots, and when not in use, they can be used as storage slots, which is pretty convenient. After clicking disassemble, the steel pipe instantly disappeared, and a line of text appeared on the crafting table. Disassembly successful, obtain steel ingot *1. Damn! Wei Chuan took out the steel ingot and immediately felt awful. The steel pipe he selected was just over 40 centimeters, weighing at least 2 pounds, but after disassembly, only 4 ounces remained. The service fee was as high as 80%, even Goose Factory and Pig Farm aren't this bad. This function is fine for others, but for me, it's pure loss. At least mechanical items can't be disassembled, and the materials need to be saved for modifying the armored vehicle. Wei Chuan lost interest and shook his head, returning to the driver's seat. Wait! Just as Wei Chuan started the vehicle, he suddenly froze, then dove into the back compartment to grab the last 2 steel pipes. With focus in mind shaping activated. The 2 steel pipes, sticking together, quickly softened like clay, then slowly fused together, eventually forming a steel machete about 1.2 meters long. The machete was silver all over, the blade was relatively straight, only having a noticeable curve at the tip, with the edge gleaming coldly under the dim light of the compartment. I struck it big. Wei Chuan clenched his fist, his mouth lifting high, eyes shining brightly. In the newbie village phase, cold weapons should be quite valuable, right? He could easily buy up metal scraps, then turn them into cold weapons to sell, repeating the cycle, quickly earning his first pot of gold. No wonder it's an S-class talent. Wei Chuan grinned, the slight fatigue instantly washed away by the great surprise, and he immediately started the engine. He would keep this machete for personal self-defense, so he still needed to search for more metal materials. It didn't have to be steel, copper, iron, aluminum alloy, and other metals could also be used to make cold weapons. Anything was better than being barehanded. This time, Wei Chuan slowed down again, focusing most of his attention on the right side of the road. The previous hint mentioned it. There might be supply boxes and resource points by the roadside. Resource points might be hard to miss, but since supply boxes are boxes, their size wouldn't be too large, and if you didn't look carefully, you might easily miss them. Yellow sand, gravel, and occasionally a few clumps of withered shrubs made up the monotonous and oppressive scenery. With nothing else to do, Wei Chuan opened the communication channel. The communication channel was divided into two small channels, Regional Channel and World Channel. The World Channel was empty and displayed as unavailable, while the Regional Channel was very lively, showing a limit of 10 posts per day. Region 50001, 9901/10,000 people. Lin Hang, damn, these bicycles aren't meant for people to ride, won't they dry up after an hour of sun? Gao Fei, oh shit, there's a lion chasing me. Niu Shengsheng, milk for gasoline, private message me if you want my avatar. Qiling, I got a minivan, did everyone else get a car? Lin Jiajie, found a supply box. He got a bucket of gasoline and 2 bottles of beer, the beer was still cold, and drinking it down felt so refreshing. Zhang Mengting, I'm by the roadside, can anyone see me? Every message had a real name and profile picture. Wei Chuan tried clicking on one, and 4 functions popped up: trade, private chat, block, and add friend. There weren't many valuable messages, most of them were complaints and showing off. It made sense, though. Half an hour had passed, and most serious people were still trying to get used to this world, only the idiots were still flooding the channel with nonsense. Area 50001, one area, 10,000 people. So, at least 510 million people have crossed into this world. Wei Chuan closed the communication channel and refocused on his search. He hoped he wouldn't run into anyone too soon. In this world, where survival supplies were extremely scarce, humans were the most dangerous creatures. Time passed by second by second. Apart from the roar of the engine, the whole world seemed to fall into a deathly silence. The sun was getting harsher, shining through the windshield, and even with the air conditioner on, Wei Chuan could feel the heat. Just as he stopped the car to drink some water, a sharp angle that didn't belong to the wasteland caught his eye. About 20 meters ahead to the right, near a pile of wind-eroded rocks, something was half buried in the dirt, looking like a square box. A supply box? Wei Chuan's heartbeat instantly quickened. After capping the mineral water, he grabbed his machete and walked toward it. Risk of night operations will greatly increase. This sentence, if thought about the other way, could mean that daytime operations also had risks, but not as much as nighttime, otherwise, the area wouldn't be so sparsely populated. Given that the starting supplies included a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, dying from thirst or sun exposure wouldn't happen that quickly. Safety could not be taken lightly. It's too hot. Scorching air rushed from all directions, making Wei Chuan's breath falter. He couldn't afford to delay, so he ran over in 3 steps, 2 at a time. The gray box was half a meter on each side, with a simple latch on top. Gray iron box, the most common supply box, usually containing basic survival materials. The rarity of supply boxes, from lowest to highest, is gray iron box, bronze box, silver box, gold box, platinum box, shadow box, source crystal box. This is the worst one? Seeing the grade, Wei Chuan's excitement dropped by half. He didn't immediately try to open it but gently kicked it from behind with his foot. The box was silent inside, no movement at all. It shouldn't be a trap. Wei Chuan took a deep breath, stood on the side of the box, and used his machete to open the latch on top, then quickly lifted the lid. Click. As the lid opened, Wei Chuan quickly jumped back, and when nothing jumped out of the box, he slowly leaned forward to take a look. Inside the box, there was no compartment, just 1 barrel of gasoline and 1 bottle of mineral water. Got it! Wei Chuan nearly shouted in joy, directly putting all these items into his storage. The gasoline was 20 liters, and the mineral water was 300 milliliters. These supplies came just in time. The gasoline could be traded for diesel at the trading post, and the mineral water could be kept for himself to drink. Take the box too. Wei Chuan closed the gray iron box and pulled it out of the ground. This thing should be breakable, if not, he would keep it in storage. It could also double as a chair from time to time. He returned to the armored vehicle, started the engine, and felt much lighter than before. The pressure of fresh water was greatly relieved, and the diesel in the tank would last until night. The next focus would be on metal materials. The next 2 hours yielded nothing. Along the way, he encountered a few crossroads, always picking the narrower paths, so he could see both sides of the road and increase the chances of finding a supply box. Supply box, houses. Wei Chuan muttered to himself, keeping his eyes on the roadside. Apart from his own heartbeat and the roar of the engine, everything else was silent. The world seemed to be filled only with endless, silent death, giving a sense of unease. Suddenly, about 100 meters ahead, in the center of the road, a small black dot grew larger and larger. Wei Chuan squinted his eyes sharply, unconsciously releasing the accelerator beneath his feet, and the armored vehicle's speed slowly decreased. Chapter 4, Passive First Kill. It was a person. A middle-aged man, wearing a black tracksuit and covered in sweat, stood in the middle of the road, desperately waving his arms, his face filled with surprise. His movements were exaggerated, his mouth wide open, seemingly shouting for help, but the sound couldn't reach the armored vehicle at all. Behind him, an old electric cart had fallen to the ground. Out of power? Wei Chuan's heart suddenly raced, and he quickly scanned his surroundings. The two sides of the road were still completely unobstructed, with a clear view, no other creatures or threats, but this did not make him feel safe. Because on the middle-aged man's waist, a large axe was clearly hanging. That axe, reflecting a cold light under the blazing sun, seemed like a frozen steel needle, instantly piercing through any sympathy and hesitation that had just risen in Wei Chuan's heart. Damn it! Wei Chuan's throat was dry, and the cold prompt from the survival manual echoed in his ears. Vehicles are very important. If you lose your vehicle, you can only pray to encounter friendly survivors on the road. Wei Chuan didn't dare to gamble. He didn't dare to bet that the man was truly desperate, or that he was trying to deceive him and would suddenly attack with the axe the moment he got out of the vehicle. He didn't dare to gamble on how much temptation his armored vehicle might present to others. In this world, where everyone is in constant fear, kindness is a luxury. Surviving longer is the only rule. Buddy, figure it out on your own. A flash of determination passed through Wei Chuan's eyes as he gently pressed the accelerator, turning the steering wheel slightly to the left. Help me! Seeing the armored vehicle trying to bypass him, the middle-aged man waved his arms even faster, running forward a few steps, attempting to stop the armored vehicle. Damn! Seeing this scene, all Wei Chuan felt was tension, and he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. Roar! The armored vehicle's engine roared, like an angry steel beast, its heavy body suddenly lunging forward, the speed instantly soaring. The rusted front of the vehicle charged forward with an unstoppable momentum, slamming into the middle-aged man. No! The middle-aged man's face twisted in rage, which instantly turned into sheer terror. He tried to fall to the side, but it was still too late. Bang! A faint muffled sound appeared, only to be instantly drowned out by the roar of the armored vehicle's engine. The armored vehicle's weight was too heavy, and its shock absorption was excellent. There was no pause at all, as if rolling over a small stone, continuing its roar forward. Wei Chuan, sitting in the driver's seat, only felt the seat lightly tremble. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes focused straight ahead, his foot not lifting from the accelerator. A few seconds later, Wei Chuan's tense nerves slowly relaxed, and after a strange shiver, he slowly reversed the armored vehicle, glancing at the rearview mirror. There was a pool of blood on the road, and within it, a twisted, misshapen red stain. The axe was there, already completely stained with blood. This isn't my fault, who told you to rush at me? Wei Chuan's breathing was slightly heavy, and his hands gripping the steering wheel trembled slightly. Even his legs were starting to feel numb. His whole body felt light, unsure if it was from tension or fear. As long as I'm not the one dead, it's fine. He suddenly shook his head, repeatedly reminding himself in his mind, forcing down the intense physical and psychological discomfort, his eyes gradually becoming sharp. After sitting still for a minute, Wei Chuan got out of the vehicle with a machete. He held his breath, stepped on the axe, pushing it to the side of the road, rubbing the blood off with some sand, then looked at the electric cart lying nearby. The body had no dropped items. The personal storage compartment should only be usable by the owner. After death, it just disappeared. But what about the vehicle's material slot? The heavier the load, the more energy it consumes. The middle-aged man might have stored heavier items in the material slot. It shouldn't be like this. Without a crafting station, you can't play. Wei Chuan carefully searched around the electric bike, but still couldn't find the crafting station. The seat bucket was also empty. Finally, when he turned the key to start the electric bike, the seat lit up with craft and disassemble, and there was also a material slot next to it. The material slot contained 3 iron ingots. 3 iron ingots in the same storage slot. It seemed that identical items could stack. However, he wasn't sure about the limit. Wei Chuan tried it, and smoothly took out the iron ingot. Not bound. Looking at the iron ingot in his hand, Wei Chuan felt a slight heaviness in his heart. The vehicle and its functions were not bound to anyone, which meant that killing and looting would become one of the best ways to acquire resources. Of course. The situation was chaotic, but it hadn't yet reached him. When he was on the vehicle, it was only him causing trouble for others. When he wasn't on the vehicle, the doors and transmission system were directly sealed off, even a thief would shed tears trying to get in. He stored the iron ingot in the material slot. Wei Chuan used mind shaping and directly dismantled the electric bike into parts. The material slot could only hold items he could carry. The electric bike was heavy, so it couldn't be fully stored. He could only dismantle it into parts and then store them. Under the effect of the insight into essence skill, he had already grasped all the mechanical principles and operating principles of this electric bike. This was more important than the bike itself. As long as he could find some batteries and solar panels, he could make a battery pack and a solar panel system, and modify the armored vehicle's diesel system into a hybrid diesel-electric system. These things are hard to get. I'll just gather them slowly. He kept this in mind and returned to the vehicle to start it. His mind had completely calmed down, as if the brutal scene just now had never happened. Only the red dot getting smaller in the rearview mirror silently spoke of the coldness and darkness of this world. Another hour passed, and it was noon, 12 o'clock. During this time, Wei Chuan found another gray iron box, but unfortunately, it only contained a pair of scissors and a copper ingot. He parked the armored vehicle by the side of the road, ready to eat something and take a break. Oh, right. Put the gasoline up. While eating toast, Wei Chuan walked to the trunk, grabbed the gasoline can, and then opened the trading post. Buzz. The manual page glowed, and a semi-transparent light blue screen instantly unfolded above the manual, floating in front of Wei Chuan's eyes. At the top were 5 clear category tags. Search, sell, buy, wanted, my items. Wei Chuan searched for the price of fuel and found that diesel and gasoline were mostly exchanged per liter, so he directly traded for a 20-liter barrel of diesel. Not bad, the trading post didn't charge any fees. The current prices hadn't stabilized yet, so no one was losing or profiting. As long as you could get what you needed, it was a win-win. The most expensive were fresh water and recipes, those prices were sky-high. Ridiculous, even gods can't afford it. Seeing a bottle of 300 milliliters of mineral water being priced at the same value as 10 liters of gasoline, Wei Chuan couldn't help but complain, and casually switched to the wanted page. Chapter 5, Silver Box, Pistol Crossbow Recipe. Wanted, I need medical supplies for stopping bleeding, willing to exchange everything I have. Wanted, I need self-defense weapons, any weapon is fine, price is negotiable. Wanted, I urgently need gasoline, willing to trade with clean well water, sincerely selling, come if you're interested. Wanted, I urgently need a bicycle pump, willing to exchange with unlimited shaving razor blueprints, I only want the bicycle pump, don't bother me, idiots. The screen was filled with a dense array of wanted posts, making his head spin. This feature is quite convenient. Wei Chuan briefly browsed for a while. He also posted a buying request. Wanted, various metals, metal products, machinery, diesel, photovoltaic panels, batteries, blueprints, in exchange for weapons, price negotiable. 3 buying posts can be published per day, and each is valid for 1 hour. Before the price of goods in the trading hall stabilizes, buying posts that can be privately messaged are obviously more useful as they can more accurately find the seller or buyer groups. As soon as the post was sent out, the social feature lit up. When he clicked in, it was all private message notifications. Chen Yun, boss, did you get your hands on the weapon formulas? What kind of weapons? Zhang Wei, hello, I have a broken water pump, do you want it? Lin Kongkong, what weapon? If it's a kitchen knife or something, forget it, but if it's a mountain-cleaving knife or something like that, I can trade it for a 28-bar bicycle. Gao Qian, wow, handsome guy, so impressive. You've already started wholesale weapons so quickly. Wu Binbin, brother, how much for the hub? Normal size for a sedan, made of aluminum alloy. Weapons really have a market. Seeing so many private messages, Wei Chuan couldn't help but smile. Hello, I want the water pump. I have a dagger, want to trade? Much better than a mountain-cleaving knife, nearly half a meter long axe. I just used it to kill a wolf, the blood hasn't even been cleaned off yet. Brother, aluminum alloy isn't very durable. I'll trade a dagger, how about it? Wei Chuan carefully picked out those who genuinely wanted to do business and responded to each one. The aluminum alloy frame from the electric bike was just right for making cold weapons. Without a wooden stick for a handle, the best choice was a dagger, hollow handle, solid blade, requiring little material and effort. Deal. A few seconds later, replies came back, and everyone expressed willingness to trade. This result was within Wei Chuan's expectations. For most people, these scraps of metal are worth less than a slice of bread, let alone a dagger that can be used for self-defense. He sent a unified message to wait a moment and melted down part of the electric bike frame, making 10 daggers all at once. They were all about 30 centimeters long, and calling them short knives wasn't inaccurate, definitely a fair merchant. This blue bar is too short. Having expended a lot of energy, Wei Chuan felt a wave of fatigue. He wasn't sure if there were any items that could improve his mental power and physical condition. From the looks of things, even if he were given 1,000 years, he wouldn't be able to upgrade the armored vehicle to a base vehicle. Shaking his swollen head, Wei Chuan opened the private messages and clicked on the trade, swapping everything over. In fact, the value of scrap metal wasn't as high as weapons, but he urgently needed the materials, so he didn't haggle. 1 slightly bent 28-bar bicycle. 1 rusty small water pump. one slightly rusted aluminum alloy hub. The materials were good, so they could be kept as reserves. In a short while, the private messages piled up with dozens more. Wang Meng, brother, I have a safe the size of a microwave, really heavy, do you want it? Zhao Qian son, I have half a box of various screws and nuts, what weapons do you have? Bai Jia, hello, I have a battery, not sure if it's usable, want it? Cheng Xiaocheng, boss, I have a big rear-end TV. Not many were seriously looking to trade, only a dozen or so. Wei Chuan chatted with them briefly and completed the transactions in order. The daggers weren't enough, so the ones who didn't get a trade were put on a waiting list, added as friends for the next batch. I'm going to get rich. Looking at the pile of scrap metal in the trunk, Wei Chuan felt a bit more at ease and smiled with satisfaction. These were the ammunition for his arms business. With 2 posting opportunities left, he planned to save them for the evening to collect food, fresh water, formulas, and diesel. While most people's survival situations hadn't stabilized, he needed to seize the advantage of making cold weapons and stockpile more hard currency. Wei Chuan started the armored vehicle again. He slowly moved along the road. The monotonous, repetitive desert scenery was grinding him into numbness. He had been driving for over 10 minutes, and just as he was about to open the communication channel for some entertainment, a strange reflection pierced his eyes. The reflection came from about 10 meters behind him to the right. There was a nearly 2-meter-tall wind-eroded rock pile, and behind it, a silver-white box was hidden. The shine was a bit dull, hardly noticeable even under the sun. If he hadn't glanced at the rearview mirror while grabbing the survival manual, he might have completely missed it. Silver grade. Wei Chuan's spirit instantly surged, and his heart began to race. If a gray iron box could contain gasoline and water, what would be inside a silver box, which was 2 levels higher? Wei Chuan immediately reversed the vehicle, gripping the machete tightly, and against the almost melting heat waves, he quickly ran towards the silver box. Silver box, a rarer supply box with more valuable contents. As usual, he knocked twice. After confirming there was no sound from inside, Wei Chuan took a deep breath, exhaled onto his palm, rubbed his hands together, and slowly opened the lid. There weren't many items, just 3 things. 1. A pure black small plastic carrying case, which appeared to be a toolbox. 2. A row of neatly arranged crossbow arrows, 30 in total. 3. A roll of light yellow scroll, tied with a white ribbon. A blueprint? Wei Chuan's gaze was instantly drawn to the scroll. He was filled with anticipation, carefully picking it up and gently untying the ribbon. Blueprint, semi-automatic Falcon handgun crossbow. Accurate range, 30 meters, arrow chamber holds 5 arrows, each time the cocking mechanism is pulled, it prepares for a shot. Crafting attempts, 1/1. Required materials, springs X2, rubber X3, steel ingots X3, plastic X3, nails X3. Do you want to learn? Wei Chuan didn't hesitate at all, directly clicking to learn. The next moment, the scroll turned into countless tiny light particles and vanished from his hands. I should be able to make it now. Wei Chuan glanced back at the armored vehicle. However, he didn't rush to return. Instead, he first checked the other 2 items. Chapter 6, Invincible. The crossbow arrows were clearly meant to go with the crossbow. Each arrow was finely made, with sharp tips. As for the black plastic case, it was indeed a toolbox, containing a full set of hardware tools. If you count all the various knife heads, the total number must be around 100. Not bad. Wei Chuan nodded slightly, closing the toolbox. These tools weren't very useful to him. After all, aside from the electrical tester and tape measure, everything else could be made by hand, so he could have as many as he wanted. But the appearance of this toolbox gave him an idea. Just because he couldn't use them didn't mean others couldn't. Vehicles got bumped and damaged, and repairs needed tools. He could make a batch and put them up for sale in the trading market. The tools were small, and the cost was almost 0. If there was a market, it could be a big profit. Only 10 can be stacked? Well, that's still okay. Wei Chuan put everything into his storage compartment. He noticed that the 30 crossbow arrows only took up 3 storage slots, then quickly walked back to the armored vehicle. The first thing he did when he returned to the vehicle was to open the crafting station and check. As expected, the previously empty crafting station now had a semi-automatic Falcon handgun crossbow blueprint icon. Once selected, he could put the materials into the slots to craft it. Springs, rubber, steel nails. Wei Chuan noted the materials and immediately crafted one by hand. However, the only material he could use from his previous disassembled steel pipe was the steel ingot. Clearly, the crafting needed natural materials, man-made ones couldn't be used. Tisk, so stingy. Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed. He had been hoping to exploit a bug and resell materials, but that had been a huge loss. He opened the trading market to see that the materials needed to craft the crossbow were readily available there. A simple search brought up hundreds of pages, but the prices were ridiculously high. Item name, spring. Quantity, 5. Price, freshwater X 500 ml. Item name, steel ingot. Quantity, 4. Price, diesel 10L. Forget it, I'll deal with it later. I can exchange a dagger for materials or break down some junk. It's still cheaper than just buying it directly. Wei Chuan shook his head and closed the trading post. Actually, he wasn't really lacking weapons. With this armored car, no one could hurt him. Even if he encountered lions or tigers, he wouldn't be afraid. Pressing the gas pedal, it was just a speed bump. The main thing was that he had a fear of lacking firepower. Without a handy weapon in hand, he always felt uneasy. Also, a handgun crossbow was mechanical. Once he got the manufacturing principles, it would be like getting a recipe with no limits on how many times it could be made. It would be a super money-making tree. When the handgun crossbow goes on sale, he would also need to get himself an iron shell to avoid being killed by the weapons he was selling. He would need to make a few more for personal use, fill them all with crossbow bolts, and store them in the compartments. That way, he could pull them out at any time, saving time on reloading. The armored vehicle drove back onto the road, its rusted body radiating heat waves under the scorching sun. But this time, Wei Chuan's mood was very good. He looked forward to something even hotter than the sunlight. The handgun crossbow recipe was like a glowing hot iron, deeply engraved in his mind, driving away the monotony of the long drive. In the afternoon, Wei Chuan wasn't having much luck. From 12:30 p.m. to 6 p.m., he didn't encounter a single supply box, nor did he see any resource points. The only good news was that the temperature had finally dropped. At the hottest time around 2 p.m., it was 39 degrees, but now it had dropped to 29 degrees. It was at least a little cooler, and turning off the air conditioning could save some fuel. Just as he was feeling a bit deflated and getting ready to stop for dinner, the armored car passed a heavily weathered clay cliff. At the bottom of the cliff was a somewhat hidden depression. The cave entrance was partially covered by torn cloth and rubble, like a simple resource point. Wei Chuan immediately stopped the vehicle, grabbed his machete, and approached, carefully observing the clay cliff. It really was a cave. The entrance wasn't big, only one person could bend down to enter, but the interior wasn't small. There were many broken wooden boxes and oil barrels stacked, looking like an underground shelter. A supply box? Wei Chuan moved the rubble aside, stuffed the torn cloth into his pocket, and then crawled into the cave. After rummaging around, the smile on his face slowly faded. It was just some weathered wooden boxes that crumbled with a touch. Even the oil barrels were empty, rusted so badly that they were more fragile than cookies, with no value even for recycling. But after moving all the space-occupying trash, he found his real reward deep in the cave. An orange with somewhat wrinkled skin, exuding a strong sweet and sour fragrance. A 10-liter, unopened portable plastic diesel barrel. The bad luck of the afternoon was finally over. Wei Chuan immediately packed the orange in the oil barrel, then carefully checked again to confirm there was nothing else of value in the cave before quickly returning to the vehicle. The setting sun began to sink, dyeing the endless desert a golden red. Wei Chuan glanced at the time in his survival manual, 1819. Almost 7. A feeling of tension rose in Wei Chuan's heart as he drove the armored car a bit farther, stopping on a road with open views all around. Just in case, he needed to craft the handgun crossbow before nightfall. This should be enough. Wei Chuan picked up the gray iron box on the passenger seat and went to the back of the car. The gray iron box contained 19 daggers, which he had made from noon until now. Whenever he had a bit of energy, he would make them, otherwise it would be wasted. The daggers are done, can I trade them now? Opening the social app, Wei Chuan sent a message to the customers who had reserved the daggers. At noon, 10 customers said they could wait, and he added them as friends, but now only 7 were left. The other 3 were probably no longer interested. After waiting for a while, 6 customers replied and clicked on the trade. There was one who hadn't responded, probably didn't want it anymore. After organizing the exchange junk, Wei Chuan opened the trading post. He searched for the materials needed to make the handgun crossbow and, seeing that the prices were still high, decisively chose to disassemble them himself. Disassembly successful. Get plastic *2, springs *3, nails *3, rubber *5, steel ingots *10. Decomposition successful, obtained electronic components *1, bearings *1, plastic *3, cables *5, iron ingots *5, nails *5. Wei Chuan's first decomposition was the 28-bar bicycle. He found that there wasn't enough plastic, so he exchanged some steel ingots at the trading hall, finally gathering all the materials. That's enough. Wei Chuan excitedly opened the crafting table, directly selecting the handgun crossbow recipe, putting all the materials in, and clicked to craft. Springs -2, rubber -3, steel ingots -3, plastic -3, nails -3. Crafting successful, obtained hunting falcon handgun crossbow *1. It's done. Wei Chuan grabbed the handgun crossbow, feeling its weight, with a perfect hand feel, an indescribable sense of achievement and security filled him. He quickly pressed the bolt into the arrow chamber, pulled the cocking mechanism. A crisp click sounded, and Wei Chuan tightly gripped the handgun crossbow, aimed it at the driver's cabin window and took a quick look, his restless heart completely calming down. From now on, who dares speak loudly to me? Chapter 7, Stockpiling Supplies, Red-Eyed Zombies. Good treasure. Wei Chuan couldn't put down the handgun crossbow. This handgun crossbow holds 5 bolts, and one cocking pull fires 1 shot. It could be used just like a bolt-action sniper rifle, though it's the downgraded version. Plus, its size is moderate, just right for one hand to aim and fire, while the other pulls the cocking mechanism. As long as the hand speed is fast enough, all 5 bolts can be fired in 3 seconds, even while running. An absolute magical item. Weapon done, next is survival supplies. Wei Chuan opened the trading hall, then clicked, Wanted, and posted a request. Wanted, need food, fresh water, diesel, and recipes, exchange with premium long knives, private message with price, slow hands, slap the thigh. The post had just been sent out for a few seconds, and the social function was instantly flooded with a huge amount of private messages, the red-on-red markers jumping wildly. Lu Chengxian, boss, can materials be exchanged? I have a lot of iron ingots. Zhua Hong, handsome, do you want a cigarette holder blueprint? Gao Yu, 3 bottles of 300 milliliters of mineral water, do you exchange? Yang Changfei, brother, 10 liters of diesel for exchange. Wei Chuan quickly skimmed through, selecting the satisfactory offers, directly clicking on the trade, and exchanged 13 long knives for a large amount of basic supplies. 14 bottles of 300 milliliters mineral water. 7 pieces of near-expiry compressed biscuits. 140 liters of diesel. 1 apple, 3 bananas, 3 slices of toast bread, 5 iron ingots. As evening approached, many people were eager to collect weapons, offering very straightforward prices. Some even raised the price when Wei Chuan couldn't reply in time. It can only be said that the wealthy are still many. The richest one even offered 50 liters of diesel, not sure if they had a related talent. Still underestimated the European emperor. My talent is amazing, but others may not be any worse. The next batch of long knives must raise the price. Wei Chuan happily organized the supplies. The only regret was that he didn't get any useful recipes. But that's normal. Before running out of ammo, not many people would sell their recipes, and those that are available don't help with survival. Of course. As more rookies appear, there is definitely a chance to pick up bargains. It's just that Wei Chuan didn't hang around in the trading hall or communication channels much, so he didn't run into that good fortune. After tidying up the room, he checked the armored vehicle. Vehicle, 8x8 military-wheeled armored personnel carrier. Fuel tank, 380L/600L, maximum highway speed 100 km per hour, at a stable driving state, 100 km consumes 55L of diesel. Function, crafting table. Damn. Seeing that it consumed 220 liters of diesel in one day, Wei Chuan couldn't help but sigh. He drove only 400 kilometers today. If it were a normal sedan, 30 liters would be about right. Luckily, with the S-level mechanical mastery talent, otherwise, it would be impossible to sustain. He put all the 170 liters of diesel he got today into the fuel tank, also filled a bit of water, then returned to the car, and checked the doors and shooting ports, ensuring they were all locked. There might be danger tonight, and he absolutely wouldn't leave the car. With the mineral water, Wei Chuan ate a piece of compressed biscuit, filled his stomach, and then went to the rear compartment. Place your hand on the remaining frame of the electric bike. Shape it with your mind, start. The frame slowly softened, and the tires bounced gently like jelly. The second crossbow pistol and 30 crossbow bolts were quickly taking shape. Enough. Wei Chuan looked at the second crossbow pistol, his eyes flashing with sharp light. In fact, he still had plenty of energy. He could easily make 2 or 3 more sets, but considering the possibility of fighting tonight, he dared not consume too much. This was the consequence of reading too many novels, always feeling like no matter how much preparation was done, it wouldn't be enough. The real situation might be that it wouldn't be needed at all, and he could just hide in the car to safely pass the night. After all, if even an armored car couldn't stop them, then District 50001 would be wiped out tonight. Outside the car, the last trace of daylight completely disappeared. Ink-like darkness swallowed the desert, and the world was eerily silent. Nightfall. Wei Chuan loaded the crossbow pistol with bolts and placed it into the storage compartment, then opened the communication channel. The regional channel was already in chaos, panic spreading like a plague. Region 50001, 9567/10,000 people. Lin Hai, damn, there's something by the roadside, looks like a person, eyes glowing red like lanterns. Zhao Gang, where did this monster come from? Can you stop scaring yourself? Chen shouty, damn, a group of zombies is chasing me, luckily the motorcycle is fast, almost got finished off. He ping, ha, damn, opened a bronze box and got some stir-fried shrimp, this survival game is too funny. Dong Xiaobing, it's over, the ones on 2 wheels are dead for sure. Zhaobaojia, everyone, don't get out of the car, turn off the lights, don't make a sound, those things don't seem to attack humans on their own. Monsters? Zombies? Wei Chuan froze instantly, a cold chill creeping up his spine. He suddenly looked up and through the car's shooting hole, he peered outside. He saw many pairs of red eyes flashing in the darkness, those eyes just happened to lock with his gaze, as if they were about to pounce on him the next moment. With the faint moonlight, Wei Chuan saw the true appearance of those monsters. They were humanoid monsters without clothes, no physiological features, eyes glowing red, about 2 meters tall on average, with long limbs and gray-black skin, looking like more terrifying zombies. However, the mechanical perception didn't give a warning, which meant there was no hostility outside the car. What does it mean to surround but not attack? Wei Chuan gripped the crossbow bolt tightly, his heartbeat accelerating, silently chanting in his mind, don't panic, this is an armored car, it's only me who can hurt others. Buzzing. At that moment, a low engine roar came from outside, like a cold steel needle, suddenly piercing the silence of the desert night. Damn, are you crazy? Wei Chuan was startled by the noise, quickly returned to the driver's seat to prepare the ignition, and looked at the rearview mirror. A van was speeding, with several red-eyed monsters chasing behind. However, the red-eyed monsters were not fast, moving at nearly the same speed as humans, quickly left behind by the van. Suddenly, the dozens of pairs of blood-red eyes, which had been fixated on the armored car, all turned toward the speeding van. It was as if they smelled the tempting prey, their long limbs moved in unison, and their gray-black skin shimmered ominously under the moonlight, directly running onto the road, charging toward the van. Good brother, you've done me a big favor. Seeing this scene, Wei Chuan's pupils contracted, obtaining an important piece of information. It turned out that the red-eyed monsters' attacks were triggered by conditions, no wonder they were only wandering around instead of directly attacking. Sounds, lights, movement, temperature, etc., could all be triggers. But it was already clear that as long as the car's engine was turned off and no big noise was made, the red-eyed monsters wouldn't attack. If that's the case, then it isn't too dangerous. Even if you're the unlucky one on 2 wheels, as long as you lie down obediently on the ground, you can avoid them, and in such hot weather, it's impossible to freeze to death. Chapter 8, Source Crystal, A Massacre Begins. Wei Chuan held his breath, staring intently at the van growing closer in the rearview mirror. The various noises created by the vehicle merging together were especially clear in the quiet Gobi night, like a provocative drumbeat, igniting the fury of all the red-eyed monsters. Roar! The hoarse, menacing roars echoed one after another as over a dozen red-eyed monsters charged towards the van. The van driver seemed to be scared, immediately flooring the accelerator, trying to crash through the monster pile to carve a path for himself. Bang! 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 The dull, heart-pounding thuds of impact rang out continuously. Taking advantage of its weight and speed, the van knocked several red-eyed monsters flying. The red-eyed monsters were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, their bodies twisting and distorting, black blood splattering in the moonlight. Average combat power. Wei Chuan felt secretly pleased, thinking that if it were an armored vehicle, it could take down 100 or 80 of them without a problem. Just as he thought the van could break through the siege, one red-eyed monster leaped at the van, not getting knocked away but directly smashing through the windshield, half of its body embedding into the driver's seat. In the next moment, the van's front suddenly swerved, darting off the road to the left front of the armored vehicle, spinning wildly under the force of inertia. Finally, the van came to a stop on the sand, less than 30 meters from the armored vehicle. The wheels were up in the air, smoke billowed from under the hood, and the headlights flickered on and off. The red-eyed monsters that had been knocked aside quickly surrounded the van, dragging the driver from the seat, tearing at him in a bone-chilling manner. In this nauseating scene, Wei Chuan's pupils suddenly contracted. A red-eyed monster, its skull half crushed by the van, staggered to its feet before tumbling down again. As it fell, something glowing faintly with a blue light fell out of its brain, clearly visible in the dark night. What is that? Wei Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and his intuition told him the thing was definitely not simple. Could it be an item that grants superpowers when consumed? This is what novels always say. Once this thought appeared, it couldn't be suppressed, instantly igniting a flame in his heart that grew fiercer and fiercer. A hidden treasure, you already have a death wish. After a few seconds of thought, the hesitation in Wei Chuan's eyes was replaced by greed and desire. Although he didn't know what that thing was, he had to get it. It was just a bug that could be easily crushed by a van, nothing to fear in front of an armored vehicle, it was as fragile as tofu. Boom! The armored vehicle's engine roared to life, and the lights blazed, illuminating the surroundings. The red-eyed monsters, busy dividing the spoils, suddenly raised their heads, their blood-red eyes all turning towards the roaring steel beast. Come! Wei Chuan's eyes became sharp as he activated the 8-wheel drive mode on the armored vehicle, slammed it into reverse, and floored the accelerator. The massive vehicle shot backward and then quickly stopped. At this moment, the red-eyed monsters, attracted by the noise, abandoned their spoils. They roared and charged towards the armored vehicle, their blood-red eyes forming a river of blood in the darkness. Die! Wei Chuan's eyes showed no fear, only a hint of madness. He quickly shifted the vehicle into drive, slammed the steering wheel hard to the left, and floored the accelerator. The rusted steel beast, like a wild horse breaking free, charged forward with a violent momentum, aiming directly at the oncoming red-eyed monsters. Bang! 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 The monsters in the front were instantly knocked away, their bodies twisting in the air, some even torn into pieces. The heavy wheels ruthlessly crushed their bodies, the sound of bones shattering loud and clear. So satisfying. Wei Chuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, driving the armored vehicle through a series of sharp turns. Each turn, each acceleration, killed at least one red-eyed monster. Although the number of red-eyed monsters was large. But in front of the 8x8 armored vehicle, it's truly no different from an ant. Anyway, once it's crushed, death is inevitable. Less than a minute's time. With the last red-eyed monster crushed into mud, the road finally returned to peace. Wei Chuan scanned through the car window and noticed that there were no more red-eyed monsters around. But even so, he still didn't dare to get out of the car directly. Instead, he drove the armored vehicle around the road for a few more minutes. Seems like there really are no more. Wei Chuan turned off the engine, slowly opened the car door, stuck his head out, and surveyed the surroundings. After confirming safety, he carefully stepped out of the armored vehicle. The ground was covered with the severed limbs of the red-eyed monsters, and the air was filled with a strong, foul odor. His target was clear, the thing glowing blue. Upon getting closer, it was indeed a crystal, with edges and angles, looking like a piece of crystal, only the size of a small pinky. Wei Chuan was worried that the flesh and blood of the red-eyed monsters might be toxic, so he used a piece of torn cloth to pick it up. Source crystal, a crystal containing faint source energy, the power source of the night demon, and the core energy of the source device. After the formula, the second item with embedded information appeared. Night demon, source crystal, source device. Wei Chuan paused for a moment, quickly connecting these pieces of information in his mind. A type of special technological product or weapon's energy source? Although it was far from the imagined psychic awakening crystal, Wei Chuan still felt a surge of excitement inside him. To use such a magical energy crystal as an energy source, the source device must be something incredible. Similarly, the source crystal, which can power the source device, must be extremely valuable. Maybe it will become the mainstream currency in the future. And he owns an armored vehicle. Killing night demons is easier than killing chickens. Aren't source crystals available in abundance? Let's do it. Wei Chuan licked his slightly dry lips, looking at the bloody scene on the road. He no longer felt disgusted or nervous, only an unprecedented desire. One step, slow step. The first few days of opening the game are the most important. After searching, Wei Chuan found a total of 18 source crystals. After putting them into his storage space, he quickly returned to the vehicle. V-room. The engine started again, and the high beams shone far ahead. However, Wei Chuan's eyes were even brighter than the lights. He pressed the gas pedal, and the armored vehicle sped toward the darkness further ahead. 5 minutes later. Outside the vehicle, corpses were scattered everywhere, and the stinking black blood had stained the road red. There were also many dents on the armored vehicle's tough body, but its overall structure was intact. The 7.62mm ballistic standard couldn't be broken by flesh and blood. As for Wei Chuan's storage space, the number of source crystals had increased to a total of 26. Not enough, I need more. He placed all the source crystals in the back compartment, his eyes flashing with fiery light. Night was no longer a tense ordeal. It was now Wei, the general, hunting for the future's grand feast. Right, can't go too far. That van is still waiting for him to collect it. Chapter 9, A Good Harvest, Hybrid Fuel and Gas. It was 10 p.m. Wei Chuan drove the armored vehicle, now stained with a lot of black blood, back to the spot where the van had the accident. Almost there. Wei Chuan leaned back in his seat, letting out a long sigh. 3 continuous hours of hunting had netted him a total of 150 source crystals. The number was less than expected. Only the first wave of night demons had more, and the ones found later were no longer in groups. There were never more than 10 at a time, mostly 2 or 3 gathered together. It seemed that the more people there were, the more night demons appeared. In places with fewer people, there were fewer night demons. But 150 was still a decent number. From now on, he would set this as the standard. Unless there were special circumstances, he would gather 150 source crystals every day. After placing all the source crystals in the silver box, Wei Chuan opened the communication channel and briefly checked the situation in Area 50001. Area 50001, 7626/10,000 people. Zhao Baojia, as long as you turn off the engine and make no sound, these monsters won't attack you. I have no more speaking chances, everyone pass the sentence. Chunhao, with so few people, it's still not safe. How about we form a convoy? Later, if we encounter something, we can team up. Wu Mengjin, damn, there are several zombies outside. I'm afraid they'll pounce on me while I'm sleeping. Lu Li, thanks to Brother Zhao for the reminder. Everyone be careful tonight. Lin Hang, laughing to death, I ride an electric bike and have no problems, but you guys in small cars go in like a ghost den. Can't you set up a shelter before dark? Seeing nearly 2,000 people gone in 3 hours, Wei Chuan felt a chill and touched the steering wheel. Luck is the first hurdle. Most of those who died should have been riding unprotected two-wheelers or three-wheelers. If it were him, when seeing the night demon, he would also run for his life and then get caught or blocked, becoming a midnight snack for the night demon. As he continued to scroll, many people were thanking Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao should be that Zhao Baojia, a seemingly strong middle-aged man, who had sent out a warning message when the night demon first appeared. He must be a kind-hearted person. Some others were discussing forming teams, same team but different vehicles. Wei Chuan also thought forming teams was a good idea, but this team couldn't be formed casually. Equal vehicles, complementary talents, benefit distribution, and other issues need to be resolved, otherwise, the convoy couldn't be pulled together. Even a gray iron box could lead to a fight. If he were to form a team, he would definitely look for teammates who were not strong in combat, gentle in personality, and could assist him. Better if they are beauties. Thinking this, a smile appeared on Wei Chuan's face that all men understood, and he secretly added in his heart. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, unless one is male and the other is female. Turning off the communication channel, Wei Chuan's gaze shifted to the bread truck that was overturned. It wasn't blown up or burned, just badly deformed from the crash. This material is amazing. Wei Chuan drove over and opened the back door. The rear door of this armored vehicle is a drop-down door, which becomes a ramp when lowered, making it quicker to get on and off than the front door, perfect for dangerous surroundings and easy to escape. Insight into the essence. Wei Chuan pressed his hand on the bread truck, and the S-level talent skill was activated. Invisible mental strength extended like tentacles, penetrating every part of the bread truck, a large amount of mechanical information pouring into his mind. Gasoline engine, just right. A glint flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes as he instantly thought about how to use this bread truck. He pressed his hand on the armored vehicle and activated the blueprint construction. At that moment, the armored vehicle lit up with blue light, becoming like a semi-transparent structure showcase. From the armor to the screws, every part was clear to see. Add a bit to the length, the gasoline engine and fuel tank at the back. Transmission system. Energy may not be enough, don't fuse it for now, the 4 small tires won't be enough, just make it into narrow tires for support. Wei Chuan used both hands, sketching on the vehicle blueprint. Each time he finished a stroke, his talent would automatically optimize the blueprint, forming a usable vehicle blueprint. What he needed to do was fill in the missing parts and materials. Got it. 2 minutes later, Wei Chuan ended blueprint construction. The armored vehicle on the blueprint had not changed in height and width, still 3 meters and 2.6 meters, but the total length increased from 10 meters to 11.5 meters. The power turned into dual power, a total of 10 wheels, with the front 8 wheels driven by a diesel engine and the back 2 wheels driven by a gasoline engine. Let's get to work. Wei Chuan rolled up his sleeves and began dismantling the bread truck. Drawing isn't the hard part, the difficult part is the final shaping and fusion. With his current energy, he simply couldn't finish it all at once. That's why he started working overnight, preparing to take apart all that should be taken apart and repair everything that needed to be repaired, hoping to complete the modifications before tomorrow's departure. At 10:20 p.m. Wei Chuan dragged his weary body back to the vehicle and began assembling the broken single wooden bed. The bread truck had already been dismantled into parts, some of the body merged into the armored vehicle, increasing the armored vehicle's chassis by 1.5 meters. After finishing these, he started to feel a headache. The remaining work can only be left for tomorrow. If I sleep on this for a night, won't my back be broken by tomorrow? After assembling the wooden bed, Wei Chuan tried lying down for a while, only to find that he simply couldn't get used to the hard board after being accustomed to a mattress. This won't do. Sleep quality is extremely important, it directly affects the efficiency of energy recovery. Wei Chuan decisively opened the trading post and searched for items like mats. Item name, bamboo mat. Quantity, 1. Price, 5 liters of gasoline. Item name, straw mat. He actually found quite a lot. From the item descriptions, they were not new goods made from recipes, but second-hand items found in resource points. Wei Chuan picked and chose until he finally bought a foldable rattan mat, a second-hand buckwheat pillow, and a worn blanket. The total cost was 4 steel ingots and 6 iron ingots. After a quick pat and clean, he placed the blanket underneath, covered it with the rattan mat, and added the buckwheat pillow. A nice bed was created. There were quilts in the trading post, but he didn't buy any. In normal Gobi and desert areas, the temperature difference between day and night is quite large, but here the temperature difference is only about 10 degrees, so there is no need for heating. It was even a bit hot. Wei Chuan lay down to try it out and felt completely different. Comfortable. To keep the air flowing, he opened a small gap in one of the shooting holes, making it easy for outside sounds to come in. Before sleep. Considering that the food he ate today was lacking in nutrition, Wei Chuan treated himself to a snack, an orange he found by hand in the afternoon. Gently peeling the orange skin, the fragrance immediately filled the car, refreshing and uplifting. He broke off a segment and sent it to his mouth. The plump juice and sweet taste burst open instantly, even pushing away the fatigue. Although the orange peel was a bit shriveled, the inner fruit was unaffected, and instead, it was a perfectly ripe, sweet orange. Chapter 10, The next day, getting into the groove. The next day, Wei Chuan was awakened by his biological clock. Seeing that it was still pitch dark outside, he took the survival manual from the storage compartment and glanced at the time. Survivor, Wei Chuan. Talent, S-level mechanical control. Time, 6:03. Weather, sunny. Temperature, 27 degrees Celsius. On such a hot day, it's 6 o'clock and still dark. It seems I have set it for 7 o'clock. Wei Chuan lazily climbed out of bed, got down to lock the shooting hole he had opened for ventilation last night, and also scouted around. He didn't see a single night demon. Good, without the night demons bothering him, and no sun to add to the heat, now was a great time to work. After finishing the last 3 pieces of toast, Wei Chuan hurriedly got out of the car. Blueprint construction. He reached out and gently patted the rear of the vehicle, and the armored car's blueprints lit up again. 10 minutes later, a fatigued Wei Chuan lay down on the bed. The chassis had been modified, fully integrating the van's running system into the armored vehicle. Now only the body remained to be shaped. But the body was the most difficult part to modify. To ensure that the vehicle's defense does not decrease, the materials must be sufficient, meaning more molding and fusion of metals, which also requires more energy. With 40 minutes until dawn, this little bit of time would only allow him to recover some energy, not enough to support him in completing the remaining modifications. So, the plan had to be changed. After his energy recovers a bit, he would directly pack the remaining materials from the van and lengthen the vehicle during the day when he had free time. He did not want to be chased by sandstorms, that would be too suffocating and risky. This lie down lasted 40 minutes. When the time struck 7 o'clock, the sky quickly brightened. The most amazing thing was that when the sunlight hit, the corpses of the night demons quickly turned to dust and scattered in the wind. Wei Chuan quickly got out of the car to finish up, then started the armored car and began a new day of resource searching. Area 50001, 7006/10,000 people. Luzhiny, a motorcycle across the street was attacked by a wolf pack, such a tragedy, it even avoided the zombies at night but couldn't escape the wild animals. Ludon, does anyone know how to use source crystals? Kamrui, the solid tire modification template is now available, just 10 bottles of mineral water. My Zhanyun, brothers in front, wait a moment, I drive an old man's joyride, should we form a team? Hit me up if you see this. Sure Judja, is anyone interested in a gas stove? Li Bing, I added a few friends in the purchasing thread, there's one from area 420619, and 4.2 billion people have crossed over. Zhao Ruiying, not just that, I added one from area 482011, it's likely a global crossover, but there are no elderly or children, the youngest in our area is 15, and the oldest is 60, it's the same in other areas. With nothing to do, Wei Chuan took out the survival manual and opened the communication channel. There are fewer people in the area now. But compared to nearly 2,000 people dying 3 hours before nightfall, the 600 who died in these last 9 hours is truly not that many. After one night, there were many more normal conversations in the channel. Everyone is gradually entering survival mode, and most topics revolve around survival. Source crystal. Seeing someone ask about the use of source crystals, Wei Chuan was momentarily stunned, but quickly shook his head with a smile. There's nothing odd about it, the world is never short of lucky people. Without even mentioning military combat vehicles like tanks and armored vehicles, just normal trucks can easily handle night demons, source crystals are way too easy to farm. What is the solid tire modification template? And the gas stove, that's not bad, if I can find fresh water outdoors, it would be just right to boil water in the kettle I found yesterday. Wei Chuan quickly found the items he was interested in. Hello, how much for the gas stove? He sent a private message to Sher Jejia and then opened the trading hall, searching for modification templates. Not searching would have been better, searching shocked him. There were a total of 102 pages, with 10 trading slots per page, meaning the total number of modification templates in the trading hall had already reached 4 digits. Not just the solid tire modification template, but also templates for car windows, chassis, car doors, and other templates. All are used to upgrade vehicles, even two-wheeled and three-wheeled ones have a chance for a comeback. Wei Chuan casually selected one to view the item information. Tempered car door modification template, stick it on the vehicle door to use, it can make the door sturdier. Modification times, 1/1. Required for modification, depends on the size of the vehicle door. Oh. Wei Chuan suddenly understood, this thing was just a bankrupt version of S-grade mechanical control. To him, it's not worth even a bottle of water, but for those without mechanical talents, this thing can be considered a divine artifact. After all, vehicles are an extremely important part of survival. The price is a bit inflated, the cheapest batch costs 20 liters of fuel, and right now, not many are willing to buy. One template can only modify one part, modifying all four wheels requires 4 templates, and after buying the templates, materials are needed, definitely a cash grab game. Not bad. After browsing through, Wei Chuan smiled and closed the trading hall. He was truly worried these templates could freely modify vehicles, but after looking, he felt much more at ease. S-grade talent will always reign supreme. Switching to social chat, ChatGPT had already given a price for the gas stove. ChatGPT, I just found it from a supply box, brand new and fully charged, 1 liter of fresh water or 20 liters of gasoline. Wei Chuan, that's a bit too expensive, sis, there's not enough water right now, I can only offer one 300 milliliter bottle of mineral water at most. If you're willing to trade, let's do it, if you think it's too little, just consider me a bother, okay? The other person's avatar looked like it belonged to someone about 45 years old, so Wei Chuan called her sis. Doing business, after all. ChatGPT didn't say anything, directly clicking on trade, placing the gas stove in the trading slot. The trading slot is the same as the storage slot, identical items can stack up to 10, but the trading slot has a total of 100 slots, which is more than enough. Wei Chuan checked and placed a bottle of mineral water in the slot. Items placed in the trading slot show their item information, just like in the trading hall, there's no worry about being scammed. Once he got the item, Wei Chuan casually placed it in the passenger seat. The gas stove isn't a survival essential at this stage, but he has an armored vehicle and possesses the ability to hunt wild animals. So I just bought it. Maybe I can drink some meat soup soon. To put it another way, when resources are not scarce, seeing something you want and just buying it for psychological satisfaction is worth it. He couldn't even be bothered to haggle. Half an hour later. The supplies box that Wei Chuan wanted most and the wild animals had not appeared, but he found a resource point. On the left side of the road, there was a group of ruined houses, probably 5 to 6 in total, which should yield quite a bit of loot. Come on, give me some formulas. Wei Chuan shouted in his heart and drove straight over. Chapter 11, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. The armored vehicle rolled over the gravel of the Gobi Desert and stopped in front of the ruins. Wei Chuan turned off the car, and the low roar of the engine disappeared, leaving the surroundings in dead silence again. He briefly scanned the area, confirming no living creatures were around, and took out his handgun crossbow from the storage compartment, opening the car door to get out. The hot wind mixed with dust hit his face. Upon closer inspection, the houses in front of him were left with only walls. Because they were made of stone, they looked like ancient ruins. However, Wei Chuan was not disappointed. These ruins were not for sightseeing but unique resource points in this world, which might yield some benefits. The first room was empty, with some wooden planks scattered on the ground and no furniture. Damn! Wei Chuan's sharp gaze swept across the ground and found many shoe prints. The patterns of the shoe prints were different, indicating that more than one person had been here, and the footprints were fresh, clearly visible on the thick dust. Someone got here first. When the sandstorm blows, these footprints will disappear, so these people must have come last night or this morning. It's only 7:30 now, if they got up late. Wei Chuan tightly gripped the handgun crossbow, stepping lightly back outside, ready to return to the armored vehicle. That group of people might still be here. There was a high possibility of them lying in ambush at the resource point. A resource point wasn't worth the risk for him. Just as Wei Chuan stepped back to the car and prepared to leave, 2 figures suddenly rushed out from behind the corner of the house, waving at him. Wait! Whoa! Wei Chuan's nerves were highly strung, startled by the shout, quickly aiming his crossbow at them. Ah! At the same time, a clear scream echoed, and the 2 figures hurriedly crouched down, protecting their heads. Not here to rob? Seeing their reaction, Wei Chuan's gaze quickly scanned over them. They were 2 very pretty girls, both looking younger than him, probably under 25. One wore a pink t-shirt with a white pleated skirt, her brown hair was quite messy, and her long, fair legs were covered with fine sand. The other wore an apricot-colored lace-collared long-sleeve top with a little black skirt, her black stockings already snagged, brown hair just at shoulder length, and a gold pendant hung around her neck. The 2 of them crouched together on the ground, wide-eyed with fear, their bodies shaking like leaves in the wind, filled with terror. Even from 8 or 9 meters away, they thought Wei Chuan was holding a gun. Don't shoot! The girl in the white skirt's voice trembled heavily, yet she still tried to speak. We mean no harm, we just stayed here overnight and came out when we heard sounds. What happened? Where's your car? Wei Chuan opened the car door, climbed onto the footboard, using the car door to shield himself, his sharp eyes assessing every movement of the two girls. This combination looked a bit like a cheerful senior sister and a silly rich beauty in terms of appearance and outfit. Hello, I'm Lu Qingqing, and she's Zhu Lingxue. Lu Qingqing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Lingxue's car was stolen by someone she helped. I met her in the afternoon and gave her a ride on my motorcycle. Later, we ran into a pack of wolves and didn't shake them off until we arrived here, but we ran out of gas on the motorcycle and could only stay overnight, barely avoiding the monsters at night. Her voice was filled with bitterness and helplessness. So, do you want to trade oil with me? Wei Chuan understood. No wonder these two unlucky ones came out. It turned out they had run out of ammunition and supplies. Wei. Lu Qingqing's eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment. She softly said, the supplies of Lingxue were taken away on the stolen truck. I still have 4 iron ingots, which I found here. Wei Chuan almost burst out laughing. What could 4 iron ingots be exchanged for? Indeed, if they had supplies, they could just go to the trading post to exchange them. Why come to him? Sorry, I can't help. Wei Chuan's gaze swept back and forth between Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, but he still shook his head in the end, his heart calm and untroubled. Sympathy? Sympathy in this world is a luxury, even a poison. Zhu Lingxue was scammed, probably due to sympathy. This is a ready-made cautionary tale. Hearing Wei Chuan's rejection, Zhu Lingxue trembled even more, her eyes filled with despair, while Lu Qingqing's face turned pale in an instant. But she still did not give up, directly hugging Zhu Lingxue and standing up, reaching out and shouting. Wait! We can team up. My talent is sea-level life healing, although not very good, but it can accelerate wound healing and deal with minor infections. Lingxue's talent is B-level lucky blessing. She can sense and find nearby supply boxes and resource points. This resource point was found by her. She urgently showcased the value of herself and Zhu Lingxue. Hearing Lu Qingqing's words, Wei Chuan stopped the movement of getting into the car. C-level life healing? B-level lucky blessing? One is a healer, and the other is a treasure radar. These two talents are pretty good. But business cannot be done like this, so Wei Chuan did not respond. Instead, he put on a pondering expression. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue's hearts were in their throats. As if a century had passed, Wei Chuan slowly lifted the crossbow pistol, but did not put it away, his gaze fixed on Lu Qingqing's face, his voice deep and slow. These two talents are not bad. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged a glance, bursting with surprise. However, Wei Chuan's next words were like a sharp blade stabbing into their hearts. But my supplies did not come from the wind. Taking care of 2 more people will greatly increase my supply pressure. I won't take care of outsiders. If you want to get on my car, everything you have will belong to me. Lu Qingqing's body trembled violently, her face even paler. She understood the implications behind Wei Chuan's words. Zhu Lingxue, on the other hand, had no reaction. She secretly admired Wei Chuan's handsome face. Not only did she not resist, but she relaxed a bit, her face slightly blushing. Lingxue, what do you think? Lu Qingqing's lips moved slightly, her eyes filled with struggle. She wanted to refuse, but thinking about the scary red-eyed monster in the dark last night, the mental torment that lasted all night, her heart had already made a decision. She quietly asked Zhu Lingxue, only to see blush on Zhu Lingxue's face. Lu Qingqing cried and smiled, the hesitation and pain in her heart instantly disappeared, replaced by a sense of relief and relaxation. She nodded vigorously, looking at Wei Chuan and said, okay. She could understand Zhu Lingxue, because this man in front of her was really quite handsome, she just didn't notice it in the tension earlier. Now thinking about it. This is already the best outcome, she could actually accept it in her heart. If a man who had completely abandoned his conscience came, she and Zhu Lingxue might not even have the right to choose. I can too, I'll do whatever you say. At this moment, Zhu Lingxue also reacted, looking at Wei Chuan and nodding repeatedly. Chapter 12, with a driver for the car, without a car open the. 2 minutes later. Wei Chuan opened the back door of the armored vehicle, while Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue pushed over the out-of-fuel motorcycle. Under the puzzled gazes of Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, Wei Chuan pressed his hand on the motorcycle. Immediately, the motorcycle began to rapidly disassemble, in just a few seconds turning into a pile of scattered parts on the ground. Zhu Lingxue exclaimed, superpower? This magical ability is just like a superpower, absolutely the rarest S-level talent. Lu Qingqing was also stunned. She suddenly realized that from that deal just now, she and Zhu Lingxue made a big profit. In this world, where many people struggle to survive with all their might, with Wei Chuan's looks, armored vehicle, and powerful talents, he wouldn't worry about not having women. This is my talent, S-Class Mechanical Control. I can modify any machinery-related items at will, and I can also bind a talent vehicle. This car is the talent vehicle I modified, and it can only be ignited when I am on it. Lingxue, your talent is suitable for guiding the way, so you'll be in charge of driving from now on. If you're tired, let Qingqing take over for you. Looking at the stunned 2 women, Wei Chuan gently patted the side of the car. V-room. Mind-shaping, flicked the ignition switch, and the engine let out a low rumble. Chuan Gu, you are amazing. Zhu Lingshue's eyes sparkled, excited beyond belief. Both the car and its owner gave her an overwhelming sense of security. Lu Qingqing nodded slightly. Zhu Lingxue couldn't tell, but she understood. Wei Chuan was reminding them, or perhaps warning them. However, she had no other thoughts either. Her decision before getting into the car was sincere, and whether they could use this vehicle, she didn't care much. She only hoped that Wei Chuan could do better and better, so he could provide a better life for her and Zhu Lingxue. 10 minutes later, the armored vehicle set off. Zhu Lingxue was in charge of driving, Lu Qingqing sat in the passenger seat, and Wei Chuan rested in the back. Having a driver was so nice, he could save more energy, and when there's nothing to do at night, he could drive himself. This is the kind of life an S-level talent holder should have. Damn. Wei Chuan planned to make some daggers to sell, but when he searched in the trading market, cold weapons were everywhere. Dagger, butterfly knife, machete, dog leg knife, axe, even long spears were there, and they weren't second-hand junk, but newly made items using formulas. The prices were low. The cheapest butterfly knife cost only 5 material ingots, and the most expensive spear was just 10 material ingots. These idiots are really hungry. Wei Chuan shook his head. The price of cold weapons had dropped to the bottom. It was probably because people couldn't gather supplies last night, leading everyone to stay in their vehicles or shelters and trade. I'll just sell hand crossbows directly. Wei Chuan climbed up from the bed, diving into the pile of junk in the back of the car. Although making cold weapons by hand was still profitable, that little profit was no longer attractive to him. He decided to sell hand crossbows directly, taking advantage of the lack of ranged weapons on the market. He needed to seize the opportunity to make a big haul and avoid a price war. Wei Chuan, can you still make weapons? Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Qingqing had been watching Wei Chuan. When she saw 5 hand crossbows and over 100 crossbow bolts at his feet, she finally couldn't help but ask. Wei Chuan nodded and said, "This is a branch of mechanical control. I can create mechanical weapons I've touched. While no one is competing for the business, I'm planning to gather more supplies and formulas. In a few days, I will make one for each of you for self-defense." Lu Qingqing responded a bit shyly. There were actually quite a lot of supplies in the car, but it was not enough for 3 people to use. Zhu Lingxue curiously asked, "Chuan Gu, guns are also considered machinery, right? If you had a gun, could you sell firearms?" "It's possible, but that thing is hard to get. There isn't even a shadow of it in the trading market." A hint of expectation and regret flashed across Wei Chuan's face. His understanding of firearms was only limited to their appearance and power. He knew nothing about their principle and structure. Otherwise, he could have attempted to make homemade guns. Zhu Lingxue said proudly, "Chuan Gu, watch me. My talent is perfect for searching for supplies. Just yesterday morning, I found 4 supply boxes and 3 resource points in just one morning. As long as this road exists, I can find it. I will definitely not miss anything." "What did you find yesterday? Any formula?" Hearing the number of supply boxes and resource points, Wei Chuan immediately became interested. Zhu Lingxue said with a bitter face, "No, all the boxes are the lowest grade gray iron boxes. The water and food can last me for 2 or 3 days, and there are also 2 large barrels of gasoline, all stored in the car. Consider it a lesson learned, but one lesson is enough. Remember, unless it's a talent reminder or I speak, don't stop for anything you see. Don't show kindness in this cannibal world. Some people specifically eat kindness. Qingqing too, meeting you was her luck, and meeting her was also your luck. If it were someone else, your car, clothes, or even your flesh and blood might be considered resources in their eyes." Wei Chuan emphasized this point especially. He personally respected the true kindness of saints, but he did not have the ability to walk with saints. "Don't worry, we won't cause you any trouble." Lu Qingqing suddenly became a little scared, then replied seriously. Zhu Lingxue grinned slyly and asked, "Brother Chuan, why did you let us on the car? Was it really just because of the talent?" "Bullshit, otherwise you'd be in bed by now," Wei Chuan said irritably. "The small head is important, but it could never be more important than the big head." Hearing this, Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing both thought of how there was only one bed in the car. Their faces turned slightly red, and their hearts started to race. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a little ambiguous. Wei Chuan noticed the flushed faces of the 2 women and felt a bit of small anticipation, but still kept his face impassive. He cleared his throat and broke the silence. "All right, drive carefully, don't let the resources slip. Not only are resource points and supply boxes valuable, but even scrap metal is good stuff." "MHM." Zhu Lingxue nodded quickly, her eyes scanning the desolate scenery outside like a radar, while Lu Qingqing closed her eyes, preparing to take a nap and recharge her energy, waiting for Zhu Lingxue to get tired so she could take over. Wei Chuan focused his attention on the pile of junk, continuing to tinker with the crossbow pistol. Various materials flowed and shaped in his hands, making faint clicking sounds. Soon, he made another crossbow pistol and 20 crossbow bolts. "Almost done." Wei Chuan sat on the bed and gently rubbed his temples with both hands. He had made a total of 6 crossbow pistols and 120 crossbow bolts, planning to divide them into 6 sets and sell them all. As for the price was hard to determine since he didn't know just how rich the wealthy buyers were. Better post in the buying thread and let the buyers offer their price. Then, I'll find an excuse to delay my return. I'll sell to whoever offers the highest price. Wei Chuan smirked and immediately opened the trading page. Chapter 13, Resource Explosion, Condensing Water Cup. Wanted, 1 semi-automatic crossbow pistol, with 20 crossbow bolts, capable of firing 5 arrows in a row. It's invincible once you get it. I want food, fresh water, diesel, formulas. Price negotiable. Only one available, highest bidder wins. After posting, Wei Chuan licked his lips. Crossbow pistols are a godsend at this stage, they'll definitely make him a lot of money. As expected. As soon as the post was published, the social function lit up, and it didn't turn off. It was obvious that there were continuous private messages coming in, and many were directly clicking on the trade. Damn! Wei Chuan cursed under his breath and quickly turned off the allow trading function in the settings. Luckily, the survival manual didn't require the internet, or it would have been flooded with messages in no time. Su Jia, bro, is this really that powerful? Lin Jinhua, a big barrel of clean stream water, 11.2 liters, are you willing to trade? Wei Jia, handsome, can I trade something else instead? Zhang Xiaojun, bro, how about a no-limit sandal formula? This is perfect for the current weather, definitely easy to sell. Xiame, I have 22 packs of spicy beef noodles and some rice and fruits. I'll reply once I see it, the price can be negotiated. Gao Xiaoing, how do we trade? Iron ingots? Yang Zhichang, bro, only 20 crossbow bolts? Fengyu, is the crossbow pistol a small crossbow? How powerful is it? How much do you plan to sell it for? Looking at the private messages, most of them were just curious, and he would have to sift through them slowly. So, Wei Chuan checked item by item. Items without prices were ignored directly, while those priced too low were replied with already sold. For those offering high prices, he raised the price even higher. After back and forth for nearly half an hour, all 6 hand crossbows were sold, exchanged for 240 liters of diesel, 60 liters of gasoline, 22 packs of instant noodles, 10 jin of rice, 10 bottles of 300 milliliter mineral water, and a total of 3 jin of various fruits. 15 liters of bottled drinking water, 20 liters of gasoline, and a broken water dispenser. 15 packs of cigarettes, 5 bottles of 500 milliliter mineral water, 10 lighters, a bag of green tea, a box of instant coffee, a bag of fruit candies, and some seasonings. A home medical kit, a plastic can recipe, and a pile of winter clothes. A solar-powered air water collection cup recipe. These people all asked Wei Chuan if he could make crossbow arrows, and Wei Chuan said yes, finally negotiating a price of 1 arrow for 1 unit of materials, with potential for long-term trade. Among the 6 people, Li Yongshang, who sold fuel, was a regular customer. He bought a dagger from Wei Chuan yesterday, and surprisingly had 300 liters of fuel to offer today, claiming he could get various fuels and to contact him anytime for good stuff. This was beyond mere luck. Wei Chuan speculated this guy's talent was related to fuel. Xiame, who sold food, was the same. She said she could also get food and her talent must be related to it. Wei Chuan added both these resourceful people as friends. The other 4 disappeared after the transaction, likely eager to try out the hand crossbows, and Wei Chuan didn't chase them for a message as the most important deals were already done. Brother Chuan, was all this exchanged for hand crossbows? Xu Lingxue, seeing the supplies in the back seat growing in the rearview mirror, asked in surprise. Yeah, you need to work harder too. Wei Chuan was sorting out the supplies, responding without looking back. Xu Lingxue pouted, saying, if there's something on the road, I won't miss it, but if there's nothing on the road, no matter how good the talent is, there's nothing to be done. It's fine, just don't miss any resources nearby. Wei Chuan casually reassured her. This situation was already anticipated by him. After all, blessing of luck was a passive talent with a range. It all depended on whether the road would be favorable. Don't worry, I won't miss anything nearby. Xu Lingxue said confidently, secretly hoping to find more supplies today to show Wei Chuan her value and importance. After organizing the supplies, Wei Chuan began to repair the water dispenser. The damage wasn't serious, just some shell damage and aging wires that could be fixed with a bit of material, and once the power issue was resolved, with a quick cleanup, it would work again. Then came the most important recipes, a total of 2. Recipe, sealed plastic can. A container for holding liquids, with a capacity of 0.5 liters, excellent high and low temperature resistance, and high corrosion resistance. Crafting count, infinity/infinity. Materials needed, plastic *2. Recipe, solar-powered air water collection cup. By condensing water vapor from the air, filtering it into safe drinking water, and storing it in the cup. It can generate 0.6 liters of water every hour under ideal conditions. Crafting count, 3/3. Materials needed, plastic *5, steel ingot *1, wire *1, electronic components *1, solar panel *1. Wei Chuan clicked to learn, acquiring both recipes. The first one had no limit, while the second could be crafted 3 times. The solar-powered air water collection cup was to be used for water production, which would be prioritized for personal use, with any extra stored in plastic cans for sale. This was a small well, definitely a money tree. However, solar panels never appeared in trading posts, and he had no idea when he might be able to make one. This should be the main reason others were willing to trade it. Nothing to do, might as well take a break. Wei Chuan lay on the bed, hands behind his head, closing his eyes to rest. Once he recovered his energy, he planned to lengthen the armored vehicle's body and make some minor modifications inside to fully utilize the space. The right side would be for a bed, making 2 bunk beds with one large and one small on top of each other. The left side would hold storage shelves, arranged as a 3-tier storage rack. Fixed on the vehicle, avoiding observation holes and shooting ports. Right now, materials and energy are not enough, let's make minor modifications for now. Once the hybrid system of gasoline, electricity, and wood is completed, he will give the armored vehicle a complete overhaul, enlarging the body and dividing the rear compartment into a bedroom and a storage room. Chuan Gu. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Chuan, who had fallen asleep, was awakened by Zhu Lingshue's exclamation, and Lu Qingqing was also disturbed. Looking at the time, it was almost 12 o'clock, he had slept for 4 hours. What did you find? Wei Chuan quickly jumped out of bed and walked behind the driving seat, his gaze sweeping across the windshield. There's a resource point over there. Zhu Lingxue pointed to the right front. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing looked in the direction pointed, where there was a 2-story wooden house, beside which stood a smaller wooden house, looking like a shed or a toilet. Let's go, drive the vehicle straight over. By the way, don't rush to park, go around the house to see if there are any people or vehicles. Wei Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. A resource point with such a complete building structure should have a lot of supplies inside. Things like rice, cooking oil, pots, bowls, clothing, tableware, and home appliances. Even if there was nothing, tearing down some wooden boards would be good. He was in need of bed boards. All right. Zhu Lingxue responded and immediately turned the vehicle's head towards it. Chapter 14, Acquiring Solar Panels. All right, park behind the house. The armored vehicle slowly circled the resource point, and Wei Chuan didn't find any tire tracks or footprints, so he signaled Zhu Lingxue to stop. If it were yesterday, he would have parked the vehicle and searched already. But this morning, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshue's appearance reminded him that resource points could also be traps set by others, and he must act cautiously. Let's go together. Wei Chuan got out of the vehicle with the 2 women, looking into the wooden house through the windows. The first room was a hall, complete with tables, chairs, benches, and even 2 sofas. The kitchen was in the corner, with quite a few cooking utensils hanging on the wall. These supplies, combined with the thick layer of dust, were enough to prove that no one had come to this resource point. As for the smaller wooden house next door, it was neither a toilet nor a firewood shed, it only had a layer of straw on the ground, seeming like a place to keep livestock. Go ahead, the small items are up to you. Wei Chuan instructed, using his mental power to soften and reshape the hinges, taking down the 2 windows. When he later managed to get polycarbonate fiber, he planned to make a bulletproof sunroof for the armored vehicle, making it brighter and more comfortable inside. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue nodded and began to take action. With Wei Chuan's talent, most of the things in the house were useful, even a piece of scrap metal. 10 minutes later, the first floor was completely searched. Except for solid wooden furniture, everything else that could be taken away was collected by the 3 of them, even the water pipes, door locks, and hinges were removed. They had gained a lot, and the value was not low. A backpack, a set of kitchenware, a set of tableware, some tools, a few matches, a bag of sweet potatoes, some wires, 3 light bulbs, several pieces of clothing, and a pile of scrap metal. The backpack was the most valuable, it was a storage item. Camouflage backpack, slightly old, with 15 storage compartments. Let's go upstairs. With the backpack on his back, Wei Chuan was in a great mood as he led the 2 women upstairs. The second floor only had 1 room, which was a bedroom. Next to the bed were 2 nightstands, a standing fan, and on the table opposite the bed, there was a television set and a DVD player, along with the corresponding remote control. Chuan Ge, all these things are very new. Zhu Lingxue quickly put the fan into the storage compartment and then checked the television and DVD player. It doesn't matter if it's new or not, I can fix it anytime with my ability. Check if there are any discs, if there are, once I get the solar panels, we can watch them. Wei Chuan said with a smile. Lu Qingqing thought for a moment and asked, electricity is very important, should I look more at the trading market and purchase posts? The keywords are solar energy, photovoltaic, silicon, battery. If you see any, shout for me. Post the purchase request at 7 p.m. The time when most people have nothing to do. Wei Chuan nodded, so all three of them had something to do. Before long, the second floor was also stripped clean. The hall wasn't as much as the first floor, but it was all good stuff. A fan, a big butt TV, a DVD player, a spring mattress, dozens of discs, a set of bedding, and some old clothes. The discs were very new, some even with the packaging still unopened. There were both TV dramas and movies, making Wei Chuan itch with desire. He had to hurry and create the 3-mix drive system. If he could watch TV in this world, life would be so much better. Finally, they took apart the bedboard, and the three of them returned to the car. Ching, Ling Xue, eat first. You can eat whatever is in the car, just don't waste anything. Wei Chuan looked at the time, it was almost 12 o'clock, so he stopped the two women who were organizing the hall, planning to rest here for a while. Thank you, Brother Chuan. Ling Xue replied excitedly, picked up an apple, lay on the nearby sofa, casually wiped it and stuffed it into her mouth. Lu Qingqing sat next to Wei Chuan and quietly asked, aren't you hungry? I'm not very hungry, just a little snack, I'll have a hot meal later at night. Wei Chuan picked up 2 bananas and handed one to Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing nodded slightly, alright, then I'll wash the kitchenware and tableware this afternoon? Use the water you need, I'll change the supplies tonight. Wei Chuan was very satisfied with Lu Qingqing's thoughtfulness, placing his hand on her smooth white thigh. Lu Qingqing felt a tingling all over her body. Instinctively, she wanted to move her leg, but quickly stopped, letting Wei Chuan play with her thigh. She just lowered her head, her face red, quietly eating the banana. Seeing this, Wei Chuan remained calm on the outside, but was actually even more satisfied inside. His hands grew bolder. To avoid making the atmosphere too awkward, he started a conversation. Qingqing, where are you from? Are you still in school? I'm from Fujian, I just graduated this year, and I'm helping out at a private hospital my family runs. Lu Qingqing's nervous heart relaxed a little, a sense of strange expectation creeping in. Having never been in a relationship before, this was her first experience. She hadn't expected that such a light touch could make her body go soft, it felt strange. Then your talent fits your work well. Actually, my major is management, but I've been around my dad since I was little, so I know a little bit about basic wound care and common disease treatment. That's already impressive. In this world, even a simple fever can be a huge problem. To speed up their emotional bond, Wei Chuan kept finding topics and chatting about things Lu Qingqing was interested in. While chatting, his hands were not idle either. At first, it was just a leg massage, but later, his hands slowly slid up to her waist. When he finally pulled her into his embrace, he even touched her snowy peak. Lu Qingqing initially felt a bit shy, but soon she was distracted by Wei Chuan's words. Unconsciously, 10 minutes passed. Perhaps even Lu Qingqing herself didn't notice, but her attitude toward Wei Chuan had become more affectionate. Her arms had already wrapped around his waist. Wei Chuan glanced at the sofa beside them. Ling Xue had finished the apple and hadn't moved since, seeming like she had fallen asleep. So, Wei Chuan immediately decided to seize the moment, gently lifting Lu Qingqing's snowy chin with his hand and directly leaning in to kiss her. His tongue easily pried open her teeth, tasting the faint banana flavor. Lu Qingqing's face flushed bright red, her eyes wide open. But what surged in her heart wasn't embarrassment or rejection, but a bit of sweetness. She unconsciously closed her eyes and responded awkwardly. The kiss lasted for several minutes, broken up intermittently. When Wei Chuan pulled away, Lu Qingqing's lips were a little swollen. Lu Qingqing didn't say anything, she just kissed Wei Chuan's face heavily, then quietly rested her head on his shoulder. Chapter 15, Make a Water Collection Cup. 20 minutes later, the armored vehicle returned to the road. Ling Xue was asleep, so now it was Lu Qingqing driving. Wei Chuan tossed a fruit candy into his mouth and pressed his hand against the car body. After sleeping for a whole morning, his energy was completely restored, and he could start the vehicle modification work. The mine shaping started, and the metal materials piled at the rear of the vehicle melted, crawling up the car body like tentacles, then quickly merging. At this moment, the rear of the vehicle visibly extended backwards. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. The armored plate, originally covered in white paint, was like being stretched and shaped by an invisible hand, adding a section of gray-black armor plate. Lu Qingqing looked at this magical scene through the central rearview mirror, her eyes filled with wonder. Wei Chuan's focused side profile looked particularly handsome under the dim light. She instinctively bit her lip, there seemed to still be a warm touch lingering there, her heart racing a little faster. 2 minutes later. Wei Chuan withdrew his hand with satisfaction and patted the newly extended car body, producing a dull thud. One burst of energy wasn't enough, he only extended the car body by 1 meter. However, the remaining 0.5 meters was simple, he could modify it again in the afternoon. Materials were burnt too quickly. Wei Chuan lay down on the sofa, his gaze casually sweeping over the pile of materials. To ensure that the vehicle's defense wouldn't decrease, he maintained an armor thickness of 20 millimeters, which meant a van's materials weren't enough, barely extending the body by 0.2 meters with the leftovers. So, he had to go to the trading post to collect scraps again. This time he needed to collect more since he would need more materials for future widening and heightening. At 3 p.m. the vehicle's body modification was complete, now measuring 11.5 meters long. Wei Chuan looked at the spacious rear compartment, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, Lu Qingqing, who was driving, turned around and shouted, "Quick, look at the trading post, there are solar panels." Solar panels? Wei Chuan was overjoyed and quickly opened the trading post to search for solar energy. Item name, solar panel. Quantity, 5. Price, 40 liters of gasoline. 5 stacked together, and without even looking, he knew they were from the crafting table, as the scraps collected from resource points couldn't stack for storage. Damn greedy bastards. Seeing the price, Wei Chuan cursed quietly, but still honestly took out 40 liters of gasoline and made the purchase in seconds. There was no choice, the solar panels were too important. Whether for the armored car's hybrid system or the solar-powered air-water collection cup, these were core components. Next, he exchanged some mineral water for plastic and electronic components. After preparing the materials, he directly activated the crafting table. Plastic 5, steel ingot 1, cable 1, electronic component 1, solar panel 1. Crafting success, obtained solar-powered air-water collection cup *1. Plastic 5, steel ingot 1, cable 1, electronic component 1, solar panel 1. Crafting success, obtained. Wei Chuan used all 3 crafting attempts without a hint of hesitation. After taking a look, the appearance wasn't anything special. It resembled a thermos, the cup body wrapped with a ring of flexible solar panels, capable of charging directly in the sun, and the panels could also be detached and spread out for use. It collects moisture from cooling humid air. The higher the temperature and humidity, the more efficiently it stores water. Wei Chuan read the item description, deep in thought. With such high temperatures, it was unbearable without air conditioning, but using air conditioning made it too dry to use the water collection cup. Better leave it outside. Wei Chuan took some scrap metal from the rear of the vehicle and then opened the shooting sunroof on the roof. The scrap melted and reformed, creating 3 buckles on the roof to secure 3 water collection cups. Then, Wei Chuan made a mesh cover. This world has abundant sunlight, there was no need to spread out the panels, but one had to worry if the fierce sun would damage the cups, needing some shade. After finishing up, Wei Chuan withdrew back into the car and closed the shooting sunroof. The climate of the Gobi Desert is quite dry, and he doesn't yet know how effective the water collection cups are. He plans to test one for an afternoon. If the efficiency is high, he can mass-produce a batch of water collection cups, letting Lu Qingqing sell the water. If the efficiency is poor, he will just keep these 3 for himself and save his energy for making a handgun crossbow. As for the water collection cups themselves, no matter how high or low the water collection efficiency is, he does not plan to sell them. Fresh water is the most important and valuable resource for survival, and he does not want the price of fresh water in the market to drop. Wei Chuan, are you able to make solar panels now? After Wei Chuan finished his work, Lu Qingqing asked curiously. Yes. Wei Chuan nodded and said, most of the materials can be bought, we just need silicon wafers and conductive glue. When you have time, you can look them up. Okay, I got it. Lu Qingqing nodded repeatedly, as she understood the importance of electricity. Wei Chuan opened a shooting hole, lit a cigarette, and contemplated his upcoming renovation plans. The 3 electrical appliances are a TV, a DVD player, and a fan. The total electricity consumption per hour is 0.4 kilowatt-hours, which means even using them non-stop for 24 hours would only consume 9.6 kilowatt-hours. The solar panel's power is 0.03 kilowatts. When the effective sunlight lasts for 12 hours, the daily power generation is 0.36 kilowatt-hours. With 30 solar panels, the daily power generation could reach 10.8 kilowatt-hours, fully meeting the needs of these 3 electrical appliances. The surplus electricity could be used for light bulbs, so there wouldn't be pitch darkness when the armored vehicle turns off at night. Further on, once there are enough solar panels and batteries, in addition to the armored vehicle's 3 hybrid systems, they could create an independent living system to power some daily appliances like refrigerators and induction cookers. They could also make 1 or more water collection cups, even larger ones, to be placed on the roof of the vehicle as a water tank. Damn, the more I think about it, the more ideas I get. Wei Chuan rubbed his temples and shook his head with a wry smile. Plans never keep up with changes. He was originally going to make a bed and a storage shelf this afternoon, but has not started yet and found new tasks, leaving him completely exhausted. Although it's all good, he truly feels overwhelmed now, experiencing a bittersweet feeling. Brother Chuan, what time is it? At that moment, Zhu Lingxue woke up, rubbing her eyes as she sat up from the sofa. It's a little past 3. Wei Chuan threw the cigarette butt out of the shooting hole, then handed a bottle of mineral water to Zhu Lingxue. Drink some water to wake yourself up, I need you to do something. Zhu Lingxue took a couple of swigs and wiped her mouth, asking, Brother Chuan, what is it? Do you want to watch TV? Wei Chuan pointed to the TV at his feet, smiling warmly at Zhu Lingxue. I want to. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lingxue perked up and quickly nodded. So it goes like this. Wei Chuan didn't beat around the bush and told Zhu Lingxue about the solar panel matter, asking her to hang out at the trading hall when she has free time. Chapter 16, Resource Point, Fork in the Road. Before he knew it, it was 5:30, and Wei Chuan had completed the vehicle renovations. 2 double-decker iron bunk beds and a row of 3-tier storage racks. Under the effect of mind shaping, all the furniture was firmly fixed to the vehicle, and side rails were added to prevent things from falling. After categorizing the supplies and handing them over to Zhu Lingxue, Wei Chuan opened the shooting skylight to check the water collection cups. Indeed. In the dry Gobi, the water collection efficiency of the cups is very poor. All 3 water collection cups were the same. After 2 hours, they had only managed to collect about 100 milliliters of fresh water. Based on this water collection efficiency, 1 water collection cup could only collect 600 milliliters of fresh water in 12 hours during the day, barely filling a bottle. Damn it! Wei Chuan sighed. From 0.6 liters per hour to 0.6 liters in 12 hours, this drop is too significant. If he were relying on water for business, he would be bleeding now. The useless things, out. Handgun crossbows still performed better. Each one could be exchanged for at least a dozen liters of fresh water, making it a much better deal than making water collection cups. So frustrating. You waste 3 of my solar panels. Wei Chuan took apart all 3 water collection cups and gave one to Lu Qingqing and one to Zhu Lingxue. Unless the climate changes and solar panels are free, he won't make these things again. These 3 are now just toys. Brother Chuan, there's business. I posted a wanted ad for solar panels, and now 2 people have private messaged me. What price can I offer? Zhu Lingxue sat on the sofa and waved at Wei Chuan. Whether it's junk or semi-finished products, I'll trade 1 bottle of 300 milliliters mineral water, or fuel and food of similar value. Anything more expensive, I won't take. Wei Chuan sat directly next to Zhu Lingxue and wrapped his arm around her waist. Zhu Lingxue's face quickly flushed with 2 shades of red, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she smiled sweetly and leaned her head on Wei Chuan's shoulder. She really liked Wei Chuan's looks and had decided in the morning to be his woman. This closeness was exactly what she desired, yet felt too shy to initiate. Seeing Zhu Lingxue so obedient made Wei Chuan feel a thrill and started to get a bit playful. He wasn't a lecherous pervert, but as a normal healthy 25-year-old man, he always wanted to take a bite of the meat nearby. There was no need to put on airs. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue would follow him from now on. Being real was better for everyone. Zhu Lingxue felt the restless hand on her waist, her body slightly heating up, but she nestled even closer to Wei Chuan while replying to the seller's message. The first seller has 3 solar panels and wants to trade for 30 liters of gasoline. The second seller has 5 solar panels and wants to trade for 10 liters of water. Zhu Lingxue reported softly, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Wei Chuan's right hand gently stroked her waist, feeling the delicate skin beneath the fabric, his mind quickly calculating the market price of these materials. The first one is fine, give him diesel, let him exchange it for gasoline himself. As for the second one, is he trying to sell this like a pie? Reply to him, a maximum of 3 liters, let him take it or leave it. Wei Chuan chuckled, knowing that 10 liters of water could easily trade for 100 liters of diesel. Okay. Zhu Lingxue quickly replied and sent her price. After sending the message, she turned her head and looked at Wei Chuan's profile, her slightly glistening eyes so close, quietly asking, Brother Chuan, what if he doesn't sell? If he doesn't sell, then so be it. After all, this isn't a necessity, not many people can use it, and we're not in a hurry. We can just shout a bit more. By the way, there are limits to how many wanted ads can be posted. Let's save the last 2 for the evening when there are more people in the trading hall. Wei Chuan shook his head, his right hand slowly sliding down. The feel was completely different from Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing was smooth and soft, while Zhu Lingxue was youthful and firm. Both made him very fond. As soon as he said this, Zhu Lingxue received a reply from the seller. She opened it and her face lit up with surprise. This guy agreed. I thought he wouldn't accept the bargain. This is called marking up prices and paying down on the spot. His expectation might only be 1 to 2 liters, but we offered 3 liters, he might now be laughing at us as fools. Wei Chuan laughed. Then let him laugh, we aren't short on water. Zhu Lingxue raised her chin nonchalantly, went to the storage shelf, and exchanged all 8 solar panels. Buy as much as you can for this price. Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction, directly pulling Zhu Lingxue onto his lap, his hands becoming a bit bolder, almost slipping under her little black skirt. It's too late to charge now, but definitely by tomorrow night. Wei Chuan. Lu Qingqing's voice interrupted him, filled with a hint of surprise. What's wrong? Wei Chuan's hands paused but didn't retract, he merely restrained his movements a bit. Zhu Lingxue felt like a startled rabbit, instinctively wanting to sit up straight, but Wei Chuan's arm tightly held her, leaving her with no choice but to lower her head, her face flushed. Gently pinching her legs. There's a resource point. Lu Qingqing glanced at the two people snuggling together through the rearview mirror, her gaze just sweeping over before moving away as if she hadn't seen anything at all. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan gently patted Zhu Lingxue's perky bottom, unabashedly wrapping his arms around her slim waist as he walked to the driver's seat. Look over there, I see what looks like the outline of a house. Lu Qingqing pointed to the front right. Wei Chuan took a closer look, noticing several sections of blurry low walls. It indeed looked like a resource point and might be similar to the one from the morning, a house ruins. As they got closer, the outline of the building became clearer. It was indeed a resource point, but it appeared less impressive than the one in the morning, just some walls and stone pillars left, quite having a dilapidated style. Wei Chuan wanted to ask Zhu Lingxue why she hadn't sensed this resource point. But seeing the blush on her face, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Alright, it's his fault. Before long, the armored vehicle arrived in front of the resource point. This resource point was very close to the road, and ahead they could see a fork in the road. Two paths were standard 8-lane roads, while one was so wide it was hard to count how many lanes there were. Saying it had 100 lanes might even be an understatement, as the largest road on Earth wasn't even half this size. Brother Chuan, that road is so big. Zhu Lingxue wrapped her arm around Wei Chuan's, amazed as she stared at the super wide road ahead. A road that big isn't necessarily a good thing. You can't keep your eyes on everything, it'll make you feel uneasy. It's better for us to take the small road, Wei Chuan said with a smile. With Zhu Lingxue's lucky presence, he didn't need to worry about missing supplies and resource points by taking the big road, but he still preferred the small road. After all, the handgun crossbow recipe was found by taking the small path, and they had food and fuel, so he momentarily wasn't inclined to switch to the big road. What if he lost his luck? Chapter 17, Portable Water Filter Cartridge Recipe. After chatting for a while, the three of them entered the resource point. Inside the resource point was bright and spacious, with tall stone pillars standing silently on both sides, like guardians protecting some stone platforms. As soon as they entered, they discovered a bottle of mineral water lying on the nearest stone platform. 300 milliliters, a good start. Wei Chuan picked up the mineral water and placed it into the storage compartment, a smile spreading across his face. He could accept any amount of supplies, as long as they weren't empty. The three continued forward, their footsteps crunching on the gravel. As they rounded two stone platforms, Lu Qingqing suddenly stopped, pointing to a stone pillar on the left. That looks like a bag. A gray little bag was half buried in a pile of gravel. Wei Chuan hurried over, pulling out the bag, and upon opening it, found it was filled with a large pack of sanitary napkins. Wei Chuan's excitement instantly deflated, and with a helpless expression, he handed the items over. Seeing Wei Chuan's face, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances, bursting into laughter, and in the end, the items were taken by Lu Qingqing. After the sanitary napkins, the three found a piece of compressed biscuits, a can of ham, and a box of 250 milliliters of milk. Not bad, the ham was timely, it added a dish to their noodles for dinner. Just as Wei Chuan was about to head back, he noticed Zhu Lingxue staring in a daze at a broken stone pillar that was just over 2 meters tall. Lingxue, what's wrong? Wei Chuan walked over and gently patted her shoulder. Brother Chuan, my talent is reminding me that there seems to be more supplies here, but I can't see anything. Zhu Lingxue was somewhat unsure and doubted if her intuition was wrong. More? A glimmer of light flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes as he circled around the stone pillar. While turning, he kicked aside the gravel and yellow sand, pressing hard on the ground. Finally, he looked at the top of the pillar and jumped lightly. Got it! Wei Chuan jumped again, reaching up to grab a recipe from the broken edge of the stone pillar. Recipe, Portable Water Filter Cartridge. Fits onto standard caliber containers, effectively filtering most pollutants. Produce safe drinking water, purified 1,000 liters after saturating failure. Number of productions, 5 out of 5. Materials needed, activated carbon *1, copper ingot *1, zinc ingot *1, plastic *3, rubber *3. Do you want to learn? Again, a non-saleable item only for personal use. If this thing were sold, there would be much cleaner drinking water on the market, leading to a drop in water prices. Chuangu, is this a recipe? Zhu Lingxue immediately leaned over. This is what a recipe looks like in the trading post, but just by looking at the icon, it's hard to tell the size. Yes, the water purification filter core recipe. Wei Chuan raised his eyebrow, directly handing the recipe to Zhu Lingxue. This must be very important, right? If we can find a natural water source, we can filter it with this and sell it immediately. Zhu Lingxue fondled it several times with attachment, then handed it to Lu Qingqing. This world indeed has natural water sources. There are people selling well water and stream water in the trading post. Some may cause diarrhea after drinking, and the price is a bit lower than clean water. Lu Qingqing just waited and returned it to Wei Chuan, expressing information she knew. Let's keep it for now, hoping it will come in handy. Wei Chuan smiled, learned the recipe directly, wrapped his arms around Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshue's waists, and turned around to head back. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshue's faces turned red, not daring to glance at each other. As they walked, Zhu Lingxue suddenly remembered and turned to ask, Chuan Gu, how did you know there was something on the pillar? You see. Wei Chuan's hand slid down and gave Zhu Lingxue a tap on her perky bottom, explaining, since there's nothing on the pillar and nothing underground, it must be up in the sky. Oh. Chuan Gu, you are so smart. Zhu Lingxue suddenly understood, giggling and wrapping her arms around Wei Chuan's arm. Lu Qingqing smiled slightly. This girl was not only infatuated but also had a unique way of thinking, hardly knowing elimination methods. But that's good. If a green tea girl were here, her future life would be difficult. Back in the vehicle, Wei Chuan handed what he had just obtained to Lu Qingqing. It's almost 6 o'clock, get ready. We need to finish dinner before dark, I'll drive. What do you want to eat? Just instant noodles, and let's see if there are any side dishes in the trading post that can be added, buy some if they're cheap. From now on, you can arrange these things, don't be too tense, we are a family. Okay, I'll call you when it's done. Lu Qingqing wore a bright smile and led Zhu Lingxue towards the storage shelf. Wei Chuan started the armored vehicle, keeping the speed at 30 km per hour to avoid shaking Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. 2 small roads flanked a big road. He chose the small road on the right because there was a mountain on the left skyline, while the right had no obstructions, providing a clearer view. His gaze swept across the sides of the road, hoping to find more resources to collect. But after 10 minutes, apart from monotonous gravel and occasional withered grass, nothing was seen. Chuan Gu, the noodles are ready. Zhu Lingshue's cheerful voice came from the back, filled with excitement. The rich spicy broth, mixed with the aroma of ham and vegetables, filled the vehicle, stirring appetites. Coming. Wei Chuan smiled involuntarily, slowly bringing the vehicle to a stop by the roadside. The scene in the back made his heart feel warm. On a small wooden table, 3 steaming bowls of instant noodles were set. Dark brown soup soaked the curled noodles, topped with a circle of thinly sliced ham, with a few green vegetables placed around. 1 big and 2 small. The big bowl had the most noodles and toppings, even more than the 2 small bowls combined. Zhu Lingxue held 3 pairs of bamboo chopsticks, her eyes sparkling at the food, swallowing her spit secretly, apparently already craving it badly. Thank you for your hard work. Wei Chuan sat on a small bamboo chair, accepting the chopsticks handed over by Zhu Lingxue. Quickly taste and see how it is. Lu Qingqing pushed the largest bowl in front of Wei Chuan, her eyes holding a hint of barely noticeable expectation. In a word, delicious. Wei Chuan picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Chewing and swallowing, a long breath escaped. It was just a simple instant noodle, but in this tense and desolate world, it had become a rare delicacy, radiating an unmatched charm. Hearing Wei Chuan's comment, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both laughed. The 3 of them sat around the small wooden table, steam rising, the sounds of slurping noodles and satisfied sighs filled the air. This dinner not only filled their stomachs but also eased their tense nerves. No one spoke, simply digging into their noodles, soaking in this precious warmth and sense of satisfaction. Chapter 18, Dinner of Instant Noodles, Midnight Snack of Sleep? Ha! Qingqing, your cooking skills are really good. I thought you were the type to be aloof or cheerful, but now it seems you're more of a virtuous wife type. Wei Chuan finished his last sip of soup and contentedly lit a cigarette. A faint blush appeared on Lu Qingqing's face as she cleaned the bowls, whispering, "It's not as good as you say, instant noodles just taste like this." Pausing, she lowered her voice even more, hesitating slightly, Lingxue and I sweated a lot yesterday. We were thinking about washing up and buying a new set of clothes. The air in the car seemed to quiet for a moment. Wei Chuan's gaze fell on Lu Qingqing. There were some dust marks on her dress, but it wasn't dirty, and there was no smell of sweat on her. It really wasn't urgent enough to need cleaning. He instantly understood the true meaning behind Lu Qingqing's words. This wasn't about wasting water, but rather a hint of fulfilling a promise. Zhu Lingxue also stopped her movements. Looking at Wei Chuan's handsome face, she recalled the secret conversation Lu Qingqing had just had with her. Her cheeks flushed deeply, and she quickly looked down to pretend to tidy her dress. Then let's buy it. Wei Chuan understood without needing to expose the true intentions of the 2 girls. He straightened his body, showing a gentle smile, and gently patted Lu Qingqing's hand. I said, we are a family. You don't need to tell me about these little things, feel free to tidy up however you like, and the same goes for Lingxue. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue looked into his eyes, seeing the kindness and warmth within, their earlier anxiety dissipated, replaced by a strong sense of safety and determination. I'll set up the solar panels, it will probably take a while. Wei Chuan checked the time, it was almost 6:30, so he left the space for the two girls. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged a glance and quickly took out their survival manuals, opening the trading post to search for suitable clothing. Bringing the materials to the car roof, Wei Chuan took out the solar panels. In the afternoon, he bought a total of 13 panels, used 3, and had exactly 10 left. If he soaked them in the sun for a whole day tomorrow, they would generate about 3.6 kilowatt-hours, enough for the night, and he could continue to buy more in between. After contemplating for a while, Wei Chuan decided to install them on the left side of the car roof, right on top of the storage rack. Later, he would secure the electrical equipment to the storage rack, shortening the distance and saving on wires. The battery had already been prepared, collecting 14 pieces over the past few days, which he assembled into a battery pack capable of storing 35 kilowatt-hours, enough for the time being. With the energy shaping ability, the installation and securing of the 10 solar panels were completed in less than 3 minutes. However, Wei Chuan did not hurry back into the car. In this short time, trading for supplies was okay, but cleaning up would definitely not be enough. He casually lit a cigarette, looking towards the distant horizon. The sky was gradually darkening, and the temperature was slowly dropping, but there was still half an hour before it was completely dark. Area 50001, 6755/10,000 people. Jinping, brothers, it's about to get dark, does anyone need a hammer? No matter what kind of night demons or whatever, a hammer will settle it. Xin Jiaming, offering a bottle of anti-wolf spray for just 20 liters of gasoline. Zheng Xiangwen, road racing bicycles are up for grabs, just 10 liters of water. When the car runs out of fuel, the bicycle can be a lifesaver, friends who want it act fast. Lin Hui, I just encountered a robbery. Fortunately, my car is fast, they are driving a van and a small truck. Everyone be careful, these people have dark hearts. Xia Hao, damn, I encountered them today as well, they even damaged my trunk. There are 3 of them, the leader is called Wang Biao. Wang Jun, wow, there are a few electric batons hanging in the trading hall, it's obvious they are made for this. How can these people be so lucky? Today during the day, the area lost more than 200 people. This is a normal phenomenon, as long as no new dangers appear, the death toll will only continue to decrease day by day. After all, most of the people who have survived until now are driving 4-wheeled vehicles, and they are familiar with this world. Wei Chuan was watching the area channel while listening carefully to the sounds in the cabin. The sound of fabric rubbing, the light clink of fresh water being poured into a porcelain basin, and the low, barely audible murmurs of conversation seeped out from the partially closed shooting skylight. These sounds scratched at his nerves like feathers. It should be soon. A subtle smile unconsciously curved Wei Chuan's lips, and then he opened the trading hall to search for the supplies he wanted. Time passed second by second. Finally, at 6:50 p.m., Wei Chuan heard Zhu Lingxue's call. Chuan Gu, we're ready. So slow, I just need 3 minutes. Wei Chuan complained in his heart, then a smile appeared on his face as he returned to the cabin and locked the skylight. Upon closer inspection, it looked great. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were both wearing pajamas, specifically summer pajamas, which used less fabric. The former wore a gray strapless short skirt, while the latter wore a red deep V-strap dress, with lace cutouts at the waist. You look great, this suits you perfectly. Wei Chuan's lips were curling upwards uncontrollably, he had to cover half his mouth with his right hand, pretending to taste with a serious expression while nodding from time to time. Chuan Gu, this was picked by me, your set is on the bed. Seeing Wei Chuan's satisfied expression, Zhu Lingxue proudly straightened her waist while Lu Qingqing beside her shyly lowered her head. Good, I'll give you a merit. Wei Chuan felt secretly pleased in his heart, directly sitting down between the two girls and wrapping his arms around their waists. Zhu Lingxue leaned her head on his shoulder, her eyes shining with a hint of expectation as she asked, Chuan Gu, tonight Qingqing will sleep in the upper bunk, when will we rest? Hearing Zhu Lingxue's words, Wei Chuan understood that they had already discussed the order. Although it was a bit regrettable not to have a double delight, it's also good, after all, it's the first day. Who finishes the good food right after a meal? Moreover, after spending today together, he knew that both girls had strict families and had never dated, so their first time should indeed be special. Lingxue, you make me feel like I'm missing out. Wei Chuan laughed helplessly as he patted Zhu Lingxue's slim waist, his palm slowly resting on the hem of her skirt. How could they push it like this? It's like a girl obsessed with love. Lu Qingqing chuckled softly, she hadn't expected the sister she picked up from the road to be so infatuated. It seemed she had been too strictly controlled at home, and now that she was free, she started to go wild. Chuan Gu. Zhu Lingxue playfully bumped her head against Wei Chuan's shoulder, her face slightly flushed. She wasn't a starving beast, instead, she had happily found the most realistic and best choice while fully accepting this world. What woman wouldn't like a handsome guy who fits her aesthetic? Moreover, this handsome guy is a super potential stock, capable of becoming her reliance in the future. And, although she was grateful for and like Lu Qingqing, she still needed to fight for what she deserved, even if it was just a little more intimacy. Chapter 19, A Wonderful Night. Resting won't be so quick, I still have things to do. Do you know about source crystals? Wei Chuan gently rubbed Zhu Lingshua's head and spoke softly. I know, it's hidden in the brains of night demons. Many people in our area are talking about this. They say the source crystal is the energy of the future. Zhu Lingxue immediately replied, and Lu Qingqing nodded in agreement. They were scared by the night demon last night and had been hiding in the regional channel looking for solutions. In the end, they really found one. As long as they stayed quiet, they wouldn't disturb the night demon. However, achieving this was quite difficult. Because when normal people see the night demon, no matter what kind of vehicle they are in, the first thought is to run quickly, which leads to the night demon attacking. They were able to safely get through last night, thanks to the group of wolves in the afternoon, otherwise, they wouldn't have spent the night in the resource point. Right, so we need to save up more source crystals. Wei Chuan hugged both women and shared his guesses and planned strategies with them. Lu Qingqing asked, do we just crash the car into it? Wei Chuan nodded, yes, the night demon looks terrifying, but actually, a gentle bump with an armored car would take it down. For the sake of not being hunted in the future, we need to save up more. Of course, there are big events in the next few days, just saving up about 100 would be good. A little push on the gas, and we can get it done in an hour and a half. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue felt a bit shy. The big event Wei Chuan mentioned was actually about them. It's almost time, check the storage rack, and don't let anything fall. When I deal with the night demon, you can collect the goods. Wei Chuan gently patted their slim waists, changed into the ice silk cartoon pajamas that Zhu Lingxue had picked for him, and walked toward the driver's seat. 5 minutes later, the night completely enveloped the desert. In the thick and dark night, only the roar of the armored vehicle's engine broke the surrounding silence. Wei Chuan sat steadily in the driver's seat, his gaze scanning through the windshield for traces of the night demon. Let's get to work. He whispered softly, suddenly stepping on the gas. The 10-wheel-drive steel beast erupted with powerful energy, its headlights cutting through the dark, illuminating the area, revealing dozens of crimson eyes turning toward them. Roar! Stimulated by the light and engine noise, the night demon erupted in frenzy, roaring and charging toward the armored vehicle. The more, the better. I want to finish early. Wei Chuan's lips curled into a cold smirk, pressing the gas pedal all the way down. The armored vehicle charged like a rampaging rhinoceros, fiercely crashing into the oncoming night demon with an unstoppable force. Boom! 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 The result was already determined. The night demons that got hit by the armored vehicle shattered like puppets in an instant, black blood and broken bodies splattering under the lights. But this was just the beginning. After dealing with the night demons, Wei Chuan rolled over them again from front to back. Why should he do all the hard work himself? He just let them open their heads. Anyway, the source crystals couldn't be crushed. He rampaged through the swarm of night demons, the solid vehicle acting as the most terrifying meat grinder. This scene was somewhat bloody and crazy. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue could barely watch at first, feeling safe in the armored car, but slowly felt a bit nauseous and crawled back into the rear compartment. Soon, an hour had passed. Wait a minute. Wei Chuan looked at the 80 source crystals in his backpack and keenly sensed something unusual. The quantity. Tonight, the night demons were clearly more numerous than last night. Small groups of 3 or 2 were basically nowhere to be seen, mostly starting at 5. Last night, he collected 150 in 3 hours, but tonight, after only 1 hour, he had already gathered 80. Though he had increased his speed a bit and improved the hunting efficiency, the increase in the number of night demons was the main reason. Moreover, the night demons tonight seemed to move faster. Will these monsters level up? Wei Chuan felt a heaviness in his heart. He wasn't afraid of the increasing numbers, but was scared that their strength might also increase. Although the armored vehicle was powerful, if it faced mutated creatures that were boosted, it probably wouldn't hold up. Forget it, no use thinking. In the next few days, let's collect more scraps and complete the full vehicle upgrade as soon as possible. If 20mm armor can't stop them, then go for 50mm, 100mm. I don't believe that something made of flesh can turn the tide. A fierce light flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes. Adjusting direction again, he crashed hard towards another area where red light was approaching. The armored vehicle roared, crushing all the night demons in its path. After over 20 minutes, when the number of source crystals in the backpack reached 122, Wei Chuan decisively stopped the hunt. That's enough for today, the most important battle is still waiting for him. He turned the vehicle around, took a round, and, seeing that there were no night demons around, parked and turned off the engine, bringing instant silence to the world. The light in the rear compartment was dim, with only a faint moonlight filtering through the observation window. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were sitting on the sofa chatting. Upon seeing Wei Chuan approach, they immediately stood up. What are you talking about? Wei Chuan squeezed between the two women, wrapping his arms around their waists as he sat down. Brother Chuan, we bought 5 more solar panels for only 25 liters of diesel, and we also found a small bottle of conductive glue. Zhu Lingxue said excitedly, pulling the items out of the storage compartment. Great. I'll make sure you get to watch TV tomorrow. Wei Chuan tossed the items onto the shelf across from him, then gave a playful peck on both Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue's pretty faces. You two chat, I'm a bit tired and want to sleep early. Lu Qingqing softly said, then quickly climbed up to the upper bunk of another iron frame bed. Seeing this, Wei Chuan smiled and looked at Zhu Lingxue. Lu Qingqing smelled of alcohol, clearly having drunk some baijiu. The reason was, probably to sleep soundly and avoid the cannon fire later. Brother Chuan. Zhu Lingxue affectionately rested her head on Wei Chuan's shoulder, her tone carrying a hint of barely noticeable nervousness. Wait for me for a minute, just 1 minute. Wei Chuan gently patted Zhu Lingxue's head, then went to the storage shelf to grab some materials to make 3 pistol crossbows. The items could wait until tomorrow to sell, but the crafting had to be done tonight. After all, his energy was a resource, and wasting it was not an option. Although he had important matters to attend to later, Zhu Lingxue was a newbie, so she wouldn't take much of his energy, perhaps just 1 round would wear her out. After packing up the source crystals and pistol crossbows, Wei Chuan sat back on the bed and gently pulled Zhu Lingxue into his arms, whispering in her ear, "It's getting late, let's rest, shall we?" Zhu Lingxue obediently nestled in his embrace, softly replying. Wei Chuan's lips curled up as he leaned down to kiss her cherry-like lips, his hands gradually sliding down in exploration. Not to mention, a suspender dress was quite convenient. Their lips pressed together, tongues tangled, and they steadied themselves for several minutes before parting, their bodies naturally falling onto the bed. Creak. The wooden board made a light noise at the same time a suppressed groan sounded, which soon turned into a melodious chirp like a oriole. On the upper bunk of another iron frame bed, Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed as she silently covered her ears. If only she had drunk a bit more baijiu earlier. Chapter 20, Material Tycoon, Dark Star. The next day, Wei Chuan woke from his dreams. He held Zhu Lingxue in his arms, with her snow-white little hand clasped in his. The time was 5:30 in the morning, and it was still dark outside. He intended to catch a bit more sleep, but the light coming from the rear of the vehicle suddenly woke him up, causing him to lift his head sharply. Ching ching? Just a glance, and Wei Chuan relaxed. It was Lu Qingqing using a gas stove. After gently pulling his left arm out from under Zhu Lingxue's head, he got up, dressed, and walked towards Lu Qingqing. Wei Chuan? It's still early, you can sleep a little longer. I'll wake you up for breakfast at 7. Hearing the commotion, Lu Qingqing turned back to take a look and said softly. Why are you cooking so early? Wei Chuan squatted down beside Lu Qingqing with a smile, asking just as quietly. I'm making sweet potato porridge. I want to finish it early so it can cool down. There's half a can of ham left from last night, just a little frying will do as a side dish. Lu Qingqing explained. Wei Chuan felt a warmth in his heart and softly said, Qingqing, I have no dietary restrictions, I'll eat anything. In the future, when cooking, just make it according to your own taste. Buy whatever you want to eat. Lu Qingqing responded gently. Then she lowered her head and stopped talking. She still clearly remembers the sound she heard last night. Whenever she thinks of it, her cheeks flush because tonight it's her turn. You go ahead, I will install the solar panels on the roof. Noticing Lu Qingqing not daring to look at him, Wei Chuan roughly guessed what she was thinking. He kissed her on the cheek and took some materials to climb onto the roof. There was a breeze outside, which felt quite cool against his skin. In the distance, a few night demons were wandering, their red eyes like little lanterns, slightly unnerving. He didn't make much noise, so the night demons didn't come over to cause trouble. Done. In no time, Wei Chuan had finished installing 5 solar panels. Now, the total number of solar panels on the roof had reached 15, generating 5.4 kilowatt-hours in 12 hours, enough for the uninterrupted use of 3 electrical appliances for 13.5 hours. Awesome. Back in the car, Lu Qingqing was already sitting on the couch, but her eyes were still fixed on the portable stove and stainless steel pot. Wei Chuan connected the solar panel wires to the battery pack and then made 5 sets of crossbows. Counting the 3 sets made last night, he had a total of 8 sets to sell. Next, he opened the trading post and posted a buying request. Wanted, 1 semi-automatic crossbow, with 20 crossbow bolts, can fire 5 arrows in a row, invincible on hand, I want food, fresh water, diesel, recipes, bring your own price, only one available, highest bidder wins. Still the same, only the most essential basic supplies and recipes. After posting, he sat down on the couch, pulled Lu Qingqing onto his lap, and wrapped his arms around her waist, comforting her tired soul with softness. Don't. Lu Qingqing felt a tingling sensation in front of her and couldn't help but push him a little. But thinking that Zhu Lingxue hadn't woken up yet, her embarrassment faded significantly. Soon, she suppressed her resistance and quietly leaned against Wei Chuan, enjoying this warm tranquility. After a while of indulging in habits, Wei Chuan opened the survival manual. His private messages had piled up a lot, all wanting to trade for crossbows. It might be because it was too early, the rich folks hadn't gotten up yet, and the offers were generally low, but after thinking for a while, Wei Chuan still decided to sell. The material cost of the crossbows was very low, and since he could produce them in large quantities, he should sell fiercely when no one is snatching the market and gather supplies aggressively. Only the supplies in his pocket could be considered his. Moreover, the generally low offers were just compared to yesterday's average price. In reality, they were still quite considerable. 8 sets of crossbows in total traded for 215 liters of gasoline, 180 liters of diesel, 39 liters of drinking water, 7 bottles of wine, 1 small refrigerator, 4 boxes of tissues, 1 set of computer, and 1 recipe for a rapid base bed planting platform. Plus some extras, a little seasoning, wine utensils, materials, food, etc. Among them, the best was the rapid base bed planting platform recipe. This deal could be said to have hit the jackpot. Recipe: 3 by 3 meter rapid base bed planting platform. Suitable for planting all crops, automatically adjusts temperature, requires no light, no watering, increases crop growth speed by 50%, increases crop yield by 20%, consumes source crystal *10 every 24 hours. Crafting times, 5 out of 5. Materials needed: copper ingot *10, activated carbon *10, source crystal *10, plastic *10, humus *10. Would you like to learn? Whether for crafting or using, it consumes source crystals, undoubtedly source equipment. The effect is especially good. Once the space inside the car is spacious enough, he can use the planting platform to create a greenhouse, achieving self-sufficiency in agricultural products. It's just that he doesn't know what humus is. It can't even be found in the trading post, so he can only wait slowly. Your talent is so overpowered. Seeing Wei Chuan continuously pulling out supplies, Lu Qingqing exclaimed. These supplies were enough to drive most of the people in this world crazy, but to Wei Chuan, it was just an ordinary transaction harvest, which was too exaggerated. It can only be said that he truly deserved to have a unique S-level talent. Your talent is great too. This world has night demons and beasts, and the healer is so important. Wei Chuan gently rubbed with his left hand and smiled as he praised her. Don't wait until tonight. Lu Qingqing murmured softly, nearly overwhelmed by the tingling sensation from in front of her, her whole body limp in Wei Chuan's embrace. The term wet nurse likely referred not just to her talent, but rather to the position of his hands right now. Hearing this, Wei Chuan gave Lu Qingqing a deep kiss, then slowly stopped his actions. Now was indeed not the right time to act, partly because of timing, and partly because energy was over half consumed. Better to handle the trifles tonight, rest well, and savor it later. The time was now 6 o'clock. Wei Chuan satisfiedly pulled his hand away, his fingertips seemingly still holding onto a faint scent and soft touch. He shifted Lu Qingqing off his lap, planted a kiss on her face, and got up to organize the supplies he had just gathered. The desktop computer and small refrigerator looked good. A slight repair would make them usable. However, their power consumption was a bit high. Even with normal use, 12 hours would consume 4 kilowatts, which he couldn't afford these days, so he would just keep them for now. After sorting the supplies, Wei Chuan opened his private chat again. He still had energy left. If he pressed until his head hurt, he could probably squeeze out 5 more sets of pistol crossbows and do a few more trades. Wei Wanfa, do you want the Dark Star? If you can add some bolts and supplies, I'll trade with you. Whoa! Seeing one of the messages, Wei Chuan's heart suddenly raced, almost jumping out of his chest. Many might not know what the Dark Star is, for it is merely a nickname. Its true name is the Type 54 pistol. Chapter 21, the Type 54 pistol in hand, terrifying as such. Wei Chuan, I can add supplies and bolts, but what's the condition of the Dark Star, and how many bullets does it have? Wei Chuan quickly replied. He had heard of the Type 54 pistol. It was said to have excellent combat performance, long range, great power, and strong penetration. If he could trade for this thing, his safety would be instantly secured. Wei Wanfa, it's a bit rusty, there are 3 bullets left, the trigger is loose, if you open it up and fix it, it can be used. Seeing the reply, 3 question marks popped up on Wei Chuan's forehead. What does it mean that it can be used if you just open it up and fix it? No need to think, this gun should not be usable, and the problem is not as simple as the trigger being loose, otherwise, this guy would have fixed it long ago. How could he have waited until now? Thinking about it, indeed, if it was a usable pistol, even with just 1 bullet, it wouldn't be brought out for trade, let alone having 3 bullets. After thinking, Wei Chuan replied with a message. Wei Chuan, brother, put it in the trading slot for me to see. If it's not too broken, I can keep it to scare people. If it's too exaggerated, then forget it. Wei Wanfa, okay, you look for yourself, the appearance is definitely fine. Wei Chuan directly sent the trading request, and the other side accepted it in seconds. Type 54 pistol, caliber 7.62 mm, effective range 50 meters, magazine capacity 3/8 rounds, gun body damp and rusty, trigger and recoil spring broken, unable to fire. Alright. Seeing the item description, Wei Chuan's eyes lit up. In the face of S-level mechanical mastery, these minor part damages were not a problem at all. Blinking, they could be repaired. If it was broken down to just a rotten shell, it was uncertain whether he could figure out the principles and structure. Wei Chuan, looks okay, I'll give you 30 crossbow bolts. Wei Wenfa, add some more, just give me some water or something. Wei Chuan, I can't add more, brother, this thing can't be repaired at all, I can only use it to show off. Wei Wenfa, if it can be repaired, it wouldn't be this price. If you take this out, everyone you meet on the road won't you be able to handle? Wei Chuan, the pistol crossbow is also fine, if I didn't like it, this rotten shell wouldn't even be worth a single crossbow bolt, forget it, I'll keep it for trading supplies. Wei Wenfa, alright, I'll give it to you, why can't I click the trade? Wei Chuan, too many useless private chats, I turned off trading, wait for a moment, once I finish making things, I'll click you. In just a minute, Wei Chuan made another 5 sets of pistol crossbows. He didn't have a suitable storage box, so he directly tied the crossbow and arrows together with iron wire. One of the sets came with 50 crossbow bolts. After finishing these 5 sets of pistol crossbows, his energy was already drained. His legs felt a bit weak, and his head was dizzy. He opened the trading function and asked Wei Wenfa to exchange for the big black star. Once he got the item, he didn't rush to check it, instead, he first filtered through private messages and exchanged the remaining 4 sets of pistol crossbows. 80 liters of diesel, 70 liters of gasoline, 30 liters of engine oil. 5 liters of drinking water, a box of 5-gene crispy noodles, 6 cans of fish, a 5-gene watermelon, 5 bottles of soda, a folding electric bike, a handheld gaming console, and some miscellaneous extras. The average price was even lower than the last batch. But this was actually carefully selected by Wei Chuan according to his personal preferences. He didn't lack supplies now, there was no need to constantly haggle over value in business. He should enjoy himself, otherwise, what was the point of making money? Looking at Wei Chuan starting to organize supplies again, Lu Qingqing was already numb. Wei Chuan's speed of earning supplies was simply too fast, the 3 of them couldn't use it all. If he kept earning like this, in less than 2 days, the truck would burst with supplies. Ha! After the second batch of supplies was stocked, Wei Chuan let out a long sigh and sat back on the sofa. He took out the brand new handheld gaming console from its box but stopped halfway and handed it to Lu Qingqing. Almost forgot the key point. What's wrong? Lu Qingqing took the box and asked with some confusion. Wei Chuan didn't answer, he just gently spread his hands, and the big black star instantly appeared in his grip. A pistol? Lu Qingqing's pupils shrank, but she quickly realized something was off and curiously asked, but a pistol crossbow shouldn't be able to trade for a pistol, right? Of course, you can't exchange for a good one. Wei Chuan smiled and hugged Lu Qingqing's fragrant shoulder. Lu Qingqing quickly reacted and couldn't help but feel excited, but your talent can repair it, and you can mass-produce it. Exactly. Guns are easy to make, the hard part is the bullets. You can search for gunpowder and oxidizers, which might also be called propellants and detonators. If there's none, I'll search for the scientific names later. As Wei Chuan spoke, he began repairing the big black star. It might be more appropriate to say it was being remade, each part had varying degrees of damage and rust. He needed to add materials to reshape it, once remade, it would be a new gun. The draining of energy was consuming him again, and the dizziness had turned into a slight headache. However, looking at the brand new big black star in his hand, all discomfort seemed to vanish. At this moment, Wei Chuan had only one thought in his mind, refreshing. It felt good in the hand, weighing about 1.5 to 2 pounds. When fully loaded, the magazine should weigh about 2 pounds, not reaching 3. What about making a large one? Wei Chuan toyed with the big black star, lost in thought. The blueprint showed that making a rifle with a clear structural difference wasn't feasible, but a powerful pistol was definitely not difficult. But he quickly dismissed this idea because a high-powered pistol would have significant recoil, and he knew he couldn't handle it. Scenes from movies, like precise rapid-fire Desert Eagles and M500s, simply didn't exist in reality. It was much harder than firing a Barrett. Firing a powerful shot required a moment to adjust. It's better to fire a series of rapid shots to suppress fire directly and avoid injury. Found it! There's smokeless powder and primer, can they be used? Suddenly, Lu Qingqing exclaimed softly and shook Wei Chuan's arm. Of course. Wei Chuan immediately opened the trading interface to check the smokeless powder and primer. Item name, smokeless powder. Quantity, 5. Price, 10 liters of engine oil. Item name, primer. Quantity, 10. Price, 300 milliliters of fresh water. Smokeless powder, a smokeless white powder that can be used as a propellant. It is non-explosive and completely different from explosives, commonly used to propel firearms in combat. Primer, a crystalline substance that can be used as an oxidizer, highly sensitive to external forces. It is different from explosives, commonly used to ignite propellant. They were not raw materials but semi-finished products. The appearance of these two items meant that there certainly existed recipes for firearms. But Wei Chuan was not very worried. With S-Class mechanical control and armored vehicles, he felt less fear of guns, and besides, it was hard to meet people on the highway, let alone armed ones. No need to talk too much, just buy it. Buying semi-finished products directly could save a lot of time, avoiding the tedious process of material preparation and experimentation. Chapter 22, Firepower and the Age of Electricity. As 7 o'clock approached, the sky gradually brightened. Lu Qingqing cautiously placed the steaming stainless steel pot on the small wooden table and took out 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. The freshly fried ham sizzled, its edges crispy and golden, releasing a rich aroma. It smells so good. Qingqing, what delicious food have you made? At this moment, Zhu Lingxue rubbed her eyes and sat up, mumbling sleepily. She yawned, and the strap that Wei Chuan had loosened the night before slid down, revealing her fair upper body. Her face slightly flushed, she hurried to pull the strap back onto her shoulder. Sweet potato porridge and fried ham, come eat. Lu Qingqing pretended not to see, brought the open pressure cooker to the table, and filled each bowl to the brim. The sweet potato porridge had cooled down, showing an enticing orange color, with rice grains soaked in broth, and the sweet potato chunks soft and fragrant, filling the cabin with a hint of sweetness. Qingqing, where's Chuan Ji? Zhu Lingxue sat down at the table and asked curiously. Lu Qingqing pointed to the back of the car, where Wei Chuan was crouched in the corner, facing away from them, making no sound. If one did not look closely, they wouldn't even notice him. Chuan Ji, what are you doing? Zhu Lingxue bent down and walked over, hugging him from behind. Doing something big. Wei Chuan exhaled, holding up a plate with 6 magazines neatly arranged on it, along with a few golden bullets. Mine shaping couldn't be used on gunpowder, so we had to manually load them, one by one, making the manufacturing efficiency very low. These 55 bullets were the total result of nearly an hour's work. Bullets? Zhu Lingxue was immediately stunned, a guess forming in her mind, but unless Wei Chuan would let her ask, he directly took out the big black star from the storage compartment. A pistol. Zhu Lingxue's gaze landed on the big black star, her eyes filled with surprise. With this thing, who would dare to trouble them? Want to try? Wei Chuan inserted a magazine into the big black star, gently wiped his finger, and the firing pin and trigger were set in place, making it unable to fire. He then handed it to Zhu Lingxue. Yes. This is a gun. Zhu Lingxue excitedly took the gun, unable to put it down, aiming it around the cabin at various spots. But she didn't touch the trigger, nor did she point the gun at Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing. After playing for a while, she handed the gun back to Wei Chuan. Wei Chuan finished organizing the ammunition and hugged Zhu Lingxue, sitting down at the table, then handed the gun to Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing had little interest in firearms, she just waited and then let it go, urging Wei Chuan and Zhu Lingxue to eat breakfast. Wei Chuan discreetly restored the firing pin and trigger, putting it back in the storage compartment. The cooled sweet potato porridge was very delicious, with soft glutinous rice mixed with the fragrant sweetness of sweet potatoes, and the ham was savory and tasty, perfectly complementing each other. While eating, Wei Chuan browsed the trading post, mainly collecting gunpowder and solar panels, followed by recipes and other items of interest. In just over 10 minutes of breakfast, he actually got quite a few good things. Enough gunpowder to make 200 rounds, 7 solar panels, 4 boxes of 250 milliliters of near-expiry milk, over 3 pounds of various fruits, a formula for a massage chair that could be used 10 times, and some metal scraps. Buying directly at the trading post had higher prices than when negotiating for purchases. But Wei Chuan had already realized the freedom of supplies, and he wouldn't even blink when buying. After installing the 7 solar panels, Wei Chuan announced their departure. He needed to continue making bullets, while Zhu Lingxue would wipe away the traces from the previous night and clean the bed, so Lu Qingqing was temporarily in charge of driving. Today morning's luck is excellent. Although I haven't seen any resource points or supply boxes, I've reaped great rewards while shopping at the trading post. 3 solar panels, 3 kitchen appliances that can be repaired, a box of 24 bottles of 330 milliliters beer, a bulletproof vest, a recipe for a gasoline-powered saw that can be used 5 times, and a pack of unopened cigarettes. These are just the things that Wei Chuan likes the most and finds most practical. He also bought a lot of items that are not practical but not expensive, mostly unlimited recipes. There are sneaker recipes, shirt recipes, bikini recipes, cheongsam recipes, down jacket recipes, black stockings recipes, scarf recipes, and more. These recipes appeared on the first day, and many were listed in the trading post. Due to their price and practicality, they hadn't been sold. When Wei Chuan checked, he found that all the prices had dropped, so he unleashed his cash power and bought over 20 different recipes in one go. He can't use them now, but who knows about the future? Some of these were bought for enjoyment, and there's a chance they could be used every night. Adding all these items together, Wei Chuan only paid with supplies he traded for 4 sets of handgun crossbows, while he made a total of 15 sets of handgun crossbows this morning. Now, the storage rack in the car is already bursting full, and even the space under the bed is stuffed with supplies. After completely solving the daily life issues, the next step is to prioritize the most important mainline plan. To fully transform the armored vehicle. madly acquiring solar panels and developing a combined power system of wood, gasoline, and electricity, while proportionally expanding the vehicle size. Otherwise, the current cabin space is really insufficient. At 12:30 in the afternoon, the armored vehicle stopped by the roadside. Lunch has already been prepared, still made by Lu Qingqing. This soft girl from the south is very passionate about cooking and has taken on the task of future meals. Steamed rice, golden flour and rib soup, stir-fried vegetables, spicy stir-fried meat. The meat is wolf meat, exchanged for 10 liters of water. The other party was also in Area 50001 and was seen by Wei Chuan while they were calling out. However, today's lunch isn't mainly about the food itself. Ladies, the moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Wei Chuan stood in front of the storage rack, gently pressed the power button on the DVD player with his right thumb, and then inserted a movie disc. The snowflakes in the big screen television flickered, then suddenly a deep blue earth bounced out, with letters spinning around the globe, finally stopping steadily in the center of the screen. 3 seconds later, the earth burst into dazzling light, quickly transforming into the sun. This sun slowly descended upon the tip of a pyramid, then the camera panned down, revealing the pyramid surrounded by a stone city, as the voiceover sounded at that moment. At the same time, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both showed happy smiles on their faces. They actually got to watch a movie in this barren world. Wei Chuan first looked at the expressions of the two women, then looked at the television screen, feeling particularly satisfied in his heart. He now has a total of 25 solar panels, generating 9 units of electricity per day. If all are given to the television and DVD player, it could run non-stop for 24 hours. Chapter 23, Rob me? How dare you? Brother Chuan, this movie is quite good. Zhu Lingxue said while scoping her meal, her eyes shining brightly. Lu Qingqing also stared at the screen without blinking, afraid of missing even a bit of the plot. Wei Chuan smiled and asked, "The Mummy one, this is an old movie. It used to be quite popular, haven't you watched it?" "No." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both shook their heads. They prefer love stories and comedies. This kind of horror and fantasy type of old movie, they wouldn't even think about on a regular day. An hour later. Lunch is over. Wei Chuan is hugging Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue on the sofa. On the screen, the male protagonist saves the female protagonist from the mummy, fleeing in the dark corridors of ancient ruins with a group of teammates. Zhu Lingxue nervously hugs Wei Chuan's waist, while Lu Qingqing slightly leans forward, feeling the thrill of the unfolding story. Fully focused. To enjoy this pleasant afternoon, Wei Chuan planned to finish watching this movie first before speaking out. After achieving freedom and supplies, it was no longer important to find supply boxes and resource points. Moving forward was just to avoid being caught by the sandstorm, no need to struggle as hard as the previous days. Brother Chuan, do we have enough electricity now? Can we still watch after the sun goes down? Or should we wait until tonight to watch? As she watched, Zhu Lingxue suddenly asked. Hearing this question, Lu Qingqing perked up her ears to listen. From frugality into luxury is easy, but from luxury into frugality is hard. After tasting the benefits of electricity, it was difficult for them to accept the pitch-dark nights again. If there would be a power cut at night, it was better to endure a bit now and save electricity for use later. Don't worry, we have enough to watch all day. If you focus more on the solar panels in the afternoon, as long as I collect another 20 or 30 blocks, I will install the remaining appliances, and you can use them freely for 24 hours. Wei Chuan said casually, giving the two girls a reassurance. All right. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue nodded instinctively, taking out the survival manual while watching the movie and browsing the trading post. Just then, Wei Chuan's mechanical perception went off like a crazy alarm. He sensed malicious intent coming from outside the vehicle. Almost in the next moment, a roar of engines sounded from far to near, violently breaking the atmosphere of the movie inside the cabin. The sound was chaotic and loud. It seemed like it wasn't just one car, and it was charging in fast. Get ready to drive. Wei Chuan shouted lowly, suddenly springing up from the comfortable sofa, rushing 2 steps to the shooting hatch in the center of the vehicle, directly unlocking the latch, and without hesitation, sticking his upper body out of the vehicle. In his view, 3 vehicles enveloped in swirling yellow sand were wildly rushing down the road from afar, headed straight for his massive armored vehicle. In the lead was a small sedan, followed closely by a van and a small truck. They had no intention of slowing down, charging forward with a fierce momentum, clearly hostile. Looking for death. Wei Chuan's eyes turned cold, and the large black star appeared in his hand, murderous intent evident. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled the nearby dining table over to prop his feet on, aiming the gun directly at the driver's seat of the small sedan. Bang! 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 The sedan speeding down the road had its front windshield instantly burst into a spiderweb of cracks. Following that, the sedan began to lose control, the front end swerving sharply to the right, spinning around wildly as if it were drunk, and then overturned, coming to a complete stop. This sudden barrage of fire was like a blow to the head. The small truck and van following closely behind the sedan reacted almost simultaneously, sharply spinning their tails around and turning away, clearly scared to death. Charging forward against the bullets? Forget it. They just wanted to escape this place of death as fast as possible, engines wailing and the dust swirling thicker than before. Little loser, was that satisfying? Wei Chuan smiled coldly, quickly changing out a magazine and continuing to shoot. Bang! 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 With 8 consecutive shots fired, one of the rear tires of the van was shot out, causing its speed to drop sharply, finally getting stuck in the sand. As for the small truck, by the time Wei Chuan aimed, it had already run far away. Too eager, should have let it come closer before shooting. Wei Chuan looked at the small truck disappearing into the dust, his eyes showing no fluctuations, pulling his head back into the vehicle to shout, "Chase them!" Lu Qingqing, sitting in the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator straight down without a word. At the same time, the driver of the van had already jumped out of the vehicle, fleeing toward the direction they had come from, holding a machete in his hand. Bang! Bang! As Wei Chuan's armored vehicle drove past, he sent 2 bullets down to the fleeing guy. "Sister Qingqing, a guy named Wang Biao is scolding us. He said we were robbing around in an armored car, and just now we robbed them, and he said something about our guns." Zhu Lingxue, who was monitoring the communication channel, said unhappily. "Does he still have time to slander us? It seems there is more than one person in that small truck, he is not the driver." Lu Qingqing tightly gripped the steering wheel, her face serious as she stared at the small truck not far away. The small truck was not slower than the armored vehicle, and it might even be faster, but this was not a flat road, it was a gravel-strewn desert. A minute later, the armored vehicle caught up with the van. Lu Qingqing was worried that the impact would affect Wei Chuan, so she just controlled the speed and followed the small truck on its left side, keeping a distance of about 20 meters. Bang! 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 Wei Chuan started with an American-style draw and emptied his magazine directly. The windows of the small truck shattered in an instant. The driver, a young man, was shot in the head and collapsed onto the steering wheel. With no driver, the small truck instantly lost control, crashing straight into a rock about half a person high, flipping over and sliding out for over 10 meters before stopping. Lu Qingqing slowed down the vehicle and parked the armored car in front of the small truck's right side. The windshield was already cracked, but there were not many cracks. She could see a bald middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat, quite sturdy. This guy seemed to be in good shape, the rollover didn't seem to hurt him, and he was waving his hand. "Brother, don't shoot. We just want to team up with you, we mean no harm. If you're short on supplies, I can bring you some, save some bullets for protection." The bald middle-aged man shook his somewhat dizzy head, unbuckled his seatbelt, climbed into the driver's seat, and shouted loudly towards Wei Chuan. "Dude, come on, don't be so polite, I'll take care of it myself." Wei Chuan curled his lips into a cold arc and squeezed the trigger. Gunfire echoed, a blood hole appeared on the bald man's forehead, and he slumped down. In the next life, be smarter. He regarded himself as not a good person, but not a bad one either. He wouldn't take the initiative to harm others, but if someone set their sights on him, then he wouldn't hold back. Chapter 24, The Reward of Justice. After taking down the bald middle-aged man, Wei Chuan signaled Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to get out of the car. "Not bad. This can save us a lot of resources." Wei Chuan touched the surface of the vehicle, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He had been thinking about a complete transformation for the armored vehicle since morning, but he didn't expect the materials would come so quickly to his door. "Brother Chuan, that bald guy was just slandering us in the area." Zhu Lingxue put her hands on her hips, angrily saying, clearly displeased with Wang Biao's hypocritical behavior. Lu Qingqing patted Zhu Lingxue's arm. "There's no need to get mad, everyone knows what he's like, no one will speak for him, and he's already dead." "Everyone knows him?" Wei Chuan asked with some confusion. Lu Qingqing nodded. "Many people know him. On the first day, someone was tricked by him into losing their vehicle, and when he spoke, others recognized him from his profile picture. His name is Wang Biao." "Wang Biao?" Hearing this name, Wei Chuan remembered something. Yesterday afternoon someone was cursing Wang Biao, saying he almost got robbed by him, and it was revealed that Wang Biao's team had 2 vehicles and 3 people. They were developing quite quickly, it was only the 3rd day, and they had gathered 3 vehicles. There were at least 4 people, 2 here, 1 in the van, and 1 in the sedan. "Lingxue, be polite. My good brother worked hard to deliver 3 vehicles to me, and there might be plenty of supplies as well, I won't allow you to speak ill of him." Wei Chuan smiled and ruffled Zhu Lingxue's hair, making it messy. "Then let's get started." Zhu Lingxue's anger immediately lessened by half, and she pulled Wei Chuan's hand, eagerly heading towards the back of the vehicle. The rear door was locked with a padlock, and Wei Chuan simply used his mind to shape and remove it. Bang! With a dull sound, half of the door smashed to the ground, revealing the chaotic pile of supplies inside. These guys had quite a harvest. There was a battery car, 3 bicycles, several wooden planks that seemed to be used for beds, a bunch of clothes, several half-empty burlap sacks, and 3 gray iron boxes inside. The lid of a gray iron box opened, rolling out several bottles of mineral water. Hurry up, we have 3 vehicles to deal with. Wei Chuan crouched as he entered the car compartment, followed closely by Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. At the cost of draining all his energy, Wei Chuan managed to finish handling 3 vehicles just before the sandstorm swallowed the land. Having storage compartments made the moving work effortless, but the energy required to dismantle the vehicle bodies was exhausting. Half of the 2 hours was spent resting. Listening to the howling wind outside, with grit slapping against the vehicle, Wei Chuan dragged his weary body to lie down on the sofa. Extremely tired, but the gains were huge. He wasted nothing from the 3 vehicles, and the metal materials he obtained were measured by the ton, enough for him to completely transform the vehicles. Thanks to the many storage compartments, otherwise, it would have been tough for the armored vehicle to carry it all. The 3 of them had 30 storage compartments, 30 trading post consignments, 15 compartments in backpacks, 10 material compartments in crafting tables, and 40 material compartments in the crafting tables for 4 two-wheeled vehicles. These 125 compartments held most of the harvest from this trip. Are you okay? Do you want some water to refresh? Lu Qingqing crouched beside the sofa, holding a freshly opened bottle of mineral water, her voice filled with concern. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Wei Chuan took the water, sat up, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. The icy cold water flowed down his throat, slightly clearing the chaos in his mind. He wiped his face and looked at the burlap sacks and gray iron boxes under the dining table, asking, what good things did my good brothers leave me? I didn't have time to count them carefully, but roughly estimated, there are 80 liters of fuel, 10 liters of mineral water, 15 jeans of potatoes, 3 jeans of snacks, 3 jeans of fruit, 10 jeans of rice and flour, about 100 units of materials, along with some spare parts and tools. Lu Qingqing slowly said. Quite rich, I wonder how many dirty jobs were done. Wei Chuan sighed. These supplies meant nothing to him, but to a normal person, it was already a fortune. Certainly a lot. A hint of disgust surfaced on Lu Qingqing's face. From the first day till now, she had been scolded by people, most likely, it was all about robbing people, and how many dirty deeds could be done depended on how many people they encountered. Let's not talk about them, there's nothing more to say about the dead. My head hurts a little, can you help me massage it? Wei Chuan shifted his position and gently patted the sofa. Lu Qingqing's face turned slightly red, and she sat beside Wei Chuan. Just as she thought Wei Chuan wanted to rest his head on her lap, Wei Chuan suddenly leaned over, directly lying in her arms, his head resting right in front of her. The warm touch and heavy weight penetrated through the thin fabric, causing her breath to momentarily stop. Is this pressure okay? But she quickly relaxed, gently massaging Wei Chuan's temples. In the past couple of days, they had grown more intimate, they had even done unprotected massages without fabric barriers, so this no longer seemed like anything to her, she simply didn't react immediately. Good. Wei Chuan let out a comfortable sigh, his tightly knitted brow finally easing a bit, his entire being sinking deeper into Lu Qingqing's embrace. He even unconsciously rubbed against her, finding a more comfortable position. As the armored vehicle moved forward, the sandstorm was gradually left behind. Wei Chuan's consciousness slowly sank into a dark ocean amidst Lu Qingqing's gentle comfort and the retreating noise. Lu Qingqing looked down at his sleeping profile, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. That seemingly warm yet always wary handsome face now radiated a rare vulnerability and fatigue. Holding the man who would soon be hers, a difficult-to-express soft emotion spread deep within her heart. Zhu Lingxue glanced through the rearview mirror, the corners of her mouth slightly rising. Time flowed silently. Wei Chuan's eyelids trembled slightly. Consciousness slowly rises from deep sleep. A familiar faint body scent lingers at the tip of his nose, soft warm sensation beneath his cheek, and a hint of wet coolness? He opens his eyes in a daze, his vision still a bit blurry. In his sight, he sees Lu Qingqing gently looking down at him, and a spot by his mouth that is wet around the edges of his nightgown? What the heck, did I drool? Wei Chuan instantly wakes up more than half, sitting up straight, a rare hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he subconsciously wipes the corner of his mouth. You're awake? Seeing Wei Chuan's awkwardness is a rare delight for Lu Qingqing, who doesn't care about the wetness in front of her, biting her lip to hold back a laugh. I drank too much soup at noon. Wei Chuan clears his somewhat dry throat, getting up from Lu Qingqing's arms, then wraps her back into his embrace. His temples still feel a bit sore, but the mental fatigue has completely disappeared, and his body is filled with strength, feeling better than ever. Chapter 25, Emotions Heat Up, A Family of 3. What do you want to eat for dinner? Lu Qingqing gently kisses the corner of Wei Chuan's mouth and asks softly. You decide. Wei Chuan returns a light kiss, feeling, for some reason, that after a nap, his relationship with Lu Qingqing has deepened a lot. It's that special kind of understanding, that intimate feeling. Then let's have rice, you consumed too much in the afternoon, having porridge will make you hungry quickly. By the way, Ling Xuet and I bought 12 solar panels, they're all with me. We could have bought more, but others were buying too, and when we placed the order, it showed sold out. Lu Qingqing leans her head on Wei Chuan's shoulder, talking about their gains from the afternoon. If you can buy, then buy, if not, then it's fine. Wei Chuan keeps his eyes closed, his hand resting gently on Lu Qingqing's waist, patting lightly. Today is the third day, many people's lives have already stabilized, and solar panels, treasures that can generate electricity, will only become more sought after. But it's not a big problem. He acted quickly, and with these 12 panels, he already has 37 panels in total. Generating 13.32 kilowatts a day, that's nearly 400 kilowatts a month. As long as he doesn't waste it, this electricity will be enough to support the daily needs of all the electrical appliances in the car. The warm intimacy of the two did not last long. Wei Chuan kisses Lu Qingqing on her forehead and takes the 12 solar panels, standing up briskly. The time is now 5:30 p.m., and while the sun hasn't set yet, the new power station needs to be set up quickly to generate some electricity. Ling Xue, stop for a moment, I need to go out to install the solar panels. He calls out toward the front of the car, then opens the sunroof. The wind outside is quite strong, the air filled with the smell of dust, and the blazing sun relentlessly batters everything on the ground. From a distance, he can still see another road, but there are no cars on it. When the armored vehicle stops steadily, Wei Chuan climbs onto the roof with materials and skillfully installs one deep blue solar panel after another. 37 solar panels are neatly arranged, giving the left roof a layer of blue edge. Wei Chuan pats his hands in satisfaction, feeling the solid assurance brought by more electricity. Back inside the car, he asks Zhu Lingxue to slow down and drive for a bit longer, then connects the wires to the battery pack, powering the fridge, and puts some drinks, beverages, and fruits inside. He swapped out for a watermelon in the morning, and plans to finish it off later. Right now, he needs to make some more bullets. The skirmish at noon consumed quite a bit, with 30 bullets left out of 55, which makes him feel insecure. Sitting in the corner at the back of the car, Wei Chuan arranges the materials and enters a state of full concentration. Shaping the primer and shell, filling in the primer and propellant, carefully pressing in the bullet heads, and finally tightening the shell mouth. For safety and use, the structure can't be too big or too small, the gunpowder can't be too much or too little, and every step must be done meticulously. Time flows on in the monotonous repetition, with only the occasional sound of bullets sliding resonating in the cabin. An hour later. Dinner is ready. Lu Qingqing's pleasant voice rang out. Wei Chuan was just finishing loading the last bright yellow bullet into the magazine, producing a crisp click sound. At his feet were 6 new magazines neatly arranged, with the one in his hand, that made 7. In an hour, he had made 56 bullets, with efficiency similar to that of the morning. Including the leftover ones from lunchtime, the total number of bullets reached 86. With so many magazines prepared, totaling 20, he loaded each bullet in as soon as they were made, ready for use at a moment's notice. Alright, I'll finish the rest tomorrow. After sorting the ammunition, Wei Chuan let out a long breath. The feeling of monotony and tension vanished, replaced by a sense of complete peace. Chuanji, hurry up. Zhu Lingxue's urging voice came from behind. Coming. Wei Chuan replied and saw that both Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were not putting down their chopsticks. He halted, a warm feeling flooding his heart. After hesitating for a second, he took some materials from the storage rack and made 2 big black stars, fully loaded with bullets, gently placing them in front of the 2 girls. Chuanji, is this for us? Zhu Lingxue's eyes instantly brightened, but upon seeing the bullets inside, she did not dare to touch them. Yes, we might encounter people like Wang Biao in the future. Take these for self-defense. I've turned off the safety, put them away first. After dinner, I'll teach you how to use them. Meeting the expectant gazes of the 2 girls, Wei Chuan nodded firmly. Chuanji, I love you to death. Zhu Lingxue cheered, directly putting the big black star into her storage compartment. Then she leaned over and gave Wei Chuan a passionate kiss on the cheek. Feeling the warmth on his face, Wei Chuan's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Lu Qingqing. Alright, let's eat. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing smiled gently and kissed the other side of Wei Chuan's cheek. Both girls were extremely happy now, not because they had a handgun, but because of Wei Chuan's trust in them. He dared to turn his back to their gun muzzles. After the affectionate moments, the 3 started enjoying their dinner. The meal was simple: white rice, spicy sour shredded potatoes, canned beef and radish, fruits, and drinks. Halfway through the meal, Zhu Lingxue suddenly put down her chopsticks and looked at Wei Chuan. Chuanji, let me handle killing the night demons from now on. Wei Chuan stopped his hand, looking up at her. Zhu Lingxue continued, I'll drive over and hit them, then go out to collect source crystals. I can handle such small tasks, so you can rest well. Her tone was calm but serious, with a flicker of determination in her clear, naive eyes. We can take turns, 1 person a day. Lu Qingqing also paused her chopsticks, her gaze filled with agreement. Although she hadn't fully given herself to Wei Chuan yet, she had already chosen him and wanted to help him as much as possible. This Wei Chuan hesitated for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping across Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshue's faces. Finally, he nodded, okay, then it's up to you. With them saying it this way, he had no reason to be pretentious. Driving during the day would save him some energy, and killing night demons at night would save even more, allowing him to accomplish many things with the energy saved. Chuan Ji, don't you need to thank us? Zhu Lingxue leaned her head close to Wei Chuan, tapping her delicate face. Let me pay you some interest, I'll thank you properly tomorrow night. Wei Chuan laughed heartily, leaning in to give her a kiss, then turning to Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances, both smirking with their lips pressed together. The former smiled shyly while the latter beamed with sweetness. Dinner continued in a light and harmonious atmosphere. Wei Chuan looked at the lively Zhu Lingxue, then at the gentle Lu Qingqing. The heavy sense of survival in his heart lightened significantly. After finishing dinner, Wei Chuan taught the two girls how to use the handguns. Actually, it was quite simple, there was hardly any barrier to entry. Many people had at least heard of it, even if they hadn't, they could learn it after watching once. Chapter 26, A Capable Helper. At 7 o'clock, night fell. Zhu Lingxue started the armored vehicle, with the deep rumble of the engine attracting the night demons around. Lu Qingqing sat in the passenger seat, while Wei Chuan stood behind the driver's seat, softly reminding her. Lingxue, there's only one key point, and that is don't be afraid. This is a bulletproof armored vehicle, just hit the gas and crush right through. Oh, and remember to switch to all-wheel drive mode. The button is this yellow one. Don't worry, brother Chuan. Zhu Lingxue huffed on her palm, slapped it on the steering wheel, and pressed the gas pedal down. Bang! Bang! Boom! The dull sounds of collision rang out, accompanied by the sickening cracks of bones. The night demons charging towards the armored car were instantly crushed. Wei Chuan watched for 2 minutes, seeing Zhu Lingxue drive steadily, and then slowly move to the back of the vehicle. He picked up a backpack and approached the crafting table. First, he dealt with the seats from the 3 cars they had earlier, a total of 13, and he tossed them all in for disassembly. Disassembly successful, acquired aluminum ingot *4, copper ingot *4, rubber *3, plastic *3, leather *3. Disassembly successful, acquired aluminum ingot *3, copper ingot *3, rubber *3, plastic *2, leather *2. Disassembly successful, acquired aluminum. 43 aluminum ingots, 43 copper ingots, 39 rubber pieces, 30 plastic pieces, and 30 leather pieces. Wei Chuan didn't lack the first 4 materials, this disassembly was mainly to collect leather. Crafting a massage chair required leather, 6 pieces for 1 chair. There wasn't much leather in the trading hall, they only received 10 a day, but he wanted to make 3 massage chairs, so he thought about disassembling himself to free up some space. Disassembling was a win too, after all, he was already free of basic materials. The minuscule materials from the seats weren't worth his effort to collect. After getting the leather, Wei Chuan directly clicked into the massage chair recipe. Aluminum ingot 10, copper ingot 10, rubber 8, plastic 6, leather 6, cable 3, electronic components 1. Crafting successful, acquired full-body multifunctional zero-gravity massage chair *1. Aluminum ingot 10, copper ingot 10, rubber 8, plastic 6, leather 6, cable 3, electronic components 1. Crafting successful, acquired full-body. He made 3 in total, 1 for each person. Wei Chuan organized the right side of the carriage, placing them side by side between the sofa and the bed. He connected the power, sat down to try it out. It felt amazing, his whole body sank into the chair, every part was being kneaded and pressed, and his body automatically relaxed, feeling especially comfortable. If he lay down on it when he was exhausted, it would definitely feel heavenly. The only downside was the power consumption, using it for an hour would take 2.1 kilowatt-hours. He couldn't afford that now, but a few minutes of use was okay. After finishing the massage chairs, Wei Chuan turned his gaze to the shooting sunroof on the roof. The height of the carriage was 1.6 meters. It was fine for peeking out, but shooting was quite inconvenient, especially for close targets, it needed elevation for support. He immediately got to work, making a tube ladder along the edge of the sunroof frame with steel. The ladder connected to the chassis, providing a stable stand when stepped on. This is much more convenient now. Wei Chuan stepped on it to try, very satisfied. While Zhu Lingxue was still clearing the night demons, he took another stroll in the trading hall. The solar panels were still in high demand, only one batch had an exorbitant price that no one wanted to buy, nearly hitting 3 times the normal market price. Wei Chuan was wealthy and didn't hesitate to snatch them up. Sure, they were a bit expensive, but this bit of material was nothing to him. A total of 8 panels. With the 37 panels he already had, he now owned an astonishing 45 solar panels, generating 16.2 kilowatt-hours a day. He was not far from energy freedom. Just as he finished the transaction and stored the newly purchased solar panels in his storage space, the armored vehicle slowly came to a stop. The headlights still shone brightly, illuminating the chaotic scene ahead. The highway was stained black, the blood and flesh of the night demons sprawled across the ground. Brother Chuan, we need to go down to find the source crystal. Xu Lingxue called back, her voice tinged with excitement. I'll go with you, taking the rear. Wei Chuan showed no hesitation, grabbing his big black star, bending down as he walked towards the back door. Although the night demons on this stretch of road had been cleared out, yet many things still lurked on the dark Gobi wasteland, and he was uneasy about the two young wives getting off the car alone. The heavy car door slowly lowered, letting in a warm breeze that carried a strong smell of blood. Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing followed behind Wei Chuan, each holding a pair of pliers used to collect source crystals. Go ahead, I'll keep watch for you. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette and cast a sharp gaze around the deep darkness. Both young wives needed to build their courage, so he did not plan to help, as long as he could protect them. Okay. A hint of reassurance flashed in Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue's eyes. They immediately sprang into action, quickly moving across the debris on the ground, using the pliers to pick up each glimmering source crystal. Area 50001, 6055/10,000 people. Zheng Kai, don't you feel like there are more and more cars on the road? Wang Ersuwa, I feel that way too, saw 4 cars today, all these roads seem to lead to the same place, and the further we go, the more people we encounter. Yang Peng, so annoying, there are too many night demons tonight, it's impossible to kill them, almost got cornered. Li Haihuan, help needed, anyone got some water to borrow? He Shulin, damn, this lion pack is so strong, they just press the night demons down and rub them into the ground, we can pick up source crystals for free later. Ma Jin, vehicle repair kits are now available, it's a super artifact. Jia Lu, found a small stream while running away, I'm going to make a fortune. Lu Wenming, buddy, I've got a tooth cup recipe, want to collaborate? While scouting, Wei Chuan opened the communication channel for a glance, he hadn't looked in a day and a night, not knowing the situation in the area. The population had dropped by a full 700, not too many, not too few. Vehicle repair kit? Wei Chuan felt a bit curious and immediately opened the trading shop to search. Vehicle repair kit can be used on stationary vehicles to repair any damage and faults. Repair times, 1/1. Repair requirements, depends on the extent of the vehicle's damage and faults. Good stuff. Wei Chuan praised, then closed the survival manual. It's somewhat similar to the modification template, but its functions are much stronger. For those who can't repair vehicles, this thing is indeed a life-saving artifact, at a crucial moment, it can be a lifesaver. If one thinks deeper, this item can even turn a wreck into a new car, and without considering cost, this thing is quite extraordinary. It's a pity it's a mechanical item, he can't use it. Chapter 27, Qingqing's chant, raise the vehicle cabin. At exactly 9 p.m. The heavy armored car door slowly closed, completely isolating the cold night outside filled with a stench. Inside the car, bright lights dispelled the darkness, and an electric fan buzzed, blowing away the faint odors and heat from the 3 of them. Finally done. Zhu Lingxue sighed in relief, placing the bucket filled with source crystals on the dining table, flexing her somewhat sore wrists and neck. Killing the night demons didn't take much effort, but the subsequent searching was quite tiring. You've worked hard. Wei Chuan stored the big black star in the inventory, walked to the fridge, took out 3 cold beers, opened the caps, and shared them with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, then tilted his head back to drink a big gulp. The cold beer, slightly bitter, washed away all the fatigue. Ah, so refreshing. Zhu Lingxue took a sip too, letting out a low, satisfied moan, then turned on the TV and DVD player to continue watching the movie she hadn't finished from noon. Images and sounds appeared, adding a touch of warmth to the steel cabin. The 3 surrounded the dining table, watching the movie while counting the harvest from the past 2 hours. One by one, the faintly glowing source crystals were clamped out with the pliers and transferred to the silver box specially used for storing source crystals. 10, 20, 50, 100. Lu Qingqing counted carefully, while Wei Chuan and Zhu Lingxue verified nearby, and the final number stopped at 155 pieces. Tisk, more again. Wei Chuan compared it with yesterday's earnings and raised an eyebrow. Yesterday, they had collected 115 pieces in an hour and a half, and today, in 2 hours, we collected 155 source crystals, averaging 38 every half hour. But tonight, it's Zhu Lingxue driving, not as swift as last night. Even so, getting this many source crystals only indicates that there are more night demons tonight. Last night was just a guess, tonight it's confirmed. The number of night demons will only grow, and their movement ability will become stronger. However, as long as the method of triggering attacks remains unchanged, the danger from night demons won't increase. If we can fight back, we will, if not, we'll just hide quietly. Half an hour later, the movie ended. Chuangu, Qingqing Jia, I'm going to sleep now, I need to drive tomorrow. Zhu Lingxue put down the second empty bottle, stretched lazily, and yawned a little. She nimbly climbed to the upper bunk of the second bed, leaving the lower space entirely for Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing. The atmosphere suddenly turned a bit delicate and ambiguous. Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she proactively sat on Wei Chuan's lap. Wei Chuan naturally wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her fragrant lips directly. This kiss carried a hint of beer's slight bitterness and a comforting relaxation, gradually deepening and entwining, love and tenderness bursting forth in both of their hearts. In just one short day, their distance had been drawn closer by an indescribable intimacy. After a long while, their lips parted. Their foreheads touched, and breathing became slightly hurried. At this moment, no more words were needed. Wei Chuan hugged Lu Qingqing and took a step back, sitting on the first lower bunk, which was still relatively spacious. In each other's breath and warmth, the two figures gradually merged together. The next morning at 6 a.m., Wei Chuan was awakened right on time by his biological clock. Lu Qingqing in his arms almost simultaneously opened her eyes, smiling at each other with perfect understanding. They held each other warmly for a few minutes before getting up together. Lu Qingqing got up to grab a bottle of mineral water from the shelf, planning to simply wipe her body, tidy the bed a bit, and then cook. Wei Chuan sat on the edge of the bed, staring intensely at the car's roof. Last night he raised the car 10 centimeters, today's goal was to raise it another 30 centimeters, bringing the height to 200 centimeters. 2 meters isn't very high, but it was enough for him to stand up straight, as bending down every day isn't practical. Just as he focused intently on shaping the materials and merging them into the car body, the survival manual on the dining table lit up. Private chat? Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow, temporarily setting aside his work and opening the survival manual. Li Yongsheng, crossbow brother, are you awake? A group of wild donkeys just showed up by the roadside. I want to try some donkey meat, but my crossbow arrows aren't enough. Wei Chuan, just woke up, why not just run them over with the car? Li Yongsheng, I'm a guy from the north, I've seen wild donkeys. These things are super fast when they run, and they don't stop, a small car can't catch up in the desert. I want to give it a few arrows first. Wei Chuan, alright, I'll get you 50 arrows, make sure to save me some meat, especially the 3 delicacies of the tail, kidney, and testicles. I'll prepare a pistol crossbow for you later. Li Yongsheng, crossbow brother, didn't you say there's only one left? Wei Chuan, lunch is on me today, rice plus 3 yang stew plus spicy stir-fried donkey meat plus stir-fried vegetables plus chilled beer plus chilled fruits, plenty of it. Is there any problem? Li Yongsheng? Li Yongsheng, if my dear brother says so, I'll take care of it right away. The conversation quickly ended, and Wei Chuan made 50 crossbow arrows and sent them off. Communication between the wealthy is this simple, it's not like regular transactions that are so troublesome, where every little thing needs to be bargained over. Putting away the survival manual, Wei Chuan refocused on the modifications. With a thought, a large amount of material softened and melted, crawling up the car body like a parasitic tide. This time, the full-scale modification was much clearer than last night. A large amount of material began to melt, join, and reshape under the influence of his thoughts. Standing in the center of the car body, Wei Chuan could clearly feel the roof slowly rising. 1 centimeter, 3 centimeters, 5 centimeters, his line of sight gradually rose, and the exterior scenery that was once at the level of the car window began to sink little by little. Corresponding to this magical process, was the rapid exhaustion of his energy. Drops of fine sweat quickly formed on his forehead, his temples began to throb, and his legs gradually started to weaken. 8 centimeters. 10 centimeters. When the height of the vehicle was forcefully raised to 180 centimeters, Wei Chuan felt a strong dizziness, and for a moment, everything went black in front of his eyes. Damn it! If only I didn't have to use so much energy. Wei Chuan groaned softly and immediately stopped the modification, slumping down onto the sofa. At this moment, the armored car clearly became taller, giving a feeling of greater freedom and comfort, completely removing the sense of oppression. Wei Chuan, what's wrong with you? Lu Qingqing, who had just put the rice in the pot, was startled to see Wei Chuan's pale face and hurried over to check. Same as usual, feeling weak. Wei Chuan waved his hand, and under Lu Qingqing's concerned gaze, he joked, Qingqing, isn't it inappropriate to just call me by my name? Husband, is that okay? Lu Qingqing looked at Wei Chuan's tired appearance, both angry and amused, but in the end, she complied, calling softly and pinching his cheek gently. Next time, don't push yourself so hard. If one time doesn't work, try again, the materials won't run away. Wei Chuan responded with satisfaction, resting his hands behind his head. The materials won't run, but energy that isn't used is wasted. Those night demons are getting more and more aggressive. He really worries that one day the armored car won't hold up, so he needs to quickly finish modifying the frame and strengthen it completely. Chapter 28, Who is the Fool? 1 against 2 plan. Close to 7 o'clock, there was a rustling sound from the upper bunk. Shu Lingxue, with her somewhat messy short hair, poked her head out, yawning sleepily. Sister Qingqing, good morning. I'll help you. She tidied her hair and, while speaking, climbed down the ladder. It's already done, go wash up. Lu Qingqing smiled as she turned off the gas canister, flipping the potato pancakes in the pan, glancing toward the back of the vehicle, and naturally blurted out, "Husband, it's time to eat." As soon as the words left her mouth, the vehicle fell into a subtle silence, with only the sizzling sound of the potato pancakes resting on hot oil. Lu Qingqing froze, her hand holding the spatula stiffened, and her ears turned red at a visible speed. How could she have called him that in front of Ling Xue? Although it was a fact, Ling Xue, that love-struck girl, hadn't called him like that, it was really embarrassing. Wei Chuan, whose energy had mostly recovered, squatting at the back of the vehicle making bullets, couldn't help but smile, a glint of joy flashing in his eyes. "Coming," he replied, packing away the bullets and materials, and sat on the chair waiting for the meal. Zhu Lingshui blinked, glancing at the smug Wei Chuan and the blushing Lu Qingqing. A sour feeling inexplicably rose inside her. It was obviously her who called him first. She pouted, directly sitting on Wei Chuan's lap, deliberately using a sickly sweet voice to say, "Husband, I dreamed of you last night." She even purposely elongated the last syllable, tinged with apparent teasing and a hint of defiance. Wei Chuan was overjoyed being called husband from both sides, feeling his energy recovery sped up significantly. Suppressing his laughter, he said, "Tonight, I'll reward you well, maybe you can dream of a piece." Zhu Lingxue gave Wei Chuan a fierce kiss on the cheek and then proudly tilted her chin towards Lu Qingqing, as if saying, "He's my husband." Lu Qingqing's face turned even redder, hurriedly lowering her head to plate the potato pancakes. This little brat really has no shame. Just as the atmosphere was funny yet slightly ambiguous, Wei Chuan's survival manual lit up again. "Li Yongshan?" Wei Chuan mumbled, picking up the survival manual to check the information. Sure enough, it was Li Yongsheng. "Li Yongsheng, crossbow brother, let's trade. I got it, caught one, and I'm bringing it to you now." "Wei Chuan, it's been half an hour, I thought you let it run away." Li Yongsheng almost let it escape. "My legs and stomach were shot with arrows, and I managed to stroll for more than 10 minutes, dealing with it took another 10 minutes. I almost got intercepted by the night demon on the way." Wei Chuan, brother of the bull. Wei Chuan immediately opened the trade and exchanged the items. Li Yongsheng was quite generous, giving a whole donkey leg, a whole donkey ear, a whole donkey chop, and the man's 3-piece set. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances and tacitly looked away. Although they had never eaten it, they had heard about it, and this was clearly some symbol of a male animal, said to enhance masculinity, so men love to eat it. Wei Chuan organized the freezer and put the donkey meat inside. This freezer was specially used to store wine, with only a refrigeration compartment and no freezer compartment. Later, he could get a unit with freezing capability. After the trade was done, Li Yongsheng sent another message. "Li Yongsheng, brother crossbow, did you cool your wine and fruits yourself? You didn't turn on the electricity, right? Do you think I have a refrigerator formula?" Wei Chuan smiled lightly, and it was clear he knew what this guy was thinking. Storage compartments could hold food, but they had no preservation function. The time flow was the same as the outside world, and just the air conditioning in the vehicle couldn't keep the food fresh, which was also why he didn't store large amounts of food. Thinking of Li Yongsheng's ability as a fuel tycoon, Wei Chuan contemplated for a moment and decided to deepen their partnership. "Wei Chuan, big guy, don't beat around the bush, don't say I didn't take care of you. Get a refrigerator, and I'll get some batteries and solar panels. It doesn't matter if they are good or bad, I'll help you convert it into a solar-powered refrigerator." This message subtly revealed a bit of his strength. As long as Li Yongsheng wasn't foolish, he would see what this ability to make solar-powered appliances meant. As for whether it would make solar panels more sought after. How many solar panels does it take to make a solar appliance? Isn't that decided by the manufacturer? "Li Yongsheng, brother crossbow, you are really my brother. I just happen to have solar panels. I disassembled several yesterday afternoon, and I will take them off the shelves right away." Li Yongsheng, damn, they were bought. I listed them at 3 times the price. That idiot ruined me. Who knows how long it will take to get more? Seeing Li Yongsheng's reply, Wei Chuan was instantly stunned. He felt his cheeks getting a bit hot, as if a red thing was about to grow on his nose. "Wei Chuan, was it 8 pieces? All exchanged for fresh water?" "Li Yongsheng, brother crossbow, how did you know? Those 8 pieces weren't taken by you." "Wei Chuan, no, it was a friend of mine who told me. He said some idiot took the precious solar panels out to sell, and he took advantage of that." "Li Yongsheng, I am the idiot. If I had known, I wouldn't have sold them. Brother crossbow, then should I save some?" "Wei Chuan, depending on the situation, modifying electrical appliances is quite troublesome, and I might not have time in the next couple of days." "Li Yongsheng, no way, brother. I'm kneeling to you, please. Can I keep collecting more solar panels? The extras are all for your friend, and I'll also cover your friend's fuel from now on." "Wei Chuan, okay, let's start with 800 liters." "Li Yongsheng, huh? After chatting casually with Li Yongsheng, Wei Chuan returned his attention to the dining table. Ching, these items are from a friend of mine who sells fuel. He isn't feeling well and has no conditions to cook, so he can only let me help him with it. When you have some free time in the morning, look up some herbs like goji berries and ginseng, make a good meal at noon, and I'll send a portion to him, and the rest will be ours. Okay. Lu Qingqing lowered her head and drank kanji, blushing slightly as she replied. Zhu Lingxue was still sitting on Wei Chuan's lap, raised her head, kissed him, and timidly said, "Husband, you are already so amazing. If you get any better, I won't be able to take it. Spare me, please." Nonsense. Wei Chuan gently patted Zhu Lingxue's waist and said sternly, "I certainly don't need it, but my friend does. Not every man is like me, and he doesn't have a refrigerator, so he can't keep meat." Of course, he was confident in one-on-one situations. But his goal was 1 against 2, and it was a long-term one, so he had to prepare in advance. These days, in addition to basic nourishment, he had to squeeze out some energy for exercise. He couldn't wait until the last minute to realize he was underpowered. Just thinking about it was super embarrassing, making him wish he could dig a hole and hide. Chapter 29, Version Update. After a brief interlude, Wei Chuan and the 2 others continued their meal. However, before they could take another bite of porridge, a series of extremely clear mechanical prompts interrupted their breakfast again. Survivor, congratulations on surviving the relatively safe first 3 days. The real survival officially begins now. You have entered the first phase of survival, the division of day and night. The sandstorm season has passed, and sandstorms will no longer occur. Night demons are constantly evolving, their bodies are generating large amounts of infectious bacteria, contaminating most water sources, leading to the mutation of plants and animals into terrifying predators. The mutated creatures have little malice towards humans, but they have a strong territorial awareness and will attack any intruders, only active during the day. The evolved night demons have countless forms, they harbor malice towards humans and will track and hunt them, only active at night. To fight against the mutated creatures and the night demons, human treasures have revealed themselves, please seek the key to activate them. Good luck, Survivor. What the hell? Is this just the beginner's village? Wei Chuan was somewhat surprised. The first 3 days had already been tough for most people, but unexpectedly, it was just the simplest beginner experience period. The upcoming new version was going to ramp up the challenge for players. In the next moment, Wei Chuan suddenly clenched his fist and hurriedly looked at Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Go to the trading post and exchange for water. Just get the large bottles, exchange as much as you can, skip the first page and jump to the later pages. Water prices were about to skyrocket, and while many people were still asleep or inactive, he needed to stockpile plenty of fresh water. It wasn't necessary to resell, but they definitely needed to hoard enough for all 3 to use freely, to avoid being overcharged when buying water later. Okay. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were both smart. As soon as Wei Chuan alerted them, they immediately understood what he meant and quickly opened the trading post to buy items. Transaction successful, gasoline 180 liters, received 5L drinking water *4. Transaction failed, item sold out. Transaction successful, 50g compressed biscuits 10, received 6L drinking water *1. Transaction successful, diesel 130 liters, received 14.8L drinking water *1. Transaction failed, item sold out. Transaction successful, sweet potato 1.5 kilograms, received 18.9L drinking water *1. Wei Chuan wasn't idle either, his hands were the fastest. He specifically targeted bottled water for purchase. Bottled water had a higher total price, and very few people could afford it, making it sell slower, so the average water quantity ratio was more cost-effective than small bottles, which was just right for hoarding. While collecting, Wei Chuan also encountered several invalid purchases. It was just that the item was sold out when he clicked to buy. This situation was within expectation. Those who were already awake and not short on supplies would definitely not miss this good opportunity to stockpile water, and he jumped to the later pages to reduce collision chances. 1 minute later, the 3 of them stopped. They had exchanged a total of 505 liters of drinking water. Combined with what they already had, they had about 700 liters of drinking water, if not more. The reason they stopped wasn't that they didn't want to continue exchanging but because they ran out of materials to trade. From selling the crossbows to get supplies, Wei Chuan only kept some necessities and his favorites, the rest he exchanged completely. Hubby, we should be able to make a lot of money this time, right? Looking at the storage shelves filled with drinking water, Zhu Lingxue asked happily. Guaranteed profit. Most of the water in the trading post comes from the wild, and once the water sources are cut off, the water from supply boxes and resource points definitely won't be enough. I estimate the price could triple. However, we're not exchanging water to sell to others but to avoid buying from them. I'll make a few sets of crossbows this afternoon with the exchanged materials to earn back the cost. Wei Chuan nodded, smiling. Saying this, he opened the survival manual. Sent a message to Li Yongxing and CMA. Wei Chuan, the water price is going to rise, hurry and stock up. Wei Chuan, Mei Jia, have you woken up? The water price is going to rise. If you can stock up a bit, do it quickly. No matter if the other party realizes this or not, reminding them doesn't hurt and can boost goodwill a bit. A fuel dealer and a food dealer, both are extremely important partners. Li Yongqing didn't reply. He was probably buying water, while Sieme sincerely thanked Wei Chuan and sent him 2 bags of colorful butterfly pasta. At 7:30, the armored vehicle set off. The driver was still Zhu Lingxue, with Wei Chuan in the passenger seat and Lu Qingqing sitting on his lap. From now on, be careful when we encounter resource points and supply crates, stay a little farther away, and drive a few more circles. Wei Chuan gently caressed Lu Qingqing's slim waist and reminded her. Lu Qingqing pondered for a moment and suddenly raised her head. Do you think the mutated creature's territory is near the resource points and supply crates, or could the mutated creatures be the guards of the resource points and supply crates? Exactly. If it's in the Gobi Desert, then there's no need to remind us. But there's no need to worry too much. The mutated creatures shouldn't be very strong, at least not at the beginning. Wei Chuan squinted his eyes, looking at the endless Gobi Desert. Hearing Wei Chuan's words, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue felt a little more at ease, but their spirits were still tense, not daring to relax for a moment. The first 3 days of relative safety, this phrase carried too much weight. 4,000 people died in 3 days, how many days could the remaining 6,000 hold on? Although the two of them were doing well now, just thinking that they might never see another living person again sent a chill down their spines. Zhu Lingxue turned her head and asked, Honey, what about the night demons tonight? Do we need to stay up late? No need, we definitely can't skimp on rest time. In the afternoon, I will reinforce the armor and make a fence on the roof. If anything wakes us up at night, we'll go up to the roof and deal with it. Don't think too much. If we can't hold out, very few can, just live normally. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Wei Chuan shook his head and said with a relaxed tone. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both smiled. Having someone to rely on is great. But soon, Lu Qingqing's smile faded, and her face showed a hint of shyness, mixed with a bit of half-heartedness. Don't, wait until tonight. Her conscience was caught. A warm, tingling sensation rushed to her head, making her soul tremble, as she weakly leaned into Wei Chuan's embrace. Zhu Lingxue, in the driver's seat, saw the scene and pouted sourly. TSK, what do you mean wait until tonight? Tonight is clearly hers. And as Wei Chuan focused on getting a feel for the vehicle, he looked out at the scenery and fell into thought. Human treasure? The ability to resist mutated creatures and night demons must be the power he had been yearning for. He just didn't know what the key to activating it was. Today he needed to pay more attention to the communication channel to avoid missing important information. By the way, the night demons have source crystals. Do mutated creatures have them too? Chapter 30, Mutated cockroaches, water wells, and filter elements make great contributions. The armored vehicle was driving steadily on the Gobi Highway. Although the three inside the vehicle said they could live normally, after the morning's update announcement, their vigilance had risen to the highest level. Although Wei Chuan seemed relaxed as he played with Lu Qingqing, his gaze scanned the seemingly calm scenery outside like a radar. Honey, there's a resource point. Less than an hour after departure, Zhu Lingxue, who was driving, suddenly pointed to the front left. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing immediately looked in the direction she pointed. They saw, behind a low dirt slope, the rooftops of several one-story tile houses faintly appearing. This is a resource point. It doesn't look small. Don't slow down, drive around it. Wei Chuan's eyes sharpened, and he patted Lu Qingqing on her perky bottom. She gestured for him to get up, then walked to the middle of the vehicle and opened the shooting hatch to lean out her upper body. Zhu Lingxue pressed the accelerator a bit more, increasing the speed, controlling the tall armored vehicle to drive in circles around the tile-roofed houses. 1 circle, 2 circles. Just as they were making the 3rd circle, something strange happened. Creak. A wooden window of a tile-roofed house shattered, and a shiny black shadow darted out at incredible speed, heading straight for the armored vehicle. The creature was far bigger than anyone could imagine, definitely over a meter long. It had a distinctive flat oval body, long antennae, and 6 legs covered in sharp spikes that crawled rapidly. This was a giant cockroach magnified 100 times. Its exoskeleton reflected a nauseating dark brown sheen in the sunlight, with cruel red lights flickering in its compound eyes, and its mouthparts made a clicking sound as they opened and closed. Ah! Both Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing were startled, their screams reaching Wei Chuan's ears. Damn it, it turns out to be such a mutation. Wei Chuan was also startled, such a big cockroach was truly disgusting. After recovering, he immediately fired at it with the big black star. A change in size was not a problem. Even if it was bigger, it was still just a bug, merely with stronger melee ability and a thicker shell, far from the psychic beasts he was worried about. Zhu Lingxue slammed the steering wheel and stomped on the gas pedal, trying to shake off the giant cockroach. Bang! 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 Wei Chuan calmly fired in quick succession, the bullets hitting the giant cockroach's shell accurately, splattering green sticky liquid everywhere. This creature had a very hard shell, even an entire magazine couldn't kill it, only leaving a few dents on its forehead. It let out a sharp screech and charged at them even more frantically. Almost forgot, Little Strong's health is particularly thick. Wei Chuan quickly switched to a new magazine, steadied his breath, and continued to aim at the giant cockroach's head, which had already been broken. Bang! 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 Another magazine went in, and the giant cockroach's head was completely smashed. Although it wasn't dead yet, its massive body lost balance and began to roll and thrash on the ground. Worried about its strong self-healing ability, Wei Chuan fired one more magazine. Now the giant cockroach finally couldn't take it any longer, twitching a few times before lying still. Damn, was scared by it. A thing that could be taken down by the 54 type, and an armored car rolling over it would just make it explode, wasted my 24 bullets. Wei Chuan withdrew into the vehicle, closed the shooting hatch, and eased his expression. Although it looked exaggerated, the combat power was still within the range that conventional weapons and armored vehicles could handle, which was good news. That scared me to death, this cockroach is just too big. Xu Lingxue patted her chest, her waves slightly undulating. If it weren't large, it wouldn't be called a mutation, but if it's only at this level, the armored vehicle can handle it easily. There might not be just one here, let's make 2 more circles. Wei Chuan walked over, patted Xu Lingxue on the head, and said in a deep voice. Okay. Xu Lingxue nodded and drove around the tile-roofed area for another 2 circles. There was no movement, there should only be one. Wei Chuan relaxed a lot and began to assign tasks. Lingxue, you go to the roof to keep watch. Xingxing, come with me to search, stay close to me. Okay, you all be careful. Xu Lingxue carefully parked the armored vehicle next to the nearest tile-roofed house. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing quickly got out of the car, keeping their guns aimed forward, covering each other as they entered these tile-roofed houses. The search process was quick. There weren't many supplies, only finding a small bag of rice weighing 5 pounds and less than a pound of fruit in the dirt stoveroom. We made a profit. Lu Qingqing said cheerfully. Although it wasn't a lot, rice and fruit were good things that could be kept for themselves to eat. Not done yet. Wei Chuan's gaze was attracted by an old-style water pump in the corner of the yard. He quickly walked over and pressed down lightly on the rusty water pump a few times. Sure enough, slightly yellowish murky water began to flow from the spout, carrying a faint, an indescribable stench. Husband, this must be the polluted water. Lu Qingqing sniffed gently and immediately frowned. We can try filtering. Wei Chuan nodded and took Lu Qingqing's hand to walk back. Back at the car, he opened the crafting table and made a portable water purification filter. Activated carbon 1, copper ingot 1, zinc ingot 1, plastic 3, rubber 3. Crafting successful, obtained portable water purification filter *1. Activated carbon 1, copper ingot 1, zinc ingot 1, plastic 3, rubber 3. Crafting successful, obtained portable. A total of 5. The appearance was very different from what he had imagined. He initially thought it was a water tap for purified water, but unexpectedly it was a funnel-shaped filter. The head is relatively big, about 10 centimeters in diameter, with a mouth around 2 centimeters. Not bad, simple and straightforward. This is much more useful than a water purification tap. Next, Wei Chuan made another 10 sealed plastic containers with lids, then called Xu Lingxue and went to the water source together. During heavy rains, he placed the water purification filter on top of the plastic container. The water drawn was still slightly yellow with a fishy smell, but after being filtered through the water purification filter, the water poured into the plastic container was crystal clear and odorless. It worked! Lu Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Don't rush, let's confirm it. Wei Chuan patted Lu Qingqing's waist, closed the lids of the plastic containers filled with 2 types of water, and placed them on the trading platform. Water container, sealed plastic container filled with 489 milliliters of clean well water. Water container, sealed plastic container filled with 492 milliliters of infected water. Drinking directly may infect with the night demon virus. It's done! Wei Chuan's eyes sparkled. The purification ability of this water filter was impressive. It could actually tackle even the infection viruses. Now they were truly rich. With 5 water purification filters, they could purify a total of 5,000 liters of water. Without sandstorms, they had plenty of time to collect well water, just unsure how much water was hidden underground. If there was too much water, he could also craft more water purification filters by hand, but he wasn't sure if handmade filters would be usable. After all, these 5 were special natural tools. Let's go, get some big buckets, fill the large buckets first, and then slowly redistribute once we've finished gathering here. Wei Chuan immediately pulled the 2 women back. What was hidden underground was no ordinary well, it was clearly a gold mine. Chapter 31, Freshwater Magnate, Evolution Crystal. The plastic in the car was no longer enough, so Wei Chuan directly went to the trading center to exchange for a batch of clean water barrels made from recipes. They were all 20-liter and 25-liter sealed packaging barrels, very similar to portable fuel cans, and the price wasn't high, averaging only 8 units of materials per barrel. Once the containers were in hand, the three immediately got to work. Wei Chuan, with the most strength, was in charge of pressing the water, while Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were responsible for filtering and collecting the water. They were busy for an hour and a half until no more water could be pressed out of the spout, and reluctantly returned to the car. One water purification filter can filter 1,000 liters, and it reached saturation after a full hour. The second filter was just replaced for half an hour, so they estimated it to be 500 liters. They initially estimated that they had collected about 1,500 liters of water. Looking at the car filled with water barrels, the three of them were sweating profusely but wore excited smiles on their faces. Now they were truly rich. Wei Chuan opened a bottle of cold beer and took a huge gulp. The refreshing feeling spread throughout his body, instantly dispelling the fatigue of an hour and a half of hard work. He wiped his mouth and quickly assigned tasks. Qingqing, Lingxue, find all the empty bottles we've collected these days to fill with water, and exchange some plastic at the trading center. It doesn't matter if it's waste or specialized materials, as long as it's plastic. Lu Qingqing wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel and asked, should we make plastic containers? Yes, more water means higher prices, it's harder to sell. You just need to prepare plastic for me. How to sell we'll discuss once the water price stabilizes. I need to check the mutated cockroaches now, to see if there are any source crystals. After saying this, Wei Chuan dug out the retired Miao knife from under the bed and got out of the car again. The corpse of the mutated cockroach still lay there, emitting an indescribable odor. It wasn't foul, but there was a strong, oily smell. Wei Chuan endured his discomfort and carefully prodded the mutated cockroach with his machete. The exoskeleton wasn't too hard, he could poke through it with a little effort. He examined the mouthparts, head, and abdomen carefully. Aside from the slimy dark green liquid, there was nothing particularly special. He also cut off a cockroach leg to hang at the trading post, indicating it was inedible. Mutated cockroach leg, the hind leg of a mutated cockroach. Consuming it may infect you with the nightmare virus. It was somewhat regrettable. If this thing was edible, even if the taste was terrible, it would definitely sell for a good price at this stage. Just as he was about to head home, the machete seemed to hit something hard. It was in the soft tissue connecting the head and thorax of the mutated cockroach. Found something? Wei Chuan felt a spark of excitement and pried open the shell and flesh, revealing a faint blue glow beneath the disgusting blood and meat. He held his breath and used the machete to dig it out, scraping off the blood on the ground a few times. It was the size of a pinky finger, an irregular polyhedron, almost transparent and blue all over. Oh. Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed. It was just an ordinary source crystal. However, when he picked it up, the item description was completely different from that of a source crystal. Evolution crystal, a crystal containing weak source energy, the source of power for mutated creatures. Swallowing it directly may weakly enhance physical strength and mental power, with an extremely small chance of awakening a second talent. What the hell? At the moment he understood the item's information, Wei Chuan's pupils dilated, and his breath quickened. Enhancing physical strength and mental power, a tool he had always dreamed of. Though it only offered a weak enhancement, anything that could directly improve was worth a fortune. What made his heart race even more, almost leaping out of his chest, was the last phrase, with an extremely small chance of awakening a second talent. A second talent. Without any repulsion, this was the ability to fight mutated creatures and nightmares, likely a supernatural power. So this is how it works. Nightmares produce source crystals, mutated creatures produce evolution crystals. A tremendous joy surged through him like an electric current, making Wei Chuan's hand tremble slightly as he held the crystal. He clutched the light blue crystal tight, feeling its cool touch, with an unprecedented heat erupting in his eyes. Mutated creatures aren't hard to kill. If they're really guardians of supply crates and resource points, there should be many people who've obtained evolution crystals by now. These people might have good cars and weapons, but food and water aren't guaranteed. There's always someone who can't afford a meal, and if the price is right, maybe I can buy one. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette and hurried back. In the car, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had already gathered a lot of plastics, both waste materials and specialized supplies, and were currently organizing them. Honey, did you find anything? Seeing Wei Chuan come back, Zhu Lingxue immediately rushed over to hug his arm. Yes, look at this. Wei Chuan opened his right hand, and the evolution crystal lay in his palm. Source crystal? Zhu Lingxue said uncertainly. This crystal was a bit lighter in color than the source crystal, but no matter how you looked at it, it was still a source crystal. No, look at the item information. Wei Chuan extended his hand, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. Hearing Wei Chuan's words, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were curious, picking up the evolution crystal for a closer look. The next moment, both women gasped in shock almost simultaneously, their beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. It can enhance physical and mental power, and has a chance to awaken a second talent. This thing will become the most expensive item at this stage. Lu Qingqing held the evolution crystal, her clear eyes sparkling with excitement. Exactly. Wei Chuan nodded firmly. From now on, we'll reserve all our purchase notices for it. Every hour, we'll send it out once, rotating it. If anyone asks for the price, I can ask for a high price, up to 50 liters of water for one crystal. 50 liters? Zhu Lingxue exclaimed. This was even more than the 6 boxes of 24 bottles of 330 milliliters mineral water. This water could be exchanged for more than 4 jin of food in the morning, but now, only half a morning had passed, and the price had risen to 6 jin of food. And this was just the morning of the first day, it could very well rise further. It's a maximum of 50 liters, you can start bidding from 5 liters. Even if it only enhances physical strength and mental power, it's worth it. Once my energy limit and recovery speed increase, I can casually make dozens of pistol crossbows, and the resources for buying evolution crystals can be earned back in a heartbeat. Seeing Zhu Lingxue's pained expression, Wei Chuan smiled and ruffled her hair. Got it. Zhu Lingxue nodded seriously and immediately opened the trading post to post a purchase request. Alright, let's test the effect. Lu Qingqing handed the washed evolution crystal to Wei Chuan. Wei Chuan took the evolution crystal and directly put it into his mouth. He was originally worried he couldn't swallow it, but he didn't expect it to dissolve as soon as it entered, tasting a bit like chilled goji berry juice, sweet and sour with a hint of bitterness, not bad. Chapter 32, Freedom of Electricity, Buying Evolution Crystals. About 5 seconds later. A gentle warmth slowly spread from his stomach to his limbs. This warmth wasn't intense, the overall feeling was very comfortable, like sipping hot soup in the cold winter, driving away fatigue from within. Wei Chuan could clearly feel that his muscles seemed to tighten slightly, and a sense of strength vaguely emerged. He tried lifting a 25-liter water bucket, feeling a bit easier than before, his strength had indeed increased. A more marvelous change occurred on a mental level. The mental fatigue from working for an hour and a half vanished completely, his mind became exceptionally clear, and every sound and change around him seemed discernible. A refreshing feeling he had never experienced enveloped him, as if he had been subtly tempered, akin to being reborn. The effect is so obvious. Wei Chuan looked down at his open palm, stunned in his heart. He had said it was a slight enhancement, but he felt his physical strength and mental power had increased by at least 10%. He was completely captivated by this intuitive feeling of strength, re-evaluating the value of evolution crystals to a higher level, with his eyes growing increasingly fiery. Such a good thing, however much there is, I want it all. Just then, the survival manual on the dining table lit up. Opening it up, it was another private message from Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, brother, I got it done, 23 solar panels, 1 fridge, got 9 batteries, the fridge and batteries are broken, but not severely. Li Yongsheng, is it convenient for you now? I want to charge it up early, all the extra panels are yours, and your friends. Through the distance, one could feel Li Yongsheng's excitement and urgency through his words. So many? Wei Chuan was somewhat surprised, solar panels were in high demand. Wei Chuan, so fast, did you raise the price? Li Yongsheng, no, there were many sellers today, especially things they didn't need temporarily. I traded for water, and I posted a purchase request just once to get so much. Brother, see if it's enough, if not, I'll go collect more, but I'd like you to help me get this charged up first for use tonight. Seeing Li Yongsheng's reply, Wei Chuan understood. With today's version update, anyone with a little experience was trading and stocking up water. As long as one was willing to spend time at the trading post, one could indeed receive quite a few good items. He opened the trading function and replied to Li Yongsheng. Wei Chuan, alright, I'll help you set up a solar panel system first. Charging for 12 hours a day should be enough for 2 more small appliances. Li Yongsheng, thank you, brother. Li Yongsheng replied almost instantly. The first time the goods were traded over, it included 5 barrels of 20 liters of diesel. Brother, that's genuine. Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Dealing with resource vendors is always enjoyable. Qingqing, Lingxue, I need to help my partner make a power system. You two take a break and keep an eye on the evolution crystals. Cook in half an hour. He greeted the 2 girls, then walked to the back of the car with the items. 5 minutes later, Wei Chuan traded the finished product to Li Yongsheng. He kept 8 solar panels and 2 batteries as a reward for his hard work, turning all the rest into a solar power system. To make it easy to use, he designed it as a split model. One large piece of flexible solar panel, battery pack, connection points, and electrical appliances can be used separately, easy enough for kids to handle. It can generate 5.4 kilowatt-hours in a day, which is enough for Li Yongsheng's needs. Any more wouldn't be necessary. Li Yongsheng drives a van, which can't hold too many appliances, and they can add more later when needed. Wei Chuan, charge for 2 hours before use, or the power won't keep up. You need to fix the solar panel to the roof, can you handle that? Li Yongsheng, absolutely, there are tools in the trading market. Wei Chuan, okay. After closing the private chat window, Wei Chuan put away the survival manual, climbed to the roof of the car, and installed the 8 solar panels. A total of 53 panels. Looking at the increasingly deep blue on the roof, Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Generating 19 kilowatt-hours a day, he could barely claim to have freedom from electrical constraints. Next, he needed to add hundreds more to cover the entire roof and create a 3-hybrid system. But there was no need to rush. Solar panels were not easy to buy and had to be collected slowly. The core task for now was to modify the vehicle and collect evolution crystals. He brushed off the dust from his hands, returned to the car, and closed the roof hatch. Just as he got back inside and hadn't even had a chance to speak, a figure came rushing in like the wind, colliding solidly into his arms tightly wrapped around his neck. Husband, husband. Zhu Lingshua's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement and joy, even bouncing a couple of times as she cheered. I bought them. 2 of them. One hand still around Wei Chuan's neck, the other eagerly opened to reveal 2 light blue evolution crystals lying in her palm. 2? Wei Chuan's heart leaped, a huge surprise flooded over him. Where did you buy them? I just bought them at the trading market. One cost 30 liters of water, the other 10 liters of water. I was afraid someone would snatch them away, so I bought them right away. Zhu Lingxue spoke so quickly, her cheeks flushed with excitement. 40 liters of water for 2 evolution crystals? That was like a pie falling from the sky. Overwhelmed with joy, Wei Chuan held Zhu Lingshue's face and gave her a deep kiss on the cherry lips. Lingxue, you did a great job. Hee hee, lucky find. I posted a buying request, and no one was selling. Who knew I could buy them at the trading market? Seeing Wei Chuan's surprised expression, Zhu Lingxue also felt particularly happy, pulling his right hand and placing the 2 evolution crystals in his palm. After the joy, Wei Chuan thought of a very realistic issue. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to swallow them immediately, and looked at Zhu Lingxue in his arms and Lu Qingqing on the sofa, his tone carrying a hint of apology. Lingxue, Qingqing, you both know the effects of the evolution crystals, they are crucial to my talents. Over the next few days, the evolution crystals might. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Zhu Lingxue went on her tiptoes, her soft red lips pressing deeply against his lips. It was an incredibly passionate kiss, filled with love and trust. The kiss ended. Zhu Lingxue looked at Wei Chuan with burning eyes and firmly said, Husband, don't say silly things. You are the pillar for both me and Sister Qingqing, everything in the car belongs to you. Lu Qingqing joked, Lingxue, don't mind him, just eat them yourself. This gentleman said yesterday that we are a family, and today he's being polite, a man's words. My fault. Wei Chuan was taken aback, then laughed. Holding Zhu Lingxue, he sat down on the sofa and pulled Lu Qingqing over as well. Chapter 33, Strength Increased. Embracing the 2 soft bodies, feeling their unconditional trust, Wei Chuan's heart surged with warmth. He hugged Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue tightly and planted a kiss on each of their faces. After a moment of quiet intimacy, Wei Chuan calmed his joyful heart, no longer hesitating, and placed the 2 precious evolution crystals into his mouth together. The crystals turned into a cool, refreshing stream and surged into his body again. Eating 2 at once, the warm flow was noticeably stronger than the first time. A gentle wave washed through his body, muscles slightly writhing and stretching, becoming more resilient, and even his bones felt a faint numbness, as if their density was increasing. The growth of his mental strength was also occurring simultaneously, rising to a new level just like his physical constitution. The effect is so obvious. Wei Chuan felt exhilarated, his gaze scanning through the compartment until it landed on a 25-liter plastic barrel filled with water. He walked over, gripped the handle with one hand, and exerted a little force. The water barrel lifted effortlessly, his arm steady as a rock, as if he were lifting not 25 kilograms, but a small bag of fruit. Although he could easily lift it before, it required a bit of effort. If I keep developing at this rate, after popping another 10 or 8 evolution crystals, flipping a small car will be a piece of cake. Wei Chuan estimated with joy. This kind of power from within held an irresistible charm, impossible to measure with material goods. By the time he adapted to his new strength and mental power, it was almost 11 a.m., and Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue started cooking. I'll handle the meat. Wei Chuan stepped forward to help, whispering, you may not be able to deal with these, and you probably don't know how to handle them. I've seen it done a few times when I had barbecue. He was naturally referring to the manly trio. Upon hearing this, both Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue flushed slightly, but they didn't oppose it, as they truly didn't know how to handle those things. Wei Chuan took out the trio and, relying on the haphazard methods he had seen before, carefully cut, cleaned, and blanched. Though not very professional, he was meticulous, getting everything cleaner. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were busy washing rice, cooking, cleaning vegetables, and cutting donkey leg meat. The 3 of them worked busily in the cramped kitchen area of the vehicle, the sound of pots and pans intertwining, filling the air with a comforting sense of life. They were busy until almost noon at 12 p.m. Finally, an incredibly sumptuous lunch was ready. A large bowl of steaming hot, aromatic sanyan pot, with some goji berries and red dates added. A plate of spicy and appetizing stir-fried donkey leg meat, adorned with green chilies. A plate of tender, juicy stir-fried broccoli. A big pot of plump, fragrant white rice, with 5 small sweet potatoes resting on top. And as the heavyweight guests, chilled fruits, iced beer, and chilled carbonated drinks. This lunch could be considered luxurious in the apocalyptic background. So delicious. Zhu Lingshue's eyes sparkled. Even the cool and composed Lu Qingqing couldn't help but lean in to take a sniff, her mouth slightly curving upwards. Seeing this scene, a sense of satisfaction welled up in Wei Chuan. He had been working hard since the first day, pushing his energy to the point of dizziness, just to be able to eat meals like this in the future. Qingqing, Lingxue, you eat first. I'll take a portion over to my partners. After thinking for a moment, he prepared several sealed plastic containers, packing a little of each dish, along with chilled fruits and beer drinks. 1 portion each for Li Yongsheng and CMA, he couldn't forget this little favor. After receiving it, Li Yongsheng was very excited and sent Wei Chuan a donkey leg, saying he wanted to mooch a dinner, which Wei Chuan agreed to. CMA was more straightforward, she just said thank you twice and then gifted him a bag of 5 kilograms of rice. These 2 resource lords lack nothing in supplies. However, their current capabilities are limited, preventing them from truly enjoying it. A warm and delicious feast like this is far beyond the trivial supplies that keep increasing for them. After delivering lunch, Wei Chuan opened a cold beer and lifted it gently. Wives, for a better life, for a brighter future, cheers. Cheers to the future. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also smiled and raised their drinks. After lunch, the 3 watched a movie, then returned to the resource point. Wei Chuan grew up in the county welfare home, and the old well there taught him that as long as the underground water doesn't decrease, the well water can slowly accumulate. So he thought about getting some more water before they set off. It turned out there was indeed a harvest, and he collected about 200 liters of water. Now, he had reached a clean drinking water supply of 2,300 liters, absolutely a water resource giant. Back in the car, Zhu Lingxue looked a bit excited. Husband, since there is no sandstorm, should we stop here a bit longer and get more water? Forget it, it's not worth it. Wei Chuan was a bit tempted, but after thinking, he shook his head. We have enough water. Next, we need to find more resource points and supply boxes. Evolution crystals are hard to buy, we must rely on ourselves to find them. Evolution crystals are different from formulas, they have no usage threshold, anyone can take them. There aren't that many leaks to pick up. Also, since the version update, there might be more and better formulas, so he wanted to tempt fate. I'll drive this afternoon. Lu Qingqing kissed Wei Chuan's face and got up from the sofa. Thank you for your hard work. Wei Chuan nodded and gently squeezed Lu Qingqing's hand. He was very satisfied with his 2 little wives, they didn't create any trouble, their execution was strong, and they were quite reassuring. Husband, I worked hard this morning too. Zhu Lingxue wrapped her arms around Wei Chuan's waist, pouting sweetly. Alright, you worked hard too. Wei Chuan was both amused and helpless. He kissed Zhu Lingshue's lips, lifted her onto his lap, and played with her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. Mum. Zhu Lingshue's mouth curled up as she picked up the DVD player remote and gently pressed it, continuing the movie. The luck in the afternoon seemed to be drained by the water source in the morning. In the trading hall, whether it was the trading booth or the buying posts, even after waiting until 6 p.m., they still hadn't encountered any evolution crystals. The process of finding mutated creatures was also not smooth. They didn't find a single resource point, only 2 gray iron boxes. But there were no mutated creatures near these 2 supply boxes, meaning that only resource points are the territories of mutated creatures. This was bad news because it meant one less way to obtain evolution crystals. The only comfort was that while waiting for evolution crystals, they scanned a lot of good stuff. A full 20 solar panels, 1 endless match blueprint, 3 bulletproof window modification templates, 1 endless intercept sprite formula, and a lot of snacks and drinks. The seller wanted only water, and the prices were not low, but Wei Chuan was now most lacking in water, so when he saw what he wanted, he immediately bought it. Finally, the modification of the armored vehicle was progressing quickly. The height of the cabin has been raised to 220 centimeters, and the armor of the body has been thickened to 25 millimeters. Originally, he thought it would be enough to change the cabin height to 200 centimeters, but the appearance of the evolution crystals made his spirits rise, causing him to do much more. Chapter 34, The Attack of the Mutated Night Demon. As night fell, the last ray of daylight was swallowed by darkness. Suddenly, a strong wind swept over the Gobi Desert, lifting the sand and creating a howling sound. After quickly finishing dinner, Wei Chuan's heart gradually tightened. On the first night after the version update, he had no idea in what form the evolved night demon would appear. Qingqing, come up to the car roof and keep watch for a while. Lingxue, get ready at the driver's seat, be ready to start the car at any time. Wei Chuan took a deep breath, took out a big black star from the storage compartment, and checked the magazine. He made bullets every day. Now there are 20 spare magazines. Okay, you all be careful. Xu Lingxue said no more, immediately sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel, her eyes scanning the darkness through the windshield. Let's go. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing nodded to each other, climbing up the ladder to the roof of the vehicle, using the metal fence added in the afternoon as cover, one in front and one behind, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Tonight the moonlight is very faint, visibility is extremely low, even the headlights can't shine far. The light seems to have been swallowed by the night, perhaps this is one of the increased difficulties. How eerie. Wei Chuan tightened his grip on the cold De Sheng, his palm slightly sweaty, various guesses flashing through his mind. The hint said the evolved night demon takes many forms, which means the night demon is no longer just human-shaped, it might take the form of fierce beasts or even birds. And they are filled with malice towards humans and will track and hunt humans, means they will definitely come looking for us, we must be prepared for a fight. Although he didn't think an outrageous boss would show up on the very first night after the update, having never seen one before, he still felt a bit uneasy. Time passed second by second in the howling wind and sand. Every second seemed stretched, and every dark corner seemed to hide something sinister. Just as Wei Chuan was brainstorming and worked up a sweat, Lu Qingqing suddenly lowered her voice and said urgently. Hubby. The front of the car to the left. Something's happening. Is it coming? Wei Chuan's heart suddenly shrank, he immediately looked in the direction of the voice, his gaze fixated on the left front. In the darkness, it seemed there was a flicker of light. He squinted his eyes, trying hard to adapt to the darkness, suddenly seeing a pair of red dots flash, and now it was clear, those were the eyes of the night demon. It's really coming. Wait a minute, those eyes are so low, it looks like it's crawling close to the ground, could it be a reptile? Wei Chuan speculated in his mind and relaxed a little. No matter what, this night demon was moving slowly, and based on the size of its eyes, he could tell its body wasn't big, its combat ability shouldn't be very strong. However, as the night demon gradually approached, Wei Chuan began to see its exact appearance. He felt his scalp explode with a bang, a chilling sensation rushing up from his lower back to the top of his head, and his blood seemed to freeze. That was definitely not some kind of reptile. It was a creature he couldn't quite find words for. It roughly showed a spider-like shape twisted to the extreme, but its components made Wei Chuan's sanity drop dramatically. Its body looked like a human torso forcibly elongated, with thin limbs that were almost unrecognizable, pale and twisted, with limbs supporting its body, all joints bent backwards, belly up, back down. The most terrifying part was that its face was still upright. On that hideous face, its features distorted, its mouth opened at a shocking angle, its blood-red eyes coincidentally locking onto Wei Chuan's. Damn. Wei Chuan's soul almost flew away in fear, his stomach rolled violently, the back of his neck tightened as if being gripped by an invisible force. This is the night demon? Wrong set, brother? He had only seen such things in horror movies and scary games. On top of the vehicle, time seemed to freeze, not just Wei Chuan, but Lu Qingqing was also frightened to the point of losing color. Hubby, what is that thing? She instinctively took 2 steps back, hiding behind Wei Chuan, her icy left hand hugging his waist, her voice shaking uncontrollably. No matter what it is, if it dares to come over, let's give it some bullets. Although Wei Chuan was panicking inside, feeling his own heart race, seeing his wife's fear, he forcibly suppressed his own dread, raising his right hand holding De Sheng. Lu Qingqing relaxed a little, taking her hands off Wei Chuan's waist, standing to the side, gripping her gun tightly. That backwards crawling humanoid spider seemed to have also noticed Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing. With a burst of strength from his limbs, he surprisingly started to run. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Shoot! Wei Chuan shouted, pulling the trigger first. Bang! 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 Lu Qingqing also fired almost simultaneously, her big black star spitting flames. The crisp gunfire instantly tore through the silence of the night, bullets whistling as they shot towards the humanoid spider, easily ripping through its pale skin and splattering black and green sticky blood. Surprisingly, this terrifying night demon had average reaction speed, or perhaps no evasion speed at all. It simply stared blankly, standing upright to meet the rain of bullets. After 2 magazines and 16 bullets were fired, nearly all of them hit. Blood holes exploded on the humanoid monster, most of them in the head, dark green blood gushing out, causing its crawling movements to freeze instantly. The 4 reverse-jointed limbs twitched a few times, and the entire twisted body thudded to the ground, the scarlet eyes flickering a few times before quickly dimming, no longer moving. On the roof of the car, Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing, who had just changed their magazines, looked at each other, both with shocked expressions. Honey, is it dead? Lu Qingqing's voice trembled slightly, her face unable to believe that such a terrifying monster was dead just like that. Hard to say, this was too easy. Wei Chuan furrowed his brows, unease still lingering in his heart. After a brief moment of thought, he decisively pulled the trigger again, aiming at the humanoid spider lying on the ground, emptying another magazine. Better dead than alive, if you're not dead, I'll make you dead. Secret technique, Big black star ripple rapid fire. Chunks of flesh and blood splattered, but that thing still remained unresponsive, looking truly dead. Only then did Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing truly let out a sigh of relief, but their doubts deepened. The combatability of this thing was too weak. If it couldn't even withstand a pistol, wouldn't it at least struggle a little? At that moment, Lu Qingqing suddenly seemed to remember something, smacking her forehead. I know. Honey, do you remember the hints? The first 3 days are the easiest, like a beginner's welfare period in a game. There are many night demons, but they won't directly attack people, and their physical abilities are not stronger than humans, so it should be a chance for survivors to collect source crystals. As she spoke, her speed picked up, and her eyes brightened. Now the beginner welfare period is over, the number of night demons has decreased, their combat power has increased, and they will actively attack humans, drastically reducing the production of source crystals. That should be the biggest difficulty. Hearing this, Wei Chuan suddenly understood. That makes sense. The difficulty of resource acquisition increases, evolution crystals are added, and the risks are heightened. This should be the core content of this update. If that's true, we should collect some source crystals. While not many people have realized it yet, I need to seize this opportunity. Even if I lose the bet, at least it'll serve as an early storage of energy for the source devices. Wei Chuan looked at the corpse of the humanoid spider, his eyes gradually brightening. Chapter 35, The Market Goes Crazy, 10,000 Source Crystals. Put. The sharp machete pierced precisely into the humanoid spider's head, the blade stirring, making a faint scraping sound. Wei Chuan searched carefully for a while, and the tip of his knife finally touched something hard. With a flick of his wrist, a light blue crystal stained with dark green slime was picked out, rolling on the ground. Source crystal, a crystal containing weak source energy, the source of the night demon's power, the core energy of the source device. At a glance, the item information revealed it to be an ordinary source crystal. Ah! Wei Chuan couldn't help but let out a sigh, his tone clearly disappointed. He had thought he might dig up evolution crystals, higher-level source crystals, or multiple source crystals, but in the end, all he found was a single ordinary source crystal. It turned out to be the very bottom tier. Looking around, the darkness still surrounded him, and there were no more pairs of crimson eyes appearing. It seemed that this nearby menace was the only one. However, this did not make him feel relaxed. Instead, it further confirmed Lu Qingqing's guess: the production of source crystals has significantly decreased. We must buy. Wei Chuan's mind firmly held this thought, otherwise, once everyone realized, the price of source crystals would surely skyrocket. He didn't linger, he put away the seedling knife and source crystals, quickly returning to the car. How was it? Lu Qingqing, who was on guard on the roof of the car, also returned inside, asking curiously. Just one piece of source crystal, it's a huge loss. Wei Chuan spoke succinctly and then looked seriously at the two women. Qingqing, Lingxue, it's certain that the production of source crystals has plummeted, the price will definitely rise. While the source crystals at the trading post are still at the original price and haven't been bought or taken down, we need to hurry and conduct a large-scale purchase. Okay. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also realized the importance of the situation. Without any hesitation, taking the canned water they had prepared at noon to exchange for source crystals at the trading post. Wei Chuan made another batch of plastic cans. The ones made at noon were not enough. After handing the plastic cans to the two women, he took out the last batch of metal materials on hand and thickened the armor of the car body from 25 mm to 30 mm. Dong! Dong! He reached out and lightly tapped, producing a deep and solid echo that gave an incredibly reassuring feeling. Almost done. Wei Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded with satisfaction. Now it's good, not to mention that weak night demon from before. Even if someone brought an AK to spray from close range, it wouldn't penetrate. He could sleep peacefully at night. Area 50001, 5534/10,000 people. Ding Song, damn it, the night demon turned into a snake person, it almost scared me to death. Zhao Baojia, I've already fought with the new night demon, it's very fierce, but its defense is still the same, 2 hits can kill it, everyone just ram it with their cars. Xia Yujian, what the heck, why did I encounter a head eagle? This is impossible to fight, it keeps grabbing my car roof. Does anyone have a bow to lend? Guoxiu, is there only one night demon tonight? Jian Lingjia, not just one, I just encountered 2. Be careful tonight, don't let the night demon touch you. Kai Xin, I can't stand this damn place anymore, my car is a blue trident. Friends who want to team up can honk when they see me. Xian Wenqi, laughing to death, now you're thinking of teaming up? Our team already has 7 people. Before starting the shopping spree, Wei Chuan opened the communication channel to take a look. The discussions inside were lively. Most of the messages were about the night demon, and he was not the only one scared by the new form of the night demon. Lu Qingqing was also frightened. There were no discussions about the second ability, this was good news. If someone awakened the second ability right after the version update, he would be extremely envious. Time flew by in busy anticipation. 2 hours later, Wei Chuan and the 2 others, slightly tired but extremely excited, opened 3 bottles of beer to celebrate. Next to the dining table was a gray iron box emitting a soft blue glow, containing nearly 10,000 source crystals. 428 pieces were saved from killing night demons over the past 4 nights, while just now, during 2 hours of shopping, they collected a whopping 9,310 pieces. A total of 9,738 pieces. This quantity far exceeded Wei Chuan's expectations. He initially thought that collecting 2,000 to 3,000 pieces would be enough. When he started searching for source crystals, he realized that this item had become so abundant that it flooded the market, listing tens of thousands of pages. Therefore, the price was relatively low. The 9310 pieces cost only about 300 liters of water. 1 liter of water could be exchanged for 31 source crystals. This price was incredibly low, almost like picking up free items. Thinking back, it made sense. There were so many night demons in the first 3 days, and they were easy to kill. Those with big vehicles could easily get 2 to 3 source crystals with just a little acceleration. Unfortunately, this price did not last long. 10 minutes ago, the phenomenon of rising prices for source crystals, like wind, swept through the entire trading zone. Those who were still watching or hadn't realized instantly seemed like they were injected with adrenaline, either taking down listings to relist at higher prices, or hoarding with the crowd. The new source crystal price can be said to be sky-high, directly multiplying 5 or 6 times the original price. Wei Chuan could tell with his toes that the understand brother must be boasting about their discoveries in the communication channel, accelerating the spread of information and market fluctuations. However, receiving 9,310 source crystals before the price skyrocketed was already an extremely successful investment. Not too much, just enough to take the profit. Husband, everyone in the district is buying source crystals. They say that there are only 1 or 2 night demons a day now, and the source crystals will become fewer and fewer. Should we keep buying? Zhu Lingxue held the survival manual, looking perplexed at the comments in the communication channel. No need, this is already enough. We can consider it when we need the source devices later. Wei Chuan looked at the gray iron box, feeling very calm. Those who crazily recommend others to buy source crystals are either selling source crystals themselves, or they can't afford them and want the prices to rise so that others also can't afford them. The catch is just a joke to watch. Those who truly want to hoard source crystals wouldn't seek trouble for themselves. Okay, then let's not buy anymore. Zhu Lingxue nodded, then sweetly wrapped her arms around Wei Chuan's arm, her eyes crescent-shaped, reminding him, "Husband, it's almost 9:30. When are we going to rest?" Lu Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. "It's over, Lingxue has turned into a little greedy cat." Zhu Lingxue stuck out her tongue and snuggled into Wei Chuan's embrace. "Sister Qingqing, if you're not greedy, how about giving tomorrow to me? I'm a bit tired, I'll take a shower and then sleep." Lu Qingqing directly muted her mic, jumped up from the sofa, and hurried towards the back of the car. Having tasted forbidden fruit, knowing the flavor well. She was also a bit greedy, just wouldn't be as forward as Zhu Lingxue to say it out loud, it was too embarrassing. Seeing this, Wei Chuan's lips curled up, lifting Zhu Lingxue onto his lap, pinching her cheeks, and gently whispering in her ear, "We've sweated a lot too, how about a wash later?" Hum. Zhu Lingxue didn't answer directly, only offering a warm kiss. Chapter 36, Awakening is Difficult. At 6 a.m., the biological clock woke Wei Chuan up on time. The light in the car was dim, with only 4 big windows and 10 small observation windows letting in a bit of faint light. He carefully moved Zhu Lingxue, who was still sleeping on his shoulder, adjusted her blanket, and then quietly got out of bed, sitting on the sofa next to him. Huff. Wei Chuan stretched lazily and twisted his neck. Last night's rest was quite good, except for a humanoid spider causing trouble at midnight. The latter half of the night was unexpectedly calm, allowing him to sleep soundly. He habitually pulled out the survival manual and browsed the communication channel. Area 50001, 5119/10000 people. Zhang Xiaofu, what the hell, it's almost dawn and they're still coming, they broke my window, I was almost done for. Hans alone, I'll teach you a trick, sleep during the day and drive at night. Resource points and supply boxes won't run away, and you can also avoid night demons. Lu Oya came across a car, and the owner is left with only half a body. Gao Yingying, is there anyone wanting anti-stab clothing? I just need food that can be stored long-term. Wu Jun, unlimited grilling recipe, I'm getting rich, private message me if you have tobacco. A night passed, and the number of people in the district decreased by more than 400. TSK. Wei Chuan shook his head, not too surprised by this result. Not everyone has a high-defense blood cow like he does, and surely some people would be successfully ambushed by various forms of night demons while they were asleep. If no one wants to find ways to deal with it, the number of deaths every night won't be small. After scanning briefly, Wei Chuan exited the communication channel. The apocalypse is full of all kinds, playing out every day. He just needed to take good care of himself and his 2 little wives. He then entered the trading hall, starting to look for the items he wanted. Good luck. As soon as he typed in evolution crystal and clicked search, his eyes lit up. Item name, evolution crystal. Quantity, 1. Price, gasoline 350 liters. Item name, Evolution Crystal. Quantity, 1. Price, diesel 330 liters. Item name, Evolution Crystal. Quantity, 1. Price, freshwater 20 liters. Wow, there are actually 3. Wei Chuan was overjoyed in his heart, almost reflexively seizing the last 2 crystals instantly, fearing that if he delayed even a second, they would be snatched away by someone else. He had no gasoline on hand, but he could exchange it for water. After a brief delay, he successfully made the purchase. Perhaps the price was too high, the resources he could afford had not yet risen. Awesome! Wei Chuan held the 3 evolution crystals, and instead of rushing to consume them, he continued to search and bought quite a few good items. 16 solar panels, a formula for unlimited bandages, a formula for unlimited thermos cups, and a heap of winter quilts and winter clothing. The thermos cups and winter supplies were prepared for cooling down. Since the version would update, future seasons might change from summer to winter. In his eyes, everything was a bargain, being prepared was the best plan. Looking at his short but fruitful haul in just a few minutes, Wei Chuan was in high spirits. He cleaned the 3 evolution crystals and swallowed them one by one. The familiar gentle warmth swept over his body once again, and both his physical strength and mental energy showed clear improvement. His muscles became firmer, his senses sharper, and his thoughts more agile. It's a pity, still no awakening of a second talent. Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed. The extremely tiny probability was indeed no joke, he had eaten 6 evolution crystals without a response. He wondered how many he needed to consume to awaken it. He shook his head, pushing this sense of regret from his mind. The stable improvement in both physical strength and mental energy was already a tremendous gain, the second talent would come in time. Then, he posted a purchase request, this time aiming for metal materials. Buying various scraps of metal materials, exchanging for clean fresh water, bring your own prices. The metal materials he had saved up were almost exhausted, leaving only 3 bicycles and 1 electric bike. The materials from these 4 vehicles were quite useful and could not be decomposed. His upcoming modification plan required massive amounts of metal materials. So he chose to post a purchasing request, wanting to collect 10 to 8 tons at once. His next goal was clear: transform the armored vehicle into a true land armored giant beast. Extending to 15 meters in length, 4.5 meters in height, and 6 meters in width. Using a body design similar to widebody, highly impactful, and stable shapes from animated racing cars, with no obvious weaknesses. The 3 bulletproof window modification templates he got yesterday were bought for this modification. He planned to divide the rear compartment into 5 main areas. Driver's cabin, entertainment lounge, main bedroom, secondary bedroom, kitchen plus storage room. For now, that's how he planned to divide it. He would start building the main framework first, while the bathroom could be pushed back. This was a massive project, requiring a vast amount of metal materials and energy, likely taking several days to complete. Around 6:30 in the morning, the vehicle cabin gradually became lively. Lu Qingqing woke up, yawning sleepily. Seeing Wei Chuan sitting on the sofa, she lazily said good morning and then got up to prepare breakfast. Today's breakfast was simple, just heating some milk and bread. This was agreed upon during dinner the night before. For the next few days, they could keep meals simple to save time and look for resource points in mutated creatures. A few minutes later, Zhu Lingxue also woke up. Her commotion was much greater than Lu Qingqing's, shouting for Wei Chuan to give her a kiss. Lingxue, we have run out of metal materials, so this morning you are responsible for collecting them until our grid is full. Wei Chuan held Zhu Lingxue in his arms, kissed her twice on the face, and then assigned her a task. In the last half an hour, he had only collected about 1.5 tons of scrap metal, which was far from enough. Okay. Zhu Lingxue agreed earnestly. After freeing his hands, Wei Chuan then took out the bullet materials. Start making today's bullets. Although there's still quite a stock, this stuff consumes too quickly, using 1 or 2 magazines or even more each time, so it must be made whenever there's a chance. At the same time, he also made 5 sets of pistol crossbows and hung them in the trading post. The selling method is to trade for items. As long as it's an evolution crystal, 1 set of pistol crossbow can be exchanged for 1 evolution crystal. He doesn't know if he can trade for it, so let's try luck. At 7:20 a.m., the 3 finished breakfast and started a new day of searching. Because Zhu Lingxue wants to purchase metal materials, the one driving in the morning is Lu Qingqing, while Wei Chuan continues making bullets. The modified armored vehicle is still very stable, especially when driving at a constant speed. About an hour passed. The vehicle entered an area with more vitality, with many dry trees on both sides of the road. Suddenly, Zhu Lingxue, lying on the sofa, shouted, "Sister Qingqing. My talent has reacted, there should be a resource point or supply box nearby. But I can't see it." Okay. Lu Qingqing immediately slowed down the car. I'm going to the roof. Wei Chuan put down his work, climbed up to the rooftop through the shooting hatch, and carefully searched for signs of supplies around. Chapter 37 Golden Box. M870 Shotgun. High-powered handgun. Withered trees, wind erosion rocks, gravel, and yellow sand. Wei Chuan's gaze swept over every detail like a scanner. Suddenly, his sight was fixed on a large, completely dead poplar tree in the upper right. There was a very obvious metallic luster behind it. As the armored vehicle approached, he saw a box half buried in a pile of yellow sand behind the dead poplar tree. And the color of that box reflected a dazzling and noble golden under the sunlight. Damn! Golden box? Wei Chuan almost shouted, his heart racing instantly. If a silver box could yield a handgun crossbow recipe, what could be in a golden box? A source equipment recipe? Honey, did you find it? Zhu Lingxue loudly asked from below. I found it. It's a golden box. Wei Chuan's voice was a bit higher due to excitement. He quickly returned to the vehicle, shouting to Lu Qingqing, Qingqing, the poplar tree in the upper right. Soon, the vehicle stopped by the roadside. Wei Chuan did not rush over but went back to the roof to observe for a while, confirming there were no living creatures before carefully running toward the poplar tree, holding the big black star. The closer he got, the clearer that golden box became. It looked as if it were made of pure gold, with seemingly intricate and mysterious patterns, emitting an alluring glow. Suppressing the heart that was almost about to jump out of his chest, Wei Chuan used the gun barrel to push open the latch. Shit! When he clearly saw the items inside the box, Wei Chuan was so excited his eyes widened, and his breath suddenly stopped. The bottom of the golden box was covered with a piece of black cloth, and in the center of that black cloth lay a shotgun full of explosive power. Its body was long and black, and the cold metal barrel emitted a deadly cold light. Next to the shotgun, 5 boxes of red bullet cases were neatly stacked, marked with the number 12. Remington M870 shotgun, long barrel type, effective range 40 meters, magazine capacity 7/7 rounds, fires 12-gauge shot. I've struck gold. This time it's really F******ing gold. Wei Chuan was so overjoyed he almost jumped up. This was a killing machine. One shot could easily blow the current night demons' heads off, far stronger than the big black star. Mutated creatures, too, at close range, they were all nothing. Opening the bullet box, each box contained 10 rounds of bullets, 5 boxes totaling 50 rounds plus the 7 rounds in the magazine, making a total of 57 rounds. Wei Chuan held the shotgun, immense joy surged through him like electricity. Awesome! He could not put the gun down, lovingly stroking its body. Although he already had the big black star, the power of these two guns was simply not on the same level. In this extreme excitement, a thought that had been suppressed before sparked like a fire in his mind. Right. Why not strengthen the power of the Great Black Star? When he got the Great Black Star before, he had considered making a larger caliber, more powerful handgun. He had given up at that time because he knew his physical condition couldn't handle that kind of recoil, and it might even hurt himself. But now it's different. He had already taken 6 evolution crystals, and his physical quality had increased significantly. Not to exaggerate, 12.7 millimeters is definitely fine. Wei Chuan excitedly returned to the car, his heart racing again with new possibilities. Honey, what gun is this? Seeing the long gun in Wei Chuan's hands, Zhu Lingxue asked excitedly. Shotgun, it's the one I mentioned to you before. The bullets are filled with many small pellets, the striking area is large, not very accurate, but the power is exceptionally strong. Here, you can try the feel, just don't touch the safety and trigger, shotguns are too dangerous. Wei Chuan directly handed the shotgun to Zhu Lingxue. Hearing Wei Chuan say this, Zhu Lingxue quickly waved her hand to refuse. Then I don't want it, I'll play when I learn it. Okay, I'll teach you during lunch break, I have something to do now. Wei Chuan nodded, putting the shotgun into the storage compartment, then grabbed some metal materials from the shelf and crawled to the back of the car. Seeing this, Zhu Lingxue also knew Wei Chuan was doing serious business, so she sat in the passenger seat and shared their harvest with Lu Qingqing. 10 minutes later. A delicate silver handgun appeared in Wei Chuan's hand. It measured 27 centimeters in length, with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, made of all-metal construction, holding 8 rounds, and weighed 2.5 pounds when fully loaded. It's done! Wei Chuan aimed several times at the observation window, smiling with satisfaction. This really has become the Great Black Star. This was a large handgun he created using blueprints, can be said to be a replica of the Desert Eagle, and although he hadn't tested its power yet, based on the caliber and powder amount, taking down a wild donkey with one shot should definitely be possible. With the shotgun added, his close-range firepower instantly reached a brand new level. I'm really a genius. Wei Chuan lay back on the sofa, preparing to relax his excited nerves for a bit. However, he hadn't even warmed his seat yet when Zhu Lingxue sitting in the passenger seat called out again, "Honey, there's a resource point." Resource point? Wei Chuan instantly sprang up, rushing to the passenger seat, looking in the direction Zhu Lingxue was pointing. Not far to the left of the road, there was a deserted farm courtyard, a small quadrangle, with most of the courtyard wall collapsed, but the structure of the 3 houses was still intact. Ching, bring the things out. Right, once you see it, we can stop. I want to test the gun. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up instantly, gently squeezing Lu Qingqing's shoulder. Today's luck was too good, they had only just set off for less than an hour and a half. He was eager to test the power of the 2 new guns, hoping the mutated creatures in this resource point would be fierce, at least their health points should be thicker. Okay. Lu Qingqing responded, skillfully maneuvering the armored vehicle, slowly approaching the resource point, maintaining a distance and circling about 30 meters from the courtyard wall. This distance provided enough reaction time while ensuring the weapon's effective range. Wei Chuan climbed up to the top of the car through the shooting hatch, holding the new handgun, half squatting down. The armored vehicle quickly drove around the resource point twice, but nothing stirred inside, it remained silent. As they made a third circle, passing a pile of collapsed bricks. Swish! A gray-black shadow suddenly sprang out from behind that pile of bricks, racing quickly toward the moving armored vehicle. Here it comes. Wei Chuan instantly raised his right arm and pulled the trigger. He saw clearly what it was a huge rat with gray-black fur, shiny and oily, eyes gleaming with green light, its protruding front teeth like 2 rusted chisels. With the tail included, its body was just over a meter long, slightly smaller than the mutated cockroach from yesterday. Chapter 38, The Twin Guns Will Tell You the Answer, Driving Back the Convoy. Bang! A sound far beyond an ordinary handgun shot, like a small cannon, suddenly erupted. The enormous recoil hit hard, even with Wei Chuan's enhanced physique, he felt his wrist twist sharply, and his entire arm shook. Powerful enough. Wei Chuan silently praised, quickly lowering the gun barrel and aiming again. The mutated rat was extremely agile, the first shot flew past its ear, hitting the ground behind and kicking up a cloud of dust. It emitted a sharp, squealing cry, its pouncing movements became even faster. Bang! Wei Chuan was prepared for the second shot, pre-aiming at its position, the heavy 12.7mm bullet with tremendous kinetic energy precisely hit the bridge of the mutated rat's nose. Pooh-ch. Like a watermelon hit by a heavy hammer, the entire snout and bridge of the mutated rat exploded, bones and flesh splattering everywhere, forming a terrifying blood hole the size of a fist. Squeak! The mutated rat let out a mournful scream, its charge toward the armored vehicle abruptly froze, then it collapsed to the ground, starting to roll and convulse wildly. Dark red blood continuously gushed from the wound, clearly suffering a severe blow. Nice! Wei Chuan was extremely satisfied with the power of this handgun. This was just a hit on the bridge of the nose, if it had hit the head directly, it would probably have shattered the mutated rat's skull. Putting away the handgun, he switched to a more powerful shotgun. Brother Mouse, it's time for you to go. Wei Chuan coldly looked at the mutated rat still wailing in the blood, slightly lowering the gun barrel, aiming at its blood-soaked head. His finger pulled the trigger. Boom! A sound more pronounced and deeper than the handgun shot rang out. The shotgun fired, multiple lead pellets spraying out like a storm, instantly surrounding the rat's head. The giant rat's head exploded in an instant, a splatter of mixed blood, flesh, and brain tissue splattering onto the surrounding ground. The mutated rat's body, which was convulsing violently, instantly stiffened, then completely slumped down, no longer moving. This is the feeling. Wei Chuan felt secretly pleased, the power of the shotgun truly didn't disappoint him, it was a divine tool for close combat. The most critical thing was, it excelled at taking down big targets. He jumped off the vehicle, enduring the stench, and used a machete to search briefly inside the blasted rat's head, retrieving an evolution crystal. After returning to the vehicle and skillfully cleaning it before swallowing, the familiar warm current surged once again. Though he still couldn't awaken a second talent, the steady increase in basic attributes was still reassuring. Let's go, take a look inside. Wei Chuan called out, leading Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue into the yard. The yard wasn't large, only 3 low houses, the 2 on the sides had no doors or windows and were completely empty inside. Only the middle, largest room seemed relatively intact, with a wooden door hanging askew. Bang! Wei Chuan kicked open the door, a musty smell hitting his face. The light inside was quite dim, dust and cobwebs everywhere, but after seeing the furnishings, the 3 were all eyes wide with surprise. This looked like a country grocery store. The shelves were crooked, various broken items scattered on the floor, but they could still see plenty of supplies. Various grains, oils, salt, sauces, and teas were present, although many packages were damaged, careful searching still yielded some well-sealed ones. In the corner were a few cardboard boxes containing everyday items like toothpaste, soap, and toilet paper. The counter held the most supplies, mainly snacks and beverages, along with some cigarettes and alcohol. What pleased Wei Chuan the most was finding a few small bags of vegetable seeds in a tin box, including tomatoes, bok choy, and cauliflower. Although the quantity was small, the significance was enormous. As soon as he made a quick makeshift planting station. These seeds can be of great use. A self-sufficient food source is as important as firearms. Lucky break. Wei Chuan silently nodded. A few days ago, he traded a lot of supplies for a pistol crossbow, and some people exchanged similar junk, which should have been found at these supply points. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue excitedly began to count. These supplies are perfect for relaxing, greatly improving their quality of life. The three carefully scavenged all usable supplies and made 2 trips before satisfactorily returning to the vehicle to continue their journey. However, their luck seemed to have run out thereafter. Until noon, with the sun overhead, they only found a lonely gray iron box containing 2 bottles of bland mineral water. Parking the vehicle next to a relatively wind-sheltered dirt mound, Lu Qingqing began to prepare lunch, while Zhu Lingxue and Wei Chuan exchanged the metal materials received in the morning. At that moment, a faint engine noise came from the distance and quickly approached. Vroom, vroom. Someone's coming. Lu Qingqing reacted swiftly, immediately shutting off the stove and dropping the spatula, rushing to the driver's seat, hands firmly on the steering wheel, ready to step on the gas. Wei Chuan climbed on top of the vehicle, scanning the area. In the side rear of the Gobi, 3 plumes of dust were rising as 3 small cars wobbled toward their location. All 3 cars were small sedans, but the rear trunk was a bit larger, resembling shorter panel vans, likely modified from sedan templates. As Wei Chuan was about to fire, the vehicles slowed down, and one even honked the horn. Beep beep. The horn echoed across the open Gobi, seemingly alerting the people in the armored vehicle. Then, a tense and excited male voice amplified through a loudspeaker. "Brother, can you hear me? Don't misunderstand, we mean no harm. We just wanted to see if you want to team up for some mutual support." The voice repeatedly shouted, making it sound like there was no intention of attack. But Wei Chuan's gaze remained cold. In this damn world, trusting others often leads to the quickest death. He completely ignored the shout, raised his great black star, and fired a shot into the air above those 3 cars. Bang! The crisp gunshot rang out like thunder, instantly overshadowing the sounds of the engines and the shouting, the bullet striking the gravel of the Gobi, kicking up a small cloud of dust. The effect of the equality of all beings was immediate. The 3 small cars simultaneously slammed on their brakes, their tires screeching on the gravel. "Brother! Don't shoot! We really mean no harm, we're leaving right now." They suddenly turned their vehicles, speeding off at full throttle, kicking up even more dust, clearly terrified by this merciless warning, yelling into their horns as they fled. TSK, still soft-hearted, let good materials run away. Once the 3 cars disappeared from sight, Wei Chuan put away his gun and returned to the vehicle. Chapter 39, Meeting of Hundreds of Vehicles? "Husband, should we chase them?" Lu Qingqing asked from the driver's seat, her eyes sharp. With the off-road capability of their armored vehicle and their firepower, catching up and dealing with those 3 cars would be simple. Wei Chuan shook his head. "No need, these people are different from that brawny guy last time. They aren't fast and don't seem to have the intention to encircle us. They probably just want to recruit some people." He paused and added, "If we encounter someone charging straight at us, don't ask me, just ram them, and after the collision, shoot." "Okay." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue nodded in agreement, putting away their handguns. Although no battle occurred, this little episode made the 3 of them more alert. A couple of days ago, someone mentioned that the number of people on the road was increasing. At the time, they didn't pay much attention, but now they needed to keep a close watch. It wasn't only they who could encounter golden boxes. It's not just they who can get firearms. Lucky people can completely encounter better supply boxes and obtain stronger firearms. Later, when they come across a vehicle, they must warn right away. If the warning doesn't work, they will take deadly measures. In any case, they absolutely cannot allow the other side to get close. An hour later, a simple lunch and a short nap ended. Just when Wei Chuan was about to announce departure, Lu Qingqing, who was lying on the massage chair, suddenly spoke softly. "Honey, can we move the massage chair to the driver's seat? The original driver's seat in the armored vehicle is too hard, sitting for too long makes my back uncomfortable." She frowned slightly and rubbed her lower back. "Why didn't I think of that?" The moment he said this, Wei Chuan was stunned for a second, then suddenly slapped his forehead. He had been so focused on strengthening the armor's defensiveness that he had completely overlooked the importance of comfort while sitting since he rarely drove anymore. "Change it, it must be changed. We need new driver and co-driver seats," Wei Chuan said and immediately got to work, taking down the driver and co-driver seats and installing 2 massage chairs, connecting them to power. Zhu Lingxue sat down to try it out, activated the massage function, and as the comfortable vibrations began, she instantly narrowed her eyes in pleasure. Now driving has turned into enjoyment. "It's my turn in the afternoon, Sister Qingqing, Moa. I just thought of that too." Lu Qingqing, who had driven all morning, sighed helplessly. "This is my fault, I should have thought of it when making the massage chairs. If you need anything in the future, just tell me, we can't treat ourselves poorly." Wei Chuan smiled as well, privately reminding himself. This reflects the limitations of human thinking. Unable to cover every detail, he had to encourage them to give more opinions in the future. After chatting for a bit, the vehicle started up again. Wei Chuan sat down at the dining table, getting to work on making bullets. After getting 2 new guns, he divided all the original Dehei Xing and matching ammunition between the 2 women. He needed to hurry up and create enough ammunition for the new guns. After about an hour of busy work, the survival handbook he put aside emitted a soft glow, indicating a message had arrived. Li Yongsheng is looking for me? Wei Chuan instinctively thought it was the fuel tycoon he had contacted many times these days and casually clicked it open. However, the message alert was not from social, but from Trading Post. The item you consigned, semi-automatic hunting falcon pistol bow set, has been successfully sold, earning Evolution Crystal *1. Please click to collect in my items. Earned, Evolution Crystal *1. Sold? Wei Chuan was stunned at first, then immediately overjoyed. There really was someone wanting to trade. He quickly extracted the Evolution Crystal, washed it, and popped it into his mouth. Still couldn't awaken a second talent, but the gradual strengthening feeling was still intoxicating. Not bad, this method works. In high spirits, Wei Chuan took down the other 4 pistol bows, added 20 more crossbow arrows, and then continued to focus on making bullets. Time passed, and it was around 4 in the afternoon. While driving, Zhu Lingxue suddenly exclaimed, "Honey! Sister Qingqing! You guys, look around, is that a vehicle?" Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing heard this and immediately looked outside through the observation window. The window was too small to see clearly, they could only see many black dots and dust in the distance. It must be vehicles, and many of them. Are they crazy? Wei Chuan was startled, immediately climbed to the roof of the vehicle, crouched by the railing to observe. He saw that the once desolate road, where only their vehicle had been traveling, suddenly had a large number of vehicles. These vehicles were driving on intersecting roads that were complex and web-like, all heading in roughly one direction. One look, and his pupils suddenly contracted. From all directions, near and far, there were at least 50 or 60 vehicles of various types. From tricycles, sedans, vans to trucks, and even several uniquely modified vehicles with very special appearances. These cars were like a herd of beasts on the move. What the hell? Wei Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. An hour ago, when he looked out the window, there were only 2 or 3 roads in this area, but now there were dozens, even hundreds. So many cars gathered together meant that the chance of friction or even conflict would sharply increase. And just as he expected, chaos was about to unfold. Before he could observe the situation carefully, signs of confusion appeared. In the front right, 2 small trucks driving side by side across the Gobi Desert seemed to have reached some sort of silent agreement and suddenly swerved at the same time. They did not return to the road but accelerated toward another road. Their target should be a lonely van on that road. Their intention was clear. At almost the same moment, Wei Chuan felt that his armored vehicle was also being targeted. A modified large pickup truck, with a pair of sharp spikes welded onto the front, suddenly darted out from the road behind the armored vehicle and charged straight at it. Behind it, 2 vans with protective screen windows speed up to follow, seemingly companions of the pickup. What the hell? I'm driving an armored vehicle. The bigger the storm, the higher the price for fish, right? Wei Chuan's eyes instantly turned cold and fierce. He never expected someone would come at him. The allure of an armored vehicle was quite powerful. He poked his head inside the vehicle and shouted, "Ling Xue, we're being targeted. Slow down, let them come closer." Understood. Zhu Lingxue instantly understood Wei Chuan's meaning and gently eased off the accelerator. Lu Qingqing then climbed onto the roof, kneeling beside Wei Chuan, her right hand clutching a handgun hidden behind her back. "Qingqing, as soon as I fire, you follow and shoot like crazy." Wei Chuan glanced at the 3 rapidly approaching vehicles, a cruel arc curling at the corner of his mouth. He was in need of metal materials, and unexpectedly, good buddies were delivering them to his door. Indeed, there are still more good people in the world. Chapter 40, Seeking Death, Instant Kill. As the 3 vehicles began to close in, Zhu Lingxue also started to accelerate. However, Zhu Lingxue didn't push the accelerator to the limit, she just increased speed enough to create the illusion that the prey has detected danger and is about to flee, enticing them to get closer. Seeing this, the opponents, like sharks sensing blood, roared their engines louder, rapidly closing the distance. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. In effective shooting range now. On the roof, Wei Chuan's gaze was icy as he firmly held the big black star, aiming first at the leading pickup truck with the spikes. Bang! 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 A series of loud sounds, the 12.7mm bullet shot out at a terrifying speed, easily tearing through the air and instantly piercing the pickup's front windshield. Puff, clatter! With the shattering sound of glass, the bullets continued forward with massive kinetic energy, hitting the driver's chest directly. The explosion of blood splattered everywhere. The driver didn't even have time to scream. His entire upper body was almost torn apart by this barrage, blood and flesh splattering all over the cabin. The out-of-control pickup truck suddenly swerved and crashed into a 2-meter-high erosion rock. At the same time, Lu Qingqing also leaned out from behind Wei Chuan and began shooting. She aimed at the two vans behind. Though her marksmanship wasn't the best, at close range and straight shot, her accuracy was reliable. With one magazine of 8 rounds, all hit the windshield and engine hood of the van on the right. Puff puff puff. The bullets pierced through the metal, striking the engine, producing a deep thud, and black smoke rose in the next moment. The van's speed drastically reduced, then it directly ground to a halt at the roadside. It was unclear whether the driver was dead or alive. The windshield hadn't exploded, only a few small holes formed, making it impossible to see inside. The driver of the last van witnessed the terrible fate of the two vehicles in front, terrified to the core. He suddenly slammed on the brakes and frantically turned the steering wheel to the left, trying to escape from this road. Trying to run now? Too late. Wei Chuan snorted coldly, quickly changing the magazine. If you want to fight, you fight. If you want to run, you run. There's no such easy deal in the world. Bang! 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 The handgun, now reloaded, roared again. Since he couldn't hit the driver's seat, Wei Chuan aimed for the van's rear tires. The heavy bullets struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The last 2 shots hit the tire, and with a muffled sound, the right rear tire of the van suddenly went flat, screeching as the rim scraped against gravel. The van instantly lost balance and, due to inertia, slid forward for several meters before getting stuck completely, unable to move an inch. Qingqing, let Ling Xue come over. Wei Chuan said in a low voice as he switched to a shotgun, racking it with a click. Okay. Lu Qingqing replied seriously and quickly returned to the cabin, signaling Zhu Lingxue to drive. As they approached the van, before the armored vehicle could come to a complete stop, Wei Chuan opened fire without any hesitation. Boom! Boom! There were a man and a woman in the front passenger seat of the van. They had already opened the doors and run out a bit, but with just 2 shots from Wei Chuan, blood erupted from their backs, and they fell to the ground. Without pausing, Wei Chuan fired 2 more shots at the windows of the van. The 2 windows on the left side shattered completely, and he could see that there was no one inside the van. Got it! Wei Chuan let out a small sigh of relief and shouted into the cabin for Zhu Lingxue to go back and find the other 2 vehicles. The insides of the 2 other vehicles were a mess, covered in bullet holes and blood. There was only one driver, who was already dead beyond saving. Only 4 people down so far, not as good as my brother Biao. Wei Chuan carefully checked the surroundings, confirming there was no threat, before putting away the shotgun. Honey, are we going to collect materials now? Lu Qingqing climbed onto the ladder, leaning over the roof to ask. Yeah, you guys search the supplies in the 3rd vehicle, remember to finish off those 2 people. I'll take apart these 2 vehicles first. Wei Chuan jumped down from the roof and walked briskly toward the nearest pickup truck. This pickup had given him a lot of inspiration. He could also add sharp spikes to the armored vehicle to enhance its collision power. The wheels could be reinforced with armor too, although they used military-grade blast-proof tires, stronger defense was always better. When the 3 of them started cleaning the battlefield, the vast Gobi Desert fell into a deathly silence. The vehicles that had been driving along the web-like road like a migratory group were all frightened by the sudden terrifying gunfire. Whether they witnessed part of the event or just heard the noise, everyone made the most instinctive choice: to escape. They either accelerated or turned back, all moving away from the area where the gunfire erupted. In just a minute or 2, all that remained in sight were 4 vehicles. 1 armored vehicle and 3 spoils of war. No other vehicles could be seen. It was as if the earlier scene was just an illusion. However, the calm in the real world formed an extreme contrast with the frenzy in the communication channel. Area 50001, 5098/10,000 people. Zhang Liang, no way. That was gunfire just now, right? It scared the hell out of me. It was right on the road next to me. I heard it. I've played with guns abroad. That definitely wasn't a regular handgun, it must have been 2 shotguns. Meng Tao, I saw it. It was a giant armored vehicle. They took out 3 vehicles. Li Yuyu, are you serious? There's an armored vehicle? Meng Tao, absolutely true, camouflage mixed with silver, definitely modified. They struck first. As soon as the gunfire went off, it was a burst, emptying the magazine. Definitely ruthless guys. Huang Liqin, I saw it too. It was bigger than a 100-ton king. Everyone be careful. If you see it, hurry and take a detour. Chen Longkuan, what's the difference from bandits? How did such people get armored vehicles? The information in the channel is flashing by quickly. Almost everyone is discussing the gunfight just now. Most people have already jumped to conclusions, thinking that the armed and armored Wei Chuan attacked the other 3 vehicles first. Panic, condemnation, and curses are incessantly heard. Xu Lingxue, who was helping Wei Chuan transport materials, glanced at the communication channel and saw the overwhelming accusations. A surge of anger instantly rose on her delicate face. Nonsense! Clearly those 3 vehicles charged over first. Xu Lingxue gritted her teeth in anger, her fingers tapped a few times on the survival manual, as if she wanted to refute back. It's like playing a game, feeling very frustrated after being blamed wrongfully. Not letting off some steam would not be satisfying. Chapter 41 Service Area. Lingxue, forget it, there's no need. Wei Chuan's calm voice came, he smiled and shook his head. Husband, don't we care about them? Xu Lingxue paused, looking up at him in confusion. Wei Chuan wrapped his arm around Xu Lingxue's slim waist, the corner of his mouth curved in a sarcastic arc. Do you really think they care about the truth? What they care about is that we have armored vehicles and guns while they do not. Speaking up now will only let them know our faces and names, then they will curse us with our faces and names later. There's no need to pay them any mind. He pointed at the empty gravel plain around. Isn't it good like this? Those with a bit of brains probably wouldn't dare to come near us, saving us a lot of trouble. This okay? Xu Lingxue looked at Wei Chuan's indifferent profile, then at the impotent rage in the communication channel. Her anger gradually subsided. She took a deep breath and put away the survival manual. Right, just a bunch of sour lemons, let them be sour. Instead of wasting time on a war of words, it's better to transport more materials, make the armored vehicle bigger, and make those sour lemons angry next time we meet. Half an hour later, the heavy armored vehicle drove onto the highway. Those 3 vehicles were already dismantled and recycled by Wei Chuan. The abundant spiritual power from 8 evolution crystals allowed him to use his abilities with ease, only taking a short break for a few minutes. Several vehicles passed by, but when they saw the armored vehicle, they all stepped on the gas in fear, quickly speeding away, terrified that they would be targeted by the armored bandit. Wei Chuan's infamous name had already spread across Area 50001. The vehicles set off again, and the scene ahead became more and more breathtaking. The further they drove, the originally spiderweb-like dispersed roads began to converge visibly faster. 100 roads turned into 50, 50 roads turned into 25. Finally, after about 10 minutes of driving. In the distance, hundreds of roads from different directions completely merged into a superhighway that is difficult to describe with words. This highway's width is incredibly exaggerated, visibly surpassing a kilometer, and the surface material is not ordinary cement, but somewhat resembles a metallic substance. At the end of this superhighway, a huge complex of buildings gradually came into view. Wow, is there a city? Wei Chuan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he immediately climbed to the top of the vehicle to observe. It seemed to be a small town, but the style looked a bit old. From a distance, he couldn't see any modern city's high-rise buildings, but a series of low, dense, and chaotic single-story buildings. Moreover, most of these buildings were constructed from wood, rocks, and even a mix of scrap metal and earth, showing no sign of planning. Some were even directly transformed from wrecked cars and containers, giving off a chaotic, patchwork, bankrupt punk vibe. Outside the town, there were several parking lots surrounded by rough wooden stakes, with a total of more than 100 vehicles parked inside. Faintly, he could see figures moving in the town. Strange matter. Wei Chuan looked more and more surprised. This place seemed like a safe zone. As the armored vehicle approached the town, just as its wheels rolled over a green line, 3 clear and cold notification sounds suddenly echoed in Wei Chuan's mind simultaneously. Survivor, welcome to the service area. The service area will randomly refresh, existing for 24 hours each time. No fighting or looting is allowed in the service area, talents cannot be used, only trading functions are supported. You can use source crystals to purchase goods in the store. As the notification sounds faded, the tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. It really is a safe zone. Wei Chuan put away his pistol and leisurely climbed back into the vehicle along the ladder. Lu Qingqing and Xu Lingxue were also relaxed, their faces showing expressions of relief. Since it was absolutely safe, there was nothing to worry about. Xu Lingxue directly drove the armored vehicle, following the metal sign at the roadside, pulling into parking lot number 3 where a dozen cars were already parked. It's quite user-friendly, each parking space is as large as a basketball court, and parking spaces already occupied by cars are off limits, completely preventing malicious incidents, not even allowing traffic jams. After changing their clothes, the 3 of them got out of the vehicle. Just as they got out, they noticed a huge translucent countdown floating in the air, emanating a soft green light. 22 hours 25 minutes and 11 seconds. This should be the remaining time for the service area. Wei Chuan glanced at it and then looked away, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. He brought a total of 2,000 source crystals, not stored in compartments, but directly packed in the backpack itself. First, let's see what can be bought. If there are good items in the store, he can come back to get more source crystals. According to the sign, the 3 entered the streets of the service area. Called a street, it was more like a passage opened in a garbage dump, flanked by various crooked and poorly constructed shacks made of rough materials. The signs were colorful, with restaurants, inns, clinics. Many people moved about, most in a hurry, with curious and vigilant looks in their eyes, and some even covered their faces, as if there was a heavy atmosphere of secrecy. Wei Chuan casually chose a restaurant and walked in. Inside was very simple, with no decorations, the walls were just rusted iron sheets, and there weren't even any chairs or tables. Only two vending machines stood side by side in front of the counter, completely out of place, emitting a gentle blue light. Is this where we buy things? Zhu Lingxue curiously leaned in. It seems to be the only possibility. Wei Chuan approached and started operating. Surprisingly, it was a touchscreen, and after the screen lit up, it displayed a list of products. Mineral water, 500 milliliters, 5 source crystals. Coffee, 350 milliliters, 4 source crystals. Apple vinegar, 1L, 12 source crystals. This vending machine sold water, while the one next to it sold food. These prices seem a bit more expensive than in the trading hall. Lu Qingqing compared and felt it was not very cost-effective. It's normal. Wei Chuan, however, was not surprised, smiling as he said, if you could buy things cheaply here, then resource points and supply boxes would be meaningless. But some items are indeed worth buying. After Wei Chuan said this, he still went ahead and bought 2 cases of drinks, 2 cases of beer, and various snacks, spending exactly 500 source crystals. This amount of source crystals was a drop in the bucket for his current wealth. He believed those who were also not lacking in source crystals would, like him, not care about this bit of markup and buy some hard-to-get supplies from the trading hall. Perhaps fearing that survivors couldn't take items away, the purchased goods existed in card form, you had to click to use them to retrieve the items, valid for 24 hours. Putting the supply cards into the storage compartment, the three left the restaurant and continued to weave through the street. Wei Chuan's sharp gaze searched, ruling out restaurants and inns. He wanted to buy some things that could not be purchased in the trading hall, but that he could use, such as source devices, big televisions, and storage tools. Chapter 42, Source Appliance, Super Engine. 3 minutes later. On the second street, Wei Chuan's eyes caught sight of a sign painted with a gun shop. Wow, they even have guns? He perked up and immediately took the 2 women inside. The interior of the shop was simple, but on the display shelves, some firearms were hanging, and in the corner, there were piles of empty shells. Strangely, the shop was empty, with only a vending machine. Why is the gun shop not busy? Wei Chuan was puzzled and quickly walked to the vending machine. However, as soon as the screen lit up and the product list appeared, he understood why there was no one here. Refined iron ingot, unit, 1 source crystal. Refined steel ingot, unit, 1 source crystal. Standard primer, unit, 1 source crystal. Standard propellant, unit, 1 source crystal. Magazine, various models available, 10 source crystals. They didn't sell complete firearms here, mainly, they sold the standard materials needed for firearm recipes, and the only firearm part was the magazine. No wonder no one came, with just these few items, even a gun expert couldn't make a gun. Next store. Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed and left the gun shop with the 2 women. Since his talent couldn't be used, he was too lazy to even touch the guns on the display shelf. The only usable item in the whole shop was the powder, but the quantity of the recipe materials was too small, and the cost-effectiveness was low to the point of being ridiculous. He didn't want to be a fool. Just as he reached a corner, ready to switch to another street, Wei Chuan suddenly halted his steps. He saw 2 shops side by side on the other side of the corner. One had a twisted sign made of old circuit boards and appliance store. The other had a wrench and tire sign and auto repair shop. Good, good, good. Wei Chuan's heart leaped with joy, temporarily shaking off the disappointment from the gun shop, and rushed into the appliance store first. Inside the shop, there were 3 vending machines, 2 of which were occupied, so Wei Chuan went to the empty third one. When the product list popped up, his eyes lit up instantly, and all previous disappointment vanished. The list was filled with a stunning array of products, far beyond his expectations. Small induction cooker, 15 source crystals. Handheld vacuum cleaner, 20 source crystals. Multifunctional charger, 10 source crystals. Small electric fan, 18 source crystals. These were just the appetizers. Scrolling down revealed even more rare and even non-existent items from the trading post. Smokeless grill, 50 source crystals. Storage water heater, 80 source crystals. Rapid electric kettle, 35 source crystals. Fully automatic sterilizing washing machine, 100 source crystals. What excited Wei Chuan the most was that in the description section of most appliances, there was a clear line stating, consumes source crystals every 24 hours of use. Only when in use would it count down. This was much cheaper than the quick-growing planting platform that consumed source crystals continuously for 24 hours once a seed was planted. It was like purchasing a single song versus a monthly music subscription. Buy. This is what a service area should have. Wei Chuan wasted no time and directly smashed down 825 source crystals to buy 25 types of source appliances, and he now held a thick stack of resource cards. In his view, the electricity bill for these appliances was very cheap. Even the washing machine, which consumed the most, would only need 5 source crystals for continuous use for 24 hours. The total consumption of 25 source appliances in a normal month probably wouldn't even reach 100 source crystals. The usage cost was very similar to normal appliances. It would take a long time for the electricity bill to catch up to the cost of the appliances themselves. It was more expensive to buy than to use. It perfectly solved the current problem of adequate electricity but not unlimited power. Today, he would replace the electric appliances and then create the hybrid system combining wood, gasoline, and electricity. What he wanted was not a chaotic competition among 3 energy systems, but 3 energy systems driving the transmission systems of different areas. The fastest starting motor would drive the rear, the most powerful diesel engine would drive the front, and the gasoline engine would drive the middle section, allowing for any combination of driving modes. This way, he wouldn't have to wait long just to fill up gas when the armored vehicle became larger. Awesome! Even if I don't encounter any good things afterwards, this trip is a big win. Wei Chuan joyfully stuffed the supply cart into his backpack, leaving the electronics store with the 2 women. They walked into the neighboring auto repair shop. As soon as they entered, several pairs of eyes turned towards them. There were 4 people in the shop, 2 men and 2 women. They all seemed to be around 30 years old and appeared to be a small team, huddled together quietly discussing, with 2 women each holding a supply card. The arrival of Wei Chuan and the 2 beauties, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, instantly captured their attention. However, their gazes were restrained. After a brief stay, they quickly looked away and left together. Wei Chuan didn't pay them any mind. His attention was solely on the vending machine. Sure enough, just as he expected, the auto repair shop sold various vehicle parts, formula materials, and professional repair tools, similar to the gun shop next door. Refined steel ingot, unit, 1 source crystal. Bulletproof tire, piece, 80 source crystals. Onboard toolbox, basic/advanced, 15/50th source crystals. Suspension reinforcement kit, 40 source crystals. Mechanical supercharger, various models available, 10 source crystals. Although these items were useful, most of them were things Wei Chuan could craft himself. He browsed through the pages seriously, calculating which items he couldn't make and weren't available in the trading post that were worth buying. Damn! When he reached the last few pages of the product list, Wei Chuan's breath suddenly hitched, his eyes widened, hardly believing what he saw. It was a source engine. Mammoth 64-cylinder engine modification template, output power approximately 7500 HP, extreme power, ultra-high torque, consistent and stable, consumes 35 source crystals per 100 kilometers. Hunter 24-cylinder engine modification template, output power approximately 3200 HP, strong power, good adaptability, relatively stable, consumes 25 source crystals per 100 kilometers. Silent Storm 16-cylinder engine modification template, output power approximately 1600 HP, ultra-silent, high efficiency, relatively stable, consumes 15 source crystals per 100 kilometers. Barbarian King 12-cylinder engine modification. There were only 4 engines. The prices were 3,000, 1,500, 1,000, and 800. From the dimensions given in the product images, these 4 engines were not very large and wouldn't look out of place in an armored vehicle. Hiss! Wei Chuan couldn't help but gasp, his heart racing, blood rushing to his head. Such a good thing, appearing only on the 5th day of the service? He had his eyes on the strongest one, the Mammoth. 64 cylinders, 7,500 horsepower, powered by source crystals. Compared to this Mammoth 64-cylinder source engine, what he planned before with the triple hybrid system was simply garbage. How many Star Destroyers could one such cannon equal compared to a mere 2nd Battalion's gun? This isn't even the same dimension, oldly. Chapter 43, Return Loaded, Reputation Spreads. Imagine an engine so powerful it could be used in a giant mining truck that's 2 to 3 stories high and weighs hundreds of tons, would be overflowing with performance. Now imagine it mounted on his little guy which weighs under 35 tons at most, the power would be terrifying. Once fully equipped, with unbeatable power. At least for the next few months, no matter how he remodeled the armored vehicle, this Mammoth would keep up, fundamentally solving a big problem. Buy. I must buy. A crazy thought instantly took over Wei Chuan's mind. Although the price of 3,000 source crystals made him ache, the importance of this item was truly too high. If he missed this chance, who knew when he would encounter another service area, and whether such a high-level source engine would appear again. If this were the only chance to buy, it would be a terrible regret. As for the source crystal consumption, that wasn't a problem. The Mammoth would use 35 source crystals for 100 kilometers, and the real-time market price for 35 source crystals was 3 liters of water, which equates to about 66 liters of diesel. Consuming 66 liters of fuel for 100 kilometers isn't too much, especially since the armored vehicle consumes 55 liters per 100 kilometers. A mere additional consumption of 11 liters could be compensated by easily crafting a batch of handgun crossbows for a month. Honey, what's wrong? Seeing Wei Chuan staring at the vending machine with red eyes, standing there for a long time, Zhu Lingxue softly asked and gently tugged at his hand. Good thing. You guys wait for me here for a moment, I'll go back to the car to get the energy crystal. No, let's go back together. Wei Chuan originally wanted Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to wait for him here, but thinking about the mixed crowd in the service area, he decided to go back together. Not being able to take action doesn't mean not being able to talk, he didn't want his wife to be disturbed by gossips. Okay. Seeing Wei Chuan so anxious, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue didn't ask anything and quickly nodded. The short 5-minute journey felt exceptionally long. Wei Chuan quickly took Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue back to the parking lot, and after getting enough energy crystals, immediately returned to the street. When he stepped into the auto repair shop again, his heartbeat was still hard to calm down. A few people were gathered chatting at the door of the shop, and when they saw Wei Chuan and the two women heading straight for the vending machine with clear intent, they couldn't help but look at them curiously. Wei Chuan ignored all the gazes, took a deep breath, and stood in front of the vending machine. He extended his finger and firmly pressed the purchase option. Please confirm payment of 3,000 energy crystals to purchase the Mammoth 64-cylinder engine modification template. Yes/no. Transaction successful, energy crystals minus 3,000, obtained, Mammoth 64-cylinder engine template. Perhaps due to the large amount, confirmation was required when purchasing. Wei Chuan certainly wouldn't hesitate and directly clicked yes. A slight buzzing sound came from the vending machine, and the exit glowed green. A special material black gold resource card, with an engine pattern shimmering on its surface, slowly ejected. Premium goods are different, even the card looks so good. Wei Chuan grabbed the card in his hand, the cold touch made him feel extremely hot, and a huge joy and sense of expectation almost overflowed. He had already thought about what to do next. Changing the engine, replacing home appliances, how to use the solar panels next, countless inspirations flashed in his mind. Behind him, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also had smiles in their eyes. Although they didn't have a direct concept of vehicle engines, something that made Wei Chuan willing to spend 3,000 energy crystals to buy must be extraordinary. Let's go, I'll take you shopping. Wei Chuan suppressed the impulse to go straight home, stored the resource card in his storage compartment, and turned to smile at the two women. It's rare to have a safe area to relax, they could stay a little longer. In the following time, the three continued to stroll down the street in the service area. But it seemed all their good luck was spent on encountering that Mammoth energy engine, they no longer found any desired energy equipment. However, Wei Chuan still made a generous purchase of supplies. He bought several beautiful outfits for Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue and even a batch of cosmetics, which excited the two women immensely. He also purchased many daily necessities like air mattresses, soft pillows, shampoo, etc. Anything that could improve their quality of life, Wei Chuan bought. In total, he spent another 300 energy crystals. Adding this 300 energy crystals, their total expenditure for this trip reached 4,625 energy crystals. The spending was incredibly high. But for Wei Chuan, who still held nearly 1,800 liters of fresh water and 5,114 energy crystals, it was completely within the acceptable range. By the time they finished shopping and returned to the parking lot, it was already 5 p.m. As they approached the parking area, Wei Chuan sensed that something was off. At the edge of the parking lot, a few people were squatting and standing around, their eyes occasionally drifted towards the armored vehicle while whispering to each other. When Wei Chuan and the two women appeared and walked straight towards the armored vehicle, those dozen or so eyes instantly focused on them. Their expressions were complicated, filled with curiosity, awe, scrutiny, and even a hint of barely perceptible jealousy. Are they talking bad about me again? At the same time, Wei Chuan noticed that several people were looking down, fingers tapping rapidly. This should be a survival manual. Region 50001, 5087/10,000 people. Zhenlongkuan, I see them, that armored vehicle has 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, they all look quite young. Wen Kai, if I run into them, I'd throw a grenade at them to teach them a lesson. Meng Tao, damn, a dragon and 2 phoenixes? I wish I had an armored vehicle. Zhang Liqing, are they still in parking lot 3? They didn't attack me when I passed by before. Is it possible someone else wants to rob them? Huang Zhongyun, TSK, the little fairy wants to go up to them. Zhou Jia, TSK, the soft guy is about to break. Zhao Baojia, everyone, don't worry. No matter if they are good or bad, the big vehicle won't go fast. As long as we don't approach them, they won't be able to catch up with us. Wei Chuan opened the communication channel and took a glance, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. After all this time, these guys were just squatting here to recognize people. They really are just overstuffed. Wouldn't it be better to take some time to go shopping and relax? Honey, what should we do? Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at and unconsciously leaned closer to Wei Chuan. Just bystanders, no need to mind them. Wei Chuan opened the car door and shook his head with a smile. As long as they don't come looking for trouble, they can think whatever they want. Let's just leave the rest area and organize the stuff we just bought. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also felt excited, quickly getting into the car and closing the door tightly. They had bought so many things, many of which they had chosen, and they couldn't wait to enjoy them. Chapter 44, All-Round Transformer. Following the direction of the parking lot sign, Zhu Lingxue slowly drove the armored vehicle out of the safe zone. Both the exit and the entrance were on a super wide road that left one in awe. As they left the service area, Wei Chuan deliberately opened the back door a crack and cautiously peered outside. Damn it! There were 2 cars behind, not sure if they wanted to leave the service area or wanted to turn their vehicles into motorcycles. Wei Chuan immediately became alert, but just 5 minutes later, when a fork in the road appeared, the 2 cars quickly turned and soon disappeared from view. Just simple fellow travelers, what a false alarm. Half an hour later. The armored vehicle drove onto a 4-lane road, where the surroundings were relatively open and visibility was good. Lingxue, pull over. Wei Chuan stood up from the sofa. This area was relatively safe and suitable for resting for a while. Once the armored vehicle came to a stop, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both looked at Wei Chuan. Honey, do you want us to help? No need. Wei Chuan shook his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This modification is quite special, everything may rely on my talents. Just help me unplug the wires from the old appliances. Okay. Both women complied, and Wei Chuan took his shotgun and got out of the car. He quickly walked to the front of the car, took out the Mammoth 64-cylinder engine modification template from the storage compartment, clicked to use it, and then placed the blueprint-like modification template on the hood. In an instant, the front of the armored vehicle lit up with a modification blueprint. The blueprint clearly displayed the structure of the modified front end of the vehicle. The originally flat front of the armored vehicle, in the blueprint, showed a large protrusion at the front, forming a design similar to that of Optimus Prime's truck. The energy box was next to the armrest box. Just open the lid and put in the source crystal, which could be replenished at any time during driving, very convenient. At the same time, a line of prompt information appeared. Materials needed for modification: steel ingots *200, aluminum ingots *50, please place materials near the template. Not bad, not much. Wei Chuan had anticipated this. All modification templates required supplementary materials. He immediately returned to the cabin, exchanged some bottled water for a batch of steel ingots and aluminum ingots, and also brought some scrap metal and plastic, carrying all these materials to the front of the car, then clicked to start the modification. Hum. A low humming sound echoed from the front of the armored vehicle. The metal ingots on the ground disappeared in an instant. The armor plate on the front of the vehicle started to squirm, extend, and change shape like a living creature, making sounds of metal clashing and embedding. It was quite similar to mental shaping, but with the added sounds of transformation, making it feel even more futuristic. This process lasted nearly 1 minute. When the blueprint for transformation disappeared, the front of the armored vehicle had undergone a complete change. A powerful and robust bulging front replaced the previously flat front, making the whole vehicle look more imposing and fierce. Beautiful. Wei Chuan nodded quietly, marveling, as his hands kept moving. He used mental shaping to thicken the armor of the new front to 30 mm and added 2 rows of sharp, cold shining spikes on top. Like mutated cockroaches and rats, these kinds of mutated creatures would be finished in a moment. Bumping into things would also be effective. It was estimated that only top-tier modified vehicles could withstand it. Then, he began to recover the excess components. The Mammoth 64-cylinder engine was perfectly installed. The transmission and piping were all completed in one go using templates, integrated into the new engine system. So, the armored vehicle's main and auxiliary diesel tanks, along with the gasoline engine and gasoline tank added on the first night, all became independent parts that could be directly recovered. With the space that opened up, he shaped a few large water tanks to install, with a total capacity of 1,000 liters. He ran the water pipes to the roof and began to create a large water collection system. A total of 89 solar panels. 9 would continue to charge the battery group, supplying power to lights that didn't have the source device, while 80 were used for the water collection system, theoretically capable of producing 80 liters of water in one day. Connecting the water collection device to the water pipes, the external transformation was complete. Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle interior, took out the source device appliances one by one, and directed his gaze to the ordinary appliances. He planned to try a talent skill he had never had the chance to use before. Concept fusion. It can adapt and merge seemingly unrelated mechanical principles and products of different technologies conceptually. Looking at those ordinary appliances that were about to be eliminated, Wei Chuan placed them together with the source device appliances and initiated concept fusion. V-Room. The familiar translucent blue transformation blueprint reappeared, enveloping both groups of appliances at the same time. The lines of the blueprint flowed rapidly, disassembling and reorganizing the structures of the two. Sure enough, it worked. The blueprint showed that the source device appliances and ordinary appliances could be fused. However, looking at the preview model of the fused source device appliance, Wei Chuan frowned. The fused source device appliance had become very bulky. A perfectly good 60-inch source device television turned into a 70-inch bulky source device television after merging with a 21-inch fat television. The screen size increased, but the consumption of source crystals didn't rise. But that heavy and cheap plastic backside made Wei Chuan's eyes twitch. A 70-inch bulky TV, are you serious? Other appliances were the same, basic parameters only increased a little, but they sacrificed aesthetic appearance and interior space. Does old junk drag down good stuff? Wei Chuan realized the problem. Concept fusion was not all-powerful. It combined the characteristics of the fusing objects, taking an average or combined value, where outdated technologies would pull down the overall technology. Forget it, no more fusion. Wei Chuan shook his head, stopping the attempt at concept fusion. This deal wasn't worth it, better to use the source device appliances directly. As for the ordinary appliances, breaking them down for materials would be too much of a loss, selling them wouldn't get much either, so it was better to keep them for reserves, and they could be given as gifts when needed. However, this failed attempt did not disappoint him. At least he figured out some limitations and rules of concept fusion. Perhaps in the future, when he found more suitable materials or tools, this talent skill could truly unleash its power. He selected positions for the source device appliances to install and secure them, opening all energy boxes and inserting 10 source crystals. The water pipes connected where they should, all connections made, and then the old household appliances were put away. Here, this money-burning renovation finally came to an end. This is the kind of car a master should have. Looking at the completely transformed interior of the car, Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Hubby, now that these source devices are out, shouldn't fuel and solar panels drop in price? Once Wei Chuan was done, Lu Qingqing raised her question. Of course, impossible. Not everyone can afford source devices. Oil and electricity will still be the mainstream energy sources, and prices will remain the same, so don't hoard. Wei Chuan shook his head. If we exclude the water collector, this renovation would be a huge loss, and it would keep getting worse. Only the top resource players can play like him, and maybe there are not even 10 in the entire server. Chapter 45, 580 km per hour, 64 cylinders still okay. After chatting with the two women about the potential chain reactions caused by the service area, Wei Chuan couldn't wait to sit in the driver's seat. After changing the driver's seat to a massage chair, the feeling was indeed wonderful, the embrace was excellent. However, his attention was entirely drawn to the newly refreshed dashboard. The originally ordinary dashboard now had more display lights, giving it a more technological feel. The speedometer had markings that were extremely dense, distinguishing several different speed ranges. In the bottom right corner, there was a heart-pounding value, 580 km per hour. 580? Wei Chuan instinctively swallowed, feeling he might be seeing things. A top speed of 580 kilometers, was this the speed an armored vehicle should have? Even the fastest supercars weren't this fast. Qingqing, Lingxue, squeeze into the passenger seat, I want to test the power of 3,000 source crystals. Wei Chuan suppressed his shock, his voice tinged with excitement. Once the two women tightly snuggled together in the passenger seat and securely fastened their seatbelts, Wei Chuan opened the energy box next to the armrest and loaded dozens of source crystals into it. The energy box emitted a faint hum, and all the display lights in the driver's area flashed once. Wei Chuan took a deep breath, pushed the gear stick into drive mode, and gently pressed down on the accelerator. Instead of the roar of a traditional engine, a deep hum resonated from the front of the car. The entire vehicle trembled as if a giant beast had awakened. The next second, an indescribable, violent force surged from behind. Awesome! Wei Chuan was firmly pressed against the soft back of the massage chair. The scenery in his eyes began to wildly rush by, and the immense sensory overload even made him slightly dizzy. So powerful! Wei Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his lips couldn't help but curve into a smile, a blend of shock and delight. He instinctively glanced at the speedometer. The pointer spun to the right as swiftly as a clock's second hand on speed. 60 kilometers. 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers accelerated in the blink of an eye. 150 kilometers. 200 kilometers, the desert scenery outside began to blur. 300 kilometers. 400 kilometers. When the pointer crossed the 500 mark, Wei Chuan's vision couldn't capture any specific scenery any longer. On both sides, only the continuously stretching brown-yellow earth flashed by, and ahead was the road extending toward the horizon. He was pinned to the chair by a tremendous inertia, adrenaline rushing through his body, experiencing a peak pleasure that was almost soul-shaking. Awesome, so freaking awesome. As the pointer crossed 550, Wei Chuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Were 3,000 source crystals really that expensive? Can't afford it? It's been 5 days since the server opened. Did you seriously search for materials during the day and hunt the night beasts at night? Sometimes, reflect on your own reasons. The only pity was that the inside ability couldn't figure out the recipe for the source device, or else it would be even better. After speeding for a few minutes, Wei Chuan had thoroughly enjoyed himself. Although he still felt a bit unsatisfied, he was also afraid of pushing himself to the brink, so he directly gave up the driver's seat. Xing, Ling Xue, you two should give it a try, get familiar with the feel. He smiled at the two women, whose eyes were shining with excitement. This 4-lane road stretched straight ahead, with excellent visibility and desolate surroundings, making it a very safe testing ground. He could drive with his eyes closed. I'll go first. Ling Xue was already eager to try, and she immediately swapped places with Wei Chuan, pressing the gas and cheering out loud. However, this high-speed experience didn't last long. About 10 minutes later, after Lu Qingqing had her turn, Wei Chuan called for her to pull over. It was nearly 6:30 p.m., and they needed to prepare dinner quickly to eat before the night demon arrived. While the two women cooked, Wei Chuan got out of the car with metal materials and began modifying the chassis. Starting with the chassis before the body, this way it could better match the power of the mammoth. Not long after starting work, his survival manual in his pocket lit up. When he opened it, it was once again Li Yongsheng. This guy sent dozens of messages a day. Li Yongsheng, bro, are you there? Are you there? Ha, I ran into a service area and found something interesting. Just reading the words showed Li Yongsheng's excitement. Li Yongsheng, I spent 800 source crystals and got a 12-cylinder engine. Guess what? That thing can make a van go up to 250 kilometers, haha, supercar speed. Li Yongsheng, but the source crystal consumption is a bit high. This thing is a source device, it eats 10 source crystals per 100 kilometers, which converts to about 19 liters of gasoline, more than double what it used to be, sigh. Mighty King? Wei Chuan read the message and couldn't help but smile. This kid talked about high consumption, yet every word was bragging. Li Yongsheng's talent was related to fuel, he never lacked fuel, so the source crystal consumption was no big deal. So stiffly boastful. A mischievous smile crept onto Wei Chuan's face as his fingers quickly typed a reply. Wei Chuan, Mighty King? Mighty King, not bad. Wei Chuan, I still prefer the mammoth, although it's only 580 kilometers, it's still powerful enough, after all, there's nothing better. Wei Chuan, if you run into difficulties in the future, shout out, if you're really short on cash, I can lend you some. Don't put yourself in a hard place, sigh. Once this message was sent, the other side fell silent for a moment. After a solid 10 seconds, Li Yongsheng finally replied with a simple. Then, messages came flooding in like an explosion. Li Yongsheng, damn. Li Yongsheng, the mammoth? The 64-cylinder one? You really bought it? 3,000 source crystals. Li Yongsheng, 580 kilometers per hour? Is that even a car? Even through the screen, Wei Chuan could imagine Li Yongsheng's shocked expression, fumbling for words and scratching his head. After sending more than 10 messages, Li Yongsheng seemed to recover a bit, sending a more normal message. Li Yongsheng, bro, Chuangu, this is too exaggerated. How many source crystals have you collected these few days? Seeing this question, Wei Chuan was stunned for a moment. How many source crystals? He instinctively counted the money in his wallet. When he left the service area, he still had more than 5,100 source crystals, but he didn't plan to use them, he wanted to keep them for the source device's energy. As for fresh water, just the clean well water alone was over 1,800 liters. Based on the current real-time water price, 1 liter of water could be exchanged for about 12 source crystals, which means 1,800 liters of water equals 21,600 source crystals? Damn, am I this rich? After a moment of calculation, Wei Chuan was also shocked and then felt a wave of satisfaction. As expected of me. Chapter 46 New District, New Functions. After thinking for a moment, Wei Chuan replied. Wei Chuan, it's not much, just 2 to 3 tens of thousands left, all from trading water. I reminded you to stockpile water back then, please don't tell me you didn't stock up, I'm really heartbroken. Distance was unknown, no need to guard too strictly. It's better to flex once more and bind that little brother tightly. Li Yongsheng, bro, I trust you, but I've only changed all my oil for over 1,000. Originally planning to make more oil the next day, I didn't expect the price of source crystals to rise that night. My talent has limits, so there's nothing I can do. Wei Chuan, make oil? Don't you seem to have all types of fuel? S-level talent? Li Yongsheng, hee, all fuels I touch can be made, using standard materials for conversion, but it's not S-level, I'm an A-level fuel expert. Li Yongsheng, by the way, bro, I used the source device fridge, and I'm planning to dismantle those solar panels. Do you still want this stuff? Wei Chuan, yes. The solar panels are still very important, one can only drive one small water collection device, can't have too many. While replying, Wei Chuan remembered a question. The amount of water vapor around the armored vehicle is limited, capped at a certain value. It doesn't mean that the more collection devices there are, the more water is produced. The collection efficiency calculated earlier might need to be adjusted. Forget it, free water is still water. Wei Chuan shook his head, not disappointed, and went to the roof with materials to make 15 more small water collection devices. Now there are a total of 95 small water collection devices. It was almost dark today, not much water would be produced. Tomorrow, after a whole day of accumulation, let's see what the collection efficiency is like. Back in the cabin, just finished washing his hands, Wei Chuan heard Zhu Lingxue calling him. "Hubby, come take a look." Zhu Lingxue was holding a plate of dishes in one hand and her survival manual in the other, her brow slightly furrowed. "What's wrong?" Wei Chuan walked over. Zhu Lingxue handed him the survival manual, pointing at the top of the page. "Look, our area code is changed. It was 50,001 before, and now it's changed to Area 89, and the population is now exactly 10,000. You can't see other people's survival manuals." Wei Chuan was stunned for a moment, took out his own survival manual, opened the communication channel, and looked carefully. Area 89, 10,000/10,000 people. Li Wenwei, wow, opening it to see Area 89, I was shocked. Did we merge servers? Lin Wenwen, it must be, otherwise how could there be so many people? Lu Changdong, damn, there's a foreigner in this area, that idiot has a bow and arrow and almost shot me in the head. Adam, buddy, you're a foreigner to me too. Rodriguez, damn, there's at least a 3-meter-tall elephant at this resource point, I think I must abandon this place. Xiaoxian, recipe, kerosene lighter, now listed, just needs 10 liters of water. Li Baikan, brothers, missed a great opportunity. Thinking back, the service area was used for us to team up. It will be hard to think about teaming up after coming out. Sure enough, his interface also changed to Area 89. The channel was buzzing, countless messages were flooding in, almost all discussing the server merge. He quickly browsed through, finding that confusion, inquiries, and searching for companions from the original area dominated the conversation. At that moment, he noticed that 2 icons had appeared next to the speaking box, ones he had never seen before, one resembling a camera, the other looking like a small package. New features? Wei Chuan curiously clicked on the camera, activating the lens of the survival manual, allowing him to take photos and upload them directly. Next was the small package, prompting him to select an item and send out its information. Interesting. Wei Chuan scratched his chin, quickly understanding the significance of these 2 features. The photo feature allows for more intuitive communication, like sharing terrain, monster forms, or showing off. Of course, it can also effectively expose certain people and things. The item sharing function is even more significant, greatly enhancing the convenience and credibility of transactions. Previously, buying and selling depended entirely on verbal communication, often wasting time with untrustworthy folks. There were no such functions in the service area, so this was a small update after leaving the service area. Quite practical. Wei Chuan smiled at the 2 females. Fortunately, the photo function came out late, otherwise, we would have been bombarded with memes already. Zhu Lingxue chuckled, gently poking his arm with the dish plate. Hubby, me and Qingqing might not be happy, you shouldn't care, right? If it really starts, I can at least roast them 800 times. Besides, I have a top-tier S-grade talent, driving a bulletproof armored vehicle, sleeping with the 2 most beautiful women in the world, and my pockets are filled with either money or guns. So let them hurl a few insults, it's only fair. Wei Chuan proudly waved his hand, believing that as long as one is shameless, they can definitely live happily. Hearing Wei Chuan's words, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both lifted the corners of their mouths. At 7 p.m. sharp, darkness fell. The dark completely enveloped the desolate land, but inside the car, it was refreshingly bright. A simple dinner of crispy potato pancakes and refreshing vegetable salad had been finished, and the tableware was all cleaned up. Wei Chuan was comfortably nestled on the sofa, with one woman on each side. In front of him, the 60-inch flat-screen TV he bought from the service area was playing an old movie. The picture quality was exceptionally clear, the colors incredibly rich, and the sound effects coming from the TV's built-in speakers provided an almost perfect viewing experience. The air conditioner was running silently, keeping the temperature inside the car just right, forming 2 different worlds from the stuffy heat outside. This is life. Wei Chuan sighed contently, resting his left hand on Lu Qingqing's thigh and his right hand on Zhu Lingxue's, feeling the delicate warmth. A powerful vehicle, a comfortable environment, ample supplies, and women he could trust. This was simply a godly life, filling his heart with joy and a surge of satisfaction and security. Honey, it's completely dark now, how about I go up with you to check? Lu Qingqing leaned on Wei Chuan's shoulder, feeling sweet but also a bit worried about the outside situation. She couldn't help but ask softly. In the past, they would prepare for battle at this time. However, Wei Chuan didn't even change his position. Instead, he rubbed her thigh firmly and said in a relaxed tone, "No need, let's save trouble like this in the future." He lifted his chin and pointed to the thick armored plates around him. My 30mm thick composite armor is not made in vain. Those soft-legged shrimp, I wouldn't even bother to scratch their backs. From now on, let's just relax in the car and wait for them to come crashing in with their heads broken. Going out for reconnaissance is so tiring, drenched in sweat each time. If there were no conditions before, that was one thing, but now that conditions are available, it's time to enjoy them, no need to be on high alert like before. I'll listen to you. Lu Qingqing nodded obediently, relaxing her body further into Wei Chuan's embrace. She exchanged a glance with Zhu Lingxue, both seeing a strong sense of security in each other's eyes. Inside the car, only the movie's dialogue, pleasant background music, and the casual chatter of the three remained, thoroughly isolating them from the darkness and danger outside. Chapter 47, Awakened? The cozy movie time lasted about half an hour, the atmosphere inside the car relaxed and pleasant. Bang, bang. However, this tranquility was suddenly shattered by a strange sound from the front of the car. It sounded like the windshield had been smashed. Wei Chuan and the two women turned their heads simultaneously, only to see a human-like spider clinging to the front windshield, its pair of crimson eyes staring intently at the three inside the car. This thing was too disgusting. Every time they saw it, it sent chills down their spines. I'll be back soon. Wei Chuan withdrew his hands from the waists of the two women, took out a shotgun from the storage compartment, and climbed out through the shooting hatch. Mechanical sense was very useful, he had sensed the malice a few seconds ago. But now he felt confident enough, he wasn't as nervous as a few days ago. If it comes, let it come, it's just a matter of a few bullets. Hiss. The human-like spider detected Wei Chuan's movement through the windshield. It let out a sharp hiss, and its inverted limbs suddenly exerted force, leaping from the engine cover straight at Wei Chuan, who had just climbed onto the roof of the car. However, what a weighted it was. The dark, cold muzzle of the shotgun. Bang! The deafening gunshot exploded in the night sky. At such a close distance, there was no need to aim, multiple lead bullets formed a deadly storm of metal, instantly engulfing the approaching humanoid spider. Thud! Accompanied by a clear piercing sound, the humanoid spider's upside-down head was blasted into a sieve, dark green slime and shattered bones splattering everywhere. Its pouncing motion stopped abruptly, its body falling heavily onto the roof of the car. A bit faster, but just a tiny bit. Wei Chuan's expression remained unchanged as he quickly ejected the shell and reloaded, firing 2 more shots at the still-twitching corpse to ensure it was completely dead. Then, he took out a meow knife, skillfully digging into the rotten flesh, extracting a source crystal. Combat experience +1, source crystal +1. He murmured to himself, then disdainfully kicked the disgusting corpse off the rooftop of the car. After finishing all this, he habitually turned his head, vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness of the Gobi Desert. Upon this look, he indeed made a discovery. About 100 meters away, a pair of familiar, heart-pounding crimson lights ignited and were rapidly approaching. Soon after, another pair lights appeared to the right front. The number of night demons has increased. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow but didn't pay much attention. The combat power of the night demons had not increased, 1 or 3 made no difference to him. He switched to his pistol and stood still, waiting. The two newly appeared humanoid spiders were very fast. They seemed to be attracted by the death of their companion and the gunfire, hissing sharply as they rapidly climbed from 2 directions. When they entered range, Wei Chuan was unceremonious, lifting his pistol. Bang! Bang! 8 gunshots rang out, rhythmic and clear. The 2 humanoid spiders didn't even get close to the armored vehicle, following the fate of the first one, all shot in the head. With just 2 source crystals, Wei Chuan was too lazy to go retrieve them, returning directly to the cool cabin of the vehicle. Done. He sat between the 2 girls and said to them, who looked slightly nervous, "There are a few more than last night. 3 came, but their combat power is still the same, no need to worry, letting them scratch for a night is fine." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were reassured by Wei Chuan's confidence, calming down. An hour later, the movie ended. Zhu Lingxue naturally leaned over and gave Wei Chuan a brief but profound kiss, softly saying goodnight, then climbed to the upper bunk of the adjacent bed to rest. Wei Chuan smiled and looked at Lu Qingqing, who was still sitting beside him, patting his firm thigh. Lu Qingqing's cheeks turned slightly red as she obediently turned and sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Wei Chuan held her waist, while the other hand slipped into the V-neck of her nightgown, gently feeling her heartbeat through a massage. The two brushed against each other, quietly cherishing the moment. When even breathing sounds began to come from the upper bunk of the adjacent bed, Wei Chuan lifted Lu Qingqing in his arms and walked towards the large, soft double-air mattress. "Let's try the new bed, it should feel really nice." He smiled as he gently laid Lu Qingqing down on the bed, leaning in himself. The soft mattress was indeed much more comfortable than the previous wooden bed covered only with a blanket, especially for him, who needed to put effort into his knees. At 5:30 a.m. the next morning, Wei Chuan was awakened by a full bladder. He carefully shifted Lu Qingqing, who was wrapped around him like an octopus, got dressed, and went outside to take care of personal matters. Survivor, Wei Chuan. Gift, S-Class Mechanical Control. Time, 5:33. Weather, clear. Temperature, 25 degrees Celsius. It was the coldest time of day. The cool morning breeze helped clear his head a little. After relieving himself, he immediately returned to the vehicle, picked up the survival manual that glimmered slightly on the couch, wanting to see what news had come during the night. There were no private messages, only notifications from the trading post. The item semi-automatic hawk gun and bow set you consigned has been successfully sold. You have received Evolution Crystal ×1. Please click to claim in my items. The item you consigned, semi-automatic Falcon handgun crossbow set, has been successfully sold. You have received Evolution Crystal ×1. Please click to claim in my items. The item you consigned, semi-auto. Damn it! Wei Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, his sleepiness gone in an instant. 4 sets of pistol crossbows were listed in the trading post, and astonishingly, 3 sets sold overnight, bringing him 3 precious evolution crystals. Received, Evolution Crystal ×3. This feels amazing. A wave of huge surprise surged in Wei Chuan's heart. A new day began with the harvest of evolution crystals, and this feeling couldn't be better. He happily took out the 3 evolution crystals, feeling the icy sensation in his palm as if he could already see himself becoming a superhuman in the future. After washing them carefully, he swallowed the 3 evolution crystals in succession. A gentle warmth swept through his body once more, clearly enhancing both his physique and mental power. This sensation was intoxicating. Wei Chuan comfortably leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to savor the pleasure of his strength increasing. However, just when the warm current in his body reached its peak and began to slowly fade, he thought this enhancement would end smoothly, like the previous times. An unexpected change happened. Without any warning, Wei Chuan suddenly felt his eyes go black. All the light in his vision was instantly drained, a slight dizziness hit his brain, and he felt as if all his bones had been taken away, collapsing softly on the sofa. Wasn't it cleaned properly? This sudden weakness startled Wei Chuan. But strangely, aside from feeling weak all over and having blurred vision, he felt no pain or discomfort at all. Chapter 48, Awakened. Second talent. Telekinesis. Before long, his vision gradually began to recover. Blurry colors solidified into the scene inside the car, and a vastly different, more intense warm current suddenly erupted from the deepest part of his body. This warm current was no longer a gentle immersion, but a turbulent flood, surging powerfully. He felt his body becoming light and airy, with every cell cheering and wildly absorbing this sudden immense energy. Physique and mental power began to climb at an unprecedented speed. The magnitude and speed of this enhancement far surpassed any previous effects from consuming evolution crystals. Holy crap, holy crap! This feeling, something's off. Wei Chuan was first stunned, then a thrilling guess surged across his mind like lightning. Could it be that the extremely minuscule chance finally hit him? After consuming 11 evolution crystals, had he finally earned enough luck to awaken a second talent? The moment this thought appeared, he was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting with excitement. Keep calm, keep calm. He forcibly suppressed the churning emotions, concentrating all his spirit on carefully sensing every subtle change inside his body. The surging energy flow seemed not only to strengthen but also to wash and open up some deeper, unknown cells or potential. His vision had fully recovered and even became clearer and brighter. Clear enough to see everything inside the car without needing to turn on the light. Even the powder particles left on the back of the car 6 meters away were visible in detail. The feeling of weakness gradually faded away, replaced by an indescribable lightness and transparency. This incredibly wondrous feeling made him realize that this time's enhancement was definitely more than just a simple increase in stats. It really awakened? Wei Chuan tightly clenched his fists, his eyes bursting with brilliant light, quietly leaning against the sofa, waiting for the changes to finish. About a minute later, the surging tidal wave of energy finally calmed completely, merging fully into his body, becoming a part of his strength. At the moment the enhancement effect completely ended, Wei Chuan suddenly shuddered. A never-before-seen wonderful sensation appeared deep within his consciousness. He felt as if countless invisible hands had suddenly multiplied, a power that could extend outward and interfere with everything around him was stirring within his body. At the same time, a brief and cold prompt sound rang out. Survivor, congratulations on successfully awakening your second talent, psychokinesis. It's really awakened? Despite having guessed earlier, when it was truly confirmed, an immense joy instantly overwhelmed Wei Chuan, and an uncontrollable, extremely excited smile appeared on his face. Since there's a prompt, it should also be noted in my manual. He eagerly opened his survival manual, turning to the first page of basic information. Survivor, Wei Chuan. Talent, S-Class Mechanical Control, Psychokinesis. Time, 5:37. Weather, clear. Temperature, 26 degrees Celsius. Psychokinesis, is it telekinesis? Wei Chuan fixed his gaze on the second talent, noticing that this new talent did not have a talent level marked. It seems the second talent is not divided by levels. He concentrated and clicked on the psychokinesis detailed description. Psychokinesis, the ability to directly intervene with material systems using mental power. When used, it consumes mental power, and the strength of mental power directly determines the strength, precision, range, and duration of psychokinesis. The talent description was very simple and straightforward, with no flashy skill branches, just one core, mental will. Indeed, it's telekinesis. This is amazing. Wei Chuan's heart pounded wildly. He was so familiar with this ability. Whether in sci-fi movies, anime, or various novels, telekinesis is an incredibly powerful and practical superpower. Levitation, mind control, creating barriers, or even directly tearing apart enemies, the applications are vast and the potential is limitless. If it had to be rated, this talent would definitely be the highest S. Unfortunately, the threshold isn't low. After the excitement, Wei Chuan also noticed the key limitations in the description, feeling a bit pained. This was too similar to mechanical control, a blue-costing heavyweight that greatly relied on mental power. Well, the evolution crystal cannot stop. Wei Chuan chuckled bitterly, but his gaze was incredibly fervent. Having room for progress is a good thing. Just thinking about the various wonderful uses of telekinesis developed to advanced levels, this cost is nothing. He was itching to try telekinesis. His eyes swept across the compartment, finally landing on the refrigerator. Let's give you a try first. Wei Chuan focused his mind, attempting to mobilize that newly born invisible power, gradually extending it toward the refrigerator. When the invisible telekinetic force touched the cold refrigerator door, an incredibly wonderful sensation feedback returned to his mind. Though it wasn't true tactile sensation, it told him with utmost clarity. He had touched something. It was as if an invisible hand had emerged, clearly sensing the shape, texture, and temperature of the object. So amazing. Wei Chuan marveled within. This feeling was beyond words. He focused his mind and gently pulled. With a click, the refrigerator door opened as if in response. Success! Wei Chuan steadied his mind, continuing to control the telekinesis, reaching into the refrigerator, carefully wrapping around a bottle of cold beer, slowly bringing it out. The beer bottle hovered shakily in the air, as if supported by an invisible hand, smoothly flying toward the sofa. Wei Chuan extended his finger, gently tapping the beer bottle. The cool touch completely assured him that all of this was real. Boom! He even tried to simulate holding it with the force, one hand holding the beer and the other holding a lighter, precisely prying off the metal cap. Catching the beer bottle, Wei Chuan tilted his head and took a big swig. The cold beer slid down his throat, seemingly pouring onto the burning fire in his heart, making him feel completely relaxed. Ah, so refreshing. He let out a long breath of beer aroma, his eyes sparkling with immense excitement. This mental power. It's really fucking awesome. The first experiment succeeded, which boosted his confidence immensely. In the next few minutes, he was like a child with a new toy, tirelessly using his mental power to manipulate various small objects in the cabin. Remote controls, fruits, daggers, and even a handgun. They floated, spun, and whirled in the air, all at his command. The feeling of control was intoxicating. After playing with the small objects, Wei Chuan began to seriously test the limits of his mental power. He set his sights on the massage chair next to the sofa. This high-end massage chair was heavy, probably weighing close to 300 pounds. Chapter 49, New Map, the Hay Plane. He concentrated all his mind. The invisible mental force surged out like a rushing current, instantly enveloping the heavy massage chair. Rise! Wei Chuan silently chanted in his heart, and even his temples bulged with effort. The massage chair shook violently, then wobbled and left the ground, slowly floating into midair. 300 pounds. Good lord! Wei Chuan looked at the floating chair, his eyes bursting with incredible brilliance. The power of this mental force was already comparable to his physical strength after multiple enhancements. Their levels might be the same. This meant he could engage in combat directly using his mental power. He gently lowered the massage chair to avoid making too much noise and waking the two women who were still asleep, but the excitement in his heart surged like a tsunami. The consumption of mental power wasn't huge, roughly comparable to the energy consumed during physical exercise. This was good news. As long as he didn't use it continuously or with full force, a portion of energy would last a long time. I can craft skills by myself. Wei Chuan excitedly rubbed his hands together, and countless ideas sprang up in his mind. When first developed, it could be simple, like a straightforward mental fist or a mental shock. Later, he could try forms of mental power, like a mental cone, a mental gun, or accurately controlling sharp metal objects like flying knives. He could even control numerous firearms simultaneously using mental power, creating absolute fire coverage. There are many stronger applications, drawn from movies, anime, and novels. Thinking of that scene made Wei Chuan feel his blood boiling. Eat. I must eat evolution crystals to the fullest. Wei Chuan firmly believed this again and immediately went to the storage shelf to pick materials, making 9 sets of handgun crossbows to hang in the auction house, filling 10 stalls. The strength of mental power directly determines the might of telekinesis. Evolution crystals cannot stop. He posted a purchasing request, but it was still early, most people had not woken up, so it was best to post it around lunchtime. 3 people, 9 times, could go continuously until 9 at night. At 6:30 a.m., Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue woke up one after another, starting to wash up and prepare breakfast. Wei Chuan, on the other hand, sat leisurely on the sofa, watching the busy and graceful figures of the 2 women, unable to help but lift a mischievous smile at the corners of his mouth. He subtly moved his mind, and the newly awakened mental power silently extended outward. This mental force felt like 2 invisible hands, gently patting Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue on their shoulders. Ha! Both women turned their heads in confusion almost simultaneously, looking at each other. Zhu Lingxue quietly asked, "Qingqing, what's wrong? What's wrong? Wasn't it you who tapped me?" Lu Qingqing also looked bewildered. The 2 stared into each other's eyes, both seeing confusion reflected back. At that moment, snap! Snap! 2 extremely soft sounds of tapping occurred, and both women felt their bottoms getting tapped at the same time. Ah! Both were so scared that they screamed simultaneously, jumping back a step, chills running down their spines. There were only the 3 of them in the car, and Wei Chuan was still sitting on the sofa without moving, so... Honey! Something's not right in the car. Zhu Lingxue immediately ran to Wei Chuan's side, tightly grabbing his arm. "There's an invisible thing tapping us." Lu Qingqing also leaned over, her cold face showing a hint of uncertainty, vigorously nodding in agreement. "Is there something? Where?" Wei Chuan felt like laughing inside, but he maintained a serious and vigilant expression, scanning the cabin with sharp eyes. His right hand casually gestured lightly. In the next second, the handgun placed on the nearby dining table flew into his hand as if being pulled by invisible threads. This scene instantly stunned the previously anxious Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Their beautiful eyes widened, and their mouths slightly opened, as if witnessing something unbelievable. After a brief moment of silence, the 2 women exclaimed almost in unison, "Second ability? Ha ha ha!" Wei Chuan could no longer hold back, laughing proudly as he pulled both women into his embrace, kissing each of their fragrant, lovely faces. "That's right, it awakened when I got up. After eating 11 evolution crystals, I finally managed to bring out the second ability. Is it telekinesis? Is it telekinesis?" Zhu Lingxue excitedly grabbed his arm, shaking him. She had watched plenty of modern sci-fi movies, and the scene of him moving objects from afar was clearly telekinesis. "You got it right." Wei Chuan nodded with a smile, briefly introducing the 2 women to telekinesis before sharing his thoughts on the second ability. It had no levels, its strength relied entirely on evolution crystals, with huge potential. Hearing Wei Chuan's affirmative answer, both women were overjoyed and genuinely happy for him. Wei Chuan was their absolute pillar and support, and they naturally hoped he would grow stronger. Lu Qingqing wrapped her arms around Wei Chuan's arm, her cold eyes shining. "Husband, no one has mentioned the second ability on the communication channel. You might be the first." "The first? That doesn't seem possible." Wei Chuan thought for a moment and shook his head. "Awakening is based on luck. Some people might awaken after eating just 1 evolution crystal, but they are low-key and haven't spoken about it. The second ability should be very strong. We need to be more cautious when we encounter people later because some might have abilities related to magnetism that can counter our vehicle and guns." MHM. After hearing Wei Chuan's words, both women became alert. They chatted about the second ability for a few more minutes before returning to the kitchen area to prepare breakfast, their smiles never fading. Wei Chuan utilized this time to make some more bullets. Half an hour later, the 3 of them, well-fed, drove the armored vehicle toward the horizon. Zhu Lingxue was still driving, Wei Chuan sat in the passenger seat, and Lu Qingqing was snuggled against him like a sloth. After about an hour of driving, the scenery outside began to change significantly. What was once a vast, barren desert of yellow sand and rubble gradually faded away, replaced by an endless, low-lying gray-yellow grassland. The grass blades were dry and thin, the ground exposed, overall presenting a feeling of drought and desolation. This is a dry grassland, a type of grassland only seen in arid areas, filled with drought-resistant plants. Lu Qingqing identified the scenery outside the window. "Looks like we've changed regions." Wei Chuan looked at the swiftly passing scenery, his tone filled with a hint of curiosity and happiness. This was good news for him. Although it seemed lifeless and lacked greenery, it was still grassland terrain, and the air humidity, no matter how low, was better than that of a barren desert. The 95 small water collection devices on the top of the vehicle would likely produce a good amount of water today. Chapter 50 Update Instance. The monotonous driving continued for another half hour. The unchanging gray-yellow grassland outside made one feel drowsy. At that moment, Zhu Lingxue suddenly spoke. "Husband. Sister Qingqing. There's a resource point ahead." Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing perked up, immediately looking in the direction of her voice. They saw a resource point about 200 to 300 meters to the right of the road. A sizable ruin appeared before them. Unlike the resource points they had encountered before, this ruin was a true ruin. At a glance, it was full of collapsed walls, broken beams, and shattered concrete, as if it had been through an intense bombardment, leaving it scarred and devastated. However, based on the remaining walls, it was faintly recognizable that there once stood a cluster of buildings, covering an area estimated to be over 1,000 square meters. I don't need to say anything this time, right? Wei Chuan smiled at Zhu Lingxue. No problem. Zhu Lingxue nodded slightly, skillfully controlling the steering wheel, driving the armored vehicle off the road and approaching the ruins. When they were about 50 or 60 meters from the edge of the ruins, she began to drive in circles, occasionally stepping on the gas. Due to the thick armor and chassis, there wasn't much noise inside the vehicle, but outside, it was chaos. The mammoth engine roared loudly, echoing across the dry grassland like a challenge. This tactic was highly effective. Before they could finish a full circle, 2 wild wolf howls came from deep within the ruins. Ah! Immediately after, 2 large gray shadows shot out from the crumbling walls like lightning, directly chasing after them. These were 2 massive gray wolves. A normal gray wolf stands at most about 80 centimeters tall at the shoulder, but they stood firm at over a meter, already on par with a tiger. Their fur was dirty and tangled, muscles bulging, drool dripping from their mouths, and their wolf eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty fierceness, radiating strong pressure. Oh no? 2 of them at once? Wei Chuan was taken aback for a moment upon seeing the incoming mutated creatures, but then he laughed. This was a good thing, he could get an extra evolution crystal. He was utterly unfazed, directly opening the rear door, picking up the shotgun, and calmly aiming. Bang! Bang! Several muffled gunshots blended into one continuous sound as a shower of buckshot spread out, accurately covering the charging path of the 2 mutated wolves. At a distance of just a few meters, the shotgun's power was fully unleashed. The 2 mutated wolves instantly exploded with gouts of blood, emitting a blood-curdling howl as their charging momentum was forcefully interrupted, rolling to the ground, struggling but finding it difficult to get back up. Stop! Wei Chuan called back, and Zhu Lingxue immediately stepped on the brake. Once the vehicle came to a stop, Wei Chuan jumped out of the rear door, walked over, and shot each wolf in the head with a pistol bullet to end their suffering completely. He expertly used a machete to split open the wolf's head, collecting 2 blood-drenched evolution crystals. At this moment, Lu Qingqing also approached and, looking at the massive wolf corpses on the ground, remarked with some regret, "What a pity for such big wolves." Not necessarily, in comparison with cockroaches and rats, wolves are relatively clean. Wei Chuan also felt a bit unwilling, and with a mindset of trying, he chopped off the most robust wolf's hind leg and hung it up for appraisal at the trading post. The item information appeared quickly. Mutated wolf leg, the hind limb of a mutated gray wolf, very likely to infect the night demon virus when consumed. It looked perfectly fine, but it turned out to be more dangerous than a cockroach leg. A cockroach leg merely stated, may infect the night demon virus when used, while the wolf leg warned, very likely to infect the night demon virus when consumed. Seems like it really can't be eaten, it's not about the type, as long as it's a mutated creature, the meat is contaminated. Seeing the alert, Wei Chuan shook his head in resignation. If only he could encounter normal animals by the roadside, he hadn't truly hunted yet, and most of the meat he had eaten was bought from others. Although it didn't cost much, hunting was definitely much more enjoyable than buying meat. After cleaning and storing the evolution crystals, Wei Chuan prepared to enter the resource point with the 2 women to search thoroughly. However, just as they were about to step forward, that cold system prompt sound suddenly echoed in their minds once again, without warning. Hello, survivors. As you awaken your second talents, more and more sources of power seep from the shadow realm into the light realm. These sources lead to mutations at certain resource points, turning them into places filled with abundant supplies, but also extreme danger. Information about these dangerous places will automatically appear as you get close, so please judge carefully and proceed according to your abilities. Good luck, survivors. As the prompt ended, Wei Chuan was stunned. Dangerous places, rich in supplies but extremely dangerous, with alerts as you approach, isn't this just like a dungeon? He immediately thought of the hint earlier, at the same time as you awaken. It could be that the number of people awakening their second talents reached a certain threshold, or maybe someone already encountered a dangerous spot, triggering this minor update and officially opening the dungeon feature. He subconsciously looked at the ruins in front of him, but no special alert appeared. Is it just an ordinary resource point? Wei Chuan stroked his chin, the corners of his mouth unable to suppress a smile. This is too interesting, even dungeons are coming out. Abundantly rich in supplies, but how rich can it be? For others, it might be a big pit, hard to escape once fallen in, but for him, it's a huge advantage. Because he had the version answer, shotgun, enhanced pistol, telekinesis. 20 minutes later, the 3 returned to the car with the supplies they found. Each of their faces carried a hint of joyful harvest. The place is big, it makes a difference. Lu Qingqing counted the supplies placed on the ground while sighing in amazement. They indeed had quite a harvest this time. Over 20 pounds of rice and flour combined, about 4 pounds of fruits and vegetables, and a large pile of miscellaneous items, the best being 2 blueprints. Unlimited use telescope blueprint. Unlimited use curtain blueprint. Curtains aren't worth much, but telescopes are very precious. In the vast Gobi and dry grasslands, telescopes are the ultimate reconnaissance tools. Wei Chuan had always wanted one, it was just that neither the trading post nor the service area sold them, so he didn't expect to find the unlimited use blueprint today. This item would definitely sell well at the trading post. As soon as they got back to the car, Wei Chuan made 3 of them, one for each to use first. When Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue finished sorting the supplies, Wei Chuan took out the 2 evolution crystals he got from the mutated wolf. Chapter 51, Encountering the Hospital Dungeon. Without any hesitation, he directly handed one to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Here, one for each. Wei Chuan smiled and said, maybe you'll be the next lucky ones, awakening just from one. However, the 2 girls looked at the precious evolution crystals but shook their heads at the same time. Lu Qingqing spoke first, you should eat it, your telekinesis has just awakened, and it's the right time to strengthen your mental power. It's essential to grow your telekinesis quickly. Zhu Lingxue nodded seriously, Qingqing is right, if you get stronger, we get stronger. You should have it, this is called raising pigs. But I want to rely on you. Wei Chuan felt warm inside, but he firmly pushed the evolution crystals into the girl's hands. Behave, eat it, my mental power isn't lacking these 2, what if you have good luck? Even if you can't awaken, enhancing your physique and mental power is still good, being stronger will help put things in storage. Alright, just this one. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances and did not refuse any longer. They took the evolution crystals and swallowed them. The car cabin fell silent. Wei Chuan looked at the 2 girls with anticipation, hoping for a miracle. However, seconds later, both girls felt the changes within their bodies and showed a hint of faint regret, shaking their heads at Wei Chuan. Both their physiques and mental powers had been enhanced, and that feeling was clear and discernible. But that was all, there were no strange sensations in their bodies, let alone hearing any awakening prompts. Though Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed, he quickly let it go. If extremely small probability were so easy to trigger, wouldn't he have been unlucky to awaken after eating 11? It's okay, let's gather slowly. He hugged the 2 girls, little by little, we'll build up the chance. For now, let's leave here and see if we can find a dungeon. We'll just go in with guns blazing. Upon hearing dungeon, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were also very excited. The vehicle revved up again, continuing to explore along the endless highway towards the unknown ahead. Small water collection devices, strung together and scattered across the roof of the vehicle, swayed gently in the wind of the prairie, quietly gathering the precious moisture from the air. The morning's good luck seemed to have been completely used up by that unlimited telescope formula. The armored vehicle continued driving until noon, but they hadn't encountered a second resource point in sight, not even a shadow of the gray iron box. As lunchtime approached, Wei Chuan told Zhu Lingxue to pull over, deciding to rest and eat first. They'd continue after an hour. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue started busying themselves in the simple kitchen area, preparing lunch. Meanwhile, Wei Chuan seized this moment to open the trading post again. After some thought on his wording, he posted a purchase message. This time, he removed commonly used terms like bulk purchasing, high price buying, and self-priced. On one hand, he wanted to avoid coming off as rich and being seen as a cash cow. On the other hand, he lowered his stance voluntarily. He understood clearly that both evolution crystals and thermal weapons were extremely scarce high-end goods at this stage, and there weren't many who would sell them. If he was too aggressive or maintained too high a stance, he might scare off potential sellers or cause them to raise prices, missing trading opportunities. After posting his purchase message, he casually clicked on the communication channel to take a look. Zone 89, 9923/10,000 people. Hu Taishao, after taking an evolution crystal, all the lipomas on my body disappeared. Gustav, formula, glass ashtray, where is the elegant gentleman? You deserve it. Hallie, hey, does anyone know how to tackle the tunnel dungeon? Pan Xiaodong, damn it, in the church dungeon, there were a dozen night demons, I almost wet myself. Li Jing, just saw a convoy, a total of 6 cars, including a large truck, they have bows and arrows, everyone be careful. Betty, I made it. Dungeons don't have a concept of clearance, you can exit at any time. I suggest running immediately once you find supplies. Gao Shuan, I didn't expect to find wild fruits by the roadside, picture. The area was bustling, many were sharing useful information related to dungeons, and the insights were quite valuable. From the names alone, it was clear that the dungeons were not the same. After browsing through some useful posts, Wei Chuan's gaze fell on the zone's population. In the merged Zone 89, after nearly a day, the total population had only decreased by a few dozen people. However, once the dungeons appeared, the death count would probably start to rise sharply. After all, those who survived to the second phase of version updates had some skills and luck, their ambition and drive were naturally not small. Confronted with the resource-rich dungeons, there would always be individuals willing to enter to widen their advantage or change their fate. The result was predictable. There would definitely be winners, but the number of failures would only increase, and the price of failure would likely be death. An hour of lunch break soon passed. In the afternoon, the driver switched from Zhu Lingxue to Lu Qingqing. Not knowing if the change of drivers brought good luck, about half an hour after setting off, Lu Qingqing exclaimed, "There's a resource point right by the roadside, and it's huge." Huge? Wei Chuan instantly looked over. He saw a massive outline of a building complex emerging on the left horizon. Taking the telescope hanging on his chest, the details of the building complex gradually came into focus. The building complex had a red cross appearing. It seemed like an abandoned hospital. There were several large buildings inside. Although the outer walls were mottled and some windows were broken, the overall structure still looked relatively intact, only exuding a sense of age and dead silence. If it's really a hospital, then we're in for a big win. Wei Chuan suddenly became excited. The medicine he had acquired earlier could only handle common minor ailments like colds and fevers. And the hospital might have more precious medical equipment and rare medicines. To think positively, the hospital might even have a serum that could eliminate the night demon virus. Qingqing, hurry up a bit. Wei Chuan's voice carried a hint of urgency. Lu Qingqing drove the armored vehicle, leaving the road and rolling over a patch of dry grass, slowly approaching the silent hospital complex. The rusty hospital gate was crookedly open, and the square inside was scattered with abandoned carts, hospital beds, and some medical waste. However, just as the armored vehicle came to a steady stop at the dilapidated hospital entrance, several rows of semi-transparent gray text floated into view above the hospital gate without warning, like a prompt screen in a game. Survivor, welcome to the Light and Shadow Hospital. The Light and Shadow Hospital stores a large amount of scarce medical supplies and special items, but please be aware that this place has been occupied by night demons and mutated creatures. Act within your capability. Survival difficulty level, bronze level. Access time to hazardous area, 30/30 minutes. Existence time in hazardous area, 115/180 minutes. The survival difficulty levels are ranked from low to high: gray iron level, bronze level, silver level, gold level, platinum level, shadow level, source crystal level. Chapter 52, Entering the Instance, Let's Get It Done. Instance. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both exclaimed in shock, their faces filled with surprise. The instance that just updated in the morning surprisingly appeared before them so soon. Zhu Lingxue looked at Wei Chuan and asked nervously, "Honey, should we go in?" The hospital ahead was terrifyingly silent, its dark windows seeming to become hiding places for countless crimson eyes. Go in. Of course, we should go in. Wei Chuan answered without hesitation, his gaze sharp and determined. Just the fact that there are mutated creatures inside that can produce evolution crystals is enough reason to venture in, not to mention the medical supplies and special items. He knew the two women were a bit scared, so he paused and quietly analyzed, and look, the difficulty of this instance is bronze level, just one level higher than the easiest gray iron level. Regardless of whether this level is aimed at everyone or just us, it is within our capability to handle. Of course, we must prepare well before entering. Although he said it was not difficult, Wei Chuan was not careless in his actions at all. He glanced at the hazardous area existence time, estimated. This instance can still exist for 114 minutes, we can enter for 30 minutes, which leaves us with 84 minutes of preparation time. We need to stock up on ammunition. Okay. Hearing Wei Chuan say this, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue relaxed. So, the three of them immediately acted, clearing off the items from the dining table to turn it into a temporary munitions factory. Wei Chuan was responsible for the core steps, shaping the shells, installing the primers, and inserting the bullet heads. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were responsible for the supporting work. Wei Chuan did several measured scoops. When full, that was a portion of propellant, and they used the small scoop to help fill the shells with propellant. Although they only took on one less task, it saved Wei Chuan a lot of time. Inside the vehicle, only the faint sounds of metal clashing and the special smell of gunpowder remained. The three worked well together, highly efficient. In just 1 hour, a plate next to them was neatly stacked with a full 100 rounds of bright yellow bullets. Shotgun shells, large bullets, small bullets, all three types were included. 2 spare enhanced big black star guns and shotguns were also made. The quantity wasn't large, but it was definitely enough to handle a bronze-level instance. Now it's only the early stage after leaving the beginner village. How can any low-level dungeon have hundreds of monsters? Got it. Wei Chuan took a deep breath, twisted his slightly stiff neck heavily, making 2 cracking sounds. He checked the current ammunition supply. He had 69 shotgun shells, 76 large bullets, and 180 small bullets. In total, there were 325 rounds, only 100 were made today, and the remaining 225 were from previous reserves. Looking at these shiny bullets, Wei Chuan felt a surge of confidence in his heart. A bronze-level dungeon definitely wouldn't be too hard, these bullets would absolutely be enough, even if it was just a fraction, it might still be sufficient. The reason for making so many was still due to the fear of lacking firepower. Fists must be strong. Almost done, put all these bullets into the magazines, and then take all the magazines with you. If the storage can't fit, put them in the waste pouch, they sell in the market. Wei Chuan said while working on the magazines. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxiu seriously began to organize the bullets. 5 minutes later, the preparation work was finished. Wei Chuan drove the armored vehicle into the parking lot and then got out of the car with Lu Qingqing and the 2 women. Like the service area, there was also a dedicated parking lot at the dungeon entrance, where each vehicle was recognized by its owner. There was no need to worry about it being stolen. After checking the firearms, Wei Chuan brought the 2 women to the entrance of the hospital. Danger zone access time, 30 to 30 minutes. Danger zone existence time, 46 to 180 minutes. Damn! Seeing the time limit again, Wei Chuan suddenly realized a problem. The dungeon was limited by time but not by the number of attempts. It wasn't necessary to stay for all 30 minutes at once. Instead, this 30 minutes could be used separately. Forget it, it's just a small dungeon, how big of a deal is it? But in the future, when encountering high-difficulty dungeons, it would be better to take it steady, spend a few minutes to explore first, so as not to face unexpected troubles. Wei Chuan took a deep breath and first stepped through that dilapidated door. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxiu followed closely, the 3 of them forming a simple triangular formation, cautiously surveying their surroundings. The first thing to catch the eye was a huge square. The ground was littered with a lot of discarded papers, broken bottles, overturned chairs, and some unidentifiable garbage. At the end of the square were several connected main buildings. Most glass was shattered, and the dark windows resembled the eye sockets of giants, looking somewhat eerie. This square looks safe. Wei Chuan whispered, his sharp gaze sweeping through every corner. After a round survey, he found nothing. There were neither the expected supplies nor any night demons rushing at him, only trash everywhere. Honey, there's a lot of metal and plastic here that can be recycled. Lu Qingqing pointed at some discarded metal frames and broken chair parts. Let's not bother with these. Wei Chuan shook his head. The hospital is too big, we only have half an hour to search, time is tight, and the task is heavy, we can't waste time on these scraps. The goal of this trip was to gather medical supplies and hunt mutated creatures to obtain evolution crystals. His gaze turned towards the largest main building at the end of the square. He didn't approach recklessly. Instead, he picked up a few larger stones from the ground, flexed his arm, and swung them out. Whoosh! 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 A few stones flew like cannonballs, accurately smashing against several still relatively intact windows of the main building. Crash! The ear-piercing sound of shattering glass rang out successively, making it particularly jarring in this silent environment. This deliberately created noise was like stones thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly breaking the hospital's silence. Roar! Hiss! Almost in the very next second after the glass shattered, several hoarse and violent roars immediately came from deep within the main building. Soon after, 3 twisted figures rushed out from the 2 windows on the first floor and the main door at an alarming speed. The first was a familiar humanoid spider. The second resembled an oversized monster stitched together from multiple corpses. The third one was the most bizarre, looking like a floating, oozing balloon covered in pale white eyes. 3 equally disgusting night demons, varying in shape, quickly lunged at Wei Chuan and his 2 companions. Perfect timing. A cold light flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew 2 handguns from his waist. Bang! 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 A series of dull gunshots exploded in the square. After 15 rounds of enhancement, his physique allowed him to fully handle the recoil of the upgraded Big Black Star, almost shooting precisely where he aimed. The heads of the humanoid spider and stitched-up monsters exploded directly. The multi-eyed night demon was beaten back repeatedly, ooze splattering everywhere, until it finally collapsed to the ground. Wei Chuan calmly approached with his rifle, firing several more shots, ensuring the 3 night demons were thoroughly dead, their bodies rapidly dissipating, leaving behind 3 dim source crystals. Chapter 53, Stirring Up a Centipede Nest. All done, a great start. Wei Chuan skillfully collected the source crystals, his tone relaxed. The monsters in the bronze-level dungeon were indeed not strong, and they automatically dropped items without needing to dig further. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxiu didn't fire a single shot. Their task was to cover and stay alert, saving all ammunition for when Wei Chuan might struggle to handle things alone. Having dealt with the welcoming committee in the square, the 3 carefully entered the outpatient building interior. The hall was dimly lit, with only a few rays of light seeping through broken windows. The air was thick with dust and the smell of decay. The registration window was a mess, with shards of glass scattered across the floor. Like the square, nothing of value could be seen at a glance. In a normal hospital, the medicine warehouse is usually located in areas where patients pass the least, like the basement or corners. Operating rooms in some important departments are typically on higher floors, where it is quieter. Lu Qingqing analyzed based on her knowledge. Okay, let's search the first floor and stay vigilant. Wei Chuan figured that the spawn points for supplies wouldn't necessarily follow real-world logic, but since he was indeed unfamiliar with hospital layouts, having a search direction was better than running around like a headless fly. The structure of the outpatient hall was complex, with corridors crisscrossing, and many room doors were blocked. Without a map, the three could only proceed along the available paths, moving deeper within. Along the way, night demons continuously pounced from dark corners, broken doors, and even ventilation ducts in the ceiling. Sometimes there was just one, other times 2 or 3 appeared at once. Their shapes grew increasingly strange, some resembling elongated humans, some merged with animals, and others distorted beyond description. However, their combat prowess was not strong. Overall strength was comparable to a physically stronger human. Wei Chuan could easily dispatch them with a handgun, not needing Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to intervene. Advancing while battling, in just 10 minutes since entering, they had taken down 12 night demons, collecting 12 source crystals. Ammunition consumption was low, supplies still plentiful. Finally, after passing through a dim corridor marked Administrative Department, Wei Chuan spotted a different door. It was a heavy double iron door, the signage had long fallen off, and there was no lock on the door, which was slightly ajar. Through the gap, he could see many boxes and shelves piled inside. Found it, it should be the warehouse. Wei Chuan felt a surge of joy, having spent 10 minutes finally finding a substantial target point. With so many boxes, there should be something worthwhile. He signaled the 2 women to stay alert while he cautiously approached the slightly ajar iron door, preparing to push it open. But just as his finger was about to touch the cold door panel, a faint but extremely clear sound echoed. It was as if the sound of many hard objects striking the ground quickly came from the crack of the door. This sound? No way? Wei Chuan's movements instantly froze, every hair on his body stood on end in a moment, and a chill ran from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. This sound was all too familiar to him. Or rather, it was the sound he least wanted to hear, without exception. This was the sound made by arthropods, specifically myriapods, when their legs quickly scurried across the ground or walls. Disgusting. It's a centipede. Wei Chuan's face instantly turned extremely ugly, nearly gritting his teeth as he stepped backward. He was bitten by a centipede when he was a child, and it hurt for several days, causing him to develop a serious physiological fear and disgust towards centipedes, which almost became a psychological shadow. Not exaggerating, just seeing a centipede would scare him enough to jump up. Even hearing the footsteps of a centipede in a dream would make him wake up in an instant. A centipede? Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue immediately became tense, slowly stepping back, their guns aimed at the slightly open iron door. They weren't afraid of normal centipedes, but here, the centipedes were mutated ones. Clatter, clatter. The centipede in the warehouse seemed to have noticed the 3 people outside the door, its footsteps becoming clearer, as if it were approaching the door. Get ready, shoot when you see it, shoot to kill. Wei Chuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the discomfort and chills inside him. No matter if the mutated creature inside was a centipede or not, since it was here, there was no reason to come back empty-handed. He made a gesture to the 2 women, signaling them to prepare for cover fire. Then, he directly used telekinesis, not employing any techniques, just the simplest energy impact, slamming towards the iron door. Bang! The iron door was violently smashed open by the telekinesis, crashing heavily against the inner wall, creating a huge impact noise. Light instantly rushed into the interior of the warehouse. When the 3 saw the inside of the warehouse, even though Wei Chuan had done some mental preparation in advance, he couldn't help but gasp, his stomach churning, and his legs felt a bit weak. The interior space of the drug warehouse was large, filled with high shelves, and many cardboard medicine boxes scattered on the ground. And on top of these shelves, on the floor, even on the walls and ceiling, countless centipedes crawled densely everywhere. These centipedes were far larger than normal centipedes, each at least half a meter long, with a slick, eerie dark red color, countless pairs of legs moving like waves, making a scalp-tingling clatter. Their sharp mandibles opened and closed, emitting a hiss of a threatening sound. Their compound eyes reflected tiny glimmers in the light, filling with a cold and bloodthirsty aura. And in the deepest part of the warehouse, a particularly huge centipede, nearly 2 meters long and comparable to a door plank, was coiled on the highest shelf. Its shell was darker, nearly black-red, and 2 long antennae on its head whipped around like whips, its fierce mouthparts dripping transparent venom, clearly the leader of this group of mutated centipedes. Damn! Wei Chuan felt his scalp tingle, his hands and feet weak, and he began to sweat, as if all his strength had been drained away. Is this a bronze-level dungeon? Are you kidding me? Chapter 54, Telekinesis Activated, Firepower Coverage. Husband. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue instinctively called out to Wei Chuan, their voices trembling with uncontrollable fear. They were terrified by the countless, slick dark red giant centipedes in the warehouse, almost succumbing to their fear of crowds. So many in number and so large in size, just looking at them gave one goosebumps all over. A somewhat fearful Zhu Lingxue whispered, "These guys seem tough to deal with so many of them. How about we back out and think of a way?" Hearing the 4 words so many in number, Wei Chuan, who was already disgusted by the centipedes. Suddenly, he froze. Many mutated centipedes? Many? Doesn't that mean there will be many evolution crystals? This thought injected pure adrenaline into his heart like a powerful drug. Fear and disgust washed away like the tide, replaced by an unspeakable excitement and greed. These mutated centipedes are walking treasures. Right here. Wei Chuan's weak body was instantly filled with energy. Not only did he stop retreating, but he also stepped forward, fierce light flashing in his eyes. The corridor space is small, that's our greatest advantage. Letting them go out would cause trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, his movements were as fast as lightning. He directly pulled out all the spare firearms from the storage compartment, 2 enhanced Dark Stars and 3 M870 shotguns, and tossed them at his feet, including the 2 enhanced Dark Stars he held in his hands. In the next moment, powerful psychic energy surged out. The 7 guns seemed to be grabbed by an invisible giant hand, instantly floating up, their muzzles aimed at the door of the medicine warehouse. 7 firearms hovered in the air, forming an array filled with sci-fi and violent beauty. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were first stunned, but then they quickly reacted. Indeed, what is there to fear? The mutated creatures now were not strong enough to withstand bullets. They were numerous, but could they really outnumber the bullets? The fear in both women's hearts was instantly replaced by excitement. They no longer hesitated and raised their Dark Star handguns. Hiss! At that moment, the leader centipede perched atop the shelf seemed to be issuing orders, emitting a sharp, piercing hiss while its thick antennae thrashed wildly. Dozens of 100-meter-long centipedes sprang into action, surging out of the warehouse like a dark red tide that had breached its dam, crowding towards Wei Chuan and the 2 others in the middle of the corridor. The loud clattering of many feet hitting the ground combined into a painfully grating noise. Shoot! Wei Chuan shouted coldly, his hands raised in the air, his index finger suddenly pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 At the same time, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also opened fire. In an instant, 9 firearms spat out deadly tongues of fire, bullets pouring out like a violent storm, creating a nearly impenetrable metal curtain that instantly enveloped the first few rushing mutated centipedes. Puff! Puff! The bullets easily tore through the seemingly hard dark red shells of the mutated centipedes, green fluids and shattered limbs splattering everywhere. The first few didn't even cover 2 meters before being instantly turned into a sieve by the dense firepower, collapsing to the ground, thrashing wildly. Seeing that the mutated centipede's defense was not high, unable to withstand the penetration of bullets, Wei Chuan's last trace of worry vanished, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, bronze-level dungeons don't have tough foes. He felt reassured, as long as these mutated centipedes couldn't withstand bullets, no matter how many there were, they were merely mobile evolution crystals. Fire as hard as you can, don't let a single one get away. Wei Chuan reminded again, while taking magazines from his backpack and switching them out with his psychic power. The intense gunfire echoed like firecrackers' madness through the hospital corridor, shell casings clattering to the ground. Just a single round of firepower suppressed the dozen or so slightly smaller mutated centipedes completely. But their vitality seemed a bit too tough. They convulsed wildly yet showed no sign of dying. Hiss! Seeing its minions fall like cut wheat, the leader centipede finally couldn't hold back, letting out an extremely sharp and furious hiss. Its massive body suddenly leaped down from the top of the shelf, its 2-meter-long dark red body crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The nauseating stench, along with a chilling murderous aura, rushed towards them. Its countless legs moved frantically. Like a runaway 8-wheel truck, it thundered into the narrow corridor, rushing straight towards Wei Chuan and the 2 women. The massive size and violent momentum made Wei Chuan and the 2 women's hearts tighten, instinctively feeling a bit flustered. So exaggerated. Don't be afraid, our firepower is enough, aim for its head. Wei Chuan suppressed the fluttering in his heart, shouting to encourage himself and the 2 women. Thinking of the firepower and ammunition they brought, he steeled himself and directly faced that extremely hideous and terrifying insect face, crazily pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 All the gun muzzles spat fire once again, bullets pouring out onto the centipede boss's body. Puff! 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 The dense sound of penetrating struck out in quick succession. The centipede boss's charge suddenly came to a halt, countless bullet pits appearing instantly on its dark red hard shell, green fluid bursting forth like a fountain. Its defense was indeed much stronger than those small centipedes. But in the face of such powerful firepower, it was still not enough to see. Especially its head, right in front of the gun muzzle, became the primary target of the assault. Countless bullets shot out, quickly smashing its head to pieces, revealing a shocking deep pit within, where internal organs were faintly wriggling. Hiss! Hiss! The centipede boss let out a strange sound, its massive body starting to twist and convulse uncontrollably. Its head and tail whipped like two giant whips, randomly lashing and crashing in the not-so-wide corridor, making loud bangs against the walls and floor. Quickly back up, be careful it might charge. Seeing this, Wei Chuan immediately controlled his mental power, rapidly retracting the 7 floating firearms, leaving only one shotgun in hand. He loaded the shotgun while signaling Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to retreat, avoiding the uncontrollably thrashing massive insect body. The three focused on the dying struggling centipede boss, keeping their gun muzzles trained on it, ready to fire again if it showed any signs of coming closer. They waited for almost a minute. The crazy convulsions and crashing noises gradually subsided. The centipede boss's massive body collapsed in the middle of the corridor, completely motionless. But Wei Chuan immediately saw that something was off. The corpses of the dead small centipedes had long turned into shadows, leaving only the evolution crystals on the ground, with no physical bodies left behind. Chapter 55, Medicine Gift Pack. Are you fishing here, brother? Wei Chuan snorted coldly, raising his fully loaded shotgun and firing another brutal burst into the limp giant insect body. Boom boom boom. The shotgun accurately hit the centipede boss, making its broken body twitch violently again. Finally, after the 5th shotgun shell entered its body, the enormous body of the centipede boss began to dissipate like smoke, ultimately vanishing completely into nothingness. Only a slightly larger than normal source crystal, with a deeper color, fell with a clink to the ground. Got it. Wei Chuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He switched to a handgun and cautiously walked forward, giving each of the still not fully dead small centipedes a finishing shot to ensure there were no oversights. Only after all the centipede corpses began to dissipate did he start gathering the spoils. 1 crystal, 3 crystals, 5 crystals. When he collected all the evolution crystals scattered on the corridor floor, the smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. A total of 14 evolution crystals, this was a huge windfall. Moreover, the evolution crystal dropped by the centipede boss was of the 2nd tier. 2nd tier evolution crystal, a crystal containing a weak source energy, a source of power for mutated creatures, can slightly enhance physical and mental strength when swallowed, with a small probability of awakening a second talent. This bigger one is tier 2, while the normal smaller ones can be considered tier 1. The item information for the tier 2 evolution crystal is similar to that of tier 1. It's just that the extremely small probability part has the extremely removed. The probability of awakening a second talent after swallowing increased a little bit. However, Wei Chuan believed that the effect of the tier 2 evolution crystal on enhancing physical and mental strength was definitely better than that of the tier 1 evolution crystal. After all, it was a size larger, which meant it contained more source energy. Perhaps the difference in source energy hadn't reached a certain threshold, which was why the item information hadn't changed. It's New Year. He carefully placed the 14 evolution crystals into his backpack, feeling his heart joyfully race. This trip was truly worth it. Even if he didn't gain anything else afterward, he would feel no regret at all. Let's go check the warehouse. With so many mutated centipedes guarding the place, there must be good things. Wei Chuan tidied up his mood, called out to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, and officially stepped into the medicine warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was even more chaotic than it appeared from the door, with shelves tilted every which way, many medicine bottles broken and their contents scattered across the floor, covered in thick dust. Just a few steps into the warehouse, Wei Chuan's gaze was drawn to a shelf on his left. On that shelf was a brand new silver metal suitcase, completely out of place in the surrounding ruin. He immediately rushed over and picked up the suitcase. The suitcase was unlocked, and he gently snapped the clasp open, causing the lid to pop up. Inside, lined with 2 pieces of black cushioning foam, were 5 syringes neatly secured in place. The shape was very similar to insulin needles, with a transparent plastic casing that clearly showed the pale yellow liquid inside, and the needle tips sealed with protective caps. Medicine? Wei Chuan felt a spark of excitement as he picked up one syringe to examine it closely. When he saw the item information that appeared, his breath caught sharply. Antiviral serum. If injected within 1 hour of infection by the night demon virus, it can completely eliminate the virus in the body. If injected after 1 hour, 3 injections are needed to completely eliminate the virus, ineffective in mutated stages. Good stuff. This is really a lifesaver. Excitement sparkled in Wei Chuan's eyes as he quickly closed the lid and stowed the entire suitcase into his storage compartment. Such a treasure must be kept safe. Although he didn't believe he would be infected, it was always good to have medicine as a backup. This way, he wouldn't hesitate in front of the night demon, which could lead to mistakes and unexpected injuries. At that moment, Lu Qingqing also made a discovery behind a pile of cardboard boxes and ran over holding 2 formulas. Honey, look what I found. Wei Chuan looked and found that both formulas were top-notch. Formula, basic adrenaline injection. Injecting enhances physical strength and mental strength by 50% for 5 minutes, significantly reducing pain perception. After the effect ends, the user enters a weakened state lasting 100 minutes. Crafting times, 100 out of 100. Materials needed, evolution crystal *1, source crystal *10, plastic *3, steel ingot *1. Formula, basic medical injection. Injecting allows for quick healing of non-fatal external injuries. Crafting times, 100 out of 100. Materials needed, evolution crystal *1, source crystal *10, plastic *3, steel ingot *1. Isn't this just buff medicine and red potion? Wei Chuan understood immediately that these two medicines were for combat and survival. Unfortunately, they were limited-use formulas, and each one required an evolution crystal to create. With his current financial situation, it was a bit too much to afford. No worries, when I have enough evolution crystals later, I'll make a few to keep as trump cards. Wei Chuan clicked to learn and used up both formulas. On the other side, Zhu Lingxue also had a find. She dug out a brand new medicine box from a fairly intact cardboard box in the corner, which contained 24 bottles of solution in small plastic containers. These weren't conventional medicines, they were prop medicines. Source power glucose oral solution, drinking it quickly restores a large amount of stamina and mental strength, with effectiveness diminishing as physical and mental strength increase. Now there's blue potions too. Wei Chuan smiled and secured this box of recovery blue potions as well. After that, there was not much more found. These were the only truly valuable items in the whole warehouse. Those cardboard boxes that seemed to be filled with many goods were either empty or the items inside had long rotted and become worthless. However, Wei Chuan was already very satisfied. 5 antiviral serums, the formula for red medicine, the formula for buff potions, 24 bottles of blue medicine, plus those 14 evolution crystals. The harvest had far exceeded expectations. He glanced at the time. It had already been 18 minutes since entering the hospital, with only 12 minutes left. He must search quickly and leave the hospital before time runs out. The consequences of exceeding the time limit, he didn't want to know. Let's go, search other areas, move fast. Wei Chuan dared not delay and immediately led the two women out of the warehouse, running along another corridor towards the stairs leading to the second floor. As he ran and scanned his surroundings, he couldn't help but reflect in his heart. A small bronze-level dungeon can drop antiviral serums and special potion formulas. What about higher-level silver and gold or even source crystal-level dungeons? Wouldn't they hide mountains of gold? Machine guns? Auto turrets? Mechs? Gene evolution serums? As he thought of this, his heart raced again, but at the same time, another thought emerged. The overall combat power level of this world should not be low. Perhaps in a few more versions, there would be guys who could smash a car with one punch, or even stronger firearms and energy weapons. Chapter 56, A Chance Encounter. Oilman is also in Area 89. In the remaining 12 minutes, Wei Chuan and the two women searched almost at a sprinting speed. They quickly swept through the remaining areas of the main building and then charged into the adjacent inpatient building. Under normal circumstances, 12 minutes is barely enough to search through one building, let alone two. But the actual situation was unexpectedly smooth. Because apart from the first floor of the main building, almost all other floors in these two buildings were empty, with not too many valuable items to be found. Along the way, they encountered no danger except for 2 or 3 night demons. The search process became extremely simple. They just needed to run down the hallway while quickly scanning the rooms with their eyes. The haul was meager. Only some surgical knives, sutures, and basic surgical tools, as well as some blood sugar meters and small respirators, which were medium-sized medical equipment. Although their value was not low, they were still far from being comparable to the harvest from the warehouse. Wei Chuan believed that the warehouse guarded by the mutated centipedes was the core area of this hospital dungeon, and other places simply hadn't refreshed much supplies. Therefore, even with 3 buildings remaining unsearched, he felt no regret in his heart. Biting off more than one can chew, securing the most core rewards was enough. When the time reached the 27th minute since they entered the dungeon, Wei Chuan unhesitatingly led Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to evacuate. He didn't want to leave at the last minute. If they were caught up in any unexpected situation, it would be a big problem. The 3 quickly retreated along the path they came, bursting out of the outpatient hall, crossing the desolate square, and directly stepping out of the hospital door. Just as they stepped out of the door's boundary, the scene before them suddenly blurred, as if passing through a layer of light film. The dim, oppressive, and dead atmosphere inside the hospital instantly disappeared, replaced by relatively bright outdoor light, and the sound of the wind on the prairie returned to their ears. They had exited the dungeon. Wei Chuan instinctively looked around and found that, besides their armored vehicle, a modified van had appeared in the parking lot out of nowhere. It was a nice modification, a regular little wooling van that had grown to nearly the size of a large truck. There was no one in the vehicle, and no one around. It seems someone else has also found this dungeon. Wei Chuan said softly to the two women, "We didn't encounter anyone inside, either they avoided us, or the dungeon is an independent space." Not encountering anyone was, of course, a good thing, avoiding unnecessary conflicts and trouble. Let's talk once we're back in the car. Back inside the sturdy armored vehicle, locking the doors, the three finally let out a breath of relief. Wei Chuan couldn't wait to take out everything they had collected, with the focus naturally on those 14 evolution crystals. He placed the evolution crystals on the table and began to think about how to allocate them. Lu Qingqing immediately started, "Hubby, you take more. Ling Xue and I can just take 1 or 2 to try our luck. When the instance appears, each team needs a main force to fight. The stronger you are, the safer we'll be in the instance." Ling Xue nodded seriously in agreement. "Qingqing is right. Just let the strong carry us." Wei Chuan looked at the sincere eyes of the two women, feeling warmth in his heart. He thought for a moment, indeed, this was the most reasonable and quickest way to improve the overall strength of the team. "All right." Wei Chuan wasn't someone to be overly sentimental, immediately agreeing, "For these 2 days, let's do it this way. Once I raise my strength some more, I'll concentrate the evolution crystals to help you awaken." He finally decided to keep 10 first-level evolution crystals for himself. The remaining 3 first-level evolution crystals and 1 second-level evolution crystal would be given to Lu Qingqing and Ling Xue. 2 for each person, and the second-level one has a slightly higher awakening chance. "Let's play rock paper scissors for it." Wei Chuan pushed the 4 evolution crystals towards them. Lu Qingqing and Ling Xue exchanged glances and quickly extended their hands. Scissors, rock, paper. With 1 round to decide the winner, Ling Xue used scissors to beat Lu Qingqing's paper. Yay! Ling Xue showed a little smugness, carefully picking up that second-level evolution crystal. Lu Qingqing smiled and congratulated her, urging her to try her luck. Although this batch of evolution crystals was very clean, untouched by any mutated centipede blood, the 3 still felt a bit uneasy and decided to wash them all before taking them. Familiar warm currents surged, strengthening their physique and mental power. Taking 10 first-level evolution crystals together, Wei Chuan's power increased significantly. He could now lift a 500-pound object with his mind, and his arm strength was nearly the same. If this strength could be focused, it was almost comparable to the power of a bullet, perfect for dealing with larger mutated creatures. Next, he had to quickly get familiar with developing his psychic power. Unfortunately, Lu Qingqing and Ling Xue both didn't awaken. However, they weren't disappointed. Instead, they thought it was already particularly lucky for Wei Chuan to hit the extremely small probability on his 11th try. After a brief rest of a few minutes, the vehicle started again. Wei Chuan comfortably leaned back on the sofa, holding a handheld gaming device, playing the classic Contra game. Ling Xue quietly sat next to him, silently reading a book. Lu Qingqing was in charge of driving, and the atmosphere in the car was peaceful and relaxed. Just as one life in the game hadn't ended yet, the survival manual on the nearby dining table suddenly emitted a faint glow. The pistol crossbow sold again? Wei Chuan felt joy in his heart, quickly putting down the gaming device and picking up the survival manual to check. He had become extremely sensitive to information prompts. After all, every piece of information could represent 1 evolution crystal earned. However, upon opening it, it was yet another private message from Li Yongsheng. This guy again, always making a fuss everywhere, really idle. Wei Chuan chuckled and shook his head, clicking on the private message interface. "Li Yongsheng, bro, you there? Something big happened. I stumbled upon an instance and got quite a bit of good stuff. We can share some instance experience." Seeing the words instance and good stuff, Wei Chuan instantly became interested. "Wei Chuan, what good stuff? Send me a look." The reply came back extremely quickly, as if he was right there in front of the manual. Li Yongsheng, source energy glucose oral solution, beginner adrenaline injection, super awesome, 1 adds mana, the other adds combat power. Wei Chuan looked at the 2 familiar item names, stunned for a moment, then his expression became a bit strange. "Isn't this just buff potions and blue potions? Wei Chuan, you must have entered a hospital-type instance, right?" Li Yongsheng, "Yes, a broken hospital. It's all creepy inside, and I even ran into fellow players. The ground is covered in shell casings. There are still gunshots in the building, scaring me so much that I don't dare to go deeper. I can only circle around to the small building in the corner to scavenge a bit, otherwise, it wouldn't just be these. Li Yongsheng, those guys from the same trade are too good at mixing. As if having a gun isn't enough, the vehicles are also badass, an armored car larger than a 100-ton king, just awesome." Chapter 57, Hesitation, Forming a Convoy. The ground is littered with bullet casings, and there's gunfire in the building. An armored car larger than a 100-ton king? Wei Chuan's hand gripping the survival manual suddenly stiffens, a guess instantly flashes in his mind, and the expression on his face gradually solidifies. Li Yongsheng indeed drove a van, and it has been modified several times using different templates. Damn! Wei Chuan can't help but mutter a curse, feeling completely dumbfounded. In other words, the instance they entered is the same instance. And while they were fighting night demons or mutated centipedes, that little guy Li Yongsheng quietly slipped behind to scavenge? Can this really happen? At this moment, Wei Chuan felt a mix of laughter and bewilderment, a rather peculiar feeling. Wei Chuan, is it the bronze level hospital instance in Area 89? Li Yongsheng, yes, damn it, I can't believe it. That fellow from earlier couldn't be you, right, bro? Wei Chuan, if you're talking about the armored car being 10-wheeled, then it's me. You've got a good head on your shoulders. If I bump into someone in the instance, I'll definitely go straight for the shotgun. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and then a new message came through. Li Yongsheng, that's awesome. I was so scared earlier that I was tiptoeing as I walked. I didn't expect it to be you, bro. Following closely, another message came, changing tone to one full of flattery. Li Yongsheng, bro. Dear bro. You didn't take the wrong path, right? Wait for me, let's form a convoy? I'll cover all living expenses in the future, you just look out for me. Seeing that Li Yongsheng not only wasn't scared off but wanted to team up, Wei Chuan paused for a moment. He thought carefully, it seems there's nothing wrong with that? Having Li Yongsheng, this resource guy, by his side, in case of any urgent matters requiring a large amount of supplies, he could borrow a bit to get by, indeed convenient. Moreover, through these few days of interaction, he also realized that Li Yongsheng is quite straightforward, with a not too complicated mind, somewhat like a wealthy shut-in in real life, slightly trustworthy. Most importantly, Wei Chuan has absolute confidence in his own strength, not afraid of a little brother backstabbing. However, teaming up is not a small matter, certain things must be said up front. Wei Chuan, I have 2 wives, teaming up isn't very convenient for me. Plus, you know the rules of this world, if you follow me, you won't be able to access resource points or supply boxes. Only the instance can take care of you, do you still want to team up? The potential issues must be clarified to avoid conflicts later on. After sending the message, Wei Chuan patiently waited for a moment. Soon, Li Yongsheng's reply came, his attitude exceptionally resolute. Li Yongsheng, boss, please take your little brother with you. I don't need the resource points or supply boxes, I'm a fuel seller, so I'm not short in that area. Safety is more important than anything, as long as I get a bit of the soup when we run the instance. Li Yongsheng, I understand the rules. If you don't speak, I absolutely won't randomly hop out of the car. When I do get out, I'll definitely have nothing in my hands, when we go into the instance, I'll walk in front. We're buddies, I trust you. Seeing himself turn from a bro into a boss, Wei Chuan couldn't help but laugh. This little guy is quite astute. In fact, Li Yongsheng was also quite anxious, worried about Wei Chuan's gun and armored car, but what made him resolute was also Wei Chuan's gun and armored car. He didn't believe that someone as well off as Wei Chuan would eye his meager possessions. His entire fortune might not even compare to what Wei Chuan could casually garner from one instance. After all, he could find treasures just by scavenging. So, someone like Wei Chuan, charging through instances, must be rolling in riches. Following a big shot like this ensures personal safety, and he can get some benefits while running instances. No matter how you think about it, it's 100 times better than running solo. Wei Chuan, okay, it's all in my heart, no need to say more. You just head straight into the dungeon, there are no forks in the road, I'll wait for you on the way. Li Yongsheng, going through fire and water, boss. After closing the survival manual, Wei Chuan shouted to Lu Qingqing in the driver's seat, Qingqing, pull over. Lu Qingqing followed the order and slowly parked the armored vehicle by the roadside. Wei Chuan got up from the sofa, went to the storage rack, took some materials, and made a hand crossbow and exactly 100 crossbow bolts. Xu Lingxue curiously asked, Hubby, did you switch to evolution crystals again? No. Wei Chuan shook his head, smiled, it's a friend who sent donkey meat before, he's right behind us, coming soon. This is a little gift for him. The one who sells oil? Can we trust him? Hearing this, Xu Lingxue furrowed her brow, asking cautiously. Wei Chuan smiled confidently, there's a high probability we can trust him. We met on the first day, that kid isn't complicated, and... He paused, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, with my current telekinesis strength, I could crush someone in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Qingqing also walked over, Lingxue, did you find something? It's not Lingxue, it's my business. Wei Chuan shook his head and briefly explained the team formation. To reassure Lu Qingqing and Xu Lingxue, he emphasized the teaming method. Same team, different vehicles, they still drove their own, but could park and enter dungeons together at night for mutual support. Daily life would remain unchanged. Both women felt this was good and nodded in agreement. Having a neighbor in this vast and dangerous area made sleeping at night a bit more secure. After waiting about 10 minutes, Wei Chuan, standing on the roof of the vehicle, finally spotted a small black dot on the distant road rapidly approaching. It was Li Yongsheng in his heavily modified van. Wei Chuan stood up and waved towards the approaching vehicle. Li Yongsheng, driving, obviously also saw the intimidating armored beast ahead and the figure on top, slowing his speed down until he came to a steady stop about 10 meters away from the armored vehicle. This distance showed respect and left a safe buffer space. Boss, it's me, Li Yongsheng. The car door opened, and a young man in his 20s hopped out briskly, a warm smile on his face as he waved his arms energetically. Wei Chuan sized him up, appearing slightly plumper than in the photo, especially his stomach, which looked like it was hiding a soccer ball, stretching his t-shirt out. Seeing this, Wei Chuan leaped down from the 3.6-meter-high roof, landing steadily. Wei Chuan did not approach immediately. Under Li Yongsheng's puzzled and nervous gaze, he smiled and raised his right index finger, gently beckoning. The next moment, in Li Yongsheng's eyes filled with disbelief, a hand crossbow and a large bundle of crossbow bolts were levitating down from the armored vehicle's roof, smoothly hovering in front of him. Wei Chuan had initially planned to keep his telekinesis as a trump card but decided against it after consideration. Never test human nature, especially that of teammates. Chapter 58, Envious Li Yongsheng. This is telekinesis? Li Yongsheng gasped, his eyes wide as saucers, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his brain almost stopping its thoughts. Telekinesis from a distance. Intent control of objects. This was completely the concept of telekinesis from sci-fi. After the massive shock came the ecstatic joy and immense relief. The boss really found the right one, clinging to this golden thigh, he could truly lay back and enjoy life from now on. Li Yongsheng looked at the crossbow bolts floating in front of him, then at the smiling Wei Chuan, his voice a bit shrill with excitement. Boss, is this mental power? Is it a primary ability or a secondary ability? Mental power, secondary ability. Wei Chuan smiled slightly, and with a thought, the hand crossbow and the bolts gently landed in Li Yongsheng's arms. From what I currently know, the primary abilities are all related to survival, crafting, and support, while secondary abilities are not ranked and lean more towards combat. Their strength completely depends on how many evolution crystals one has consumed. He briefly explained, satisfying his younger brother's curiosity. As soon as Li Yongsheng heard that the secondary ability leans more towards combat, his eyes instantly brightened like light bulbs. Combat-oriented abilities are the real deal. Besides mental power, there might also be abilities like fire, ice, and metallic enhancement. What man can resist such temptation? Boss, how many evolution crystals did you consume to awaken? Li Yongsheng held the crossbow bolts, eagerly pressing for an answer. Wei Chuan didn't hide anything from him, simply saying, 11 crystals. To gamble on that extremely small probability, I'm not sure if this is good luck or bad luck, no one talks about such things. 11 crystals. Li Yongsheng mumbled, firmly etching this number into his mind. He had already consumed 3 evolution crystals, while he might not awaken at the number 11, at least he had a preliminary goal now. At this moment, he seemed to envision himself awakening powerful abilities, rampaging through enemies. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Wei Chuan clapped his hands, interrupting his daydream. While there's still time, let's see if we can find another dungeon or resource point. After it gets dark and we park, we can chat slowly. He paused and added with a smile, come over for dinner tonight and taste your sister-in-law's cooking. Upon hearing this, Li Yongsheng continuously nodded like a garlic pounder. Okay, thank you, boss. I'll follow right behind you. If there's anything, just call me, I'm always ready. He was determined to cling to this sturdy leg, his attitude now exceedingly respectful. Alright, enough with the pleasantries, buddy. Wei Chuan smiled and nodded, turning to open the back door and returning to the car. Soon, the armored vehicle rumbled with a deep, powerful roar and slowly started up. Li Yongsheng quickly hugged the meeting gift Wei Chuan had given him, happily running back to his van, then swiftly starting the engine, obediently following behind the armored vehicle, beginning his follower life. With a strong backing, Li Yongsheng felt as if his survival path suddenly became wide and bright. He gripped the steering wheel, occasionally chuckling stupidly, already looking forward to that dinner tonight and the future awakening of his powerful abilities. In the following 3 hours, luck was moderately good. The armored vehicle traveled along the highway, encountering 3 gray iron boxes and 1 bronze box. The gray iron boxes contained mineral water, compressed biscuits, and small batteries, while the bronze box held an unlimited supply of trash bag formulas. Just some very ordinary basic supplies. For Wei Chuan, who had already achieved basic supply freedom, these items were hardly worth getting emotional over, merely a meager supplement. What Wei Chuan was currently longing for was only the evolution crystals that could enhance his power. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the brightness of the sun gradually dimmed. Wei Chuan signaled Lu Qingqing to pull the armored vehicle over to the roadside, and the following van immediately stopped as well. Qingqing, Lingxue, make something nice tonight, I'm planning to treat Li Yongsheng to a meal, Wei Chuan instructed the 2 women. Okay. Lu Qingqing smiled in agreement and started to select ingredients from the source device refrigerator. Zhu Lingxue nodded and began helping prepare. Wei Chuan opened the back door and stepped out, walking over to the van behind. Li Yongsheng almost simultaneously got out of the car and, seeing Wei Chuan approach, enthusiastically greeted him with a face full of smiles. Boss. Let me take a look at your vehicle. Wei Chuan smiled. Boss, feel free to look around. Li Yongxing quickly stepped aside and opened the van's sliding door. Invite Wei Chuan to get in the car. Wei Chuan bent down and climbed in, and suddenly his eyes brightened. This van looked unremarkable from the outside, just a bit large and even a bit old, but inside it was a different world. The space was utilized extremely well, with a soft single bed fixed on the left and a compact row of home appliances arranged on the right. Although it was crowded, all the basic living facilities were complete. Even though it's small, it has everything. Wei Chuan admired, recognizing the effort that went into the renovation style. Li Yongxing chuckled, took out 2 cans of cold beer from a small fridge, handed one to Wei Chuan, and asked proudly, "Boss, how is it? Isn't my car pretty good? I traded fuel bit by bit for these supplies. It's very good. You've got great talent. To say it without exaggeration, it's definitely no problem to support a convoy." Wei Chuan took the cold beer, opened it, took a sip, and nodded. Hearing the words convoy, Li Yongxing's smile suddenly faded, turning into a bitter smile. "Boss, forming a team isn't that simple. I thought about forming a team to find someone to cover us or to pull together a crew from the first day, but it's too hard. On the road, those I meet are either so poor they can't afford to support themselves or they want to rob the car right away. If it weren't for that handgun crossbow, I would have long been eaten down to the bones." He patted the bed, his tone becoming grateful and satisfied. "Now it's best like this, having a powerful boss covering us, no need to worry about safety, and I lack for nothing in resources. Tonight, I can finally sleep soundly." His words carried a sense of relief and ease. Clearly, his previous solitary life had put immense psychological pressure on him. Now that he had found a reliable support, it was more gratifying for him than finding a few resource boxes. "That's true." Wei Chuan nodded in agreement. "I've also encountered several groups looking to rob. Although I'm not afraid of them, it's still genuinely nerve-wracking. In this world of shattered order, if a lone wolf doesn't have some means and luck, life can indeed be very hard, and one might capsize at any moment." Chapter 59, Boss's Mission. Wei Chuan looked at Li Yongxing, his expression becoming serious. "Since you've joined, you're one of us. I can't promise many things, but I will definitely not let you be bullied." "Thank you, boss." Li Yongxing immediately showed a look of gratitude and relief on his face. Wei Chuan changed his tone and continued, "Moreover, I won't let you follow for free. I'll give you a task. As long as you can accomplish this, I will arrange a gun for you, which also compensates for the loss of resource points and supply boxes." "A gun? Boss, just give the order. I will go through fire and water for it." Li Yongxing instantly sat up straight, his eyes wide and filled with energy as he spoke. For someone who could only use a handgun crossbow, a real gun was an enormous temptation. Wei Chuan smiled and said, "No need to go through fire and water, this task is not too hard, it's just to collect some harder-to-get goods." "What goods?" "Guns. Nobody sells good guns or formulas, so what I want is malfunctioning guns, but they must be collected with bullets. Even just one bullet is fine." Wei Chuan explained the requirements in detail. The designs for rifle bullets and handgun bullets are very different, and he wasn't sure he could make them by hand, so it was best to collect them with the bullets. "Broken ones are fine?" Li Yongxing was taken aback, his face filled with shock. He remembered clearly that Wei Chuan's ability allowed him to repair and modify home appliances. Now it seemed that he could repair and modify more than just home appliances. The talent that could be used on guns, isn't that a weapons factory? But he quickly suppressed his shock, didn't ask too many details, and just thumped his chest. "Boss, don't worry. This task is on me. I am a professional businessman." "Good." Wei Chuan nodded with satisfaction. "The price can be higher, whether it's water, source crystals, or crossbows. If they have a big appetite, just tell me, I can even offer them handguns and shotguns." "Got it, understood." Li Yongxing nodded repeatedly, quickly calculating how to operate in his mind. In short, the core idea is waste gun recovery. When encountering sellers, first stabilize them, the price is negotiable, buy as much as you can. The two discussed the details of the collection for more than 10 minutes. Until they had clarified all the potential problems in the collection process, Wei Chuan prepared to get up and leave. As he got out of the car, Wei Chuan turned back to remind Li Yongxing, "When you visit the trading hall, collect some scrap metal on the side, preferably steel. In a few days, I'll help you modify the chassis and body to make it a bulletproof car." After speaking, Wei Chuan patted his shoulder, turned, and walked towards the armored vehicle. "I hit the jackpot." Li Yongxing stood in place, watching Wei Chuan's back, and touched his precious van, feeling warm inside. He felt that he had really latched onto a thick and golden thigh. The future is promising. Better to be a chicken head than a phoenix tail? Nonsense. In this cannibal world, only by mixing with people who have the ability to eat can one possibly become the next person with such ability, accessing resources and opportunities that were previously out of reach. As night approached at 7 p.m., only a trace of orange-red remained in the sky. The armored vehicle was brightly lit inside, cool like autumn, with the air filled with the mouth-watering aroma of food. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had prepared a sumptuous dinner. 3 dishes and a soup. A plate of fragrant braised wolf meat, a plate of stir-fried cauliflower, a plate of luncheon meat with eggs, a pot of steaming seaweed and cucumber soup, and a plate of cut fruits. After setting the table, the 2 women exchanged glances and nodded in understanding, walking to the back corner of the vehicle to open the refrigerator door for cover. They usually dressed very casually in the vehicle, often just wearing a comfortable nightgown, sometimes even opting for no underwear to relax, at most adding a pair of stockings based on Wei Chuan's interests. But since Li Yongsheng was coming over for dinner, they naturally couldn't be so casual. They quickly changed into sports pants and long-sleeved t-shirts. Although they still couldn't hide their graceful figures, they appeared much more appropriate. Once the 2 women changed their clothes, Wei Chuan got out of the vehicle to call Li Yongsheng. "Boss, I estimate the night demons will be coming soon. Should we eat after taking down the first wave?" Li Yongsheng got out of the vehicle just as the time hit 7 p.m. The sky suddenly darkened, the sunlight completely consumed, leaving only a sliver of moonlight. He nervously looked around, rubbing his hands and asking. Currently, he wasn't afraid of the night demons at all. He could deal with them even without a car or a crossbow, just a longer melee weapon would suffice. But if too many night demons gathered, that could be troublesome. No need. Wei Chuan shook his head decisively, his tone filled with absolute confidence. "Eat without worry. With my 30mm thick composite armor, let them attack. If they leave a scratch, that's impressive for them. Let's go. If we don't eat now, it'll get cold." Upon hearing this, Li Yongsheng immediately felt at ease. Looking at the steel behemoth that glimmered coldly, his heart was filled with infinite anticipation for Wei Chuan's promise of modifying his van. Once his van also had bulletproof level defense, he could sleep soundly at night. What bothersome night demons? Let them cause a ruckus outside. Damn. Following Wei Chuan onto the armored vehicle, it was Li Yongsheng's first time inside, and he was instantly amazed by the spacious interior and the complete facilities. Especially when he saw all the source appliances, he felt incredibly envious. At the same time, he also saw the 2 sisters-in-law, both rare beauties. But he was well aware of the taboos in male interaction. There was no pause or examination in his gaze, just a polite slight bow as he called out, "Hello, sisters, I am Li Yongsheng." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue smiled and nodded in response. "Hello, sit down, don't be shy." The 4 of them sat around the dining table and started to eat. At first, Li Yongsheng was a bit reserved, even picking up dishes was not very smooth. But led by Wei Chuan, after drinking 2 bottles of cold beer, he completely opened up. Perhaps having suppressed himself for too long, at this moment, he found the security of a backing, making this guy unable to stop once he started talking. He shared various funny stories and good luck he encountered over the past few days, complaining about the bad luck he faced and the bizarre people he saw. Wei Chuan and the other 3 listened with great interest. They had come this far, relying on their high-defense armored vehicle and increasingly strong firepower, basically sailing smoothly, rarely experiencing the thrilling encounters Li Yongsheng described, making it sound particularly refreshing. Chapter 60, Bobo-san Submachine Gun. The meal lasted for more than half an hour. The atmosphere was harmonious and warm. Until a loud thud-thud-thud impact sound came from outside the vehicle, along with the faint howling of the night demon. Li Yongsheng reluctantly stopped his topic. "Boss, thank you for the hospitality, I'll head back now, and you all rest early." Li Yongsheng gulped down the remaining beer in his bottle and quickly stood up to bid farewell. "I'll see you off." Wei Chuan nodded and took him out from the back door of the vehicle. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw a humanoid lizard night demon crashing against the right rear wheel of the armored vehicle. The distance was too close, and Li Yongsheng shrank his neck in fear. But Wei Chuan didn't even change his expression, not even drawing his gun. He simply raised his right hand, concentrated his mind, and an invisible psychic force instantly formed into a fist, smashing violently against the night demon. Bang! With a dull sound, the humanoid lizard was hit as if struck by a giant rock, its head instantly shattered, splattering broken flesh and slime everywhere. Li Yongsheng was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, once again deeply shocked by this supernatural power. The slight unease in his heart caused by the night demon disappeared instantly at this moment, and his sense of security soared. Awesome! Li Yongsheng's excited voice changed pitch, and he thumped his chest again, assuring, "Boss, I will definitely take care of the gun matter." Wei Chuan laughed and patted his shoulder. "Alright, go back, drive the car close, just sleep tonight. If there are night demons, I will take care of it." "Oh. Okay." Li Yongsheng almost bounced back to his van, feeling incredibly at ease. After sending off Li Yongsheng, Wei Chuan walked around the armored vehicle, checking the water storage tank. Combined, the several water tanks held about 65 liters of water. 65 liters of water was enough for 3 people's daily use, and they could even take a simple shower. Although they couldn't achieve the maximum water collection efficiency of 95 small collection devices, Wei Chuan was already very satisfied with this result. After all, the water vapor was not enough to distribute, so he couldn't demand more. After carefully checking the water collection devices, Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle, closed the shooting hatch, completely isolating everything from the outside. "Honey, my relatives have come. How about you find Sister Qingqing tonight?" Xu Lingxue, who had changed back into her nightgown, gently pulled Wei Chuan to the sofa and whispered with a hint of apology in his ear. "Relatives?" Wei Chuan was first taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle as he pinched her cheek. "I'm not a cow, how can I plow every day? With relatives here, it's just like giving me a break." "I didn't say you had to plow every day." Hearing Wei Chuan's slightly teasing words, Zhu Lingshua's face flushed with two rosy blushes, feeling sweet inside, and giggled as she leaned in and kissed his cheek. "Then I'll give you a few more days off. I'll be coming in a couple of days too." Lu Qingqing laughed as she sat on the other side of Wei Chuan, leaning her head on his shoulder. "What should I do when I get angry?" Wei Chuan's corner of the mouth lifted as he wrapped his arm around Lu Qingqing's slender waist, his gaze landing on her cherry-like lips. Sensing Wei Chuan's stare and thoughts, Lu Qingqing said nothing, only blushingly turned her head to look at the TV. Wei Chuan already got his answer, his smile almost stretching to the back of his ears. Beside them, Zhu Lingxue took in the duo's secret conversation, her bright eyes narrowing slightly, deciding to make the first move. The first time must be hers. After small talk, the three cuddled together and watched a light-hearted comedy film. During the movie, another oblivious humanoid spider demon approached to smash the car, which Wei Chuan easily dealt with using a punch of invisible mental force. After the movie ended, the three turned off the lights and rested. Just as Wei Chuan was about to drift into dreams while holding the fragrant Zhu Lingxue, she suddenly left his embrace. Before he could reach out to pull her back, his half-body defense was dissolved. He abruptly opened his eyes, wanting to look up. But an intense softness and warmth radiated from his dignity, transforming into an indescribable pleasure that spread throughout his body, as if his soul was being elevated. "This, naughty." Wei Chuan immediately understood Zhu Lingshue's thoughts. This girl always wanted the first bite, and if she didn't get it, she'd pout. Facing this lemon essence, he could only say, "Bring on more." The next morning, Wei Chuan woke up early as usual. The first thing he did was pick up the survival manual by the bedside, skillfully open the trading interface, and check the selling status of the pistol crossbow. There were some gains, but not much. In just one night, only one set was sold, in exchange for a lonely evolution crystal. "That's alright, a mosquito leg is still neat." Wei Chuan had a good mindset, casually taking the evolution crystal and storing it away. He habitually browsed through the trading hall, wanting to see if there was anything new or something to pick up. He thought he would end up empty-handed again, but unexpectedly, this time when he clicked to search gun, a piece of information really popped up. Item name, PPSH-41 submachine gun. Quantity, 1. Price, 50 liters of diesel. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up. Isn't this the old Russian PPSH? The price was incredibly low, and upon checking the item info, it turned out to be a broken gun. The seller wasn't foolish. PPSH-41 submachine gun, caliber 7.62 mm, effective range 150 meters, drum capacity 16/71 rounds, barrel seriously bent, unable to fire. Big baby, I'll take it. Wei Chuan's heart danced with joy. After exchanging fresh water for diesel, he clicked to purchase without hesitation. Transaction successful, diesel minus 50 liters, received, PPSH-41 submachine gun *1. Wei Chuan excitedly rubbed his hands together and took the gun out of the storage compartment. The barrel was bent severely, and there were several twists along the bent part. It appeared the seller had attempted to straighten it but made it worse, hence selling it. Awesome. Wei Chuan cherished the PPSH, as if it were a beloved pet, nearly kissing it. Last night, he had asked Li Yongxing to keep an eye out for guns. Unexpectedly, today he stumbled upon one himself. His luck was unmatched. Moreover, he was very pleased with the model of the gun. Although he didn't know much about firearms, he was quite familiar with the classic PPSH submachine gun. This thing had powerful firepower and came with a drum. Handguns and shotguns were out. However, the price of the submachine gun's strong firepower was consuming bullets. Just a slight pull of the trigger could fire several rounds, making it practically unfeasible for everyday use, keeping the ammunition reserved for critical moments. Walking to the storage shelf, Wei Chuan selected suitable metal materials, wiped off the rust and scratches from the PPSH, and finally fixed the deformed barrel. Looking at the almost brand new PPSH submachine gun, Wei Chuan smiled in satisfaction. Finally, he could use fully automatic firearms. Next, let's make some bullets, at least enough to fill one drum. Chapter 61, Death Toll Soars. Last chapter's submachine gun modified a bit. A metal buttstock can replace the wooden one, directly handmade. Confused while writing last night. After a full hour, Wei Chuan was immersed in repetitive and meticulous work. Making bullets for the Bobo Sandstorm submachine gun. The craftsmanship of 7.26 by 25 mm bullets is slightly more complicated than that of the big black star bullets and shotgun shells, making them for the first time feels quite clumsy. Fortunately, with the talent skill of insight into essence, and with sufficient materials, he barely completed a magazine holding 71 rounds within an hour. During this time, when he went to the trading post to buy gunpowder, he also conveniently exchanged for an evolution crystal using water, eating both that one and the one he had in the morning. The continuous growth of his physical and mental strength made him quite pleased. Now, he had consumed 23 evolution crystals of the first rank. A little after 6:30 in the morning, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxiao gradually woke up, and the carriage became lively. Wei Chuan finished making the bullets and stored the entire gun into the storage compartment. He did not rest but instead took out the remaining metal materials to continue modifying the armored vehicle. In his plan, the next stage of this mobile fortress would be 15 meters long, 4.5 meters high, and 6 meters wide. Currently, it had been modified to 13.5 meters long, 4 meters high, and 4 meters wide, so it was not far from the target. It should be finished by tomorrow. After fusing this batch of metal materials into the vehicle body, Wei Chuan estimated the progress. In fact, with his current physical and mental strength far exceeding before, the modification efficiency could have been increased 2 or 3 times. It could have been completed yesterday. But to deal with resource points in dungeons that might pop up at any time, he retained about half of his strength each time he modified, to handle emergencies, which slowed down the progress a bit. After all, safety is always the top priority. He didn't want to end up like at the beginning, draining his strength every time and falling into a weak state. As it approached 7 o'clock, the sky was just slightly bright, but the temperature had already risen. The survival manual on the table lit up with a message from Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, boss, have you gotten up? I got some breakfast milk, you and your sister-in-law can go drink it. Wei Chuan smiled and replied. Wei Chuan, it's not even 7 o'clock yet, there might be night demons outside, so be careful. I'll go get it myself. He took 2 packs of the best cigarettes from the storage shelf and got out of the back door of the vehicle. Li Yongsheng's van was parked just a few steps away. He was leaning against the car door, munching on an apple, living quite the comfortable life. Boss, here, have some calcium. Seeing Wei Chuan coming over, Li Yongsheng turned around and brought out a whole box of packaged breakfast milk from the car. Thanks. Wei Chuan accepted the box of breakfast milk, casually stored it in the storage compartment, and naturally took out 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket, handing them all over. Frog fun, Wazi, good cigarettes. Li Yongsheng happily accepted, then lowered his voice, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. Boss, guns are not easy to buy, you can't find them at the trading post, and no one pays attention to the purchase posts, we might have to wait a few days. Wei Chuan had long anticipated this and shook his head with a smile, speaking lightly. It's fine, if we can buy it, it's luck, if not, it doesn't matter, there's no need to force it. It's normal for it to be hard to buy. If it were that easy, he would have become an arms dealer long ago. It was precisely because it was extremely rare that he watched it every day. After chatting for a while with Li Yongsheng, Wei Chuan returned to the armored vehicle, where Lu Qingqing handed him a portion of heated milk and bread. While eating the simple breakfast, Wei Chuan habitually opened the communication channel. Area 89, 8801/10,000 people. Xiaizhong, damn, a dungeon suddenly appeared by the roadside. It scared me, a gray iron level kindergarten, that name sounds like a horror dungeon. Zhou, someone in the trading post is selling bows and arrows. Victor, I don't recommend entering dangerous areas so quickly, trust me, even if it's just a gray iron level danger zone, you need to work together, I almost died yesterday. Yishu, as long as I can survive, I don't care, a spear formula can last a lifetime, no need to go into dungeons and die. Xiao Shui, I just completed a copy here, a bronze level cave, and right when I entered, I saw a giant python the size of a bucket, the difficulty is too high. The first thing that caught his eye was the number of people in the area, making him frown slightly. In less than 20 hours, the number of people in the area dropped from 9923 to 8801, a decrease of 1122 people. The death rate is frighteningly high. Sure enough. After the copy system came out, it would definitely cause many people to perish. Gray iron level copies might not be difficult, with a bit of bravery and better gear, perhaps one could solo it. But bronze level copies greatly increase in difficulty. Just talking about the mutated centipedes from yesterday at the hospital, they couldn't be handled with just cold weapons. Either you need firearms, or many people working together, or a powerful secondary talent, otherwise, you would definitely not come out alive after going in. He continued to scroll through the rolling information. There wasn't much valuable intelligence. Currently encountered copies were all gray iron level and bronze level, and no one had encountered higher difficulty copies yet. Finishing breakfast quickly, Wei Chuan closed the communication channel. The sky outside was already bright, it was time to set off. Today's luck in the morning was indeed a bit poor. The armored vehicle had been driving for a whole morning, the view was nothing but blue sky and dry grassland. Not a single resource box, resource point, or copy was seen. Wei Chuan occasionally visited the trading hall, hoping to pick up something good, but the results were equally disappointing, nothing caught his interest. The entire morning was spent in this dull and boring driving and waiting, making the atmosphere in the vehicle a bit heavy. However, just when Wei Chuan was about to announce a stop to start the lunch break. Screech! Zhu Lingxue suddenly began to slow down. The lack of much inertia made everything inside the car sway a bit. What's the matter, Lingxue? Wei Chuan immediately became alert, quickly walking to the ladder side, pulling out his pistol from the storage compartment. Hubby, my talent has a reaction. Zhu Lingxue turned back, waving her hand, her tone excited and certain. Hearing this, Wei Chuan immediately looked toward the observation window. In his view, apart from the vast dry grassland and some low-rolling hills, there were no signs of any buildings. Not a resource point, not a copy, so it must be a supply box. You guys stay alert, I'll go take a look. Wei Chuan quickly assessed. Leaving the two women in the car, he immediately opened the back door and jumped down. On this stretch of road, the grass by the roadside was already knee-high, blocking his view. He could only push through the grass patch step by step to search. Chapter 62, Intelligent AI, completely liberated. Boss, is it a supply box? Seeing Wei Chuan get out of the car, Li Yongsheng also followed him out, shouting from the roadside. After yesterday's 3-hour stop and go, he already knew that one woman's initial talent ability was very similar to a material radar. Now, without Wei Chuan saying it, he could guess why they stopped in front. Yes, you go over there. Wei Chuan nodded, pointing to the other side of the road. Just like that, another person joined the search in the grass. After searching for about 2 to 3 minutes, Wei Chuan spotted a dazzling golden color in a patch of low, dense grass. A golden box. This was the second golden box he had encountered. Wei Chuan's pupils contracted, his heartbeat instantly accelerated as he quickly walked forward to check. The last golden box had released a shotgun and ammunition. This golden box shouldn't be bad either, he would definitely get something good. So hard to find, come on, give me a big reward. He suppressed his excitement, rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and directly opened the box clasp. However, the expected scrolls and equipment did not appear. The box was empty, only 3 identical small blueprints lay quietly on the black cloth at the bottom. The patterns on the surface of the blueprints were a bit like lightning. Ah? Is this it? Wei Chuan was instantly stunned. He was very familiar with this kind of item. It was a modification template. All modification templates look like this. No, the transformation template from the golden box should be much stronger than the common street vendor's goods. He held a glimmer of hope and picked up 3 transformation templates. Intelligent Voice Control System Transformation Template. After transformation, commands can be given to the vehicle through voice, controlling all energy devices, achieving intelligent unmanned driving, equipment switches, cruise control functions, etc., consuming 10 energy crystals every 24 hours. Transformation count, 1 to 1. Materials required for transformation: electronic components *5, copper ingots *10, cables *10, glass *10, plastic *10. Please place the materials near the template. Wow! The moment he saw the template information, Wei Chuan's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but curse. Isn't this a car-mounted AI? Such a good thing, he had never seen a similar item in the trading hall. Being able to completely free his hands while traveling is simply a divine tool for a lone wolf. Moreover, this car-mounted AI works perfectly with his mechanical perception and Zhu Lingxue's lucky blessing. When encountering bad things, rely on mechanical perception, and when encountering good things, rely on lucky blessing. No one needs to be at the driver's seat. So awesome. Wei Chuan tucked the 3 precious transformation templates away and quickly walked back as if his feet had wings. Right now, he had only one thought in his mind. Immediately and right now, get this car-mounted AI made. Back on the road, he saw Li Yongsheng still digging with his butt sticking up in the grass on the other side of the road. Yongsheng, I found it, come back. Wei Chuan shouted. Hearing this, Li Yongsheng straightened up, brushed off the grass clippings from his body, and jogged over. Found something good, boss? What good thing? Wei Chuan looked at his silly yet expectant eyes and felt a bit hesitant in his heart. This intelligent voice control system transformation template is indeed quite precious, giving away one would hurt a bit. But then he thought. A sensible little brother is also a rare resource in this world. It's still the early phase of breaking ground, many people have not completely turned cold and shrewd, it's a good time to cultivate his own people. If he missed this stage, once everyone becomes a seasoned player, it will be hard to find reliable teammates. That's the reason he brought Li Yongsheng into the team. Besides, there isn't just one template, he has a total of 3, so giving one away isn't a big deal. With the car-mounted AI, driving in the future will save a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Wei Chuan no longer hesitated and took out one template to throw to Li Yongsheng. AI. Li Yongsheng caught the card clumsily, concentrating without thinking. When he saw the effect of the template, he immediately drew in a cold breath, as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. I can't believe it, unmanned driving? Li Yongsheng repeated, looking at the template information. A huge joy hit his brain. But soon he suppressed his emotions, pushed the template back to Wei Chuan, and his eyes showed deep envy. Boss, next time you encounter something good like this, don't forget your little brother. What? Don't look down on it? Wei Chuan's face showed a natural smile, took out another one from the storage compartment. Boss is amazing. The next second, Li Yongsheng let out a ghostly scream of excitement and lunged toward Wei Chuan like a meat projectile with arms wide open. Get lost. Wei Chuan's quick hands raised one hand, perfectly blocking his rolling belly, stopping his attack. Quickly install the stuff. If you drag me down, I won't let you off. Yes, sir. Li Yongsheng stood upright with a grin, saluting Wei Chuan with a slightly comedic gesture, and yelled. After that, he tightly clenched the template as if it were a treasure and turned to sprint toward his van, moving as if taking a second longer would be a crime. Still somewhat sensible. Wei Chuan laughed and shook his head, also returning to the armored vehicle. Hubby, what did you find? Zhu Lingxue asked curiously. Good thing, we won't have to drive every day anymore. Wei Chuan made a suspenseful pause, bought some standard materials in the trading hall, and couldn't wait to sit in the driver's seat. What? Hearing that they wouldn't have to drive, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were very interested and gathered around. Watch closely, the treasure is about to come out. Wei Chuan whispered and placed all the materials by his feet, then stuck the Intelligent Voice Control System transformation template on the central console and clicked to start the transformation. V-Room. The familiar humming sound rang out, and all the materials piled at his feet instantly disappeared, absorbed entirely by the transformation template. Then, the central console seemed to come alive, rapidly morphing and expanding, with various materials flowing and reorganizing, while a glass screen extended out from the console. In just over 10 seconds, the slightly simple console area transformed. It had grown a sharp, high-quality, and technologically advanced 31-inch onboard display screen. The energy box was also beside the armrest box. After inserting the energy crystal, the screen lit up the next moment. A blue, cartoon lightning-shaped logo appeared in the center of the screen, followed by a gentle electronic synthesized voice. Hello, Commander, I am your exclusive driving assistant Lightning, system initialization complete. Before using the system, please follow the screen prompts to input your fingerprint and voice for binding. Chapter 63, Era of Fleet, Gray Iron Level Tunnel Instance. Driving Assistant. The moment the electronic voice sounded, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue almost exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling with unbelievable excitement. They knew too well what this meant. With this, they would be completely freed from the driver's seat. So, how is it? Isn't it a good thing? Wei Chuan crossed his arms, looking proudly at the two women, his face full of praise-me vibes. Hubby, you are amazing. Zhu Lingxue jumped onto Wei Chuan, giving him a random peck on the face. Practicality full score. Lu Qingqing also nodded vigorously, her gentle eyes filled with smiles. Wei Chuan laughed heartily and immediately began setting it up. He first recorded his fingerprint and voiceprint as the highest authority, then recorded Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue's fingerprint and voiceprint, giving them control permissions. These two permissions were quite similar, it was just that every time the engine was shut down and restarted, only the highest authority could activate it. Then, he eagerly tested this intelligent system. Lightning, drive, slow speed. Understood, Commander, speed is set to 30 km per hour, please call me anytime if you need to adjust the speed. The armored vehicle slowly started moving. Lightning, activate the massage function of the driver's seat, set the intensity to medium. Understood, Commander, the command has been executed. The massage chair underneath him immediately began to work, sending a comfortable vibration upward. Lightning, lower the air conditioning temperature. Understood, Commander, setting air conditioning to cooling mode at 18 degrees. Lightning, open the windows. Sorry, Commander, your windows are integrated bulletproof windows and cannot be opened. The test results left Wei Chuan immensely satisfied. This system not only executed driving commands perfectly but also allowed precise voice control over the vehicle's sources and electronics, making convenience hit an all-time high. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue eagerly tried various commands, quickly familiarizing themselves with this system, filling the cabin with laughter and joy. An hour later, the lunch break ended. Wei Chuan sent a private message to Li Yongsheng, is it done? Li Yongsheng replied almost immediately, done, boss, this AI is awesome. I really love it. Wei Chuan smiled and replied, alright, stop messing around. You go ahead and pave the way, speed 50 km per hour, keep an eye out for the instance, honk when you see it. Li Yongsheng, got it. Task guaranteed. The van slowly started up, overtaking the armored vehicle from the side and rear. Wei Chuan comfortably leaned back against the couch. Lightning, we can drive now, maintain a speed of 50 km per hour. Yes, Commander, cruise mode activated. The electronic voice sounded, and the armored vehicle started smoothly on its own, gradually accelerating to follow Li Yongsheng's van. This is what life is. Wei Chuan held Lu Qingqing with his left arm and hugged Zhu Lingxue with his right, happily watching the movie playing on a 60-inch big screen TV. This feeling was simply exhilarating. The survival on the road had transformed into a sense of RV travel. However, this pleasant atmosphere was shattered half an hour later. A roaring engine sound, clearly not from the armored vehicle or van, was approaching violently from afar. Wei Chuan immediately became alert. Although mechanical perception was not triggered, indicating no malice outside the vehicle, he still did not dare to be careless. Qingqing, Lingxue, drive manually. He signaled the two girls to get ready in the driver's seat, while he quickly took out a handgun and climbed up to the roof through the shooting hatch. Standing on the roof and looking out, he saw about 100 meters to the right, a parallel road. A chase was happening on that road. 4 modified cars were involved. 3 sedans were crazily pursuing a large pickup truck. Both sides' engines roared, especially that desperate, fleeing pickup. The exhaust pipe was spewing black smoke, as if the engine was overloaded. Looking ahead, Li Yongsheng had also heard the commotion. He had opened the driver's window, holding a handgun crossbow with both hands, ready to shoot at any moment. However, this chase did not involve them. That large pickup truck was fast, and the driver's skills were quite fierce, swerving left and right, never allowing the 3 sedans behind to overtake. As the angle between the two roads grew larger and the distance widened, the fierce engine sounds gradually disappeared into the wind. The lone wolf is getting harder to survive. Wei Chuan let out a sigh of relief, coming down from the roof, feeling somewhat sentimental. After the service area appeared, more vehicles joined the convoy, as the service area not only offered good supplies but also helped many find teammates. This scene of one vehicle being chased by multiple vehicles would probably become common in the future. After this little interlude, the convoy drove steadily for another half hour. Suddenly, Li Yongsheng, who was leading the way, began to honk wildly. "Lightning, slow down." Wei Chuan immediately ran to the driver's seat to check, only to see a solitary small mountain peak appearing to the right of the road, lush and green around it. At the foot of the small mountain, there was a dark tunnel entrance, flanked by rows of empty, oversized parking spaces. As the vehicle entered the parking space, several familiar gray lines of text floated above the tunnel entrance. "Survivor, welcome to the mountain tunnel." The mountain tunnel was conquered by the night demons before it was completed, and it has now become a lair for the night demons. Some supplies left behind during the hasty retreat of the construction team remain inside. Please explore with caution. Hazard survival difficulty, gray iron level. Hazard access time, 60/60 minutes. Hazard existence time, 222/300 minutes. The sudden appearance of a vibrant little mountain peak was indeed a dungeon, but the difficulty was not high, just the lowest gray iron level. The time limits were different from the hospital dungeon encountered yesterday. Perhaps every dungeon was different. "Boss." Li Yongsheng, who had parked the vehicle, ran to the front of the armored vehicle and waved. "Get ready, we will go in 5 minutes." Wei Chuan opened the car door and replied, then went to the storage shelf to organize his gear. The gray iron level dungeon could be used to train mental strength. There was no need to bring too many guns and ammunition. Just a submachine gun for backup and one handgun with 3 magazines would be enough. But just before setting off, Wei Chuan decided to have Zhu Lingxue stay in the vehicle. Yesterday, bumping into Li Yongsheng was possible. Today, I might bump into someone else. I must keep an eye out at the entrance to avoid getting my backside stolen. By the way, the tunnel is surely very dark. I need to buy some lighting lamps. Chapter 64, simple and straightforward, a metal bonanza. Once everything was ready, Wei Chuan brought Lu Qingqing and Li Yongxing to the deep tunnel entrance. "Boss, sister-in-law, how about, you wait for me? I need to go back to the car to get a flashlight?" Li Yongsheng looked at the flashlights in Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing's hands, then touched his empty hands, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head. "Didn't I tell you to prepare?" Wei Chuan rolled his eyes in annoyance, quickly pulling out a brand new flashlight of the same type from his backpack and tossing it over. He had already considered various situations and bought 10 flashlights of the same model. When there was nothing to do, he could carry one for use. During special circumstances, it could also serve as a throne lighting device, avoiding any accidents. His life was at stake. He never fought without preparation. "I prepared, but didn't think of this. It's all thanks to the boss." Li Yongsheng clumsily caught the flashlight, his face filled with admiration and a sense of relief. Soon, the three turned on their flashlights and stepped into the pitch-black tunnel. As soon as they entered the instance area, the light instantly became extremely dim, with only 3 beams of light swaying in the dusty, moldy air. The front of the tunnel looked no different from a regular tunnel. Long and wide, a dark and deep semicircular cave. The difference was that the interior was choked full of many abandoned vehicles, rusted to the point of being mere frames, stacked layer upon layer, forming a steel graveyard. After walking just a few steps inside, from behind the wreckage of an abandoned small truck up ahead, a horse wail suddenly pierced the air. "Ha!" A night demon, wearing tattered work clothes, seemingly mutated from a worker, lunged at them with claws bared. "There's a monster!" Li Yongqing was a bit cowardly, or perhaps too tense. Without waiting for the night demon to get close, he rapidly pulled the trigger multiple times, shooting several crossbow arrows that whistled through the air. Although his aim was average, the sheer number was effective, and one arrow just so happened to drive into the night demon's eye socket, instantly blasting its head and causing it to instantly disappear. Damn it, that scared me. Li Yongqing let out a sigh of relief, wiping non-existent cold sweat from his brow before hurriedly restocking arrows. Wei Chuan was already numb to this kind of situation. It was no wonder this guy always came to him to buy arrows every day. However, this tactic was quite reliable and worth studying its essence. The three-man team continued to delve deeper. There were no forks in the tunnel, but the abandoned vehicles and engineering obstacles greatly slowed their progress. After walking for over 10 minutes, they only encountered 3 night demons, without seeing a single mutated creature. This gray iron level instance is too easy. Wei Chuan shook his head, expressing mild disappointment in his tone. It was good that the instance was simple, but having no mutated creatures was quite annoying. He wanted evolution crystals. However, they found quite a bit of other supplies. They found many engineering-specific protective clothing, goggles, searchlights, various tools, and standard materials in some abandoned engineering vehicles or toolboxes, even some water and food. It wasn't very useful, but it could be considered a harvest. After walking forward for about 10 more minutes, the three finally reached the end of the tunnel. Ahead was an unfinished rock face. The construction had evidently been halted here. Under the beam of their flashlight, they could see several skeletons scattered at the end, their clothes long rotted away. And amid those bones, a pair of eerie, fierce green lights suddenly flickered to life. Eek! Accompanied by a sharp, piercing scream, an enormous mutated rat, comparable in size to a full-grown Alaskan Malamute, suddenly stood upright. Its whole body was covered in dirty, oily fur, and its sharp front teeth resembled 2 enormous chisels, exuding a foul smell, charging at Wei Chuan and his 2 companions with astonishing speed. "I'll do it," Wei Chuan whispered, stopping Lu Qingqing and Li Yongqing, who were ready to shoot. He wanted to test how his psychic power would work against the mutated creature. With a thought, a powerful mental force surged out in an instant. An invisible psychic force quickly gathered in front, forming a massive hand that was invisible to the eye, slamming down fiercely at the charging mutant rat. Bang! With a muffled sound, the aggressive mutant rat seemed to hit a transparent wall. Its momentum instantly halted, and its entire body was pressed hard against the dusty ground by an immense force. It flailed its limbs, struggling wildly, but could not break free at all. Wei Chuan felt the force of its struggles and was relieved. He changed his focus, and the invisible hand transformed from a press to a grip, tightly clenching the mutant rat's plump body, lifting it high into the air, then smashing it down towards the ground. Thud! The mutant rat let out a painful wail, blood gushing out from its mouth and nose, clearly severely injured from the fall. Wei Chuan eagerly experimented with several ways to use his psychic powers, whether to smash, press, or tear. At first, the mutant rat could still struggle madly, but as its injuries worsened, it quickly could only emit weak groans, ultimately becoming completely limp and motionless. Seeing that it could not hold on any longer, Wei Chuan focused his mind and extended his right hand to grasp the air. Pop! The mutant rat's large, narrow head burst apart as if crushed by a hydraulic press. The corpse quickly disappeared, leaving behind a dim source crystal. "Boss, you are so cool." Li Yongqing watched in shock, drooling from envy. He didn't force himself to awaken such a godly talent. He would be content with just having half the power and coolness of the psychic ability. "There's no path ahead, this rat must be the local lord," Lu Qingqing said, looking at the dissipating corpse. Looks like it. The gray iron level copy is much simpler than I initially thought. Let's start searching this area carefully." Wei Chuan nodded, leaned forward, and picked up the evolution crystal. "Okay." Lu Qingqing and Li Yongqing nodded, using their flashlights to illuminate their surroundings, starting to gather supplies. It was messy here, piled high with various construction tools, wooden boxes, oil drums, and even a small shuttle for transportation lay tipped over on one side. The visible supplies were significantly richer than in the midsection of the tunnel. "We have the finishing materials." Wei Chuan approached the shuttle, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. This small shuttle was the best preserved vehicle in the tunnel, hardly rusty and not needing any effort for refurbishing. The materials were very solid, mostly steel, along with a lot of plastic and wires. Most of the material on the vehicle was useful. With his current strength, it was just enough to carry away these useful materials. Organizing the compartments could free up 20 slots, and each slot could hold 500 pounds of material, allowing him to carry a full 10,000 pounds. Chapter 65, Purchase of Storage Props, Oasis Resource Point. 20 minutes later, Wei Chuan and his companions emerged from the tunnel laden with treasures. Each person's storage compartments were full, and their backpacks were stuffed. This trip was so easy, it ended without firing a single shot. A total of 7 night demons were all taken down by Li Yongqing with his pistol crossbow, while Wei Chuan had only killed 1 mutant rat, feeling as if they were just shopping in a supermarket. Danger zone entry time, 8 out of 60 minutes. Wei Chuan stroked his chin, noting that there were 8 minutes left. They couldn't waste any time. He instructed Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshuai to sort out the essential supplies while he took out all the metal materials, tossing them onto the ground to clear out the storage compartments before turning back and rushing into the tunnel. This time, the target was the scrap vehicles at the tunnel entrance. Before time ran out, Wei Chuan recovered 2 more vehicles. Done. Wei Chuan clapped his hands, looking at the pile of metal beside the armored vehicle, feeling very satisfied. Metal materials are always in excess. This round of renovation won't use it all, and it can be used in the next round. When there's a chance to stock up, one should gather as much as possible. I need to find a way to get some storage tools. As he moved the metal materials onto the vehicle, Wei Chuan couldn't help but frown. His current storage method was very primitive. Under 2 iron beds, he stuffed 3 bicycles and 1 electric bike, which were disassembled to just their main frames, for workbenches could provide 40 storage slots. These 40 storage slots were his current material warehouse. But this method isn't a long-term solution. Not only does it take up space, but it's also inconvenient to access. Every time he needed something, he had to crawl under the bed. Storage props, let's see. Wei Chuan opened the trading shop and posted a request. Wanted, various storage tools, can exchange with water and source crystals, sincerely looking to buy, bring your own price. He thought it would take a while to find a seller for such a relatively niche rare item, but surprisingly, his post had barely gone out when the survival manual lit up. Several people messaged him at the same time. Zhang Fan, bro, do you want a nightstand? It has 15 storage slots, how about 10 liters of water? Foamy, a backpack with 5 slots, price is 45 source crystals flat. Shaoan, buddy, take a look at the fine iron storage cabinet. It's compact but has an amazing 20 storage slots, only needs 15 liters of water. Equivalent goods are also accepted. Huan Liwa, I have a 10-slot climbing bag. Wei Chuan quickly scanned the messages and offers, finding the prices to be quite similar. On average, it seemed like one storage slot cost about 1.5 liters of water. Having never bought storage props before, he wasn't sure if this price was high or low, but with so many people selling at this price, it should be the normal market price, and for him, it was just a small amount. I'll take them all. Without any hesitation, Wei Chuan turned on the allow trading function and quickly completed the transactions. 1 item, 2 items, 5 items. The storage props next to the sofa piled up more and more, including nightstands, cabinets, wardrobes, climbing bags, and backpacks. That's enough. Wei Chuan looked at the colorful storage tools, feeling very happy. This wave directly boosted the number of storage slots to 3 digits, which would definitely be more than enough in the short term. With furniture and backpacks, both inside and outside the vehicle could use them. After organizing these storage tools, he immediately set to work, pulling out the bicycles and electric bike from under the bed. Now, you can retire. Wei Chuan smirked, activating his power to recycle these 4 two-wheeled vehicles into materials. Out. Clean up done. 10 minutes later, the convoy set off, heading towards the unknown ahead. During this trip, time passed unusually slowly and blandly. From 3 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., they didn't gain anything, not even encountering other vehicles. The entire world seemed to consist only of their 2 lonely cars driving along. A simple night passed, and the 8th day of survival had already come. After waking up, Wei Chuan habitually picked up the survival manual from the bedside to check. Survivor, Wei Chuan. Talent, S-Class Mechanical Control, Telekinesis. Time, 6:05. Weather, clear. Temperature, 30 degrees Celsius. Seeing the temperature section, Wei Chuan instinctively frowned, feeling something was off. It's already 30 degrees this early? In the past, around this time, the temperature generally stayed between 25 and 27 degrees, while not cool, it certainly didn't feel hot. During the hottest hours in the afternoon, the temperature could soar to 39 degrees. Like an invisible ceiling, it had never broken the 40-degree barrier. But today, it was 30 degrees before dawn. Wouldn't the highest temperature likely break 40 degrees, or even higher, by afternoon? Ridiculous, and no notice at all. Wei Chuan muttered, then thought of a real good news: water prices are about to go up again. High temperatures will inevitably lead to a surge in water consumption. The water he has will be worth more. Let's look in the afternoon. He shook his head, closed the survival manual, and prepared to start a new day's work on the armored vehicle. However, just as he turned to grab the materials, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse through the observation window of the vehicle, with the residual moonlight not yet faded, revealing a scene that should not exist in this dry prairie. A shadow, somewhat slender and tall, was gently swaying. What the hell? A chill swept through Wei Chuan's back in an instant. Almost instinctively, his submachine gun was in his hand. He held his breath and focused carefully. The swaying black shadow outside, the outline seemed somewhat familiar. It looked like a tree? Where did a tree come from on the dry prairie? There wasn't one last night, Could it be a refreshed copy by the roadside? Wei Chuan quickly opened a flashlight, agilely climbed on top of the vehicle through the shooting hatch, and suddenly swept the beam towards the right side of the road. Damn it! In the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted, unable to restrain a shout. Not far from the road, just a few meters away, a vibrant green oasis suddenly appeared, starkly contrasting the surrounding environment. It was a small oasis resource point. Not very large, about 500 square meters, in this dead silent prairie, it stood out like a paradise. In the oasis, several tall coconut trees grew, their crowns lush, hanging heavy clusters of green coconuts. The ground was no longer sand and dead grass, but lush green grass with various wildflowers sprinkled among them. One could vaguely see some low plants with round watermelons on them. What made Wei Chuan most excited was that in the very center of this small oasis, there was a box he was extremely familiar with, faintly glowing with a golden light under the illumination. A golden box. Chapter 66, Attack, the Troublesome Mutated Tree. I've struck gold these past 2 days. Wei Chuan felt an immense surprise rush to his head, almost flinging the flashlight away in excitement. An oasis rich in fruit resources, a golden box guaranteed to produce treasures, this place was simply heaven. Wait, and a crystal for evolution. Resource points are always protected by mutated creatures, it's the rule of the resource points. Ling Shui, Qing Chang, wake up. Wei Chuan immediately began to pack up his gear, shouting towards the bed as he did. While it was still dark and the temperature not too high, he planned to go out and scrape this oasis resource point. Honey? What's wrong? Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were awakened by Wei Chuan's shout, sitting up from bed with sleepy eyes, looking dazed at Wei Chuan beside the storage rack. Get up quickly. There's an oasis-type resource point outside, it has lots of fruit and a golden box. Wei Chuan spoke quickly, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Fruit and a golden box? These 2 words were like a stimulant, instantly wiping away the remaining sleepiness of both women. For them now, fruit was just an ordinary snack, but the experience of picking fruit in an oasis was an absolute luxurious enjoyment in this world. Moreover, there was also a golden box. Yesterday's smart AI was opened from a golden box, and this time might yield good things too. The 2 women quickly got out of bed, changed into athletic wear, and checked their weapons and ammunition. Wei Chuan moved the armored vehicle slightly, directing the 2 high-brightness headlights at the oasis, instantly dispelling the darkness in that area, making many details clearer. After preparing the equipment, Wei Chuan, along with the fully armed women, jumped off the vehicle. Passing by Li Yongxing's minivan, he knocked hard on the door twice. Yongshang, there's something good, hurry up and get up. Boss? A drowsy response came from Li Yongxing in the car. Get up quickly, we're going to pick fruit. Hearing the response, Wei Chuan didn't wait any longer and led Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue towards the oasis. Under the strong light, the coconut trees, poplar trees, grass, flowers, and fruits in the oasis looked even clearer and more tempting. That angular golden box emitted a captivating glow. But strangely, this resource point was eerily quiet. At a glance, there were no signs of mutated creatures at all. Be careful. Wei Chuan whispered a reminder, loudly clapping his hands to create a noticeable noise, trying to draw out any hidden mutated creatures. However, the oasis remained silent, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. Just as Wei Chuan's hands began to ache from the clapping, he considered firing a shot for testing. Boss! It's the trees! Li Yongqing's tense shout suddenly came from behind. He had just gathered his gear and caught a shocking scene. Almost simultaneously, Wei Chuan also noticed movement to his left front. He saw that 2 seemingly ordinary stout poplar trees were suddenly coming to life at that moment. Their thick trunks twisted like giant pythons, and the gnarled branches whipped through the air with a tearing sound, racing with astonishing speed and force towards Wei Chuan and the others. No wonder he couldn't draw out any mutated creatures. Guarding this resource point were actually 2 mutated trees. Dodge! Wei Chuan's pupils dilated, and with no time to think, his mental power exploded. An invisible force grabbed Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue by their collars and yanked them backward, while he rolled to the right. Whoosh! The enormous wooden whip swept past them, the gust throwing painful winds against their faces. If hit directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it, he was careless. When it was updated, the notification said, causes mutations in plants and animals. But in the past few days, all the resource points and dungeons featured mutated animals, leading Wei Chuan to mistakenly believe only animals could mutate, almost causing him to stumble. At that moment, Li Yongxing dashed over. He quickly raised his crossbow and shot several arrows at one of the mutated poplar tree's trunk. However, the mutated poplar tree reacted extremely quickly, its thin branches dancing like slender arms, accurately knocking away all the incoming arrows. Damn! Li Yongxing cursed under his breath, his face slightly pale. These mutated plants were far more troublesome than mutated animals, they even knew how to defend and block. Bang! 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 At this moment, Wei Chuan had steadied himself and, without hesitation, pulled out a shotgun from his storage compartment, unleashing a storm of shots at the waving branches of the mutated poplar tree. You can block arrows, but can you block a shotgun? A metallic storm formed from numerous lead pellets enveloped a large area. Although most were blocked by branches, splinters and leaves flew everywhere, many still penetrated the defenses, striking hard against the main trunk. Getting up from the ground, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were equally shocked and furious, immediately aiming their handguns at another mutated poplar tree, firing eagerly. Bang! 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 The bullets struck the trunk and branches of the poplar tree, exploding into gooey, red-green mixed liquid that looked strange and disgusting. Creak! The two poplar trees seemed to feel excruciating pain, emitting a sharp screaming sound like broken wood, completely going mad. Their trunks and branches began to twist and lash wildly, trying to destroy everything around them. Of course. Now, the four of us in Wei Chuan have already pulled away completely. They retreated outside the oasis, using guns and hand crossbows to attack from a distance. The power of the mutated poplar trees is terrifying, but they cannot move beyond their root range. All attacks are futile, only wounding flowers, grass, and air. They have become targets. Don't waste ammunition, aim before you shoot. First, hit that tree on the left. Wei Chuan calmly gave orders, switching from a shotgun to a pistol, continuously blasting the trunk of one mutated poplar tree. The other three immediately adjusted their aim, bullets and crossbow bolts pouring down like rain. Under the intense fire, the wounds on the trunk of the poplar tree increased, and red-green sap flowed out in bursts. The waving branches gradually became weak. So much meat. Wei Chuan stared at the bullet casings at his feet, heartbroken to the point of almost spitting blood. His current mental power had an attack range of only about 25 meters, so he could only use a gun. If this ammunition were used against normal mutated creatures, it would probably be enough to kill 5, but this mutated poplar tree was merely heavily injured. This is the strongest aspect of plants, terrifying vitality. Fortunately, they have the weakness of immobility, otherwise, they would be quite difficult to deal with. This trip back, I must make some throwing weapons like flying spears, specifically to deal with such hard-to-kill mutated plants. Chapter 67, Scar Rifle Set Recipe. Switch to another tree. Wei Chuan rotated his gun and opened fire vigorously at another mutated poplar tree that was still clawing and flailing, with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue quickly following suit. Bang! 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 With a few shots from each person, the second mutated poplar tree was also hit, sap spraying everywhere, and its waving branches visibly slowed and weakened. Yongsheng, leave the finishing off to you. Wei Chuan didn't want to waste precious bullets any further, so he said to Li Yongsheng. Got it, boss. Li Yongsheng immediately loaded crossbow bolts into the quiver and shot into the two already lifeless mutated poplar trees. The bolts deeply penetrated their trunks. After emptying 2 quivers, the 2 mutated poplar trees seemed to have their life force instantly drained. Their branches and leaves rapidly withered, shrank, and darkened at a visible speed, finally turning into what looked like burnt charcoal, completely losing all motion. Clearly, they were dead beyond any doubt. That's some real meat. Wei Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, unable to help but exclaim. The defensive and life force of these 2 mutated poplar trees far surpassed any mutated animals he had encountered before, even stronger than mutated centipedes. If a team without ranged firepower had come, they definitely wouldn't have been able to take them down. But thinking back now, it wasn't really necessary to fight them after all. Since both mutated poplar trees couldn't move, as long as they weren't ambushed by them, they could completely bypass them from the side and go straight for the golden box and fruits. Of course, he would definitely not take the long way around. Wei Chuan looked at the 2 dead trees and smiled. The evolution crystals were treasures not to be missed. After tidying up the dust-covered clothes and pants from earlier, Wei Chuan led the 3 closer to the now dead mutated poplar trees. The dead mutated poplar trees were now very fragile. Their trunks were as brittle as sun-dried plastic, easily creating a big hole with just a poke. Wei Chuan rummaged inside their main trunks and quickly dug out 2 evolution crystals. Second-level evolution crystal, a crystal containing weak source energy, the power source for mutated creatures. Swallowing it can slightly enhance physical and mental strength, with a small chance to awaken a second talent. No wonder it was so tough, it turns out to be second level. Wei Chuan weighed it lightly and then placed it in his pocket. Then he looked at Li Yongsheng and said, Yongsheng, I have use for the second level one, after we finish searching this resource point. I gave you the first tier 1 that the mutated mouse exploded before. If it weren't for Li Yongsheng shouting just in time, they might have been ambushed and hurt. This credit must be noted. Hearing this, Li Yongsheng quickly waved his hand. No, boss, you can eat it yourself. Just save some for me when there's more later. I'm fine as long as you protect me. Besides, if it weren't for you and the 2 sisters shooting so fiercely, I wouldn't be able to handle this level of boss. Take it and keep it, let's start searching. This place isn't small, try to finish searching before the sun comes up. Wei Chuan chuckled and patted Li Yongsheng on the shoulder. After saying that, he couldn't wait to step into the oasis first. His first target, of course, was that golden chest in the center of the oasis. Once again facing the golden chest, the same anticipation, the same action. Come on, some black tech. Wei Chuan narrowed his eyes and whispered a phrase. After the AI transformation template appeared, he had completely fallen in love with this type of black tech source with special abilities. With a strong push, the lid of the chest quickly tilted backward. 2. Recipes? Wei Chuan raised his eyebrows. There were no products inside the chest, but 2 light yellow scrolls tied with white ribbons lay quietly inside. He directly picked up the 2 recipes, untying the ribbons that bound them and unfolding the recipes. When he saw the item information that the recipes provided, he nearly popped out his eyes. Recipe: Scar H Standard Assault Rifle. Description: a modular assault rifle with excellent shooting performance, effective range of 300 meters, uses 7.62 by 51 mm rifle ammunition, 20-round magazine capacity. Crafting times: 5 out of 5. Materials needed: refined steel ingots *5, refined aluminum ingots *5, engineering plastics *5, engineering rubber *5. Recipe: 7.62 by 51 mm rifle ammunition. Mature full-power rifle ammunition, with a copper-clad lead core structure, relatively lightweight, commonly used in standard rifles and light machine guns. Crafting times: infinity/infinity. Materials needed: standard primer powder *1, standard propellant powder *1, refined copper ingots *1. Wow! Wei Chuan was overjoyed and couldn't help but swing a fist hard. This was actually a complete set of manufacturing recipes for an assault rifle and its ammunition. The gun recipe could be crafted 5 times, and the bullets recipe was actually unlimited. This really struck a chord with him. If it were just a simple rifle recipe or a finished rifle, to be honest, it wouldn't be very useful for him now. After all, he already had the Bobo Shah submachine gun, which overflowed with close-range firepower. A rifle with only a 20-round magazine, no matter how precise or powerful it was, couldn't compete with a submachine gun that could hold 71 rounds during close combat. But the unlimited bullet recipe meant something entirely different. With his financial resources, he could completely achieve bullet freedom, firing 1 round and discarding 1 round without worrying about ammunition anymore. Damn it, this is really taking off. Wei Chuan immediately used the 2 recipes, his face displaying an incredibly satisfied smile. Although he didn't get a black tech item, this unlimited bullet rifle recipe was truly amazing. Honey, what good stuff did you get? Show me quickly. Zhu Lingxue had been keeping an eye on Wei Chuan's movements. Seeing him open the golden chest, she immediately ran over, curious and excited. It's a surprise, I'll tell you later. Wei Chuan was in a great mood, looking at Zhu Lingxue's eager expression, deliberately smiling and keeping it a secret. How long is later? Seeing Wei Chuan's mysterious and clearly excited look, Zhu Lingxue felt a tickling sensation in her heart as if a little kitten was scratching it. She immediately took advantage of her charm, pressed her soft body closer, tightly hugging Wei Chuan's arm and gently shaking it, saying in a sweet and soft voice, "Honey, just tell me please, okay, hurry up and say. It's a great treasure." Feeling the soft touch on his arm and the sweet voice in his ear, Wei Chuan nearly lost control. But he still restrained his pride. He stretched out his index finger and gently scraped it across Zhu Lingxue's delicate and perky nose, insisting, "I said it's a surprise. Spoiling it in advance is no fun. You will know soon." Stingy. Seeing that her pouting tactic was ineffective, Zhu Lingxue immediately changed her expression, sulking as she let go of his hand and playfully twisted the soft flesh at Wei Chuan's waist, not too hard but not too soft either. Ouch! Wei Chuan reflexively exclaimed. "I won't help you tonight." After twisting, Zhu Lingxue still seemed not satisfied. Suddenly, she tiptoed, leaned close to Wei Chuan's cheek, opened her small mouth, and gently bit down with her snow-white teeth, leaving a shallow imprint and a wet mark. After doing all this, she felt like she had regained some ground, proudly raised her chin, gave a light snort, and turned around, bouncing away to pick fruits. "It's not me who's craving." Wei Chuan touched the spot on his face where she bit him, watching Zhu Lingxue's graceful and cheerful figure, unable to help but shake his head and chuckle. This girl is really getting better at teasing him. Chapter 68, Want to be a yellow sparrow? Have you asked Bobo Shah? At this moment, Wei Chuan's mood was like this oasis, full of life and energy. He looked around, temporarily suppressing the immense joy in his heart. The coconuts hanging from the branches, watermelons and cantaloupes hidden among the leaves, and even some fruits that he couldn't name were all waiting for him to pick. The 4 of them spread out, excitedly starting their harvest. Some fruits were more troublesome to pick, like coconuts which had to be chopped down from the tree, while sea buckthorn and goji berries had to be picked one by one. They picked for more than half an hour, and it wasn't until 7 a.m., when the sky brightened, that they barely finished picking all the edible fruits in the oasis. Overall, the time spent meant a rich harvest. The total weight of various fruits had surpassed 200 pounds. Most of it was big fruits like coconuts, watermelons, and cantaloupes, with a smaller portion being figs, sea buckthorns, goji berries, ginseng fruits, and pomegranates. This picking trip was truly exhilarating. Although fruits were not precious treasures to them, the feeling of harvesting them with their own hands from the branches and fields was incredibly satisfying, and everyone was thoroughly engaged in picking. This labor-intensive task, instead of wearing them out, actually allowed them to relax surprisingly well. If only we could add a small lake. Wei Chuan wiped his sweat and tossed a few goji berries into his mouth, feeling immensely pleased. However, just as he was about to call his wife and younger brother for the final round of cleanup, boom! From behind the road, suddenly came a series of dense and violent engine roars. It sounded like there were quite a few vehicles, and they were approaching quickly. Get back to the car. Wei Chuan's expression changed, his pistol in hand, as he shouted a warning. But just as they started to run, a few arrows whizzed through the air with sharp sounds, landing in the nearby grass after losing momentum. The opposing party apparently had bows and arrows, but they were too far away to pose a threat. Damn, looking for death. Wei Chuan was instantly furious. If they were just passing by, avoiding confrontation would have been fine. But it was clear that the other side was aiming for them, and they likely discovered them from afar, intentionally waiting until they had gathered supplies before attacking. Want to play the role of the Yellow Sparrow? You try it. Wei Chuan's eyes gleamed with cold light. Don't shoot. Lure them over. Yongsheng, come with me to the top of the car. Wei Chuan immediately stopped Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, who were already raising their guns to retaliate, while reaching into his storage compartment to throw a pistol to Li Yongsheng. Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely take them down. Li Yongsheng caught the pistol, his heart pounding with excitement. He knew this meant Wei Chuan truly regarded him as one of his own, gripping the gun tightly, cautiously aiming it at the ground, and quickly following Wei Chuan towards the armored vehicle. A distance of just 30 or 40 meters was nothing for someone who had undergone physical enhancement. In the blink of an eye, the attackers completely appeared in their sight. It was a convoy of 7 modified vehicles, led by a heavy-looking big truck, followed by 6 vans and sedans. People leaned out from the roofs or windows of the vehicles, holding various weapons, mainly bows and machetes. The leading big truck seemed intent on crashing straight through. The 6 sedans behind it accelerated from both sides, clearly trying to encircle and trap Wei Chuan's 2 cars on the road. In the next life, be smarter. As the convoy approached within 100 meters, Wei Chuan had already climbed onto the roof of the car. He let out a cold laugh, took out his PPSH submachine gun from the storage compartment, and aimed it directly at the driver's seat of the big truck. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The firepower from the 71-round magazine erupted instantly, dense bullets poured out like rain. The seemingly sturdy windshield of the big truck shattered into countless fragments, and the driver in the cab didn't even have time to scream, being turned into a sieve along with the seat. The out-of-control big truck immediately swerved, crashing down the roadside just before hitting Li Yongxing's van, making a dull thud as it rolled over in the grass, no longer moving. Awesome! Li Yongxing saw Wei Chuan pull out the PPSH submachine gun, and his eyes instantly widened. In the next second, he reacted, gripping his pistol tightly, firing repeatedly at the window of a van trying to flank from the right. His aim was terrible, and with one magazine, the bullets flew who knows where. But as luck would have it, it seemed the bullets hit the tire or startled the driver, and the front end of the van suddenly twisted violently, crashing into another arriving sedan for support. The 2 vehicles immediately tangled together, stopping in the pile of grass. Inside the car, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue weren't idle either. Through the shooting holes in the compartment, they focused their fire on the 2 cars crashing into each other. Rat-tat-tat. Bang! 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 In an instant, gunshots exploded across the hayfield, completely shattering the morning calm. In just one encounter, this seemingly powerful convoy of 7 vehicles instantly had only 4 left that could still move. The people in those 4 vehicles were terrified by the terrifying firepower, completely ignoring their teammates' situation, unable to even turn around. They just slammed into reverse, trying to escape. Thinking of running now? It's too late. Wei Chuan jumped down from the roof, holding the PPSH with about half of its bullets left, charging forward like a cheetah. He sprinted at high speed while expertly firing off precise shots. Having consumed 23 evolution crystals, his physique displayed its full potential at this moment. His speed was astonishing. A 100-meter sprint could take only 5 or 6 seconds, even faster than those cars just starting to reverse. He raised his gun, shooting a round of fire, accurately hitting the driver's side windows of 2 vehicles on the left roadside. Blood instantly splattered across the driver's seats. With the PPSH's magazine emptied, Wei Chuan didn't hesitate to put it away and switch to the enhanced Dahong Star, starting his attack on the cars on the road. Bang! Bang! The last 2 vehicles had already reversed a distance. Wei Chuan emptied the last 3 magazines. One vehicle's 2 front tires were shot out, the rims scraping sparks on the road as it came to a lopsided stop. The other vehicle kept reversing, but its front swayed back and forth, as if the driver had been shot. It barely managed to escape about 200 meters but then completely stalled in the middle of the road. Chapter 69, Easy Handling, Scar H produced. Wei Chuan quickly chased after, switching his pistol for a shotgun, cautiously approaching the first vehicle. The driver in the driver's seat was completely devoid of blood, looking quite well, clutching a bow and arrow with the arrow already knocked. Aimed at the car window, he wanted to strike back directly when Wei Chuan arrived. Bang! 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 But how could Wei Chuan give him the chance? Before he even reached the back of the car, he fired 3 rounds of buckshot directly at the driver's seat, instantly taking out the driver. After dealing with this car, Wei Chuan continued his chase forward. The second car was the same. Before Wei Chuan got close, he unleashed a storm of shots with his buckshot. There were 2 people in this car, both the driver and passenger were covered in blood, completely turned into a sieve. At that moment, a burst of urgent gunfire came from the direction of the armored vehicle behind. It was the sound of standard large black stars. It sounded like Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were firing. Are there stragglers? Wei Chuan's heart tightened, and he immediately turned around, racing back as fast as he could. However, when Wei Chuan rushed back to the armored vehicle with all his speed, he found that the battle here had already ended. Indeed, there were stragglers, but they weren't struggling to survive. Instead, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were cutting down the remaining threats. There were a total of 10 people in these 7 vehicles. Wei Chuan had taken out 3 people while pursuing those 2 cars. Among the remaining 5 vehicles, there were 7 people left, with 3 of them lucky enough not to be killed outright. After their car was hit, they tried to escape, but were spotted by Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Each was awarded a few bullets and all were taken down. Li Yongsheng was even more ruthless. Regardless of whether the bodies were truly dead, he didn't feel secure firing his pistol crossbow into the corpses until they looked like porcupines before stopping. Seeing Wei Chuan return, Li Yongsheng proudly patted his chest. With a tone of seeking credit, he said, "Boss, don't worry, with my actions, even if these bastards have the talent of rapid regeneration, they definitely won't survive." At first, Wei Chuan found this a bit amusing, thinking this kid was overly nervous. But then he thought about it. In this bizarre world, any strange talent could appear, and while Li Yongsheng's approach seemed wasteful, it was precisely the most prudent and safest method. Well done, keep it up in the future. Wei Chuan's initial amusement quickly turned serious as he appreciatively slapped Li Yongsheng's shoulder. Truly a soldier of General Wei. At this moment, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue came over, both holding handguns. The expressions on their faces were slightly pale, and their breathing was somewhat rapid. This was their first time personally participating in direct combat and killing. The physiological and psychological discomfort required time to adapt. However, they both understood the survival rules of this world. When they took action earlier, there was no hesitation at all, firing until the targets were completely dead. Alright, everyone listen up. Wei Chuan clapped his hands to attract the attention of the 3. Now, organize the storage compartments and search for all the supplies in these 7 vehicles. We'll keep the vehicles themselves to recycle them later. He quickly assigned tasks. Yongsheng, take care of those 2 farther away, just drive over. Qingqing and Lingxue will handle the nearby ones. If any other vehicles come close, just open fire. As he spoke, Wei Chuan paused for a moment. He took out 2 shotguns, tossing one to Li Yongsheng and handing the other to Lu Qingqing. This is the last of the ammunition, you guys search first. I'll go back to the car to make some bullets and help you later. Boss, don't worry. I'll hold the line, no one will get close. Li Yongsheng, holding the shotgun, felt extremely moved, sensing great trust, and hurriedly ran towards his van. Then we'll head out first. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue hugged Wei Chuan one after another before walking towards the nearest large truck. This damned survival. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette at the original spot, watching Li Yongsheng start the engine and turn around before he turned back to the vehicle. The inside of the vehicle was very quiet. He sat quietly on the couch for 2 minutes, suppressing the emotional turmoil caused by the earlier intense killing, and then stood up to approach the production table. Supplementing ammunition is the top task. Nobody knows when the next wave of danger will come. Damn, all high-grade materials. Wei Chuan opened the crafting table and suddenly remembered that the materials needed for the Scar rifle and ammunition were all high-grade standard materials. There was a gun shop in the service area that sold them, but he didn't buy any. However, these materials were also in the supply boxes. He had seen many of them in the trading market before, so they weren't hard to buy. Transaction successful, source crystal 5, obtained, refined steel ingot *6. Transaction successful, source crystal 5, obtained, refined copper ingot *5. Transaction successful, source crystal 9, obtained, standard propellant *10. The price was a little cheaper than in the gun shop, so Wei Chuan bought a bunch and directly used 4 crafting attempts. Refined steel ingot 5, refined aluminum ingot 5, engineering plastic 5, engineering rubber 5. Crafting successful, obtained Scar H standard assault rifle *1. Refined steel ingot 5, refined aluminum ingot 5, engineering plastic 5, engineering rubber 5. Crafting successful, obtained scar. This ammunition is a bit expensive. While making bullets, Wei Chuan calculated carefully, the cost of one batch of bullets was nearly 3 source crystals. This meant that 1 liter of water could only be exchanged for 4 batches of bullets. If one batch only had 1 round, that would be really burning money. Standard primer 1, standard propellant 1, refined copper ingot 1. Crafting successful, 7.62 by 51 mm rifle bullets *5. Fortunately, after crafting, it was one batch of 5 rounds, meaning 1 liter of water could fill one full magazine of 20 bullets, which was a price he could accept. So Wei Chuan bought another batch of materials and crafted 400 rounds of ammunition in one go. 400 rounds of ammunition meant 20 magazines. He kept 11 for himself and evenly distributed the remaining 9 magazines to his 2 wives and 1 younger brother, giving each 3 magazines. That's right, he planned to equip Li Yongxing as well. After joining the team, Li Yongxing's performance had earned his trust. In fact, whenever Li Yongxing had a gun in hand, he secretly stabilized his telekinesis, but Li Yongxing had every time given up on the chance to grow big and strong. Although he wouldn't completely relax his vigilance because of this, the trust was real. In the end, Wei Chuan made another batch of metal magazines. After manually assembling 4 magazines for 4 guns, he sorted out a portion from the remaining magazines and bullets and packed them into a plastic bag. Making bullets was too troublesome. He could help his wife, but let Li Yongxing handle his own. Chapter 70, The Upgrade of the Convoy's Strength, Metal Materials Overflow. Feeling a bit too relaxed. Just before getting off the vehicle, Wei Chuan paused again. He looked down at his t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, feeling that something was off. This outfit seemed like he was going to collect rent. So he opened the trading market again and searched carefully. Transaction successful, source crystal 12, obtained, desert camouflage combat suit *1. Transaction successful, 500 milliliters water can 1, obtained, multifunctional tactical vest *1. Transaction successful, source crystal 7, obtained, Marine Corps boots *1. Transaction successful, compressed biscuits 1, obtained, tactical goggles *1. Transaction successful. 5 minutes later, Wei Chuan finished this round of procurement, and his identity had shifted from rent collector to special forces. He changed into a combat suit full of individual soldier style. Wearing a police anti-explosion helmet on his head, tactical goggles perched on his face, a tactical vest donned over his body with several magazines hanging, and a holster on the outer thigh with a handgun inside, and he was laced up in camouflage combat boots. He even got knee and elbow pads. He bought everything available in the trading market. Although half of it was second-hand goods produced from resource points, it didn't affect the classiness and deterrence of the equipment. Because the gun in his hand was real. To improve shooting accuracy, he also searched for a scope. He was lucky and bought a scope called Advanced Combat Optical Scope, which could perform basic holographic aiming and had a maximum 4x magnification feature. He didn't manage to buy a grip, so Wei Chuan planned to make one himself later. He also couldn't find the bulletproof vest and bulletproof helmet he wanted most, those 2 things he couldn't craft, but he could try to post a purchase request later. In short, he would gather as much as he could. Damn, it's so hot. When getting out of the car, Wei Chuan couldn't help but squint his eyes, but when he noticed eyes on him, he immediately straightened his back and put on a cool expression. Li Yongxing happened to drive a working car from the distance and parked it next to the armored vehicle. When he got out, he immediately saw the sleek new gun in Wei Chuan's hand, and a series of exclamations spilled out. What the hell? Is that a scar? Boss. This new gun is too awesome. Where did you get it? It's just okay, do you know it? Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow, tapping the cold, hard body of the gun in his hand with a tone that still held a hint of arrogance. Of course I know it, the Scar is a famous gun. The recoil isn't big, it's very manageable. I feel it's even better than the M4 and 94, the handling is pretty good. If it weren't for the newer guns being more ridiculous, it... Li Yongxing excitedly leaned closer, examining the Scar H like it was a rare treasure. Stop right there. Before he could continue his gun review, Wei Chuan angrily interrupted him. Are you playing Crossfire here? Talking about gun handling? Don't you know that touching the gun like that is bad? You clearly look like a newbie. At that moment, hearing the noise, Zhu Lingxue ran over with Lu Qingqing in tow. The beautiful eyes of the 2 girls flickered over Wei Chuan before finally fixing on the Scar H they were seeing for the first time. Zhu Lingxue curiously asked, Hubby, is this the item we found in that golden box just now? Yes. Wei Chuan nodded, explaining, we got a complete set of recipes. The gun is just a decent assault rifle, nothing special, but its bullet recipe is unlimited. Unlimited bullet recipe? As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 listening broke into excitement at the same time. The cost of those small bullet things surely isn't too high, and with the unlimited bullet recipe, they could shoot freely in the future without worrying about every shot being painful. Wei Chuan watched the joyful expressions on their faces and felt a great sense of satisfaction in his heart. After showing off the new gear for a while, Wei Chuan directly took out 3 SCAR HS from the storage compartment, handing one to Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongxing each. Then, he tossed Li Yongxing a small plastic bag. "There are 2 magazines worth in there, load them yourself." Alright. Li Yongxing took the plastic bag, looking at the golden bullets inside, feeling the weight of the new rifle in his hand, and couldn't stop smiling. He stored the items, looked up seriously at Wei Chuan, and firmly patted his chest. "Boss, I won't say much, just give me orders if you need anything. Just a few guns, man." Wei Chuan smiled, lightly tapping his chest in response. "Alright, let's get back to work, hurry up and finish searching, or else when the sun rises completely, we will be baked to death." "Got it." The 4 separated again, continuing the work of cleaning up the battlefield that wasn't finished yet. Actually, after the earlier search, the supplies from 7 vehicles had been nearly cleared out, and the cars that could still run had already been brought over by Li Yongsheng. Now, the main task left was to break down and reclaim these vehicles. This finish-up work took nearly an hour to complete. The 7 vehicles had been modified to varying degrees, with reinforced bodies and plenty of metal materials. After experiencing the harvest of picking fruit in 2 battles, Wei Chuan's energy was running low, so he took a half-hour break in between. With a large batch of supplies and metal materials added in, the recently expanded storage compartment was in urgent need again, with only a pitiful few slots left, about to be full. Once the convoy set off, Wei Chuan briefly assessed the gains from this battle. The various reclaimed metal materials added up to around 13 tons, which means 26,000 pounds. There were 17 regular bows and almost 200 arrows. A bit over 500 source crystals. All sorts of standard materials add up to nearly 300 units. Various living supplies are quite abundant, just the water and food alone could last 10 people for a month. Among all the gains, the best is a gun. A pistol called Glock 19, it's a bit small, but it's quite comfortable to hold, with only 3 bullets left in the magazine. This was found by Zhu Lingxue on a big truck driver. That guy should have been the leader of this convoy and was the first unfortunate soul to be taken out. After finding the formula, Wei Chuan tossed the gun into the storage rack. The item is indeed good, but right now he doesn't really care for it, it can only sit there gathering dust. Perhaps when he wants to sell firearms, he could sell this low-powered pistol and rake in a bunch of formulas and rare items. This is the main stock of supplies. For some unused items like furniture, tableware, clothes, etc., he couldn't be bothered to count them and directly listed them in the trading post for low prices to exchange for source crystals. Chapter 71, Small Update, Research Institute Defense Battle. Is the effect this obvious? Wei Chuan suddenly opened his eyes wide while sitting on the sofa, a flash of brilliance in his gaze. He just ate 1 second-level evolution crystal, and the surge of energy and enhancement he felt exceeded that of the first-level evolution crystal he took before. Roughly estimated, the effect is almost 3 times that of the first level. He smacked his lips, feeling the increasingly full power within him, and ate the second-level evolution crystal. The mighty energy once again burst forth, washing over his limbs and bones, nourishing his spirit and consciousness, and both his physical and mental strengths increased at a noticeably rapid pace. He initially wanted to leave these 2 evolution crystals for Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, hoping they would awaken their second talents sooner. But they insisted that after the ammunition issue was resolved, it didn't matter whether they awakened their second talent sooner or later and insisted he use them to enhance his strength. With the 2 second-level evolution crystals down, Wei Chuan's strength rose another step. Although he couldn't conduct precise testing, he estimated that simply relying on his telekinesis, moving 600 pounds should not be a problem. His physical strength should be about the same. After all, during previous tests, the levels of these 2 abilities always seemed quite close. Just as he was carefully savoring the newfound power, the survival manual placed aside emitted a soft glow. Wei Chuan casually picked it up and opened it. It was a private message from Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, boss, I have awakened. Huh? Wei Chuan was slightly taken aback. This guy seemed to have eaten only 4 first-level evolution crystals, and he actually awakened a second talent? What luck! However, given Li Yongsheng's boisterous personality, after awakening his second talent, he should be jumping for joy. Why so calm? Is he unsatisfied with his second talent? Wei Chuan, what talent? Tell me about it. Li Yongsheng, resilient recovery. The effect is that when injured, as long as consciousness remains, the body will automatically consume stamina to recover from injuries. The recovery speed is tied to stamina. In simple terms, it's a bankrupt version of super regeneration. Wei Chuan was instantly stunned after reading the description. Isn't this too coincidental? This morning, Li Yongsheng was still shouting about needing to be fierce with finishing blows, fearing the enemy had recovery-related talents, and then he himself awakened a recovery talent? No wonder he's so down. For a young person who yearns for flashy abilities, this kind of simple toughness passive talent really isn't that wonderful. However, Wei Chuan thought carefully, and the development prospects of this talent are actually quite good. As long as he keeps eating evolution crystals, continuously enhancing his physical strength and overall stamina, he could develop it in the direction of Wolverine. Not a bankrupt version of super regeneration, but the real deal with a different name. Wei Chuan, it's already very powerful, staying alive is the most crucial, what can be more important than life? Li Yongsheng, boss, I understand the logic, but I want to be a mage. Even if I have to be a healer, it's still fine, but I am just a disabled nurse who can only nurse myself, I am really falling apart. Li Yongsheng, it's only been 10 days since the server opened, and submachine guns and rifles are already out. If this goes on, don't even mention rocket launchers, we might even see missiles. No matter how strong my talent is, I can't withstand an RPG to the face. Wei Chuan looked at the message and could almost imagine Li Yongsheng's sorrowful face, which made him laugh a bit. Wei Chuan, that might not be certain. Eat more evolution crystals to boost your constitution. As long as you are not instantly killed, you can say you have an immortal talent. Li Yongsheng, sigh, that's all we can do. This awakening mechanism is too unfair. It should be priced clearly like a material card. Wei Chuan, now that the awakening has happened, saying these things is useless. Later, I will get some hand crossbows for you to exchange for evolution crystals, and we will split what we get in half. Li Yongsheng, thank you, boss. I will give it a try. After chatting with Li Yongsheng, Wei Chuan shook his head and prepared to make an Scar H rifle. The recipe produced a standard version of half metal and half engineering plastic, which felt a bit too light for him. He preferred the heaviness, durability, and stability that came with a fully metal build. Buzz. He had just closed the survival handbook when a previously unseen red light suddenly illuminated it, accompanied by a faint vibration. Ha! Wei Chuan was taken aback, this was the first time the survival handbook had shown such a reaction. He turned his head and saw Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also looking surprised, holding their survival handbooks. It seemed everyone had received some kind of message. It wasn't a private chat, nor a trading hall notification. Wei Chuan checked sequentially and discovered an anomaly from the world channel that has always been closed. Energy abnormalities in the Shadow Realm are highly active, the raging source power has massively swept into the Light and Shadow Realm, triggering the Shadow Tide on the Light and Shadow Highway. After the appearance of the Shadow Tide, mysterious shadow merchants have entered the Light and Shadow Highway, bringing a large number of rare items, but their prices are extremely high. Affected by the Shadow Tide, the Night Demons have fallen into an extreme frenzy. They will concentrate their attack on the Light and Shadow Research Institute at 8 p.m. tonight, with an expected offensive duration of 30 minutes. The Light and Shadow Research Institute urgently needs support. Survivors can enter the Research Institute through the temporary portal next to the Light and Shadow Highway between 7:30 p.m. to 7:59 p.m. to assist the Research Institute in resisting the Night Demon attack. Researchers will provide generous rewards based on the contribution of each survivor. Updated again? Wei Chuan narrowed his pupils slightly after reading the announcement. This update was quite interesting. The mysterious merchant was like a hidden traitor, and the Research Institute defense battle was like dealing damage to a world boss. Let's do it! Wei Chuan's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Rewards based on contribution were too favorable for him. There might be difficulties, but they certainly wouldn't be too high. Still, if he couldn't withstand it, at least 99% of the participants would die, so there was no need to worry too much. The only thing to consider was how to deal even more damage. I need to make more bullets. Wei Chuan instantly entered a state of readiness, rapidly calculating in his mind. Based on a normal continuous firing rate, he could shoot about 100 rounds per minute. In 30 minutes, that would be 3,000 rounds, needing 150 magazines. If he added telekinesis marksmanship, he would need even more. The cost would be explosive. This was just for his own use. His 2 wives and 1 little brother also needed them. Not to mention they wouldn't need as many, but each person still required about 30 magazines. Thinking of this, he suddenly slapped his forehead. No. I'm confused. With the talent skill of blueprint construction, he could directly craft a large capacity extended magazine instead of using the standard 20-round short magazine. Lightning, decelerate and park. Qingqing, Lingxue, take out all the source crystals we have left. We are going to have a big battle tonight. Wei Chuan jumped up from the sofa, his eyes shining with excitement and sharpness. Chapter 72, Sea of Bullets. As soon as the armored vehicle came to a stop, Wei Chuan opened the trading hall. His movements were swift and firm. The goal is very clear, to exchange all the source crystals on hand for gunpowder. In these past few days, the consumption of source crystals mainly focuses on the operation of the engine and appliances, and the expenses are not too much. In addition, he has also sold some unsatisfactory or unused scattered supplies, gaining back some resources, so he is in very comfortable circumstances, with a total of about 5,000 source crystals. He plans to turn this large sum entirely into bullets. 5,000 source crystals is a truly large number, enough to make most people in this world envious. But for Wei Chuan, it is actually just okay. According to the current market price, roughly converted, these source crystals are equivalent to 420 liters of drinking water, and he still has more than 1,500 liters of drinking water firmly stored. Most importantly, ammunition is one of the primary guarantees of survival. Even if he might not use it all tonight, it will definitely be useful later. Ammunition is never a burden. So, he does not mind at all spending these 5,000 source crystals. He focused on searching and purchasing in the trading interface, his fingers constantly moving. A few minutes later, just as Wei Chuan was assigning the purchasing task to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, preparing to first study the extended magazine, a familiar horn sound came from outside the vehicle. It was Li Yongxing's modified van. Wei Chuan suddenly remembered that he had been so focused on looking at the announcements and making purchases that he forgot to notify his little brother who was leading the way. Li Yongxing was clearly also attracted by the sudden announcement, driving far away before realizing that the armored vehicle did not follow, hurriedly turning back to chase. As soon as the armored vehicle door opened, Li Yongxing shouted, his face showing urgency and excitement, "Boss! Did you see the announcement? Shouldn't we prepare in advance?" His thoughts coincided with Wei Chuan's. If he wants to participate in the defense battle tonight, stockpiling ammunition is undoubtedly the top priority, and the more, the better. I saw it. Standard low gunpowder, standard launching powder, refined copper ingots, 1-to-1. Wei Chuan nodded, succinctly responded, while giving Li Yongxing a knowing look. Got it. Li Yongxing instantly understood, excitedly saying, "Boss, I've saved over 1,000 source crystals, I'm putting it all in, let's do it." Before he finished speaking, he had already turned and ran towards his van, moving so quickly that it created a gust of wind. Over 1,000. Wei Chuan watched Li Yongxing's back, quickly calculating in his mind. Adding his own 5,000, the total was 6,000 source crystals, enough to make 10,000 bullets. According to the earlier plan, the new magazine would be a 50-round curved magazine, and 200 magazines would just fit these 10,000 bullets. The distribution plan quickly formed in his mind. He would take 100 magazines, 5,000 bullets. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue would each take 35 magazines, 1,750 bullets. Li Yongxing would take 30 magazines, 1,500 bullets. He naturally had a bit of selfishness. If it really came down to ranking damage, the top 3 must be his Wei family members. However, he considered himself to be quite generous to his little brothers, giving them a full 1,500 bullets, with material costs alone reaching 900 source crystals. As the boss, he only took a tiny portion as a labor fee, which could be considered a conscience move. If it were someone else, they wouldn't help even if offered 900 source crystals, let alone double that. About 20 minutes later, Li Yongxing returned. He carried a wooden box on his shoulder, filled with a total of 360 portions of bullet materials. Take it back and press it slowly. Wei Chuan directly handed him a heavy camouflage backpack, which contained 1,500 already made bullets and 30 empty magazines, as well as a fully metal-structured Scar H. It's easy for one gun to overheat after continuous firing, using 2 alternately is safer. Alright. Li Yongxing opened the backpack, and his eyes instantly turned red. After praising it with a couple of compliments, he returned to the van. In the next 20 minutes, Wei Chuan fully devoted himself to manufacturing. Mass-producing bullets is an extremely tedious process, as he could only make 5 at a time. Although there was no cooling time. It can be clicked continuously, but after more than 1,000 clicks, others are almost numb to it. The scariest part is that compared to making bullets, pressing them is more troublesome and tedious. At least 8,500 bullets need to be pressed into the magazine one by one. But this job doesn't require sitting at the production station, and Wei Chuan doesn't plan to force himself. First, he made all the remaining magazines, then turned on the TV, selected a comedy movie, and finally began pressing bullets with the company of Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Take the bullets, press the bullets, then take the bullets. In the air, only the cheerful dialogue and background sounds of the movie remain, along with the crisp clattering sound of bullets being pressed into the magazine. They pressed for 4 hours straight. From 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., lunch was just simple fruit and milk. During this time, Li Yongxing finished his 1,500 bullets and asked Wei Chuan for several hundred more to help, otherwise, it would take even longer. From buying materials to finishing the bullets, they worked hard for nearly 5 hours. The results of these 5 hours were quite fruitful. On the sofa, 178 fully loaded extended magazines were stacked together, resembling a small mountain shimmering with metallic luster. Inside, there were a total of 8,900 bullets, with destructive power and a sense of security at full capacity. Wei Chuan looked at the mound of magazines and let out a long sigh of relief. He perked up and began to pack the heavy magazines into 3 camouflage backpacks, leaving the largest one for himself and handing the 2 slightly smaller ones to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Qingqing, Lingxue. The bullets I gave you in the morning can be used to practice your shooting. Keep the original magazines as collectibles. I'm going to take a nap. Wei Chuan rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue. Making bullets, making magazines, and pressing bullets had consumed a lot of his energy, especially mentally. He felt a bit tense. Tonight's defense battle is very important, and he must be in the best condition to face it. Okay. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue replied in unison, putting the camouflage backpacks into the storage compartment. They turned down the volume of the TV, picked 2 sets of combat uniforms identical to Wei Chuan's in the trading hall, and then organized all the empty bottles in the car. They were also looking forward to tonight's action, wanting to bring back 2 rewards for Wei Chuan, and these empty bottles could be used as targets. But not now. The temperature outside had already risen to 43 degrees, with dust and burnt smell filling the air. Practicing shooting under the scorching sun was akin to finding death. Chapter 73, Entering the Research Institute. Not knowing how long it had been, a series of dense and crisp gunfire abruptly woke Wei Chuan from his sleep. Survivor, Wei Chuan. Talent, S-Class Mechanical Control, Telekinesis. Time, 1905. Weather, clear. Temperature, 32 degrees Celsius. He opened his eyes wide and picked up the survival manual. Glancing at the displayed time made him slightly startled. It was already 7 p.m. Outside, it was pitch black, and he had actually slept for nearly 6 hours straight. He stretched his somewhat stiff body, with his bones making slight crackling sounds. A long deep sleep had dispelled all fatigue, and his spirits were now fully restored. He got up from the sofa bed and opened the rear door of the armored vehicle. Outside the vehicle, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were completely focused on their shooting practice. Their target was a humanoid night demon, which had already been shot to a honeycomb. Li Yongsheng was squatting by the roadside holding a kerosene lamp, carefully wiping his firearms with a clean towel in the dim light, moving meticulously. "Boss. I'm ready." Li Yongsheng was the first to notice Wei Chuan wake up, immediately standing up to greet him with an excited expression. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also stopped shooting and came over. Lu Qingqing softly reminded him, "Hubby, there's porridge in the pot, it has cooled down, and the dishes are in the microwave." I'll go right now." Wei Chuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them. "Confirm they are all equipped properly. There are still 20 minutes, the portal should appear in all populated areas. You can practice shooting, but don't get too tired. Once inside, there is only half an hour of rest time." "Okay." Lu Qingqing and the 3 others responded earnestly. After a brief reminder, Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle. Dinner was sweet potato porridge with braised deer meat and a can of catfish, simple yet delicious. At exactly 7:30 p.m. a gentle blue light suddenly illuminated the quiet night on the prairie, casting a dreamlike glow. A temporary parking lot made of light appeared by the roadside. At the end of the parking lot, a dark blue energy portal was slowly rotating, like a miniature black hole vortex. Next to the portal stood a fully armed soldier. The 4 of them, already prepared, walked straight over. The soldier's equipment was incredibly sophisticated. The full coverage dark gray exoskeleton armor completely wrapped him, even his eyes hidden behind reflective goggles, revealing no expression. His weapon wasn't a conventional firearm but a gun that emitted a faint blue light, seemingly an energy weapon. "Wanderers, the Research Institute needs your help." A mechanical, synthetic voice came from beneath the helmet, cold and unchanging. After saying this, the soldier stood still like a sculpture, clearly just a part of the guiding program. "Having a parking lot makes it easier. I was really afraid of getting my car stolen," Li Yongsheng said with a cheerful tone, easing his own nervousness. "Drive the car over, just go in." Wei Chuan's gaze lingered on the soldier's equipment for a moment before turning to walk towards the armored vehicle. He personally drove the armored vehicle into the parking space, then without hesitation, he led the 3 others directly into the blue vortex. In an instant, everything spun around. The scene before them abruptly changed from the dry, desolate prairie to a vibrant oasis. A magnificent silver-white circular building complex stood at the center of the oasis, immensely large, like a future city surrounded by tall walls. The 4 of them were standing on the steel defensive walls of this future city. Looking down, the walls were filled with enormous anti-tank cones in various bunkers, clearly prepared as defensive installations for the participants, as not everyone possessed long-range weaponry. "Wanderers, all harm and looting are prohibited within the Research Institute. You just need to attack the incoming night demons, and rewards will be distributed after the battle ends." Another soldier dressed in exoskeleton gear walked by, leaving behind a clear set of rules before silently moving on. "Boss, sister-in-law, I'm familiar with this game style. It's like tower defense damage ranking. We just need to hit hard." Li Yongsheng immediately perked up, quickly grasping the rules from his past gaming experience. Wei Chuan nodded but was continuously scanning the surroundings. Many people had gathered on the defensive wall, with at least hundreds visible, and new lights kept appearing as new participants were teleported in. The number wasn't small, but compared to the world's survival population, it seemed too few. This event should be conducted in zones. Retracting his gaze, Wei Chuan opened the regional communication channel casually. Zone 89, 8355/10,000 people. Lin Jianji, with so many people defending, it seems there will be many night demons tonight. Du Jia, the risk shouldn't be too high, look at the research institute itself, even automatic turrets are present. It feels more like a welfare event. Bloom, shat. That guy over there has a grenade. What luck? Jin Chengkai, no way? I've spawned on the city wall. How do I attack without long-range weapons? Can I go downstairs? Beth, I've already tried. You can return via the portal downstairs, and once the research institute is breached, we can completely withdraw early. Chen Yobua, there are no ranged weapons on the west city wall. There are many cover points outside, which should be prepared for melee players. The regional channel is filled with mixed information, mostly discussing the situation of this event. However, the event hasn't started yet, and there isn't much valuable intelligence. Wei Chuan quickly browsed through it and closed the communication interface. At the same time, as more and more people gathered on the steel defensive wall, the small team of Wei Chuan and his three companions attracted increasing attention. Their equipment was indeed too exaggerated for this stage. Uniform combat suits were quite common, many traded in the market at reasonable prices, and many people had similar ones. But this battlesuit, paired with a Scar H assault rifle in each person's hands, created a strong visual impact. After all, many people were still using cold weapons until now. Those in better condition might have various bows, but even crossbows were not common. Having rifles in this squad almost meant invincibility at this current stage, silently declaring their strength. For a moment, the regional communication channel became even more chaotic. The equipment information of Wei Chuan's team spread instantly, and countless photos were shared. This was the reason why Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongcheng also dressed like Wei Chuan. No one wanted to be discussed in photos. During the waiting period, many people came over to greet, either to make connections or to seek to buy weapons. Wei Chuan did not intend to sell guns, so he said he had gotten them from the market. Of course, he did not reject meeting more people. Especially those who could tell at a glance from looking at weapons that they were not ordinary people. These individuals were all potential sellers and buyers, and he could add them as friends. Chapter 74, Time's Up, The Night Demon Strike. Half an hour isn't too long or too short. Time flies when busy. But when waiting for the battle rewards while watching the stopwatch, it felt particularly long. Every minute seemed to be stretched infinitely, mixing excitement and anxiety in the air, making it hard to calm down. In order to dispel this tension, Wei Chuan directed his gaze towards the massive research institute. The building itself, with its flowing metal lines and huge glass curtain walls, is striking and filled with a sense of technology, but for him with the S-grade talent of mechanical control, it was not that difficult to work on. At least the exterior was not difficult. As long as there are enough materials and energy, he can transform an armored vehicle step by step into an indestructible, mobile fortress. What truly captured his attention were the silent steel giants on the defensive wall. Rocket launchers, multi-barreled machine gun platforms, mortar platforms, and some platforms shimmering with ghostly blue energy light, clearly energy weapons. These killing machines stood empty, with no manual operation buttons or machinery, all integrated and seemed to be automated weapons. Staring at these powerful defensive facilities, a thought formed increasingly clear in Wei Chuan's mind. These weapons with incredible power must have recipes, likely hidden in higher-level material boxes or strong resource points guarded by mutated creatures. Perhaps tonight's top reward is. When he thought of this last possibility, Wei Chuan's eyes suddenly sharpened further. Honey, it's about to start. Time reached the critical point in silent flow, and Lu Qingqing's soft reminder pulled Wei Chuan's thoughts back from those automated weapons into reality. Alarm, alarm. The night demon swarm has invaded the edge of the oasis, all personnel prepare for battle. When the clock struck 8 p.m., all the lights inside the research institute instantly switched to a heart-pounding dark red. The urgent alarm sound enveloped the sky, casting a layer of intense urgency over everyone's hearts. At the same time, a line of translucent words floated on everyone's right arm. In front was the name, in the middle was a number, and at the end was a clear star mark. Wei Chuan, 0. This is the score. Wei Chuan instantly understood. It has started, pull back a bit, don't waste bullets, but don't be too frugal, just aim and shoot. Wei Chuan reminded the three people beside him, then quickly moved to the left, covering more than 20 meters. 4 people, 4 guns, with a lot of bullets, crowding together not only wastes the output angle but is also prone to interference and friendly fire. In other words, be our own people, don't steal kills. Let's go, Lao Wei. Adjusting the scope to 4 times, Wei Chuan steadily raised his gun, looking through the lens towards the edge of the oasis in the distance. Such a small number? Through the scope, a few night demons were faintly seen beginning to rush into the oasis. But the scale was far smaller than he had imagined, it seemed there were only about 100. These 100 or so night demons were scattered across the vast oasis, and even if they attacked in just one direction, they weren't enough for so many people to fight. After all, just the people hiding behind the wall cover, lacking long-range attacks, probably number in the thousands. If each of these people took a leak, they could drown those 100 or so night demons. It should be that the initial difficulty is not high, the first wave is just an appetizer. To secure first, I need to push hard to score points from now. Wei Chuan's mind quickly turned as he directly began aiming. He held his breath, the gun barrel slightly moving, locking onto a slightly smaller, but with an extremely large head humanoid night demon. The edge of the oasis was about 500 meters away from the defense wall. This distance was completely within the effective killing range for the Scar H. The item information stated an effective range of 300 meters, which referred to the accuracy range, not that bullets would lose lethality after flying 300 meters. Only after exceeding this distance do factors like wind speed, humidity, and gravity need to be taken into account when shooting. Bang! A gunshot broke the silence before the battle. It was Wei Chuan's first bullet fired from the Scar H. The fiery bullet tore through the air and suddenly crashed to the ground. The weather was too hot, and his hands were sweaty. But Wei Chuan was not discouraged at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The Scar H had a very good feel. The recoil was almost zero for him now. The deep, powerful gunshot was mixed with the crisp sound of ejected shell casings, instantly bringing a strong battlefield atmosphere. Bang! Bang! Wei Chuan made some adjustments and fired a few more quick shots. The fourth shot finally hit accurately, bursting the eye socket of that night demon. Wei Chuan won. The score on his right arm flickered at the right time, changing from 0 to 1. As expected, I need to aim a bit higher. My previous gun battle games weren't in vain. Wei Chuan glanced at the increasing score and fully immersed himself in shooting again, calmly summarizing shooting techniques. Bang! 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 Gunfire rang out continuously. After a moment's hesitation, 200 to 300 people nearby rushed away. Competing for kills like in gunplay? Forget it. Some who grasped the rules and wanted to compete for rankings all knew that staying by this wall was a waste of time. It was better to find a weaker area while the night demon crowd hadn't approached. Those still remaining in place were a part who hadn't reacted yet, and another part believed that being close to someone with a gun was safer. Let's go, move more. Seeing the originally dark crowd below the wall scatter significantly, a smile inevitably appeared on Wei Chuan's lips. These people were still too timid. If he only had cold weapons in his hands right now, he would definitely take the chance to rush out and drink the soup while the night demons were few and the long-range weapons couldn't unleash full firepower. At such a time, hesitation meant that even the soup could be missed. Bang! Bang! Just then, a series of steady gunshots sounded beside him. Wei Chuan turned his head to take a look. Both of his wives and a younger brother had also begun to exert their strength, pulling the trigger decisively. Seeing this, he quickly collected his thoughts, dispelling all distractions, and once again pressed his cheek against the cool gunstock, aiming through the lens. His accuracy was the best in the team, firstly because he had accumulated more shooting experience, and secondly because he bought the only scope in the trading hall that could magnify. Good marksmanship plus the best optics plus endless bullets. As long as he didn't lie down to sleep, first place in this activity was guaranteed. Bang! 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 Wei Chuan, 8. Bang! 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 Wei Chuan, 9. Scores rose steadily, and Wei Chuan's shooting field became increasingly fiery. Chapter 75, Exciting Scene, Full Firepower. Under continuous precise shooting from 4 Scar HS, the initial shadow of 100 scattered night demons couldn't find their way. Before they even rushed into 100-meter range, they were called out one by one, falling onto the grass. For a moment, the entire defense line bizarrely showed an eerie safe zone status. Those melee fighters who hadn't left under the wall watched dumbfounded, then a wave of frustration hit them. Sure, it's safe, but damn it, we can't earn a single point. Staying here is just watching a show and eating dirt. So, many people cursed and turned around, rushing towards the silent areas, trying to take a bite of something warm. This leisurely situation probably lasted for 10 minutes. Starting from the 11th minute, the situation suddenly changed. The black shadows at the edge of the oasis were no longer sparse, but it turned into a writhing black tide, with numbers reaching over 1,000, densely packed, giving one a shiver just by looking at them. Moreover, they no longer released in waves, they almost connected seamlessly, as if activating some sort of refresh mechanism. The night demons began pouring into the oasis, with no end in sight. Wow, the real meal has finally come. Wei Chuan, instead of being shocked, felt invigorated, his excitement only rising under the pressure. Faced with the massed night demons, single-shot precision firing was outdated. He unhesitatingly shifted his shooting rhythm from sniping to suppression, rhythmically pressing the trigger. Noticing the change in gunfire, nearby Looking King, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng understood instantly and increased their firepower output. The dull, powerful gunfire instantly became dense. The four of them combined had over 10,000 rounds of ammunition, waiting for this moment to unleash their firepower. However, just as Wei Chuan was in the midst of heavy fire, whoosh! Boom! A completely different explosion suddenly erupted from his left front. He saw an RPG rocket, trailing flames, drawing a deadly arc, smashing into the distant Night Demon Tide with a deafening explosion. In an instant, a large area was cleared, at least a dozen Night Demons were blown to pieces. What the hell? Wei Chuan's hand trembled, almost losing his aim. RPG? Is it that powerful? Before he could find the source, a muscular man less than 30 meters from him had quickly put down the launcher and reloaded. Another rocket whooshed out, playing out another bloody firework. Damn, is it really that fierce? Wei Chuan's mouth twitched, and he immediately felt real pressure. He quickly gathered his focus, throwing all envy and jealousy aside, and his attention returned to the scope, pulling the trigger even faster. Fortunately, the explosions from the rockets did not last too long. After firing a dozen rounds, they ceased fire, likely running low on ammunition. I have to shoot to kill too. Wei Chuan breathed a slight sigh of relief, but the sense of urgency inside him only grew stronger. The speed of changing magazines was almost on muscle memory. In just 4 or 5 minutes, the number of Night Demons had formed a true wave. They even began dividing into multiple paths, surging towards the area 100 meters outside the defense wall like black sewage. Until this moment, those who were still hiding behind the wall, holding melee weapons, were utterly dumbfounded. It's too late. They missed the best opportunity to score. Now, rushing out, it's not just scoring that's a problem. Can they even stand firm for 3 seconds among the monsters? Meanwhile, the entire battlefield seemed to have ignited. The sounds from all directions suddenly intensified, with explosions of various explosives, gunshots from different models of pistols and rifles, and even the unique roar of more than one machine gun. You really can't underestimate other people's luck. Listening to this sudden frenzy of firepower, Wei Chuan felt his scalp tingle. He had always thought his luck and strength were leading the pack, but now it seemed he was not the only lucky one. Now, he should thank this event for helping him consume a lot of potential enemies' ammunition stocks. Wei Chuan, 259. Wei Chuan glanced at his score and buried his head into pouring bullets. The scar H in his hands roared continuously, only pausing for 2 or 3 seconds while he changed magazines. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng clearly also felt the pressure. Their shooting rate noticeably increased, firing with all their might. Under the enhanced fire coverage from everyone, the Night Demon Tide's advance was finally forcibly halted. The Night Demons in the front line fell in chunks, while those behind continuously filled the gaps, plunging the battlefield into a stalemate of attrition. This standoff persisted until 8:20. The gunfire on the defense wall began to noticeably thin out, one after another. Not everyone has complete firearm formulas like Wei Chuan, nor can anyone casually take out thousands of source crystals to make bullets. The vast majority of those with firearms had run out of ammunition. Weakening output from competitors was undoubtedly the best news for Wei Chuan. His first place was already a certainty. But, the situation was completely out of control at this moment. Without enough firepower to suppress, the Night Demon Tide surged forth like a black flood, nearly covering the entire visible ground. If viewed from above, the research facility seemed like an island in a dark ocean, surrounded by an endless wave of flesh and blood, precariously close to disaster. At this moment, those close combat fighters under the wall were already scared witless, turning around to flee back into the research facility. Those with slightly smaller courage or more cautious personalities directly ran away through the teleportation portal in the square, without even looking back. Can this be held? Just as this thought flashed through Wei Chuan's mind, preparing to remind his wife and younger brother. Beep beep beep. A crisp and urgent electronic sound suddenly rang out from all around. The next moment, on the defense wall, all the long silent automated defense weapons, rocket launchers, mortars, heavy machine guns, energy weapons, etc., were instantly activated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. Countless tongues of fire spat out, a deadly barrage and streams of energy beams wove into a net of death, falling from above into the Night Demon Tide. Blinding flashes of fiery explosions instantly tore chunks of Night Demons apart. With just one round of concentrated fire, what looked like an unstoppable wave of over 100,000 Night Demons was blasted to pieces, leaving vast empty areas behind. The endless black ocean suddenly turned into a few sparse streamlets. So fierce. This is the battle that a man should fight. This is the weapon that a man should use. Wei Chuan felt his heart surge, adrenaline soaring. He directly placed his loaded backpack at his feet, fully unzipped it, and soon took out 4 all-metal Scar HS from the storage compartment. The next moment, he activated his mental power. Along with the Scar H in his hand, a total of 5 Scar HS floated in front of him. As he stretched out his right hand, gently gripping forward, 5 gun muzzles aimed at the dense area where the Night Demons gathered, beginning to crazily spit out tongues of fire. This was his current strongest firepower. Although he could control a few more guns, too many would greatly reduce the reloading speed. Controlling 5 was just right. Chapter 76, The First Interruption. Bang bang bang. When Wei Chuan no longer held back, truly unleashing all firepower, the score display on his right arm began to rise frantically. At 821, 456. At 822, 589. At 823, 723. Just a few minutes earlier, at 820, his score had just barely crossed the 300 mark. But from that moment on, the score began to skyrocket, almost jumping up at a terrifying speed of 130 points per minute. 5 Scar-H rifles floated by his sides, like metallic beasts with a life of their own, almost continuously spitting out flames. Shells fell like rain, dense bullets wove into a storm of death, killing an average of 2 night demons every second. This nearly insane firepower made Wei Chuan instantly the focus on this defensive line. Look over there. What the hell? Is it really possible to play like this? Damn, Magneto? The eyes around were completely drawn to Wei Chuan, and in shock, many began to take photos. At this moment, even the dullest person understood. This wealthy guy who played with guns not only possessed the formula for the Scar-H assault rifle, but also had the matching ammunition formula in hand. Even more frightening was his displayed second ability, telekinetic control. It looked like psychic power or magnetic force, whichever it was, combined with multiple guns and nearly infinite bullets. It was a low-dimensional strike, a flaw in the game. That kind of sustained powerful firepower made it impossible to even think of resistance. Perhaps there were super tanky creatures that could withstand this firepower, but at least in their District 89, absolutely none. Previously, those wealthy friends of Wei Chuan were now so excited that their fists trembled. Bro, you can't hide the formula anymore, right? Name your price. They firmly believed that there was no deal that couldn't be struck in this world, only offers that weren't high enough. In sharp contrast to the excitement of these people were those experts whose ammunition had long been exhausted, and who originally still had a shred of hope to climb the leaderboard. They all put on bitter faces, looking at Wei Chuan's performance with complex expressions, their hearts almost bleeding. Damn, what a huge loss. Grass, if I had known, I wouldn't have used the machine gun, total waste. This method of play, the ammo consumption is like pouring water, it's a total loss for you. At 8:25 p.m. Wei Chuan's score steadily fixed at 890. With a thought, the 4 pure metal Scar-HS floating in the air instantly floated back into the storage compartment. The release of the strongest firepower was certainly exhilarating, but the cost was equally huge. The previous 300 points had consumed only 25 magazines. But the following 590 points, he had unleashed the power of a full 80 magazines, and that was close-range shooting. Efficiency had sharply declined, and the speed of ammunition consumption was horrifying. Now, he only had 3 magazines left, totaling 150 bullets, and he had to be careful, returning to the rhythm of precise sniping. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongshang were in similar situations. Just now, when the night demons gathered, they shot as soon as they aimed, and although they gained many points, they also used up a lot of ammo, and now were starting to restrict their firepower. Of course. If viewed from a different angle, this way of playing couldn't be called wasteful. After all, with so many bullets, if you don't spray, they can't be finished, it's just a bit impatient. As the firepower on the defense wall gradually weakened, the push of the night demon tide had become unstoppable. The black wave surged, flooding the sheltered area under the wall, and the fierce claws were about to touch the cold metal wall. Just as this impact was about to occur, the defense system of the Research Institute once again displayed its terrifying power. All automated defensive weapons awoke again, erupting with deafening roars. The automatic firearms accurately shot down the threats below the defense wall, shattering every night demon that came too close, while the more distant night demons were dealt with by various turrets and energy weapons. A massive array of shells and energy beams wove a covering fire net, harvesting night demons in large clusters, with explosions sending bloody chunks flying that almost splattered against the defense wall. The grass was completely demolished, covered only by ghastly dark red marks. Wei Chuan seized this final opportunity as well. He held his breath, focusing intently as he fired controlled bursts from his Scar-H, with nearly every 2 shots sending 1 bullet precisely into a night demon's head. With the advantage of close distance, his kill rate reached an astonishing peak. Time flew rapidly amidst the final smoke and roaring sounds. At 8:30 p.m., it finally arrived. Just as the event was concluding, a deep, extreme black light suddenly erupted from the top of the tallest tower in the Research Institute, as if ready to swallow all light. The black light rapidly expanded, transforming into a silent yet mighty shockwave that swept across the entire oasis at an astonishing speed. All the night demons touched by this black light couldn't even let out a roar before their bodies collapsed like weathered sand sculptures, turning into a cloud of dust that ultimately vanished into the air. What had just been a deafening battlefield fell into a strange and eerie silence in an instant. Immediately, the Research Institute's broadcast rang out again. The night demons have been eliminated. Thank you all for your unwavering support. The Research Institute will distribute rewards based on everyone's contributions. Please return through the teleport portal to claim your prizes. At the same time, several massive holographic screens lit up in the sky, clearly displaying the final rankings of the event. 1. Wei Chuan, 965. 2. Lu Qingqing, 306. 3. Azhu Lingxue, 301. 4. Hannah, 295. 5. Wang Gang, 292. 6. Li Yongsheng, 250. 7. Chen Jialing, 244. 917, Deng Yingying, 1. In everyone's view, their names and rankings were enlarged and particularly eye-catching. With only 917 ranks, it was far too few compared to the number of participants. After all, at the beginning, there were over 1,000 people just on one defensive front, and the leaderboard probably only registered the living with points. What a pity, so close to breaking 1,000. Wei Chuan twisted his somewhat stiff neck, glancing at his score, a small pang of regret passing through his heart. However, he had finally secured the first place. Moreover, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue took the second and third spots. The Wei family swept the top three. It was a delightful result, not a waste of all the source crystals spent on bullets. Wei Chuan was surprised that Li Yongsheng only ranked 6th. But after a quick calculation, he understood, this guy's shooting skills were terrible, taking an average of 6 shots to take down one night demon. Even if he had as many magazines as Lu Qingqing and the others, he would still only be 6th. As for the 4th and 5th spots, they were definitely heavy firepower players who spent a lot. Wei Chuan was almost certain that the guy using the RPG earlier must be the 4th or 5th. With so many night demons, getting close to 300 points with dozens of rockets was completely understandable. Chapter 77, Automatic Artillery. Source Energy Potion Formula. M249 Formula. Husband. We swept the top 3. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue ran over side by side, their faces beaming with uncontrollable excitement, their voices brighter than usual. Well done. Wei Chuan smiled as he patted their arms, his tone gentle with praise, very efficient, much more accurate than Yongsheng. Walking behind them, Li Yongsheng heard this and immediately made a sour face, sighing, "Boss, you really can't blame me. At first, I was afraid of running out of bullets and didn't dare to shoot, then when I did shoot, I was so worried about not finishing that I shot too hard, and only when I was almost out did I realize I really didn't have enough. I was ruined by the spawning mechanism." Alright. Wei Chuan laughed at his analysis. He waved his hand and said, 6th place is already high enough. The 2 in front of you are tough guys, one of them should be playing RPGs. If he explodes a few more rounds, I might get taken down by him. The 4-person team occupied the top 3 and 6th places, and this result was already explosive. He paused and added quietly, there are quite a few tough guys this time. If they don't have the ammo formula, they won't be a threat to us afterward. We should thank this event. Let's go back to receive our rewards, we should ask that gatekeeper for them. After comforting the slightly disheartened Li Yongsheng, Wei Chuan led the 3 down the defense wall and into the central square. The giant blue vortex portal was slowly spinning, with people continuously walking into it. As soon as Wei Chuan stepped into the square, a few people who had been waiting by the portal immediately approached him with warm attitudes. "Bro, when you have time, check your private messages." "Big boss, I sent you a private message." "Brother, I sent you the quote, if you're not satisfied, let's talk again. Please give me a chance." "Okay, I'll check it as soon as I get back." Wei Chuan wore a polite smile and nodded. These were all potential customers he had added just half an hour earlier. With just a bit of thought, it was clear that these people wanted to buy guns. He only had the Scar H gun with a complete set of formulas, but this gun was his main equipment, and it was far from being outdated. Unless they offered a price he couldn't refuse, he would never sell it. After all, they were all in the same area, selling a gun today meant he might get hit by its bullets tomorrow. Pistol business could be considered. Although he didn't have the bullet formula, if he got Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to help, he could still craft about 100 bullets in an hour, perfect for squeezing these rich guys' wallets. After casually chatting for a bit, Wei Chuan took the 3 into the portal. With a flash of vision, they returned to the familiar parking lot, with the armored vehicle and van quietly parked there. The soldier fully covered in exoskeleton still stood in place, as if he had never moved. "Wanderers, thank you for your help to the Research Institute, this is your reward." Before Wei Chuan could step forward, the soldier took the initiative to speak, his mechanical synthesized voice calm and emotionless. He handed each of them a small silver box made of special material, glowing with a faint light. The moment the 4 took the boxes, the soldier, the portal, and even the parking lot quietly vanished like a phantom, leaving only the originally desolate dry grass. "Formulas!" Li Yongsheng exclaimed in shock, looking excitedly at Wei Chuan and the others. "Boss! Sis! This is the reward package. Everything is inside." Wei Chuan nodded, his eyes fixed on the box in his hand. Reward from the Light and Shadow Research Institute contains 965 source crystals, 10 evolution crystals, 5 smart turret platform modification templates. Smart turret? Even Wei Chuan, whose value was astonishing, couldn't help but have his heart race when he saw the reward contents. Smart turret platform modification templates. He had speculated that such a weapon would appear in the rewards, but he didn't expect it to be real. Damn, not too happy about it. Looking at the item information in the silver box, Wei Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. If the rewards were given based on rankings, then weapons of this level, like smart turrets, would appear in every district. If they were given based on scores, then there might be better weapons than smart turrets, given that there could be a super lucky player who shot from start to finish. He needed to be cautious during future merges. He couldn't be so easily taken advantage of as in the past few times. This smart turret had come at just the right time. It could scare and shoot, filling him with a sense of security. Wow! I got a complete machine gun formula. There's even a bullet formula, called M249. Plus, I received 301 source crystals and 4 evolution crystals. Xu Lingxue nearly jumped up in excitement, her voice full of joy. Big brother BOLO? Wei Chuan's eyes lit up. The M249's continuous firepower and suppression capability were far stronger than the SCAR-H, making it difficult for opponents to raise their heads during direct fire. Source crystals are like kill counts. For every night demon killed, there is one source crystal. Evolution crystals are more generous. They are given based on percentile stages, 1 to 100 points grant 1, 101 to 200 points grant 2. I have a source energy potion formula, 306 source crystals, and 4 evolution crystals. Lu Qingqing also smiled as she reported her gains. Although it was still unclear what the source energy potion could do, the core reward for second place would definitely be good. Finally, all eyes turned to Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng excitedly reported, 250 source crystals, 3 evolution crystals, and a tactical waste bag formula. Although it's just a waste bag, the 6th place waste bag will definitely be different from an ordinary one. Wei Chuan held the reward box, nodded, and said, let's go back to the vehicle and sort this out. Keep the source crystals and evolution crystals for yourself. I'll share the formula information later. He paused for a moment, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As for my reward, I'll tell you about it tomorrow after I make it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't sleep well tonight. His words immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. Not again. Xu Lingxue huffed, directly pulling Lu Qingqing back to the vehicle. Li Yongsheng rubbed his hands together and leaned in, flattering, boss, does that treasure include me? Of course. Wei Chuan smiled and cursed lightly, giving him a mock kick. You called me boss, so how could I leave you out? Hurry up, and by the way, the waste bag when it's done should be offered as tribute. Yes sir. I promise to complete the task. Li Yongsheng's face lit up with joy, and he exaggeratedly saluted before happily running toward his van. Back in the armored vehicle, Wei Chuan opened the cold metal reward box. With a flash of light and a crisp sound, 965 source crystals mixed with 10 evolution crystals fell onto the dining table, and there were also 5 small brown blueprints lying beside them. Just as Xu Lingxue was about to reach for them, Wei Chuan was quick and took the modification templates away first. Poof. Xu Lingxue immediately pouted, losing interest, and turned to open her reward box. Chapter 78, All Treasures, The Desirable SCAR-H. The two girls opened their reward boxes with anticipation. In an instant, the cab shimmered with light, and the clear sounds of source crystals clinking echoed continuously. After briefly looking at the descriptions of the items and the formulas, they handed their formulas to Wei Chuan and began to gather the source crystals scattered across the table. With over 1,500 source crystals in hand, it was enough to support at least a week's daily consumption without needing to visit the trading post for purchases. Source Energy Potion. Wei Chuan walked to the refrigerator, grabbed a chilled beer, took a big sip, feeling the icy stimulation cool the heat in his heart before he began to examine each formula carefully. Firstly, he looked at the Source Energy Potion formula that Lu Qingqing had obtained. Formula, Source Energy Potion. Description: a precise potion containing considerable source energy. Direct consumption can significantly enhance physical and mental strength. Crafting times, 10 out of 10. Crafting requirements: Evolution Crystal *1, Source Crystal *10, Glass *3, Plastic *3. Significantly enhance? Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow. The words considerable and significantly in the item description sounded more effective than the second-level evolution crystals. However, how much it could enhance would require making and drinking it to know for sure. Next, he looked at the blueprint for the M249 that Xu Lingxue had received. Formula: M249 Standard Light Machine Gun. A powerful light machine gun with sustained fire capability, effective range of 600 meters, using 5.56 by 45 mm rifle cartridges, and a magazine capacity of 100 rounds. Crafting times, 10 out of 10. Crafting requirements: refined steel ingot *10, refined aluminum ingot *10, engineering plastic *3, engineering rubber *3. Not bad. Wei Chuan nodded. It was indeed a good item, one of the classics in the light machine gun family, offering fierce firepower. Unfortunately, he was too familiar with this machine gun, so there was no element of surprise. The cost of the accompanying 5.56 bullet formula was similar to the 7.62 bullets he was currently using. However, there was one bright spot in this bullet formula. Made with 100 shots each time, requiring 100 shots to start, but it comes with a built-in ammunition chain and ammo box. This means that in the future, there's no need to reload bullets anymore, and this all-natural ammo box can stack 10 high in one storage slot. One storage slot can hold 1,000 bullets. I would not worry about running out of bullets even if I go out bare. Just for the sake of freeing my hands and saving time, Wei Chuan decided to put aside the wonderfully tactile Scar H for a while. Sorry, it's not that you're not good, it's just that the big pineapple understands me better. In the end. His gaze burned intensely towards those 5 brown blueprints. This reward is the real highlight. Intelligent Cannon Platform Transformation Template. Load a 30mm chain intelligent cannon, with an embedded intelligent targeting system, allowing for various attack modes like free attack and area defense, achieving autonomous attacks in all directions, effective range of 3,000 meters, maximum firing rate of 600 rounds per minute. Each high explosive shell requires 3 energy crystals. Modification count, 1/1. Materials required for modification: electronic components *3, refined steel ingots *50, refined iron ingots *30, refined copper ingots *30. Please place the materials near the template. Awesome! After reading this exaggerated item information, Wei Chuan couldn't help but exclaim 2 words. He originally thought it was just a small caliber autocannon but didn't expect it to be this 30mm energy rotary cannon. It even uses high explosive shells. Of course, the amazing thing comes with a high price. The cost for each high explosive shell is 5 times that of Scar H and M249 bullets. If 5 cannons fired together, just 1 minute would burn through 9,000 energy crystals. That's truly burning money. It cannot be easily used. Just as he was immersed in the shock brought by the cannon, the survival manual lit up. It was a message from Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, boss, that waste bag is indeed a treasure. Li Yongsheng, a small waste bag actually has 50 storage slots. It's simply a divine item. The recipe can make 10 of them. I'll keep 3 for myself and you and sister-in-law can take the 7. Wei Chuan, keep the evolution crystals. I'll get you a potion tomorrow that's even more powerful than the second-tier evolution crystals. Li Yongsheng, no problem. Boss is mighty. After replying to the message, Wei Chuan looked at the blueprints full of power on the table, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow's main task is to turn these things into tangible combat power. As for tonight, he must completely modify the armored vehicle. The original plan was to finish it this afternoon, but the preparation for the Research Institute's event took too much energy and time, and he completely forgot about the armored vehicle. Finishing it early means relaxing early, just right to drain some energy, otherwise, after a whole afternoon of sleep, he surely won't be able to sleep tonight. Almost forgot. Wei Chuan was about to get up to grab the metal materials, but just as he lifted his butt from the chair, he sat back down again. He opened the survival manual and clicked into social. You ping on, brother, I really sincerely want to buy 500 energy crystals for just 1 gun and 100 bullets. Please reply when you see this. Benson, dude, if you don't need energy crystals, I'm willing to give you 2 bulletproof vests. 1 scar is nothing to you, you need better protection. Collins, hey, why are you silent? I admit the price I offered just now was a bit low, but you can raise your offer. I said the price is negotiable. Jin Shuwei, master brother, you need to reply to me. I can add a pack of cigarettes and 100 energy crystals, how about that? Many wealthy individuals still haven't replied to their private messages. Seeing everyone have sent multiple messages and even started raising the price themselves, Wei Chuan nearly laughed out loud. He wasn't dissatisfied with the price, he simply forgot about it. Scar. Looking at these people's offers, Wei Chuan hesitated for a moment. He initially didn't intend to sell, but that was before he obtained the Intelligent Cannon Transformation Template, worried that others would become his enemies after buying the gun. Now that he could make the intelligent cannon, he could easily fire non-stop for 24 hours, directly letting lightning control the intelligent cannon. Surprise attack? Go talk to my 30mm caliber cannon. From 3 kilometers away, it could turn little thieves into pieces of the people. It is indeed troublesome to press bullets. The big pineapple is so convenient, and its firepower is fierce and durable. After thinking for a moment, Wei Chuan still decided to sell. He already knew the rewards for tonight's event. Even if only 1 set of gun recipe was produced in 1 district, the gun market in the trading hall would be activated. While others haven't started to earn yet, he wanted to gobble up the richest portion. But he couldn't sell the 50-round extended magazine, he needed to trade it back for a 20-round small magazine. The price had to go up too. The gun could only be exchanged for recipes, evolution crystals, or rare items, while other materials were not needed at all. As for bullets, a full magazine of 20 rounds needed 6 liters of water, 1 liter is cost, and 5 liters of pure profit could just cover the consumption of the smart cannon. No bargaining. 8 days passed, and Wei Chuan was very clear about how thick the pockets of the resource tycoons were. Chapter 79, Gun Business, New Version Armored Vehicle. Wei Chuan, brother, it's not that I don't want to sell, it's that the cost of this gun is too high. 500 source crystals can only make 140 rounds of bullets. I just burned more than 20,000 source crystals in half an hour. No one would believe it if I said it. This business cannot be done. Wei Chuan, old man, let's forget the drinks. I only need the recipe and evolution crystals. Wei Chuan, I indeed need protection, but a honey badger will never be the opponent of a lion. If you want to become a lion, you must have a firm will, like the recipe for a bulletproof vest. Wei Chuan, buddy, your price is not sincere. I remember you were 20th tonight. What recipe did you get? Wei Chuan, master sister, did you use the bulletproof helmet recipe just now while fighting the night demon? After a few minutes, Wei Chuan kept replying to messages. Mainly negotiating, as these customers ranked in the top 50 for tonight's event, they definitely had good items on hand. Facing the prices he offered, everyone on the other side shouted that it was expensive, but not a single person gave up. After about 20 minutes of back and forth, Wei Chuan closed 4 deals. 1 Scar H with 100 rounds of bullets in exchange for 1 recipe to make bulletproof vests 10 times, 120 source crystals. 1 Scar H with 60 rounds of bullets in exchange for bulletproof helmets, a smoke grenade, a shrapnel grenade, 100 source crystals. 1 Scar H with 300 rounds of bullets in exchange for 3 evolution crystals, 1 recipe to make source devices 10 times, 400 source crystals. 1 Scar H with 100 rounds of bullets in exchange for 1 evolution crystal, 3 templates to modify bulletproof windows, 1 template to modify bulletproof tires. The set prices were not average, it all depended on what was desired in exchange. But the bullet prices had already been uniformly negotiated. A 20-round magazine required 7 liters of water, which is 84 source crystals, exceeding expectations. Honestly, this price was even expensive for Wei Chuan himself. But the buyers all agreed without hesitation. These buyers had ways to earn materials. Even if they were not as good as Li Yongxing's selling oil, they wouldn't be too far off, so in front of the temptation of gain, even pulling out their savings was something they didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. A few other buyers didn't have such thick wallets and were hesitating. However, Wei Chuan was sure they would soon make their decision. Whether they would buy or not actually had an answer in the moment of their hesitation. Only those who could afford and wanted to buy would hesitate. After a round of trading, the time had come to 9 p.m. Wei Chuan simply sorted through the gains. He earned source crystals, used them, and now had nearly 1,800 of them. He made 4 bulletproof vests and, along with 4 finished bulletproof helmets, just enough for 4 sets of protection, ready to distribute tomorrow. He also made 4 walkie-talkies, with a communication range of 10 kilometers in a straight line. With 1 hour of use, it only consumed 1 source crystal, and could be worn on the waist as a phone. He had 22 evolution crystals, plus 3 in the hands of Li Yongxing, that made 25 crystals. 10 would be used to make source energy potions, and the remaining 15 would be distributed among the 3 people in the vehicle tomorrow. The templates for modifying bulletproof windows and bulletproof tires would be needed shortly. Sorting these materials into categories and neatly storing them in the storage rack, Wei Chuan took a deep breath, and the light in his eyes gradually became fervent. Next was tonight's ultimate task, modifying the armored vehicle. The current transformation situation is that the height is still 0.5 meters short, the length is still 1.5 meters short, and the width is still 2 meters short. The project is massive, and he is ready to stay up late. He focused his mental power, transferring all the storage containers filled with metal materials to an empty area outside the vehicle, then took out a part of the materials. With a thought, the metal began to melt, slowly covering the surface of the armored vehicle. The transformation officially begins. The first step is to extend the vehicle's body. Under his precise control, the liquid metal seamlessly melds into the chassis and body. The entire vehicle emits a deep metal hum, starting to visibly extend backwards. 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters, 50 centimeters. In just 2 to 3 minutes, the entire length of 1.5 meters is completed. However, working quickly naturally consumes a lot of energy. After completing the body extension, his energy had decreased by 6 or 7 tenths, so he lit a cigarette and leaned against the front of the vehicle to rest. Ha! At that moment, from the darkness in the distance came a roar. 2 emaciated, twisted humanoid night demons sniffed the scent of living humans and rushed over. Their speed was fast, with slender claws shimmering coldly. Noisy. But he just lazily raised his eyes, not even changing his posture, flicking his 2 fingers, which held the cigarette, lightly at the air. Puff! Puff! The two dull sounds almost rang out simultaneously, as the heads of the two night demons burst like they were crushed by an invisible giant force. Two glowing source crystals were pulled with telekinesis, cleaning themselves of blood before flying into his hands. Faster again. He murmured softly, exhaling a puff of white smoke. He could feel that the night demons' agility was increasing day by day, and even their intelligence was beginning to awaken. However, his evolution speed was far beyond these night demons, making killing them as easy as squashing ants. The only regret is that the number of night demons was not as many as the previous 3 nights, otherwise, earning 1,000 or 1,800 source crystals in one night would not be difficult. After finishing a cigarette, he returned to the vehicle to watch a movie with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. With his greatly strengthened physique, his energy recovery speed had also become extremely fast. What used to take an hour to recover now only took 10 to 20 minutes. After a short break, he got out of the car again to carry out the second transformation, height increase. Compared to elongation, simply raising the car wall by 0.5 meters is very simple, with no complicated structural interactions, using less energy. The metal materials merged into the car wall, and in under a minute, the total height of the armored vehicle reached 4 meters. Lastly, the most complex part, widening by 2 meters. Widening involves proportional expansion of the chassis and restructuring, synchronous extension of the front and rear vehicle walls and roof, and even the tires need to be adjusted according to the widened chassis. In short, this transformation is very troublesome and uses the most materials and energy. Starting from 9:30 p.m., Wei Chuan entered a cycle of transformation, rest, adjustment, transformation, carefully honing every detail. Until 12:30 a.m., the final widening was finally completed. The convoy he encountered yesterday was a great help, otherwise, the materials would definitely not be enough. Just fixing 10 large tires would take an entire day's worth of materials. Beautiful. Wei Chuan stood 10 meters in front of the vehicle, hands on his hips, a face not only covered in sweat but also radiating undeniable satisfaction. Before him stood the brand new armored vehicle, 15 meters long, 4.5 meters high, and 6 meters wide. The massive body lines are sturdy, and the dark armor gleams with a cold luster in the moonlight, like a dormant steel beast, steady, heavy, bringing an unparalleled sense of security. To be honest, it looks a bit like a big cockroach, but it's really cool. Chapter 80, Invincible War Machine. Firepower soars. Interior transformation. The position of the cannon. Wei Chuan stroked his chin, slowly pacing around the steel beast, rapidly planning in his mind. Since it's a multi-directional intelligent attack, placing it on the roof would be a waste, creating some blind spots for low attacks. His gaze swept over the vehicle body, eventually settling on a plan. Directly extending out from both sides of the vehicle body, one on the left and one on the right at the front, and one on each side at the back, that way it could form a nearly complete crossfire network with no blind spots. Let's do it! This thought sprang up in his heart like wild grass, growing wildly in Wei Chuan's mind. The planned rest was thrown to the back of his mind. The moment he thought that the powerful intelligent machine guns would soon become part of the armored vehicle, he grew impatient and full of energy. Since he was going to do it, he might as well go all out and finish it overnight. Wei Chuan resolved to start immediately. The metal materials were once again shaped by his thoughts, like meek cement, precisely forming shape on both sides of the vehicle body. Soon, 4 incredibly sturdy steel platforms extending directly from the car walls were formed. They looked like 4 little wings attached to the armored vehicle, all firmly reinforced at the bottom with heavy metal triangular supports, solid as rock. Having built the platforms, Wei Chuan immediately returned to the vehicle, exchanged the materials needed for the 4 intelligent machine guns at the trading hall, and hurried back outside. Materials needed for transformation have been met. Starting transformation/canceling transformation. He ran around the armored vehicle 4 points, and at each platform, he pressed start transformation. Bzzzzz. A low humming sound echoed from the 4 platforms simultaneously, accompanied by the sounds of metal clashing and structural reshaping, filled with a sense of technological power. Like the previous mammoth engine, the energy boxes for these 4 intelligent machine guns were also located in the driver's area. 1 minute later, the transformation was complete. Awesome! At the moment of seeing the final product, Wei Chuan was so excited he felt like he could float. All fatigue vanished in an instant. So cool! The 4 30mm intelligent machine guns stood quietly on the platforms, their dark barrels reflecting a cold gleam under the moonlight. They looked like mechanical arms of the armored vehicle, slowly rotating at this moment, occasionally stretching and retracting the barrels, resembling living creatures stretching their muscles, full of explosive energy. Now it looks even more like a cockroach. Wei Chuan walked around his beloved car twice, stroking his chin, unable to hold back a laugh. A bionic cockroach battle vehicle? Sounds pretty good. After enjoying the moment for a while, he returned to the driver's seat and unhesitatingly stuffed 500 source crystals into the energy box as the initial energy for the machine guns. Lightning, can you control the intelligent machine guns I just installed? Wei Chuan began to call the onboard AI. Yes, Commander, I can operate all energy devices on the vehicle. They are very powerful weapons, and are equipped with an intelligent target detection system, which compensates for my lack of physical abilities. Lightning's electronic voice remained calm. Very good, from now on, you take over them, eliminate all night demons or mutated creatures that come close, and fire warning shots at any unfamiliar vehicles or humans trying to approach within 1 kilometer. If they continue to approach, fire directly to destroy. By the way, just use burst fire mode unless I order a change in attack mode. Understood, Commander. The Defense Command has entered operational status. Do well. After handing over the security task to Lightning, who could work 24 hours a day, Wei Chuan arrived at the crafting table. The formulas that Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue obtained were all with him. After spending so many days together, their relationship had long transcended mere teammates or lovers, resembling a community bound by passionate romance and stable kinship. There was no need for pleasantries among them, trust and understanding had become habitual. Thus, after the two women got the formulas, without saying a word, they handed them to him, and he naturally used them directly. 10 steel ingots, 10 aluminum ingots. Wei Chuan quickly calculated the materials needed to create the M249 light machine gun, swiftly buying 4 sets at the trading hall. He bought materials that could make 1,000 bullets. Consumption: refined steel ingots 10, refined aluminum ingots 10, engineering plastic 3, engineering rubber 3. Crafting success: obtained M249 standard light machine gun *1. 4 prompts flashed continuously, and 4 shiny new M249s appeared on the crafting table. Then, he crafted 10 ammo boxes, each holding 100 bullets. Finally, it was time for the energy potion. Consumption: Evolution Crystal 1, Source Crystal 10, Blast 3, Plastic 3. Crafting success: obtained energy potion *1. Consumption: Evolution Crystal 1, Source Crystal 10, Blast 3, Plastic 3. Crafting success: obtained energy. After 10 consecutive crafting successes, 10 potion bottles resembling test tubes appeared. They seemed unremarkable, with transparent glass bodies and blue plastic caps, holding a faint red liquid, just like ordinary laboratory reagents. The effect should be great. Wei Chuan resisted the urge to try a bottle immediately and decided to wait for tomorrow to take them all together with the 2 girls, putting them away. Brand new standard tools are so convenient. For M249s, 10 ammo boxes, and 10 energy potions only took up 3 storage slots in total. After finishing all this, Wei Chuan's gaze swept across the spacious vehicle compartment, and his eyes brightened more and more. The room is settled, how can we not decorate? After resting for 10 minutes and recovering some energy, Wei Chuan began to work. The armored vehicle is 15 meters long and 6 meters wide. Subtracting the armor layer and fixed driving area, about 80 square meters of usable space remains inside. He already had a preliminary plan in mind. 2 16 square meter bedrooms, 1 5 square meter bathroom, and a 35 square meter living room combining kitchen, storage room, and living area, leaving 8 square meters as a corridor connecting all areas. The core idea is like this, but more details will be discovered and adjusted during the renovation. Let's start with the bedrooms. Wei Chuan concentrated and activated both the mental shaping and blueprint construction. He watched as the 2 sturdy double iron frame beds seemed to come alive, their metal feet moving silently and smoothly, carrying the beds. On the beds, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were still sleeping soundly, oblivious to the movement of the beds. Wei Chuan took these 2 beds as the core of the bedroom and began to build the framework. A large amount of metal material under his control, like gentle flowing water, slowly grew up from the chassis, extending and shaping along the lines planned in the blueprint, finally connecting tightly to the ceiling. These metal walls not only divided the space but also provided extra support to the ceiling, enhancing the vehicle's stability. Let's start with the hard decoration. The soft decoration can wait. Wei Chuan focused completely, controlling the metal material to continue working, this time targeting the bathroom at the rear of the vehicle. The cold metal came to life in his hands, emitting an extremely faint humming sound, quietly constructing a warm home in the tranquil night. Chapter 81, A 3-Person Family. At 6:30 the next morning, Lu Qingqing woke up from her dreams. Habitually, she wanted to get out of bed to prepare breakfast. However, when she saw the scene in front of her, the lingering drowsiness was shattered, and a great shock rose in her heart. The spacious vehicle compartment had disappeared. In its place was an independent room surrounded by smooth metal walls, roughly 15 square meters in size. A thick circular glass porthole was embedded in the wall, and weak morning light filtered through it. On the ceiling hung a lonely simple light bulb. Besides the iron frame bed beneath her, the room was empty. It was somewhat simple, but this clearly defined independent space made her feel a long-lost sense of stability belonging to home. Did he remodel again? After a brief daze, she immediately thought of Wei Chuan's initial talent. She hurriedly got out of bed, put on her slippers, and carefully pushed open the slightly crude door. But it was a very strong metal door. The scene outside once again stunned her. In front of her was a fairly spacious corridor, which was about 2 meters wide. On the walls of the car, there were 3 neatly arranged shelves, upper, middle, and lower, filled with various daily necessities, orderly categorized. At one end of the corridor was the familiar cockpit, while the other end stretched toward the rear compartment. She noticed that on the path leading to the rear compartment, there was another identical door. Gently pushing it open, she saw that the size and layout of the room were exactly the same as on her side, with Zhu Lingyi sleeping quietly on the iron bed, while Wei Chuan was not here. With a light heart and curiosity, Lu Qingqing walked along the corridor toward the rear compartment. The scene in front of her opened up. It was transformed into a brand new integrated kitchen and living room. Although the area was much smaller than the original compartment, it was functionally clear and truly had the appearance of a standard living room. On both sides of the car wall, there were long rectangular glass windows about 3 meters long, making the view wide open. And Wei Chuan, dressed only in a pair of shorts, was sprawled on the sofa sleeping, while a movie was playing on the TV opposite him, the volume turned down to a minimum. On the metal table beside him, there were casually placed a dozen evolution crystals. Lu Qingqing walked over to tidy up and found a note pressed under the evolution crystals. She picked up the note, which had a line written on it. "Qingqing, weren't you scared? Ha, I was too excited last night and finished it in one go. Go outside and take a look, there's a surprise out there. Fool, we can change it again today." Lu Qingqing understood at a glance that Wei Chuan must have been so exhausted that he fell asleep right here. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. She quite liked this special dialogue, carefully folded the note and cherished it in her storage compartment. Then, she tiptoed toward a small partition at the end of the compartment. Pushing the door open, a sparkle of surprise flashed in her eyes. This was actually a fully equipped bathroom. The internal space wasn't large, and the decoration was a bit rough, but it had everything it needed: a toilet, water heater, sink, and wash mirror, making it quite complete. Although she didn't mind washing up under the eyes of her man and sisters, having a bathroom was still different. The meaning was different. A stable life on the right track would make one feel more at ease. This bathroom had taken a lot of effort from Wei Chuan, and apart from the water heater being a source device, all the sanitary ware was made by hand. Especially the seemingly inconspicuous pipeline fittings, showerhead, and faucet had to be adjusted and modified repeatedly. To avoid disturbing Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing suppressed the urge to wash up. She found a flashlight from the shelf, tiptoed through the corridor, went to the cockpit, took out the large black pistol with bullets from the armrest box, and then opened the car door to get out. As soon as she stepped out, she raised the pistol and the flashlight. The moment the light swept over the car body, she froze as if under a spell, completely stunned, her pupils slightly constricting in shock. The armored vehicle had completely changed its appearance. The body had become larger, full of heaviness and power. But what shocked her the most were the 4 metal platforms that had appeared at the 4 corners of the car body, with 4 intelligent machine guns radiating a cold breath of death on top of them. Those were the terrifying weapons she had encountered on the defense wall of the research institute last night. Is this the reward for being first? An enormous wave surged up in Lu Qingqing's heart in an instant. Even though she wasn't very knowledgeable about firearms, she understood very well what these 4 automated intelligent machine guns implied. It meant that from now on, whether day or night, no matter what they were doing, there would be 4 pairs of powerful death eyes on constant alert. It means they have gained almost absolute security. She stood in place, unable to calm the excitement in her heart for a long time, her gaze lingering for a long time on the 4 silent smart cannons. No wonder there were no bullets on the table today, they really were unnecessary. Back in the car, she walked to the kitchen, looking at the man collapsed on the sofa, her eyes filled with indescribable tenderness and pride. "Sister Qingqing?" At that moment, a soft and sleepy call came from behind her. Lu Qingqing turned around to see Zhu Lingxue rubbing her eyes, looking bewildered at the completely transformed cabin, her little mouth slightly open, clearly still in shock from the huge change. Lu Qingqing hurriedly placed her right index finger on her lips, then gestured with her eyes towards Wei Chuan, who was still sound asleep on the sofa. "Mm. Zhu Lingxue immediately understood and was suddenly much more awake. She playfully made a zipping motion in front of her mouth, then waved at Lu Qingqing, wanting her to come closer to talk. "Sister Qingqing, what's going on?" Lu Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle at her shocked and confused expression and whispered, "What else could it be? It's the surprise that our Mr. Wei gave us." As she spoke, she took Zhu Lingxue's hand. "Come with me, the real surprise is outside." She led the curious Zhu Lingxue, the two of them like thieves, trying their best to avoid making any noise, sneaking quietly down the corridor to the cockpit. "This is a cannon?" When Zhu Lingxue's feet hit the ground and she looked up to see the iron beast that had completely transformed before her, her reaction was even more exaggerated than Lu Qingqing's just now. She gasped in shock, instinctively covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes, usually full of cunning, widened in disbelief. Yes, the reward for first place, he installed it overnight. Lu Qingqing stood beside her, clearly sensing her slight shiver. "That's amazing." Zhu Lingxue tilted her head back and walked slowly around the back of the car, taking a long time before looking away from the smart cannon to Lu Qingqing, her voice somewhat dreamy. Sister Ching, can we become rice bugs now? Actually, we have always been. Being rice bugs is fine, just don't hold him back, you know? As Sister Ching, you've fallen in love. The two girls stood side by side next to the heavily armored vehicle. Although the morning light was still dim, their hearts had already become completely bright. Chapter 82, Sharing the Treasure. At 8:30 in the morning, Wei Chuan slowly woke from a deep sleep, rubbing his eyes in a bit of confusion. As soon as he opened his eyes, a pretty face quickly magnified in his view, bringing with it a fresh fragrance, and then, a soft and warm sensation landed heavily on his cheek. It was Zhu Lingxue. Before Wei Chuan could react to the sudden attack, Lu Qingqing also leaned down, smiling gently, and lightly kissed his forehead. What's going on? Wei Chuan was completely bewildered, waking up instantly, sitting up sharply from the sofa, looking at the two girls with radiant smiles, confused. Hubby! You're amazing! Zhu Lingxue's voice was filled with joy, as she directly pounced into his arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, rubbing her face against his chest like a coquetting little cat. Wei Chuan instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, gently patting her back, seeming to understand a bit, and asked with a smile, "Did you see the cannon outside?" "Yeah. Sister Ching showed me." Zhu Lingxue nodded vigorously in his embrace, lifting her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "The inside is amazing too. It really feels like a home now. As long as you like it." Wei Chuan's heart was instantly filled with a huge sense of accomplishment, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, recalling that he had been busy until 3 a.m. last night to finish this work. He held Zhao Lingxue in his arms, smiled at Lu Qingqing, and began to simply introduce his labor achievements. Both rooms are 16 square meters, the bathroom is 5 square meters, the kitchen and dining area is 27 square meters, and the corridor is 16 square meters. I originally planned for the corridor to be only 8 square meters, but if the corridor is too small, it won't be convenient to enter and exit the driver's cabin. So, I took 8 square meters from the room for the corridor, just enough to move daily necessities inside. I think it's great. Lu Qingqing glanced around the kitchen and dining area, which wasn't particularly spacious but was full of life. Although it's a bit more compact than before, the feeling of being here is very warm. If it were too big, it would feel unsafe. Yes, this is the best way. Zhao Lingxue nodded continuously, clearly very satisfied with the final result. Also, all the windows are modified bulletproof windows made from templates. To keep up with the next round of vehicle modifications, I made them 10 centimeters thick, and the protruding parts are wrapped in metal on the outside. Although they can't be opened for ventilation, safety is definitely not a concern. I'll hang some curtains later, and I don't plan to install a skylight for now. The current temperature isn't suitable. Wei Chuan continued speaking. After being busy for so long last night, the results were not just about space separation. In short, many foundations had already been very firmly laid, and what remained were just various small supplements. By the way, I'll go wash up first, there's still something for you later. As he spoke, Wei Chuan remembered the important matter and gently patted Zhao Lingxue, who was still lying in his arms. Go ahead. Zhao Lingxue quickly got up and kissed Wei Chuan on the cheek. Entering the brand new independent bathroom, Wei Chuan quickly took a shower and brushed his teeth. TSK, it really feels different. Wei Chuan sighed while drying his hair. No longer needing to get out of the car just to brush his teeth, and not having to curl up in the back of the car while bathing, even doing hygiene has become countless times simpler. The improvement in living quality brought about real happiness. Feeling refreshed, he returned to the kitchen and dining area, where Lu Qingqing had already prepared a big bowl of sweet potato porridge for him, along with a plate of pickled vegetables and 3 golden, fragrant fried eggs. "Honey, this was brought over by Yongsheng this morning." After Wei Chuan finished his breakfast, Lu Qingqing handed him a plastic bag. Wei Chuan took it and looked inside. There were 7 brand new tactical waste packs and 3 evolution crystals. He picked up one of the waste packs, and the item information immediately appeared. Tactical waste pack, multifunctional military waste pack with 50 storage compartments. Sure enough, it's a good thing. Wei Chuan nodded secretly. This exaggerated capacity combined with a small size makes it a storage artifact at this stage. Each of you gets 2. He took out 4 tactical waste packs and handed them to Lu Qingqing and Zhao Lingxue, then opened the survival manual to send a message to Li Yongsheng. "Wei Chuan, come over to get the stuff." As soon as the message was sent, before he could get a reply, the back door gently shook twice, and a faint voice came in, "Boss. Take it and study it yourself." Wei Chuan smiled as he opened the back door and handed over the prepared items to Li Yongsheng, who was eagerly watching him. A smart machine gun modification template, a big pineapple gun with 2 magazines, a walkie-talkie, a bulletproof vest, a bulletproof helmet, and a source energy potion. "Thank you, boss." Li Yongsheng's eyes turned red the moment he saw the modification template, his lips curling up wildly, almost reaching his ears. He quickly packed the items into the storage compartments, his voice a bit shaky with excitement. After thanking him, he dashed back to his van as if those items would expire at any moment. After waking up in the morning, he had noticed the changes to the armored vehicle. Those 4 powerful smart machine guns were simply awesome. So he remembered Wei Chuan's promise from last night, he also had a share. Since waking up until now, he had hardly done anything, just sitting tensely in the driver's seat, waiting for Wei Chuan's call like waiting for a lottery draw. And now, this long-desired super treasure is finally in hand. Closing the back door, Wei Chuan sat back down at the dining table. He looked at Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, who were snuggled up on the sofa watching a movie, and smiled as he waved his hand. Qingqing, Lingxue, don't watch for now, I have a treasure to show. Hearing this, the 2 girls immediately paused the movie and leaned in with curiosity. These are new equipment, the walkie-talkies are already adjusted and can be used directly. Wei Chuan said, first laying out 2 sets of brand new gear on the table. Then, he took out the more precious energy potions and evolution crystals. 9 bottles of potions, 15 evolution crystals, let's split them evenly. These are all great items that can directly enhance our strength, we should use them quickly. Wei Chuan distributed the items leisurely, as if he was nearly giving out ordinary candies. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances and reached out in unison. They were very straightforward about the combat gear, but when it came to the energy potions and evolution crystals, their movements halted. They counted the total number carefully and each took only 2 bottles of energy potions and 3 evolution crystals. Drink! As Wei Chuan was about to speak, the usually gentle Lu Qingqing suddenly put on a serious face and pushed the remaining 5 bottles of energy potions and 9 evolution crystals back in front of Wei Chuan. Chapter 83, Little Superhuman, Master of Telekinesis, Rank List. You guys? Wei Chuan looked at the energy potions and evolution crystals pushed in front of him. He opened his mouth, but seeing the determined gazes from the 2 girls, he ultimately said nothing, only smiling helplessly with affection, accepting this heavy burden of love. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue smiled at each other, feeling reassured. Just as they were about to take the evolution crystals to swallow, Wei Chuan suddenly remembered the 2 previously overlooked medicine recipes. Basic adrenaline injection. Basic medical injection. At that time, he found 4 types of medicines in the hospital instance. The antiviral serum and glucose were ready-made, but the adrenal injection and medical injection were recipes that required evolution crystals to craft, so he had put them aside for the time being. 1 for each. Wei Chuan quickly finished the remaining porridge in his bowl and stood up to go to the crafting table. Consumption, evolution crystal -1, source crystal -10, plastic -3, steel ingot -1. Crafting successful, obtained, basic adrenaline injection *1. Consumption, evolution crystal -1, source crystal -10, plastic -3, steel ingot -1. Crafting successful, obtained, basic medical injection *1. He without hesitation crafted 3 of each, totaling 6 injections. Qingqing, Lingxue, these are the last 2 medicines, just like the first 2, they must be carried with you. They can save lives at a critical moment. Wei Chuan handed the 2 types of injections to the girls. In reality, given the current strength of the team, these 2 medicines might not be used for a long time, or maybe never at all. But medicine is a strategic resource that can be unnecessary but must never be absent. After wasting 9 evolution crystals, Wei Chuan could feel the mixed feelings of gratitude and helplessness directed at him from opposite. He wisely chose not to look and hurriedly started consuming the evolution crystals and energy potions. After swallowing 3 first-tier evolution crystals, the feeling was not intense. It was like his body tingled for a moment, which quickly faded, and the boost wasn't as significant as it had been at first. But the energy potion taken next had a ferocious effect. It was much stronger than the second-tier evolution crystal, almost double the effect. Roughly estimating, the energy contained in 1 bottle of energy potion was comparable to 6 first-tier evolution crystals. As soon as he downed the first bottle, he felt a sudden surge of heat throughout his body, and a strong soreness surged deep within his muscles, as if he had just undergone an extreme physical training session, making him feel entirely limp, struggling even to lift his arm. As this intense sensation gradually faded, he could distinctly feel that both his physique and mental strength had been noticeably enhanced. He didn't pause and consumed all the remaining 4 bottles of energy potions. The enhancement brought by the 5 bottles of source energy potion was truly terrifying. When the last trace of the potion's power was absorbed, Wei Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, feeling an explosive force surging within him. An illusion of omnipotence filled his mind, as if he could punch through an armored vehicle with 1 strike. Bang! On a whim, he actually got up and punched the metal wall of the carriage. A muffled thud. Good heavens, a clear fist print had actually been stamped onto that thick armor plate, while his fist was completely unharmed. In his excitement, he swept his gaze across the furniture in the kitchen and living area, and with a slight intention, lifted his right hand. The next moment, the heavy metal dining table, the spacious sofa, the not-so-light massage chair, and even Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, who were staring at him in astonishment, all floated effortlessly into the air, completely free from gravity. The power of telekinesis had surged to the point where he could easily manipulate weights of 1,000 pounds. Awesome! Feeling the brand new power surging within him and the vast telekinetic force that he could control like an extension of his own arm, Wei Chuan couldn't help but grin broadly. This increase was simply too great. His overall strength had at least doubled compared to yesterday. Just as he was about to gently lower the furniture and his wife back to the ground, that familiar and cold notification sound once again echoed in the minds of all survivors without warning. Survivor, congratulations on initially mastering the power of the human treasure. Please continue to strengthen it. Please note, mutated creatures and night demons are also evolving synchronously. Their hidden power is awakening and will soon catch up to you. Good luck. To eliminate these increasingly strong threats, the Light Shadow Road will provide you with new assistance, activating Function Fleet, Leaderboard. Only true heroes can rise to the leaderboard and receive gifts from the Light Shadow Road. Leaderboard? It updates just as I take off? Wei Chuan was instantly intrigued, pulling out the survival manual from the storage compartment to check the new functions. However, as soon as his hand touched the survival manual, it transformed into a streak of light and quickly merged into the back of his left hand, leaving behind a diamond mark glowing softly. At the same time, an item information lit up. Survival device, the most reliable survival assistant. Open. With a slight thought, a semi-transparent light screen immediately unfolded before him. All the familiar functions were there, but the interface was more streamlined and intuitive, with a striking leaderboard icon added at the bottom. Not bad, not bad. Wei Chuan nodded slightly. The new version of the survival manual had become a real assistance system, which was much more convenient. He first opened the updated personal information panel. Survivor, Wei Chuan. First talent, S-Class Mechanical Control. Second talent, Level 2 Telekinesis, 8.3%. Time, 8:51. Weather, clear. Temperature, 33 degrees Celsius. Upon seeing the third line, Wei Chuan's heart jumped violently. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and after confirming again, the corners of his mouth finally lifted, revealing a knowing smile. Sure enough. Because his telekinesis had broken through a significant bottleneck and reached a new stage, this had triggered this small update. This meant that if there were a power ranking or talent ranking in the newly opened leaderboard, he would definitely be at the top. However, he didn't rush to check but browsed through the other functions one by one. The talent skill page remained unchanged, still featuring skills like thought shaping and mechanical perception, while the social function added a fleet. The vehicle function was the same as before, but the vehicle information had been updated. Vehicle, 10x10 wheeled bulletproof source energy war vehicle. Maximum highway speed, 560 km per hour. Energy consumption, 35 source crystals per 100 km under smooth driving conditions. Special function, workbench. The name had become much more powerful, but the maximum speed had dropped by 20 kilometers. It was clearly due to the increased weight of the vehicle, which Wei Chuan had suspected last night. Next were the trading post and communication channel, which remained unchanged. Finally, his gaze fell on the newly appeared ranking feature. Chapter 84, first on the single list, top 10 in 3 lists, Big Shot Realm. With a hint of expectation and curiosity, Wei Chuan clicked in directly. The light screen flickered as it instantly switched, displaying 3 parallel ranking icons. This place belongs to the true brave. Each brave will receive gifts from the Light and Shadow Road, given at midnight every day. Please collect it before 23:59 the next day. Brave list. Vehicle list. Wealth list. In the game's rules, these 3 lists represent the personal level ranking, vehicle level ranking, and resource ranking, straightforward and blunt. Wei Chuan did not hesitate and first clicked on the list he was most interested in, the brave list. Records the second ability level of survivors, when levels are the same, ranked by the order of improvement time. Top 1, Wei Chuan, Level 2, Zone 89. Top 2, Kapil, Level 1, Zone 299. Top 3, Nia, Level 1, Zone 10047. Top 4, Nicholas, Level 1, Zone 380. Top 5, Chen Zhizhan, Level 1, Zone 36654. Top 6, Carol, Level 1, Zone 6541. Top 7, Kofi, Level 1, Zone 1678. Top 8, Erickson, Level 1, Zone 161651. Top 9, Johnny, Level 1, Zone 9489. Top 10, Josabi, Level 1, Zone 14654. Sure enough, the earlier guess was correct, only he alone reached Level 2. There were a total of 10 pages, with 10 people on each page, for a total of 100 people on the ranking. The ranking reward is source crystals. All 3 lists are the same, and the first place can receive 100 source crystals daily, not too little nor too much, just enough to cover daily needs. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshui also made the list, ranked 46th and 43rd respectively. Li Yongsheng did not make the rankings. After all, this is a server-wide ranking, and the competition is too fierce. Qingqing, Lingshui, what is your experience bar? Wei Chuan raised his head and asked the 2 girls who were also checking the survival device. 32%. 36%. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue answered in turn. This answer gave Wei Chuan a rough calculation of the experience bar between level 1 and level 2. If the effects of source energy potions and level 2 evolution crystals are converted into level 1 evolution crystals, then Lu Qingqing has consumed 16 level 1 evolution crystals, and Zhu Lingxue has consumed 18 level 1 evolution crystals. This means to advance from level 1 to level 2 requires 50 level 1 evolution crystals. He has consumed 62 level 1 evolution crystals, and his current experience bar is second level 8.3%, so to advance to level 3 from level 2 requires exactly 100 level 1 evolution crystals, leaving a shortage of 88. I have a great advantage. Even if the second place eats one more level 1 evolution crystal and reaches level 2, I still lead him by 13 level 1 evolution crystals. Wei Chuan calculated the gap in their experience bars, feeling secretly pleased. This ranking list came at just the right time, allowing him to know the level of players across the server. Next is the vehicle list. Records the overall performance of vehicles, when overall performances are the same, ranked by the order of improvement time. Top 1, Hayden, 141 Zone 37. Top 2, Lyle, 133 Zone 453. Top 3, Zheng Million, 125 Zone 783. Top 4, Amir, 117 Zone 43655. Top 5, Yang Zhaodi, 111 Zone 9984. Top 6, Shangguan Genoa, 106 Zone 2151. Top 7, Wei Chuan, 101 Zone 89. Top 8, Grover, 94 Zone 8162. Top 9, Liu, 90 Zone 16800. Top 10, Kelami, 86 Zone 60461. 7th. Seeing himself ranked 7th, Wei Chuan felt a bit of regret but could still accept it. So many good things came from last night's event. While he got an intelligent machine cannon, others might have gotten an intelligent rocket launcher, so it was understandable. After checking the two lists, he was the only one to enter the top 10 in both, which was already impressive. Besides, they are not in the same zone. Even if someone flies in a spaceship, what can they do to him? Finally, it's the wealth list. Records the overall value of resources, when overall values are the same, ranked by the order of improvement time. Top 1, Clarissa, 340 Zone 648. Top 2, Jia Guanjuan, 321 Zone 8755. Top 3, Jones, 311 Zone 148912. Top 4, Troy, 299 Zone 42708. Top 5, Shi Jiaying, 294 Zone 967. Top 6, Songgang, 288 Zone 65100. Top 7, Sphinx, 280 Zone 255. Top 8, Nandina, 277 Zone 1. Top 9, Shin Mingho, 275 Zone 19846. Top 10, Wei Chuan, 269 Zone 89. I've hit it. Seeing his name on the top 10 of the wealth list, Wei Chuan clenched his fist and couldn't help but whisper. First on the single list. 3 lists in the top 10. Besides him, no one else has reached the top 10 in all 3 lists, not even in 2 lists, which meant others had weaknesses, but he did not. Personal strength, vehicles, and funds. All 3 are crucial. Missing anyone will slow down development speed, and in the end, he will be caught up by someone who is good in all 3. That feels good. Wei Chuan turned off the survival device. He stretched lazily with a big yawn. He walked over and squeezed into the middle of the sofa, wrapping his arms around Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue on either side. At that moment, Zhu Lingxue had also finished looking at the rankings, turned around excitedly, and hugged Wei Chuan's waist tightly. Hubby, you have won first place. And 2 in the top 10. The first ranking is the most important. Strength is the foundation. As long as the other 2 are not too bad, that's enough. Wei Chuan smiled and kissed Zhu Lingxue's smooth cheek. His tone was calm, but the pride in his brows couldn't be hidden. On the other side, Lu Qingqing thought further and quietly said, once this ranking is released, it should stimulate a lot of people. Wei Chuan nodded, his eyes showing understanding. The gap is right here. The only way to catch up is to work hard to challenge those high-difficulty dungeons. Many people will die next. Zhu Lingxue looked puzzled. Since we know it's dangerous, can't we just not go? It's possible not to go, but not going means falling behind. You might run into someone casually on the way who could easily take you down. How many people can afford to slack off in that situation? Not to mention the increasingly strong night demons. If your strength doesn't keep up, you won't even see the sun the next day. Wei Chuan shook his head. Unless this survival game stops, who would dare to stop? After saying that, he opened the survival device again and checked the regional communication channel. Region 89, 8100/10,000 people. Zhenjiayu, wow, we have a super expert in our area, the number 1 on the hero list. Read, damn, I took 5 evolution crystals for just 10% in the first level, and I haven't even awakened my second talent. How did he do it? Jian Shui, it's normal, Wei is a weapons dealer. The dungeons we don't dare enter, he can just casually leak a bit of ammo to clear them. Samuel, he sells weapons? Can you recommend some to me? Benson, buddy, take a look at this Scar H standard assault rifle, this is Wei's strength. Lian Juanda, you guys missed the point, we have 3 people on the hero list, and the other 2 names are obviously female. Remember the 2 beauties beside the big shot? I now suspect even the mice at his place can get 4 dishes. Wooey, what's the price of the big shot's gun? Can I talk to you privately? The channel had indeed exploded, almost all discussions revolved around the rankings, and Wei Chuan from Region 89 had become the absolute focal point. Watching the various exclamations, envy, and even a hint of reverence in the discussions, especially being called Big Shot repeatedly, Wei Chuan honestly felt quite pleased deep down. After all, who doesn't enjoy the feeling of being admired and praised? Chapter 85, Arms Dealer Online. After lurking in the communication channel for a while and feeling the commotion he had caused, Wei Chuan switched to the trading interface. He posted a purchase request. Wanted, source device formulas and evolution crystals. Practical common item formulas are also acceptable, exchanging for Scar H assault rifles. Bullets can be sold long-term, bring your own price. The plan to sell guns was decided yesterday. Since he had made up his mind, he had to act quickly. In the early morning, he had browsed the trading hall and found that various bows and crossbows were nearly flooding the market, and even handguns had appeared in more than one variety. He had a premonition that perhaps within today, rifles or even machine guns would flow into the market. He had to grab as many from the first wave as possible before other gun dealers began to hesitate. After posting the purchase request, he crafted 10 Scar HS by hand, then traded half of his source crystals for bullet materials, making a total of 1,000 rounds. He decided to wait for half an hour to see if the purchase request could find suitable customers directly, and if not, he would just list it in the trading hall. Rifles are still rare equipment now, the price can't be low, but if it's too high, it won't sell. Not many people can afford it. Handguns, if the price of handguns is set a bit lower, it can be used to harvest scattered evolution crystals. Wei Chuan crossed his hands on his forehead, sinking into deep thought. Last night's event guaranteed 1 evolution crystal for anyone with points. Although most people would eat it immediately, there would always be some who wanted to stash it away or trade it for more urgent supplies. His target was that 1 evolution crystal in the hands of those people. Quantity leads to quality, little by little can add up. Now I need to hurry, hand-loading bullets is too inefficient. I need to mass-produce using a formula, but I only have the rifle bullet formula, and I can't use this pointed rifle bullet for a pistol. As Wei Chuan thought and thought, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. What if he used the blueprint construction ability to research a pistol that could fire the existing pistol bullets? Theoretically feasible, let's give it a try. After pondering for a moment, Wei Chuan suddenly opened his eyes wide and got up. He took 2 big black stars from the storage rack, one was the standard model, and the other was the large enhanced version he had studied earlier. Blueprint construction, go go go. He concentrated, blue light shining in his eyes. The 2 pistols instantly transformed into transparent 3-dimensional structure diagrams in his vision, countless fine lines outlining every part and internal structure. Wei Chuan modified the blueprint with his own ideas as the core. Using 5.56 by 45 mm rifle bullets, all-metal structure, stable performance, and controlled size. Under his mental drive, the blueprint began to rapidly evolve, adjust, and combine, generating new pistol design after new pistol design. This won't do, the size is nearly as big as a small submachine gun. This won't do either, the grip is so big it's more suited for an octopus. This one isn't bad, it can be refined and optimized further. Wei Chuan was fully focused, screening through each one. This was much more complicated than simply scaling the big black star, though it wouldn't consume too much energy, it was extremely time-consuming. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Finally, after eliminating 40 unsatisfactory blueprints, the 41st blueprint made his eyes light up. With a full length of 28 centimeters, using an all-metal structure, capable of firing standard 5.56 by 45 mm rifle bullets, and a magazine capacity of 8 rounds. It was 1 centimeter longer than the enhanced version of the Big Black Star, rugged in appearance, with a slight resemblance to a Desert Eagle, and the magazine and grip were slightly bulkier to accommodate the rifle bullets. This is it. After carefully checking it over, Wei Chuan immediately got to work, hand-making one. Then he dismantled a big pineapple's bullet chain box, took out a few rounds, and loaded them into the new pistol's magazine. He shot a magazine out through the shooting hole on the body. Bang! 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 The recoil was greater than the enhanced version of the Big Black Star, but the gun was very stable and reliable. The kick is a bit strong, but anyone who can afford to buy a gun with evolution crystals can definitely handle this level of recoil. Wei Chuan was very satisfied with this pistol. He immediately got to work again and made 49 more new pistols, then made 4 magazines, melting down the shells and bullet chains, leaving only 400 rounds. Using Scar H ammunition could save this step, but Scar H bullets are longer, and he didn't want to make the pistol 30 centimeters long. Xing, Ling Xue, help me compress the bullets, and after you're done, load them into the guns and hang them up for trading. As for the price, all listed for 1 evolution crystal. Wei Chuan said firmly. This price isn't high, to exaggerate, it's almost a giveaway, but this is the price he wants, one that can attract the most buyers. After finishing this matter, Wei Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and reopened the survival device. He had been busy for over half an hour, and private messages must have piled up like a mountain. However, before discussing business, he shouted into the intercom. Yongsheng, let's hit the road. It had been a day and a night here, it was time to set off. The search for dungeons and resource points couldn't stop. Li Yongxing's voice immediately came through the intercom. Okay, heading out now. Boss, have you seen the leaderboard? Those guys are being crushed by you. Wei Chuan smiled and said, I saw it, the ranking is pretty good. You need to work harder, your experience is almost there. Find 2 bronze-level dungeons, put them on the leaderboard. Boss, are there a lot of mutated creatures in the bronze-level dungeons? Hearing that he also had a chance to be on the leaderboard, Li Yongxing immediately became excited and curiously asked. He bought a handgun crossbow from Wei Chuan before the first night and was not very afraid of night demons and mutated creatures. Now he also wanted to encounter more, to collect more source crystals and evolution crystals. There are many. Last time in that hospital, there were more than a dozen mutated centipedes hidden, the biggest one was 2 meters long. Luckily you kid went around it, or else you would have been finished. Wei Chuan simply introduced the last situation. That time was really dangerous, he still felt a chill when he thought about it now. The true difficulty of the dungeon was unknown, many people died this way. What the heck? A 2-meter-long centipede? Thank goodness you were there, boss. If you had been a little late, I would have definitely gone in to deliver my head. Li Yongsheng was both shocked and happy. He was shocked that he almost got finished, and happy that there were many mutated creatures in the bronze-level dungeon. Now don't worry about so much, just pull the trigger and we're done. Let's go, 60 kilometers per hour. Okay, let's go. After chatting with Li Yongxing for a few sentences, Wei Chuan put down the walkie-talkie and clicked into the social interface. Sure enough, the private messages were already overflowing, with dense information windows, and new messages were still constantly popping up. Just reading them would take a lot of time. Chapter 86, Get Rich, a lot of evolution crystals. Pan Xiufu, wow, the top boss. Boss, I have an AWM, and it's the best L115A3 model, can I trade it 1 for a gun? The magazine's 1 too. I Dong Sinchuan, I can give you 2 recurve bows and an electric baton. Wang Ping, how about a grenade? One can match your firepower of 2 magazines. Taylor, what about a nylon rope recipe? Santiago, can you let me check the condition of the firearms? You can take the magazine off first. Huang Liqiu, young man, I have 2 bulletproof military explosive shields, do you want to trade? Tracy, sir, can I ask how to reach the 2nd tier? Turner, buddy, how about 2 evolution crystals? Susanna, how about using this vehicle repair kit to trade with you? This gives the vehicle a second life. Wei Chuan opened the window and carefully checked each message, directly deleting unhelpful conversations and leaving only those who were sincere about doing business. It took about 10 minutes. He exchanged 7 Akar H rifles, 17 magazines, and obtained in total 1 AWM sniper rifle, 3 spare magazines, 3 military explosive shields, 70 source crystals, 10 bags of noodles, 1 fragmentation grenade, 1 evolution crystal, 70 source crystals, 2 evolution crystals, 160 source crystals, 1 vehicle repair kit, 70 source crystals, 1 recipe for a full-face gas mask that can be made 10 times, 1 full-sealed heavy chemical protection suit, 5 portable gas detectors, 1 UTS-15 shotgun, 60 source crystals. These supplies were part of what Wei Chuan wanted and part were useful items he might need in the future, a fair exchange, taking what they needed. He hadn't run into particularly good recipes and items, at this stage, it was already very difficult to pick up leftovers. What a pity. Wei Chuan tossed the grenade he held in his hand, feeling a bit regretful. With this one, he already had 2 grenades of different models. He really wanted to mass-produce grenades, but the conditions didn't allow. Because the explosives loaded in the grenades were powerful explosives and stun explosives, completely different from bullet powders, there were none in the trading hall, so he couldn't craft them by hand. Otherwise, he could casually make 100 or 80 grenades, just throw them anywhere, and they would explode anywhere he walked, without needing to use a hammer for a gun. Honey! We sold out! While Zhu Lingshui was focused on loading bullets into the magazines, she suddenly shouted, her voice filled with excitement. How many did we sell? Wei Chuan immediately turned to ask. All 5 that were listed sold. I just confirmed that they were put on the shelf not long ago, and they were bought. Lu Qingqing said excitedly, her eyes wide open. Exchanging evolution crystals for handguns, a deal that seemed like a loss in her eyes, unexpectedly turned out to be so good. I'll try too. Hearing this, Lu Qingqing immediately put her 6 handguns, fully loaded with bullets, on the trading hall as well. Almost the next moment after going live, the sound of successful transactions rang out continuously. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Good. Wei Chuan's spirit instantly lifted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He immediately set aside the Scar H business and threw himself wholeheartedly into making handguns, his mind shaping flying high. Metal materials quickly reorganized, and once again 50 brand new pure metal handguns appeared. I probably have only half my energy left, resources in dungeons might show up at any moment, I need to save some strength for fighting monsters. Wei Chuan forced himself to stop, keeping a slight sense of caution. Then, he made 4 large pineapple magazines and joined the bullet pressing line. While pressing bullets, he curiously opened the trading hall, wanting to see the situation of other firearms. Item name, Mauser C96 handgun. Quantity, 1. Price, source crystal * 303. Item name, Walter P38 handgun. Quantity, 1. Price, source crystal * 333. Item name, Taurus M85 revolver. Quantity, 1. Price, source crystal * 310. There were many handguns, listed across dozens of pages, with various models, but each price was very high, starting at 300 source crystals. Converted to water, it is 25 liters, converted to fuel even reaching 550 liters. It is known that in the adjacent category, several rifles and machine guns average only 600 and 800 source crystals, but mere handguns are selling for 300 source crystals? Too ridiculous. Wei Chuan shook his head secretly. Resource buyers would rather spend more money on rifles than look at these low-cost performance handguns. And those with slightly less financial power, who truly need handguns for self-defense, would almost never be able to take out this much source crystal at once. Not necessarily really stupid. Wei Chuan shook his head, these sellers might just be posting high prices hoping for luck, while also privately posting purchase threads or directly looking for buyers in the area. About 20 minutes later, all 100 handgun bullets were pressed. As they were pressing and selling, 97 of the 100 handguns had already been sold. And while they were drinking water and resting, the last 3 consignment messages also came in, all 100 handguns were sold out. The final harvest was a full 100 shining first-order evolution crystals. They scattered across the table, resembling a miniature galaxy, breathtakingly beautiful. A pile of scrap metal plus 800 bullets, the cost was less than 500 source crystals. This profit is terrifying. At this moment, Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing, and Zhu Lingxue looked at each other, all stunned by this amazing harvest, somewhat at a loss for words. This can make 2 second orders, Zhu Lingxue murmured. Later we will stack you to second order. Wei Chuan was the first to recover from the shock, a burning light igniting in his eyes, decisively said, while other gun sellers haven't noticed the trading hall or started a price competition, we must seize this time window, every extra bit we earn counts. This strategy is right. After finishing, he did not hesitate to once again walk towards a cabinet with storage compartments, selecting metal materials. Saving energy to deal with dungeons and resource points? Not a chance. The violent profit opportunity before him, missing it is against nature. With full firepower, rush to production. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were also very excited. To avoid distractions, they simply turned off the TV, focusing entirely on pressing bullets, efficiency almost doubling. Wei Chuan even thought about using telekinesis to press bullets, but there was simply not enough energy, it was better to save it for making guns. 1, 5, 10. With the remaining energy, Wei Chuan made 120 handguns in one go. He only stopped when he felt dizzy and his hands and feet were weak. The meticulous work consumed too much energy. If it was recycled metal, even multiplying it by 100 times wouldn't be too much. Chapter 87, 423 Evolution Crystals, 2 Women Awaken, Ice Plus Barrier. Time quietly passed, an hour quickly flew by. Wow! You deserve to eat dirt. Wei Chuan cursed as he closed the trading hall interface, his face filled with displeasure and a hint of helplessness. Just half an hour ago, the situation took a sudden turn. Those sellers with high-priced handguns finally discovered that a crazy market disruptor was wildly crashing the trade. At first, they thought about joining in and adjusted the price of their handguns to 1 evolution crystal. But the problem was, Wei Chuan's all-metal rifle pistol completely crushed their little handguns and revolvers in performance, and the restocks were super fast. Therefore, even if the prices were the same, buyers hanging around the trading hall preferred to wait for Wei Chuan's restock rather than buy from others. This situation caused some sellers with unbalanced mindsets to completely lose it. Seeing that they couldn't earn anything, they started a crazier price crash. They directly gave up earning evolution crystals, reverting back to source crystals, while slashing prices again and again, bringing it down to the broken price of 100 source crystals. This price was nearly equivalent to just over 8 liters of water. Anyone who wasn't doing too poorly could afford it. This led to the instant sharp decrease in sales of Wei Chuan's handguns priced at 1 evolution crystal. After all, at this stage, it was hard to exchange evolution crystals for basic materials. Usually, items were swapped for items, making it feel like something valuable but with no market, much more precious than 8 liters of water. Wei Chuan could still accept the sharp drop in sales, as he could still sell a few. But what was worse was that news of the handgun price collapse spread rapidly through communication channels and private messages like wildfire. Many who were originally holding onto formulas to wait and see, or had been secretly selling, couldn't sit still any longer. They worried that their goods would continue to devalue and started to panic, flooding the market and beginning a new round of crazy price cuts. Though 100 source crystals were cheap, there were still people who couldn't afford it. As a result, those people, in order to get a last taste, started accepting trades for water, food, and various basic materials, bringing the price of handguns down to a floor price. In just half an hour, the average price of a handgun in the trading hall plummeted from 100 source crystals to 60 source crystals. 60 source crystals were merely equivalent to 5 liters of water. This price tsunami sweeping through the entire handgun market even started affecting the higher-end markets. The most obvious impact was on rifles and light machine guns, which began to gradually increase in quantity and decrease in price, now already down to 80% of their original price. Wei Chuan was also affected. His Scar H was hard to sell now. Customers who hadn't negotiated before all ran away, and even 2 buyers who had already purchased sent private messages cursing him, accusing him of being greedy, while others in the district mocked him in the channels. Incredible! Does this count as benefiting the public? If it weren't for me, beginners wouldn't even think about touching guns in half a month. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette and shook his head helplessly. Now in the trading hall, handgun-type firearms had reached an astonishing 1086 pages, and the handgun market had completely collapsed. This terrifying number also confirmed one thing. Those sellers who had hung high prices were indeed not foolish, they were very shrewd, merely maintaining a lucrative private market discreetly. If it weren't for his disruption, this lucrative market could have lasted much longer. To be honest, Wei Chuan felt a tiny bit of regret in his heart. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have listed so many at once. Selling them slowly would definitely have earned him much more. But on the flip side, his strategy couldn't be deemed wrong. While others were secretly tasting a bite or two, he had already finished the meat swiftly, leaving only a bit of broth for the later people. One move eliminated all competitors. Now the evolution crystals on the table had piled up to 423. This was the result of his crazy harvest. His energy had been continuously recovering, during which he had continuously listed many handguns in the trading hall, thus accumulating so much. These source crystals were enough to instantly feed 8 second-tier masters. Let the market crash if it must. Anyway, the money that was meant to be earned has already been earned. Wei Chuan extinguished the cigarette but wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Wives, it's time to enjoy the results. You go first, eat until you reach the second tier. Oh right, I almost forgot you haven't awakened yet. This time it will definitely succeed. Let's see what your second talent is. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. They didn't hesitate too much and started swallowing the evolution crystals one by one. When the number of evolution crystals was low, they insisted on letting Wei Chuan go first, but now with so many, there was no need to push around. Wei Chuan focused on watching them, looking forward to good news. However, their luck wasn't very good, or let's say it was average, as they only heard the awakening prompt sound after swallowing more than a dozen. Including the ones they took before, it was around the 30th crystal when they experienced awakening. The first to complete the awakening was Zhu Lingxue. Her face was filled with surprise as she looked at Wei Chuan excitedly and said, "Husband. I awakened the Heart of Ice, which allows me to consume stamina to create and control ice. I can also control ice from the outside. This talent is amazing." After saying this, she gently raised her hand, and visible cold air suddenly poured out from her palm. Crystalline ice rapidly spread, wrapping around her hands, forming a pair of glove-like ice crystals that resembled a work of art. Hearing this, Wei Chuan's heart stirred. Isn't this the freezing fruit ability, just minus the elemental aspect? This was undoubtedly an extraordinary talent, with immense battle power and potential. Immediately after, Lu Qingqing also completed her awakening. Feeling the new power surging within her, she spoke with a hint of joy. Mine is the guardian, which can consume mental energy to create a protective shield. I can control and adjust its size and strength. Well, this time is the barrier fruit? Wei Chuan was even more surprised. This talent has too much advantage in team battles. Keep eating, let's reach the second tier first. Wei Chuan suppressed his joy and urged them on. Awakening the second talent was just the beginning, the growth of basic attributes from strengthening was equally important. The two women nodded obediently and picked up the evolution crystals to start taking them again. After absorbing several more, they felt the unusual sensation from the explosive increase in power and successfully broke through to the second tier. Once they reached the second tier, they immediately stopped and, without any agreement, turned their eyes toward Wei Chuan, their gaze unmistakably clear. "It's your turn." "Okay." Meeting the eyes of the two women, Wei Chuan smiled and nodded, tossing the evolution crystals into his mouth one by one like they were peanuts. Chapter 88, The Third Tier Expert, Terrifying. As the energy of the evolution crystals spread within, the experience bar for the second talent began to grow slowly on the survival device panel. Second talent, second tier psychokinesis, 16.6%. Second talent, second tier psychokinesis, 33.3%. Second talent, second tier psychokinesis, 66.6%. When he reached the 88th crystal, that familiar, life-changing sensation surged once again. It was even stronger than in the morning, as if all his blood was boiling, every inch of muscle and bone felt intense soreness and heat, as if being forcibly torn apart and reassembled. "Damn it!" Wei Chuan quickly lay on the sofa, gritting his teeth. About 3 to 4 minutes later, the intense discomfort slowly receded like a tide. "Damn, that hurt." Wei Chuan closed his eyes and exhaled a long breath that carried a hot sensation, slowly extending his hands to carefully feel the terrifying power surging within. It was hard to quantify how much had been enhanced, but it was certainly much stronger than at the second tier, potentially more than double the shocking increase. With a thought, he opened his personal information panel. Survivor, Wei Chuan. First talent, S-rank mechanical control. Second talent, third tier psychokinesis, 0%. Time, 11:29. Weather, sunny. Temperature, 39 degrees Celsius. Indeed, I successfully advanced to the third tier. To calculate how much experience is needed to advance from level 3 to level 4, he tossed another evolution crystal into his mouth. However, after swallowing this evolution crystal, the experience bar did not budge, still resting at 0%. So he continued to try. It wasn't until he absorbed the third evolution crystal that the stubborn experience bar flickered slightly. Second talent, level 3 psychokinesis, 1%. It actually requires 300 crystals? Wei Chuan's face instantly darkened, unable to help but mutter under his breath, "That's way too many." He had originally thought he could push to level 4 today, but it seemed he was thinking too much. However, after calculating, he realized there was still hope. A total of 423 evolution crystals, Lu Qingqing had consumed 34, Zhu Lingxue had consumed 32, and he himself had consumed 91, leaving 266 crystals on the table. 266 plus 3, just 31 crystals left to level 3. If I can trade the Scar H for evolution crystals, I can definitely reach level 4 today. A thought flashed through Wei Chuan's mind. Although the rifles in the trading hall had started selling, the quantity was still small, only a few pages. One rifle for 2 evolution crystals was definitely reasonable. I must reach level 4 today. At worst, I'll do a 1-to-1 trade and crash the market for rifles. Wei Chuan steeled himself and conveyed his idea to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue fully supported him, and even as soon as he finished speaking, they thought about posting a buying request in the trading hall. "No rush, let's eat first." Wei Chuan quickly waved his hand. It was already 11:30, having worked all morning, it was time to take a break. After saying that, he also notified Li Yongsheng via intercom, making sure he wasn't off on his own again. Survivor, Wei Chuan. First talent, S-level mechanical control. Second talent, level 3 psychokinesis, 89.7%. Time, 11:29. Weather, clear. Temperature, 39 degrees Celsius. While Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were cooking, Wei Chuan consumed all the remaining evolution crystals, raising his experience bar to 89.7%. Thinking he could level up to 4 today, Wei Chuan felt a bit smug and opened the leaderboard to take a look. Top 1, Wei Chuan level 3, zone 89. Top 2, Clarissa level 2, zone 648. Top 3, Copier level 2, zone 299. Top 4, Nia level 2, zone 10047. Top 5, Sphinx level 2, zone 255. Top 6, Shin Zhizhan level 2, zone 36654. Top 7, Jiajun champion level 2, zone 8755. Top 8, Shin Mingho level 2, zone 19846. Top 9, Jones level 2, zone 148912. Top 10, Songgang level 2, zone 65100. The changes in the Brave list were quite significant, with all top 30 rushing to level 2, and of the top 10 this morning, 6 had been pushed down. It was worth mentioning that the 6 newcomers who just broke into the top 10 were all in the top 10 of the wealth list. Resource gatherers were starting to take action. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were ranked 28th and 29th respectively. This ranking was already quite high, having outperformed countless leaders in other zones. There were no changes in the top 10 of the vehicle list, just a few more stars for some, but to increase by one rank needed several stars, and it wasn't that simple to catch up. The changes in the wealth list were not significant, only 3 people were kicked out, falling out of the top 10. Wei Chuan was one of them, dropping to 15th place. However, Wei Chuan didn't care much. He thought among the 3 lists, the wealth list was the easiest to climb, just earn some resources to get back on top. Knock knock knock. Just as Wei Chuan turned off the survival devices display, he heard a few light knocks on the back door. He went over to open it, and it was Li Yongsheng. Only Li Yongsheng would come. Boss. You're already level 3? Sister-in-law is at level 2 too? How did you do it? Bring me along. Li Yongsheng's eyes sparkled when he saw Wei Chuan, his tone full of envy and eagerness. After departing in the morning, he hadn't checked the leaderboard much, and it was only when he arrived at the regional communication channel that he overheard someone mentioning big changes in the rankings. When he looked, he realized that Wei Chuan was actually at level 3, and both sisters-in-law were also at level 2. This level-up speed truly seemed like cheating. I can bring you, but you have to put in the effort. Wei Chuan smiled and handed him a cigarette. After lunch, I'll give you 50 pistols. You can take them to trade for source crystals or supplies, and then see if you can exchange them for evolution crystals. We'll split it in half. Boss, that sounds super easy. Although we don't look down on pistols, many people are still using bows and machetes to this day. I can just take it and exchange it for evolution crystals. Li Yongsheng confidently took the cigarette and said. I could do it in the morning, but not now. Wei Chuan shook his head and blew out a smoke ring. Do you think I reached tier 3 just like that? Li Yongsheng took the cigarette, was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood. His boss definitely went to make quick money by cutting leaks. Thinking carefully, this trick is simply brilliant. Before unlimited firearms recipes appeared too often, energy-producing firearms were the biggest advantage. Directly flooding the market with volume and low prices, while filling his own pockets, he could also squeeze the living space of all competitors and slow down their growth. As expected of the boss. Li Yongsheng sincerely gave a thumbs up, his admiration evident on his face. Alright, stop bragging. Wei Chuan laughed and waved his hand. Get some good rest, you'll have work to do in the afternoon. Don't worry, boss. Li Yongsheng patted his chest loudly. Even if the market collapses, handguns are still good stuff, I'll take care of it. After saying that, he turned around excitedly and left, already starting to fiddle with the survival device as he walked. He hadn't been idle these past few days. He got to know quite a few small local tyrants and could contact them in advance. Maybe he could land a few orders. Chapter 89, Super Strong Telekinesis, Bullets Are Useless. Sitting on the sofa, Wei Chuan turned on the car's TV and DVD player, choosing a comedy movie to relax his slightly tense nerves. While the movie began, he opened the survival device. He set the private chat function to friends only and directly set the friend adding function to no one can add. It wasn't that it was installed after he took off, he was really left with no choice. Before the leaderboard appeared, private chat or friend adding could only be done by clicking on avatars in the communication channel or purchasing posts. But once the leaderboard came out, clicking the names on the list allowed direct private chats and friend requests. As the number 1 with a tier advantage on the hero ranking, his social functions had almost been overwhelmed. Private chat notifications and friend request messages refreshed every second, seriously affecting his daily use, so he had to temporarily disable these functions. He could turn them back on later when needed. 20 minutes later, the aroma of lunch filled the air. Today's meal was colorful butterfly pasta, with sides of wolf meat, mushrooms, some ham slices, and bok choy. Looking at the pieces of pasta in his bowl that resembled little butterflies, Wei Chuan suddenly thought of Siamei. This butterfly pasta was the one Siamei had given him before. He hadn't contacted her in 2 days. In such a high-pressure survival world, it's easy for feelings to fade without maintenance. At least she's alive. He opened his friend list and saw Siamei's name still there, feeling a bit relieved. Wei Chuan, Sister Mei, my luck has been good these past 2 days. I have some handguns and rifles on hand. Do you want to get a couple for self-defense? Siamei, oh, the top scorer finally remembered this poor auntie? I thought you were doing so well that you wouldn't bother with old acquaintances. Wei Chuan, don't say that, I'm not that kind of person, I've just been a bit busy these days. Siamei, seriously, your speed of improvement is too shocking. Everyone in our district is talking, wondering if you're using hacks or if you're a returning boss. Wei Chuan, it's not that mysterious, just good luck. In this world, no matter how hard you try, it can't beat a good recipe. After chatting casually with Siamei for a while, Wei Chuan turned off the survival device. Siamei said she had already bought an AK in the trading hall, but it only had 1 magazine of bullets. Wei Chuan remembered this in his heart, planning to prepare an extra Scar H and 5 magazines for Siamei when he stocked up for Li Yongsheng. Even though it was a gift, Wei Chuan felt this investment was very worthwhile. Don't look at how Siame didn't make it onto any of the 3 lists. Her talent related to food production was the real long-term and stable core ability. No matter the stage, talents that can solve fundamental survival issues are always in demand. If there's a chance in the future, he would like to bring Siame into his team. After lunch, Wei Chuan made some ammunition for all the remote weapons he could.
Honey, can we still make money with the pistol crossbow now?
Seeing that Wei Chuan had prepared several crossbow bolts, Zhu Lingxue asked curiously.
I'm not planning to sell.
Wei Chuan shook his head. I want to test the strength of my current mental power.
Can you help me with the test? Isn't that a bit dangerous? Zhu Lingxue put away the ammunition, a trace of worry on her face. Silly, just don't aim at my body.
Wei Chuan chuckled, affectionately giving her nose a playful poke.
Oh. Right.
Zhu Lingxue suddenly realized, and after taking all the necessary remote weapons from the storage cabinet, she got out of the car with Wei Chuan.
Let's start with the pistol crossbow, aim and shoot here. Wei Chuan stood about 20 meters away from Zhu Lingxue, pointing to the empty ground on his left side.
Okay. Zhu Lingxue took a deep breath, raised the pistol crossbow, aimed at the empty space 1 meter to the left of Wei Chuan, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt shot out, but after flying only a few meters, it seemed to hit an invisible steel wall, instantly twisting and deforming before dropping helplessly to the ground.
That's easy.
Wei Chuan relaxed a lot. For a crossbow bolt that could pierce a night demon, hitting his mental wall felt like raindrops on his hand, almost no pressure at all. Approaching the 4th level of mental strength, the intensity was beyond imagination.
Lingxue, keep firing the remaining crossbow bolts in rapid succession. Wei Chuan waved to her.
At that moment, Lu Qingqing, who had just finished washing the dishes, and Li Yongshang, who was chomping on a piece of watermelon, noticed the commotion outside the car and came down to watch.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Zhu Lingxue pulled the trigger, and 4 crossbow bolts shot out in rapid succession.
As expected, all the bolts were easily blocked by the invisible mental wall at the same distance, twisting and falling to the ground.
Next, let's try the pistol.
Using his mental power, Wei Chuan picked up all the fallen crossbow bolts and squeezed them into a metal block with a gentle force. Zhu Lingxue switched to the standard version of the Great Black Star pistol, her expression turning even more serious, deliberately tilting the gun slightly to the left to avoid any accidents.
Bang! The gunshot rang out.
However, the bullet hit the invisible barrier just like the previous crossbow bolt, its energy completely suppressed before it fell to the ground.
The power is strong.
Wei Chuan felt as if he had caught a forceful basketball pass, his hands shook but it was far from dangerous.
He nodded to Zhu Lingxue, signaling her to continue.
Understanding his cue, Zhu Lingxue fired the remaining 3 bullets in the magazine.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Once again, nothing changed, all the bullets were firmly blocked by the mental wall, unable to shake it at all. Seeing this scene, Zhu Lingxue, Lu Qingqing, and Li Yongshang were all stunned.
Can he really use mental power to block bullets? Li Yongshang suddenly burst out with an excited shout, Boss! You're amazing! Not bad. Wei Chuan smiled, not explaining too much.
In truth, he couldn't see the trajectory of the bullets at all, his nerve reaction speed couldn't keep up completely. The ability to block these bullets solely relied on the previously released mental wall, it was purely passive defense. But this level of defense was already sufficient to handle most threats. Afterwards, Wei Chuan tried the rifle, submachine gun, and light machine gun. Like the pistol, they were all easy to block, it was just that when blocking continuously, the mental energy was consumed quickly, unable to last for too long.
Chapter 90, Silver Level Copy. At 1:20 p.m., the convoy set off.
Wei Chuan comfortably leaned back on the sofa, holding Zhu Lingxue, who was browsing the survival device in his arms.
Leisurely watching the movie.
Before setting out, he made a batch of guns. He sent 1 SCAR H to Siame, 20 SCAR HS to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, and 50 handguns to Li Yongshang. With these arrangements in place, all he had to do next was patiently wait. Waiting for the evolution crystals to arrive one after another, then pushing his power to a new peak. 31 evolution crystals, he should be able to collect them all by sunset. He casually opened the regional communication channel to see what was happening in the outside world. Area 89, 8077/10,000 people. Karishma, 2 teams are fighting at the entrance of a dungeon, several people have died, what a bunch of lunatics.
Yang, finally got to use a gun, feels great. Run Haochu, is anyone selling modified vehicle cards?
I can trade for water or a composite bow, message me privately. Robert, hey, I got my second talent, I only consumed 5 evolution crystals.
Irina, another bronze level dungeon, damn it, can't I get a gray iron level one? Latinia, has anyone encountered a station type dungeon? We can exchange information, I've been through a station dungeon and a villa dungeon. Luo Chang, damn, the handgun I just bought last night dropped in price within just 1 morning?
Guanjia, ha, unlimited source device fan recipe, bro is about to turn his luck around. 2 hours passed, and the discussions in the communication channel returned to normal, no longer overwhelmed by topics related to the leaderboard, replaced by various shares, flaunts, and trading information. Wei Chuan glanced at a few messages and turned off the survival device, refocusing his attention back on the movie. As long as no one annoys him, he didn't care about anything else. Time quietly passed, gradually reaching 6 p.m. The sky began to turn yellow, but today's schedule felt eerily unordinary. It was too quiet today. The entire day, he hadn't encountered a single resource point or supply box, nor had he seen any detours or vehicles, which was a stark contrast to the usual daily encounters with at least one. Looks like today's luck was all used up for making money. Wei Chuan sat in the driver's seat, adding a bit of source crystal to the mammoth engine through the energy box. That afternoon, he gradually received 21 evolution crystals. 15 of them were traded from Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue for ScarHS, and the other 6 were from Li Yongqing for handguns. Li Yongqing didn't keep a single one for himself, he gave all to Wei Chuan. He knew Wei Chuan was pushing for the 4th tier, and he clearly expressed he would fully support, saying his own 2nd tier could wait a few more days. After swallowing all 21 evolution crystals, Wei Chuan's experience bar skyrocketed to 96.7% in the 3rd tier. Just 10 more, and he could break through to the 4th tier in one go. 10 crystals were no problem, he would definitely receive them before sleeping tonight. Even if ScarHS and handguns were hard to trade, he still had the big pineapple. Version-strong firearms, many people wanted them. As it approached 6:30, Wei Chuan picked up the intercom, preparing to notify Li Yongqing to find a flat area ahead to park for the night. However, just as he brought the intercom to his mouth, not yet pressing the talk button, a piercing shout from Li Yongqing broke through the speaker. "Boss! Look ahead! Lightning didn't warn, no danger, did we stumble upon a high-level supply box?" Wei Chuan's heart immediately stirred, reacting quickly as he took several large steps to the front driver's seat. He picked up the binoculars to look ahead, his pupils suddenly constricting sharply. At the end of the road, an incredibly majestic giant building appeared. Its outline appeared particularly fierce under the setting sun, the entire shape resembling a giant bird of prey, crouched on the ground, ready to pounce at any moment. As they drew closer, he could barely make out that it was an enormous airport. The terminal stretched out horizontally, at least over 100 meters long, with entrances and windows that seemed like countless deep black holes, making it impossible to see what was inside. "Honey, is that a resource point?" Zhu Lingxue also came over. The tone was filled with shock. "It's impossible." Wei Chuan shook his head seriously. "If this is a resource point, we'd better go around it. A resource point this large must have guards that we cannot handle. It should be a dungeon, I've never heard of a resource point being this big or this new." Soon, the convoy arrived right in front of the giant airport. At that moment, several lines of enormous text glowing with a semi-transparent gray light floated before the deep entrance. "Survivors, welcome to Shadow Airport. Shadow Airport has been abandoned for many years and is now occupied by numerous night demons and mutated creatures. Some emergency supplies remain inside, please explore with caution. Danger level, silver grade. Access time, 120/120 minutes. Existence time, 369/500 minutes." It was indeed a dungeon, and it was a higher difficulty silver grade dungeon. "Boss! It's a silver grade dungeon!" Li Yongqing shouted from the van through the walkie-talkie, his voice trembling with obvious tension. There were already more than a dozen mutated creatures in a bronze grade dungeon, a silver grade dungeon would certainly have even more. It looked extremely difficult, how should they fight? "I see it, stop the car first." Under Wei Chuan's command, 2 vehicles entered the airport's huge parking lot and came to a halt. Li Yongqing immediately jumped out of the car, running over with a serious expression. If it were a gray iron or even a bronze grade dungeon, he would be very excited, just following the boss in to kill wildly, but for a silver grade dungeon, he really felt a bit afraid. "What are you panicking for?" Wei Chuan's tone remained calm, even carrying a hint of eagerness. "Go back and bring all the food, water, medicine, and everything useful we can find. I will make some ammunition." He paused, a strong confidence flashing in his eyes. "If bullets can't solve it, my nearly 4th stage psychic power is not for show. The boss of a gray iron grade dungeon is usually a 1st stage mutated creature, while a bronze grade boss is a 2nd stage. So, the boss of this silver grade dungeon is very likely a 3rd stage mutated creature." But Wei Chuan himself was already approaching the 4th stage, with top-tier equipment for this stage, plus ample ammunition and his teammates' support. What's there to be afraid of? Let's do it. Alright. I'll go right now. Hearing Wei Chuan's steady and confident words, Li Yongqing quickly calmed down, replaced by an overwhelming sense of excitement. The harder the dungeon, the better the rewards. Once the boss breaks through to the 4th stage, he could push to the 2nd stage. Chapter 91, Difficulty is visible. 20 minutes later, a fully armed 4-person team gathered in front of the terminal. Everyone changed into camouflage combat uniforms, wore bulletproof helmets, and put on heavy bulletproof vests. With this gear, they finally looked a bit like a regular army. Basic protection was complete. Besides the standard protective gear, their combat supplies were also ample. Each person was equipped with 5 100-round magazines, plus the 700 rounds of ammunition made previously that had no place to use. Considering the time needed to change magazines, Wei Chuan additionally made 10 50-round extended magazines for the Scar Age, for emergencies. In terms of medicine, Wei Chuan prepared a complete set of 4 antiviral serum, adrenaline injection, medical syringe, and glucose. He also prepared antiviral serum and a medical syringe for Li Yongsheng but didn't give them directly. Instead, they were placed in his tactical waist pouch as backup. Wei Chuan knew that when it came to saving lives, he wouldn't be stingy, even if there were only 5 antiviral serums in total. However, this second life had to wait until it was really life-threatening to take out. At that time, he could say it was kept for himself, which would maximize the loyalty of his younger brother. Let's go in and take a look. If the situation is off, retreat immediately. Standing before the terminal door, which seemed like the mouth of a giant beast, Wei Chuan reminded, then took a deep breath and stepped inside first. The scene before his eyes suddenly changed. 4 people passed through the empty doorframe in turn, as if crossing an invisible membrane, entering the airport's arrival hall. Inside and outside the door were completely 2 different worlds. The internal hall was extremely dim, with the air filled with dust and the smell of mold. Although separated from the outside world by just one door, it was deathly silent and eerie here, like a deserted scene in a horror movie. The check-in counters were in disarray, and the floor was littered with broken glass and debris. Everything appeared dilapidated and bizarre. Ha! As they entered the hall, a roar came from the right side's resting area. 3 night demons, still maintaining human shapes but with gray, lifeless skin, were wandering near the tattered sofa, nearly rushing toward the 4 as soon as they spotted them. "I'll take care of it," Wei Chuan said softly, then casually raised his right hand and lightly grasped at the air. But a muffled explosion sound erupted, and the 3 night demons seemed to be squished by an invisible giant hand, their bodies twisting and compressing in midair, then suddenly exploding. Splatters of red and black meat and shattered bones fell to the ground, then turned to powder and dissipated, leaving only 3 glimmering source crystals floating in their place. Wei Chuan summoned the source crystals and stored them away. He calmly swept his gaze around, choosing a relatively clean passageway on the right. Find a corner without windows, shoot to attract the nearby monsters, and clear them out, then we'll push forward. He said this calmly as he stepped forward. This was the safest tactic, find and use the advantages of the terrain to avoid being surrounded, gradually eradicating the enemies in this instance. The 3 behind him immediately followed, holding their big pineapple light machine guns, cautiously moving through the dim corridor, following Wei Chuan deep into the airport. The silver-level instance's exploration officially began. 2 minutes later, Wei Chuan found an ideal monster spawning point. It was a right-angled corner without windows, connected to the arrival hall they entered from, and led to an open commercial area ahead, with various dilapidated shop remnants on both sides. This is it. Wei Chuan examined the commercial area ahead, where danger lurked in silence, and nodded. Upon hearing this, Li Yongsheng stepped forward, raising his big pineapple, and fired a shot towards several different directions deep in the commercial area. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed violently within the empty building, reaching far away. Crack! Crack! Clang! The gunfire was like stones thrown into dead water, instantly stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. In the depths of the commercial area, a cacophony of noises erupted, sounds of glass shattering, heavy objects colliding, and faint roars. Clearly, something had been disturbed and was rushing this way. "Qingqing, watch our back, Ling Shui and Yongshang, you take the front." Wei Chuan quickly assigned tasks, while he himself leaned casually against the cold wall. From this angle he could observe both directions at once. From now on, he didn't plan to shoot easily. Issues that could be solved with a gun would be solved with a gun. He needed to save his energy for things that guns couldn't handle or couldn't deal with. Ha ha. Only about 3 or 4 seconds passed, and a dark mass of figures charged out from the depths of the shadowy commercial area, roaring. A rough count showed about 20. These night demons varied in shape, some were humanoid, some beast-like, and others were so strange they defied description, as if randomly assembled from the limbs of various creatures. The Cthulhu style was too heavy. It was clear that it could make anyone lose their sanity. However, the 4 of them were veterans, not easily frightened by the appearance of the night demons. To draw out so many from just a small area, no wonder it's a silver-level instance. This time we must be extra cautious. Wei Chuan's heart sank, and his alertness rose to the highest level. Bang! 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 As this group of various night demons surged together, roaring as they closed in to about 30 meters, Zhu Lingshuet and Li Yongsheng both began firing their light machine guns simultaneously. The sound of the big gun was loud, muffled, and continuous. It was not as crisp and sharp as the Scar Age, but it carried a reassuring feeling of heavy firepower pressure.
Two metal storms erupted, instantly killing the night demons leading the charge. Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongxing's shooting skills had been improving. Even with spray fire, their accuracy was quite good. They didn't even empty a 100-round magazine, and these 20 or so night demons were completely wiped out. Almost at the same time, short bursts of fire came from the rear. Lu Qingqing decisively took down a few stray night demons that had crept in from the direction of the hall. Let's go, search this commercial area carefully, I will keep watch for you. Don't take the basic resources that are of little use, mainly look for items and recipes. It's hard to come by a silver-level dungeon, so we must seize the time. Wei Chuan stood up straight, waved his large hand, and led the three into the recently bloodied commercial area. With such a large airport, it wouldn't be finished in 2 hours, it might even take 2 days, and time must be allocated to areas with mutated creatures. Chapter 92, Mutated Night Demon, Mutated Two-Headed Dog. The errors from the previous chapter have been corrected. The resources in the commercial area were plentiful. Just after 5 minutes, they collected nearly 100 pounds of food and water. Wei Chuan found a huge, tattered curtain and packed the food and water into a bundle, storing it all in his storage compartment. They also found 3 recipes, but all of them were for kitchenware. Even though they were unlimited, they held no allure for Wei Chuan at present, so he let Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongxing each take one. After a quick cleanup, the 4 continued to advance deeper into the first floor. The next stretch was very clean. The wide corridor looked as if it had been raided, with not a single resting chair or flower pot in sight. They reached the end of the corridor smoothly. Before them appeared an elevator shaft. The elevator was out of power and couldn't be used, but the stairs next to it were not blocked. The underground level of the airport usually contains the luggage transportation and storage areas. There should be plenty of supplies worth searching. Wei Chuan thought for a moment and decided to explore downwards. Entering the stairwell, the lights suddenly dimmed around them. Only the emergency lights on the wall emitted a faint glow, barely lighting the steps down, while the air was thick with dust and a strong musty odor. Upon reaching the basement level, they found themselves in a bright but even more devastated scene. This was indeed the luggage processing center, with numerous luggage conveyor belts crisscrossing like dead giant pythons. Countless suitcases piled up like mountains, most of which were damaged, exposing rotten clothes and miscellaneous items inside. The air was damp and murky, mixed with a strong smell of rust and some kind of decaying stench. Roar! Just a few steps in, a low growl came from behind a pile of luggage nearby. At first, they thought it was a mutated creature, but when the figure ran out, they realized it was a night demon that still retained a human shape. It was hanging with several tattered strips of cloth, vaguely recognizable as a work uniform, its size inflated to nearly 3 meters in height, and its skin presented a gray, rocky texture. Most importantly, its arms and shoulders were covered with sharp, white bone spurs, looking extremely fierce. An evolved night demon? Wei Chuan's heart raced. The sense of pressure this creature emitted was far beyond the weaklings they had encountered before. This mutated night demon had discovered the intruders. Without any hesitation, Aurora escaped, taking heavy steps forward like a small tank charging ahead. Fire! This time, no need for Wei Chuan to remind. Lu Qingqing had already shouted out coldly. Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongxing also immediately reacted, quickly following up with gunfire. The roar of 3 light machine guns instantly filled the entire underground space. Bang! 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 Dense bullets poured down like a torrential rain on the mutated night demon, splattering flowers of blood. This guy was indeed not ordinary. Even when hit in the head, it did not explode directly, leaving several obvious dents, with black blood gushing out. However, its body defense was clearly not as good as its head. Under the furious fire, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the momentum of its charge suddenly halted, moving slower. Indeed not weak, this is the level of a Tier 2 mutated creature, but it still can't take too many bullets. Wei Chuan thought to himself. Just as he thought victory was certain, an unexpected change occurred. The night demon suddenly swung its right arm, and a sharp bone spike, about 30 centimeters long, shot out like a powerful crossbow, aiming directly at the closest Lu Qingqing. The speed was as fast as a bullet. Lu Qingqing's expression changed drastically, instinctively preparing to gather a protective barrier, but the bone spike was coming too quickly. At that critical moment, the flying bone spike seemed to hit an invisible wall just less than a meter from Lu Qingqing's face, suddenly stopping in midair. In the next moment, before anyone could react, the bone spike swiftly reversed direction, turning into a white lightning bolt, and shot back toward the night demon's own head at lightning speed. Put! With a muffled sound, the bone spike accurately penetrated through its eye socket, exiting through the back of its head. The towering body of the night demon suddenly stiffened, and then fell to the ground with a crash, its body quickly turning to ash, leaving only a few source crystals clinking as they fell to the ground. Husband! Lu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, her heart still racing. The speed of that bone spike was indeed too quick. Though she had thought of a countermeasure, she wasn't sure she could have gotten it out in time. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Wei Chuan slowly retracted his slightly raised palm and walked forward. 5 source crystals lay on the ground, and a night demon could drop so many source crystals. Indeed, it was a high-level night demon. This night demon has the level of a tier 2 mutated creature. We need to be careful now. This is just the beginning. The next ones will be stronger. Wei Chuan collected the source crystals and gently reminded everyone behind him. The silver level dungeon was indeed different. The difficulty far exceeded all previous resource points and dungeons they had encountered. Although his confidence was still strong, his mental tension had to tighten now to avoid any casualties. Lu Qingqing and the others nodded with serious expressions, no longer daring to treat this dungeon as a treasure trove for easily obtaining resources. Roar! 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 Almost at the same time as the three nodded, low and wild howls began to echo from the dark depths ahead, overlapping and resonating. Clearly more than one was coming. Evolution Crystal, you have finally arrived. Wei Chuan focused his gaze and saw several rapidly moving massive figures. His heart tightened at first, then an uncontrollable surge of joy rushed in. What came was a pack of mutated dogs. These mutated dogs were not ordinary, each one had 2 fierce dog heads, and should be called mutated two-headed dogs. At the same time, they had another identity, carriers of evolution crystals. This group of mutated two-headed dogs was attracted by the gunfire just now, and there were as many as 6 of them. One of them was particularly huge, nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder, muscles bulging, and its 2 heads looked even more ferocious. Clearly it was the Dog King. The other 5 were slightly smaller, but still generally around 1.5 meters tall, baring their teeth and drooling, exuding a wild aura. However, what shocked Wei Chuan even more was their behavior. As this group of two-headed dogs discovered them, it didn't rush in mindlessly, but let out a few deep, almost communicative whimpers. Then, they quickly leaped up, using the piled-up suitcases and the crisscrossing conveyor belts as cover, trying to form an encirclement from both sides. Damn! They're playing tactics already? Wei Chuan was shocked. If it weren't for the dog heads and bodies that clearly showed they were golden retrievers, he would really think he had encountered a pack of wolves. But since there are 2 heads, could there be 2 evolution crystals as well? Chapter 93, Buff Tattoo Machine. Killing Smoke Bombs. Energy Coffee. Heart of Ice. Just as the 2-headed dogs began to encircle, Zhu Lingxue shouted and stepped forward, bringing her palms together before pushing them forward suddenly. In an instant, biting cold air surged from her palms like white ice mist, quickly covering a large area of the ground ahead. Although Zhu Lingxue had just awakened her second ability, her level was a solid level 2, and her power was extremely strong. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by a clear sound of freezing. The concrete floor instantly crystallized into a smooth and hard layer of ice, sprouting numerous ice spikes about half a meter tall, reflecting a chilling light under the glow of emergency lights, directly blocking the main path of 3 mutated two-headed dogs from the right side. Wow! Li Yongsheng watched in astonishment, unable to hold back his exclamation. Although he knew both sisters had awakened their second ability, he had only been helping Wei Chuan collect evolution crystals and hadn't had a chance to ask further. Now, seeing this magical ice control ability with his own eyes, he was so envious that he was almost drooling. This is an elemental ability. So cool. It can attack, defend, and control, far stronger than his Blood Bowl talent that could only passively take hits. Roar! The 3 two-headed dogs trying to encircle from the right stepped onto the frozen ground created by Zhu Lingxue and immediately slipped, almost crashing into the sharp ice spikes formed on the ice layer. But they were not ordinary pet dogs, but fierce mutated two-headed dogs. They reacted extremely quickly, their muscles exerting tremendous force as they abruptly halted their slide, jumping high like cannonballs straight towards the outermost Li Yongsheng. Go to hell! Li Yongsheng was already on high alert, roaring as he pulled the trigger. The big pineapple light machine gun spurted furious tongues of fire, a metal storm instantly covering the air. Puff! In just a moment, the foremost two-headed dog had one head completely blown apart by the dense bullets, its massive body losing balance as it crashed down with a wail. Liuxing's fire support also arrived just in time, bullets whizzing into the bodies of the other 2 two-headed dogs, mercilessly knocking them down from the air, already riddled with bullet holes and blood gushing out as they hit the ground. As for the 3 that had circled from the left, their fate was even worse. Zhu Lingshue's gaze sharpened as she swung her fist at the one leading the charge, a chilling aura instantly enveloping it. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding freezing sound, the two-headed dog, in mid-leap, was frozen into an ice sculpture, crashing heavily to the ground and shattering into countless ice shards. The other 2, unaware of their doom, pounced on the seemingly most relaxed Wei Chuan. The outcome was inevitable. The smaller one, its 2 snarling dog heads popped like burst balloons, dying instantly. The one resembling a dog king, nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulders, was suddenly gripped by an unseen giant hand, halting mid-air. No matter how it clawed and bit with its 2 heads, it couldn't break free at all. Surprisingly, I didn't crush it in one go. Truly impressive. Wei Chuan commented appreciatively, then slowly curled 5 fingers of his right hand as if grasping something, finally exerting force to clench. Bang! The fierce Dog King didn't even let out a single howl. Its massive body was crushed from head to tail, as if it had been run over by a giant ship, instantly exploded by an invisible force. Flesh, blood, and bones turned into powder, dispersing in the murky air. Wei Chuan moved his mind and retrieved 2 evolution crystals with his telekinesis. Useless thing. After checking, he regrettably pouted. Though it had grown 2 heads, the essence was still just 1. The Dog King contributed a second-order evolution crystal, while his underling dropped a first-order one. The levels were within expectations. At this moment, the other 4 mutated 2-headed dogs were also dealt with. Zhu Lingxue froze 1, Lu Qingqing and Li Yongsheng shot 1 each, and the last one, which only had 1 head left, was easily finished off by Li Yongsheng. Wei Chuan casually waved his hand, and another 4 evolution crystals flew into his palm. The overall haul was good, 1 second-order evolution crystal and 5 first-order evolution crystals. It's almost done. Wei Chuan didn't consume them immediately, but first put them away. This amounted to a total of 8 first-order evolution crystals, and he needed a full 10 to reach 4th order, still a bit short. Boss, you're too amazing. You took down that massive mutated Dog King in a second. Li Yongsheng looked at Wei Chuan, his eyes almost turning red with envy. Being a blood cow isn't bad at all, but when everyone around turns into war gods, he felt both relieved and particularly uncomfortable. Don't dwell on it, being a blood cow is not bad. Wei Chuan rolled his eyes without a good temper. I should have let you take a few bites earlier, to see if your talent can withstand the infection. Tough resurrection. Listen to that, what an amazing name, definitely a top-tier life-saving talent. If he could choose again, he would definitely still choose telekinesis, but that doesn't stop him from thinking Li Yongqing's talent has potential. Honey, there are mutated creatures here, the quality of the supplies should be very high. Lu Qingqing scanned the mountains of luggage around them with vigilance, her eyes filled with expectation. Let's search. Wei Chuan nodded, but he didn't immediately search those luggage. Instead, he stepped deeper into the luggage processing area. First clear the area, ensure no fish slip through the net before slowly searching. Safety is always the top priority. 20 minutes later, the search on the underground floor was announced finished. The haul was significant. Without even mentioning the basic supplies and junk recipes, there were 7 useful items and 3 useful recipes. The items were a source device phone that needs to bind identity, just like a vehicle-mounted smart AI, functioning like a survival device. 3 luggage boxes with 30 storage slots each. A box of coffee that can restore energy. A fully loaded Glock 18 pistol. An emergency medical kit containing 5 basic medical needles. All of these were real good items, but compared to these items, the recipes were the true core gains. Recipe, inscription engraving device. Engrave inscriptions on the body surface, gaining the power of corresponding inscriptions. The power lasts 720 hours, each engraving consumes source crystal *100. Production count, 1 out of 1. Materials required, evolution crystal *10, source crystal *100, steel ingots *100, copper ingots *100. Recipe, shadow smoke bomb. A multifunctional smoke bomb containing source energy, capable of putting night demons and mutated creatures into a weakened state for 1 minute, also can be used for cover. Production count, 100/100. Materials required, source crystal *10, plastic *10, copper ingots *10. Recipe, energy coffee. A brewing drink containing source energy, can slowly restore consumed physical and mental strength, and also has effects like refreshing, invigorating, and sobering. Production count, infinity/infinity. Materials required, source crystal *1, plastic *1. Chapter 94, Terrifying Mutated Snake. The 3 recipes found on the underground floor made Wei Chuan's heart race. The first recipe, inscription engraving device. From the item description, this thing is an automatic tattoo machine for source devices, capable of engraving buff inscriptions on the body, and each engraving can last for a month. Each time engraving consumes 100 source crystals. At first glance it seems a bit expensive, but if averaged out daily, the cost becomes lower. It can be called a permanent passive buff manufacturing device. If it weren't for the lack of evolution crystals on him, he even thought about making the machine first. Recipe number 2, Shadow Smoke Bomb. This is very straightforward. It is based on the ordinary smoke bomb, adding a weakening effect against night demons and mutated creatures. It may not be useful for clearing out minions, but against powerful elite monsters or bosses, it is undoubtedly a game-changing artifact. Recipe number 3, Energy Coffee. This stuff is truly a strategic level resource, a perfect cash cow. Although its recovery speed of energy is not as fast as glucose oral solution, its biggest advantage is that there is no limit to usage, it is low cost, and can be mass-produced. For all survivors, this is top-quality blue potion. Wei Chuan has made up his mind. After going out, he will immediately start mass production and use this energy coffee to harvest source crystals on a large scale. After carefully scavenging the underground level, the four did not dare to delay and quickly returned up the stairs, hurrying to the second floor. The environment on the second floor is much better than the first floor and the underground level. Most of the counters remain intact, and many self-service devices and electronic devices can still be seen. These devices are made of high-quality materials, so Wei Chuan recovered a large batch. However, despite the many devices, useful supplies are scarce. After searching for more than 10 minutes, they only found some scattered bottled water and near-expired snacks. Damn, has it been 50 minutes? Wei Chuan glanced at the time on the survival device, his brows furrowing. This is the downside of large instances, the area is too vast, and it takes too long. They barely finished searching 3 floors, and nearly half the time had passed. There is still one more floor above, and next door, there are independent cargo stations, command towers, and several satellite buildings. It is simply impossible to search everything within the remaining time, and they can only hasten their pace. They quickly made their way to the 3rd floor, which is similar to the 1st floor, spacious, lacking soft furnishings, as if it had been emptied. Not searching anymore, let's go next door. After firing 2 shots, several night demons were drawn out, and Wei Chuan casually crushed them, decisively saying, "Without mutated creatures, even if there were supplies, their value wouldn't be very high." The 4 returned the same way and found the back door on the 1st floor, entering a vast helipad area. There are no planes on the helipad, only several dilapidated shuttle buses. Wei Chuan had a clear goal. He set his sights on a supposed cargo station, where several forklifts and trucks were parked at its entrance, looking like a large warehouse. The door of the cargo station is open, and from a distance of several dozen meters, one can see large cargo boxes wrapped in white plastic film inside. Stacked layer upon layer, resembling several small mountains, there must be a large amount of supplies inside. Stand back. However, just as they reached the entrance of the cargo station, Wei Chuan's pupils constricted, and he shouted coldly, instantly erecting an invisible barrier in front of them with his mental power. His gaze scanned the cargo boxes, and the surface of the plastic film on the boxes was covered in numerous long, narrow tears. These marks looked almost identical, definitely not from natural aging or wear, but more like something enormous had scraped them with claws. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Almost at the same time as Wei Chuan's warning, a bone-chilling hissing sound came from within the shadows on the inside of the door. Then, a gigantic, unimaginable triangular snake head slowly poked out from the right side of the doorframe. When they clearly saw the full appearance of that snake head, a chill ran from their tailbone straight to the top of their heads. It was a giant snake with a savage horn on its head. Just the head that was poking out was nearly a meter in diameter, bigger than the combined waists of all 4 of them. Dark brown scales glimmered with a metallic luster, its crimson forked tongue flicked in and out, and a pair of dark green vertical pupils coldly locked onto Wei Chuan and the others at the entrance, bringing an oppressive feeling that was almost suffocating. Holy crap! Li Yongxing was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He instinctively pulled the trigger while retreating. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were also terrified by this horrifying sight and almost simultaneously fired their weapons, while Wei Chuan retracted his psychic power, making way for the attack route. 3 large guns spat out raging tongues of fire, and the deafening gunfire instantly echoed through the cargo station area. Hiss! A dense barrage of bullets struck the giant snake's head and neck like raindrops, causing it to close its eyes in pain and whip its head around to let out an angry hiss. However, the defense of this giant snake was somewhat beyond expectation. The rifle bullets, powerful enough to seriously injure a Tier 2 mutated creature, barely penetrated its scales, leaving only shallow dents that trapped the bullets inside, with not even a trace of blood visible, making any effective damage impossible. Fall back. Seeing this, Wei Chuan immediately shouted. This creature's defense was so strong that it was at least a Tier 3 mutated being, and it was very likely the boss of this silver-level dungeon. Conventional firepower was limited in effect, he had to take action himself. Hiss roar. Seemingly enraged by the pain caused by the bullets, the mutated snake opened its massive maw wide, but this time it let out a deep, powerful roar with a hint of dragon-like resonance instead of a hiss. Its enormous body suddenly emerged fully from the shadows, its thick serpent shape crushing the ground as it charged like a mountain, directly rushing towards the standing Wei Chuan at the forefront. Wow! The moment the giant snake's body was fully revealed, Wei Chuan was once again taken aback. At just below the 7-inch mark of its body and a bit closer to its tail, there were actually pairs of muscled claws. Those claws resembled the 5-toed feet of a lizard, with extremely sharp tips, combined with its snake body and single horn, it looked just like a dragon. You all scatter. Aim for its back legs. Wei Chuan barked sharply while concentrating fully, gathering immense psychic power in front of him, forming an intangible barrier far more solid than before. Boom! The massive head of the mutated snake slammed against the psychic wall like a battering ram, producing a dull, thunderous sound. Wei Chuan's body shook slightly, as if he had been pushed hard by someone, but the psychic wall held firm against the impact, only rippling with visible airwaves. Such strong power. It can't be Tier 4, right? Wei Chuan was secretly astonished. The impact of this mutated snake far exceeded his estimates. Chapter 95, I'll blow you up. After missing the attack, the mutated snake let out an angry hiss, its thick tail suddenly sweeping from the side with a whistling wind, targeting Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue nearby. Watch out! Wei Chuan's thoughts raced as he condensed his psychic force into a heavy punch and struck out. Bang! The psychic punch slammed into the snake's tail, causing the mutated snake to let out a roar. Its tail immediately recoiled behind it, giving Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue a chance to retreat again. We can't fight it head-on. Wei Chuan instantaneously assessed. This mutated snake was massive, with terrifying strength and extremely high defensive scales. Even if they could win by resisting, the cost would be too great, and injury was likely. His gaze swiftly scanned for weaknesses, finally landing on the gargantuan open mouth of the mutated snake. What a huge mouth! Then let me treat you to something good. At that moment, the mutated snake raised its head, its crimson eyes locking onto Wei Chuan with unyielding intensity, its neck scales slightly parted, as a deep glow began to gather in its throat, seemingly preparing to unleash an attack. Now's my chance. In the instant the mutated snake opened its mouth to spit, Wei Chuan moved. He didn't choose to block it head-on, instead, he transformed his psychic force into an invisible giant fist, rushing toward the mutated beast in the blink of an eye, and then launched a powerful upward punch. Boom! The gigantic snake's head was forcefully flipped up by this strike, interrupting its breath attack, with only a stream of dark green liquid oozing from the corners of its mouth. Hiss! The liquid fell to the ground, instantly producing white smoke. It was clearly a highly corrosive venom. Wei Chuan's right fist struck out, and powerful psychic energy surged. Beside him, a 10-meter-long psychic spear, as thick as a thigh, appeared and shot forth. Puff! The psychic spear stabbed directly into the 7-inch mark of the mutated snake, piercing its abdomen and emerging from the back, splattering a large amount of dark purple blood. This strike was Wei Chuan's full-powered attack. Although he couldn't infuse all his mental energy into it, it was still his most powerful single strike. Bang! 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 The three supporting team members, Lu Qingqing and others, did not let this good opportunity pass by, continuously firing at the mutated snake's abdomen. As expected. The hardest scales on snakes are on the back, and the scales on the abdomen provide slightly less defense. Bullets hitting the mutated snake's abdomen easily pierced through the scales. Although the wounds were still not very large, they managed to breach the defense, and dark purple blood splattered out. Roar! The mutated snake, in pain, let out a furious roar, its massive body twisting violently, and a large amount of blood rained down like water. It seemed to realize that it couldn't gain the upper hand in close combat and turned to retreat into the warehouse. But how could Wei Chuan let it escape so easily? Aim for its weak spot. Wei Chuan coldly shouted, extending both hands. Overwhelming psychic energy transformed into numerous chains, tightly locking the midsection of the mutated snake. At this stage, the psychic energy still lacked a bit in attacking power. The development time was too short. Facing a half-blood cow like the mutated snake, there was really no way to quickly kill it, only the slow grind. Lu Qingqing and the others understood and promptly adjusted their shooting angles. Countless bullets, as if they had eyes, targeted the mutated snake's head and abdomen. Roar! The mutated snake screamed repeatedly, its head and tail thrashing wildly. It wanted to escape into the warehouse, but with the psychic chains holding it back, every move was incredibly difficult. Bang! 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 In just a few seconds, Lu Qingqing and the others finished half a magazine, preparing to reload. At that moment, the mutated snake's eyes had been completely blown out, its face was covered in countless injuries, and its abdomen revealed little good scales, all stained dark purple with blood. Get ready! After we fire one more magazine, fall back. Get far away. Wei Chuan's hands trembled slightly from controlling the psychic energy, shouting loudly. The heavily injured mutated snake struggled more and more violently, like a dying beast in a trap. Its attacks were chaotic yet powerful, and his psychic chains were about to break. However, he still had almost half his mental energy left, more than enough to complete the finishing blow. 10 seconds later, the intense gunfire suddenly stopped. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng accurately emptied another magazine. At this moment, the mutated snake's head and abdomen were nothing but mush, dark purple blood pooling everywhere, looking very tragic. Boom! Almost at the same moment the gunfire stopped, Wei Chuan's psychic chains were completely shattered by the mutated snake's desperate strength. A visible white shockwave burst forth around the midsection of the snake, kicking up dust everywhere. Lu Qingqing and the others quickly retreated. But Wei Chuan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, a cold arc appearing at the corner of his mouth as a heavy fragmentation grenade appeared in his hand. The mutated snake, already severely injured, twisted its body desperately, trying to escape into the warehouse. Think you can run? Wei Chuan's eyes narrowed, pulling the pin and seemingly casually tossing the grenade into the air. The mutated snake's head had just come to the warehouse entrance when, in an instant, it suddenly froze, as if held by an invisible giant hand. Its shattered jaw trembled uncontrollably. At the same time, The falling grenade in the air seemed to be given life, accelerating suddenly, tracing a strange arc, adroitly avoiding the thrashing tail of the snake and accurately diving into the mutated snake's bloodied, gaping mouth. Immediately after, the snake's mouth was harshly slammed shut by an even stronger mental force. The force was so great that the mutated snake's fangs pierced through its own jaw, dark purple blood gushing wildly from its lip seams. Die for me! Wei Chuan let out a low roar, his arms thrust forward, trembling fingers fiercely interlocked, crazily pushing the remaining mental power, firmly trapping the snake's head with telekinesis. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Wei Chuan wanted to silently count down in his mind, but the full force of his mental power left his mind blank. He didn't know how long it had been, perhaps just a moment. Boom! A sound like thunder, dull and muffled, erupted from inside the mutated snake's head, blocked by layers of flesh and blood. The huge snake head exploded like a bomb ignited from within. The hard skull, shattered scales, and blood mixed with brain matter sprayed in all directions, like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden. The telekinetic binding on the snake head instantly collapsed. Wei Chuan's body shook violently, retreating several steps, nearly falling. Barrier! Lu Qingqing, who had been closely watching him, reacted quickly, elegantly waving her slender hand. A translucent shield that radiated a platinum glow appeared instantly in front of Wei Chuan, blocking all the disgusting blood and shattered bones coming at him. Bang! At the entrance of the warehouse filled with smoke and the smell of blood, the headless snake body twitched violently for a moment before finally stiffening completely, turning to dust as it crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 96 Infinite Bullet Revolver. Is it over? Li Yongqing held the still-warm barrel of the big pineapple light machine gun, staring at the empty but chaotic ground at the warehouse entrance, his face filled with disbelief. That snake over 20 meters long, as if it had walked out from the classic of mountains and seas, is gone just like that? Yes, it's over. Wei Chuan took a deep breath of the air mixed with smoke and blood, forcing down the exhaustion of depleted mental power, and walked to Lu Qingqing, gently squeezing her hand in gratitude. If it weren't for her timely barrier just now, he would have been drenched in blood. Hubby, are you okay? Xu Lingxue hurried forward, her face showing undisguised concern, handing over a bottle of glucose oral solution with the cap already twisted open. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued mentally, my physical strength is still there. Wei Chuan took the bottle and tilted his head to drink it down, the sweet liquid sliding down his throat, bringing a noticeable recovery to his mental power. His gaze turned towards the place where the mutated snake died. Apart from a small pit corroded by venom, there was only a glimmering evolution crystal. Boss, it's a tier 3. Li Yongsheng rushed over first, carefully picking up the evolution crystal, excitedly handing it back to Wei Chuan. Tier 3 evolution crystal, a crystal containing considerable source energy, the source of power for mutated creatures. Directly swallowing it can significantly enhance physique and mental power, with a small probability of awakening a second talent. Tier 3. Wei Chuan held the evolution crystal in his hand, the alertness in his heart overshadowing the joy. A Tier 3 mutated snake was already so troublesome, not only terrifying in defense but also astonishing in strength. How powerful could a Tier 4 mutated creature be? He could almost be sure that at that level, ordinary bullets might as well be a tickle, only a Barrett sniper rifle or a Gatling heavy machine gun, the kind of anti-material weapons would pose any threat. The danger level of this world really refreshes every day. Boss, with this one, you should be able to break through, right? Li Yangshan leaned in eagerly, his tone filled with anticipation. Having witnessed the terror of Tier 3 mutated creatures, he, as a subordinate, craved his boss to grow stronger more than anyone else, only then could he feel safer. Enough. Wei Chuan nodded and smiled, but then quickly changed his tone. But now is not the time, breaking through will take at least 5 minutes. Hurry up, search for supplies. Hearing Wei Chuan's calm words, the three woke up from their victorious excitement. They raised their weapons again, the gun muzzles cautiously pointed toward the dark interior of the warehouse, and stepped slowly into this lair recently occupied by mutated snakes, carefully searching through the mountain of cargo boxes. These cargo boxes were all large, the smallest being 1 cubic meter. But after Wei Chuan opened a few, he found that they were all empty. To ensure they didn't miss any supplies and didn't waste time, Wei Chuan let Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue continue opening boxes while he took Li Yongqing deeper into the warehouse. Sure enough, the rewards in the copy were not hidden in the boxes they had to open themselves, but were directly visible. In the deepest corner of the warehouse, they found 5 brand new black briefcases. Just by looking at the appearance, it was clear that the contents must be valuable. Boss, let's take a look. Li Yongqing shouldered the large pineapple, looking at the 5 identical, mysterious briefcases with anticipation. Wei Chuan nodded and casually chose one of the cases. The case had a combination lock, but the password had not been scrambled. Both sides of the lock displayed 000. When he pressed the unlock button, the lid gently popped up. Damn! As soon as the case had a slight crack, Li Yongqing's expectant face instantly collapsed into unmasked disappointment. Inside were source crystals, roughly, there were about 400 to 500 pieces. That's quite a number. Li Yongsheng pouted, but how can source crystals match the identity of a silver-level dungeon's ultimate reward? That's one down from just 5 boxes. Let's make do. Wei Chuan shook his head too, feeling unsatisfied with this opener. He stored the whole box of source crystals directly into his storage space and reached for the second case. Inside the second case, on a black foam pad, were 2 sleek, fully black, powerful revolvers lying quietly. The guns gleamed with a cold metallic luster, their classic shape exuding a sense of power, looking very handsome. Ah. Wei Chuan frowned slightly, he did not see any bullets, and both gun chambers were empty. They didn't even provide any bullets, just 2 empty guns? Boss, these are Colt guns. Li Yongsheng recognized them and began to explain, the Big Star and revolvers, both of these are long but not the longest, they should be the 6-inch models. Although he referred to them as famous guns, his tone was very flat. Having followed Wei Chuan for a few days, he had rifles and light machine guns in his pocket, so his eyes had already risen. A mere revolver was hard to excite him now. Wei Chuan nodded slightly, reaching out to pick one up. It felt cold and heavy in his hand. Longer than the enhanced version of the Big Black Star, its total length was probably about 29 centimeters, and the grip felt really good. Giant Python Source Power Revolver, a double-action revolver powered by the user's physical energy that condenses 9.1 by 33 mm pistol bullets with an effective range of 50 meters. The guns found in the lair of a silver-level dungeon's boss were indeed not cheap goods. Amazing. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up instantly. This was the semi-infinite bullet revolver. Although its power and range lacked a bit, it didn't require time to reload, and he could give it to his wife as a secondary weapon for emergencies, one for each of them. Seeing the change in Wei Chuan's expression, Li Yongsheng curiously leaned over and asked, "Boss, what's going on?" "This is a source weapon that condenses bullets using physical energy." Wei Chuan smiled, carefully placing the revolver back in the box and directly storing it. Physical energy condenses bullets? Li Yongsheng was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes widened. What the heck? Doesn't that mean infinite bullets? Sort of, I guess. Wei Chuan explained with a smile, physical energy cannot be used recklessly, it can only be used in between reloads or in emergencies. Let's assign these 2 to your 2 sisters-in-law for now. He patted Li Yongsheng's shoulder. Next time we get a source weapon, regardless of the model, it will be yours first. Thank you, boss. Li Yongsheng's tone instantly became incredibly excited. Wei Chuan has always been one to follow through on his words, and he felt secure about this deal, already fantasizing about what it would be like to get a rifle or machine gun with unlimited bullets. With heightened expectations for the upcoming boxes, Wei Chuan reached for the third suitcase. Chapter 97 New Money-Making Tree, Low-End Version of the Powered Armor. Inside the box, there were no brilliant source crystals or cold weapons, just a recipe lying quietly at the bottom of the case. Wei Chuan picked it up, and the recipe information instantly appeared. Recipe, High-Energy Compressed Energy Block. A miniature crystal that locks in source energy perfectly, with one energy block containing equivalent energy to 10 source crystals, making it a perfect alternative to source crystals for all source device energy needs. Crafting times, infinity/infinity. Materials needed, source crystal *5. Wow. Wei Chuan glanced over it, feeling as if he had been hit by an electric shock, instantly stunned. Compared to the energy coffee recipe he found earlier, this thing was the real money-making tree. Just 5 source crystals could create a compressed block containing energy equivalent to 10 source crystals. Even just to save storage space, a ton of people would be willing to trade. And if the price of the energy block was set at 9 source crystals, it would mean trading 9 scattered source crystals for a whole bill worth 10 source crystals. It was an irresistible temptation. The profit margin was enormous, and the market demand was almost limitless. How much he could earn each day completely depended on how long he was willing to stay at the crafting table. Ha 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 ha. Wei Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud, his mouth almost reaching his ears. He clicked to learn without hesitation. Just getting this recipe made this silver-level dungeon run a huge win. He was stuffed. Seeing Wei Chuan so happy, Li Yongsheng couldn't contain his curiosity, asking, "Boss, what kind of treasure recipe is this?" "A money printer." Wei Chuan smiled mysteriously, patting Li Yongsheng on the shoulder. "Later, I'll give you a mission, do well, and I guarantee you'll climb the wealth rankings." He kept them in suspense, eagerly opening the 4th suitcase. This box was the largest of the 5. Inside was a neatly stacked set of pure black combat protective gear filled with futuristic technology. From tactical helmets, neck guards, armor, arm guards, tactical gloves, leg guards to tactical boots, everything was there, forming a no-gap full-body protection system. He couldn't wait to check the item information. Shadow combat suit, equipped with excellent bulletproof, stab-proof, waterproof, fireproof, and anti-corrosion functions, while also providing slight radar stealth, infrared stealth, optical stealth, and acoustic stealth capabilities. Full bulletproof. And with full stealth too? Wei Chuan's heart raced.
This gear was simply amazing. Even though the description of the stealth effect was slight, meaning it might not evade close observations or professional detection devices, stealth was still stealth, and in critical moments, it could play a decisive role. Even the helmet is fully covered, so professional. I'll change into it as soon as I get back. Wei Chuan couldn't take his eyes off it, resisting the urge to put it on immediately as he stored this incredibly cool combat suit in his storage space. Just in terms of appearance, this gear was already very close to a low-end powered exoskeleton suit, with hard lines and a deep black color, presenting a deadly allure to any man. Finally, he took a deep breath and opened the fifth and final suitcase. Inside was a seemingly ordinary black small backpack. Wei Chuan picked it up, and as the information appeared, he froze again, his breathing quickening slightly. Wings of the Gale, jet-powered glider parachute, folds down to the size of a backpack, supports short-range jet jumps and medium-distance jet gliding, consuming source crystal *20 for every 100 meters moved. Flying equipment. This thing paired with the Shadow combat suit was basically a low-end version of a powered flying mech, right? With high-energy compressed energy blocks, it can fully support long periods of continuous flight. Escaping from high places, quickly overcoming obstacles, and implementing three-dimensional raids, there are so many places to use them. It's New Year's. It really is New Year's. Wei Chuan was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. The gains from this silver-level dungeon far exceeded his most optimistic expectations. He initially thought it was already quite good, but he didn't expect reality to be even better. He was still too conservative. In the future, he needed to dream a bit more, using daydreams to cushion the probability of loot explosions in dungeons. As night approached, around 9 p.m., the four of them quickly retreated along the original path, rushing out of the invisible boundary of the Shadow Airport dungeon. Once they breathed in the air from the outside, filled with wasteland dust, all four couldn't help but stop and take a deep breath. The airport behind them was counting down to disappear, making it feel as if everything just now had been an illusion, creating a sense of unreality as if they were in a different world. The desolate scene outside was still the same, but their pockets had genuinely gotten full. "Let's go, get in the car," Wei Chuan called out, returning to the solid and reliable armored vehicle, holding a brief post-battle meeting. 2 hours is still too short, Wei Chuan said with a hint of regret in his tone. After searching the large cargo station, they only had time for a rough exploration of the two nearest satellite buildings. There was literally no time for other places, and the further cargo station and satellite buildings were completely missed. Li Yongqing nodded in agreement. After all, it's a silver-level dungeon, every area is like a level, but being able to clear so many levels is already a huge profit. Yes, it really is a big profit. Wei Chuan's face was filled with a satisfied smile as he began to count the loot. Recipes: 1 use of the inscription engraving device, 100 uses of shadow smoke bombs, unlimited energy coffee, unlimited energy blocks, 10 uses of the Colt 1911 plus unlimited matching bullets, 10 uses of anti-tank mines, 100 uses of electric shotguns. Source equipment: 2 revolvers with unlimited bullets, a shadow combat suit, and a jet glider. Evolution crystals: 1 3-star, 3 2-star, 10 1-star. As for source crystals, in total, there were about 600 scattered around. These are the most important core loot. Basic supplies like food and water were no longer worth counting. If they could be used, they were used, and if not, they were sold. This is the main stuff. Wei Chuan's gaze swept over the three sitting around the dining table, watching their faces still flushed with excitement, and his own lips couldn't help but curve upward. But before sharing, there was something even more important to finish. He looked at the evolution crystals on the table, his voice trembling with excitement. "We'll divide the items later. Right now, I want to cross the threshold." 4th rank. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng all shuddered, their pupils slightly widening. The battles and gains along the way made them almost forget that Wei Chuan was just one step away from the next big phase. Chapter 98, Breaking Through to 4th Rank, Increasing Difficulty of Upgrade. "Boss! Hurry up!" Li Yongsheng was the first to react, almost jumping up with excitement as if he himself was about to break through. "Honey, these evolution crystals must be enough." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshue's beautiful eyes sparkled with hope. Making the team's absolute core even stronger was everyone's wish. Yes. Wei Chuan no longer suppressed the desire in his heart, his eyes glimmered with light. He took a deep breath as if to breathe in all the air around him, then without hesitation, picked up the most precious 3-star evolution crystal, and directly tossed it into his mouth without a second glance. As the evolution crystal entered, it melted instantly, transforming into an indescribable, scorching, and majestic torrent that surged down his throat. This feeling was completely different from any evolution crystal he had taken before. If before it was like streams converging into a river, now it was like an entire violent ocean of energy forcibly pouring into his body. Wei Chuan only felt that every cell in his body was instantly ignited, torn apart, and then reassembled at an astonishing speed. It hurt like hell. Bones crackled under the unbearable pressure, muscles spasmed violently before becoming even tougher, veins expanded, and the speed of blood flow increased dramatically. The most obvious change came from the mental level. His consciousness seemed to be thrown into a vortex of energy, with psychic power uncontrollably spreading outward. In the entire armored vehicle, all unsecured items, including Lu Qingqing and the others, gently floated up at that moment. The air inside the cabin seemed to become sticky. Lu Qingqing and the others could not help but hold their breath, shocked as they watched the scene before them. Wei Chuan's trembling figure with closed eyes appeared to be communicating and merging with some invisible and terrifying force in their eyes. This process lasted nearly 10 minutes. When the last thread of energy was completely merged into his body, all floating items in the cabin gently fell back into place, and the suffocating sense of oppression receded like a tide. Wei Chuan slowly opened his eyes. No longer did his eyes shine brightly, but instead held a deeper, more restrained light, like a deep pool of water. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power surging within him, far beyond before, along with a more delicate perception of the surrounding environment. The entire world seemed clearer in his perception, and the control range and precision of his psychic power had undergone a qualitative leap. If he were to face that level 3 mutated snake again, he would never need to deal with it using shrapnel grenades, he could smash it to death directly. With a thought, he opened the survival device. Survivor, Wei Chuan. First ability, S-Class Mechanical Control. Second ability, Level 4 Telekinesis, 0%. Time, 21:02. Weather, clear. Temperature, 31 degrees Celsius. Level 4, achieved. Just right, 1 Level 3 Evolution Crystal is worth 10 Level 1 Evolution Crystals. Boss, you reached Level 4? Li Yongxing could sense the clear pressure radiating from Wei Chuan's body and cautiously asked. Among the heroes of the world, only I stand alone. Wei Chuan smiled slightly, nodded, and felt a surge of pride in his heart. But Lu Qingqing pursed her lips and pointed to the messy hall. Minister Wei is truly a hero, can you shoulder this great chaos alone? A woman's view. Wei Chuan looked straight ahead without distraction, pretending not to see. Seeing the couple's flirtation, Li Yongxing felt uncomfortable all over, coughed and said, Ahem. Boss, we are looking forward to reaching level 2 too. Arrange it. Wei Chuan's gaze fell on the table and began to allocate the spoils. Actually, the distribution plan was already clear in everyone's minds. Li Yongxing was just a jack of all trades, and everyone understood this unspoken rule. After a moment's thought, he handed part of the supplies to Li Yongxing. Take these for now. 1 Level 2 Evolution Crystal, 3 Level 1 Evolution Crystals, the complete formula for a Colt 1911 handgun, and the formula for a stun gun. The handgun formula could only be made 10 times, but once he touched the formula, he could produce in large quantities, and the bullet formula was unlimited, essentially giving Li Yongxing a sustainable way to operate. Boss, you should keep the formula, I can help you run errands and sell things. Li Yongxing quickly accepted the evolution crystals but was hesitant to take the formula. If I tell you to take it, you take it. Wei Chuan waved his hand decisively, make 5 of each of these 2 guns for me later, and I'll give you a batch of hard goods tomorrow, the profits will still be split evenly. By the way, how's the scrap metal I asked you to collect? I've collected so much it's almost full in the storage compartment. Li Yongxing immediately became excited, his eyes shining, he knew Wei Chuan was going to help him upgrade the van. Organize it tonight, and we'll start work tomorrow. Wei Chuan nodded with a smile, giving a clear promise. All right. Thank you, boss. I won't disturb you any longer. Li Yongxing immediately stood up, quickly put away the items he had received, and left the armored vehicle with a joyful expression. The private space was left for Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing, and Zhu Lingxue. The car door closed, and only the 3 of them remained in the vehicle. The atmosphere quietly changed, becoming more relaxed and casual, and more intimate. Qingqing, Lingxue, this is for you to use, powered by physical strength, it can barely be counted as unlimited bullets, it can be very useful in critical moments. Wei Chuan handed over 2 revolvers to the 2 women. Unlimited bullets? Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged smiles, their eyes revealing surprise. They picked up the stylish Source Weapons revolvers, playing with them lovingly. Not only were they practical weapons, but they also represented the man's affection for them. Then, Wei Chuan began to distribute evolution crystals. Now there were 2 second-tier and 7 first-tier crystals. Wei Chuan took 1 first-tier for himself, leaving 8 for the 2 women to split evenly. However, when the first-tier evolution crystal entered his mouth, it remained completely still, showing no sign of dissolving. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his mind. Survivor, standard evolution crystals cannot catalyze the treasures of the body for a 4th tier awakened. Please seek evolution crystals with richer source energy. What the hell? The first-tier ones are useless now? Wei Chuan was instantly dumbfounded. He had been thinking about using energy blocks to harvest source crystals tomorrow, then using the source crystals to purchase evolution crystals at high prices. Hubby, what's wrong? Seeing Wei Chuan's strange expression, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue asked in unison. Starting from the 4th tier, first-tier evolution crystals are no longer useful.
Wei Chuan shook his head helplessly, and when he saw both women picking up the second-tier evolution crystals, he quickly waved his hands. You guys eat, I want to upgrade to the 5th tier now, not just these two will be enough. He just wanted to see how much experience upgrading would need. It wasn't a big deal, whether he looked now or later, as long as his money-making plan for tomorrow didn't fall behind. Okay. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue thought for a moment, then decided to eat them by themselves. Chapter 99, Energy Blocks are Hot Sellers. As the two women consumed the evolution crystals, Wei Chuan, filled with a bit of anticipation, opened the hero leaderboard and took a glance. Top 1, Wei Chuan, 4th tier, area 89. Top 2, Clarissa, 2nd tier, area 648. Top 3, Anihan, 2nd tier, area 10047. Top 4, Kapil, 2nd tier, area 299. Top 5, Shenji Zhan, 2nd tier, area 36654. Top 6, Sphinx, 2nd tier, area 255. Top 7, Jia Junxiu, 2nd tier, area 8755. Top 8, Alec, 2nd tier, area 166840. Top 9, Xin Minghao, 2nd tier, area 19846. Top 10, Song Gang, 2nd tier, area 65100. There wasn't much change on the leaderboard, only one person was pushed down in the top 10, and everyone else's rankings were only slightly adjusted. This ranking probably wouldn't change tonight unless a hardcore player stayed up all night looking for resource points in dungeons. Looking at the prominent 4th tier behind his name and the entire 2-level gap between him and the 2nd place, Wei Chuan couldn't help but show a pleased smile. It's lonely at the top. He murmured softly, feeling extremely happy. The leading advantage was getting bigger, at least with a lead of 301 1st-tier evolution crystals, it would be hard to be caught up in a short time. Then, he looked at the vehicle leaderboard and wealth leaderboard. The vehicle leaderboard was even calmer than the hero leaderboard, the top 10 remained unchanged, and his armored car still ranked 7th. The wealth leaderboard showed a minor rise, going from 15th to 10th, entirely thanks to the previous silver-level dungeons rewards. With the value increase from various recipes, items, and resources, he was only 2 stars away from the 9th place. He casually opened the regional communication channel. It was past 9 in the evening, and most people had relaxed, making the channel quite lively. Area 89, 7906/10,000 people. Julys, don't you think tonight's night demons are more numerous and smarter than last night? Harvey, recipe, shock bomb, ha ha ha. It's here. Fong Chenyu, awesome. Wei Big Shot has reached the 4th tier. If there are district battles in the future, our district will definitely get 1st place. Lori, don't eat sour radish. My second talent is silence. Do you want me to be a thief? Miles, there are 2 lions outside, circling around my car. I suspect they have their eyes on me. Nicholas, the 1st place cannot be chatted privately. Does anyone know why he levels up so fast? This is suspicious. Hu Shelley, I'm trading a recurve bow for water and food, serious inquiries only in private chat. Jean Chi, is there a buddy who can lend me a cigarette? Diesel and gasoline can be chosen at will. Wei Chuan carefully scanned around and noticed that many people had already discovered his promotion to level 4, and his nickname had completely unified to Boss Wei. He secretly felt pleased for a few seconds, then turned off the survival device and walked to the crafting table. Let's get started, first make everything I can and see. He first selected the recipe for the inscription engraving device, and clicked to make it. Manufacturing failed. Damn it, I forgot. The system prompted that the manufacturing failed, which immediately calmed him down, and he remembered that this thing required a full 10 evolution crystals. Forget it. The recipe isn't going anywhere, it doesn't matter if it's done a day or 2 later. He temporarily set this big item aside and turned to look at other recipes. Source crystal 10, plastic 10, copper ingot 10. Manufacturing success, obtained shadow smoke bomb *1. Source crystal 1, plastic 1. Manufacturing success, obtained energy coffee *1. Source crystal 5. Manufacturing success, obtained mini high energy compressed energy block *1. The shadow smoke bomb looked exactly like a regular smoke bomb, but its color was more beautiful, being a matte black gold, with a high quality feel, like a piece of art in hand. The energy coffee was packaged in small, individual portions, very much like instant coffee, with instructions on the package, stating that it could be brewed cold or hot. Wei Chuan didn't want to stay awake at night, so he temporarily set it aside. Finally, the high-energy compressed energy block resembled a small, crystal-clear die, about the same size as a source crystal, but with 10 times the energy density, indeed very convenient, as a power box could hold many at once. After making a sample of all these practical new recipes, Wei Chuan started stocking up. Source crystal 5. Manufacturing success, obtained high-energy compressed energy block *1. Source crystal 5. Manufacturing success, obtained high-energy compressed energy block *1. Source crystal 5. Manufacturing success, obtained high-energy compressed energy block *1.
He now had about 1,500 source crystals on hand, enough to make 300 energy blocks, just right for 100 for each person to put up for sale in the auction house. After a continuous, frantic clicking, the 300 energy blocks were done in less than 3 minutes, and then grouped into 3 piles and placed on the table.
Is this what you call a printing press?
Lu Qingqing picked up an energy block, examining it closely under the light, as if energy was slowly flowing inside the crystal.
Yes.
Wei Chuan sat back on the sofa, casually pulling the approaching Zhu Lingxue into his arms. Look at its item description. 1 block is worth 10 source crystals, but the cost is only 5 source crystals. I plan to sell it for 9 source crystals.
Tell me, isn't this a printing press? So cheap?
Both women were stunned to hear this. 5 source crystals cost sold for 9 source crystals and 80% profit. This profit margin might seem less than the astonishing profits of bows and crossbows, but this was energy, a hard currency, one of the core currencies at this stage.
When something that sells for 9 yuan appears on the market, who wouldn't rush to grab it?
As if to verify their guesses. Wei Chuan had just put the first batch of 100 energy blocks on the trading forum, and the alert sound came in like a storm. The item High Energy Compressed Energy Block you consigned has been successfully sold, earning, source crystal *45.
Please click to receive in my items.
The item High Energy Compressed Energy Block you consigned has been successfully sold, earning, source crystal *18.
Please click to receive in my items.
The item High Energy Compressed Energy Block you consigned has been successfully sold, earning, source crystal *9.
Please click to receive in my items. At first, it was calm for a few seconds. But after the first transaction completed, the sale speed exploded.
The number of goods in the consignment slot was visibly decreasing, with many people buying several blocks at once.
In less than half a minute, all 100 energy blocks were sold out.
Costing 500 source crystals, the revenue was 900 source crystals, earning a net profit of 400 source crystals.
I hit a jackpot.
With this efficiency, I don't even need my wife or little brothers to help, my consignment slot alone is enough.
Wei Chuan's eyes shone like stars.
Honey, you focus on crafting, Lingxue and I will handle the listings. Seeing Wei Chuan preparing to take out the second batch of energy blocks, Lu Qingqing immediately realized how popular the energy blocks were and gently reminded him.
Right, you guys sell, I will go do it. Wei Chuan suddenly woke up from the joy of making a huge profit. Time is money.
He stood again in front of the production table, starting a new round of printing money work. Endlessly pouring source crystals into the production table, turning into blocks of energy worth even more, which then quickly got put on shelves for sale by Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Funds swelled like a snowball, and a terrifying business cycle began to operate efficiently.
Chapter 100: A Mountain of Source Crystals, Wealth Ranking Number 1. Midnight, 12 o'clock.
Inside the armored vehicle, silence reigned. The lights were off, but the entire cabin was bathed in a soft blue light, dreamlike and surreal. The light came from the ground, a floor fully covered with source crystals. They piled together densely, like a miniature galaxy spilled underfoot, shimmering with beauty, tranquil yet brilliant, breathtakingly beautiful. From 9:30 p.m. to midnight, for 2.5 hours, Wei Chuan and his 2 companions transformed into the most efficient printing money machines. Wei Chuan furiously clicked at the production table.
Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were responsible for putting the energy blocks on the trading hall.
Due to their high cost-performance ratio, the energy blocks were snatched up within seconds of being listed. Wei Chuan couldn't even remember how many times he clicked to produce. He vaguely heard Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue talking. Each had listed more than 30 rounds. With the 2 of them combined, that's around 70 rounds. 70 rounds, each with 100 pieces, totaling 7,000 high-energy compressed energy blocks. Each block nets a profit of 4 source crystals, leading to a total profit of a staggering 28,000 source crystals. This is even after Wei Chuan took time to help Li Yongsheng make 100 handguns, which slightly delayed him. Otherwise, the numbers would have been even more terrifying. Li Yongsheng's A-class fuel expert is a great talent. However, producing fuel requires standard materials and physical effort, which is costly and tiring. It relies on thin profits but high sales, far less lucrative than handguns. Wei Chuan, as the boss, naturally had to help him out. When checking the time, Wei Chuan casually opened the wealth rankings, and the rankings in front of him made him feel energized.
Top 1, Jiaji, 421, District 8755. Top 2, Wei Chuan, 410, District 89.
Top 3, Clarissa, 390, District 648. Top 4, Jones, 355, District 148912. Top 5, Troy, 333, District 42708.
Top 6, Shi Jiaying, 300, District 967.
Top 7, Songgang, 291, District 65100.
Top 8, Sphinx, 286, District 255. Top 9, Shin Mingho, 285, District 19846. Top 10, Gao Deng, 282, District 3. His ranking had forcefully climbed to second place, and the gap with the first place was extremely small, almost within reach. But with the time being so late, Wei Chuan hesitated whether to continue while the iron was hot. "Honey, you're second on the wealth rankings." Zhu Lingshui excitedly grabbed his arm, her eyes sparkling under the glow of the source crystals. "Let's sell for half an hour more. We can definitely reach first place." Lu Qingqing also nodded in agreement, though she showed signs of fatigue. Her eyes remained bright. Opportunities are rare, every little bit helps. What if someone else gets the same formula tomorrow? Okay. Let's keep going. Hearing their words, Wei Chuan immediately cancelled his hesitation, took a deep breath, and stood once more in front of the production table, starting a new round of mechanical clicking. Source crystal -5. Production success, acquired high energy compressed energy block *1. Source crystal -5. Production success, acquired high energy. After another half hour of full effort, about 5,500 source crystals flowed into his wallet. When Wei Chuan opened the wealth rankings again, the ranking had already been refreshed. Top 1, Wei Chuan, 439 District 89. Top 2, Jia Ji, 421 District 8755. Top 3, Clarissa, 390 District 648. He made it. Reaching the top of the wealth ranking was a milestone achievement for him, breaking his personal ranking record. Double first place. Top 10 in 3 rankings. In that moment, the entire cabin was filled with joy. Zhu Lingshui and Lu Qingqing cheered, pulling beers from the fridge to celebrate. Just a bit more effort and we'll be first in all 3 rankings. Wei Chuan murmured softly, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. This is just the beginning. Mechanical control boosts vessels, formulas generate wealth, and wealth feeds back into level. Reaching top in all 3 rankings is just a matter of time for him. Having claimed the rewards for all 3 rankings, Wei Chuan entered the communication function. Despite it being midnight, the regional communication channel was still bustling, with a large number of game enthusiasts and night owls exchanging information. At this moment, almost all the topics in the channel revolved around one name: Wei Chuan. The messages refreshed rapidly, all due to his wealth skyrocketing and reaching the top. Area 89, 7888/10,000 people. Lin Wei, wow. You guys look at the wealth leaderboard. Boss Wei has reached the top. He jumped from 10th to 1st in just one night. How many dungeons did he clear? Yin Wei Chang, it can't be dungeons, with a speed like that, it must be recipes. Nir Jella, this is unfair, I can only earn a few source crystals a day, he must be cheating. Shiva will punish him. AI Delin, I bought a high energy compressed energy block at the trading market, just appeared tonight, could it be related to this? Sure you, to summarize, the boss is now the number 1 on the hero leaderboard, number 1 on the wealth leaderboard, number 7 on the vehicle leaderboard, the only T0 in the whole server. Douglas, a young sheep, be careful of being targeted, RPG-7 rocket launcher, but... Wei Jiaming, the idiot upstairs, you can get an RPG, but he can't get to the wealth leaderboard? Would you sell one for 10,000 source crystals? Just a jealous dog, don't come out at this hour to make a fool of yourself. The channel was flooded with astonishment, analysis, envy, and jealousy. It's nothing, really nothing. Wei Chuan casually glanced over the rapidly scrolling messages, a faint smile on his lips. This feeling of being in the spotlight indeed made one a bit giddy. No matter how many times he saw it, it never got old. Honey, you've become the richest now. Zhu Lingshui leaned beside him, also looking at the heated discussions in the channel, sharing in the glory. Lu Qingqing, however, was much calmer. She reminded softly, the most important is still the hero leaderboard. You can't use the first stage evolution crystals now, or others will catch up quickly. I have a plan, trade source crystals for guns. But it's too late today, let's talk about it tomorrow. Wei Chuan nodded, he had just been considering Lu Qingqing's question since he exited the dungeon. Evolution crystals were currently the hardest thing to buy, with most trade methods being barter. He had only come up with 2 ways to acquire them. First, trade source crystals. First stage evolution crystals cost 150 source crystals, and second stage evolution crystals cost 500 source crystals. First, set this price, if it doesn't work, increase the offer. The first stage should be easy to buy, then trade the first stage with some extra for the second stage. Second, trade rifles and light machine guns. The Scar H assault rifle or the M249 light machine gun, with a basic set, add some more bullets, enough to last for a long time. To put it simply, it's about money power. First, set a base price, if it's not enough, just add money, at any cost. After all, whether it's source crystals or metal, to him now, they're essentially cost-free. Chapter 101, Youth Version Mecha, Activate. The next morning, before dawn, Wei Chuan quietly awoke from his sleep. He gently released Lu Qingqing from his arms and carefully turned to get out of bed. As he picked up his clothes halfway, he paused, thinking about the treasures in the storage compartment, a touch of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He simply took off the half-worn casual clothes, wearing only a pair of boxers, like a thief, sneaking out of the room, gently closing the door. Arriving in the hall, he turned on the TV, lowering the volume, leaving only flashing lights, and took out 2 suitcases from the storage compartment. Light and Shadow Combat Suit. Wings of the Gale. Opening the boxes, 2 sets of pure black gear full of futuristic technology lay silently inside. Wei Chuan began putting on the tactical pants, 1 piece at a time, and when he finally fastened the visor of the tactical helmet, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. No wonder it's black technology. Wearing the entire combat suit, he surprisingly felt no weight or sense of restriction at all. The fabric was exceptionally close-fitting and flexible, almost like a second layer of skin, not affecting his movements at all. Breathing smoothly, vision clear, even the temperature adjusted automatically to a comfortable level. He walked to the bathroom and looked at the mirror. The image in the mirror made him pause slightly. His figure appeared somewhat blurry and transparent, as if covered by a light shadow, and he could even faintly see the wall behind him through his combat suit and body. This weak optical invisibility effect was even better than he had expected. What surprised him even more was the tactical helmet. This was not just a simple tactical goggles, but an integrated holographic interactive interface. Light blue data streams floated at the edges of his vision. With a slight thought, he could summon various function options like intelligent enemy detection, distance calculation, enhanced vision, and environmental scanning. This was essentially a complete individual combat mech system. So awesome! Wei Chuan looked left and right, extremely satisfied with this set of equipment. After becoming familiar with the combat suit, he took out the black backpack, Wings of the Gale. After unfolding it, he revealed a meticulously structured harness device. He felt around, found the energy box, stuffed it full of high-energy compressed energy blocks, and then carefully wore it on his back. This combination would be his main combat equipment for a long time to come, so he had to quickly become familiar with its performance to avoid stumbling in battle. Wei Chuan made another batch of energy blocks and then quietly jumped down from the back of the vehicle. The sky outside was still dark. It was just past 6 in the morning. His physical condition was too strong. Even though he had spent a lot of energy last night, just over 5 hours of sleep was enough to make him feel energized. He estimated that as his strength increased, he would likely be able to go several days without sleep in the future. Buzz. With an extremely faint buzzing sound, the tiny thruster at the tail of the parachute emitted a light blue energy, providing a gentle and stable lift, slowly lifting Wei Chuan's feet off the ground. Awesome! Though he was somewhat prepared, the feeling of floating still made Wei Chuan a bit unaccustomed. His body swayed slightly, as if he might lose balance and fall at any moment. However, the excitement from escaping gravity quickly overwhelmed this slight discomfort. He had actually tried to fly using telekinesis before, but he could not control his body at all. He could only resort to manipulating his clothing or the mat beneath him to achieve flight. The former felt very strange, as if he was being lifted, his whole body stiff and unstable, completely unsuitable for battle. The latter was relatively easier but also required time to adapt. In comparison, this, Wings of the Gale, was much more stable. It was true combat-ready gear. Wei Chuan planned to use it first. When his telekinesis was powerful and refined enough to fly at will, he would give this gear to his wife to distribute. Hovering in place, carefully controlling his body balance, after adapting for about a minute, Wei Chuan gradually got used to this type of floating feeling. He thought slightly and controlled the parachute to increase its output. Whoosh! The thruster behind him glowed brightly, and he suddenly accelerated like an arrow released from a bow, charging into the depths of the still dark grassland. Ha ha ha! The strong airflow blew against his goggles. The ground beneath him receded rapidly, becoming smaller and smaller, as the vast grassland displayed its hazy outline. Listening to the howling wind beside his ears and feeling an unprecedented speed, Wei Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling incredibly exhilarated. The feeling of flying was too amazing. He was like a big boy who had just received a new toy, joyfully weaving, turning, and climbing in the sky before dawn, testing the extreme performance of the parachute, occasionally pulling out a big pineapple to shoot some rounds, familiarizing himself with the rhythm of aerial combat. 10 minutes later, Wei Chuan landed steadily beside the armored vehicle. He neatly unbuckled the clips and folded the parachute back into the shape of a backpack. With a hint of satisfaction from enjoyment, and a touch of calm assessment on his face. This 10-minute high-intensity test cost nearly 300 high-energy compressed energy blocks. The cost of 1,500 source crystals brought him a deep understanding of this flying equipment's performance, grasping about 80 to 90% of it. Indeed useful, the agility and speed are undeniable, but the shortcomings are quite obvious. Wei Chuan packed the paraglider back into the storage compartment and summarized in his mind. It's slightly lacking. The shortcoming lies in the energy. The capacity of the paraglider's energy box is limited, resulting in restricted distance for single use, making it impossible to use for long periods. The energy box can only hold 54 energy blocks, allowing for a flight of 2,700 meters. Because of this issue, he had been cautious about flying too high a moment ago. What if he got carried away in the air and ran out of energy? His half-baked telekinesis flying couldn't necessarily save him. But looking at it from another angle, discovering this shortcoming was the greatest gain of this test. It's far better than suddenly failing in battle. Luckily, I have energy blocks. Wei Chuan gently exhaled. If he were using source crystals, he would have to land right after taking off. He noted this discovery in his mind and turned back to the car. Chapter 102, Crazy Harvesting, Rich Among the Rich. Wei Chuan took a batch of metal materials from the storage cabinet and began to create firearms. He was already very skilled in using the talent skill of mind shaping. The metal materials flowed, combined, and solidified in his hands as if they were alive. In less than 10 minutes, 50 light machine guns radiating a cold, sharp light were neatly piled on the table. When it came time to make the Scar H, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately gave it up. Repressing bullets was too time-consuming. Now, time was precious, and he needed to prioritize energy blocks. So, he proceeded to produce another 50 big pineapples. This was fine. The light machine gun had far stronger sustained firepower than the assault rifle, making it easier to exchange for evolution crystals in the market. After 100 big pineapples were produced, he hurriedly swapped in a batch of bullet materials and made a total of 300 bullet boxes with 100 rounds each in one go. 30,000 rounds of bullets, just the cost alone was 18,000 source crystals. Damn, yesterday I could trade a broken handgun for an evolution crystal, and today I have to use big pineapples, and one bullet box might not even be enough. Calculating the cost, Wei Chuan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but complain. He completely forgot that the harsh market environment was largely a result of his own reckless actions yesterday. After preparing the firearms and ammunition for exchanging evolution crystals, Wei Chuan activated the money printer again. Source crystal -5. Production successful, obtained high energy compressed energy block *1. Source crystal -5. Production successful, obtained high energy compressed energy block *1. Source crystal -5. Production successful, obtained high energy. His fingers clicked mechanically in repetition, producing energy blocks non-stop. The production of energy blocks absolutely could not stop. It couldn't stop even if the sky were falling. This was his fastest and most stable way to accumulate wealth currently. He set a small goal for himself in his heart, to earn at least 50,000 source crystals in a day. What do you want for breakfast? He didn't know how many times he had clicked when Lu Qingqing's gentle voice rang in his ear. Wei Chuan turned his head, looking at his beautiful wife, and smiled, saying, "I'm not very hungry, I'll just have some milk." "You make something for yourself and Ling Xue." "Okay." Lu Qingqing nodded, not persuading further, walked into Zhu Lingshue's room to wake her up, and started tidying the living room to prepare breakfast. Time flew by in repetitive mechanical labor, and soon it was noon. The armored vehicle slowly came to a stop, and Wei Chuan, with a numb face and vacant eyes, collapsed onto the sofa, staring lifelessly at the car ceiling. So tired. He groaned. He hadn't consumed much physical or mental energy, but the mental exhaustion from long periods of high-intensity repetitive actions had almost drained all his stamina, leaving him feeling completely fatigued. It felt as though his soul had been completely drained. Perhaps this is what life in the factory is like. Fortunately, the harvest was astonishing, giving him considerable comfort. From 6 a.m. to noon, 6 hours of uninterrupted printing money. After deducting costs, the profit reached 50,000 source crystals. Although the efficiency had dropped by 2 to 3% compared to last night, he had already done his best. After several hours of repetitive clicking, he simply couldn't keep his focus at a high level, and he unconsciously slowed down. However, 50,000 source crystals were still a lot, allowing his total amount of source crystals to break through the 65,000 mark. At that moment, the survival device chimed in with a notification. "Li Yongshang, boss, open the trade." Wei Chuan perked up and opened the trading permissions in the settings. Li Yongshang immediately sent a request, and in the trading column were 15 first-tier evolution crystals. Wei Chuan was a bit surprised and quickly chatted to inquire, "So many? How did you exchange for them?" Li Yongshang, hee, 1-for-1 exchange. Each gun came with at least 100 extra bullets. It was easy to trade, I swapped a full 30 this morning. At this rate, I will definitely reach the second tier today. Wei Chuan, great job, sell them out and come to me for more stock. After ending the call, Wei Chuan felt a bit more energized. He organized the materials needed for the inscription engraving device and walked to the crafting table. Evolution crystal 10, source crystal 100, steel ingot 100, copper ingot 100. Crafting successful, obtained inscription engraving device *1. A strangely shaped machine appeared, about the size of a coffee maker, but the spout was a round lens glowing faintly. Wei Chuan cautiously extended his palm under the lens, and an operating interface immediately popped up before his eyes. Great strength, slightly enhances strength. Rock, slightly enhances defense. Lightning flash, slightly enhances speed. Divine healing, slightly enhances self-healing. Source, slightly enhances endurance. Divine Will, slightly enhances mental power. Full-scale War, extremely slightly enhances all attributes. A total of 7 inscription options were available, each with clear reinforcement effects. The first 6 were specialized slight enhancements, while the last one was an all-around boost but with an even smaller increase. Is there even a need to choose? Wei Chuan almost hesitated at all. Of course he would be the hexagonal warrior. He directly selected Full-Scale War and clicked to engrave. Source Crystal 100. Engraving successful, obtained inscription, Full-Scale War, enhancement, effect lasts for 720 hours. A barely noticeable warm current instantly flowed throughout his body, then vanished. Wei Chuan carefully sensed it. To be honest, there wasn't any particularly obvious feeling. Although he could vaguely perceive that aspects like strength, defense, and mental power had slightly enhanced, the increase might be less than 5%, probably only around 3%. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. He quickly let go of any worries. Even a 1% boost could mean the difference between life and death at a critical moment, so spending this 100 source crystals was absolutely worth it. After completing his engraving, Wei Chuan called Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshui over, while also notifying Li Yongsheng. They did not have Wei Chuan's high level of 4, so they chose more cautiously based on their own second-tier abilities consumption to decide. In the end, Lu Qingqing chose to enhance her mental power with Divine Will. Zhu Lingshui and Li Yongsheng both chose to enhance their endurance with Source. Chapter 103, Wind Power Tower, Powerful Mutated Plants. After a simple lunch, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshui each took out a batch of first-tier evolution crystals from their storage compartments. After carefully counting, there were 43 crystals in total. These were all obtained when they took time to post purchase requests at the trading post while selling energy blocks in the morning, using large pineapples in exchange. They exchanged a total of 43 large pineapples and 50 magazines. Initially worried that one magazine might not be enough to attract interest, they discovered during the actual quoting that light machine guns were still in high demand at this stage, and buyers were more eager than them, with most transactions being one-to-one exchanges. Only a few who haggled quite a bit added an extra magazine. Counting this new entry of 43 crystals, the total number of first-tier evolution crystals Wei Chuan held was 49 crystals have been collected. Wei Chuan thought for a moment and had a plan for distribution. He would keep 19 as the main bargaining chip for the second-level evolution crystal, while also serving as emergency reserves. The remaining 30 would be split evenly between Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshui, to be absorbed directly for quick strength enhancement. At 1 p.m., the convoy set off on the endless road once again. As the armored vehicle started, Wei Chuan felt like a wound-up machine, standing once more at that familiar production station. As long as I don't die, I'll work myself to death, he quietly motivated himself, quickly bringing up the production interface, continuously investing source crystals to begin his afternoon money-printing venture. Source Crystal -5. Production successful, acquired high-energy compressed energy block *1. Source Crystal -5. Production successful, acquired high-energy. Wealth and power accumulated slowly in this incredibly tedious repetition. Darling, there's a reaction from fortune's favor. Suddenly, Zhu Lingshui, who was organizing energy blocks nearby, exclaimed with a hint of excitement, breaking the silence in the cabin. Just in time, let's relax for a moment. Wei Chuan paused, quickly closing the production interface. He walked to the front of the vehicle, scanning the area, and found the item that triggered Zhu Lingshui's initial talent. It wasn't a supply box, but a resource point. A towering wind power generation tower stood like a solitary giant on the grassland to the right front of the road, its body flickering with red, blue, and yellow glimmers. From a distance, the specific situation could not be accurately determined, but the main structure looked reasonably intact. A power generation tower? Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshui walked over as well. Let's go take a look. Wei Chuan notified Li Yongsheng via intercom. With such a large resource point, the value of supplies would not be low. The convoy changed direction and drove towards the wind power generation tower. As they got closer, everyone could see more clearly. Some damaged equipment and vehicle wreckage were scattered around the base of the tower, but the most eye-catching were 3 supply boxes glowing with silver light sitting in the shadow of the tower. They were all silver boxes. The wind power generation tower was built on a slope, with a steep cement staircase. The vehicle couldn't drive up, so they had to go on foot. Boss! There's stuff! The 4 of them got out of the vehicle and gathered together, unable to contain their excitement. But Wei Chuan frowned slightly, his gaze drifting past the supply boxes to the wind power generation tower itself. He could see thick vines he had never seen before wrapping around the tower, the vines as thick as an adult's arm, covered in strange glowing spots, slowly writhing. Did you see those vines? They are mutated plants. Wei Chuan said quietly. The 3 of them focused their gaze, but the distance was a bit far. Their physical strength was not as good as Wei Chuan's, so their vision was much worse until they pulled out binoculars to clearly see the bizarre little vines. Apart from the wind, there was a deathly silence around the tower. Those mutated vines should be the boss of this resource point. Wei Chuan also took out his binoculars and carefully surveyed the situation. There were many vines, almost wrapping around the entire wind power generation tower. At first glance, it looked like several vines, but in reality, it was just the tentacles of one whole vine. The thick main vine wrapped around the base of the tower, drilling into the sole entrance at the base. It's hiding inside the tower. Wei Chuan said in a deep voice, all those vines are alive, the source should be at least a second-level mutated plant. Should we just attack? Xu Lingxue asked, her right hand already resting on the trigger of the big pineapple. Just attacking the small branches won't kill it, the machine gun is too expensive. Wei Chuan's brain was rapidly working. Xingqing, stay and watch the vehicle. Lingxue and Yongshang, follow me over. Lingxue, you freeze the ground around the power generation tower completely to prevent it from ambushing us from underground. After speaking, he handed his treasured AWM sniper rifle to Lu Qingqing. All right. Xu Lingxue nodded, pressing her hands against the ground. The cold air silently spread, and ice slowly extended from the cement steps toward the base of the tower. Wei Chuan took Li Yongshang, stepping on the ice, slowly approaching the base of the tower. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. The mutated vines still showed no signs of movement. Just as Wei Chuan was about to use his psychic power to collect the 3 silver boxes and slowly deal with the mutated vines, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz. The tactical helmet he wore suddenly lit up with a red light from the built-in intelligent tracking system. Almost simultaneously, the originally slowly writhing dark purple vines shot out like startled venomous snakes, stretching and elongating like rubber. Those vines, like long spears, pierced toward Wei Chuan at an astonishing speed, their tips glinting with a metallic cold light, clearly showing strong penetrating power. Fire! Wei Chuan shouted loudly, unleashing his psychic power, forming a giant palm in front of him. Bang! 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 All the incoming vines were smashed by the psychic palm, producing a dull roar. At the same time, Li Yongqing turned the barrel of the big pineapple gun towards the vines still entangled around the tower and pulled the trigger, not letting go. The bullet swept towards the tower like a metal storm, instantly severing a large number of vines. However, those severed vines waved around in the air for a moment before regrowing their lost segments, showcasing an explosive healing ability. This guy must be at least level 3. Wei Chuan's gaze quickly moved to the top of the tower, his expression serious. At the top of the tower, numerous vines climbed up from behind, purple fluorescent dots lighting up like stars, as a large vine structure slowly unfurled, revealing a bizarre eyeball filled with bloodshot veins, fixating on the intruder below. At the instant this enormous eyeball appeared. Rustle, rustle, rustle. All the vines wrapped around the tower suddenly writhed violently as if awakened like a snake swarm. Countless vines lashed out towards Wei Chuan's position like whips, with incredible speed and wide coverage. At the same time, a powerful mental wave spread out from the top of the tower like ripples, carrying a chaotic bloodthirsty desire, attempting to impact Wei Chuan's consciousness. Damn, a mental skill? Wei Chuan's eyes sharpened as he instantly unleashed his psychic power, forming a solid barrier in front of him. Bang! 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 The thick vines struck hard against the invisible barrier, producing dull sounds, and even that eerie mental force was blocked. At the top of the tower, Wei Chuan braced against the frenzied attacks of the vines and the mental shock, locking onto the source of that mental wave. He could be sure that it was definitely level 3. A level 3 mutated vine using mental power was far more difficult to deal with than a level 3 mutated snake. With such a far attacking range, how to fight? Should he use psychic power to push back and fight hard? Forget it, there's only one life, he was living so well now, there was no need to be foolish. Wei Chuan quickly made a decision, picked up the intercom, and pressed the talk button. Xingqing, use the machine gun to attack, fire with all you got. The cost of one high explosive shell was 3 source crystals, which was very expensive, but he could afford it now. At worst, he would just spend 10,000 source crystals. Chapter 104, The Explosive Power of the Machine Gun. Lightning, use the machine gun to attack the mutated vines entangled around the wind turbine tower, in high-frequency mode. Inside the armored vehicle, Lu Qingqing organized a batch of source crystals and energy blocks, pouring them into a storage bucket and slowly pouring them into the energy box of the machine gun while calmly giving orders to the onboard AI. Understood, Miss Lu. The electronic voice of Lightning remained calm, instantly taking over the 430mm machine guns. Outside the vehicle, the 4 dormant steel beasts suddenly awakened. The heavy turret base emitted a low hydraulic sound as the gun barrels rotated to the right, accurately targeting the signal tower not far away. The 2 on the left side of the vehicle even slightly rose, avoiding overlapping fields of fire. Boom! 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 The next moment, the 4 machine guns unleashed deadly tongues of fire at an extremely high rate. The high explosive shells they fired were equipped with tracer rounds, appearing like solidified scarlet energy beams. Incredible speed, it accurately struck the huge eyeball-like vine at the top of the tower. Boom! At the moment the energy beam hit its target, it triggered a series of violent explosions. The energy shockwave instantly shattered the strange vine eyeball, ripping apart the capsule tightly wrapped by the vine, turning it into countless shards of steel that fell like raindrops from the sky. The power of the high explosive shell left the entire top of the tower in ruins. Awesome! Wei Chuan quickly retreated with Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongxing to a safe distance, watching this devastating scene, feeling a surge of blood rushing to his head. This is the weapon a man should play with. He even felt that if an armored vehicle could enter the dungeon, with these 4 massive killing machines, he would dare to charge even into a platinum-level dungeon. Boss! This is so powerful! Li Yongxing shouted excitedly while retreating, his eyes wide open. He knew the smart machine gun was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful, even more exaggerated than what he saw in the research institute. What was this, a large heavy machine gun? This was simply an energy ray cannon from a sci-fi movie. Look at that power, it felt like it could split the whole wind power tower in half. What excited him the most was that he had the same type of machine gun on top of his van. This boss is so worth it. What boss can be this generous? Under the continuous ray flow fire from the 4 machine guns, the vines at the top of the signal tower were rapidly cleared away, the crimson death beams spreading down the tower like an unstoppable plow. Wherever it passed, all the writhing vines were ripped apart and extinguished, turning to ash. However, seeing that the holes blasted into the tower body were increasing and the entire tower began to tremble slightly, Wei Chuan immediately grabbed the intercom. Ching, it's enough. He could afford to burn source crystals, but this tower could not really collapse. Heaven knows what good things are hidden inside, and if precious formulas and top-grade items were buried, that would be a huge loss. Let's go meet its true form. As soon as the machine gun stopped firing and the smoke had not completely cleared, Wei Chuan's eyes flickered coldly as he led Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongxing to quickly approach the base of the tower. The Stage 3 mutated vine would not be so easily defeated, its main vine had already retracted. The 3 quickly circled to the left side of the signal tower, peering inward through the base entrance. This wind power tower was large, and the inner space was not small. A huge vine, over 1 meter in diameter and dark purple all over, clung tightly to the tower wall like a coiled giant python. It moved slowly, its skin shimmering with a strange greasy sheen, emitting a nauseating fishy odor. This was the main body of the Stage 3 mutated vine. Yongsheng, Wei Chuan gently waved his hand. Got it. Li Yongsheng understood and immediately unleashed a fiery breath from his big pineapple, bullets shooting toward the thick main vine like a storm. At the same time, Zhu Lingxue pressed both palms to the ground, a chilling cold gushing out, instantly freezing the nearby ground, trying to limit any potential attacks from the surface. However, just as the bullets were about to hit the main vine, the surface of the main vine suddenly erupted with countless thinner purple vines. They twisted together rapidly, forming a thick vine shield that accurately blocked the path of the bullets. Puff 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 puff. The bullets embedded deeply into the vine, splattering juices, but failed to penetrate this dense defense. Crack, crack. Almost simultaneously, cracking sounds came from the frozen ground, a strange purple hue spreading rapidly from below the ice, trying to break free from the freeze. Zhu Lingshue's face turned pale, she immediately increased her physical output, and a thicker layer of ice quickly covered it, barely suppressing the underground movement. Good timing. Wei Chuan's gaze sharpened, his right arm's muscles tensed, he suddenly threw a powerful punch forward. The invisible mental force turned into a massive warhammer and fiercely smashed onto the vine shield. Boom! The vine shield was instantly blown to pieces, shattered vines flying everywhere. The mental attack did not weaken at all, and immediately transformed into an invisible spear that brutally pierced into the thick main vine behind. Sizzle! A large chunk of dark purple vine tissue was forcefully punctured and its juices gushed out like blood. Eek! The main vine suffered severe damage, and the mutated vine let out a sharp, ear-piercing scream that seemed to echo directly in the mind. The entire vine twisted violently as if going mad, the main vine swelled visibly, and countless vines of varying thickness surged toward the 3 at the door like a purple tidal wave, as if to devour them whole. Is this all you can do? Wei Chuan snorted coldly, facing the surging wave of vines. He lightly raised his right palm and pressed forward. The mighty mental force surged again, this time forming a large, fierce, invisible dragon claw in front of him. The dragon claw spread its 5 fingers and suddenly tore at the incoming vines. Sizzle! Like a hot knife cutting through butter, all the vines that came in contact with the mental dragon claw were instantly torn apart and shredded into countless purple fragments. The dragon claw did not stop, like an invisible force of destruction, bombarding the entrance of the tower, cutting through the vines that kept surging forth, as if a storm of sharp blades was rampaging. Wei Chuan's right hand controlled the dragon claw for area attacks, while his left hand was not idle either. He quickly took out a glucose oral solution from the storage compartment, bit off the cap with his teeth, and tilted his head to drink it, rapidly replenishing the energy consumed from continuous use of mental power. Damn it, a one-on-one match against a mutated creature of the same rank is really hard to handle. This is still an attack-type second ability,
if it were a defensive or support type, I would probably be overwhelmed by the mutated creature's higher rank.
Chapter 105, Source Energy Signal Gun. Boss, let me add some firepower.
At this moment, Li Yongsheng had already changed the ammunition box and pulled out a big pineapple from the storage compartment, holding one in each hand. The fully loaded pineapple was not light, but Li Yongsheng was not far from reaching the second tier, so this weight was about the same as holding 2 fruit knives.
Good.
Wei Chuan nodded, and with a thought, directly took out 5 spare pineapples from his tactical waste bag, controlling them with mental force, suspending them in midair, all pointing towards the tower inside.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
7 like machine guns fired simultaneously. The deafening gunfire almost tore the air apart, as 7 streams of metal gathered into a waterfall of death, wildly pouring into the tower.
The vines that had just been suppressed by the mental dragon claw could no longer even show their heads. Any vine attempting to emerge would be torn to pieces in an instant by the frenzied bullets.
The dense rain of bullets continuously bombarded the thick main vine, causing its juices to splatter, the tough outer skin to be torn apart, and large chunks of tissue to explode down. Its diameter shrank at a visibly rapid pace, the healing speed far behind this devastating attack, and the vine's movements became slower and slower. When the 7 ammunition boxes ran dry at the same time, the moment the gunfire abruptly stopped. A killing intent surged in Wei Chuan's eyes as he suddenly stepped forward. He clutched the air as if holding an invisible knife, then released all his mental power and swung sideways at the already riddled main vine inside the tower.
Boom!
Along with an extremely dull sound of a massive explosion. On the solid concrete wall of the tower base, a terrifying cut appeared, stretching the width of the base and deepening by 20 to 30 centimeters, as if it had been sliced by an invisible giant blade. At the same time, that thick purple main vine was cut in half by this intricately concentrated mental power blade. The upper half of the main vine, severed, crashed down as if it had lost all its energy. The remaining vines instantly lost their vitality, collapsing like dead snakes. Inside the tower, a deathly silence suddenly fell.
Husband, it seems like it's not dead yet.
Zhu Lingxue furrowed her brows, her gaze firmly fixed on those seemingly lifeless vines. The last 2 mutated poplar trees had withered immediately after dying, but this mutated vine had not.
It's pretending to be dead.
Wei Chuan nodded, taking the giant python energy pistol from Zhu Lingxue's hand without a moment's pause, raising the gun to shoot. The gunfire exploded, the bullets howling as they struck the vine's remains.
Puff! Puff! Puff!
Thick purple liquid splattered in response, leaving deep traces on the tower walls and ground. At first, a few shots made the mutated vine seem to disguise themselves very well, remaining completely still. However, after Wei Chuan fired over 20 bullets, the mutated vine could no longer pretend. Squeak! A painful grinding sound rang out, as the broken main vine suddenly exploded, dozens of tiny vines darting toward Wei Chuan like dying venomous snakes. Yet, this time the counterattack was clearly weaker, the speed much slower than before. The 3 of them could see that the mutated vine was struggling to hold on. A death struggle. Wei Chuan scoffed, his left hand clenched suddenly with force, grasping in midair. The invisible mental power erupted and then suddenly contracted, the tiny flailing vines bursting one after another, turning into a flurry of green slime.
Almost at the same moment, gunfire sounded again nearby. Li Yongsheng changed the magazine, aiming once more at the most agitated vine.
Under the powerful and sustained fire coverage of the big pineapple, the mutated vine's last chance was completely crushed. It could do not even the slightest resistance. The main vine rapidly shrank and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, its color shifting from a strange purple-brown to a lifeless gray-black. In less than 4 or 5 seconds, it lay dead on the ground, turning into a section of completely withered, fragile dry vine. As the mutated vine died completely, the tense atmosphere around them instantly eased.
Finally got it done.
Li Yongsheng let out a long sigh, his shoulders relaxing, looking at Wei Chuan. Boss, this one must be level 3, much stronger than that poplar tree.
At least level 3.
Wei Chuan nodded affirmatively, stepping forward, his gaze falling on the utterly withered vine. With a slight movement of his mind, the invisible mental power slowly ground down, completely crushing all the vine remnants into powder. In the midst of flying debris, a barely noticeable glimmer of light flickered. He reached out to grasp, and a crystal of evolution emitting a deep blue light flew into his hand. Level 3 Evolution Crystal, a crystalline substance containing considerable source energy, the source of power for mutated creatures. Ingesting it can significantly enhance physical attributes and mental strength, with a small probability of awakening a second talent.
Looking closely, it was indeed level 3.
Wei Chuan put it away, cautiously stepping over the threshold, officially entering the interior of the wind power tower. The base space inside the tower appeared more spacious than it looked from the outside, about 5 meters in diameter, the ground covered in dust and scattered debris. The interior was hollow, gradually narrowing as it rose upwards, appearing deep and oppressive. 3 layers of circular platforms were built against the inner walls from solid steel frames, connected by a rusty vertical metal ladder.
You guys open the silver box, I'll go up to take a look. Wei Chuan turned back to instruct Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongsheng, then grabbed the cold ladder and swiftly climbed up. The first layer of the platform was empty except for dust and scrap metal. The second layer had a large metal box fixed to the cement wall, now so rusty it had warped. Pulling the door lightly opened it. Inside, there were many tangled wires, and in a corner lay a formula. Recipe: source power signal gun. A pistol that can release special source power wave projectiles. The source power bullets will attract all night demons within a large range to the launch point, with a duration of 30 minutes, magazine capacity 5/5. Times crafted, 5 out of 5. Materials required: source crystal *10, engineering plastic *5, engineering rubber *5. Good stuff. Seeing the item information, Wei Chuan's eyes instantly lit up. This is not a direct offensive weapon, but a very rare strategic type of attraction tool, an efficient weapon for monster pulling and monster farming. Amidst his surprise, he quickly calmed down. Unfortunately, it is a limited recipe, allowing him to craft only 5, with a total of 25 source power bullets. Thus, these 25 source power bullets must be used wisely, such as in certain special dungeons and events, as tactical tools. Ordinary knights were out of the question. He was not short of those scattered source crystals. Without lingering any longer, Wei Chuan grabbed the ladder and continued climbing to the highest third-level platform. Chapter 106, Divine Artifact Nidus Flower. Upon reaching the third level, the space here is the smallest. On the circular steel frame platform, there was a solitary large box. This box was neither an equipment box nor a briefcase but a blue plastic box, quite similar to the water tanks used in seafood markets for holding fish. Recipe, recipe, recipe. Wei Chuan rarely showed a bit of expectation, even huffing on his hands to warm them, rubbing them together before reaching out to lift the box lid. Being placed at the top, it should be better than the signal gun recipe below, right? He lifted the box lid, but what met his eyes stunned him instantly. Inside the box was a damn potted plant? It was a simple white porcelain pot, containing a plant no larger than a palm. The plant was quite slender, with a dazzling blue flower blooming at its tip, the petals spread out like an elegant enlarged bellflower. In the dim light, that blue appeared especially pure and mysterious. A flower? Wei Chuan's expression dropped. A wave of disappointment was about to rise, but rationality instantly suppressed his emotions. It couldn't be an ordinary flower. This thing was placed higher than the silver box and the source power signal gun, the hardest reward to obtain from this tier 3 resource point. It couldn't possibly be just an ornamental piece. It seemed to confirm his guess. That quiet blue flower trembled slightly, moving without wind. Then, tiny light blue particles, like breath, slowly rose from the flower's core, spreading outwards, bringing a refreshing aura that calmed the mind. Just as I thought, good stuff. A chill ran through Wei Chuan's heart, and the previous disappointment vanished, replaced by strong curiosity and anticipation. He carefully cradled the entire porcelain pot out of the box, moving gently, afraid to damage it in any way. Just as his fingertip touched the porcelain pot, the item information popped up. Tier 1 Nidus Flower, a magical plant that can extract source power from source crystals. Part of the source power will be continuously released through the flower core, slightly enhancing the physique and mental strength of all living beings within a radius of 50 meters. It requires absorbing 500 source crystals every 24 hours to maintain activity, and without source crystal nourishment, it will fall into slumber. Holy crap! The moment he saw the item description, Wei Chuan directly shuddered. This effect, is it serious? As long as it's nourished with source crystals, this thing can form a continuous and expansive upgrade aura. What's the difference between this and directly taking evolution crystals? No, this flower is even better. This is simply an experience generator that can be used infinitely. With this flower, even if tier 2 evolution crystals are hard to obtain, his level can gradually rise over time, greatly alleviating the limitations of leveling up. In the future, reaching tier 5 or 6, others may find themselves stuck by higher tier evolution crystals, but he will still steadily improve relying on the stable experience provided by the Nidus flower. Over the limit, way over the limit. Even though it was described as extremely weak, the prefix first stage before the item's name says it all. This flower can be upgraded. Such a thing wouldn't be surprising even if it appeared in the highest difficulty source crystal level dungeon or source crystal chest, yet he found it at a mere 3rd stage resource point. It's a divine artifact, it's definitely a divine artifact. Wei Chuan was so excited that he almost jumped up on the spot, and instinctively wanted to store it safely in his storage slot, but the storage slot didn't respond at all. He immediately understood that the title flower was classified as a living being by the road rules, not an item, so it couldn't be stored in the slot. No big deal, he could just take it back and nurture it well in the car, without bringing it out. With a slight mental movement, an invisible power lifted the entire ceramic pot, allowing it to steadily float by his side. Then, Wei Chuan continued to climb up. The interior space of the wind power tower had been thoroughly searched, but there was still a small skylight at the top, likely an entrance for maintenance.
Wei Chuan climbed up and pushed open the skylight. Outside was a small platform on top of the tower. There really were supplies, but it was just a box of mineral water and a box of instant noodles, basic supplies. He packed these materials away and returned the same way. When he returned to the first floor, Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongsheng immediately welcomed him. "Honey, all 3 silver chests are opened." Zhu Lingxue pointed to the nearby silver chest: 1 AK-47 assault rifle, 1 box of 50 rounds of ammunition, 1 recipe for a thermal cup that can make 5 uses, and 3 fragmentation grenades. Not bad. Wei Chuan picked up the classic AK, weighing it in his hands. It felt solid, and then he tossed it along with the box of bullets to the eager Li Yongsheng. He learned the recipe for the thermal cup right away and stored the fragmentation grenades. Opening these supplies from 3 silver chests was quite typical. If this had happened 3 days ago, he would have been thrilled, but now his assets were growing thicker. Especially after experiencing the divine effect of the tidal flower, these things were just amusing. "Thank you, boss." Li Yongsheng took the AK, lovingly stroking its body. Even though he already had a big mighty weapon and some serious firepower, the AK was the most successful assault rifle in the world, the true king of rifles, and held an irreplaceable position in the hearts of many men. "Honey, why did you bring a flower down?" Zhu Lingxue looked curiously at the blue flower quietly floating beside Wei Chuan, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. "Is this a good thing?" Wei Chuan smiled slightly, taking the tidal flower into his hands, closing his eyes, and deeply inhaling. The faint floral fragrance seemed to contain a strange energy, refreshing one's spirit, eliminating all fatigue. "Have you heard of passive leveling?" He opened his eyes, a joyful smile on his lips. Zhu Lingxue was momentarily caught off guard, but Li Yongsheng beside her suddenly widened his eyes, whispering excitedly, "Boss, this leveling, is it a second talent?" Hearing the words second talent, Zhu Lingxue was also stunned, looking at Wei Chuan in disbelief. "Yes, it requires eating 500 source crystals a day to enhance the physique and mental strength of all living beings within a 50-meter radius, but the current effect is still quite weak." Wei Chuan simply explained the function of the tidal flower, unable to hide the joy on his face. "Wow! This is even better than a cannon." Li Yongsheng instantly grasped the strategic value of this flower, almost jumping up in excitement. This was simply a training cheat. "Honey, does that mean you don't need to worry about leveling anymore?" Zhu Lingxue immediately thought of the key point and asked with great expectation. "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by leveling? Has the boss been stuck at a level?" Li Yongsheng was taken aback hearing this. Wei Chuan explained, "After the second talent reaches 4th stage, the first stage evolution crystal becomes completely ineffective. You need a second stage evolution crystal to continue leveling up." Li Yongsheng's pupils contracted, he leaned closer, lowering his voice even further. "Boss, this thing cannot be exposed. With it, the top 4 on the hero list will inevitably belong to us. Are you teaching me how to do things?" Wei Chuan smiled and scolded lightly, feeling extremely good as he wrapped his arm around Zhu Lingxue's shoulder. "Let's go back, I want to see how effective this idle training really is." Let's go, let's go." Li Yongsheng also followed excitedly, his face beaming with the thrill of finding treasure. In a radius of 50 meters, or a circle with a diameter of 100 meters. This range is not small. As long as 2 cars drive side by side, he can enjoy the effects of this flower. Just a few steps out. Wei Chuan seemed to remember something and turned back to look at the 3 empty silver boxes. With his mind power, he lifted the 3 boxes, swaying unsteadily behind them. The supply boxes could serve as containers and could be molded into materials. They must not be wasted. Chapter 107, The Service Area is Coming? In the kitchen. Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng were gathered around a small table, all eyes fixed on the center of the table. There, the tide flower stood quietly in a white porcelain pot. Its deep blue petals seemed even fuller than before, and the flower core flickered with a stable, soft blue glow, breathing in and out. Around the porcelain pot, a neat circle of energy blocks was placed, emitting a faint blue light. Wei Chuan picked up an energy block and carefully placed it on the soil at the root of the tide flower. An extraordinary phenomenon happened immediately. As soon as the energy block touched the seemingly ordinary soil, it instantly collapsed, turning into a deep blue stream of light, like water absorbed by a sponge, quietly seeping deep into the soil and disappearing. 10 blocks, 20 blocks, 30 blocks. Wei Chuan maintained a steady motion, throwing in one after another. Soon, the 50th energy block was completely absorbed by the soil, just as the last deep blue stream of light vanished into the earth. Humming. A barely audible low hum sounded from the flower pot. The slender stem of the tide flower gently swayed, and a rich blue light first appeared from beneath the soil, like a spring that had been ignited. Then, this light spread upward along the plant's roots, flowing through every leaf, ultimately gathering in the flickering flower core. The next moment, that group of flower core visibly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had reached a certain critical point and trembled heavily. Pop! A circle of light blue, translucent ripples, like ripples on a calm lake after a stone is tossed in, suddenly spread outward from the flower core, instantly sweeping over the 4 people at the table. At this moment, all 4 trembled together. A feeling of indescribable coolness surged through them, as if all their fatigue had been washed away. Even every cell in their bodies seemed to emit comfortable moans. Although the feeling of improvement in physical constitution and mental power was very slight, that continuous, subtle nourishment was undeniably real.
Boss, you really have experience. Li Yongsheng immediately looked at the survival device on his wrist and couldn't help but exclaim.
His experience bar had just been stuck at 62% of level 1, but at this moment, it actually changed to 62.01% of level 1. Although it was just a 0.01% increase, it meant that the effect of the tide flower was real. If accumulated over time, this extra gain would be terrifying, equivalent to constantly undergoing passive training. As Li Yongsheng finished speaking,
Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing, and Zhu Lingxue also opened their personal panels.
Their experience bars had not changed. However, this did not mean that the effect of the tide flower was ineffective, it was just that their levels were at least one major stage higher than Li Yongsheng. Leveling up required more experience, and this extremely small gain could not be visually reflected in the experience bar. Get closer to the flower. If you can't control the distance too well, go to the side, and don't waste this effect.
Wei Chuan looked at Li Yongsheng and reminded him. Don't worry, boss. I definitely won't hold you back.
Li Yongsheng excitedly patted his chest, vowing, feeling grateful once again for not following the wrong person. If he had followed a stingy and sinister leader, let alone this powerful training cheat, he probably wouldn't even get a handgun. The most likely scenario would be to treat him as a pure fuel station. Wei Chuan smiled and nodded, then looked at Lu Qingqing, who was smelling the flowers, and asked, Qingqing, how many source crystals did you use just now?
I switched to high-frequency mode. I didn't count the exact time, maybe for about half a minute, that's 3,600. Lu Qingqing recalled briefly before answering. 3,600.
Wei Chuan repeated in a low voice, unable to help but sigh. When the guns roar, gold is worth a fortune. In just half a minute of full fire, 3,600 source crystals were burned. At this consumption rate, the over 60,000 source crystals in his pocket wouldn't even last 10 minutes on high-frequency mode. The production of energy blocks indeed couldn't pause for a moment, otherwise, there would be no confidence in the heart. After resting in place for half an hour, the convoy set off punctually at 2 p.m., continuing to explore along the ruined road. However, not long after setting off, they encountered situations one after another.
In just 1 hour, they met 3 waves of people, first a lone wolf with only 1 vehicle, then 2 small convoys of 2 or 3 cars each.
With the intelligent machine gun, those vehicles were scared away by warning shots before they could get close, and no conflicts occurred. The first hour was relatively normal, but entering the second hour, the situations began to increase in frequency.
They encountered lone wolves or convoys 10 times in a row. This abnormal frequency immediately heightened Wei Chuan's vigilance. Where are so many people coming from?
He even stopped the production of energy blocks, directly climbing onto the roof of the car through the shooting window, raising his binoculars to carefully observe the surroundings.
Just this one look.
His furrowed brows immediately relaxed, and the corners of his mouth even curled up with a hint of anticipation. The surrounding road network clearly became denser, more and more roads extended from the grasslands, converging and diverging like rivers, covering the land. On many of the roads, vehicles could be seen driving. Although they were spaced far apart, the popularity and sense of crisis were obviously heightened. This situation resembled a precursor to entering a service area.
If it really is a service area.
Wei Chuan murmured to himself, his eyes shining bright.
Last time at the service area, he had bought a 64-cylinder mammoth engine. What good things would he encounter this time?
Thinking that the source crystals in his pocket had already surpassed 80,000, his anticipation grew stronger. No matter what he might encounter, if it's useful, buy it. If he wants it, buy it. He had plenty of money. Lost in thought, he casually opened the wealth leaderboard, and the data on the list made him even more at ease.
Top 1, Wei Chuan 850 area 89. Top 2, Jia Guanjuan 460 area 8755. Top 3, Clarissa 432 area 648.
He had already left the second place far behind, and even with just selling energy blocks for a little while, he could create a gap of double the distance from the second place.
Chapter 108, A Tedious Journey.
Time moved forward another 10 minutes. The scenery outside increasingly confirmed Wei Chuan's guess. The nearby road network became denser and the number of vehicles clearly increased, all heading in the same direction. This situation was identical to before encountering the service area, and it could now be 100% confirmed that there was definitely a service area ahead. Wei Chuan temporarily shut down the intelligent machine gun, and Li Yongqing notified his side as well, to avoid blowing up all the nearby cars. As numerous vehicles gradually gathered in the same area, the communication channel for Area 89 became incredibly lively again, with information being bombarded at an astonishing speed.
Area 89, 7754/10,000 people. Yingling, trust me, it's best if you don't get close to Wei. I just wanted to say hello, and Wei fired at me. Chen Su, ha 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 ha. Found a non-polluted little stream. My brother is about to turn his life around. Liang Bochao, service area? Is this for real? I'm still in the wilderness, there's nothing here. Moses, I'm on the road right next to it, less than 200 meters away. He hasn't attacked me, maybe you were going too fast or too close, and he saw you as a threat. Tang Sini, image, the big boss is really something, even a machine gun is used, and there's one on his teammate's car too. Alfonso, I've arrived at the service area. Friends who want to team up, please message me privately. I have a Desert Eagle handgun, plenty of firepower, can easily take out a Tier 1 mutated creature. Wang Gang, that kind of large-caliber heavy machine gun must be the top reward from the last Research Institute event. I know the number 1 in District 6, he has a cannon, and his car is almost modified into a tank. Carolina, I've arrived too, this service area is completely different from the last time, image. About half of the messages in the area channel are discussing this service area. The other half are talking about Wei Chuan and his small convoy. A giant armored vehicle, a heavily modified van, especially with a smart machine gun mounted on top, it's just too eye-catching, hard not to attract attention. As for why everyone can guess it's Wei Chuan, that mystery has long been solved. The rewards from the last Research Institute event were flaunted by many top-ranked individuals in the channel, most related to military equipment. Combining this with the encounters of Wei Chuan's convoy on the road over the past few days, where people were warned off by machine guns, anyone with a bit of wit can guess that this weapon must belong to the first place of the Research Institute event. Wei Chuan doesn't care about this. The mouth is on someone else, he can't manage it. As long as no one stirs up trouble, he doesn't mind how they discuss or speculate in the channel. About 10 minutes later, on the horizon, a group of buildings gradually became clear, contrasting sharply with the desolate surroundings. Survivor, welcome to the service area. The service area will randomly refresh and exist for 24 hours each time. No fighting or looting can occur in the service area, talents cannot be used, only trading is allowed. You can use source crystals to purchase items in the shop. 20 hours 33 minutes and 36 seconds. As they got closer, the familiar service area rules reminder appeared again. If the last service area was filled with the metallic and manure smells of wasteland punk style, then this service area is a miniature of a modern city. Though there are no skyscrapers, it's still a dispersed single-story building complex, but the overall design is simple and smooth, with clean roads and plenty of greenery, forming a stark contrast with the harsh outside environment. Wei Chuan parked the car in the number 2 parking lot on the left side of the service area, getting out with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. This time, they didn't wear combat suits but instead changed into casual clothes. Although the temperature in the service area is lower than outside, it's still around 30 degrees, and no one wants to suffer in thick clothing. Their faces had nothing to hide anymore. When the rankings were first released, as soon as the private chat window opened, even without sending a message, you could see the profile pictures, and they had long been exposed to the max. As the 4 of them left the parking lot, they could clearly feel the gazes coming from all directions. These gazes followed their movement, most focusing on Wei Chuan, who was walking in front. For these people, this might be the closest they've ever been to the strongest player and the richest player in the entire game, with curiosity, awe, envy, and jealousy intertwined in their sights. There were no familiar faces, and no one dared to approach casually to say hello. Wei Chuan remained expressionless, calm, directly leading the 3 into the clean and tidy commercial street. This time, he brought all his source crystals with him. About 81,000 source crystals. It sounds like a huge number, but in reality, storing them. 5 slightly bigger backpacks were enough, all stuffed into the storage compartment without needing to carry them himself. Similar to the last service area layout, the first shop that caught his eye was still the restaurant. Although there was no shortage of basic survival supplies, Wei Chuan still led the way inside and made a big purchase. Mainly snacks and drinks, he spent 1,000 source crystals in one go. Next was the gun shop, and Wei Chuan's target was clear, he directly purchased 300 magazines of various types, spending 3,000 source crystals. The most were Colt 1911 handguns and Scar H assault rifles. These standard magazines could stack, so if he later got bullet recipes that didn't come with magazines, these standard magazines would come in handy. Even if they couldn't be used, it didn't matter, money was no issue. He also wandered around the car shop. The vending machine had quite a few changes compared to last time. Among the 4 types of source engines he had seen before, only the 24-cylinder Hunter was still for sale. Many modification templates appeared, with templates for window guards and chassis reinforcements, but unfortunately, they were of no use to Wei Chuan. Afterward, Wei Chuan visited clothing stores, bookstores, gyms, and other shops, spending another 1,000 source crystals. Considering that 2 existing bedrooms needed to be decorated and the armored vehicle would continue to expand and upgrade in the future, he bought an additional batch of source electrical appliances and ordinary furniture, costing 3,000 source crystals. It's always good to prepare a few extra sets in advance, then he could install them directly later. After this round of shopping, he had spent 8,000 source crystals. However, Wei Chuan not only didn't feel he spent too much but instead felt somewhat that he spent too little, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He had over 80,000 large sums of money but thought he could buy some high-end and rare goods, yet what he saw were all standard goods and market wares, which made him feel somewhat constrained inside. It's truly hard to not spend money. It was like finally achieving financial freedom and excitedly going to buy a car, only to find the store had nothing but old tricycles and tractors. Who could stand that? Chapter 109 Leaving the service area, teaming up to try. With a hint of unwillingness, Wei Chuan stubbornly wandered the commercial street for nearly an hour, sweeping through almost every shop, yet still failing to find a good product. In the end, with a bit of dissatisfaction and a since I'm here mentality, he made a retaliatory purchase. He returned to the car shop and bought a 24-cylinder Hunter engine modification template, then moved to the restaurant to purchase more snacks and drinks, spending a total of 2,000 source crystals. Counting this batch of spending, his total expenditure barely reached 10,000 source crystals. But upon thinking carefully, this couldn't be considered retaliatory spending. The armored vehicle would only get bigger and heavier, and in the future, they might need to increase power for each transmission group, so the Hunter engine would eventually be useful. As for snacks and drinks, they were consumed daily, and he could use however much he wanted. As it approached 6 p.m., the service area was bustling, with foot traffic noticeably thicker than an hour ago. In sharp contrast was the parking lot. The number of vehicles was increasing, yet hardly any people could be seen, all having left without returning. Clearly, most survivors entering the service area, after experiencing continuous tension from the outside world, preferred to relax in the absolutely safe service area, getting a good, solid sleep before leaving. After all, the service area had 19 hours left to exist, enough for them to rest comfortably. Wei Chuan had no thoughts of staying overnight. For him, spending the night in the service area was a waste of time. It was better to head out earlier to find copies and resource points. Yongshang, stop at the service area gate. As the vehicle just left the parking lot, Wei Chuan picked up the intercom to remind him. The division rules after leaving the service area couldn't be completely determined, they might be divided according to the order of departure. To ensure we are not assigned to different areas, the most reliable way is to physically connect the two cars together. In the service area, talents cannot be used, but there are still ways. Wei Chuan went to the trading post to buy a batch of high-strength ropes and handcuffs, using the most primitive physical method to connect the front and back of the two cars. The van was in front, and the armored vehicle was behind, directly pushing the van forward. Just when everything was ready, Wei Chuan remembered something. He quickly opened the survival device, clicked on the social function, found CMA, and sent a private message. Wei Chuan, Mage Ya, are you in the service area? The reply came almost instantly. CMA, I just entered a few minutes ago, did you encounter the service area too? Wei Chuan, yes, after leaving the service area we should be divided again. If we time it right and go out at the same time, maybe we can end up in the same area. CMA, no problem. Wait for me 10 minutes, I'll buy some things. If we really meet, you must take care of me in the future, I'll be your food warehouse, plenty of carbs. Wei Chuan, no hurry, I haven't figured out the time yet, it won't be so soon. CMA, okay, then I'll browse around a bit more. Turning off the survival device, Wei Chuan told this to Lu Qingqing and the other two nearby. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both expressed their agreement. They had already heard from Wei Chuan about CMA, a big sister with a talent related to food, who is cheerful and generous. Although the convoy currently does not lack food, the scale may grow larger in the future, and having a stable food provider join is definitely a good thing. Li Yongsheng, after a moment of contemplation, proposed a more specific suggestion. Boss, we don't know the division rules, but based on last time's situation, we can guess it's based on the time of leaving the service area. The first 10,000 to leave are assigned to Zone 1, then to Zone 2 and 3. Last time we left early, probably just fit into the batch from 890,000 to 900,000, so we were all assigned to the quite advanced Zone 89. If we want to be safe, it's best to avoid the peak time of leaving the service area. It's better to leave at night, by that time, those who want to go have left, and those who don't want to go are sleeping. As long as we pick a time when there are the fewest people at night to leave together, we have a high chance of squeezing into the new area with 10,000 people. Yes, that's what I think too. Wei Chuan gave Li Yongxing an approving glance. He was indeed a gaming expert, and understood the rules precisely. In fact, this idea also has a drawback: others will gamble the same way. This would reduce the probability of forming a team, and at night, the newly created areas would all be crowded with teams, leading to more competition and conflict. But this was already the best way. And with his strength, he didn't need to worry about any competition or conflict. Anyone assigned to the same area with him would be the one living in fear. Midnight was approaching. The service area was brightly lit, yet it was filled with a relaxing tranquility. Most survivors had returned to their cars or found other places to sleep,
with only a few scattered figures wandering between the various shops. Wei Chuan leaned against the driver's seat of the armored vehicle, his gaze sweeping over the clear information on his personal panel. Survivor, Wei Chuan. First talent, S-Class Mechanical Control. Second talent, Level 4 Telekinesis, 0.24%. Time, 23:55. Weather, clear. Temperature, 25 degrees Celsius. He glanced at the time and opened the private chat window, sending a confirmation message to CMA. Wei Chuan, Mage, yeah, get ready, drive the car to that green line, and when it hits midnight, step on the gas and stop as soon as we leave the service area. CMA, no problem, I'm already prepared. They set the time to leave the service area at exactly midnight, a time suggested by CMA. Wei Chuan's original plan was to choose between 4 and 6 a.m., as that was the time when people were most tired, and fewer attempts would be made to form teams. Even if he didn't end up in the same area as CMA, dawn was not far off, which meant CMA wouldn't run into too many night demons, making it relatively safe. But CMA's words awakened him. A good time could actually be bad, because others would think the same way. CMA believed that midnight, which required deliberate staying up late and would be harassed by night demons for several hours afterward, was the awkward time most people would avoid. Wei Chuan thought about it carefully too. What seemed like the worst time might actually be the most suitable. Before turning off the survival device, Wei Chuan glanced at his experience bar. Fourth level 0.24%. He silently calculated the enhancement effect of the tidal flower. Since he got it, nearly 12 hours had passed, increasing by 0.24%, the daily profit for 24 hours was about 0.5%. He had just inquired about Lu Qingqing and Li Yongsheng. Lu Qingqing, being a second-level awakened one, earned about 3% in daily profit for 24 hours. Li Yongsheng, on the other hand, was a first-level awakened one, with a daily profit of about 8% in 24 hours. Comparing with the previous gains from evolution crystals, it was obvious. The first-level tidal flower provides a much higher experience boost for low-level awakened ones than for high-level ones. Wei Chuan was still quite satisfied with this effect. Whether for training teammates or for his own accumulation, the tidal flower would be very useful. What he needed to do next was to feed it with 500 source crystals on time every day, then cover the soil with source crystals, letting it eat as much as it could, and quickly level up to second level, providing stronger effects. Chapter 110, Finding CMA. As the clock ticked to the last minute, Wei Chuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his right foot lightly pressing on the accelerator, all his attention fixed on the time display of the survival device. It didn't show seconds, so he could only hold his breath and roughly count in his heart. Time, midnight. The moment the time hit midnight, Wei Chuan suddenly floored the accelerator. The armored vehicle's engine let out a dull roar, and powerful thrust transmitted through the front of the van ahead. The two vehicles burst free like beasts unchained, rushing past the green line that represented the safe zone and into the endless darkness outside. About 5 seconds later, confirming they had completely left the service area, Wei Chuan released the accelerator, slowly decelerating and braking. Almost at the same moment, the survival device received a private message. CMA, Area 26187, what about you? Before he could ask CMA, her message arrived, so he immediately opened the area communication channel to check. Area 26187, 10,000/10,000 people. Chuiju Inshio, today my luck is terrible. I only opened a silver box and got an 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle, with 2 magazines, barely usable. Brewster, 416 Hong Kong dollars is already good. If you're unsatisfied, I'm willing to exchange it for a pistol plus source crystals. Ao Kuan, a rifle is still a big deal, it's not a recipe, this is interesting. Irma, picture, just fixed up my new car, now I can sleep peacefully. Owen, damn, a resource point just refreshed by the roadside, there's a centipede at least 2 meters long inside. Zhao Baojia, buying solar panels, exchanging purified stream water, interested parties please private message. Asada Kinmei, looking at the starry sky, suddenly missing the hometown's liquor so much. The information in the upper left corner clearly indicated the area they were in now, Area 26187. Wei Chuan, got it, 26187, the same area. CMA, I followed your advice, immediately parked the car after coming out from the left exit of the service area, but there isn't a car in sight. Wei Chuan, that's normal. The exit of the service area is like a teleportation array, distributing new areas according to the leaving time. Wei Chuan, so, let's start at exactly 5 minutes, and take every left turn at intersections, keeping the speed below 30. I'll fire a couple of shots now and then, you come over when you hear. If you don't hear, it's fine, we're already in the same area. We can meet at the next service area at the latest. CMA, okay, I have all the car lights on. White bus. Wei Chuan, I am a large silver-black armored vehicle with 10 wheels, surrounded by 4 machine guns, and in front of it is a van. CMA. We've made contact, Area 26187. Ending communication, Wei Chuan turned to look at Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue behind him with questioning eyes.
Are we really in the same area?
The expressions on the two women's faces immediately lit up with surprise. The convoy was finally going to have newcomers, and it was a big sister who was easy to talk to, which was undoubtedly a joyful event.
Yes, we're lucky. I'll get down and tidy up a bit.
Wei Chuan nodded with a smile, neatly jumped out of the vehicle, and began to detach the ropes and handcuffs connecting the two vehicles.
Li Yongsheng was just coming down from the van, his face full of anticipation as he leaned closer. Boss, did it work?
It worked. We'll set off at 5, under a speed of 30, keep going left, turn on the car lights, and occasionally fire a couple of shots. Even though we're in the same area, whether we run into each other today still depends on luck. As Wei Chuan spoke, he casually tossed a Huazi cigarette over. Li Yongsheng skillfully lit it, speaking lightly, no problem.
We'll definitely meet before the next service area refreshes.
Yes, it's just a matter of time. Wei Chuan agreed and then said, by the way, I originally planned to help you modify the car today, but I didn't expect to run into a service area.
Let's do it tomorrow at noon.
No problem, finding people is more important. Li Yongsheng waved his hand dismissively, what he valued was always just the sense of security. Now that they had the smart machine gun, he wasn't afraid of people or night demons. Whether the car was bulletproof wasn't that important, at least not urgently at this stage. After chatting and smoking with Li Yongsheng, Wei Chuan returned to the armored vehicle. He took the gigantic Python source energy pistol from Lu Qingqing, opened the shooting hole, and fired 2 shots outside the vehicle.
The loud gunshots could travel far in the quiet night.
He regrettably thought, it's a pity this gun requires physical strength as energy, otherwise, it could be fixed on the roof for lightning to control. Lightning could control the smart machine gun, but one high explosive shell required 3 source crystals. Even firing once per minute, in 1 hour it would consume 180 source crystals. Although he still had over 70,000 source crystals in his pocket, he wouldn't be extravagant enough to waste them.
For the next hour, Wei Chuan kept looking for CMA.
Just leaving the service area, the surrounding road network hadn't completely spread out, and in just an hour, he encountered several vehicles, but he still hadn't seen CMA's white bus. As time got later, Wei Chuan had no choice but to notify CMA to stop for the night and continue tomorrow morning. His energy could hold out, but CMA couldn't be certain. For safety's sake, it was better to rest first.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Just as Wei Chuan picked up the intercom to inform Li Yongxing to stop and rest, a series of urgent gunfire suddenly came vaguely from the front right. The distance was a bit far, and the sound seemed a bit floating in the night wind, but Wei Chuan's keen ears still caught that distinctive firing sound. Sharp and crisp, with a familiar rhythm.
Scar H?
Wei Chuan's heart suddenly jumped. There were quite a few people with Scar HS, but at the starting point of Area 26187, at this late hour, the one most likely to hold and use this gun was
Qingqing, turn right and accelerate.
He suddenly turned back to let Lu Qingqing drive, while he climbed onto the rooftop without hesitation and took out binoculars from his tactical waist bag. Almost as soon as Wei Chuan reacted, the nearby van also turned. Li Yongsheng had already opened the car window, his hand gripping the pistol resting on the window ledge. He had even heard the gunshots earlier than Wei Chuan.
Boom!
The armored vehicle let out a roar under Lu Qingqing's control, sharply turning right and rushing off the road toward the direction of the gunfire.
After charging out for about 2 kilometers, the chaotic battlefield scene clearly came into Wei Chuan's view through the binoculars.
A burning wreck of a car provided the light source, illuminating 3 cars entangled together nearby. One car window was almost completely shattered. The white bus, riddled with bullet holes, was surrounded in the center. In front, a truck and a van blocked its path, while behind it, a burning sedan obstructed the way.
Chapter 111, Sister May, you are so cool.
The moment the white bus came into view, Wei Chuan knew he had found CMA.
There were 6 people in total visible.
3 people were using the truck and the van as cover, shooting at the white bus with pistols. The fire was intense but a bit chaotic. Beside the burning sedan, one person was crouching with a pistol, and another was curled up on the ground, their clothes still on fire, clearly already dead.
And the last person was atop the white bus.
That was a woman around 35 or 36 years old, dressed in camouflage combat gear. She was using the vehicle's structure as cover, constantly moving inside the bus. Each time her Scar H peeked out of the window, it would fire precise and fierce shots, actually suppressing 4 enemies outside by herself.
1 against 5, and taking 1 down? Sister May, you are so cool. Seeing this huge contrast, Wei Chuan couldn't help but smile widely. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Chuan stowed the binoculars back into his storage compartment, and in the next second, a jetpack-sized glider appeared in his hand.
He swiftly unfolded and secured it, locking his eyes on the center of the battlefield. You don't need to stay too close, I'll handle it. After instructing on the intercom, Wei Chuan took a step forward on the roof of the vehicle, leaped suddenly, and activated the microjet device on the back of the glider.
Whoosh! A powerful thrust erupted from behind him, propelling him through the night sky towards the fiery battlefield. Wei Chuan's sudden intervention, the bright beam piercing the night sky, and the roar of the engine were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly grabbing the attention of both sides in the fight. In this pitch-black wasteland, a fierce-looking armored vehicle, accompanied by a heavily modified van, raced forward with all lights on, making it impossible not to attract attention. This kid really found them? Inside the white bus, Xiamei risked peeking out quickly. When she saw that a combat vehicle with a cannon and a van were approaching, the tension in her heart finally eased a little, and a sense of joy surged up. However, before she could fully breathe out, an even more shocking scene occurred. Thud! A dull and sticky explosion noise came from the rear. The enemy hiding behind the wrecked car was struck by an invisible heavy hammer from above, twisting and collapsing on the spot, then scattering apart into a pool of bloody mud mixed with bones and clothing. Second ability? Xiamei's pupils shrank instantly, and the thought flashed through her mind. Such a strange attack method could not have been caused by regular physical attacks, it had to be some sort of special second ability. She immediately lowered her body and quickly moved to the front of the vehicle. When she cautiously peered out again, the battlefield had gone silent. The three people who had just been a numbers advantage, making it hard for her to counter effectively, had now disappeared, leaving behind three pools of equally shocking blood that silently told their story. And atop the closest truck, a person appeared out of nowhere. A young man dressed in cartoon pajamas, looking very handsome, stood there with a relaxed smile on his face, watching her. "Sister Mei, you are totally amazing." Wei Chuan's voice filled with laughter broke the silence of the battlefield. "Oh, the top scholar has arrived." Xiamei couldn't help but smile, the joy of surviving a fierce battle mingling with the surprise of finding her team. She completely relaxed. Put the Scar H into the storage compartment, and directly rolled down from the shattered car window. The movement was clean and swift. Wei Chuan also lightly jumped from the roof of the car to the ground, walked over, and gave this old acquaintance he met for the first time a gentle hug. "Did you hear the gunshots?" Xiamei asked with a smile, patting Wei Chuan's back. "Yeah, luckily I didn't rush to stop, or I would have missed it." Wei Chuan nodded. Xiamei looked full of emotion. "I was about to turn off the lights and go to sleep, when these people suddenly showed up and rammed into me, but now that I think about it, I should thank them." "Thank them we should." Wei Chuan agreed, his gaze turning to the nearby truck and van, adding with a smile, "These are all high-quality materials." "High-quality materials?" Xiamei blinked in confusion, momentarily unable to respond. Before she could ask, footsteps approached from the side. "Sister Mei?" Lu Qingqing, along with Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongsheng, walked over with friendly smiles, each introducing themselves and greeting briefly. "Hello, I'm Xiamei, the communications soldier." Xiamei boldly made a concise introduction, exuding a distinct military efficiency. Upon hearing the words communications soldier, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes. That made sense, she was a trained professional, no wonder she could withstand the firepower assault of 5 people alone. In just a few moments, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were attracted by Xiamei's straightforward personality and competent aura, and they began to chat enthusiastically. Wei Chuan and Li Yongxing tacitly stepped aside, their gazes locked firmly on the nearby truck and van like magnets. This group had all used handguns, and each one had one, so their supplies should be considerable. When would they start searching? After chatting for about 3 minutes, Lu Qingqing seemed to sense Wei Chuan's thoughts and smiled, saying, "Hubby, Sister Mei's car is up to you now, thanks for your hard work." After that, she and Zhu Lingxue affectionately linked arms with Xiamei. "Sister Mei, let's go sit in our car, eat a little something, and take a break." "Thank you." Xiamei didn't have time to react before she was enthusiastically pulled onto the armored vehicle by them. The lively scene just now instantly turned quiet, leaving only Wei Chuan and Li Yongsheng. The two exchanged glances, their eyes shining brightly as their spirits lifted. Each picked a vehicle, swiftly opened the doors, and jumped inside, starting a spree of scavenging for anything of value. Still 2 chapters, the author wonders if the readers have seen this. I will definitely make it up, but these days I have matters during the day, and I only get home in the afternoon, so I can only barely write 2 chapters. I'm very sorry. Chapter 112, Shadow Merchant. This convoy was indeed doing well, having gathered quite a lot of supplies. There were a total of 6 Type 92 handguns, around 100 rounds of ammo, nearly 400 source crystals, and 8 source appliances. The remaining various foods, fuels, bows and crossbows, standard materials, and other basic supplies calculated to be worth over 500 source crystals. The only regret was that the car that had been shot to pieces had most of its supplies burned. They only dug out a few dozen source crystals, otherwise, the haul could have been even greater. "You keep half, and put the rest in Sister Mei's car." Wei Chuan held the recipe for the Type 92 handgun, collected all the source crystals, and left the remaining supplies entirely for Li Yongsheng. "Got it, boss." Li Yongsheng responded excitedly, beginning to joyfully sort through the spoils. After distributing the spoils, Wei Chuan began to fix Xiamei's white bus. This vehicle was obviously modified, although it looked battered and riddled with bullet holes at this moment. In reality, it only had surface wounds, with the core components and chassis intact. Wei Chuan gathered materials on the spot. Using metal materials removed from trucks and vans, he filled the wounds on the white bus. Not only did he repair it, but he also reinforced and modified it skillfully. The excessive windows on the bus were obvious weaknesses, unfavorable for insulation and easily breakable. Wei Chuan directly sealed most of the side windows with thick steel plates, leaving only 2 windows on each side, and strengthened the overall structure of the vehicle. After finishing CMA's school bus, Wei Chuan didn't forget about Li Yongsheng. Following the same method, he comprehensively armored the van as well. After the modifications, the defense of both vehicles was significantly enhanced, making them hard to threaten with regular handguns. Of course, the overall defense was still imperfect. The glass and tires remained weak points, but bulletproof templates were too rare, and bulletproof materials were hard to come by. He had to save his stock for himself, so he could only ask CMA and Li Yongxing to keep an eye out for collection. After completing all the modifications, Wei Chuan melted the remaining metal materials into nearly square metal blocks, then stored them in his tactical waste bag. This busy work introduced him to the passing of half an hour without notice. Time had quietly slipped to 1:30 a.m. When he returned to the armored vehicle, he found Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue watching a movie with CMA on the sofa, creating a relaxed atmosphere. CMA wore a relaxed and natural expression, clearly having begun to integrate into this new group. "Honey, are you done?" Seeing him return, Lu Qingqing stood up and asked with concern, while Zhu Lingxue and CMA also got up. Wei Chuan nodded, "All set, it can resist handgun bullets." "Thank you, I won't disturb you guys anymore, see you tomorrow." CMA smiled and bid farewell, giving Wei Chuan a playful look. During the half hour of casual chatting, she learned a lot about Wei Chuan from the 2 women, including his astonishing dual talents and the relationship between the 3 of them. "See you tomorrow." Wei Chuan felt a bit embarrassed from her gaze, rubbed his nose, and personally escorted her back to the newly refurbished school bus. "Honey, I told Mei Jia about your second talent and exaggerated a little." After returning to the armored vehicle, Lu Qingqing leaned over and whispered, "That's best." Wei Chuan hugged Lu Qingqing appreciatively, seated her on the sofa, and continued, "By the way, take that AI modification template over tomorrow." Lu Qingqing looked a bit surprised. "So soon, are you giving it to her?" Wei Chuan chuckled and explained, "This kind of artifact, since it will be given sooner or later, it's better to give it early to avoid her overthinking." "Got it." Lu Qingqing instantly understood Wei Chuan's intention and nodded earnestly. "What about me?" Zhu Lingxue, who listened half understanding from the side, felt puzzled as if she grasped something but wasn't entirely clear, blinking and asking. Hearing this, Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing turned to look at her bewildered pretty face. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance, seeing humor in each other's eyes, and almost in unison smiled at her, "Time to wash up and sleep." This affectionate yet dismissing remark made Zhu Lingxue feel like she was being seen as a child, her intelligence and status at home seemingly at the bottom. "Humph." She huffed in dissatisfaction, grabbing the pillow in her arms and tossing it at Wei Chuan, then lifted her chin and swayed her slender waist, stopping back to her room in a huffy manner. Seeing her adorable reaction, Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing couldn't help but laugh together. "We should rest too, we need to sell energy blocks tomorrow." Wei Chuan set the pillow aside and naturally took Lu Qingqing's hand, their fingers intertwining. Lu Qingqing gently nodded, resting her head on Wei Chuan's shoulder, a faint smile gracing her face. Boss. There's a situation outside." After an unknown amount of sleep, the intercom on the nightstand crackled to life with Li Yongxing's anxious and hurried voice, instantly waking up Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing from their slumber. "What situation?" "Qingqing, you and Lingxue stay in the car." Wei Chuan snapped, fully awake, even having no time to put on a shirt. He rushed out of the bedroom with bare arms and rushed slippers, quickly crossing the kitchen and jumping out the back door. A warm breeze energized him, and he instinctively glanced at the survival device. Survivor, Wei Chuan. First talent, S-level mechanical control. Second talent, 4th stage psychokinesis, 0.35%. Time, 5:50. Weather, clear. Temperature, 31 degrees Celsius. Not even 6 o'clock yet. "Boss, look over there." Li Yongqing hurriedly ran over, carrying a big pineapple in his right hand, a flashlight beam in his left hand shining like a sword, pointing straight ahead on the road. Wei Chuan focused his gaze forward, where a thick, unyielding black fog enveloped the road ahead. That black fog seemed to have a life of its own, slowly swirling, and in the mist, a hunched, vague figure was approaching them. The speed at which the black fog spread was not slow, now less than 100 meters away from them. "What's going on?" At this moment, CMA, fully armed, got off the bus, her expression alert. Soon after, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also dressed and rushed out holding guns. When they saw the strange black fog ahead, their hearts tightened, immediately aiming their guns towards it. "Interesting. Unlike the tension of others, Wei Chuan instead showed an expression of curiosity. This thing didn't resemble the night demon had already charged in roaring. It also didn't look like a mutated creature. They stayed close to the instance and resource points and wouldn't actively come out to find people, at least not at this stage. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind, recalling a line from the last update notification. He couldn't help but whisper it out loud. After the shadow tide appears, a mysterious shadow merchant enters the light and shadow road, bringing with them a large number of rare items, but the prices are also extremely high. Chapter 113, 6 Supreme Items. Shadow Merchant? The four beside him were all startled to hear this, quickly recalling this hint that they had overlooked. It appeared alongside the Research Institute activities, but they had never seen it before, and no one had mentioned encountering it in the communication channel. Could that figure in the fog be it? 3 seconds later, the answer was revealed. The thick black fog receded like a tide, and the figure was clearly exposed in the beam of the flashlight. It was a person wearing a dark hooded robe, his figure hunched over, carrying several bulging old cloth bags on his back. The shadow of the hood completely obscured his face. Seeing this mysterious outfit, the vigilance of Wei Chuan and the others decreased significantly. "Hello, are you the shadow merchant?" Wei Chuan stepped forward and shouted from a distance of several meters, while quietly circulating his mental energy, ready to attack at any moment. "Buying my things will not be a loss." A hoarse, aged voice responded, and the figure slowly lifted his head. The hood revealed a face covered with wrinkles, looking to be around 8 or 9 years old, with a long hooked nose that stood out prominently, giving Wei Chuan the impression of an old witch from a fairy tale. "What do you have?" Wei Chuan instantly relaxed. It was undoubtedly the shadow merchant. He walked directly in front of the old woman and waved his hand. "Ching, bring out all the source crystals." His shout made Li Yongsheng and CMA react as well. The two immediately turned and ran back to their vehicles to get money. "Everything's here." The shadow merchant spoke flatly, taking down the 6 cloth bags from his back and placing them on the ground. Just as Wei Chuan was about to ask for more details, information about the items in the bags popped up on its own. Mimicry slime core, can fuse with vehicles, allowing the vehicle to gain mimicry ability and imitate the surrounding environment for camouflage. A row of item information jumped into view, and Wei Chuan looked up excitedly, his eyes nearly popping out. Indeed, they were rare. First, Mimicry Stealth plus Self-Repair, a revolutionary survival ability for the armored vehicle. Second, a continuous supply of Mental Power Enhancement Potion, a steady stream. Third, a top-notch combination blue potion that could save lives at critical moments. Fourth, a mutated biological pet, adding another reliable combat power. Fifth, a high-level dungeon key, high risk, high reward. Sixth, a gambler's potion, with a chance to awaken an extra talent. Damn, it really is expensive. However, when he saw those jaw-dropping prices, Wei Chuan couldn't help but suck his teeth. The total price of these 6 items was an astonishing 43,500 source crystals. Too expensive. Referring to the wealth rankings value, only he could produce such a large sum in one go in the entire server. So expensive. Xu Lingxue, who had not gone back for money, stayed by Wei Chuan's side, and when she saw the prices, her little face immediately fell. Expensive, but worth it. Wei Chuan gently pinched her cheek. "Let's sell more energy blocks later. If we act fast, we can make it back before lunch. We need to buy all of these." At that moment, Lu Qingqing and her 2 companions also came back to the car to fetch source crystals. Seeing Lu Qingqing take out 5 large hiking bags from her storage compartment one after another, CMA's eyes widened in disbelief. "They aren't all filled with source crystals, right?" "Sister May, my boss is loaded. Spending tens of thousands of source crystals just to browse a service area is just small change for this shadow merchant," Li Yongsheng said proudly, as if all these source crystals belonged to him. "Damn rich people." CMA looked up at a 45-degree angle toward the sky, trying hard not to let her envious tears, no, her saliva flow down. With the financial power of the top 2 in the rankings, it was indeed terrifyingly high. "I'll take all of these." Wei Chuan took a deep breath, his gaze burning as he looked at the shadow merchant, pointing at the 6 bags on the ground, confidently saying, "Can I pay with these?" The shadow merchant extended a withered finger, pointing to the 5 hiking bags piled nearby, her hoarse voice showing no emotion. "Yes." Wei Chuan nodded without hesitation, using his mind power to drag all 5 hiking bags over. The next moment, a clear payment prompt popped up in his vision. "Please confirm payment of 43,500 source crystals to purchase Mimicry Slime Core, Runic Tequila Bottle, Runic Golden Apple *5, Contract Scroll, Shadow Cat, Relic Beacon, Talent Awakening Potion." Yes/no. Wei Chuan directly clicked yes. Transaction successful. Source crystals 43,500, gained, Mimicry Slime Core, Runic Tequila Bottle, Runic Golden Apple *5, Contract Scroll, Shadow Cat, Relic Beacon, Talent Awakening Potion. In the instant he clicked yes, it was as if an invisible hand had swept by, and 3 of the 5 hiking bags on the ground instantly disappeared, leaving 2, one of which quivered slightly.
Almost simultaneously, everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes. The shadow merchant, along with the swirling black mist around her, vanished completely from the road, as though she had never existed, leaving no trace behind. This sudden scene left Lu Qingqing, Li Yongsheng, and Xiamei all stunned, unable to react for a moment. They stood behind, not triggering any information about the items in the bag, unaware of the price of the shadow merchant's goods. Only after witnessing the rapid disappearance of 3 hiking backpacks did they realize how terrifying this transaction was. The unit of the transaction was 10,000. Moreover, the shadow merchant left too decisively. Could it be that all the goods were sold out? Boss, how much source crystals did it cost? Li Yongsheng opened his mouth, looking bewildered as he asked, his voice a bit stammering. Wei Chuan looked at the 2 remaining backpacks on the ground, his lips twitching as he painfully said, 10 items, 44,000. 44,000? Both Li Yongsheng and Xiamei exclaimed almost in unison. That number was simply astronomical to them, the impact too terrifying. Chapter 114, Mi, Joie Joie Joie. While Li Yongsheng and Xiamei were shocked, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. The total price of 10 items was 44,000 source crystals, averaging 4,400 source crystals per item. Thinking of that terrifying price, they felt both relaxed and helpless. Relaxed because they couldn't afford this price at all. With the shadow merchant gone, there was no loss. Helpless because the price was too high, and if they encountered it again next time, they would probably just stare wide-eyed. At this moment, Wei Chuan noticed that Lu Qingqing was looking at him as if she wanted to say something, so he slightly lowered his chin and gave her a look that meant you can speak. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing gently pressed her lips together and directly asked the question everyone was most curious about. So expensive, what did you buy? They said 10 items, but actually only 6 different items. What's the same as this? Inscription golden apple, eating it can instantly restore all stamina and mental power, just right with 5, 1 for each of us. As Wei Chuan spoke, he took out 4 inscription golden apples from his storage. Damn! Li Yongsheng leaned in to take a closer look, unable to help but complain, this is too small, and it's not even golden. The apple was actually light yellow, just a bit larger than a lychee, with a complex pattern of golden lines on its surface, completely different from an ordinary apple. Boss, this is a good thing for risking your life. Li Yongsheng reached out to take one, carefully storing it in his storage, his face beaming with joy. Xiamei also took one, playing with it in her hands, amazed by the effect contained within, while looking at Wei Chuan. With such a great effect, why didn't you keep 2 more as insurance? You keep it. Wei Chuan waved his hand, speaking calmly, once you're in my team, you're one of us, besides, I might not necessarily need this thing. His words revealed powerful confidence. Li Yongsheng laughed and agreed, Sister Mei, my boss is the most loyal. That smart machine gun on my vehicle was a gift from him, you just came late, and the items have already been used up. Alright, then thank you, boss. A sincere and natural smile appeared on Xiamei's face, and she playfully winked at Wei Chuan. Wei Chuan hurriedly waved his hand, no need, Yongsheng is young, so it's fine for him to call you that, but if you call me like that, I might get goosebumps. He shifted the topic, signaling to Lu Qingqing, Qingqing, give that to Sister Mei. Lu Qingqing understood, lovingly linking her arm with Xiamei's while handing over a modification template with lightning patterns. Vehicle AI, Smart Voice Control System Modification Template. Seeing the item information, Xiamei immediately swore, damn. There's such a thing? Do you guys let AI drive the car? Of course. Wei Chuan pretended to be helpless and shrugged, driving myself is so tiring. Damn, big shot, I need to enjoy this too, driving every day is indeed a killer. Xiamei complained, but there was an unstoppable smile on her face as she carefully stored the modification template, ready to use it as soon as she got back in the car. Then, Wei Chuan took out the other 5 items to showcase one by one. He found use for these 5 items, but due to usage thresholds and limitations, they were only suitable to be publicly regarded as the foundation of the team. Boss, these don't seem to be combat power, right? After carefully reviewing the information on these 5 items, Li Yongsheng's initial excitement quickly faded. These things are good, but either they need time to grow or rely on luck, none can immediately turn into combat strength. He secretly clicked his tongue. For 44,000 source crystals, if he had to choose, he only considered the slime core and the contract scroll to have good value, unless he had an endless supply of source crystals. Combat power? Do I still need to strengthen? Wei Chuan chuckled lightly, casually waving his left hand towards the sandy wasteland by the road. An invisible telekinetic giant hand then shot out, crashing into the ground in the distance like an unseen cannonball, instantly stirring up a small sandstorm. Li Yongsheng was instantly lost for words, and Xiamei also stared in surprise with her mouth wide open. No wonder he's a grade 4 telekinesis awakener, he's terrifyingly strong. Honey, quick! Take out the little cat. I love cats the most. Zhu Lingxue urged while hugging Wei Chuan's arm, unable to wait any longer. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on this living item capable of summoning mutated creatures, full of curiosity. Okay. Wei Chuan was also eager and promptly took out the contract scroll, Shadow Cat. This scroll was slightly smaller than the modification template, entirely black, with golden patterns outlining an elegant and mysterious cat silhouette. Please confirm whether to contract the Shadow Cat.
Yes/no. After Wei Chuan selected yes, the scroll instantly transformed into specks of black energy and dissipated.
In the next moment, a completely black kitten, only the size of a palm, appeared out of thin air in his hand, curled up as if still sleeping.
Wow! It's a little kitten. Zhu Lingshue's heart melted instantly, reaching out to pet it. Swish!
A cold light flashed. That seemingly harmless little black cat suddenly extended its sharp claws, scratching towards Zhu Lingshue's hand as quick as lightning. Fortunately, Wei Chuan was prepared, and a telekinetic barrier quickly blocked it, preventing her from getting hurt.
Lu Qingqing and others were startled. Such a small kitten had such strong aggression? This guy is not an ordinary pet cat, it's a mutated cat.
Wei Chuan reminded them softly, then turned his hand over, gently stroking the little black cat's head, saying with a soft voice, "These people are companions, you cannot attack them, understand?"
Meow.
The little black cat looked up and meowed, although it didn't nod, its tail slightly swayed as if it understood. Wei Chuan tried to hand it to Zhu Lingxue, and this time it didn't extend its claws, but instead nuzzled her fingers with its head.
Little kitty, how about I name you Little Black? Meow meow.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes. The little black cat was exceptionally spirited, soon making Zhu Lingxue burst into laughter, and even Lu Qingqing and Xia Mei couldn't help but join in and tease it.
Mutated cat. Wei Chuan looked at the well-behaved little black cat in Zhu Lingshue's arms and stroked his chin.
He thought about how to raise this special little creature, planning to use source crystals and evolution crystals to quickly enhance its strength.
Recalling the troublesome grade 3 mutated snake and grade 3 mutated vine.
If he could raise a high-grade mutated cat, it could fight together and even serve as a mount. Just thinking about it sounded so cool.
Chapter 115, Bronze Level Instance, Armory.
After dreaming about the future, Wei Chuan collected his thoughts and began to plan for the remaining items.
Relic Beacon.
It's not recommended for awakeners below grade 5 to enter, the difficulty is definitely super high. If he were to go in now, he'd probably just fall asleep. So, he only glanced at it before putting it away. Better not bring this thing out until he reaches grade 5, or it would be a waste if he accidentally activated it.
Talent Awakening Potion.
He also put this away for now, as he didn't think he could hit that extremely low probability in one go. He planned to save a few more bottles together in the future, to increase the chances.
3 days of talent, thinking about it makes him a bit itchy.
The bottle of runic tequila. He opened it and saw only a bit of damp moisture at the bottom. Clearly it had only started producing wine after he bought it, so he would save it for a few days before drinking. Finally, his gaze fell on the mimetic slime core. This thing looked very much like green jelly, and it felt particularly similar. Even without touching it, it slightly trembled, only the size of a Rubik's Cube. Wei Chuan walked to the front of the armored vehicle and pressed the jelly against the cold steel plate. Please confirm fusion with 10x10 wheeled bulletproof energy combat vehicle, but
yes/no. It must be.
The mimetic slime core instantly disappeared, and then, a gentle green light illuminated the front of the vehicle.
This light quickly spread like ripples, sweeping over the entire car body in an instant. In the next moment,
the entire armored vehicle was wrapped in a strong green light, only to retract in an instant. And the originally heavy and powerful armored vehicle now became somewhat transparent, as if it had become invisible. Of course, mimetic invisibility was ultimately just a means of hiding using the environment. If you got close and looked carefully, you could still discern the outline of the vehicle, mainly used to guard against distant reconnaissance. However, what Wei Chuan valued the most was not the camouflage ability, but its ability to absorb metal materials to self-repair damage. With this ability, as long as some metal materials were always stocked on the vehicle, it could self-repair even if damaged in fierce battles, greatly enhancing its endurance. At 7:30 in the morning, the convoy set off on time. To quickly fill that hefty consumption of 43,500 source crystals, Wei Chuan had been busy making energy blocks since 6:30. Aside from spending a few minutes eating breakfast, he was continuously making energy blocks the whole time.
He didn't know if it was thanks to Xia Mei's presence that brought good luck.
In the 3 hours after departure, the convoy unexpectedly encountered 3 material boxes one after another. Although they were all low-level gray iron boxes, which could only yield limited basic materials, their frequent appearance made Wei Chuan filled with anticipation for the journey ahead. Each time there was a surge of basic materials, there would always be a significant reward thereafter.
Meanwhile, the surrounding terrain was quietly changing.
After leaving the service area, the map was a typical desolate Gobi, and after these 3 hours of driving, they had entered winding mountain roads. The terrain was continuously rising, and ahead began to appear rolling mountains. They could see that they were about to enter the mountainous area.
Time quickly reached noon at 12 o'clock. Wei Chuan ordered the convoy to stop and rest.
He roughly estimated the morning's gains.
Based on the duration and wealth value, after 4.5 hours of making and selling energy blocks, he had earned about 45,000 source crystals. This not only completely compensated for the huge expenses of the morning, but left a small surplus, making him feel much more at ease. He couldn't do this in the afternoon, he needed to take some time to exchange firearms for evolution crystals. Meow. As he just sat down on the sofa, the little black cat in Zhu Lingshue's arms gracefully leaped over and landed precisely on his lap, holding a shiny evolution crystal in its mouth, rubbing its head against his hand for affection. Suck suck suck. Wei Chuan was amused by its adorable appearance, his numb spirit from continuous work relaxed a lot, and he gently scratched the soft chin of the little black cat. Having a pet in this dry and cruel world was indeed a delightful thing. Not to mention whether it could become a force in the future, just the emotional value it provided was almost priceless. He had tried feeding this little guy in the morning, and it wasn't picky. Milk, eggs, fruits, bread, and other things that humans could eat, it could eat too, and it could even eat source crystals, often consuming several at a time. The only thing it wouldn't eat was evolution crystals, it would merely lick them but tightly hold them as treasures, crying out sadly whenever they were taken away. Therefore, Wei Chuan guessed that the little black cat could eat the evolution crystal. But it was still in its cub phase and unable to digest the energy within. He also tried its attack power, that seemingly harmless little paw, when swung with all its might, could leave clear 2 to 3 mm deep dents on the wooden table, showing its potential. Boss, I've found a bronze-level dungeon, over. At that moment, the slightly excited voice of Li Yongxing came through the intercom. Where is the dungeon? Wei Chuan was taken aback, instinctively looking toward the front of the car. He saw Li Yongxing standing by the roadside 100 meters away, tying his belt with both hands, his eyes fixated on the ground ahead, clearly something was wrong there. Tell me in detail. Wei Chuan replied, pressing the intercom. Li Yongxing quickly explained, Boss, I just went out to relieve myself, and suddenly saw a dungeon prompt, a round iron door appeared on the ground, called Armory, can be entered for 60 minutes, exists for 180 minutes. Armory? Hearing that name, Wei Chuan's eyes instantly lit up. That name sounded full of hard goods vibes. Although it's only bronze level and might not have any top-notch artifacts, there should be plenty of regular firearms and ammunition, which could nicely fill up his firearms recipe library. Moreover, places like armories would definitely be full of metal materials. He was planning to undertake another round of comprehensive modifications to the armored vehicle in the next couple of days, and the more metal materials, the better. No rush, let's settle lunch first, then we'll go in an hour. Wei Chuan responded, calming down the somewhat eager Li Yongxing, then looked towards Lu Qingqing, who was preparing the ingredients. Qingqing, make whatever is quick, we'll eat and go into the dungeon. Okay, let's make braised vermicelli. Mei Jia just sent several kinds of noodles, perfect for use. Lu Qingqing quickly nodded and started to speed up her actions, while Zhu Lingxue also walked over to help. Wei Chuan thought for a moment and called Xiamei through the intercom. Mei Jia, the best guns I have are the AKR-H and M249, which one do you want to use? AKR-H requires me to load the bullets myself, M249's ammo box can be used directly. Xiamei replied 2 seconds later, my shooting skills are pretty good, let's use the AKR-H for precision, I'll load the bullets myself, just need the magazine. Alright, coming right up. Wei Chuan rummaged through the storage cabinet, pulling out 3 AKR-HS, along with 10 extended magazines, then traded 500 rounds of bullets over together. Chapter 116, So Fat. At 1 p.m. sharp, the fully prepared Wei Chuan and his 5 members arrived at the dungeon entrance. Survivor, welcome to the Fallen Armory. One of the Shadow Army's former checkpoint armories, which once stored a large number of firearms, but please beware, this place has been occupied by night demons and mutated creatures. Act according to your abilities. Dangerous survival difficulty, bronze level. Dangerous access time, 60 to 60 minutes. Dangerous existence time, 122 to 180 minutes. Li Yongxing was the first to advance, pulling open the heavy metal door with force, then crouched down and leaned in to peer into the darkness within, carefully scanning the area with his flashlight. Boss, inside is a changing room, looks to be at least 70 to 80 square meters. The difficulty of the bronze level dungeon isn't high, just right for you to practice. Wei Chuan crossed his arms and quickly issued orders, Yongsheng, you lead the way, Lingxue and Mei Jie stay in the center, I'll take the rear. He paused slightly and looked at Lu Qingqing, Qingqing, you head back directly, remember to have lightning open the machine gun. The entrance of this dungeon was too small and might get blocked by later arrivals, so they had to book the whole place and guard the entrance to prevent others from entering. Just block the road with the armored vehicle, either they would have to detour or taste high explosive shells. Lu Qingqing nodded, holding the little black cat and turning towards the armored vehicle. Boss, I'm going in first. Li Yongxing took a deep breath, grasped the cold hanging ladder inside the door, and nimbly climbed down. Wei Chuan, Zhu Lingxue, and Xiamei followed closely behind. As soon as they entered, a mixed odor of strong rust, musty, and some kind of decay rushed toward them, making them feel nauseous. Here, put this on. Wei Chuan took out 3 full-face gas masks from his tactical waste bag. He divided it among 3 people. This is the recipe he exchanged for with the Scar H, enough for 10 uses. He himself doesn't need it. The Shadow combat suit has a perfect life support system, better than most protective gear. Boss, no monsters, just lockers. Li Yongxing quickly reported back after scanning the area with the big pineapples in hand. There are many double-layer storage lockers that might contain supplies. Search for 5 minutes, I'll go check the front. Wei Chuan nodded and then walked towards a sealed door in the front right. As he got closer, he found it was a staircase. Just as he stepped in, a familiar low growl of hoo-hoo echoed from below. It was definitely a night demon, a humanoid one at that. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow, and the light on his tactical helmet instantly turned on, casting a beam toward the corner of the stairs below. He saw 3 humanoid night demons wearing tattered uniforms rushing out of the shadows, their twisted arms reaching straight for him, accelerating toward him. Boom! 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 3 dull explosions sounded almost simultaneously. Under Wei Chuan's powerful mental force, the heads of the 3 night demons exploded in an instant, and their entire bodies turned to dust, dissipating into the air. No wonder it's an arsenal, so rich. Wei Chuan lightly curled his finger, and 3 source crystals and a Glock 18 pistol floated from the ground into his hands. This was the first time he had seen a night demon equipped with gear. To give his teammates enough training opportunity, he did not go deeper, but stayed at the staircase waiting. 5 minutes later, Zhu Lingxue and the others completed their search of the changing room. The haul was average. The best they found was a box of 35 rounds of pistol ammo, while the rest were basic supplies, not worth much. This was within Wei Chuan's expectations. After all, it was just the entrance of the copy. After the 4 regrouped, they entered the next floor without hesitation. The space on the second floor opened up, far larger than the upper level, comparable to a football field. The cement floor was marked with dense parking spots, but now it was empty, showing no trace of any vehicles. As soon as they stepped into this open area, the roar of night demons echoed again from the darkness ahead. Left. Li Yongsheng, who was in charge of leading the way, immediately whispered a warning, the flashlight beam sweeping along. There were quite a few night demons, it looked like a dozen, all humanoid and draped in rotting cloth strips. Boom! 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 2 big pineapples and 1 Scar H simultaneously spat fire, the concentrated firepower quickly clearing the group of night demons. The team continued to advance. Thick sealed doors were embedded in the walls on both sides of the parking lot. Wei Chuan stepped forward to try to open them, but whether through brute force or mental shaping, he couldn't move them at all. Clearly, these doors were just background props of the copy, restricted by rules and unable to be opened. At the end of the parking lot, to the left was an elevator, and to the right was a staircase leading to the next level. The 4 chose to go up the stairs again. Even if they wanted to take the elevator, it wouldn't work, there was no power here. Stepping into the 3rd underground level, the technological vibe here was stronger, almost entirely metal structures as far as the eye could see. The passage was lined with damaged exposed pipelines and cables, occasionally sparking small electric flashes, making a crisp sound of crackle that was particularly piercing in the silence. Be careful, don't get electrocuted. Wei Chuan reminded them as he used his mental force to push aside all the cables blocking the way, clearing a safe passage. After passing through 2 corridors filled with equipment wreckage and through a heavy metal door that was half ajar, they entered a relatively spacious area. This should be the dormitory. Around them were many rusty double-decker iron beds, most of which were leaning awkwardly. Personal lockers were haphazardly arranged, with many cabinet doors twisted and deformed, personal belongings scattered all over the floor, covered with a thick layer of dust. On the walls, there were still some faded and unclear posters that silently spoke of the vibrant life that once thrived here. There's a night demon on the right. Wei Chuan lowered his voice to warn, as the tactical helmet's smart detection system responded. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a series of low growls came from the fallen beds and shadows deep in the room. In the next moment, a dozen figures staggered to their feet. They were draped in tattered fabric that could barely be recognized as military uniforms, and each of them had a pistol holster at their waist, with several even slinging assault rifles over their shoulders. Don't panic, Wei Chuan reminded, as his psychic power suddenly burst forth. The pistol holsters and assault rifles on those night demons were all ripped away by his psychic force, sending several demons tumbling over from the sudden, massive strength. Be careful not to ruin them. If they're damaged too badly, the inside ability won't work. After Wei Chuan had retrieved all the weapons, the battle exploded in an instant. Bang! 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 Li Yongxing's big pineapple spat out fire first, dense firepower suppressing the few night demons at the front, shattering their limbs. Xiamei skillfully focused on picking off the isolated ones, her bullets penetrating their skulls, killing them instantly. Zhu Lingxue this time did not use a gun but took a step forward, a chilling aura erupting from beneath her feet. The ground quickly froze into a layer of solid ice, then a barrage of ice spikes erupted from the ice, impaling multiple night demons in an instant. In their trio's coordination, these night demons stood no chance to fight back. Chapter 117, Armory, Get Rich.
When the last night demon turned to dust and vanished, the battle came to a halt, leaving only a dozen source crystals on the ground.
These disgusting things are really scary up close. Li Yongsheng sighed in relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead.
He had been a bit too aggressive, almost getting up in the night demon's face.
Hurry up!
Wei Chuan glanced at the survival device timer. There were still 47 minutes until time ran out. Everyone immediately spread out, quickly searching through the storage cabinets and possible stash spots under beds or in corners.
This time, luck was on their side. Boss, look at this.
Li Yongxing's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement as he carefully pulled out a standard olive-green military medical kit from a half-open storage cabinet. Opening the kit, it contained not a dazzling array of medicines, but instead lay a solitary injection.
The transparent plastic syringe had a slightly viscous, pale yellow liquid, and the needle was sealed with a protective cap. Oh my!
Wei Chuan's eyes widened. He was too familiar with this unique shape and color. This was an antiviral serum.
Antiviral serum, inject within 1 hour of night demon virus infection to completely clear the virus from the body.
Injecting after 1 hour requires 3 injections to clear the virus, and is ineffective in the mutated stage. Looking at the item information after receiving it, it was indeed correct. This was a miraculous drug that could save a life after a disaster.
Pretty lucky.
Wei Chuan handed the precious serum back to Li Yongsheng, a look of approval on his face. Take good care of it, come find me after you use it.
Huh?
Li Yongsheng was completely stunned. He had originally wanted to give this miraculous drug to Wei Chuan as a way to repay him for his care over the past few days.
He didn't expect Wei Chuan's response to be so calm, even hinting that he had more in stock. Oh.
He suddenly remembered that he first met Wei Chuan outside the hospital copy, where it was completely normal to produce medical supplies.
It must be that.
At that moment, Xiamei also approached, holding a small black suitcase. Opening it revealed a brand new Desert Eagle pistol, complete with 3 spare magazines, preserved in excellent condition, gleaming with cold metallic shine.
Desert Eagle.
Wei Chuan merely reached in to touch the inside of the case. Take out the manufacturing principles of the gun and bullets, then immediately close the box lid, signaling Xiamei to put it away. In comparison, Zhu Lingshue's luck seemed a bit worse, as she only found half a box of military compressed biscuits from a corner.
Of course, good or bad luck is determined by comparison.
In reality, compressed biscuits, which are high-calorie and easy to store, are very popular in the trading market.
After quickly rummaging through the dormitory area, the 4 did not dare to delay and immediately continued deeper.
Behind the dormitory, 2 corridors extended, one connecting to a large washroom that was empty, and the other leading to a slightly damaged conference hall. In the conference hall, Wei Chuan made a major discovery on the wall.
A structural diagram of the armory.
Although the blueprint was simple, it clearly marked the paths to several core areas, including the energy area, cold storage area, and monitoring area. One prominent red line pointed directly to Wei Chuan's most valued target, the armory.
Let's go! Straight to the armory.
Wei Chuan was invigorated, waving his hand, leading the group decisively into the right corridor. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered night demons, but under the powerful firepower suppression, they couldn't even slow the team down. The haul was quite good, totaling 1 handgun and 3 stun guns.
About 5 minutes later, a heavy metal sliding door blocked the path of the 4.
The sliding door was not completely closed, leaving a gap of less than half a meter, with several terrifying claw marks on the door panel. Wei Chuan could not identify what creature made these claw prints, but anything that could leave such marks must be a ferocious beast. Behind the door was dead silence, with no sound at all. But Wei Chuan knew that according to the rules of the copy, important resource points must have mutated creatures guarding them.
Bang, clang.
Accompanied by a jaw-clenching sound of metal grinding, Wei Chuan used his psychic power to forcibly push the heavy sliding door open slowly.
The sight behind the door made the eyes of the 4 light up instantly.
The interior of the armory was similar to a tunnel, with a semicircular space structure, about 30 meters deep. Metal shelves were neatly arranged at the walls, piled haphazardly with various firearms, and although covered in dust, they still emanated a chilling killing aura. In the central open area of the armory, dozens of military green rectangular and square boxes were stacked together.
That standard camouflage pattern declared what they contained: military supplies.
However, right next to these boxes that symbolized a large amount of source crystals and power, an enormous black shadow suddenly stood up. It was a mutated black bear, strong enough to send chills down one's spine. Standing up, it was at least 3 meters tall, its muscles knotted like rocks, filled with explosive power, and its dark red eyes stared fiercely at Wei Chuan and the others. With this size, it could easily flip a car with one hand.
Unfortunately, what awaited it was the metal storm spewed out by the big pineapple and Scar H in an instant. Also a second-stage mutated creature, this black bear's strength far surpassed the previously encountered mutated centipede. Faster, with stronger defenses. But, a second stage is still just a second stage. In this not-so-spacious space, it faced the torrent of fire from 3 guns and couldn't even reach the door before it came crashing down, its body turning to dust under the deafening gunfire. Search! Wei Chuan collected the glowing second-stage evolution crystal with his psychic power, shouting with a hint of excitement. Even if those military supply boxes were all empty, the firearms on the shelves alone would be enough for them to feast. These are all precious firearm recipes. Looking at so many models of firearms, a thought even arose in Wei Chuan's mind. When the next round of modifications for the armored vehicle begins, he wants to create more rooms in the vehicle, arranging both the planting area and the arsenal. Chapter 118, New Vehicle Plan, New Activity Source Crystal Storm. In the next few minutes, Wei Chuan and his 3 companions completely cleared out the arsenal, achieving impressive results. After counting, there were a total of 12 handguns, with over 500 matching bullets. 16 rifles, with over 900 bullets. 4 submachine guns, with exactly 300 bullets. 3 sniper rifles, with nearly 100 bullets. 1 anti-tank rocket launcher, with 3 armor-piercing rockets. Half a box of fragmentation grenades, a total of 19 pieces, 3 flashbangs, and 4 stun grenades. Unfortunately, no formulas were found. This dungeon seems to be purely a weapon supply station. Although the stock seems a bit meager considering the large scale of the arsenal, the drop rate from a bronze-level dungeon is already quite high. Wei Chuan initially wanted to split all the weapons and ammunition, but Xiamei and Li Yongxing only took 1 sniper rifle each as a keepsake. They didn't even want the fragmentation grenades, saying that without telekinesis, it was hard to throw them accurately and they didn't want to waste them. After raiding the arsenal, the team turned toward the energy area. The gains here were average. They only found 1 usable diesel generator and 3 barrels of 200 liters of diesel. However, the refrigerated area held many surprises. Inside, there was a vast amount of chicken, duck, beef, lamb, and various fruits and vegetables, weighing over 300 pounds. The group didn't hold back and cleared out several refrigeration units as well. After finishing the search in the refrigerated area, there were only 10 minutes left before the dungeon's entrance time expired. Wei Chuan quickly found a cafeteria, searched for some rice, flour, and cooking oil, and decisively led the team to evacuate. On the way back, they also made gains. Wei Chuan dismantled a dozen surveillance cameras they had overlooked on the way in and collected a lot of cables, not letting any kind of equipment go. However, amidst the joy, he still felt a bit of regret. The market value of these supplies was indeed very high, but for him personally, their practicality was greatly reduced. It could even be said that he had no use for them at all. In his mind, these supplies couldn't compare to 1 vial of antiviral serum. Still came too late. Wei Chuan shook his head slightly. If he had encountered this arsenal during the early stages of development, especially before obtaining the firearm formulas, he would have been overjoyed. This is the drawback of developing too quickly, one's vision expands too fast, making it hard to satisfy oneself. Welcome back. Did everything go smoothly? The back door of the armored vehicle opened, and Lu Qingqing, who was watching TV inside, came over holding the little black cat. Meow. The little black cat kicked off with its hind legs and nimbly leaped into Wei Chuan's arms. Everything went smoothly. We gathered a lot of arms and supplies. Wei Chuan gently stroked the fluffy head of the little black cat while taking out his gains one by one from his personal storage compartment and tactical waste bag. Shuling Xue also took out her portion and then started categorizing and sorting with Lu Qingqing. Qingqing, was there any situation outside just now? Wei Chuan asked. Lu Qingqing replied, a small convoy of 2 vehicles approached, I fired 2 shots with my handgun, and they ran away scared. Wei Chuan nodded. The decision to keep people away was indeed correct. Next time they encounter a dungeon, they should do the same, especially when the entrance is smaller. They must not let anyone sneak up behind them. He picked up the walkie-talkie to notify Yongshan, Mei Jie, organize the supplies. We will depart at 2:30 on the dot, at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Received, over. Okay, understood. Li Yongsheng and Xie Mei replied in succession. After putting down the walkie-talkie, Wei Chuan focused his mind, and blueprint construction instantly activated. Countless blue lines spread out from beneath his feet, intertwining to form a detailed translucent holographic blueprint of the armored vehicle before him. He stared at the blueprint, lost in thought. Currently, the armored vehicle is 15 meters long, 4.5 meters high, 6 meters wide, with 10-wheel drive, looking like a big steel cockroach. He was very satisfied with the stability of this form. The new modification plan would be based on this for upgrades. After pondering for a long time, the new modification plan gradually took shape in his mind. Upgrade the big cockroach to giant cockroach. The initial goal is to double the dimensions, achieving a total length of 30 meters, height of 9 meters, and width of 12 meters.
This way, the area of the first floor can reach 360 square meters, plus an additional second floor of about 340 square meters, bringing the total area to 700 square meters. The second floor is 20 square meters smaller than the first, all empty in the front of the vehicle to maintain an overall streamlined shape. 700 square meters of duplex. Just thinking about what could be done in this space makes Wei Chuan's heart race with excitement. Bedroom, bathroom, living room, warehouse, armory, planting room, library, kitchen, gym. He wants to arrange all the functional areas he can think of. Although some rooms might feel a bit cramped, there's still room for future expansion. First, he will build the framework. His fingers glided lightly through the air, and blue lines vanished, moved, and twisted as the structure diagram of the vehicle continuously evolved and optimized. 5 minutes later, the final blueprint was set. Overall length of 30.5 meters, height of 9.2 meters, width of 11.8 meters, 2 stories, still maintaining 10-wheel drive. This time, the chassis system must undergo a significant overhaul, making it as solid as a house foundation, and the tires also need to be enlarged and thickened to support the weight of this mobile steel fortress. Let's start work tonight. Wei Chuan memorized the blueprint in his heart, walked to the manufacturing bench, and began to fully produce energy blocks to stockpile ammo for this grand renovation project. Indeed, the metal materials were insufficient again, a lot of source crystals would be needed. Although he always had the habit of accumulating materials, this time the quantity needed for the renovation was too great, at least 50 tons had to be procured. 2 hours after the convoy set off again, the surrounding landscape had completely transformed. All around, there were rolling mountains, and the winding mountain roads seemed endless. The view was blocked by overlapping mountains, as if entering an isolated wilderness, an inexplicable oppressive feeling quietly spread. The map refreshed again. Perhaps because the map was refreshed, Wei Chuan and the others seemed to have lost their luck too. For over half an afternoon, they found only one lonely bronze box, which opened to a not-so-useful unlimited lounge chair recipe. As it approached 7 p.m., Wei Chuan used the intercom to notify Li Yongqing and Xiam Afeng to pull over and rest by the roadside. Buzz. At that moment, the survival device on the back of his left hand suddenly lit up with a familiar red light. World announcement? Wei Chuan had experience. He directly opened the world communication channel. Sure enough, at the top of the window was a bold, enlarged announcement. Energy anomaly activities in the Dark Shadow realm. A massive riot of source power is pouring into the Light Shadow realm, causing a sharp increase in the concentration of source power in the air, which will trigger a source crystal storm on the Light Shadow highway. The source crystal storm will occur between 1930 and 2000 hours, with a large amount of source crystals falling from the sky like rain. Due to the source crystal storm, mutated creatures and night demons will become extremely frenzied, attacking any beings that contest them for source crystals. This is an excellent opportunity to obtain a large amount of source crystals and evolution crystals, but it also carries significant risk. Please choose wisely. Another chapter collapsed. I must find the records and then supplement it. I might not make it by midnight, but definitely before 1 a.m. Chapter 119, the event begins, creatures all over the mountains. Another world event. Seeing the announcement, Wei Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unlike the last District Ranking Research Institute defense event, this time, there was no ranking competition, it leaned more towards individual dungeons. And he preferred this. After all, last time there were only night demons, this time, mutated creatures were added. In Wei Chuan's eyes, those were all shiny silver. I love mutated creatures. Wei Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he turned decisively to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue on the sofa and said, "Don't sell the energy blocks, save them all for the cannons. Qingqing, stay in the car, don't let the cannon run out of energy. Lingxue, come with me to hunt mutated creatures. First, gather materials for 300 ammo boxes for me." His tone was quick and clear, and the production of energy blocks by his subordinates didn't slow down at all. Instead, because of his excitement, he became even faster. After an afternoon of manufacturing and selling, the source crystals in his hands had already surpassed 100,000. 100,000 source crystals. This means that even if all 5 intelligent machine cannons are set to high frequency, they can unleash power for over 11 minutes. If he used a more economical combination of short bursts and continuous fire, it could easily last half an hour. But he couldn't just rely on the cannons. To fill any potential gaps in firepower or unexpected situations, he also needed a batch of large pineapple bullets as backup. As for telekinesis, he wouldn't consider using it for now. 5 intelligent machine cannons and at least 10 large pineapples. Once this firepower was activated, even third-level mutated creatures wouldn't be able to get close. Good. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue replied together. Having seen the announcement, they knew how important the next half hour would be. "Boss, a new event is here. Do you want to buy gunpowder?" Li Yongqing's urgent call came through the intercom. Wei Chuan immediately grabbed the intercom and replied, "Don't buy any, I have prepared the gunpowder. Switch for more source crystals, bring all the source crystals you have in 20 minutes, I'll give you energy blocks, and magia too." Okay. Received.
After ending the communication, Wei Chuan focused on making energy blocks with all his might. Time flew by his fingertips, and soon it was 1920. Knock, knock, knock. The agreed knock sounded from outside the car door. Wei Chuan immediately switched formulas and began frantically making the boxes for the large pineapples. Lu Qingqing went to open the door, and Li Yongsheng and Xia Mei quickly walked in, pouring a large amount of source crystals onto the table, instantly piling up 2 small hills. "Boss, I have about 2,000 source crystals here, and plenty of supplies, but there's no time to switch," Li Yongsheng reported at lightning speed. "I have about 3,000 source crystals here," Xia Mei added. Her reserve of source crystals was greater than Li Yongsheng's. 30 boxes each. Yongsheng, take this bag, it has about 2,000 energy blocks, let the cannons fire slowly and low frequency, shoot when they get 300 meters in, discuss a rotation with Mei Jia, one inside and one outside. Also, the 3 vehicles should line up in a row, the bus in the center, and the van at the back, the firepower can't be too concentrated. Qingqing, there are many spare large pineapples in the storage cabinet, give each of them 3. Wei Chuan, speaking quickly and clearly, issued a series of instructions while his hands moved swiftly, pulling the finished boxes from the material compartment. 300 boxes, with frantic clicking, were all completed in just 2 minutes. Li Yongsheng and Xia Mei each took 30 and left to adjust the vehicle positions. There were still 240 boxes, Zhu Lingxue took 40, and the remaining 200 were stored in Wei Chuan's tactical waste bag. Wei Chuan continued his manufacturing frenzy, spending another 5 minutes on the energy blocks. At this point, the time had reached 1928. A rough calculation showed this batch of ammunition cost about 18,000 source crystals, the energy blocks cost 40,000 source crystals, and he still had 51,000 source crystals on hand. It's still too rushed. Wei Chuan thought to himself, if he had enough preparation time, he would definitely have made those 51,000 source crystals into energy blocks as well. Prepared, Wei Chuan jumped out of the car with the fully armed Zhu Lingxue. The car formation was already arranged, with 3 vehicles lined up, all lights on, illuminating 100 meters around like daylight, dispelling the darkness and unease in the mountains. Wei Chuan took out 10 large pineapples and 200 boxes from his tactical waste bag, placing them all on the ground. With a slight movement of telekinesis, the 10 pineapples floated up, their muzzles eerily pointing around. At that moment, the time turned exactly 1930. Boom, boom, boom. The sky suddenly rolled with a deep thunder, a brilliant colorful aurora erupted, covering the entire horizon and illuminating the dark mountains in bizarre colors. This aurora was the first Wei Chuan had seen, and he couldn't help but look at it a few more times. But he knew very well in his heart that this was not a sign of good fortune, but a deathly prelude before the Grim Reaper waved his scythe. The temptation of the evolution crystal was self-evident. In this short half hour, it is unknown how many people will die. Ding! A source crystal dropped from the sky like hail, smashing onto the armored vehicle's roof and producing a crisp sound, then bouncing off to the ground. Wei Chuan did not go to pick it up, his gaze, like that of a hawk, was focused on the dark distance. Roar! Screech! Deafening roars and shrieks came from all directions, countless mutated beasts and fierce birds emerging in the glow of the aurora, along with some strange and twisted night demons, rapidly growing larger in his sight. On the tactical goggles display, red threat markers instantly filled the screen, densely packed, covering the entire view. Wei Chuan directly turned off the targeting assistance system. With so many mutated creatures, they could be clearly seen with the naked eye. To be fair, the difficulty of this operation was a bit too high. For ordinary survivors, it was fine to quietly pick up some source crystals near the vehicle, but once the target was set on evolution crystals, certain death was almost guaranteed. At this moment, the originally quiet mountains were completely occupied by the surging tide of mutated creatures and night demons. In the darkness, countless pairs of scarlet, sickly green, and golden eyes lit up, like flickering ghost fires, making the mountains and fields under the aurora appear like a hellish realm, sending chills down the spine. However, they ignored the vehicles on the road, frantically scrambling for the source crystals falling from the sky. Some of the more temperamental ones even began to attack each other for the sake of the source crystals, growls and impacts echoing endlessly. This won't do. Wei Chuan frowned. If he let them scatter to loot, the killing efficiency would be too low. He stepped forward, raising his right hand above. In an instant, all the scattered source crystals within 100 meters were seized by psychic power, rising from the ground and hovering in midair, like a dazzling little galaxy, slowly swirling in front of Wei Chuan. He even deliberately sent out dozens of source crystals, shooting them like shells, accurately striking several mutated beasts in the distance that were competing for the source crystals. Chapter 120, Intense Firepower, Crazy Massacre. Bang! 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 Zhu Lingxue, Li Yongsheng, and Xia Mei all understood Wei Chuan's intention, so they opened fire to attract the surrounding mutated creatures and night demons. Roar! This action was like pouring cold water into a sizzling hot pot, stirring countless roars. The hatred value instantly exploded. All the mutated creatures and night demons that realized their source crystals were being snatched and were provoked locked their furious gazes on Wei Chuan and his companions. In the next moment, a roar like a tsunami erupted, and the beast tide surged towards the three vehicles in the center of the road like a flood bursting its banks. Boom! 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 Almost the instant they stepped into the 300-meter firing line, 5 smart machine cannons, which had long been ready, suddenly unleashed a torrent of scorching flames. A large number of high-explosive shells roared out, drawing 5 groups of bright red beams in the darkness, like precise javelins from the Grim Reaper, carrying sharp howls and smashing violently into the charging monsters. The explosive flames instantly illuminated the mountains, declaring that the brutal clash between steel and the wild had officially begun in a bloody spectacle. These mutated creatures were all level 1, and the night demons were merely ordinary, unable to withstand the power of high-explosive shells. Almost with one shot, a monster could be completely torn apart. Following the rules of the instance, the mutated creatures and night demons in this operation would also turn to dust upon death. Watching a dozen evolution crystals fall like raindrops from midair, Wei Chuan instinctively licked his lips, suppressing the urge to rush and pick them up. He manipulated the source crystal galaxy composed of source crystals, continuing to attract more greedy gazes from the darkness. Xu Lingxue, Li Yongshang, and Xiamei were also busy. They kept firing to draw the mutated creatures and night demons from farther away. Those guys with glowing big eyes are the guiding lights. After looping like this for 10 minutes, just in the visible area, the scattered evolution crystals have already exceeded 100. However, Wei Chuan is not satisfied. This kind of efficiency is far from enough. It's not easy to have an event where evolution crystals can be farmed. How can I not get 1,000 or 1,800? His mind raced, and he immediately took out the intercom. Turn off the machine guns first, I'll lure the monsters over, and wait until they gather before shooting. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched his parachute and his figure shot up into the deeper darkness in the distance. The source crystal galaxy surrounding him grew larger, with the number of gathered source crystals exceeding 1,000, radiating light like a lighthouse in the night. Roar! Hiss! Such a large and concentrated energy source has a deadly attraction to the mutated creatures and night demons in the event. They went completely crazy, like a school of sharks smelling blood, jumping up and down on the ground, trying to drag Wei Chuan and all the source crystals down from the sky. Among them, there were even some mutated fierce birds, flying at incredible speeds. But Wei Chuan was not afraid at all. A mere first-level dung bird could be knocked dizzy with a light mental strike. If it weren't for the fear of tougher characters appearing later, requiring him to reserve his mental power, he would have acted personally long ago. Get ready, I'm back. When the number of gathered mutated creatures and night demons behind him reached hundreds, forming a terrifying torrent, Wei Chuan decisively turned back. At the same time, his powerful mental power acted like an invisible vacuum cleaner, sweeping up all the scattered evolution crystals and source crystals along the way, even scraping off a layer of soil. He didn't believe the event rules would have loopholes. Once the event ended, any unpicked items would likely disappear, so waiting to pick up leftovers after the event was probably not feasible. So he must harvest in time to avoid being caught by the event specifications instead. This time, he has really invested a lot. Bang! 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 Just as he stepped back onto the road, 5 machine guns roared once again with deafening roars. The high explosive shells, which had been charging up for a long time, tore apart the monster wave charging in front like red judgment spears. Rise! Wei Chuan waved his right hand in the air, and the 10 large pineapples previously placed on the ground all rose into the air, hovering in front of him, spewing out 10 scorching metal storms. The precise kills from the machine guns and the firepower suppression from the big pineapples perfectly combined, forming a death line. Even with hundreds of mutated creatures and night demons combined, not a single one could rush within 100 meters of the road. A large number of monsters turned to dust under the violent firepower, and evolution crystals and source crystals poured down like a torrential rain, laying out a brilliant and deadly galaxy on the ground. Luring monsters, harvesting, then luring more monsters. In excitement and passion, another 10 minutes flew by. Wei Chuan filled the parachute with energy blocks and set off again, to collect evolution crystals and source crystals and attract the next wave of monsters. However, this time when he flew into the darkness, he found everything around him eerily silent, not a single mutated creature or night demon in sight. The event isn't over, it can't be this simple. According to common gameplay, is a tough character about to spawn? Wei Chuan's heart tightened, and he cautiously observed his surroundings as he gathered the new batch of source crystals falling from the sky. Roar! A roar filled with terrifying pressure suddenly exploded from a slope to one side. Immediately after, countless deeper colored, brighter ghost fire eyes lit up like kindled beacons. They're coming, they're coming! Wei Chuan focused his gaze and saw that the newly spawned monsters on the slope were clearly different from before. This time, the mutated creatures and night demons were in groups, with eerie and mysterious packs of mutated wolves and a powerful group of tigers. Even the night demons came in groups.
This wave of monsters was clearly larger than the previous ones, and all the mutated creatures were level 2, while the night demons were all mutated night demons, dropping several source crystals when killed.
Good, good, good. Just in time. A smile of a hunter seeing precious prey appeared on Wei Chuan's face.
What he lacked was level 2 evolutionary crystals. He couldn't consume level 1 evolutionary crystals, and it was difficult to exchange them for level 2, so directly farming level 2 evolutionary crystals was the best.
In these last 10 minutes, he had to give it all he had. Get ready, level 2 ones are coming in. Use high frequency mode. He quickly issued orders through the intercom.
At the same time, he decisively landed on the ground, using himself and the huge, radiant source crystal galaxy as the best bait. In the previous 20 minutes, he had not focused on whether these monsters had hate points. Letting level 1 mutated creatures go was acceptable, but level 2 couldn't be allowed to escape, so he needed to lead them carefully, ensuring not to pull them too far away, or else he would lose their hate points.
Chapter 121 Showtime.
The end of this wave of monsters was exactly the same as those previous cannon fodder.
So what if they were level 2 mutated creatures and mutated night demons? With defense levels that could be pierced by handgun bullets, how could they withstand the explosive shells from a 30mm cannon?
A single shot brought them down without a sound. Groups of level 2 mutated creatures and mutated night demons were turned to powder, and soon, level 2 evolutionary crystals and source crystals rapidly piled up on the ground. The light in Wei Chuan's eyes grew brighter as he rushed out to collect them. Boss, the energy blocks are used up, and the nearby source crystals have all been collected.
We can't hold on much longer.
At this moment, Li Yangqing's voice shouted from the intercom hanging at his waist.
Wei Chuan quickly grabbed the intercom, speaking rapidly, bring a bag over to collect them.
There are source crystals all around the armored vehicle, use them freely.
Farm more evolutionary crystals.
Ling Shui, go help block some. After the cannon started using high-frequency mode, the source crystals burned very quickly. Not only was Li Yangqing's side running low, but even on his side, they were also running out. If it weren't for Zhu Lingshui helping Lu Qingqing carry the source crystals, the 4 cannons would have already stopped working. Putting away the intercom, Wei Chuan unhesitatingly took out 3 shadow smoke bombs from his tactical waist pouch, pulled the pins, and used his psychic power to accurately throw them to the tightest end of the vehicle formation.
Whoosh!
Thick black mist, dense enough to seem like it could absorb light, spread out, enveloping all the rushing mutated creatures and night demons. Their speed visibly slowed down, and their assault quickly waned. The shadow smoke bomb could weaken mutated creatures and night demons for 1 minute, making it perfect for this moment.
At 7:25 p.m., the sky changed once again.
The brilliant, colorful aurora in the sky suddenly became overshadowed with an ominous blood-red hue.
The scarlet light covered the land, illuminating the battlefield as though it was a hellish purgatory.
At the same time, the source crystals in the sky no longer dropped but instead poured down like a waterfall, densely cascading, resembling a dazzling rain of source crystals. The number of nearby mutated creatures and mutated night demons surged geometrically. They became more savage and frenzied, with madness almost overflowing from their pupils. Now, Wei Chuan didn't even need to intentionally draw the monsters, just being surrounded by the source crystal galaxy made him the ultimate temptation in the eyes of the mutated creatures and mutated night demons.
Roar!
A terrifying roar that could shake the earth erupted like thunder, instantly overpowering all the noise on the battlefield. Wei Chuan turned his head abruptly, only to see a colossal figure on the hillside to the right, smashing through rocks and rushing towards him with unimaginable force. It was a mutated silverback gorilla over 5 meters tall. Its entire body was built like rock, its gray-black fur hiding writhing blood vessels like earthworms, and every step it took made the ground tremble, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression.
Level 3. At least level 3, and very likely level 4.
This is the most oppressive creature he has encountered since the very first day.
Just in time.
Wei Chuan was not scared but delighted, an extreme excitement flashing in his eyes.
Qingqing, focus fire on the big guy directly in front of the train.
He immediately adjusted his strategy, temporarily concentrating the machine gun fire on the giant beast, while commanding 10 big pineapples to attack first.
Bang! 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 A dense barrage of bullets instantly enveloped the mutated gorilla.
It roared, swinging its arms like heavy hammers to block, bullets striking its tough fur and muscles, creating numerous small blood pits, but only causing minor surface injuries. These small wounds drove the mutated gorilla completely insane. It charged through the rain of bullets, its bloody eyes fixed on Wei Chuan.
Damn it! Seeing this, Wei Chuan couldn't help but curse.
To be wounded by a single shot from a big pineapple and have a defense worse than that of a level 3 mutated snake in the airport instance, it couldn't possibly be level 4.
What a painful loss of the level 4 evolution crystal. What a moment wasted, a silver line junk. Bang! Bang! Bang!
At that moment, the machine gun fire support arrived, terrifying high explosive shells blasting into the mutated gorilla's waist, instantly exploding into puffs of blood. Roar! This heavy blow only enraged the mutated gorilla further, as if it had been injected with adrenaline. It charged recklessly, its cold pupils locking onto Wei Chuan. However, the machine gun, after all, was a machine gun, its power far beyond that of the big pineapple. Before the mutated gorilla could come within 100 meters, it was blown in half at the waist. Woo! In the end, the mutated gorilla let out a cry of unwillingness, its massive body crashing to the ground, turning to ashes. A crystal, deeper in color and more vibrant in fluorescence than other evolution crystals, fell to the ground. Wei Chuan did not rush to pick it up, instead prioritizing the elimination of the approaching mutated creatures and night demons. At this moment, there were only 4 minutes of active time left. The source crystal waterfall in the sky began to weaken, but the frenzy of the mutated creatures and mutated night demons reached a peak. They surged forward one after another, like endless waves, madly rushing towards Wei Chuan, who was snatching food from them. Almost there. The sound of the machine gun near his ears stopped again, depleted of energy. Wei Chuan watched the monsters rushing like a tide before him, a surge of heroism swelling in his chest. The battle intent long suppressed by reason was thoroughly unleashed. It was time to personally join the fray. He charged forward, all alone, fiercely plunging into the surging tide of monsters. Rumble. Level 4 telekinesis, fully unleashed without reserve. No longer was it a precise manipulation and shaping over a small area, but the simplest, most brutal, storm-like area crushing. Centering on him, the invisible telekinesis turned into the wildest meat grinder. Within dozens of meters, all the rushing mutated creatures and night demons, regardless of rank or type, were stomped and crushed by an irresistible, terrifying force from above. Puff! 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 The continuous dull sounds were like a death symphony. Large numbers of mutated creatures and night demons exploded into blood mist and pulp like ignited firecrackers. Wei Chuan walked through the tide of monsters like a god of war. Wherever he went, flesh and blood flew, evolution crystals and source crystals gathered like magnetism into a galaxy floating behind him. With a wave of his hand, waves of mutated creatures and mutated night demons were taken down in an instant. This is the horror of rank suppression, applicable in any world. No matter what bloodline or foundation you have, I will crush you by 2 big ranks. Once the unmatched power opened, mowing down like mud, nothing could stand in his way. In these last few minutes, it became a dazzling showcase of Wei Chuan's personal strength. Chapter 122, Terrifying Harvest. Almost there. After clearing a section in front of the armored vehicle of mutated creatures and night demons, Wei Chuan decisively withdrew, no longer entangled in combat. Everyone cease fire, back to the vehicle. Ching ching, the machine gun can stop now. Open the back door. He quickly gave the instructions through the intercom, then started the jet-winged paraglider and swiftly circled around the vehicle formation. His powerful psychic force swept up the scattered evolution crystals and source crystals, transforming them into a brilliant torrent, all of which flowed into the wide-open back door of the armored vehicle. It was already 1958, if he didn't clean the battlefield soon, he might suffer a huge loss. Roar! Nearby, mutated creatures and night demons still tried to come and grab them, but were effortlessly crushed by Wei Chuan. Thus, while defending, he kept clearing, and the last 2 minutes flew by in an instant. When the time jumped to 2000 hours, the eerie, blood-dyed aurora in the sky suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed, and the earth was once again shrouded in deep darkness. Wei Chuan's earlier guess had come true. As soon as the activity ended, the source crystals that had just fallen and had not been touched disappeared without a trace, as if they had been wiped away by an eraser. Fortunately, he moved quickly and recovered all the evolution crystals. Finally, it's over. Wei Chuan let out a long sigh, vigorously shaking his dazed head. This high-intensity monster hunting activity, although only lasted half an hour, had drained a tremendous amount of mental energy, making him feel more exhausted than a day spent moving bricks by hand. Back in the armored vehicle, he picked up the intercom again. Yongshan, Mei Jia, come over here. Damn! As Li Yongxing stepped into the cabin, he was stunned by the sight before him and could not help but exclaim. Xia Mei, who followed behind him, was also frozen in place, looking at the interior of the cabin, her pupils slightly dilated in shock. The spacious floor of the cabin was covered with a sparkling hill made of a mix of evolution crystals and source crystals, towering almost over a meter high. This scene was simply too exaggerated. Everyone, take a breather. Seeing Li Yongxing and Xia Mei drenched in sweat and panting heavily, Wei Chuan used his psychic power to open the fridge and took out a few bottles of chilled beer to hand over. Not just them, even he himself and Zhu Lingxue were soaked through. After intense exercise in this hot weather, the feeling was easy to imagine, and only Lu Qingqing, who had stayed in the vehicle, was a little better off. Boss, how much is this? Li Yongxing bit off the cap of a bottle, gulped it down, and asked incredulously. Who knows, there are too many to count, it would take until sunrise tomorrow to tally them all. Wei Chuan shook his head with a smile. It could have been even more, but in the last 10 minutes, all firepower was unleashed, and the number of burned source crystals is astronomical. He actually had a rough estimate in mind. These source crystals could probably fill about 9 large hiking bags, around 140,000 pieces. But he didn't plan to reveal it directly, intending to pack and distribute them to give Li Yongsheng and Xia Mei a bigger surprise. You guys step aside a bit. After finishing a bottle of beer and quenching his thirst, Wei Chuan extended both hands, slightly moving his mind. In an instant, all the evolution crystals and source crystals in the cabin floated up, like a miniature brilliant galaxy, illuminating the interior with a dazzling blue light. The size of the first-level evolution crystals was similar to the source crystals, each only as big as a little finger, requiring careful distinction. The second and third-level evolution crystals were noticeably larger, easily recognizable at a glance. One by one, the second-level evolution crystals separated from the galaxy, landing on the nearby sofa as if guided. Amongst them was the most precious third-level evolution crystal. Wei Chuan didn't count them, but he was sure that the number of second-level evolution crystals definitely exceeded 200. Enough to support his push for the fifth level. After picking out the second and third level evolution crystals, Wei Chuan began to organize the larger quantity of first level evolution crystals, placing them one by one on the table. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also helped differentiate them. Due to the psychic barrier, they didn't directly handle them but were responsible for pointing them out. The quantity of first level evolution crystals was extremely considerable. Even with 5 people working together, it took 7 to 8 minutes to sort them out. At least 1,000 pieces. After all the evolution crystals were picked out, the remaining source crystals piled up like a mountain. Looking at these source crystals, Wei Chuan felt a hint of regret in his heart. The source crystal storm only forms in areas where people are present, not covering the entire map. Otherwise, with this quantity of 140,000, it would probably need an extra 0. He took out 2 large mountain climbing bags from the storage cabinet, and with telekinesis, the source crystals flowed in like a blue stream, continuously pouring into the bags, quickly filling them to the brim. Seeing Wei Chuan only take out 2 climbing bags, Li Yongsheng and Xia Mei both showed shock and confusion on their faces. The next moment, Wei Chuan's words confirmed their suspicions. Yongsheng, Mei Jie, each of you take one. Wei Chuan said with a smile, his tone relaxed as if he was distributing cigarettes. No way. Li Yongsheng's expression turned serious, immediately rejecting, "Boss, that's too much. I know how much the cannon consumes. In just half an hour earlier, your resources were definitely burned clean. The rest of this might not even be enough for you to break even." Xia Mei nodded in deep agreement. When they were loading the source crystals into the cannon earlier, they were simply pouring the contents from the bag inside, and that cost was something she couldn't even dare to think about at first. This counts as a joining red envelope for Mei Jie. You kid are just riding on Mei Jie's coattails. Wei Chuan waved his hand with an irrefutable tone, while using telekinesis to move the 2 heavy bags in front of the 2. However, although Xia Mei accepted the bag, she did not hesitate to unzip it and pour more than half of the source crystals onto the ground. With a serious expression, she said, "You're putting a lot of pressure on me like this. Let's still divide according to contributions. Don't let me and the little fatty lose sleep over this. It will be good to have rules if newcomers come in the future." Mei Jie, you're so typical. Li Yongsheng laughed heartily and similarly poured out more than half of the source crystals. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged subtle smiles, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Although they trusted Li Yongsheng very much and like Xia Mei, even blood brothers need to clarify accounts. The 3 of them had done the most work, so they should take a larger share in the distribution. Alright, then let's take more evolution crystals. Seeing this, Wei Chuan no longer insisted and smiled lightly. He rummaged around for first-tier evolution crystals and divided 100 each for Li Yongsheng and Xia Mei. When he saw the 2 wanting to decline again, he directly urged, "Enough, hurry back and absorb them. We can't have a situation in the future where you encounter a bronze-level small dungeon and I still have to personally take you through it, right?" "Alright, thank you, boss." With this said, Li Yongsheng and Xia Mei could no longer refuse and gratefully accepted the evolution crystals before leaving the armored vehicle. Chapter 123, 5th Tier. The comprehensive strength of the team rises. Qingqing, Lingxue, it's your turn now. Wei Chuan sat back on the sofa, pointing to the remaining evolution crystals on the table. "First, upgrade to the 4th tier, these are definitely enough." As he spoke, he also took out the 44 first-tier evolution crystals he had accumulated from selling guns in the past 2 days. He was too lazy to count the total number of evolution crystals. But it was certain that tonight he would definitely reach the 5th tier, and Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue would definitely reach the 4th tier as well, with plenty left over in the end. Li Yongsheng would upgrade to the 2nd tier and wouldn't be far from the 3rd tier, while Xia Mei could probably reach the mid-2nd tier. In short, the strength of the team would undergo a qualitative leap. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue responded in unison, beginning to focus on consuming the first-tier evolution crystals. The first-tier evolution crystals were ineffective for Wei Chuan, and they were also hard to trade for second-tier evolution crystals. So, as they consumed them now, they had no psychological burden and wouldn't feel reluctant.
1 minute, 2 minutes.
Wei Chuan sat on the sofa, quietly watching them with gentle eyes, sensing the gradual rise of energy waves from the two women. Finally, as more than half of the first-tier evolution crystals stacked on the table were consumed, two utterly different powerful auras erupted for the second time in succession.
Lu Qingqing was surrounded by a brilliant platinum glow, like a holy dawn, while Zhu Lingxue transformed into a translucent crystal beauty.
The piercing cold made the temperature in the car plummet, as if the air itself was about to freeze. As they tried to control this new power, Wei Chuan silently put away the second and third class evolution crystals on the sofa. The commotion from breaking through to fifth class would surely be considerable, even if it didn't damage the car. Breaking electrical appliances and furniture would be bad, so it was better to go outside. Then, he counted the remaining first-class evolution crystals. There were still 298 pieces left. This was a large resource enough to elevate a mid-stage third-class awakener. However, Wei Chuan did not plan to distribute any to Li Yongxing and CMA. Team members could eat until full, but not until they were stuffed. Excessive resources sometimes bred laziness or unnecessary emotions. These, he would keep as reserves, held in his own hands.
Husband, let's start quickly.
Zhu Lingxue had gathered all the cold air around her, and her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. It was only after stepping into fourth class that she truly experienced the power of this level, and she was filled with endless longing for Wei Chuan, who was about to break through to fifth class.
Okay, but I need to go outside. You all help me guard.
Wei Chuan hugged Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing in turn, lifted a chair, and took them out of the back door of the car. They walked about 50 meters. Wei Chuan set down the chair and sat on it, took a deep breath, and began to consume the evolution crystals. One by one, the precious second-class evolution crystals melted in his mouth, turning into a torrent of energy that washed over his limbs and bones, and the progress bar for the second talent began to rise.
Second talent, fourth-class psychokinesis, 10.1%. Second talent, fourth-class psychokinesis, 20.3%.
Second talent, fourth-class psychokinesis, 30.6%. As his level rose, the pain from digesting the evolution crystals seemed to grow exponentially. Clearly, this was not a critical moment for breaking through a large realm, just normal energy accumulation, yet Wei Chuan felt as though he was placed in a furnace. Every inch of muscle, every nerve was bearing the tearing and burning pain. Just when he felt the scorching and swelling sensation within him was about to reach its limit, and his consciousness was becoming a bit fuzzy. Buzz. An indescribable feeling of clarity suddenly exploded from deep within his mind, like a gentle rain falling, instantly dispelling all pain and fatigue. At the same time, an incredibly powerful wave of psychic energy radiated from him, spreading out with a roar. Prepared in advance, Lu Qingqing raised her hand at the first moment, and a semi-transparent platinum shield quickly formed, securely protecting her and Zhu Lingxue behind it. The shockwave hit the shield, rippling out in circles, yet ultimately failed to break through. This was merely a breakthrough aftershock. The power was not enough to threaten a fourth-class awakener's defense. So comfortable. Wei Chuan stretched long, every bone in his body cracking with a series of crisp sounds, a sense of unprecedented power and control filling his heart. He opened his personal panel, and a long-awaited set of text appeared before his eyes.
Survivor, Wei Chuan. First talent, S-class mechanical control. Second talent, 5th class psychokinesis, 0%. Time, 2022.
Weather, clear. Temperature, 32 degrees Celsius.
Husband, with such a big noise, it must have been successful, right?
Zhu Lingxue couldn't wait to ask as she saw him stop.
Yes, I'm at 5th class now.
Wei Chuan's tone carried a hint of emotion. It had only been the 11th day since the start. Although he knew that leveling up would become more difficult as time went on, reaching 5th class in 11 days still felt a bit unreal, and the distance to the level limit didn't seem too far now. Of course, if the highest level wasn't 10th class, then just pretend he didn't say that. After adapting briefly to the qualitatively immense power of 5th class psychokinesis, Wei Chuan continued to consume 2nd class evolution crystals.
However, what you fear often comes true.
Survivor, 2nd class evolution crystals cannot activate the body treasures of a 5th class awakener. Please seek evolution crystals with more abundant source energy. After the evolution crystal entered, there was no response, and the cold prompt sounded again in his mind.
Damn it, how annoying. Wei Chuan clenched his fists, unable to help but mutter a curse.
The upgrade rules were indeed this way: the level of the second talent. You can't go higher than 2 big levels of evolution crystals. Next, to level up to 6, I need to consume 3 level evolution crystals. It's really uncomfortable. I still have 142 2-level evolution crystals that haven't been used. And what's worse, the silver level dungeons are both scarce and challenging. 3-level evolution crystals are hard to get, and I've never even seen a 4-level one. Fortunately, everyone has upgrade limits, and with the Tide Flower, my advantage will never disappear. By the way, there's also the Ruins Beacon. The team has greatly increased in strength, and I've also been promoted to 5 level, perhaps. I can consider exploring that ancient ruin? He stared at the button-like beacon in his hand, pondered for a moment, and ultimately suppressed the impulse, putting it away again. No. Just because 5-level awakeners are not recommended to enter doesn't mean that 5-level awakeners can definitely get through unscathed, let alone grab all the resources. He still needed to settle down first. At the very least, he had to convert all the existing evolution crystals into combat power. For the next 2 days, he could post a purchase notice, offering to trade 11 1-level crystals for 1 3-level, or 4 2-level crystals for 1 3-level, to see if he could swap for 3-level evolution crystals. If he could get a trade, that would be great. If not, he could settle for trading for 2-level ones, using 4 1-level crystals in exchange for 1 2-level, fully focusing on leveling up Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to 5-level. Then, with 3 5-level awakeners joining forces, the odds would be much better. Chapter 124, Man is invincible, and the team is even more invincible. Can 2-level evolution crystals not be used anymore? Seeing Wei Chuan's face darken, Lu Qingqing immediately guessed the reason and softly asked. Yeah, it has to start from 3-level now. Wei Chuan nodded and let out a heavy sigh. But to say that he was very worried, it wasn't quite so. The difficulty of the dungeons and activities has always been adjusted based on the overall strength of the survivors at this stage. Now, silver-level dungeons are scarce, but they could be everywhere later. His sigh now stemmed more from a regret of it's hard to pull apart the gap significantly. The golden age of rushing to the leaderboard when the server opened had come to an end. Take your time, 5-level is quite high already. I just took a glance at the hero list. Counting myself and Qingqing, there are only 5-level 4s, so your advantage at 5-level is still very substantial. Lu Qingqing held his hand and gently squeezed it, speaking softly. There are 5-level 4s now? Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow and immediately opened the survival device to check the leaderboard. Top 1, Wei Chuan, 5-level, 26187 area. Top 2, Jones, 4-level, area 9. Top 3, Clarissa, 4-level, area 498. Top 4, Anika, 4-level, area 65. Top 5, Zhu Lingxue, 4-level, 26187 area. Top 6, Lu Qingqing, 4-level, 26187 area. Top 7, Sverige, 3-level, area 66. Top 8, Aileen, 3-level, area 4651. Top 9, Usain, 3-level, area 64891. Top 10, Hera, 3-level, area 148726. The overall speed of the leaderboard's improvement was astonishing. Even the last-place goalkeeper had entered 3-level. TSK. Wei Chuan carefully examined the leaderboard. If not counting Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, only the second and third places were acquaintances, while the others were new arrivals. Looks like I wasn't the only one who invested heavily tonight. He casually clicked on the wealth list, and the rankings were quite similar to what he had expected. Top 1, Wei Chuan, 1104-26187 area. Top 2, Jia Guanjuan, 556 area 66. Top 3, Kagaega, 501 area 864. Top 4, Walmart, 467 area 894. Top 5, Troy, 433 area 651. Top 6, Urias, 400 area 31511. Top 7, Dale, 380 area 615. Top 8, Sphinx, 379 area 3214. Top 9, Gaotung, 356 area 14684. Top 10, Iris, 350 area 999. Many rich folks dropped down, and when they fell, it was by dozens of ranks. One can imagine how much they invested for this event. Like Wei Chuan, who could directly recoup in the activity, was ultimately a small number. He could only do it thanks to his mental power, otherwise, tonight's situation would have turned into looting being harder than killing, leading to a sharp drop in earnings. In the end, he took a glance at the vehicle rankings. Top 1, Hayden, 155 area 648. Top 2, Lyle, 149 area 9864. Top 3, Zheng Million, 145 area 3. Top 4, Amir, 136 area 645. Top 5, Yang Zhadi, 132 area 48998. Top 6, Shangguan Zhenhua, 128 area 151200. Top 7, Wei Chuan, 111-26187 area. Top 8, Grover, 101 area 2617. Top 9, Liu, 95 area 86001. Top 10, Kalami, 95 area 16406. This worthless list wasn't worth looking at, the ranking was too slow. The top 10 were still the same old names, and he remained in 7th place. After quickly browsing through the 3 major lists, Wei Chuan switched the interface to the regional communication channel. Area 26187, 8199/10,000 people. Lin Jia, oh my god.
The first place on the leaderboard has already reached stage 5. How many mutated creatures has he killed? Is this even science? Deepak, wake up, friend, is there any science left in this world? Zhang Xiuying, the blessing Ling Xue and Lu Qingqing behind are also in his team. With his own stage 5, he can raise to stage 4, his power level goes without saying, right? Layla, image, haha, this event is great. I picked up over 100 source crystals. Omar, it would be great if the difficulty of the event was tiered like the instance, taking care of us ordinary people. Priyanka, does their team accept recruits? Omar, image, although I almost got killed, the rewards are really high. Events like this should happen more. Sun Yunping, don't just look at levels, brothers, think about their wealth value, they could probably buy a whole bunch of evolution crystals directly. There's nothing new on the channel, all the conversations are about tonight's event. The only thing worth noting is the number of participants. In the afternoon, there were still 9,900 people, but now there are only 8,199 left, a decrease of 1701. Clearly, this event has taken a lot of people away. Wei Chuan, feeling uninterested, exited the channel and took out that one and only third stage evolution crystal from his storage. He directly tossed it into his mouth. At the same time, he glanced at the change in the experience bar. Second talent, stage 5 psychokinesis, 1%. What the hell? Even though he had been mentally prepared, Wei Chuan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Leveling from stage 5 to stage 6 actually requires a whole 103rd stage evolution crystals. Not to mention usage restrictions, even if it's just calculated in terms of source energy, this is equivalent to 333 second stage evolution crystals or 1000 first stage evolution crystals. This is an astronomical number, without events, it's simply impossible to save up. Looks like I'm really going to be stuck for a while this time. Wei Chuan shook his head, helplessly shutting off the survival device. He stood up from the couch, stretched his slightly stiff shoulders and neck, then took off his shadow combat suit and headed straight for the bathroom, ready for a cold shower. However, just as his finger was about to touch the doorknob, he suddenly hesitated, as if he had changed his mind. He turned around and walked back, sitting down beside Zhu Lingxue. One hand skillfully wrapped around her delicate waist, while the other slipped under her knee. Then, he leaned in closer to her ear and whispered, "Wife, I just sweated a lot. Let me help you scrub your back?" The warm breath and obvious hint made Zhu Lingxue's ears instantly turn red, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Taking a shower together, it really hasn't been tried before. Thinking about how they were already old married couple, Zhu Lingxue instinctively wanted to nod. But catching a glimpse of Lu Qingqing quietly sitting beside them, the words almost escaped her lips but were swallowed back down. She only buried her burning face and stared silently at her hands. This subtle atmosphere in Zhu Lingxue's reaction fell completely into Lu Qingqing's eyes. A hint of understanding and a faint smile flashed in her eyes. She then stood up considerately, smiled softly at Wei Chuan, and gently said, "Husband, I'm a bit tired, I'm going to head back to my room to rest." After saying this, she walked directly towards her own room without any unnecessary emotions or actions. The first wife really understands. Watching Lu Qingqing's departing figure, Wei Chuan couldn't help but smile, secretly giving her a thumbs up in his heart. Although there was no clear hierarchy in this family, Lu Qingqing was indeed more stable and thoughtful, handling the daily chores without question. "Let's go." When Lu Qingqing closed the door to her room, Wei Chuan gently lifted Zhu Lingxue into his arms in a princess carry. Perhaps Lu Qingqing's departure relaxed her. Zhu Lingxue willingly tilted her head and pressed her soft, warm lips against Wei Chuan's. After a long time, their lips parted. Wei Chuan, feeling unsatisfied, licked his lips and took big strides toward the bathroom while holding onto his little wife. Having relatives over is not a problem. The second floor has been checked. Let's see if we can return home from the back of the house today. The next morning, Wei Chuan vaguely sensed a hint of coolness in his dreams. At first, he thought Zhu Lingxue had woken up earlier than him and was playfully teasing him with her second ability. He instinctively turned his head to look, only to find her breathing steadily, deeply asleep. It wasn't his little wife being mischievous, it was getting colder. "Lightning, turn off all the air conditioning in the car." Wei Chuan instantly woke up, sitting up abruptly from the bed, and turned on the survival device. Survivor, Wei Chuan. First ability, S-Class Mechanical Control. Second ability, Level 5 Telekinesis, 1.07%. Time, 5:41. Weather, overcast. Temperature, 21 degrees Celsius. It was actually overcast today. This was the first time in these 12 days, and the temperature of 21 degrees was also the first time it dropped below 25 degrees. A few days ago, at this time, the temperature was at least 30 degrees. Wei Chuan's alarm bells rang in his mind as he quickly got dressed and pushed the back door open to jump out. As soon as he stepped out of the car, a strong cold wind hit him directly, carrying an obvious chill that was quite fierce, making his eyes squint. This is not normal, something big is about to happen.
Wei Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he immediately turned back to the relatively warm interior of the car. An overcast day can be understood, but such a drastic drop in temperature was too strange. Though the temperature is lower at higher altitudes, they hadn't moved last night. This bizarre drop in temperature had nothing to do with altitude. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning.
This could be a sign of a major version update.
The last major update for the entire server had been 8 days ago, which removed the sandstorms, introduced second abilities, mutant creatures, and mutant night demons.
The update time was exactly 7 a.m.
Wei Chuan sat on the sofa, crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and his brain raced. If they're really entering a low-temperature version, the essential strategic material would undoubtedly be warm clothing, and prices would certainly skyrocket. The demand for common medicines would also surge since not everyone could afford evolution crystals. Those with weaker physiques would definitely suffer from frostbite and illness.
Fuel and food might also, wait.
Clueless. He abruptly opened his eyes, interrupting his own train of thought. With the trump card of unlimited energy block formula in hand, selling ordinary supplies would simply be a waste of time and energy. Just buy enough for personal use. With clarity in his thoughts, he immediately opened the trading interface and began a round of purchases.
Transaction successful, source crystal -30, obtained, thick warm wool blanket *1. Transaction successful, source crystal -50, obtained, retro wood burning fireplace, with chimney, *1. Transaction failed, item has been sold out. Transaction successful, source crystal -20, obtained, genuine leather warm women's boots *1. Transaction successful, source crystal -60, obtained, women's warm underwear set *3.
Although there was air conditioning, being stuck in the heat for a long time was quite uncomfortable, so warm items that could be used were still worth buying. Sitting by the fire during the day and wrapping oneself up in a thick blanket at night was actually a kind of enjoyment. He had previously bought many recipes to satisfy his collecting desire, and among them was a series of winter clothing, so this was the perfect opportunity to fill the gaps. During the purchasing process, he also experienced several failures, as items were snatched away from him. Clearly, there were many others who had noticed the unusual climate. A silent battle for warm supplies had gradually erupted in the trading market. This shopping spree lasted for half an hour, and after spending 5,000 or 6,000 source crystals, Wei Chuan finally stopped with some reluctance.
Survivor, Wei Chuan. First ability, S-Class Mechanical Control. Second ability, Level 5 Telekinesis, 1.08%. Time, 6:13.
Looking again at the survival device, in just half an hour, the temperature had dropped another 6 degrees.
The update for the low-temperature version was almost a certainty.
He changed into a loose, comfortable winter outfit and once again stepped out of the car, walking towards Li Yongxing's van. With his level 5 strong physique, this bit of chill didn't bother him. Changing clothes was more about getting into the upcoming seasonal atmosphere, a kind of small ritual.
Boss? What's wrong? Li Yongxing sleepily lowered the car window,
rubbing his eyes with his right hand.
Look at the panel, it might cool down soon.
You decide whether to stock up or not.
Wei Chuan pointed at the sweater he was wearing. Cool down? Li Yongxing instantly woke up, all sleep gone, hurriedly opening his survival device.
Switching from hot weather to cold weather is undoubtedly a huge business opportunity, no less than the previous drinking water crisis.
After notifying Li Yongxing, Wei Chuan went to knock on the bus door again.
Unlike the experienced Li Yongxing, Xia Mimi had a blurry understanding of version updates and game rules. However, she had absolute trust in Wei Chuan's judgment. As soon as Wei Chuan mentioned that warm supplies might be scarce and prices would rise, she immediately stated she would stock up on some. Back in the armored car, Wei Chuan gently walked into Lu Qingqing's room. She was still sound asleep, and the thin blanket that was only covering her belly had been unconsciously pulled up over her. Wei Chuan smiled silently, softly replacing it with a brand new soft wool blanket, then took off his shoes and climbed into bed, wrapping his arms around her warm body.
Husband. Lu Qingqing whispered, instinctively nuzzling her head against him. She was already awake.
The perception of a level 4 awakener is incredibly sharp. Unless someone like Zhu Lingxue was exhausted to the point of being drained last night, even the slightest disturbance is enough to wake her. Feeling the warmth of Wei Chuan's embrace and the touch of his sweater, she immediately opened her eyes, slightly reclining, looking at Wei Chuan.
Is it cooling down?
Seeing Wei Chuan's outfit and the blanket over them, and feeling the air conditioning that was already turned off, she instantly understood the situation.
Yes, it should be updating again.
You don't need to worry, no matter how low the temperature drops, it won't affect us.
I have prepared everything we need.
Wei Chuan reached out, gently stroking her cheek, and pressed her head back onto his shoulder.
Then I'll sleep a little more.
Lu Qingqing immediately felt at ease, planted a light kiss on Wei Chuan's lips, and sank back into a dream.
Chapter 126, Major Update, Low Temperature Version.
Half an hour later, Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing got out of bed together.
The chill inside the cabin was growing stronger, even the 30mm thick composite armor could hardly block the rapidly growing cold from the outside. Looking at the survival device, the temperature had already dropped to 5 degrees. This drop in temperature was terrifying. This was just the precursor to the low-temperature version. The real update hadn't even begun yet. Arriving at Zhu Lingxue's room, the girl was still asleep, even dreaming sweetly due to the surrounding temperature being better suited for her ice-type talent. In the upcoming low-temperature version, ice-type talent will have a powerful phase, becoming the version's divine spirit. You bought so much? Lu Qingqing entered the hall and saw a mountain of warm supplies piled on the table. She walked over and began to carefully organize and pick out a set for herself. She pulled the curtains and naturally changed in front of Wei Chuan. A cream-colored turtleneck sweater paired with a brown plaid pleated skirt and thick black tights made her instantly look youthful and vibrant, exuding a subtle warmth, as if blocking out the severe cold from another world. The quality is really good. Wei Chuan walked over with a smile, sat down on the sofa, then pulled Lu Qingqing onto his lap, his hands mischievously caressing her. Although the clothes were thicker and less vivid than summer wear, they had a warm and soft touch. Stop messing around, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Lu Qingqing laughed, pushing Wei Chuan's face away, then seriously asked, with such a severe temperature drop, is this all you bought? Isn't that enough? Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. The warm supplies are enough, but what about other things? Lu Qingqing counted on her fingers, clearly adding, in winter, the air is dry, so we need moisturizers or a humidifier. The efficiency of the water collector will decrease, and we need to stock up on more water, and we should also buy some extra electric heaters. Wei Chuan suddenly realized. He had been focused on buying warm supplies just now, and indeed overlooked these details. You come to buy it, get more. He planted a heavy kiss on Lu Qingqing's face, then let her handle the procurement matters. He himself looked around the car, his gaze finally landing on the bookshelf next to the TV cabinet, moving the bookshelf over to the other side, taking out the retro burning wood fireplace from the storage compartment. This is a standard tool made from a recipe, no installation needed. Once taken out, it would display the fireplace blueprint, and as long as a flat area is selected, it would automatically fit. Clang! A big iron piece landed steadily. The fireplace is about 1.3 meters high, nearly 1 meter wide, divided into the upper burning chamber and the lower wood storage compartment, with a small drawer for cleaning ash in the middle. The chimney goes straight up, cleverly bending near the vehicle's ceiling, penetrating the armor and leading outside. Not bad. Wei Chuan rubbed his hands in excitement, immediately purchasing a batch of dry branches and wooden planks from the trading shop, filling the wood storage compartment to the brim. The broken wooden furniture found at the supply point had long been eliminated by him. When the orange flames happily danced in the fireplace, a solid and primitive warmth instantly drove away the cold inside the car, lifting Wei Chuan's spirits along with it. He had only ever burned in a mud stove before. This was his first experience with a fireplace, and it felt very fresh. Husband, let's roast some sweet potatoes. Lu Qingqing rummaged through the storage cabinet and pulled out several sweet potatoes, her eyes shining with anticipation. A scene she could only envy in short videos before was finally about to be realized today. Okay, but the sweet potatoes can't be thrown directly into the flames. We need to wait for the fire to go down a bit and bury them in the charcoal to bake, so let them sit by the side to warm up first. We have to wait a little longer. Wei Chuan took the sweet potatoes and carefully arranged them beside the fire. After arranging the sweet potatoes, the two of them washed up and then cuddled on the sofa, covered with a soft wool blanket, ready to enjoy a movie time together. Just then, the time reached 7 a.m. Survivor, congratulations on successfully surviving on the Light Shadow Road until now. You have proven through your actions that you are qualified to survive on the Light Shadow Road. The real test begins now. You have entered the second stage of survival, the Wrath of Winter. Winter has arrived, temperatures will continue to drop. The severe cold will not pity the weak, a blizzard will consume anyone who hesitates. The boundary between day and night is no longer stable, daylight is brief and precious, while the night is long and deadly. Good luck, survivor. As the faint light outside brightened, a clear prompt echoed in all survivors' minds. Temperature, -5 degrees Celsius. Wei Chuan opened the survival device to see that the temperature had already dropped below zero. This might not even be the lowest temperature. Based on the rise and fall patterns of the past few days, the temperature at night could drop much lower, possibly down to -20 degrees. Woo! Almost the next moment, a fierce wind howled outside, the wailing sound becoming exceptionally tragic. Even through the heavy armor, it was clearly audible. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing exchanged glances, both corners of their mouths curving into a smile. Lu Qingqing said, the blizzard should be just like the previous sandstorm, it's a restriction on parking rules. Right. Wei Chuan held her tightly, calmly analyzing, the blizzard itself isn't too bad, it's just a rule against slacking off. The real trouble lies in the prolonged night, which means an increase in the activity time of night demons, and the window for safe actions is compressed, making supplies in the market even scarcer. Saying this, he shifted his tone, however, all of this is for novices, it won't affect us.
The action pace of our convoy must not change so that we don't develop lazy habits. Once a person gets lazy, it's over. Lu Qingqing understood Wei Chuan's meaning and nodded in agreement.
Not everyone is as calm as those two. The regional chat channel has exploded.
Region 26187, 8135/10,000 people.
Wang Vida, damn. I'm freezing to death. I woke up and almost turned into a human rocket. This damn weather is unbearable.
Lu Fan, portable fireplace. This unlimited recipe for 200 source crystals no one wanted before can now sell for 100 source crystals.
Jin Xiuxian, my fingers are completely frozen.
Ivanov, come on, smokeless charcoal, a whole 30 centimeters piece is just 10 source crystals, miss it today, freeze to death tomorrow.
Abdul, my car won't start, can someone teach me how to fix it?
Joey, sharing important information, take down the newly appeared icefield hyena for a chance to drop, complete fur, which can be used to make clothes or directly to keep warm. Carlos, selling, cashmere socks, and, down comforters, limited quantity, highest bidder wins.
Zhao Taiju, it's okay, not as cold as my northern winter, dress warmly, turn on the air conditioning, don't catch a cold here, or it's game over. If your car has no air conditioning, buy a fireplace, and if conditions are really bad, just make one from mud.
Chapter 127, The First Snow After Time Travel. With the experience of the first version update, this time, the survivors quickly grasped the rules. The market risks in the trading market have drastically turned. The warm supplies that had been ignored for 12 days shot up in price like a rocket. In just half an hour, a normal down jacket that couldn't sell for 10 source crystals skyrocketed to 50 source crystals, becoming a quasi-luxury item that many could not afford. Wei Chuan looked down on the profits from this reselling. However, Li Yongsheng and Xia Mei dove in without hesitation. They had taken away 5,000 to 6,000 source crystals last night and, after Wei Chuan's advice this morning, stockpiled warm supplies, now cashing in on the market frenzy and raking in riches. To them, this business, which could be done with just a few finger taps in the trading action, was far easier and more profitable compared to fuel and food that needed stamina and materials to produce. Wei Chuan did not focus too much on this commercial frenzy. After the convoy set off at 7:30 sharp, he dove back into manufacturing energy blocks.
Last night's Source Crystal Storm event gave him a warning.
Energy blocks cannot all be sold, he must keep enough strategic reserves to guard against sudden crises and ensure the continual firepower of the machine guns. On the other hand, the exchange plan for evolution crystals had also begun. He entrusted this matter to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to handle, with the ratio set according to his plan from last night. 4 1-star crystals for 1 2-star crystal. 11 1-star crystals for 1 3-star crystal. 4 2-star crystals for 1 3-star crystal. Calculating carefully, this was indeed a losing deal. The energy given out was less than what was received. But it was like in daily life, to exchange whole money for change, one had to buy something from the small shop to support the business, otherwise, why would anyone help you exchange? He had tried to exchange at normal ratios a few days ago, but it simply didn't work. Even using source crystals, Scar H, or a big pineapple as additions, it couldn't be done. After all, those who could get 2-star and 3-star evolution crystals were all experts, they neither lacked resources nor brains, and even inquiring about the uses of high-grade evolution crystals wouldn't lead to a trade. Helplessly, he could only use this discount exchange strategy. Actually, it wasn't too much of a loss, just like selling energy blocks, it was all about selling something worth $10 for $9 as it couldn't be sold otherwise. However, this time, the $10 cost really was $10, and that discounted $1 was his way to progress. In the tedious work of making evolution crystals, time quietly passed until noon.
During the drive this morning, they encountered a gray iron-level small dungeon and a bronze chest. Wei Chuan asked Li Yongsheng and Xia Mei to distribute. Alright, let's stop here to rest. We'll depart in an hour.
Wei Chuan gave the order to the convoy through the intercom, then habitually glanced at the survival device. The temperature had indeed dropped again.
Survivor, Wei Chuan. First ability, S-rank mechanical mastery. Second ability, level 5 telekinesis, 1.12%. Time, 11:55.
Weather, overcast. Temperature, -20 degrees Celsius. -20 degrees, and this was only the noon temperature. If it waits until the coldest time of the day, around 4 or 5 in the morning, the temperature could plummet to -30 degrees. Such low temperatures may not be extreme for those living in cold-temperate or frigid zones, they might have even experienced weather as cold as -40 or 50 degrees, or even colder. But this is not Earth. Vehicles could barely replace houses, but heating was a big problem. Especially for those who modified 2-wheeled and 3-wheeled vehicles into 4-wheeled ones, lacking even basic car air conditioning, they were in a tragic situation.
Honey, how about noodles for lunch?
After the armored vehicle stopped, Lu Qingqing got up from the sofa and gently asked.
Sure, cook more soup, I want to drink soup.
Wei Chuan casually replied, he was never picky about food.
He walked over to the sofa, naturally sat in the spot Lu Qingqing just occupied, and pulled Zhu Lingxue into his arms. Zhu Lingxue leaned forward, sitting in a slightly restrained posture, as if she didn't dare to sit fully. "Darling, does it still hurt?" Seeing this, Wei Chuan grinned and kissed her smooth cheek. "You just come to ask now, you don't care about me at all." Zhu Lingxue rolled her eyes at him playfully, then put on a pitiful look. She did not resist the flirtation between lovers, but she never expected that Wei Chuan would be so stubborn, making her endure quite a bit of hardship. "How could it be? I'm busy making money to support you. Next time, I promise to be gentler." Wei Chuan grinned as he promised, while using his strength to pull her onto his lap, so she could sit more comfortably. "Oof." Zhu Lingxue lightly huffed, begrudgingly accepting, and obediently rested her head on his strong shoulder. At least, in terms of their first-time progress, she was always ahead of her sister Qingqing. Wei Chuan's lips curled slightly, his hands naturally gliding toward her delicate waist. Zhu Lingxue had an ice-type talent, not afraid of the cold at all. Even though it was -20 degrees outside, she was still wearing a cool ice silk nightgown. "Don't mess around, Captain Jack is going to die." Zhu Lingxue gently patted his restless hand, her eyes still focused on the TV screen. "He won't die, the witch knows how to save him." Wei Chuan slowed down his movements, accompanying her to watch. Pirates of the Caribbean, this movie was indeed exciting. He had watched the entire series, not just once. "Honey, do you think there's a chance we might encounter a celebrity?" While watching, Zhu Lingxue suddenly asked curiously. Wei Chuan was taken aback, thought carefully, and answered seriously, "It is indeed possible. However, in this world, being an actor doesn't hold much advantage, unless they meet a crazy fan or they are strong enough themselves. Otherwise, the former star halo might turn into a negative buff." Zhu Lingxue nodded slightly. Although Wei Chuan did not explicitly say it, she understood the cruel meaning behind it, especially for those who lack strength. Just then, a flurry of white spots outside the window caught Zhu Lingxue's attention. She blinked, her cherry lips slightly parted, and a look of incredible surprise appeared on her face. "Honey, it's snowing." "What?" Wei Chuan's heart jolted, quickly turning his head to look out the car window. Countless tiny white snowflakes were fluttering down from the gray sky. Although it was just sparse snow flurries, it was undoubtedly snow. In -20-degree weather, snow was normal, but he didn't want it to snow. Chapter 128, Infected by Snow. Blizzard. Damn it, this is going to be a big problem. Wei Chuan's heart sank. The snowfall meant that the scarcity of water sources would greatly increase. He still had over 1,000 liters of water. If the price plummeted, it would be a significant loss. No, it can't be that simple. After a brief moment of tension, his reason quickly returned. Things couldn't be that good. This snow must have a problem. He immediately took a plastic jar from the storage cabinet, opened the car door, used telekinesis to collect a jar of snow, and took it to the fireplace to heat it. After the snow melted into clear snow water, he sent it for identification at the trading post. Water jar contains 159 milliliters of contaminated snow water in a sealed plastic jar. Drinking it directly may cause severe diarrhea and has a high probability of infecting with the night demon virus. As expected. Wei Chuan's eyes narrowed. This snow is a deadly trap. Not only can it not be drank, but one also needs to take precautions when going outside to avoid accidental ingestion or inhalation of the snowflakes. As expected, the regional communication channel was already filled with curses. Region 26187, 8110/10,000 people. Jin Jishuan, damn. This snow can't be drunk. And I suspect it will contaminate the existing clean water sources on the surface. Jinping, damn it, what a letdown. I thought I could finally take a nice shower. Yuko Tanaka, purification tablets, just received them this morning, how lucky. Yang Yu, on the day there's no water to drink, I'll have to force myself to drink it. Worst case, I'll just be a glutton. Mark, dying of thirst in the freezing cold? That joke is too cold. Zhao Kai, I think I have a fever. Who has antibiotics or fever reducers? I'll trade high-calorie food. Aisha, smokeless coal, is now available, only accepting source crystals or weapons for exchange. Hans, damn it. I collected a big basin of snow only to find it was contaminated. I should have known, this world wouldn't give us free water. Nakamura Shota, has anyone tried multi-layer filtering or distilling this snow water? Would it be effective? Smith, this damn world, can't it give us even a little chance to survive? The channel was filled with complaints and curses, everyone lamenting how, after finally getting a snowfall, it was contaminated snow that they had to avoid. It was truly a trap. But for Wei Chuan, since this snow water is contaminated, the water purification filter could be useful again. He had 4 water purification filters on hand, one of which was half used. Together, they could purify about 3,500 liters of water. 3,500 liters of water, at the current market price, could be sold for 42,000 source crystals. Not bad. Wei Chuan calculated in his mind and nodded in satisfaction. However, he still had enough water on hand, and selling energy blocks was more profitable. There was no need to use the only 4 filters, so it was safer to save them. As long as he confirmed that the snow water wouldn't cause the price of water to crash, it would be fine. He formed an invisible barrier around himself with telekinesis, opened the sunroof, climbed to the top of the car, and decisively dismantled all the water collection devices. With the low-temperature version out, sunlight was almost zero. This water collection system had become ineffective, and it would reduce the stable water source by 60 liters a day. But this was not an unbearable loss. Even if he needed to use 100 liters of water daily, it would only amount to 1,200 source crystals. At his current earning speed, his income from just one morning would be enough to cover a whole month's water expenses. Meow. Just as he returned to the warm cabin, a soft and tender voice came through. The little black cat, which had slept all day, finally woke up. Its size was visibly larger. It had swallowed a first-level evolution crystal before its activities last night, and then it fell into a deep sleep, obviously digesting the energy. Now it seemed the effects were significant. By its size, if it ate one more second-level evolution crystal, it would grow to the size of an adult raccoon. Meow meow. The little black cat, upon seeing Wei Chuan, instantly forgot about Zhu Lingxue and affectionately jumped into his arms, its tail waving like a little fan. Little black, come over here. Zhu Lingxue was very dissatisfied with this, holding a first-level evolution crystal in her hand, trying to entice it. Unfortunately, the little black cat had just finished digesting a first-level evolution crystal and wasn't hungry at all, not even glancing over, which made Zhu Lingxue call it a little traitor. This guy is contracted to me, so of course, it's closer to me. Wei Chuan chuckled as he rubbed the little black cat's head and sat down on the sofa holding it. Meow. The little black cat seemed to understand, tilting its head and responding with a sound. Then, it gracefully jumped off Wei Chuan's lap, bouncing to the fireplace, and with a kick of its back legs, jumped directly onto the mantel, squatting there, staring with its round, big eyes, fascinated by the dancing flames inside. A cat is still a cat, even if it's mutated, it isn't afraid of getting its fur burnt. Wei Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Zhu Lingxue actively sat on Wei Chuan's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck with curiosity and asking, "Honey, how big do you think the little black cat can grow in the future?" "Well, at least a meter, I guess?" Wei Chuan answered after careful thought. "The mutated rats we've encountered before can grow to a meter. It's unreasonable for a cat to be smaller than a rat." "Look, it grew a whole circle bigger in just one night." "Of course, if it's a special breed, it's hard to say, it might stop growing at a typical house cat size." In his heart, he actually hoped the little black cat could grow even bigger. Not saying anything about 10 or 8 meters, but at least it should grow 2 or 3 meters to be a mount, right? By then, he could dye its fur, give it tiger stripes, and dye the word king on its forehead. How impressive that would be. 10 minutes later, Lu Qingqing finished cooking a steaming bowl of noodles. Wei Chuan had made energy blocks all morning and was nearly numb, having no appetite, but he symbolically scooped some noodles, while the salty, fragrant soup was consumed in full. After the three finished lunch, just as they were about to play cards to relax, a shrill and intensifying wind sound suddenly came from outside the car. Wei Chuan looked out the window. He saw the snow abruptly turn fierce, wrapped in a wild wind, like a dense white barrage, fiercely slapping against the car window. "Boss, the snowstorm is coming." At that moment, Li Yangqing's exclamation came through the intercom, tinged with a bit of tension. Wei Chuan immediately pushed open the back door to assess the situation. He saw the distant horizon had already been swallowed by a wall of black clouds. Below was a rolling, suffocating expanse of white, and all contours of the mountains vanished into the blizzard. He even vaguely saw what seemed to be a few blurred wreckages of vehicles swirling in the snow. That's powerful. The force of this snowstorm far exceeded imagination. Bang! He quickly closed the car door tightly, cutting off the external cold and danger, grabbing the intercom, his voice steady and decisive. "Everyone listen, the snowstorm is coming. Yongsheng, go ahead and break the path. Mei Jia in the middle, I'll take the rear. Speed doesn't need to be fast, but you must drive manually. Let's go now." This snowstorm was clearly much more fierce than the previous sandstorm. They better not overturn in the ditch. Chapter 129, Gold Level Mine Dungeon. The convoy trundled over the snow, moving alone on the silent road. The world outside was initially just a gray mist. But as time passed, the snowstorm without warning intensified. The wild wind whipped dense snowflakes, like a heavy white curtain, almost completely swallowing the sky and the earth, visibility dropping to less than 20 meters, and the car windows became blurry, leaving only the howling wind. Fortunately, this snowstorm was only a rule phenomenon of the Shadow Road and not a real climate disaster. After the convoy drove against the wind and snow for half an hour, the snow curtain in the sky slowly thinned. When the convoy completely broke free from the range of the snowstorm, the world suddenly became quiet. The sky was still gray and white, but the snowflakes had become gentle, silently falling and covering the lifeless mountains, exuding a tranquil atmosphere. "Boss, to the right. There's fresh meat." Another half-hour later, Li Yongxing's slightly excited voice came through the intercom. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan turned to look right. In the right front on the rocky slope, a group of white wolves blending into the snowy ground was wandering around. The largest white wolf seemed to sense the gaze. It suddenly turned its head, its brown eyes accurately locking onto the convoy on the road, baring its teeth, sharp wolf fangs reflecting a chilling light under the gloomy sky. "Stop the car, get some wolf meat." Wei Chuan replied over the walkie-talkie, then took out an AWM sniper rifle from his tactical backpack. This sniper rifle hadn't been fired yet, it was perfect to test the feel against this pack of white wolves. However, when he opened the scope's 4x magnification and aimed at the largest white wolf, his index finger resting on the trigger hesitated to press down. Bear cave? Wei Chuan slightly lowered the gun, at the foot of the hill, about 100 meters from the road. Behind a giant rock covered in thick snow, a deep cave entrance partly hidden by snow attracted all his attention. The interior of the cave was pitch black, nothing was visible, but the wooden beam structure on both sides and the top of the cave was clearly visible. Mine cave? Wei Chuan's eyes brightened, and his interest in hunting shifted instantly. He directly pushed open the rear car door and gently waved his hand towards the open ground in front of the cave entrance. Whoosh! Invisible psychic power stirred the air, transforming into a whirlwind that instantly cleared the accumulated snow, revealing the flat ground below, and a large parking area marked by striking green lines. This strange movement frightened the wolf pack on the hillside, and they let out a few fearful howls before quickly disappearing into the white snow. This new version is really sinister. Wei Chuan muttered to himself, the parking lot was buried in snow, the construction-type instances were fine, but for this mountain instance, it wouldn't have been discovered without coincidence. He stepped towards the cave entrance, and as he got closer, familiar prompt information appeared in his sight. Survivor, welcome to the abandoned mine cave. One of the secret mining areas of the Light and Shadow Army, it once stored a large amount of energy, mining equipment, and special materials, but please be cautious, it has been occupied by night demons and mutated creatures, assess your strength. Dangerous survival difficulty, gold level. Dangerous access time, 120/120 minutes. Dangerous existence time, 550/600 minutes. It was actually a damn gold level instance. Wow! Wei Chuan couldn't help but let out a low roar, excitedly moving his neck and wrist joints. A secret mining area, just looking at the name wasn't simple. Also, special materials, how special could they be? The gains from silver level instances were already so bountiful, the rewards from this gold level instance were simply unimaginable. Lu Qingqing and Li Yongsheng had also followed up. Seeing the words gold level, Li Yongsheng was both surprised and delighted, rubbing his fists and asking, "Boss, when do we start?" "Get ready, we act in half an hour," Wei Chuan said after a brief thought. Though there were still many ammo boxes left from last night's preparations, facing the higher difficulty gold instance, more preparation was always better. "Qingqing, the outside will be left to you." Back in the car, Wei Chuan was putting on the light and shadow combat suit while instructing Lu Qingqing. The usual setup, someone had to guard the entrance of the instance, the stronger Jilingxue would go inside to help him, calmly Lu Qingqing was just the best candidate to stay behind. "Rest assured, you all be careful too." Lu Qingqing, who was helping Jilingxue adjust her gas mask, nodded in reply. Half an hour later, the fully armed four-member team gathered at the entrance of the mine cave. Wei Chuan took out a batch of supplies and distributed them to everyone. Each person received 30 ammo boxes, 5 power glucose, 3 shadow smoke bombs, 3 basic medical needles, and 1 basic adrenaline needle. Of course, he had several times over, even bringing all 5 antiviral serums, which he would pull out when needed. "Boss, I'm going in." Li Yongsheng charged into the dark cave with a big pineapple, with Jilingxue and Xiame closely following, while Wei Chuan served as the rear guard. As soon as he stepped into the mine cave, a damp coldness mixed with a rotting smell and metallic rust hit him in the face. Far colder than the outside. In the depths of the mine, a faint, teeth-gritting scraping sound could be heard, along with a chilling, bone-piercing howl that resembled a human scream. "I'll lead the way." Wei Chuan's instincts told him that this dungeon might be even harder than the airport dungeon, so he immediately moved to the front of the team. The cave was very damp, with water puddles of varying depths underfoot, and water droplets continuously dripped down from the rocky ceiling, making a steady drip-drip sound. The temperature was much lower than outside, and even the second-tier Li Yongsheng and Xiame started shrinking their necks, while Wei Chuan, a fifth-tier, felt the cold biting through him. Only Zhu Lingxue, who had an ice element talent, was unaffected. Fortunately, Wei Chuan had prepared in advance. He took out 5 metal water bottles from his waist pouch, discarded their lids, placed alcohol blocks and charcoal inside, then ignited them. He used his telekinesis to make them float up, scattering them around the team. Whoosh! The warm, orange-red light immediately dispelled the surrounding darkness and chill. These bottle lamps could both provide warmth and test the air. When encountering a large space, they could also be thrown out for illumination, much more useful than regular flashlights that only shine in a straight line.
After walking about 100 meters, the path ahead suddenly opened up. This was a spacious mine cave, about 200 square meters, seemingly a former resting area for miners. Scattered around were rusted iron frame beds and toppled tables and chairs, and many storage cabinets, satchels, pickaxes, drill bits, and other mining tools could still be seen. The four scattered to quickly search, only finding some basic supplies. However, there was a small surprise: a broken work notebook. Inside it was a map of part of the mine's tunnels. Although the drawing was somewhat sloppy and not very precise, it was enough to give them a rough idea of the path ahead, saving them a lot of time.
Chapter 130, The Mutated Insect Swarm.
According to the map, behind the resting area, there were two connected regions. One was the main transport tunnel, which continued to extend downward with several interconnected areas further along. The other led to an unknown area marked as the experimental zone, where a large times had been hastily drawn with red pen.
Let's go this way.
Wei Chuan pointed towards the experimental zone and said, "The dungeon information mentioned that there are special materials here. They should be hidden in these kinds of areas that wouldn't be found in normal mining zones."
The team set off again.
The light from the bottle lamps flickered in the deep mine tunnel, stretching the shadows of the four and casting them onto the water-covered walls.
The further they went, the stronger the mixed stench of decay and some chemical reagent became in the air.
Footprints began to appear underfoot, sharp claw marks belonging to something not human, along with strange, semi-melted, cold, and chilling slime. It looked like half-frozen, thick mucus, absolutely disgusting. Suddenly, Wei Chuan, who was at the front, suddenly raised his hand, making a fist to signal the team to stop.
Everyone held their breath.
At the edge of the bottle lamp's light, in the shadows at the corner ahead, came a faint but dense crackling sound, like ice breaking.
Then, a mass of ghostly blue creatures, like a tide, slowly emerged from around the corner.
It was a swarm of creatures, each about the size of a fist, resembling beetles but made entirely of ice. Their compound eyes glimmered with blue light, and wherever they passed, the moisture in the air and the water columns on the walls instantly turned into frost.
A huge swarm of mutated insects with special abilities. It's happening.
Wei Chuan was not surprised, but overjoyed.
So many mutated creatures, how many evolution crystals would they drop? Crack! The ghostly blue ice tide also noticed the four of them.
The cracking sound from their bodies suddenly grew louder and sharper, and the ice crystals on their surfaces glowed with a dangerous blue light. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless fine, needle-like ice spikes, sharp as cow hairs and radiating a chilling aura, rained down on the team.
Child's play.
Wei Chuan sneered coldly, his psychic energy exploding, his pupils suddenly narrowing.
Bang 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 bang.
Ice needles densely crashed against the psychic barrier, instantly bursting into icy crystal shards, which immediately congealed into a large patch of ice stains after hitting the ground.
Go!
Wei Chuan's eyes sharpened, taking a step forward as the invisible psychic barrier suddenly transformed, turning into a giant palm that covered the entire cross-section of the passage, engulfing the surging mutated insects completely.
Immediately afterward, the giant palm violently closed and compressed. Crash!
The piercing sound of shattering ice crystals exploded, as if countless pieces of glass were being crushed at the same time. The dense insect swarm had no chance to struggle, instantly squashed under this absolute force, transforming into clusters of flickering ice crystal dust, cascading down like an avalanche. A fifth-tier awakened being dealing with a first-tier mutated creature is just this unreasonable.
A single move and it's done.
A large amount of icy crystal particles, containing lingering cold energy, swiftly spread and froze on the ground and rock walls.
In the blink of an eye, a section of the mine tunnel ahead was covered with a layer of smooth and hard ice shell. Although not thick, it still significantly slowed the team's speed.
Quite dangerous. Wei Chuan commented lightly, retracting dozens of first-tier evolution crystals floating in the air into his tactical waste bag. With long-range attacks and a corpse that naturally freezes the area, if it were in a more open space, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with.
At least 2 more tricks are needed. Boss, this golden level instance is super exciting.
A great start with this much. Li Yongsheng rubbed his hands excitedly, watching Wei Chuan collect so many evolution crystals.
Roar!
As soon as he finished speaking, a roar that seemed to freeze the very soul suddenly came from deeper within the mine, shaking the entire passage, causing ice crystals to tumble down.
Damn, that voice. It must be the boss. Li Yongsheng shivered and instinctively tightened his grip on the big pineapple. Let's go, let's take it down.
Wei Chuan's gaze was sharp as he added some alcohol blocks to his water bottle and led the team straight ahead.
Just going straight will reach the experimental area marked on the mine map.
After advancing about 100 meters, the mine tunnel began to tilt downward noticeably, the slope steepened, and the temperature sharply dropped, with both side walls completely covered in a grayish-white ice layer.
The strangest thing was that dense azure blue patterns began to emerge within the ice layer, resembling veins, as if the entire mine was a giant biological blood vessel.
Wei Chuan used his psychic power to pry down a few pieces for inspection but found no issues.
Aside from glowing, they were no different from ordinary ice. After walking for about 5 minutes, the sound of rumbling water mixed with the crisp sounds of ice chunks colliding reached ahead. Turning a sharp corner, the scene changed dramatically. A massive underground cavern appeared before them, with a surging underground river cutting across their path. The water flow was quite rapid, with ice chunks of various sizes floating on the surface, emanating an extreme cold that seemed to freeze even the soul. On the river's surface, there was a suspension bridge built of wooden planks and iron chains, now completely encased in a thick layer of ice, becoming an ice bridge. "Boss, this doesn't seem right. How could there be such a large river in the mine?" Li Yongsheng, a bit scared from the earlier roar, could hardly muster his voice, his expression a little timid. "This is a dungeon created by rules. Do you really think it's like real mining?" Wei Chuan replied impatiently. "According to horror movie cliches, when we reach halfway, something will definitely rise from the water. Why not let the little fat guy go first?" Xiamei stared at the darkly swirling river, her tone grave. "No need to make it so complicated." With a thought, Wei Chuan's jet-powered glider instantly activated, lifting him gracefully into the air, hovering 5 or 6 meters above the ground. In the next moment, he waved his hand lightly. Psychic energy enveloped Zhu Lingxue, Li Yongsheng, and Xiamei, lifting them off the ground as well, flying alongside him towards the opposite bank. However, just as they reached the middle of the river, boom! 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 The river surface below suddenly exploded into 3 icy splashes. 3 mutated insects, the size of human heads and much larger than the dozens before, flapped their wings and burst out of the water. Their bodies flashed with blue light, instantly forming dozens of ice needles as thick as fingers, with tips shimmering with deadly cold light, shooting upwards like arrows. However, before these ice needles could reach Wei Chuan and the 3 others, they all exploded in midair. Good, so it's second tier? Wei Chuan twisted his body, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the 3 mutated insects. Chapter 131, 4th Tier Biohuman. Goodbye. Wei Chuan scoffed, hovering in the air, raising his left hand towards the river below. Boom! The terrifying telekinetic force acted directly on the water itself, as if an invisible giant hand smashed into the riverbed, sending the 3 mutated insects plummeting down. Immediately afterward, Wei Chuan clenched his fingers, completely crushing everything in the telekinetic giant hand. Boom! Crack! The sounds of ice shattering and waves surging came from below the water, and 3 chilling auras rapidly spread across the river's surface, but before they could crystallize, they were dissipated. Instant kill! Wei Chuan collected 3 second-tier evolution crystals, smoothly flying over the river surface with Zhu Lingxue and the other 2, landing on the opposite bank. "Boss, you're awesome!" Li Yongsheng shouted excitedly after landing. Witnessing the crushing power of a 5th-tier telekinetic awakener was exhilarating. "You also need to put in more effort, the gun-selling work can't stop. If you level up 2 more tiers, you might even be immune to infection viruses." Wei Chuan encouraged him. As his telekinetic strength increased, he gradually believed Li Yongsheng's resilient revival ability was not that simple. After all, it was a self-healing talent. Combat methods inevitably required close combat, but if it couldn't even prevent viral infections, then what was the point of this talent? Rules that have no loopholes certainly won't give birth to overly useless talents. Li Yongsheng nodded repeatedly, a look of anticipation spreading across his face. In fact, he tested his second talent every day, even for some shallow cold weapon wounds. As long as his stamina was sufficient, he could almost fully recover instantly. Leveling up another 2 or 3 tiers, he had complete hope of immunity to infection viruses, or even regenerating severed limbs. By then, he could fight fiercely without always relying on firearms. After crossing the river, the team continued forward. The scene on the opposite bank was completely different from before. While there had seemed like a natural underground cave, here were traces of artificial excavation everywhere. The rock walls were extremely neat, completely shaved flat, and directly opposite the bridge was a passage made entirely of metal plates. There was a pungent odor in the air. Even through the mask, one could still catch a whiff. The smell was strange, a mix between alcohol and medicine. At the end of the passage was a thick, heavily deformed, violently ripped open hole in a metal-sealed door, through which faint sounds of dripping liquid could be heard. "Prepare to act," Wei Chuan quietly reminded, taking the lead to pass through the hole and step inside. Before him was an extremely wide underground layer, much larger than the earlier cave. This was the experimental area marked on the map. The scene in the experimental area was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Dozens of cylindrical cultivation tanks, each 3 or 4 meters tall, stood in rows, most of which were broken, with thick dark green cultivation liquid flowing on the ground. About a dozen cultivation tanks were intact, filled with pale green liquid, in which terrifying creatures could be clearly seen soaking. These were monsters that forcibly stitched together human and various beast traits. Some had wolf heads and human bodies, covered in white fur, others had human torsos and spider bellies, with distorted limbs, and some had enormous bone spikes protruding from their backs, with huge crab claws for hands.
They all had their eyes tightly shut, slowly floating in the cultivation liquid, their bodies occasionally twitching unconsciously. They are all alive. Wei Chuan sensed the weak energy waves from them, with only a level 2 power. This is a biological laboratory. Siame looked at the hellish scene, her voice trembling slightly. She wasn't really scared, just felt a bit sick, especially the dark green slime on the ground, which was genuinely nauseating. There are 2 big ones ahead. Wei Chuan's gaze was sharp as he scanned deeper into the lab. At the end of the experimental area, 2 extraordinarily large cultivation tanks had shattered, sticky cultivation liquid and broken glass covered the floor. Amidst the wreckage, 2 figures exuding a terrifying aura were lying down. The one on the left was enormous, possibly 4 meters tall, maintaining a rough human shape, with bulging muscles and skin exhibiting a gray, stone-like sheen. Its left arm was a normal human arm, but the right arm was a huge, hideous, serrated bone blade, emitting a chilling light. The one on the right was even more bizarre, with a relatively slender body, crawling on the ground, possessing a tail like a giant lizard, with several eerie spikes resembling ice coral growing from its back, constantly emitting visible cold air. Its tail resembled an ice-forged whip, freezing the ground around it and leaving a thick layer of ice. Damn, how imposing. I already feel the weight on my shoulders. Li Yongsheng swallowed hard and tightened his grip on the machine gun. That's called source energy. What we absorb from the evolution crystal is source energy. Both of these are level 4. Wei Chuan took out 2 shadow smoke bombs from his tactical pouch, pulled the pins, and threw them out. Ding! The shadow smoke bombs produced a unique smokescreen, not the standard colorful fog, but a thin mist resembling water vapor, almost transparent, which didn't obstruct visibility. Roar! As if awakened by the sound of the smoke bomb landing, the 2 biohumans suddenly raised their heads and let out a roar that sounded inhuman. Their eyes were murky, filled only with pure desire to kill. The larger one with the bone blade moved quickly, dragging its massive bone blade across the ground, sparking like a heavy tank charging forward. The lizard-like creature behind it opened its mouth, blue light gathering deep in its throat, and extremely cold energy rapidly taking shape. Ling Shui, this ice creature is for you to practice. Yongsheng and Sister Mei, open fire. Wei Chuan exclaimed, his powerful psychic energy suddenly erupting, transforming into an invisible giant spear, striking towards the charging bone creature. Puff! With a dull sound, the bone creature's momentum suddenly halted, a football-sized cavity appeared in its abdomen, directly revealing the scene behind it. The gap between levels was still too vast, especially between level 4 and 5. Just with one move, this level 4 biohuman was severely injured by Wei Chuan. Of course, the credit for this also lay with the shadow smoke bomb, as the bone creature had been weakened after touching the mist during its charge, not at its peak strength. On the other side, the lizard creature also began to act. It unleashed a cold ice beam from its mouth, where it passed, large ice crystals fell, as if the air itself had frozen. As the lizard creature launched its attack, Zhu Lingxue also moved. A wave of cold energy exploded from her, covering her in ice crystals, as if she had donned a layer of ice armor. Her movements were quite graceful, just standing in place, spreading her palms as she pressed out. It seemed like a defense, but suddenly, a sharp ice pillar nearly 1 meter in diameter surged from the ground behind her, rushing forward like a living ice dragon, to meet the incoming ice beam. Chapter 132, just a level 4 ant. Bang! A deafening crash echoed. The cold ice beams and ice spikes collided, causing an explosion, a visible wave of cold spread outward. These 2 ice attacks did not stop, but instead remained in a stalemate in midair. At the point of collision, the ice continuously expanded, quickly forming a ball of ice that moved left and right with the struggle of both sides. At this moment, Li Yongsheng and Siame rushed forward. They held a large pineapple light machine gun, aiming at the distant lizard body and firing wildly. Ka-cha! A burst of cold air erupted from the lizard body, condensing into an ice wall shield in front of it. Bullets collided with the ice shield, creating countless ice crystals. The bullets had significant power, but the ice shield's defense was clearly stronger. Even when hit by a large number of bullets, it only showed minor dents, not even a crack. This is the power of the 4th level. As Zhu Lingxue and the others were in a stalemate with 3 against 1, on the other side, Wei Chuan was nearing the end. Sizzle sizzle. He walked calmly, as if taking a stroll in the park, his right hand casually drawing lines in the air. With each passing of his fingertips, a deep, bone-exposing wound would appear on the giant figure wildly waving its bone blades in the distance, green blood spraying out like a fountain. The bone blade body's self-healing ability was grotesque, as the flesh twisted, wounds healed rapidly. But under the continuous, seemingly endless telekinetic slicing by Wei Chuan, even the strongest self-healing seemed futile, as the healing speed could not keep up with the frequency of injuries. Bang! A precise telekinetic strike hit the knee joint of the bone blade body, accompanied by a crisp sound of bones cracking, causing the giant creature to kneel down. It screamed wildly, its giant bone blades tearing through the air, but could not even touch the corner of Wei Chuan's clothing. Rise! Wei Chuan coldly uttered a word, and tremendous telekinetic power erupted completely. The telekinetic force turned into an invisible giant hand, tightly locking the left ankle of the bone blade body, lifting its heavy body like a whip. Roar! In the desperate and frantic roar of the bone blade body, Wei Chuan's arm swung down violently. Boom! 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 The metal floor of the experimental area groaned under the unbearable weight as the bone blade body was used as a human hammer, crazily smashed into the ground by telekinesis. Each impact was accompanied by clear sounds of bones cracking and splattering green blood, leaving startling dents on the surface. After a dozen seconds, the raging telekinesis came to a stop. The originally fierce and crazy bone blade body now lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, with only the slight rise and fall of its chest proving it was still alive. The surrounding metal floor was covered in cracks and small pits, a mess all around. Big guy, goodbye. Facing the bone blade body's now dazed eyes, Wei Chuan's lips curled into a cold arc. An unmatched immense force suddenly fell from above, smashing the massive head of the bone blade body like a nail into the hard metal floor, severely deforming it. Not dead in one hit, but just barely. Bang! A second wave of telekinetic force smashed down like a heavy hammer, and the already deformed head could no longer withstand it, exploding like a ripe watermelon into dust. A shiny fourth-level evolution crystal fell to the ground. At the same time, its massive headless body also fell apart, turning to ashes. Fourth-level evolution crystal, a crystal containing considerable source energy, the source of power for mutated creatures. Swallowing it can significantly enhance physique and mental power, with a high probability of awakening a second talent. Indeed, it's fourth level. Wei Chuan held the evolution crystal in his hand, feeling the surging source energy within. The effect description had also changed. Compared to the third-level evolution crystal, the probability of awakening a second talent had skyrocketed from a small chance to a great chance. Based on the source energy ratio of the previous 3 levels, one fourth-level crystal might be worth 5 third-level ones. Wei Chuan licked his dry lips, suppressing the urge to swallow it immediately, and stored it in his tactical pouch. Absorbing source energy takes time, and this is a level 4 source. Now is not a good time. His gaze turned to the right side of the battlefield. Zhu Lingxue, Li Yongsheng, and Xia Mei were locked in a fierce battle with the lizard creature. Cold energy swirled around Zhu Lingxue, clashing violently with the lizard creature's ice-based abilities, ice spikes and ice pillars shooting out in all directions, covering most of the experimental area in ice. The lizard creature's ice abilities were strong and highly skilled. With insufficient battle experience, Zhu Lingxue had already begun to fall behind. However, with Li Yongsheng and Xia Mei providing support, constantly distracting from the side with firepower, both sides were evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand. Wei Chuan's originally raised hand paused slightly. Level 4 against level 4, the same rank. This was an excellent opportunity to hone combat skills and accumulate battle experience. But just as this thought arose, it was immediately extinguished. No! This is a gold-level dungeon. There will be more opportunities for training in the future, but the time limit for entering the dungeon cannot be increased. If he delayed in this area and caused other areas to miss the search, the loss would be too great. Use the ultimate move and finish it. With his mind set, Wei Chuan's eyes instantly sharpened. Crack boom! He casually made a gesture, and 2 cultivation tanks, 3 to 4 meters high, were forcibly torn from the ground. With a piercing sound of metal twisting, the tanks were compressed and reshaped by mighty telekinesis, turning into a giant metal spear exuding a ferocious aura. Although a bit rough, it somewhat resembled the Longdan Lianguang spear. In the next moment, Wei Chuan's figure flashed and entered the battlefield. Seeing him arrive, Zhu Lingxue and the others understood immediately, stopping in unison and quickly retreating behind Wei Chuan. Hiss! The lizard creature seemed to sense the stronger source energy wave coming from Wei Chuan. It bared its fangs and emitted a threatening hiss towards Wei Chuan, glaring blue light rapidly gathering in its mouth, clearly preparing to fire a beam of ice. However, a heavy telekinesis hammer slammed brutally against its raised head. The immense impact caused its wide-open mouth to snap shut violently, its sharp fangs even shattering its own mouth floor, green blood gushing out instantly. Before it could recuperate from the heavy blow, Wei Chuan's right hand swung forward. That rough yet fiercely crafted metal spear, with a screech that tore through the air, surged like a thrashing dragon and struck the lizard creature's tail with sweeping force. Boom! Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones cracking and meat exploding, the lizard creature was hit as if colliding with a speeding truck, its massive body uncontrollably flying off the ground and smashing against the left metal wall. Its tail had completely exploded, its legs a mass of blood and flesh. The metal spear also twisted and deformed from this blow, but with a thought from Wei Chuan, the telekinesis compressed and reshaped it, instantly restoring its sharpness. PSHH boom! Wei Chuan did not give the lizard creature any chance to catch its breath. Even before it hit the ground, he fully unleashed his telekinesis, and forcefully hurled the metal spear. The metal spear transformed into a silver lightning bolt, piercing accurately through the lizard creature's chest, nailing it firmly to the hard metal wall. The tail of the spear trembled violently at this moment, emitting a buzzing sound.
Chapter 133, Intelligent Mining Robot, Biological Energy Core. Boss is awesome.
Witnessing this overwhelming crushing, Li Yongxing's face flushed with excitement, unable to resist raising his arm and shouting.
So brutal. So powerful. In a flash, with a simple wave, easily crushing a level 4 bioman like killing chickens and dogs, this is true big boss style.
Zhu Lingshua's cold eyes sparkled as she looked at Wei Chuan's tall figure, her heart filled with pride.
And it was Xiamei's first experience of witnessing Wei Chuan's full power. Was completely stunned.
Last night during the event, in the final minutes, it was her turn to stay with the van to supply crystals for the machine guns. She didn't see Wei Chuan killing the second-tier mutated creatures like ants, and didn't know how strong Wei Chuan really was, only hearing from Li Yongxing that it was very exaggerated. But she never thought it would be exaggerated to this extent.
What's the difference from a massacre? Compared to these fourth-tier biohumans, Wei Chuan looked even more like the boss of this instance.
She could hardly imagine how desperate people facing Wei Chuan would feel if one day an event arose that set humans against humans.
Wei Chuan didn't care about his teammates' shock. With 2 punches, he smashed the lizard's head. Cleaned the battlefield, 5 minutes. He collected the fourth-tier evolution crystals with his psychic power and said calmly.
Hearing Wei Chuan's words, the 3 of them quickly came back to their senses from the shock of Wei Chuan killing the fourth-tier biohuman in an instant and quickly spread out to search the large experimental area. Aside from the damaged cultivation tanks, there were also many experimental tables, filing cabinets, and some scattered briefcases, all possibly hiding supplies.
As Zhu Lingxue and the others were focused on searching, Wei Chuan turned his gaze towards the intact cultivation tanks.
There were a total of 16, like sleeping soldiers soaking in the cultivation fluid. The psychic power silently activated, precise and ruthless. For Wei Chuan, who was already a 5th-tier awakener, dealing with these second-tier ant-level cannon fodder was easy as pie. In less than 3 seconds, the biohumans inside the 16 cultivation tanks were completely killed, with no chance of awakening. There are a total of 52 tanks, 2 largest tanks are 4th tier, and the other 50 are the same size, probably all 2nd tier. There are only 16 here, so the remaining 34 might have already escaped. Wei Chuan counted the number of cultivation tanks and thought about the possibility of obtaining another 34 2nd-tier evolution crystals later, feeling quite pleased.
No wonder it's a golden level instance. 2nd-tier monsters can only serve as cannon fodder, while even the 4th-tier ones are just minor bosses and small checkpoints.
Next, he needed to be cautious, he might encounter a 5th-tier big boss.
5 minutes quickly passed.
Aside from this main cultivation room, the experimental area had 4 connected small rooms, but they were all empty. Excluding the basic supplies, the real rewards from the checkpoint were only 2 items.
Recipe, Mold Type 1.
Intelligent bionic mining robot that can automatically explore and extract mineral resources, outputting materials such as iron ingots and copper ingots. It consumes 100 source crystals every 30 minutes of work.
Crafting times, 1 out of 1.
Crafting requirements, electronic components *10, refined steel ingots *200, iron ingots *100, copper ingots *100, rubber *30, cables *30.
Do you want to learn?
Biological energy core can be combined with vehicles to generate a second energy cabin, allowing the vehicle to autonomously absorb the ambient source energy, achieving continuous power supply. One was a recipe, and the other was a piece of high-tech gear, both extremely valuable. Especially the second one, which was equivalent to a source energy version of a perpetual motion machine. If the conversion efficiency was high enough, the 4 machine guns on the vehicle wouldn't have to worry about energy.
Arrange it as soon as we get out. Wei Chuan happily stored the gains away and turned to his teammates.
Zhu Lingxue was playing with the giant Python source power pistol, while Li Yongxing and Xiamei were replacing the magazines on the big pineapple light machine gun.
Are we ready? Wei Chuan asked. No problem, boss.
Li Yongxing replied with high spirits, patting his chest, plenty of ammunition, let's do this.
Ready. Xiamei said succinctly, her gaze sharp as ever.
Zhu Lingxue merely nodded lightly, but the icy crystals swirling around her fingertips spoke volumes.
Good, next checkpoint.
Wei Chuan didn't waste any more words, he led the team out of the experimental area, retracing their steps and turning toward the main transport passage to the next room. The return journey wasn't peaceful. 2nd-tier biohumans emerged one after another, and they encountered quite a few 1st-tier soldier bugs as well, but all were easily dealt with by Wei Chuan in a crushing force.
Fighting and exploring, it took more than half an hour.
After eliminating dozens of cannon fodder below the 4th tier and passing through several small areas,
the 4 finally arrived at the end area of this dungeon. The main mine chamber.
This mine tunnel is extremely wide, comparable to a highway tunnel. At the end is an extremely heavy, alloy-sealed door covered in eerie blue frost, with no visible gaps or locks, like a structure that slides horizontally or rises vertically. This should be a threshold. If they couldn't even enter the door, there would be no talk of fighting the boss.
Crack. Boom. Wei Chuan swung his right palm, and his immense telekinetic force transformed into an invisible heavy hammer, shattering large areas of the eerie blue ice. Immediately after, he reached out and pressed against the cold sealed door. Thought shaping. With a slight sound of metal twisting, the heavy sealed door melted away, forming a circular hole nearly 3 meters in diameter. The scene behind the door became clear, but it also made everyone's hearts race instantly. This is an immense underground cavern, far larger than the previous experiment area, as if the entire belly of the mountain had been hollowed out. This is the deepest part of the mine, the core mine chamber. The first thing that caught their eyes was the large, rusted mining equipment in the center of the cave, surrounded by countless storage units connected by pipes, resembling oil tanks. Next to them were numerous mining tools, outlining a once bustling mining scene. However, what attracted everyone's attention was not these common lifeless objects. But in the deepest part of the cave, a throne made of countless large ice crystals, as if carved from ice, stood majestically. On the throne, a figure cloaked in ultimate cold slowly stood up. It merely stood up, and a terrifying pressure mixed with death and icy stillness swept through the entire cave like a tsunami. It roughly maintained a human shape but was much larger, nearly 3 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in translucent icy armor like sapphire, reflecting the dim light of the lantern, exuding a chilling aura. Its palms were long and sharp, with fingertips dripping an aura that seemed capable of freezing space like liquid nitrogen. What was most heart-stopping was its head. There were no eyes, only 2 swirling points of eerie blue light, like a blizzard vortex, staring at Wei Chuan and the other 3. Just the simple act of it standing up caused the temperature of the entire cave to plummet again. Countless tiny ice crystals began to condense in the air, drifting like a shroud of death. An icy, abyss-like terrifying pressure surged in like a tide, choking Li Yongsheng and CMA, making their actions become somewhat stiff. At the same time, a line of golden letters lit up above its head. Level 5 Snow Demon. Seeing this scene, the faces of Wei Chuan and the other 3 changed. A named monster, this was their first time seeing one, no wonder it was the ultimate boss of a golden level dungeon, the significance was grand. Chapter 134, Level 5 Snow Demon. Wha? The snow demon raised its head and let out a strange shriek. That shriek transformed into visible ice-blue ripples, rapidly spreading outward centered around it. Wherever the ripples passed, the ground instantly froze into smooth, mirror-like ice, and the ice stalactites hanging from the cave ceiling grew wildly, becoming as large as trees. The entire cave seemed to come alive at this moment, turning into a deadly ice domain completely ruled by the snow demon. Be careful. Everyone go to the back. Wei Chuan's pupils contracted, and he quickly shouted a warning. The ice was under the control of the snow demon, just like his telekinesis, everywhere within the attack range, and any carelessness could lead to being hit. Roar! The snow demon moved. It did not rush directly at them, but raised one icy claw and made a grasping motion toward the direction where the 4 stood. Crack! 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 Dozens of sharp ice spikes burst from the ground around the 4, like deathly ice lotuses blooming in an instant. From all directions, they stabbed towards them. At the same time, above their heads, several huge ice spikes, bearing an immense force, crashed down like swords hanging from the ceiling. The attacks came from all sides, almost sealing off any chance of evasion. Humph! Wei Chuan gave a cold snort. Facing this all-encompassing assault, he held nothing back. His mental power erupted with an unprecedented intensity, no longer forming just a barrier, but expanding like an invisible force field, wildly pushing outwards from him. Boom! Whether it was the ground spikes or falling ice, the moment they made contact with this expanding mental force field, they were crushed, flattened, and blasted away by that domineering power. Around Wei Chuan, within a radius of 100 meters, an absolute domain was instantly cleared, leaving only a smooth mirror-like ground and scattered ice debris. The snow demon's spiral-like eyes flickered slightly, seemingly surprised that the invader was so powerful. Ling Shui, don't let its ice take over, give us some space to move. Yongsheng, Mei Jia, use all the shadow smoke bombs, then use ranged firepower to consume its source energy. Wei Chuan issued commands in rapid succession, his gaze firmly fixed on the snow demon, his powerful mental force beginning to compress and condense before him. Okay. Zhu Lingshui responded immediately, bending down and placing both hands on the ground. A chill surged around her, instantly turning her into an ice person, a fierce cold radiating from her, forming a layer of ice on the ground that rapidly spread out, freezing the safety zone Wei Chuan had opened up. Hiss! Hiss! Xiame pulled out the shadow smoke bombs and threw them all to the left front. Seeing this, Li Yongsheng instantly understood and threw all 3 he had to the right front. This way, the snow demon could only approach from the front, or it would be tainted by the smoke and enter a weakened state. Although they didn't know if the shadow smoke bombs would work on a level 5 boss, it was all they could do. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the roar of a light machine gun echoed, bullets raining down like droplets on the throne-bound snow demon. The snow demon lazily lifted a claw, and a thick ice shield instantaneously formed before it, blocking all the bullets, leaving only a few white spots on the shield's surface. Yet its main focus was always on Wei Chuan. It sensed a threat of equal level. It opened its mouth, and this time it did not screech, but unleashed a series of syllables unheard by Wei Chuan and the others. As it chanted, the ice energy within the cave began to wildly converge towards it, coalescing into a frosty spear, wholly deep blue, as if made of absolute zero. The air around the spear twisted and turned white, exuding a terrifying aura that could freeze all life. Wei Chuan's expression grew exceedingly serious. Damn, he had encountered a worthy opponent. This snow demon fought in a way very similar to his. It's no longer a game. He took a deep breath and crazily injected his surging mental energy into the highly compressed mental force before him. That invisible mental force was suddenly almost solidified, radiating visible ripples. The snow demon's frost spear had already taken shape, letting out a soul-freezing scream, tearing through the air, aiming straight for Wei Chuan. Come! Facing this lethal attack, Wei Chuan's gaze was sharp as a knife. He not only didn't retreat but instead took a step forward. The highly compressed mental force that was already rippling before him was instantly detonated. Not to spread out, but to condense into an extremely refined mental shockwave, nearly becoming a solid force, crashing head-on into that icy spear. Buzz! Two immense powers violently collided in mid-air. There was no imagined enormous explosion, but rather a heartbeat-quickening energy hum. Where the mental shockwave met the frost spear, it seemed as though space twisted for a moment, blinding white light and deep blue ice brilliance wildly intertwined. Mutually cancel each other. A violent energy shockwave swept outwards, tearing up the thick layers of ice on the ground, and even the massive mining equipment in the distance emitted a creaking groan. The ice barrier created by Zhu Lingxue trembled violently under the shockwave, while Li Yongqing and Xia Mei were forced to retreat repeatedly, barely able to stand. The deadlock lasted for less than 2 seconds. Ultimately, the unique nature of mental power, which could continuously replenish itself, proved to be superior. Crack! Boom! The frost spear began to shatter from the tip, ultimately disintegrating into icy fragments under the pressure of the mental power shockwave, splattering in all directions. The residual mental power shock, undiminished, struck fiercely against the ice shield that the snow demon hurriedly reformed. Boom! With a dull sound, the ice shield was instantly blown back, and the tall body of the snow demon was knocked back several meters from its icy throne by this tremendous force. For the first time, a named emotion called anger and surprise appeared in its swirling eyes. Roar! The snow demon was utterly enraged, its arms suddenly spread wide, and the cold air in the entire mine crazily gathered towards it at an unprecedented speed. On the cave ceiling, countless huge ice spikes began to form, shaking violently and falling like a meteor shower, indiscriminately bombarding the entire area. At the same time, the ice layer spread out from beneath its feet, attempting to freeze all 4 of them from Wei Chuan. Sister Mei, hurry out! Li Yongqing's face turned pale as he pulled Xia Mei forcefully to the sealed door. He was indeed frightened by this snow demon, but he didn't want to run, he didn't want to hold back Wei Chuan. Zhu Lingxue shouted sharply, freezing the ground with all her might, trying to prevent the snow demon's ice from encroaching, but she was only at level 4 and couldn't resist a level 5 snow demon at all. At this moment, Wei Chuan moved. He did not care about the rain of ice spikes but firmly locked his gaze on the snow demon, which was frantically creating ice. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Chapter 135, strongly killed a level 5 boss. It's time to end this. Wei Chuan whispered, and a silver light seemed to flash in his eyes. He stood firmly in place, as steady as a rock, with all the ice spikes that entered within 10 meters of him instantly crushed into powder, scattering into a cloud of icy dust. In the next moment, 10 shadow smoke bombs floated around him, their pull pins bursting simultaneously. Then, these shadow smoke bombs shot toward the snow demon at high speed, and the translucent smokescreen began to gradually disperse. At the same time, the right arm armor of the light and shadow combat suit automatically unbuckled under mental power control, and a basic adrenaline needle was injected into his forearm. Awesome! As the drug entered his body, it felt like igniting a volcano. A wave of scorching airflow instantly swept through his limbs and bones, and the strength of his mental power and physique surged wildly like a flooding river, reaching an unprecedented peak. Wei Chuan felt his body light, as if there were infinite power contained within him. This is the effect of the adrenaline needle. In 5 minutes, it enhances physical strength and mental strength by 50%, greatly reducing pain perception, at the cost of 100 minutes of weakness after the effect ends. Roar! The snow demon also sensed the sudden surge of threatening power that made its heart race. It screeched, and instantly more and larger ice spikes coalesced around it, some attempting to intercept the darting shadow smoke bombs, while others smashed towards Wei Chuan like a storm. But facing the 50% enhanced mental power, all of this seemed futile. The 10 shadow smoke bombs, like living ghosts, drew strange arcs in the air, easily avoiding all interceptions and accurately exploding around the icy throne. The dense, translucent smokescreen instantly expanded, completely engulfing the tall figure of the snow demon. And the ice spikes smashing toward Wei Chuan met the same fate. Before they could get close, they were shattered by mental power. Woo! The snow demon screeched. It sensed its own power beginning to drain under the influence of the smokescreen, transforming into a blue light trying to break through the smoke's blockage. Want to escape? Wei Chuan's lips curled into a cold arc as his enhanced mental strength erupted with unprecedented power. He extended his right hand toward the direction of the snow demon, his 5 fingers suddenly clenching tightly. Mental strength confinement. An invisible yet enormous force instantly descended, wrapping around the snow demon like invisible shackles, not only restraining its movements but also beginning to crazily squeeze and twist its body, which resembled ice crystals. Crunch. Crackle. The crisp, loud sounds of compression and ice shattering were incessant. The snow demon struggled wildly within, its ice blue light flashing violently, trying to break free from this invisible binding. But it was already too late. The weakening effect of the shadow smoke bomb had taken effect. Even if its state did not decline much, in this deadly battle of equal ranks, even a mere 1% difference could turn into a fatal weakness. And Wei Chuan's power was at an unprecedented peak. Under this ebb and flow, the outcome of this battle had already appeared. All of Wei Chuan's focus and strength were concentrated on this distant grasp. Shatter. As his cold words were uttered, the strength of the mental confinement suddenly rose to its limit. Bang. The powerful ice armor on the snow demon's surface could no longer withstand this terrifying force and exploded into pieces. Along with part of its body, it was ruthlessly crushed under this grip. It let out an incredibly mournful howl, the gathered cold air collapsing instantly, and the countless ice spikes shooting into the sky came to an abrupt halt, directly falling to the ground. With the ice armor shattered, the snow demon's relatively weak true form was revealed. Its true form was still ice, but the color was pure white, as if shaped from snowflakes, appearing slightly fragile. Would Wei Chuan let this opportunity slip away? The jet-powered parachute behind him ignited instantly, providing ferocious thrust that allowed him to tear through the air and charge straight toward the snow demon. Wherever he passed, all the ice spikes blocking the way were directly slapped away by his overwhelming mental strength. He did not approach, but instead threw consecutive punches from a distance, carrying the force to shatter mountains and crack the earth. Each condensed mental force fist, like falling meteors, penetrated the smokescreen and precisely hit the already heavily injured body of the snow demon. Each punch sent shockwaves mixed with ice shards and cold air, exploding like thunder. Bang! The snow demon began to counterattack, stirring the cold ice of the entire cave, causing the ice layers of the ground and ceiling to activate, turning into countless ice spears and snow blades shooting toward Wei Chuan. But in its current state, this cold ice could no longer match Wei Chuan's mental strength. Ripples spread around Wei Chuan, and the powerful mental strength surged wildly, shattering all the cold ice that tried to approach him. After 10 seconds or so, the snow demon's struggles gradually weakened, its body swaying slightly before crashing heavily to the ground. As the dust and ice mist slowly dissipated, the area where the ice throne once stood had disappeared, replaced by a deep pit filled with cracks. At the bottom of the deep pit, the tall body of the snow demon was firmly smashed into the hard ore layer. Its ice armor had completely shattered, and the blue light in its whirlpool-like eyes dimmed to the utmost, leaving only weak wind and snow swirling inside. It struggled, trying to raise a broken ice claw, but in the end, it fell powerless. Bang! A burst of deep blue cold air rose from the snow demon's collapsing body, forming a crystal that sparkled like a blue diamond. At the same time, the suffocating extreme cold in the mine began to dissipate rapidly. Tier 5 snow demon, taken care of. At the moment the battle ended, Zhu Lingxue, who had been struggling to guard Wei Chuan's back, let out a long sigh of relief as the cold ice swiftly dissipated. The body swayed slightly, supported by Xia Mei behind. Li Yongqing quickly rushed to Wei Chuan's side, asking with concern, "Boss, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Wei Chuan shook his head, feeling the power within him still surging but quickly declining, reaching out to take the 5th-tier evolution crystal into his hand. Information about the item appeared, and a trace of undisguised satisfaction crossed his eyes. 5th-tier evolution crystal, a crystalline substance that contains a large amount of source energy, the source of power for mutated creatures. Swallowing it directly can significantly enhance physical strength and mental power, and will definitely awaken a second talent. No wonder it's a 5th-tier evolution crystal. The source energy changed from observable to large, and the probability of awakening a second talent changed from high probability to definite. After this one, the experience bar might increase by 10%. Wei Chuan thought to himself, wiping it clean and putting it into his storage compartment. Chapter 136, Ice Hand Cannon, Intelligent Mortar Transformation Template. In the next half hour, the 4 of them almost turned the mine upside down, leaving no abandoned minecart or collapsed rock corner unchecked. In a golden level dungeon, any oversight is an unacceptable loss. However, like the previous experimental zone, there were only 2 core rewards in the main mine. But these 2 rewards were very impressive, with extremely high value. Even with Wei Chuan's picky eye, they could be called divine artifacts. 1 weapon recipe, 1 transformation template. Recipe, Ice Hand Cannon.
A handheld weapon that fires compressed source power light beams, with a slight freezing effect, can effectively slow down the target's movement, effective range of 500 meters, and requires 1 source crystal to fire 1 round.
Crafting times, 10 out of 10.
Materials needed: source crystal * 100, refined steel ingots * 30, engineering plastic * 10, engineering rubber * 10.
This is a small handheld energy weapon with an ice attribute.
The bullet cost is not very high, only 60% higher than the big pineapple bullet, completely within the squad's affordable range. Even Li Yongxing and CMA can use it easily.
The moment he saw it, Wei Chuan knew the big pineapple would be eliminated. The other transformation template shocked even Wei Chuan.
Intelligent Mortar Platform Transformation Template, loaded with a 120mm long-range mortar, equipped with an intelligent target acquisition system, capable of selecting various attack modes like free attack, area defense, etc., achieving autonomous attacks from different directions, effective range of 5,000 meters, maximum firing rate of 60 rounds per minute, and requires 100 source crystals to fire 1 high-explosive shell.
Transformation times, January 1st. Materials needed: electronic components * 5, refined steel ingots * 100, refined copper ingots * 50. Please place materials near the template.
This is an intelligent weapon of the same type as the machine gun, but with stronger power, suitable for assaults.
Of course, the cost is also higher.
For intelligent machine guns can burn a maximum of 7,200 source crystals in 1 minute, while this one intelligent mortar can burn 6,000 source crystals in just 1 minute. When CMA found this template from a suitcase, even Wei Chuan felt a wave of surprise.
He indeed did not expect that a golden level dungeon would yield such an item.
Looking ahead to the platinum, shadow, and even source crystal level dungeons, it is really possible to get missiles. Clearly, the future warfare on the road would gradually evolve into black technology hot weapons wars centered on source crystals. Of course, personal strength is equally important. With Wei Chuan's current strength, even if targeted by hundreds of high explosive shells, he could crush them all before they got close, not losing a single hair. After thoroughly searching the mine, the 4 quickly returned along the same path. This time, Li Yongxing and CMA became the main force of the team. Wei Chuan was in a weakened state due to the side effects of the adrenal needle, and Zhu Lingxue was weak from excessive physical exertion. Even after taking source energy glucose, her condition was far from peak. Fortunately, the way there had already been cleared, and on the return trip, they only encountered a dozen first and second tier small monsters, which Li Yongxing could easily deal with a burst. As they stepped back into the cold, dark mine tunnel and out into the outside world again. The light suddenly became bright, but what awaited them was even colder and harsher weather. The sky was gloomy, and thick snowflakes swirled down, the wild wind howled. It seemed another blizzard was brewing, as if it was about to catch up.
Thinking about it, it's normal. This quest took too long, nearly 110 minutes.
But most of the time was spent on exploration and traveling. There was actually not much real fighting time. Wei Chuan held up a layer of mental shield to block all the wind and snow outside.
Are you hurt?
Lu Qingqing, who had been guarding inside the vehicle, saw through the window that Wei Chuan and Zhu Lingxue looked off, quickly opened the back door to pull them in. No, we encountered a level 5 boss. I shot myself with an adrenaline needle, and now I'm in a weak state, while Lingxue has exhausted some energy.
What's the situation outside? When did that vehicle arrive?
Wei Chuan waved his hand and helped the somewhat exhausted Zhu Lingxue to sit on the sofa. Not far from the back of the vehicle was a big truck that had almost been modified into a war truck. The windshield was completely shattered, and the driver's seat was full of fragments. I only saw one road here, there is a steep slope next to it. I thought he would go past it, but as soon as he got close, he pulled out a gun and shot our tires, so I had to let lightning take action.
Lu Qingqing sighed and explained.
To guard the entrance of the quest, she parked the armored vehicle by the roadside, and that guy probably thought the vehicle was empty and wanted to take advantage.
Well, if he's dead, then he's dead. I'll go collect it later. Wei Chuan nodded, not caring about it.
He lit a cigarette and took out all the main gains from this quest, placing them on the table.
1 blueprint for a mining robot, usable once. 1 biological energy core.
1 blueprint for a freezing hand cannon, usable 10 times.
1 template for modifying a smart mortar, usable once.
The maximum evolution crystals, 125 for level 1, 62 for level 2, 8 for level 3, 2 for level 4, and 1 for level 5.
I'll give each of you a hand cannon later.
Wei Chuan thought for a moment and selected 26 level 1 evolution crystals and 12 level 2 evolution crystals, distributing them evenly to Li Yongxing and CMA.
Thank you, boss.
Thank you, Captain. Li Yongxing and CMA solemnly accepted and couldn't wait to leave, heading back to their car to absorb the evolution crystals. Li Yongxing could advance to level 3 this time, while CMA could reach the late stage of level 2. By the way, when CMA broke through to level 2, she also awakened her second talent.
Steel Heart.
It is a melee talent that can turn parts or all of the body into steel.
The higher the level, the stronger the attack and defense.
This is a very potential talent, but at level 2, the strength still lags a bit, so Wei Chuan advised her to take it easy until she advances to level 3 and not to rush into battle with monsters. After Li Yongxing and CMA left, Wei Chuan took out all the evolution crystals he had on hand and counted the quantities. 368 level 1 crystals. 192 level 2 crystals. 8 level 3 crystals. 2 level 4 crystals. 1 level 5 crystal. Come on, eat them all, starting with the level 2 ones. He thought for a moment and finally pushed all the level 2 and 3 crystals to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. No way. If you take these to exchange for level 3 ones, you might be able to push yourself up to level 6. You also saw the situation of the golden tier quest. Reaching level 6 is more powerful than anything else.
What if we encounter a platinum tier quest later? Can 3 level 5 awakened individuals handle level 6 monsters? Lu Qingqing immediately refused.
Zhu Lingxue also chimed in. What Sister Qingqing said is right, you need to know how to prioritize. Wei Chuan was momentarily stunned by their words.
What did they mean by maturing?
What I was thinking was sending 3 level 5 awakened individuals to explore ancient ruins.
Chapter 137, The Powerful Secondary Energy and Freezing Gun. Do you remember the ruin beacons?
According to the information hints, the threshold for ancient ruins is at least level 5. I have no confidence on my own, so I want you to reach level 5 to help. Wei Chuan revealed the plan he had in mind to the two women. Lu Qingqing thought for a moment but rationally shook her head and analyzed, my second talent leans towards defense. The gap between level 4 and level 5 is not as big as that of offensive talents.
It's safer to stack you to level 6.
She grabbed a handful of evolution crystals and continued calculating. It takes 100 level 2 evolution crystals to upgrade from level 4 to level 5, and I estimate it will take about 100 level 3 evolution crystals to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. According to your exchange rate, all these evolution crystals combined should be enough to get 100 level 3 ones.
That makes sense.
After hearing this, Wei Chuan nodded gently. Lu Qingqing's suggestion was indeed more stable. If there was really a level 6 monster in that ancient ruin, 3 level 5 awakened ones might not fare well, and it would be lucky to return unscathed. If there were no level 6 monsters, but multiple level 5 ones, then as someone who upgraded to level 6, he would be able to handle them easily alone.
Sister Qingqing, let's start exchanging now.
Zhu Lingxue immediately began to act, evenly splitting the level 1 and level 2 evolution crystals on the table into 2 portions, taking one for herself.
Okay. Lu Qingqing nodded and took the other portion.
The two girls started posting purchase requests to gather resources for Wei Chuan's push to level 6. Seeing the two girls busy for him, Wei Chuan smiled and picked up the biological energy core. This thing looked much better than the mimic slime core, resembling a sapphire the size of a Rubik's cube, radiating a soft glow. After playing with it for a while, he pressed it directly against the inner wall of the carriage. Please confirm if you want to fuse with the 10x10 wheeled bulletproof energy battle vehicle, but
yes/no.
At the moment he clicked confirm, a soft blue halo spread rapidly from the contact point like ripples on water, sweeping across every corner of the carriage.
Meow.
The small black cat curled up by the fireplace was startled awake by this energy wave and jumped up suddenly.
Little Black, come here. Wei Chuan waved his hand.
This little guy was very clingy when they first formed a contract, but after just a couple of days, it became aloof, just eating and sleeping all day, treating the 3 caretakers as if they were invisible, which was quite ungrateful.
Meow.
The little black cat reluctantly walked over, rubbed against his leg, then jumped onto his lap and curled up again to continue its beautiful dream. You're such a lazy cat. Wei Chuan held it and began to carefully check the changes inside the carriage. After searching for a while, he noticed something different on the car's central control display in the driver's area. Next to the lightning icon representing the onboard AI, there was a new blue spherical icon, with a number displayed in the center. 88/100000, second energy. Wei Chuan immediately understood that 88 was the current energy, and 100000 was the energy limit.
But the key question was, how many source crystals was equal to 1 point of energy? He thought for a moment and raised his voice to ask, Lightning, how many high explosive shells can the current second energy reserve fire? 33 rounds, Commander, Lightning's mechanical voice responded immediately.
As it answered, Wei Chuan noticed that the second energy's energy point was at 99.
99 points of energy could fire 33 rounds of high explosive shells?
Wei Chuan's heart jolted. This meant that the ratio between second energy's energy points and source crystals was
1:1.
With the current accumulation speed of 1 point per second, it would take less than 28 hours to fill up energy equivalent to 100,000 source crystals.
This was a quasi-infinite energy pool. Awesome.
Wei Chuan couldn't help but exclaim,
the value of this thing could no longer be measured with source crystals. He wouldn't even trade it for 1,000,000 source crystals. He suppressed his excitement and continued to ask, Lightning, can the second energy supply power to all the source devices on the vehicle? Yes, Commander, but calling on second energy requires your authorization. With a confirmed reply, Wei Chuan became even more delighted. This was so convenient. In the future, the source devices on the vehicle would not need to be manually loaded with source crystals and energy blocks. They could directly use second energy, saving quite a bit of source crystals. Although the consumption was already low, free energy shouldn't be wasted. And when it was time to fight, this 10,000 energy points meant 33,333 rounds of high explosive shells or 1,000 high explosive grenades. Just thinking about it felt great. In the future, if he encountered similar source crystal storms again, he wouldn't have to worry about bumpy drives causing energy loading problems. He could simply use the second energy directly. Drive the armored vehicle into the pile of monsters and start killing recklessly. Lightning, from now on, you are in full charge of the second energy. All the energy sources on the vehicle can use the second energy. Command confirmed, connecting to the second energy system. Lightning responded. After finishing the energy task, Wei Chuan walked to the production table. Source crystal 100, refined steel ingots 30, engineering plastics 10, engineering rubber 10. Crafting success, acquired freezing hand cannon *1. Source crystal 100, refined steel ingots 30, engineering plastics 10, engineering rubber 10. Crafting success, acquired freezing hand cannon *1. Source crystal 100, refined steel ingots 30. Wei Chuan crafted 5 freezing hand cannons in one go, one for each of the 5 members of the team. Once the finished product was in hand, the hand cannon looked a bit like a larger, longer barrel revolver with a thick caliber. The gun body was milky white, resembling plastic, but it felt cold and metallic when touched. The magazine was a light blue cylinder with a lid on top that could open, and inside should be the energy box. Wei Chuan tried inserting energy blocks and found that it could hold up to 20 blocks. This meant the magazine could hold 200 rounds. The magazine capacity was astonishing, equal to 2 large pineapple light machine gun magazines. The energy blocks made another contribution. If replaced with source crystals, the hand cannon's magazine capacity would drop to 20 rounds, a drastic nerf worthy of a master planner's handiwork. Wei Chuan kept one for himself and gave one to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. The other 2 were directly traded to Li Yongqing and Xia Mei via the survival device, along with some energy blocks. Let's just make all of them as backups. Looking at the remaining 5 crafting attempts, Wei Chuan thought for a moment and clicked in again. Source crystal 100, refined steel ingots 30, engineering plastics 10, engineering rubber 10. Crafting success, acquired freezing hand cannon *1. Source crystal 100, refined steel ingots 30. These 5 could be kept in tactical waste bags as backups, and during a fight, they could be controlled with telekinesis to use continuous fire to temporarily play the role of an ice mage. Chapter 138, Smart Mortar, ready. After finishing the freezing hand cannons, Wei Chuan turned his attention to the Molai model recipe. With all the materials put in, the crafting table glowed and shimmered. Electronic components 10, refined steel ingots 200, iron ingots 100, copper ingots 100, rubber 30, cables 30. Crafting success, acquired Molai model *1. After finishing, he took out the product. No wonder it was called the mole. The robot stood about 1 meter tall and was entirely made of dark metal, with a long nose, resembling a robotic mole. Wei Chuan checked it. The energy box was on its back. It could hold up to 100 energy blocks, allowing it to work for 5 hours continuously. The robot also had storage compartments, with a total of 100 slots. If used to store the same type of material, the maximum stack amount could reach 1,000 units. Not bad. Wei Chuan was very satisfied with this automated beast of burden, but he didn't start testing immediately. Outside the window, the wind and snow howled, visibility was low, as if a snowstorm was coming again. It could wait until later tonight to test. Finally, it was time for the main event, Smart Mortar Transformation Template. Wei Chuan checked the required materials and climbed up to the vehicle's roof. The cold wind whipped the snowflakes against the light and shadow combat suit, producing a faint crackling sound. He circled the roof and finally decided to mount the mortar next to the shooting skylight. There was a ladder support here, so no additional support frame was needed. Required materials for transformation met. Start transformation/cancel transformation. Confirm. Electronic components 5, refined steel ingots 100, refined copper ingots 50. Transformation success, loaded smart mortar platform *1. Buzz. A deep buzzing sound rang out, and the materials stacked nearby immediately turned into flowing particles of light, merging into the selected area of the vehicle's roof armor. The metal seemed to have a life of its own, flowing like liquid to shape itself. In just a few seconds, a well-structured, cold, hard metal glowing smart mortar had taken shape.
The basic structure was similar to a single soldier's mortar, simple in appearance but scaled up by 2 sizes. It stood over 1.5 meters tall, and the thick barrel was large enough to fit a grown person's fist inside. Filled with a sense of power and heavy firepower. The stuff is good stuff, what a pity. Wei Chuan patted the cold cannon barrel, feeling that heavy sense of security, then sighed with regret. It's a pity that the vehicle can't be driven into the instance. Otherwise, with 4 smart cannons and 1 smart mortar's firepower, it could easily take down some 5th-tier bosses that lack long-range means or breakthrough abilities. He casually opened the vehicle rankings. His armored vehicle was still in 7th place, but it had caught up to 6th place. If he casually modified it tonight, he should be able to surpass it. Top 1, Hayden 157648 area. Top 6, Shangguan Zhenhua 129151200 area. Top 7, Wei Chuan 126261887 area. Looking at the snowstorm getting bigger, Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle and used the intercom to notify the team to set off. Afterward, he again came to the crafting table, making energy blocks while posting a purchase notice. Looking to buy 3rd and 4th tier evolution crystals, will exchange with 1st and 2nd tier evolution crystals or source crystals. The ratio is absolutely favorable. Hurry if you want to level up. The inventory is low, slow hands will regret. Tang Sun, boss, what's the price for a 3rd tier? I want to exchange for a 1st tier. Nat, hello, I have 3rd tier evolution crystals, but I don't need evolution crystals or source crystals. You shouldn't be lacking weapons and ammunition, right? I want enough firepower for 5 people. Yannicka, I have 3 pieces of 3rd tier. If you can give me 15 pieces of 2nd tier, I'll exchange with you. Chen, boss, are you going for 6th tier? No wonder you're number 1 on the brave list. I only have 1 piece of 3rd tier. A person like you might not care, but if you really need it, I'll let it go for 3,000 source crystals. Gao Zhang, brother Wei, are you selling 1st tier evolution crystals? I have enough source crystals and materials. I want to push for 3rd tier. Perhaps because the name Wei Chuan carries too much weight. As soon as the post was sent out, private messages poured in like a tide, including even top players from the Brave and Wealth rankings. However, only a small portion of them sincerely wanted to exchange. Most of the offers were higher than he had expected, carrying a hint of trying to take advantage of the situation. But that's how business goes. Wei Chuan wasn't in a hurry. Prices can be negotiated slowly. For those who simply wanted to buy low-tier evolution crystals, he uniformly replied that he was not selling, while a few sour lemon types were directly dragged into the blacklist, too lazy to waste words. Considering the scarcity of 3rd tier evolution crystals and his urgency to level up, Wei Chuan gave it a slight thought, and ultimately accepted the slightly higher premium, finalizing some reasonable deals. At the same time, he told Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue that they could slightly raise the ratio. Try to get what they could first. If it wasn't enough in the end, he could still buy at a high price with source crystals. After handling the first batch of private messages, Wei Chuan switched to the regional communication channel to take a look. 26187 area, 7999/10,000 people. Petrov, is anyone selling vodka? I'll trade with fresh fruit. Wilson, those damn wild wolves finally left. If it weren't for fear of getting infected by the snow, I would have killed them all. Sophia, I encountered a silver-level dungeon instance. Does anyone know about the dungeon instance? I can trade food for information. Wang Lei, guys from the north, step up and help. How do you work the chimney? Can't we just smash the car window? Elsa, the snowstorm is back, my pickup's frozen solid. Priya, I suggest you all eat some curry powder, it can make the cold less biting. If you want, I have homemade. Muller, ha ha ha. Recipe, AK automatic rifle, recipe, 7.62 by 39mm rifle ammunition, did you see that? I struck it rich. Duran, a car got swept up by the snowstorm on the neighboring road. Carmen, I met a shadow merchant, but the goods he sells are too expensive. The cheapest one costs 800 source crystals, which isn't prepared for us at all. Kamani, recipe, cold-resistant polar outfit, does anyone have leather? I can provide processing services for a small fee. The channel was exceptionally lively, with information refreshing at a rapid pace. Wei Chuan keenly noticed that the output frequency of various recipes had obviously increased. Even the AK recipe he had wanted a few days ago appeared. This was not due to an increased probability of recipe production, but rather the enhancement of the survivors' group strength. The stronger the strength, the more challenging dungeons and resource points they could tackle, naturally leading to an increase in recipe output. Chapter 139, Gathering. At 7 p.m., the sky had completely descended into darkness. Wei Chuan's convoy wound up the snowy mountain road, finally stopping at a relatively sheltered and flat area halfway up the mountain. As soon as the vehicle shut down, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue immediately began bustling in the kitchen area. They had discussed having hot pot for dinner that afternoon and deliberately bought a lot of fresh meat and vegetables that weren't available on the truck. They were now quite eager. Wei Chuan sat on the couch, absent-mindedly stroking the curled-up black cat on his lap, his gaze falling on the evolution crystals piled on the table in front of him. These were the fruits of their trading effort from the better part of the afternoon. In order to exchange for level 3 and above evolution crystals, their purchasing posts hadn't ceased all afternoon. Unfortunately, the harvest wasn't much, only 24 level 3 evolution crystals were exchanged. The cost was 113 level 1 evolution crystals, 62 level 2 evolution crystals, 1000 source crystals, and a batch of firearms and ammunition. The output of level 3 evolution crystals was simply too low, and most owners would choose to use them themselves. Even though Wei Chuan's offered price was quite generous, gathering 100 of them in a short time was still as difficult as climbing to the sky. Let's use what we have first and see how much more we need. Wei Chuan couldn't resist, taking all the evolution crystals that could enhance his strength from his personal storage, spreading them out on the table. 1 level 5 evolution crystal. 2 level 4 evolution crystals. 32 level 3 evolution crystals. He first picked up a level 3 evolution crystal, popping them into his mouth like peanuts, one after another. The evolution crystals melted upon entering, transforming into warm currents flowing through his limbs and bones, making the experience bar jump with each of his actions. Second talent, level 5 psychokinesis, 2.18%. Second talent, level 5 psychokinesis, 33.18%. Each level 3 evolution crystal provided 1% experience, so 32 crystals meant 32%, steadily pushing the experience bar up by a third. Next were the more precious level 4 evolution crystals. The effects of level 4 evolution crystals significantly enhanced, with one providing 3.5% experience, 2 crystals pushed the total progress to 40.18%. Lastly, there was that lovely blue diamond-like level 5 evolution crystal. Wei Chuan swallowed it directly, a far more intense wave of heat exploded within him, causing the experience bar to surge instantly. Second talent, level 5 psychokinesis, 52.18%. Level 5 evolution crystal could provide an astonishing 12% experience. When the enhancement finished, Wei Chuan exhaled a breath filled with faint light, looking again at his personal panel. Survivor, Wei Chuan. First talent, S-Class Mechanical Control. Second talent, Level 5 Psychokinesis, 52.18%. Time, 1931. Weather, snow. Temperature, -26 degrees Celsius. Absorbing evolution crystals required time, especially high-level evolution crystals. It took time for the body to adapt and transform. Unknowingly half an hour had passed. Seeing that the experience bar was already over half full, a sense of satisfaction welled up inside him. Mid-level 5. He calculated his stock carefully. He still had quite a few evolution crystals left, 255 level 1 and 130 level 2. Even if he increased the exchange rates again, raising them to an exaggerated 115 and 1:5, these evolution crystals could still bring in 43% experience. Combined, the experience bar would shoot straight to 95%. The last 5% gap could be smashed with source crystals. If 1,000 wasn't enough, then 2,000. If 2,000 wasn't enough, then 5,000. As long as the price was right, there was no fear of no one selling. Level 6, within reach. Sister Mei, Yongsheng, come over for dinner. At that moment, accompanied by a faint sound of electricity, Lu Qingqing's voice reached his ears. Wei Chuan turned his head to look. Dinner was already ready. The hot pot he had made by hand that afternoon was sitting on the induction cooker, steaming hot, with both the spicy and clear broths bubbling, a rich aroma filling the entire vehicle. To the side, an array of colorful side dishes nearly filled the table. Wei Chuan stretched his somewhat stiff body and got up from the sofa to sit down at the dining table. To enjoy the hot pot more, he even turned off the heating and pulled out a few burning wood pieces from the fireplace. Eating hot pot, of course, needs to match the cold weather to be flavorful. Meow. The little black cat also nimbly followed, jumping directly onto the dining table, its pair of brown vertical pupils fixated on a plate of bright red mutated wolf meat, restless with anticipation. If it weren't for Wei Chuan's quick hands and sharp eyes pressing it down, this little guy would probably have succeeded already. You gluttonous cat, come down. Wei Chuan laughed and scooped the restless little black cat back, firmly pressing it on his lap. Meow. The little black cat struggled unwillingly for a moment, but its strength, just stepping into the first level, was meaningless in front of Wei Chuan, easily suppressed by just a finger. Soon, Li Yongsheng and CMA arrived, bringing their treasured hard stuff. It was all alcohol. Li Yongsheng had a bottle of red wine that Wei Chuan didn't recognize, while CMA brought a bottle of Finju that looked like antique blue and white porcelain. Wei Chuan didn't know much about wine tasting. A sip made him feel that the red wine was sweet yet slightly sour, and the Finju had an overwhelming fragrance upon entry. Neither was to his taste, so he simply took out a few bottles of big green sticks from the fridge. Come, let us toast to our gathering, to Mei Jie's edition, and to living well in this dreadful world. Cheers. Wei Chuan raised the bottle, his voice loud. Upon hearing this, everyone, whether holding a wine glass or a bottle, smiled and raised their drinks, glasses and bottles colliding in the air with a crisp sound.
This was the first time the five of them officially sat down for a meal together, creating a unique sense of warmth. In a world where death could come at any moment, sitting relaxed in a secure armored vehicle and enjoying steaming hot pot made everyone feel emotional, and the conversation naturally turned to the past. When it was his turn, Wei Chuan spoke lightly. Growing up in an orphanage, he worked with childhood friends to save money and opened a milk tea shop. Life was pleasant yet plain, with no waves. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongshang were similar. They came from wealthy families, their life paths clearly arranged by their parents, and even their lives were less exciting than Wei Chuan's. The main character of the night, undoubtedly, was CMA. After a few drinks, the atmosphere became warmer, and CMA spoke more. Before, she only said she was a communication soldier, but after a few drinks, it came out that she was an active duty army major, managing a communication station, a solid and central figure at the battalion level. If not for this survival game, she would have been promoted by the end of the year. Promoted by the end of the year? Mei Jia, your father isn't a general, is he? Li Yongshang, slightly drunk, didn't hold back as he leaned over and asked. Major General. Wei Chuan frowned, thinking this question was a bit rude, but he saw Xiame not only didn't get angry, but under the influence of alcohol, her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded, a bit shyly. Wow! This surprised everyone. However, this surprise quickly turned into deeper admiration. No one thought Xiame relied on her family's connections. On the night they met, she displayed professionalism that was undeniable. For truly excellent women, a prominent family background only adds to their charm. The five of them grew more and more into it, and the topics of conversation got livelier. This belated welcome party lasted from 7:30 p.m. until nearly midnight, when they finally dispersed. Chapter 140, Small Update, Level 6 is near. The next day, Wei Chuan was awakened by the ghostly wails of the wind outside. He rubbed his eyes and turned on the car lights to look out the window. The sky was dark, barely any new snow falling, but the wind was ruthless, wildly swirling the heavy snow accumulated on the ground for a night, lifting it into the air, forming a white misty world with very low visibility. Survivor, Wei Chuan. First talent, S-Class Mechanical Control. Second talent, Level 5 Telekinesis, 52.25%. Time, 6:53. Weather, snow. Temperature, -26 degrees Celsius. Glancing at his personal panel, Wei Chuan was somewhat surprised. It was almost 7 o'clock. This was the latest he had ever woken up since his arrival in this world. It seemed he had a good drink last night and had a rare, sound sleep. He quickly got up, dressed, and entered the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Then he went to the living room and skillfully added kindling to the fireplace. Meow. As the orange flames just flickered up, a little black cat sneaked out from Zhu Lingshue's room. This little guy was very smart. It only took one look to learn how to open the door. It affectionately rubbed against Wei Chuan's pants, then gracefully jumped up onto the edge of the fireplace, curling itself into a fluffy ball and comfortably began to purr. Looks like you've grown a bit bigger again. Wei Chuan stroked its increasingly smooth and thick fur and took a plastic bag from the nearby cabinet, which was filled with 500 source crystals. He carefully poured the source crystals into the pot of tidal flower. This plant food had been prepared by Lu Qingqing, already allocated for a month. When the time hit 7 o'clock sharp, that familiar and cold global reminder sound suddenly rang in every survivor's mind again. Survivors, amidst the blizzard carrying abundant source power and infection virus, the evolution of night demons is accelerating under the catalysis of these external forces. Night demons will no longer indiscriminately track and hunt humans, but they have learned to live in groups and cooperate from humans. The gathering place of night demons will officially become part of the new danger zone. Good luck, survivors. You scared me. I thought there was some big change. Turns out it's just a small update. After carefully listening to the reminder, Wei Chuan's initial alertness relaxed, and a faint, indifferent smile even curved his lips. He rapidly analyzed the deeper content of this small update. First, the night demons had become smarter. They began to cluster, reducing individual threats but increasing group dangers. Second, there won't be any night demons disturbing people's dreams at night, allowing weaker survivors to hold on, significantly reducing survival pressure. The only concerns left are the blizzard and supplies. Third, the difficulty of hunting night demons has increased, which would definitely decrease the efficiency of source crystal output, possibly raising prices. Fourth, for experts like him, acquiring free source crystals has become easier. He could search at night, and once discovering a gathering place of night demons, he could harvest a good amount of source crystals at once. In summary, this update was quite reasonable, with benefits outweighing the drawbacks. Whether for novices or experts, everyone could find something advantageous in this update. Honey? A soft, sleepy call rang out. Zhu Lingxue walked out of the bedroom wearing only a thin silk nightgown, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and she staggered toward Wei Chuan. Upon seeing Wei Chuan, she instinctively quickened her steps, opening her arms like a little black cat spotting the fire. Did the update notification just wake you up? Wei Chuan naturally opened his arms to embrace her cool body, leaning back slightly to allow her to rest more comfortably on his chest.
Zhu Lingxue nuzzled into his embrace, with a thick nasal tone asking, "What was updated this time?"
Wei Chuan held her and sat down on the sofa, letting her sit sideways on his lap, gently summarizing the update for her.
"It's just a small update, there won't be any night demons looking for us at night anymore. They will team up and form a version of the night demon dungeon."
"Really?" This news made Zhu Lingxue much more awake. She tilted her face up, her eyes full of surprise. "Isn't that great?"
"We don't lack source crystals, and we can rest peacefully at night. It's like having a vacation."
"You could say that, but we still can't relax too much."
Wei Chuan smiled and shook his head, his fingers spiraling around a strand of her hair. "What if there are formulas and tools in the gathering place of the night demons?
We can pay attention for the first 2 days, and if there are only source crystals, then we can forget it.
The gathering place of the night demons will officially become a new part of the danger zone." He paid special attention to this sentence.
Since the term danger zone was used, it meant that the gathering place of the night demons was also a kind of instance. He didn't want to miss out on any good things.
I'll listen to you."
Zhu Lingxue nodded, seeming to understand, and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, then leaned comfortably against his shoulder.
Her breathing quickly became even and long, sinking back into deep sleep.
Not long after, Lu Qingqing also came out of the room.
She was already dressed and alert.
Upon seeing Wei Chuan, she walked straight over to ask about the details of the latest update. Almost simultaneously, private messages from Li Yongxing and Xia Mei arrived one after another. Without exception, all of them asked Wei Chuan for his thoughts on the latest update, and Wei Chuan repeated what he had just said to Zhu Lingxue. For their powerful and wealthy team, as long as there wasn't a server-wide event or major update, their daily rhythm wouldn't be greatly affected. They could still live their lives as usual.
While Lu Qingqing was preparing breakfast, Wei Chuan opened the trading post and quickly edited familiar purchasing information.
Seeking, buying 3rd and 4th level evolution crystals, exchanging for 1st and 2nd level evolution crystals or source crystals, the ratio is absolutely favorable. Those who want to level up should hurry, the stock is limited, slow hands will regret it. Based on the exchange rate from yesterday afternoon, he would be able to convert all his remaining 1st and 2nd level evolution crystals into 3rd level evolution crystals by today. This meant that today he had a great chance to directly hit level 6.
Chapter 141, Gathering Place of the Night Demons.
Today marked the 13th day since crossing into this world, and it was the easiest day of those 13 days. Except for being urged to speed up by a snowstorm in the afternoon, he encountered no further troubles, and even had a bit of good luck. In the morning, he found a gray iron chest and a bronze chest by the roadside, and in the afternoon, he discovered a silver chest and a bronze level instance. The scattered materials he obtained, including one unlimited flashlight recipe, Wei Chuan didn't even bother to look at in detail, directly letting Li Yongxing and Xia Mei distribute them themselves. As for himself, he stayed in the vehicle almost all day, making energy blocks. The exchange of evolution crystals had also not stopped. Each person could post purchasing information only 3 times a day, so Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing, and Zhu Lingxue took turns posting. With 3 people, they had 9 chances, lasting a full 9 hours. Today's exchange efficiency was slightly lower than that of yesterday afternoon, ultimately obtaining only 30 pieces of 3rd level evolution crystals. As soon as Wei Chuan received them, he absorbed them, raising his experience bar to 82.28% of level 5. He was already very close to level 6, and tomorrow he could likely reach it. At 7 p.m., the team stopped at the valley at the foot of 2 snowy mountains, following their daily plan. Wei Chuan opened the back door of the armored vehicle and released the multi-pie mining robot. He had already tested this robot at noon. The performance was quite good, with a high work efficiency. It could mine nearly 500 various materials per hour, with half of those being refined materials. Roughly estimating at market price, after deducting the cost of energy blocks, it could net 500 source crystals per hour. This profit was good. Working 5 hours a day at noon and 5 hours at night would provide a stable extra income of 3,000 source crystals every day. Although it was far from as lucrative as selling energy blocks, this was fully automated. He could just let it go and wait for the money, not worrying about anything, which was quite pleasant.
Go, dig more.
Wei Chuan watched as the big mole zoomed out onto the road, digging a large hole in the snow, quickly disappearing underground, nodding in satisfaction.
Buzz. The slight vibrations of the robot's work came from beneath the ground.
At this moment, the walkie-talkie at his waist rang, and Li Yongxing's voice came through. "Boss.
It seems someone is ahead." "Someone?"
Wei Chuan was just peering into the cave when he straightened up at the sound, picked up the walkie-talkie, and replied, "Don't worry about it. This map has few forks, it's hard for others to take a detour.
As long as they don't come too close, let them go."
The range of the machine gun's vigilance had already been changed many times by him. From the initial 1,000 meters, it was adjusted to 500 meters and then 300 meters. At noon, it was simply set to sleep mode. As long as the opponents did not initiate an attack, it would not open fire. This area only has this one road. He was not so domineering as to drive people to death. No, boss, something is wrong here.
Li Yongqing hurriedly explained, there's a tunnel ahead, the entrance is piled with junk cars, and you can see many bonfires inside, but there's not a single shadow.
It looks like a dungeon, but there's no parking lot at the entrance. Oh? Wei Chuan immediately became interested. He raised his mental protective shield to block the wind and snow and quickly walked toward the front of the convoy. He saw Li Yongsheng using an umbrella, observing the right front with binoculars. Wei Chuan took the binoculars and looked in that direction. It really was a tunnel, carved into a hillside, surrounded by white snow, but the area at the tunnel entrance was clean, not even a snowflake was drifting there. This situation usually indicated a dungeon, but how could there be no parking lot at the dungeon's entrance? Gathering place for night demons? Wei Chuan immediately thought of the small update from the morning. He tossed the binoculars back to Li Yongqing and said, I'll go take a look, then strode alone toward the tunnel. Boss, I'll go too. Li Yongqing immediately put on his hood, wrapped his face with a scarf, and quickly followed. The three people in the car, Lu Qingqing and the others, also noticed the commotion outside and inquired through the walkie-talkie. Wei Chuan briefly explained it was a gathering place for night demons, encouraging them to come take a look if they were interested, or stay in the car and rest if not. In the end, Zhu Lingxue and CMA followed, while Lu Qingqing decided to continue preparing dinner. The four of them arrived at the junk car cluster outside the tunnel. Wei Chuan casually pressed on a rusty car shell and tried to activate the mind-shaping skill. Wow, there's such a good thing? To his surprise, all these junk cars could be recycled, perfect for a new round of full car remodeling materials. Suddenly, he raised his head, his eyes sharply focused on the deep tunnel. Inside the tunnel, many half-meter-tall bonfires were burning. The flickering flames were disturbed by the wind, causing countless shadows to dance wildly, creating an especially eerie atmosphere. What was more important was, Wei Chuan clearly sensed the dense and chaotic energy fluctuations coming from deep within the tunnel. He didn't initially have this sensing ability, it was only after breaking through to level 4 that he obtained it, allowing him to perceive the aura of enemies. However, this ability could only be used on creatures weaker than him, and it did not work well in dungeons, seeming to be restricted by dungeon rules. The strongest is only level 2, mutated night demons? As he sensed the strength of these auras, Wei Chuan had a rough idea and casually waved his hand. Bang! An abandoned car was lifted by an invisible mental force and smashed deep into the tunnel like a cannonball, emitting a muffled crashing echo. This action was like poking a hornet's nest. Roar! Inside the tunnel, a large number of hoarse and violent roars erupted instantly. Seconds later, the firelight illuminated numerous night demon figures. The few in the front looked completely different from the night demons he had seen before. They moved on all fours, resembling lizards, with long limbs, sharp claws, and tongues as long as half a meter spilling from their mouths. The most disgusting part was that their heads revealed wrinkled, brain-like textures. Damn! Lickers? Li Yongqing saw this familiar and horrifying shape and couldn't help but exclaim, it resembled a classic monster from a certain famous biohazard movie. So it's Little Lick Lick. Wei Chuan also recognized this form, his tone carrying a hint of long-lost nostalgia. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened. A vast mental power surged from him like a tidal wave, instantly condensing into a giant hand of thought above the tunnel entrance. At the moment when the group of night demons rushed out of the tunnel, the giant hand came crashing down like a mountain. Bang! The ground shook violently, smoke and snowflakes soaring into the sky. Under this hand, the dozens of night demons that rushed out, along with a few scrap cars nearby, were all crushed into chips as if crushed by the heavens. Chapter 142, Firearms About to Flood, Mobile City Plan. Copy rules. At the moment the attack landed, Wei Chuan keenly noticed that these night demons disintegrated into dust after death, rather than leaving behind the disgusting infected flesh and blood. This killing rule was exactly the same as in the copy. Not bad, a conscientious version. Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction, using his thoughts to gather all the scattered source crystals back. About 50 night demons contributed nearly 200 source crystals. This drop rate is quite normal. Ordinary night demons can only drop one source crystal, but mutated night demons are different, they drop more source crystals the stronger they are, with the leading few dropping 10 source crystals each being not unreasonable. Boss, this update is very friendly. Li Yongqing analyzed, if you don't want to fight, you can sleep peacefully in the car. If you do want to fight, the difficulty isn't too high. If you push slowly, maybe 2 or 3 handguns will be enough. About that. Wei Chuan agreed, but the places where night demons gather must have differences in strength. If we encounter 3rd or 4th tier ones, ordinary people will surely be finished. We need to figure out the situation outside before fighting, and if things are not right, just run. Let's go in and search, see if it only produces source crystals. The 4-man team quickly entered the tunnel. Just a few steps in, Wei Chuan's expression changed slightly, he waved his hand lightly, and a large black star flew from a pile of bonfires into his hand, with 5 bullets still in the magazine. Damn. Seeing this, Li Yongsheng was surprised again. Just entered the door and there's a gun. This is simply no difficulty at all, even a little kid could come over and pick it up. This is pure welfare copy now. Probably in 2 or 3 days, everyone will be able to use a gun. This update is a period of rapid development. Right. Wei Chuan weighed the handgun, nodding in agreement. If all night demon gathering places could produce firearms, then conventional firearms would immediately flood the market. This didn't affect him much, but Li Yongsheng and Xiamei couldn't do business selling goods from him anymore. But it's no big deal. One can use stamina and materials to make fuel as an A-level fuel expert. One can use stamina and materials to make carbohydrate food as an A-level granary. Nobody would starve them. 10 minutes later, the 4 who explored came out of the tunnel. The gains were quite good, far exceeding their expectations for this new type of copy. The bulk of it was firearms and ammunition. They found 4 different handguns, nearly 100 matching bullets, and even a Sten submachine gun with 3 large boxes of 300 bullets. In addition to these, there was enough food and water to feed 5 people for a day. The total value of these supplies already rivaled that of a normal bronze-level copy's yield. Clearly, conventional firearms were really about to flood the market. Perhaps not all night demon gathering places could produce firearms, but with a total player base of at least several billion, even if only 1% of the night demon gathering places could produce firearms, the supply of firearms in the market would explode. It can be foreseen that in the coming period, conflicts and battles on the highways would become more frequent. Conventional firearms have limited threat to third-tier awakeners, but for the much larger number of first- and second-tier awakeners, they are enough to be deadly. Zhu Lingxue and the others returned to the car with supplies, while Wei Chuan stayed behind. He still had important work to do. That means recycling all the metal materials from the 30 or so junk cars outside the tunnel. These materials are enough to support most of his vehicle modification plan in the coming time. Oh right, he also needs to stock up on firewood. The firewood in the tunnel is high-quality logs and solid wood blocks, much better than planks. Bang! 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 The dull sound echoed at the foot of the snowy mountain. One junk car after another was easily crushed and compressed into neat metal blocks under Wei Chuan's powerful telekinesis, then collected into his tactical waste bag. The storage compartment's storage rule is based on weight. Whatever weight the user can lift, the compartment can store, with no limit on volume. Although Wei Chuan is a telekinesis mage, his solid foundation as a near stage 6 practitioner has enhanced his physique to a terrifying degree, granting him immense strength. With just a gentle force, he can overturn a sedan and stack the materials of 3 or 5 junk cars together for storage, no longer worrying about the storage compartment being insufficient. Done. 5 minutes later, Wei Chuan returned to the warm car. After organizing this batch of metal materials, he transferred them to the storage cabinet and enjoyed a cozy dinner with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. After eating and drinking well, Wei Chuan did not rest but began a new round of vehicle modification. He had wanted to do this 2 days ago, but then there were activities and gatherings, which delayed it to now. The current size of the armored vehicle is 15 meters long, 4.5 meters high, 6 meters wide, with 30 millimeters armor. His goal is to expand to 30 meters long, 9 meters high, 12 meters wide, with 100 millimeters armor. This will be a true mobile fortress. After formulating the modification blueprint with blueprint construction, he immediately started work. This time, he would not modify it part by part slowly, but rather directly fill in metal materials and work on different parts of the vehicle simultaneously to expand proportionally. Previously, his energy was insufficient, so he could only proceed step by step. Now it's different. As a dignified near stage 6 powerhouse, his energy is abundant, recovery speed is fast, and his control over shaping with his thoughts is stronger, allowing him to manage multiple tasks at once. The old segmented construction method is officially phased out starting today. The intense modification lasted for a full half-hour. With enough energy and materials, the progress in this half-hour was nothing short of miraculous. The armored vehicle has been upgraded to 18 meters long, 10.8 meters high, 14.4 meters wide, with 36 millimeters armor. At this efficiency, if he sets aside half an hour each morning, noon, and evening for modification, he can complete this round of upgrades in 2 days. Since the process was easier than expected, Wei Chuan even entertained a thought midway through the modification. Should he skip this stage and directly modify the blueprint to the next phase, to a length of 60 meters? But this idea was quickly rejected. A vehicle isn't better just because it's bigger. If it's too big, it may feel empty and lack presence. The 700 square meters after this modification is already a bit too large. Moreover, he doesn't have enough materials. This round of materials is still missing by 2 or 3 parts. However, while rejecting this idea, a more feasible and tempting new thought began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps he could design a cargo bay inside the vehicle to store potential spare vehicles for the future, and team members' vehicles could also be brought out in certain special moments. With one vehicle for one team, it could also avoid team members leaving the range of the tidal flower's effect. Once this new idea emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. He knew very well that his team couldn't always be limited to 5 members. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of personal life, he had Lu Qingqing and Xiamei accompanying him. What about Li Yongsheng and Xiamei? Once Li Yongsheng and Xiamei's levels catch up, and they encounter low-level dungeons like Gray Iron and Bronze level, should we really have our core fighters run errands? The mobile city plan must be prioritized. Create a mobile metal arc that can accommodate more vehicles, with super firepower, super defense capabilities, complete living functions, and be self-sufficient.